as a battlefield journalist comparable to Superman. Joy unfortunately found himself transported to another world by a shell, becoming none other than Kal-El. However, what is this peculiar and seemingly absurd world he now inhabits? Who are these people from his homeland, Queen Maeve, and the enigmatic entities lurking around? Rejecting the notion of becoming a superhero like these nefarious figures, Joy stumbled through this disorienting gray mire until he finally arrived at the authentic DC universe. Familiar with the storyline, Joy initially believed he had entered his comfort zone, only to discover that the trials belonging to Superman were just beginning. Is it not fixed yet, Joy? Lori perched atop a massive tractor seat, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight streaming through the barn's gaps, exuding a lively and spirited aura. Her worn denim shorts framed robust thighs, upon which a black-and-white spotted Catalan hog lay languidly, while Lori playfully teased the animal with the ends of her ponytail, much to the chagrin of the poor creature, which incessantly burrowed into her ample bosom. You've been at it for nearly 2 hours at this rate. The sun will rise. The sun hasn't even set yet. Joy's muffled voice emanated from beneath the harvester. I'm no professional engineer, just figuring out these pipes is a feat of extraordinary effort. Done. With a forceful push, Joy extricated himself from under the vehicle and exclaimed, "Cough, you nearly stepped on my head." It turned out Lori had just unceremoniously shoved the dog aside and leapt down from the seat, her battered cowboy boots grazing Joy's face as they landed. Turning his head, Joy adjusted his black-framed glasses and quickly regained his footing. I should head back. Since being rescued by his adoptive parents from the wreckage of a spacecraft, Joy had spent 16 years in Kansas. This world, in essence, was alien, populated by superheroes and supervillains, yet devoid of any familiar figures. No Bruce Wayne, no Barry Allen, nor Diana Prince, only he, and a plethora of entirely unfamiliar superheroes. Although his new life in this strange realm could hardly be described as grand, it was at the very least unremarkable. Over these 16 years, he had followed a predictable routine, attending school, returning home, assisting his parents in managing the farm, and, rather irregularly, aiding his classmate and neighbor, Lori, in repairing her family's purportedly $100,000 agricultural machinery. Heavens knew what Lori was thinking when she insisted on dragging him to her home to fix the tractor, resulting in him spending over half an hour rummaging through the barn's pile of parts for the manufacturer's repair manual, only to discover that a professional could have resolved these issues in a mere 5 minutes. All right, Mom, it's fixed. He'll be home for dinner, definitely within 30 minutes, no, an hour, Joy said while following Lori toward the farmhouse, intending to retrieve his jacket before heading home. Just then, he received a call from his family, and he took the opportunity to wish for something appetizing for dinner. No, not that the leftover pie from the other day really ought to be tossed. I don't even need to look to know the bacteria count is off the charts. Venison burgers are fine, but they can't be the sole option. Yes, tell Dad not to drink too much beer. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we can rise early to dig up those mouse holes. He'll hang up now. Love you, Mom. See you soon, Mua. Do you need a ride home, little Joe? Lori's father, old Arthur, lounged on the sofa opposite the television, wiping beer foam from his stubble. Although his words were polite, his gaze remained glued to the screen, his body seemingly fused into the couch. This man had never been a competent parent, but since his divorce, he was the only family Lori could rely on. Thanks, but I can walk back, Joy replied, tossing his jacket over his shoulder in preparation to leave. I can drive you. Lori brandished the keys to her family's pickup truck before Joy, then pulled him outside. Though Joy's rural upbringing mirrored that of his homeland, the essence was altogether different. For instance, although Lori and he lived next to each other, they were not the kind of neighbors that shared daily lives. Between their two homes lay at least 300 acres of sprawling farmland. While not an insurmountable distance, it was far enough to warrant a drive rather than a walk. Ridiculous. Old Arthur, who had been entrenched in the couch, suddenly appeared before Joy, gripping the car door, his beer belly protruding in front of a Kentucky revolver that seemed as old as he was. Listen here, Joy Joseph Kent. If I don't receive word that you're home in 10 minutes, your head's in trouble. If my daughter isn't back in 20, you're in for it too, got it? Joy nodded vigorously, recognizing that even if his head could withstand a .40 caliber bullet, provoking a Kansas farmer ready to defend his daughter was ill-advised. Old Den, what do you take Joy for? He's renowned for being a model student. He wouldn't entertain any foolish ideas. Lori pushed her father aside, ushering Joy into the passenger seat while she slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. Love you, Dad, bye. Throughout the journey, Joy sat quietly in the passenger seat, gazing out at the emerald cornfields racing past, contemplating the remaining distance to his home, when he heard a crack. Turning to look, he saw Lori switching on the car radio while producing a can of fermented wheat juice from seemingly nowhere. Isn't that illegal? Joy discreetly fastened his seatbelt, knowing that even without specific knowledge, he was aware that Kansas, as a core agricultural state, had a population of traditional American rednecks, and the local customs were notably simple. The state's regulations on underage driving were less stringent than in others, yet he felt that underage drinking and driving could hardly be deemed lawful anywhere. Relax, this is rural Kansas, there won't be any police pulling us over, Lori declared, tilting her head back to drain the entire can, then, without reducing speed, released both hands from the wheel to open another. If there were, it would be a problem since I haven't even obtained my license. Joy felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Something was amiss with this vehicle he wanted out. As if responding to his inner thoughts, the pickup truck that had been racing down the country road gradually came to a halt. Hey, Lori finished her second can of wheat juice and with a slight effort, crumpled the aluminum can in her slender fingers as if it were mere clay. She leaned closer to Joy, her cheeks flushed, so near that Joy could detect the earthy scent of sun-warmed soil emanating from her. As he glanced up, he noticed the dangerous glimmer in Lori's vivid blue eyes. Our vehicle has encountered a slight issue. It seems we are stranded here, she said, her eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and anxiety. She reached out to tenderly comb through Joy's naturally wavy black hair, lingering as she traced the sharp contours of his face akin to David's, before pulling him closer with a force that transcended the limits typically exhibited by a modest farm girl. Joy, your face. Let me see. To his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary yet exuberant country girl, who usually spoke of field voles, rampant wild boars, and the neighbors' cows during their school bus rides, revealed herself to be something extraordinary. Who would have thought she would unleash her hidden superhuman abilities in such a bold manner? Was this truly the conservative Kansas? Chapter 2, The Superhuman. As Lori's face drew ever nearer, Joy felt a rush of confusion. What were the legal implications in Kansas regarding such encounters with minors? This isn't right, Lori, Joy said, gently pushing her powerful hands away, swiftly turning his head to avoid her gaze. It wasn't a matter of maintaining decorum. Joy was a 16-year-old young man, and even if he were Kryptonian, he too experienced the throes of adolescence and physiological desires, occasionally yearning to engage in activities befitting a young man. His physique was indeed that of a true Kryptonian, endowed with unparalleled strength and all the abilities inherent to his kind, such as enhanced vision, albeit currently without control. His unrestrained vision flickered through various modes of perception. One moment he saw the world through the lens of an ordinary human, the next he was perceiving it through magnetic resonance, followed by a dramatically exaggerated microscopic view. He could distinctly observe the mites on Lori's face, the skin flakes and bacteria accumulating in every pore, echoing a verse he had once heard. The rosy skeleton, the flesh and bone, all phenomena are empty, everything is but a delusion. In that moment, Joy seemed to comprehend why superhumans often fell victim to inexplicable ambushes. Like most individuals, they selectively perceived only what they wished to see and heard only what they desired to hear. Otherwise, they could not maintain the simple, kind-hearted demeanor of a Kansas farmer. Why? Why does no one care about me? The city kids in my class ostracize me, and now you two reject me. The affection that once flickered in Lori's eyes ignited into a fierce anger. She flung her arm back, creating a dent in the car window, and Joy felt the pickup tremble beneath him, the entire vehicle creaking ominously as a slight weightlessness enveloped him. Was this a form of telekinetic power? Joy pondered, realizing the risks involved. He focused, exerting control, and then playfully tapped Lori on the head. Bang! Fortunately, the effect was immediate. Lori slumped into unconsciousness. Joy observed the small bruise forming on her forehead, waiting for his enhanced vision to confirm she was unharmed. With a sigh of relief, he contemplated his next steps. Though the world was filled with superhumans, he was merely an outsider wishing for a tranquil existence. Whatever, Joy thought as he switched their seats in the vehicle, restarting the pickup that had nearly taken flight moments earlier. His days of peaceful living were likely numbered. Was he truly Kal-El from Krypton? If so, was he the sole survivor of his kind? The prospect of other Kryptonian visitors loomed like the sword of Damocles, often jolting him awake from his dreams. Unlike Clark Kent, he lacked the protagonist's aura to defeat a trained Kryptonian army with sheer brute force. According to his previous lives' memories, perhaps tomorrow Kryptonian compatriots would arrive in a ship capable of annihilating Earth's ecosystem, intent on igniting the planet with Joy's genetic material. Superhumans. On the return journey, Joy mused about the implications had Lori awakened her abilities for the first time, and he, an ordinary person, had rejected her advances. He couldn't fathom why he encountered such a superhuman neighbor with intentions towards him. Was this mutual attraction between avatars? Truth be told, he recognized Laurie's subtle affections. This seemingly carefree rural girl, raised in a single-parent household, lacked positive reinforcement at school. Few children from town were willing to listen to her tales of rodents surfacing from floodwaters, the wild boars that could ravage acres of crops in a day, or the enraged cow that could launch a person 2 meters into the air. Yearning for love and acceptance was entirely natural for someone like her. Yet Joy remained a passive listener, preferring not to engage in the typical high school dynamics, as he had even fewer friends than Laurie and prioritized matters of greater significance, such as his Kryptonian heritage. Is that a bird? Is that a plane? Is it a fellow Kryptonian? The car radio interrupted with a promotional announcement for a film, and Joy sighed, changing the station. The world faces unimaginable crises, and even the mightiest Kryptonians cannot confront them alone. But heroes are never solitary. This summer, the Super 7, New Era, will present Obsidian, Queen Maeve, The Lantern, The Conductor, The Transparent Man, and Deep Sea Story's greatest heroes unite to fight side by side. Stay tuned. In his former life, Joy believed he had indulged in plenty of Marvel and DC comics. However, hearing the radio's almost nonsensical listing of characters left him bemused. This world was entirely unlike the one he recognized, and he still struggled to comprehend the nature of these superheroes. This world had the Super 7, along with others like the Avengers and G-Men. Perhaps they were parallel universe variants of the Justice League, Avengers, or X-Men. If that were the case, perhaps he need not worry about the Kryptonians at all. With such an all-star lineup, what could possibly stand against them? As Joy fantasized about a scenario where he wouldn't have to intervene, allowing the remnants of Krypton to be vanquished while he diligently focused on achieving high grades in high school, to attend a state university, and pursue a career in journalism, he realized he had once again returned to Laurie's home. At this moment, old Arthur, seated in the armchair at the entrance of Laurie's home with a flintlock rifle in hand, dozed off. Suddenly, he beheld his own reflection in the driver's seat, alongside Laurie, who had succumbed to slumber in the passenger seat. What on earth is happening, lad? To avoid the unfortunate prospect of his head receiving a .40 caliber bullet for no reason, Joy leaped from the vehicle and recounted the entire sequence of events to old Arthur, confident that Laurie would awaken eventually, and the details could not remain concealed. Initially, Joy anticipated that Arthur would struggle to accept such an absurd narrative. However, to his surprise, Arthur appeared remarkably composed. He lowered his gaze and tugged at his disheveled hair, now flecked with gray. Upon raising his head once more, his bloodshot eyes, a testament to years of excessive drinking, were no longer clouded. Arthur extended his hand to reposition the rifle behind him, sighed deeply, and then opened the car door to cradle Laurie in his arms, gesturing to Joy, "Child, please assist me by holding the door." Once Arthur had carried Laurie upstairs, he slumped onto the sofa, striking a match to ignite a cigarette. He observed Joy, who remained, while Joy fixated on the flickering ember of the cigarette, and the two fell into a prolonged silence. "Do you believe your parents love you?" Arthur broke the stillness with a perplexing question that left Joy bewildered. "Shouldn't we be discussing your daughter's awakening powers? Behind every child with extraordinary abilities lies a pair of irresponsible parents," Arthur mused, speaking to himself. "I refer to all, including myself, as well as your parents. Superhuman abilities are never a blessing, they are a gift procured through dealings with the devil. It is for Laurie's sake, and yours as well, child. Do not divulge tonight's events to anyone, including your parents." "Very well, I believe we can keep this secret between us." Joy rose to open the door, the sun now setting, casting a crimson glow upon the wheat fields outside. Chapter 3. Homecoming. Old Arthur's perspective on superhumans was quite unexpected for Joy. Kansas, a predominantly conservative agricultural state, is home to a largely white population with simple folk customs and a strong religious atmosphere. In layman's terms, the overall educational level of the populace is relatively low, leading to a greater inclination towards superstition. Coupled with the promotional efforts of his peers, they generally exhibit a higher acceptance of superhumans, as they believe that these beings endowed with extraordinary powers are messengers from God, the very Messiah sent by the Almighty. As someone who has been reborn, Joy indeed entertains the possibility of a divine presence in the world. Perhaps there exists a transcendent force even more powerful than Darkseid. However, it is certainly not the deity that resides in the minds of any earthly individual. Such a being would be indifferent to the happenings on Earth. much like one would not concern themselves with the fate of single-celled organisms submerged in the liquid methane seas of Europa, far across the cosmos, contemplating whether they might evolve into multicellular life in the next 40 millennia. Ambling leisurely along the country path towards his home, Joy found himself approaching the edge of his family's fields as the sun dipped below the horizon. In Kansas, the predominant crop is not corn, but wheat, as exemplified by the fields cultivated by the Lorries. In stark contrast, his father, Jonathan Joseph Kent, a man of relentless stubbornness, had chosen to grow the more challenging corn. As the wheat harvest season approached, the corn had just begun its growth phase after the seedling stage. Upon observing the golden wheat heads juxtaposed against the deep green cornfields, Joy realized he was nearing home. Though the corn had yet to tassel, it had already grown to a considerable height, surpassing Joy himself. Were it not for his occasionally refreshed supervision, which helped him maintain his sense of direction, he might have easily become lost amidst the corn jungle. However, at that moment, he caught sight of flames in the direction of his home. Without a moment's hesitation, Joy began to run, his powerful strides creating deep impressions in the earth, uprooting corn plants as he sped past. The sonic boom from his rapid motion caused countless stalks to bow under the pressure. Joy leaped into the air, the fierce winds whistling around him. And if not for his occasional attempts at levitation, this might have been his first true flight in this world. The sound of the sonic boom echoed like thunder across the Kansas sky, but Joy had no time to ponder such matters. In less than a second, he was racing toward his home, if it could still be termed as such. Upon arrival, he found his house reduced to rubble. The once familiar wooden barn and cattle pen had vanished, leaving nothing but the smoldering, dark red flames that engulfed the land. Joy activated his supervision, scanning the area but failing to locate his parents. Yet, amidst the chaos, he discerned a shadow floating within the inferno, a figure cloaked in an inky black and violet robe. The edges of the cloak seemed to disperse the surrounding flames without the slightest breeze, akin to a black lotus blooming amidst a sea of crimson fire. Even Joy's extraordinary vision failed to unveil the true visage of the being concealed within the cloak. However, such revelations were rendered unnecessary as Joy dove downward, his fists and heated gaze poised for action, embodying the adage, "Strike first and inquire later." Were there a list of the least habitable cities in America, Gotham would undoubtedly claim the top position. The malevolent echoes shattered the night's tranquility. The sudden gunfire jolted children from their slumber, and anguished cries reverberated through the darkness as police cars chased down desperate fugitives through narrow alleys, accompanied by the screech of brakes and the wail of sirens. This was the portrayal of the nocturnal realm of this wicked city by investigative journalist Lewis Ryan of the Planet Daily. Should these harrowing descriptions fail to dissuade your resolve to inhabit Gotham, consider that beyond the tales of the Bat Demon lurking in shadows and the occasional cackling of a clown echoing from darkened corners, Gotham is home to a cult that venerates perhaps the most perilous demon in the universe, the Blood Church. This narrative must commence with the Blood Church's nefarious acolytes who deceived an innocent girl named Angela Ross, offering her as a sacrifice to their master, a formidable demon known as Sanctum. Sanctum manifested in a nearly flawless human form. Accepting the offering and following a blasphemous union, the woman bore a half-breed girl named Raven. Thus unfolds the tale of Raven's genesis. As for how her mother escaped Sanctum and raised Raven, and how Raven was subsequently captured by her overly possessive father and dragged back into the hellish dimension, that is a tale for another time. At present, Raven faced a more pressing dilemma: to elude the relentless pursuit of Sanctum and its minions. She was compelled to open a portal from the hellish realm to the material dimension. In this hasty endeavor, to avoid plunging into the vastness of space or onto a planet more fragile than herself, Raven chose the most steadfast and reliable anchor point in the real universe, Superman. The very essence of Raven's creation was to serve as a key for Sanctum to invade the material universe, granting her formidable interdimensional transference abilities. For her, traversing worlds and dimensions posed no greater challenge than leaping down a few steps, much like a dewdrop cascading from a leaf into the ocean. A mere flicker should suffice for her to teleport near the mightiest member of the Justice League. However, due to the interference of her pursuers, this attempt at transference yielded catastrophic consequences. In an instant, the Raven unveiled a hellish portal wide enough to permit a formidable demon's passage, projecting a fragment of the inferno into the realm of reality. Pursuers from the depths of hell accompanied her descent. Despite her efforts to contain the chaos, devastation ensued. Hellfire blazed fiercely, and one of her brothers, the son of Sangong, known as Wrath, scorched the land into a barren wasteland as he emerged from the portal. Devoid of the support from the hellish dimension, Wrath proved no match for her, for the essence of the Raven far surpassed that of her brothers. In mere exchanges, Wrath was subdued and sealed away. Yet, demons are notoriously difficult to entirely seal or vanquish, as long as Wrath could draw upon emotional support. He retained a chance to break free from his bonds. What rage on this planet could rival that of a Kryptonian? The Raven raised her hand, conjuring a violet magical shield that deflected the searing heat vision aimed at her. The once charred ground instantaneously liquefied into boiling lava. Following this, the Raven executed a sudden blink, the force of her movement gouging a deep pit several meters wide into the earth, the shockwave obliterating the surface, extinguishing the raging hellfire in its wake. Just as she regained her footing, a second assault from the Kryptonian followed swiftly. The Raven barely had time to cast a temporary protective spell. The spell proved effective, yet not entirely. The Kryptonian's fist shattered the shield, striking her squarely in the face. Subsequently, he seized the edge of her cloak, attempting to pull her back for another round of attacks. With no alternative, the Raven tore away her cloak, unleashing a magical shockwave to temporarily separate them. The Raven was an exceptionally versatile spellcaster, so comprehensive in her abilities that she could sense her opponent's thoughts and emotions from a mere touch. Perhaps in other circumstances, this would yield unexpected advantages. But at this moment, the only thought consuming her was one of dread. This was disastrous. The Kryptonian's fury, transmitted through their contact, ignited a rage within the Raven that even her dark essence feared, drawing forth the recently sealed Wrath. Instantly, her mental realm transformed into a battlefield. A pain akin to tearing coursed through her mind, causing her to falter and collapse to the ground, compelled to unleash the demon within. With a piercing scream, dark crimson smoke erupted from her orifices, gradually coalescing into a colossal silhouette, while the hellfire reignited around them. Amidst the swirling flames, the towering form of the demon materialized. It bore 2 horns, majestic wings, and 6 eyes, with blood vessel-like, demonic patterns connecting its eyes to its torso, pulsating and flickering in rhythm with the emergence of the demon's gaze upon its dark red skin. This is one of the progeny of Sangong, known as Fury. Now liberated, it is poised to unleash its wrath upon the world. Fury conjured 2 fiery spears, plunging them into the defenseless shoulders of the Raven, firmly anchoring its sister to the ground, while it spread its wings and soared into the sky. Having just engaged in a tumultuous clash of emotions within the Raven's mind, the most potent feeling was not rage, but fear. Through this fear, Fury discerned why it could instantly absorb the inferno of rage sufficient to facilitate its escape. The struggle between them seemed to resonate with the wrath brought forth by the super being's parents from the hellish dimension, resulting in annihilation for any mortal who encountered it. Unlike the Raven, Fury's essence allowed it to sense the blazing fury of all beings without direct contact. At this moment, the inferno behind it blazed fiercely, capable of igniting the entire galaxy. Its sole objective was to flee as far as possible before that flame extinguished, seeking a realm devoid of a yellow sun. Chapter 4. A prolonged day. Fury lacked the ability to traverse dimensions instantaneously like the Raven. It could only flap its wings with fervor, lamenting the absence of additional pairs bestowed by its father. Its 6 pairs of eyes shimmered with unprecedented brightness, tracing ethereal crimson arcs in the air. It extinguished the flames engulfing its form, wielding magic to obscure its presence, allowing its body to gradually meld with the night. Its speed surpassed that of sound, yet it was enveloped in silence. As it breached the atmosphere and entered the void, Fury had never been so fervently eager to escape the realm of mortals. It yearned to enter the cosmos and flee to an unknown destination, desperately hoping not to pause. Seeking to flee, Joy observed as a colossal demon emerged after the cloaked figure collapsed, initially believing it was entering a more perilous second phase. Although enraged, Joy prepared to force it into aerial combat. To his surprise, the demon chose to ascend, inadvertently aligning with Joy's intentions. As it reached a sufficient height, Joy leaped upwards, seizing one of its wings. How do you manage to break the sound barrier and achieve supersonic flight in complete silence without a sonic boom? Do not presume I fear you, Kryptonian. At that moment, an unnamed fire ignited within Fury. Since this Kryptonian was relentless in pursuit, it resolved to demonstrate its might. Once again, flames erupted around its form, the infernal fire racing along its wings toward the Kryptonian. Based on its experience, Kryptonians were ill-equipped to counter magical assaults. Taste this. You wretched Kryptonian. The flames spread with alarming rapidity, enough to compel Joy to retreat. Yet, he dared not take such a risk. The demon had previously demonstrated a flight capability and agility that belied its immense size. His vision proved inadequate against such a magical entity, leaving him helpless as the fire advanced. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed. Awe. This was the harrowing sound of rage. He had initially thought that igniting this Kryptonian would instill fear, but instead, it had incited the demon's fury. The grasp on his half-wing felt as though it would tear apart. Since his rebirth, Joy had seldom experienced pain, yet now he was vividly reminded of the torment of being consumed by flames, reminiscent of how he had perished in a conflagration ignited by a shell explosion in his previous life. His anger surged, and with one hand firmly gripping the demon's wing, he pulled it closer to himself while the other arm locked tightly around its neck. Are you serious, Kryptonian? The demon struggled with all its might, attempting to escape the confines of Joy's hold, its mouth moving incessantly. When I turned your parents to ashes, did your brain also combust? You dare attempt to strangle a demon that has no need for breath. In a sense, rage was indeed a master of provocation. At this moment, it cleverly sought to further ignite Superman's wrath, hoping to garner enough strength to escape or even flee. The more furious he became, the stronger he grew, perhaps even momentarily surpassing Superman's might. What if I were to twist off your head then? Joy, at this juncture, was indifferent to the demon's taunts. He had no need to be incensed by one already deemed dead. His grip on the demon's neck tightened gradually, while his other hand exerted force, tearing apart a portion of the demon's body. Blood, akin to molten lava, stained half of Joy's body, soaking through the Kryptonian's biological field and corroding much of his nylon shirt, yet he remained unperturbed. Demon, initially, I merely intended to sever your wings, but they are sturdier than I anticipated. Once I rend open your chest and extract your heart, I shall ascertain how to truly slay you. By the way, are you truly Superman? This is not the tale I've heard. You never kill, do you? Rage could no longer maintain its fiery blaze. Fear once again overwhelmed its anger, writhing in Joy's embrace like a fish out of water. The Kryptonian's fury indeed bestowed greater strength and form, yet it was still insufficient. And his superior physical condition ironically rendered his demise increasingly agonizing. Joy exerted force with both hands, until he could distinctly see the internal structure of the demon's body. You can't kill me like this. I am a most cherished child of Sanctum. If you slay me, my father will not let this go. Joy was no longer inclined to engage in futile discourse with this malevolent entity. The fire of fury ignited in his eyes, incinerating the two corporeal forms of wrath into mere ashes. Crimson blood rained from the heavens, igniting spontaneously like white phosphorus, consumed before it even touched the ground after their master vanished. Raven broke free from her bonds, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Superman from the skies. The youth before her, bare-chested and drenched in blood, lacked the iconic garb and cape, yet he was undeniably a Kryptonian on this earth. Raven attempted to communicate. Superman? Clark Kent? Kal-El? None of these names resonated. He was Joy Joseph Kent. Joy sensed an unsettling anomaly within himself. He felt as though he had lost something. Who are you, and what have you done to me? A mere minute ago, he had contemplated whether he should take your life after posing my questions. I am Raven, and I have not harmed you. You single-handedly vanquished wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins. This may signify a ritualistic transformation. The attribute of wrath has been temporarily removed from you, though it is not a permanent state, perhaps lasting a few hours or even months. Raven understood the implications of this occurrence, which emboldened her to confront this Kryptonian. Her remaining motivation stemmed from a sense of responsibility brought on by this upheaval. Even in the presence of a being capable of erasing an entire galaxy, she felt compelled to elucidate the circumstances, including how she had used Superman as a conduit for her teleportation and the calamity that ensued, in hopes of garnering his support. This is indeed entirely my fault. In my flight, I allowed wrath to follow me into this realm. His flames obliterated everything at the point of arrival. I shall not evade responsibility. I seem to recall you. Joy dredged up a name from the recesses of his mind. Raven, Rachel Roth, daughter of the trifecta. Why not use Batman as the anchor? After all, he possesses the capability to protect you. For an ordinary individual, the act of killing necessitates a fervent rage, akin to how one must possess affection and a touch of passion to engage intimately with another. To take a life requires even more. Love breeds desire. Desire is accompanied by the fear of loss. Fear engenders anger, and ultimately, anger transforms into hatred. Joy now found himself devoid of a crucial element. Just a minute ago, he had harbored thoughts of indiscriminate slaughter. Now, he felt akin to a high-speed train colliding with an endless void, suspended in mid-air, gazing into Raven's eyes, which reflected only sorrow. While I am not inclined to kill you at this moment, you should leave swiftly, retrace your steps. I cannot simply depart. You have no comprehension of the nature of demons. Entities like Wrath are nearly immortal. You have merely obliterated his physical form. Raven could not afford to flee. He would inevitably resurrect in this reality and seek a way to draw the trifecta into this universe. I fear my father. Yet I must remain here to thwart his conquest of yet another dimensional reality. As I tore Rage in two, he too was gripped by fear. At this moment, a cascade of terrifying thoughts coursed through Joy's mind, yet he lacked the impetus to act upon them. Would not be afraid? The process of a demon's rebirth is intricate, akin in its complexity to that of Doctor Who. The Raven beckoned her black cloak to drape over her once more. The new Rage would retain the memories of its predecessor, but would also possess an independent personality, no longer being what it once was. You troublesome demons, how might I eradicate you all? The Raven's words somewhat deflated Joy. If Rage truly could not be slain as she described, then what hope was there for his revenge? I too am curious. After the Trinity utterly annihilated the place where the Raven had grown up, she sought this very solution, yet the deeper she delved, the more she realized the vastness of the infernal dimensions. Within these chaotic realms, even Lucifer Morningstar himself could not act with impunity, let alone a half-human, half-demon like himself. Then you may as well roll away to contemplate elsewhere. Joy planted his feet on the ground and staggered toward what was once his home, the place where his heart resided. He knelt and felt the shattered earth beneath him. The entire farm had been utterly erased by flames and the aftershocks of battle. Yet Joy still found the spot where he usually slept, his room, the very place where his bed had once lain, precisely as he remembered. After clearing away the rubble and ashes beneath him, Joy lay straight upon the ground. Today had been long enough for him. Until tomorrow. Chapter 5, The Flash? No, it's the locomotive. What sound does a speedster make when they run? If Barry Allen or Wally West were to answer this question, they would tell you it's not particularly loud. Once a speedster truly taps into the speed force, they essentially emit no sound at all. The speed force, this superluminal energy field, protects its user while enabling them to defy nearly all physical laws. The faint crackle of electricity and the tearing of air are merely illusions of the speed force permeating this realm. However, the locomotive of this world evidently lacks such knowledge, for it is merely a being that runs fast, just barely surpassing the speed of sound. With every stride, the friction of its body against the air results in a sound that follows closely behind, akin to the compressed whistle of a speeding train, thus earning it the moniker of locomotive. The locomotive, a member of the Super 7, the most formidable superhero team in existence. This morning, I was roused from the embrace of my paramour, the Enchantress, by a call from the water company, summoning me to a rural locale in Kansas known as Smallville, where the Crime Investigation Unit reported a potentially catastrophic incident involving superpowered individuals. Damn those ungrateful compatriots. Kansas is thousands of kilometers away from New York City, and the only ones capable of reaching this place swiftly are the Patriots. Given that Patriots have never shown much concern for trivial matters, they generally avoid situations devoid of cameras and flashlights. Consequently, every time such arduous tasks arise, they must be handled personally. My responsibility lies in maintaining control of the scene, ideally keeping the local police at bay until the aftermath team from Water Corporation arrives. equipped with confidentiality agreements and other judicial measures to silence everyone involved. After all, the water hero is a hero to all Americans. We cannot allow public opinion to seize upon these numerous individual cases and distort the collective image of all American heroes. Upon reaching the target area, the locomotive moved around, confirming that the local police had yet to arrive. He had witnessed scenes of uncontrolled superhumans before, but this incident, as described by the Criminal Investigation Department, was indeed the most severe. It was far worse than the incident he had experienced just 2 days prior. An estimated 400 acres of farmland appear to have been ravaged, as if an entire squadron of bombers had plowed through it, with at least a quarter of it destroyed. The air still hung heavy with the acrid scent of charred debris. Which unfortunate soul had met such a fate? The awakening of superpowers is influenced by various factors, but typically occurs before adulthood. As a member of the Super Seven, a close confidant of the Patriots, the locomotive had witnessed countless gruesome incidents, both on-site and in records. However, such occurrences were unavoidable. Suddenly acquiring a highly destructive superpower was akin to placing an AR-15 or a grenade in the hands of a reckless and uninformed youth. The locomotive surveyed the scene once more. It was akin to handing a stick of C4 to an impulsive teenager. One never knew when they might suddenly press the button, resulting in chaos and devastation. Are you the Flash of this world? A hand quietly rested upon the locomotive's shoulder. No, I am a locomotive. What is this Flash nonsense? The locomotive, somewhat irked, considered himself a legitimate member of the Super Seven, a true star. How could the people in this rural area fail to recognize him? Suddenly, he recalled glancing around moments earlier. There had been no one in sight. Turning back, he was startled to find a bloodied individual standing beside him. Where on earth did you come from? Without a moment's hesitation, the locomotive shrugged off the stranger's hand and fled the scene at full speed. It was utterly absurd. This person had reduced their home to ruins, yet had somehow survived the explosion. Of course, he had emerged from underground. Joey had just ascended to the farm's depths in search of the Kryptonian spacecraft his father had buried long ago, only to discover that it had been utterly demolished by the shockwave from last night's battle, reduced to scrap metal. Fortunately, he had managed to bury the remnants deep within the mantle. He swiftly red-dripped the locomotive's shoulder. I merely wish to ask a few questions, such as, how fast can you run now? The locomotive exerted every ounce of its strength in an attempt to extricate itself from the other's grasp. However, the hand that encircled its shoulder remained steadfast, sending shivers down its spine. The formidable presence, capable of rendering vast tracts of land barren, was now face to face with it. Should this individual descend into madness once more, even without knowledge of their precise, superhuman abilities, the consequences would be dire. It was conceivable that the water company might soon find itself commissioning a brass statue to stand in its office park. Perhaps even enlisting Queen Maeve or another prominent heroine to perform See You Again for promotional purposes, thereby capitalizing on this predicament. As these thoughts crossed its mind, the locomotive gradually raised its hand, executing a French salute. Greetings, sir. I understand that you're feeling lost and furious, but rest assured, everything will be all right. Yet, the locomotive faltered. For this phrase was not a product of its own ingenuity, but rather a line from the water company's absurd hero's manual regarding the management of hostage situations. Now, the locomotive wished it could chastise its past self for only absorbing the introductory remarks, while its thoughts wandered to how to impress the attractive instructor later that evening, leaving the subsequent content unheard. Do not be alarmed. I'm not angry at all. Joy flashed a sincere smile, albeit marred by the blood on his face, rendering it somewhat grotesque and causing the individual in his grasp, the Flash, to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, Joy remained unfazed, convinced he had discovered a means to avert tragedy, provided the Flash would cooperate. How fast can you run now? Do you know how to utilize your speed force? Yes, the speed force combined with song and dance, along with some Burmese cardamom and a Mexican ice treat. Could you possibly let me go? The locomotive had no understanding of what the speed force entailed, perceiving it merely as the ramblings of a lunatic. Gazing at Joy's bloody grin, it felt its legs weaken, fearing that by the time the water company's response team arrived, this individual might succumb to madness and take it down with him. Thus, it resolved to concoct some form of distraction, hoping to escape the situation while Joy was off guard. Of course, no problem, Joy replied, always a man of reason, especially when dealing with the Flash. Surely, a mere sprint could revive his entire family. in order to cultivate a harmonious relationship with him. The mere thought of his parents possibly being resurrected softened Joy's demeanor towards this locomotive. He gradually relaxed the grip he had, saying, "Listen to me. If you dare to run again, I shall break your—" However, the locomotive had no inclination to heed the subsequent words. With a gust of ashes, it swiftly darted away, covering a distance of 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye. Soon, Joy found himself reeling, rolling violently on the ground before he let out a scream, clutching his bloodied calf, which bore a gaping hole. "I believe you require further practice. If your full-speed running only results in such a state, you will never access the speed necessary to traverse time," Joy remarked as he floated over, having merely tossed a pebble to catch up with the locomotive. At that moment, the locomotive's anguished screams frayed his nerves. "You possess super speed. Such a wound can heal in a minute. Stop crying like a child, will you? You lunatic. What is this super speed? Is it some kind of ice?" The locomotive, now consumed by rage, was baffled by the seemingly sane individual before him, who had been deranged from the start. If the cleanup crew from Walter did not arrive soon, he feared he might meet his end here. As the other approached, the locomotive disregarded any need for comfort. Soothing the emotions of a lunatic was futile. He vented his frustrations before the inevitable. "You a llama? For heaven's sake, you best keep your distance, or when Walter's cleanup crew and the Super 7 arrive, they will chase you to the ends of the earth." Frustrated, Joy pressed his palm against his forehead. His emotions fluctuated like uneven weights on a barbell. One side was an indescribable sadness that pierced his heart, leaving him breathless, while the other was hollow, lacking anger, fury, hatred, or any semblance of emotion to maintain his mental equilibrium. Rationality dictated that no flash from any universe would reverse time for such a request from a stranger, but attempting it bore no consequence. Joy felt he must come to terms with reality. This universe might just be in its infancy. The flash here was woefully inadequate, barely surpassing the speed of sound. Lacking super speed and decorum, a reliance on him seemed utterly unrealistic. He attempted to crouch down and assist the still-bleeding locomotive, sincerely apologizing. Locomotive, please do not be too upset. I am certainly not a madman. We merely have a small misunderstanding. You, stay away from the locomotive." Before Joy could receive a response, a commanding voice bellowed from behind, accompanied by the sound of a sword slicing through the air. Chapter 6. Maeve's Dilemma Without Even Turning. Joy tilted his head to evade the incoming thrust of the long sword. He was compelled to loosen his grip, letting the locomotive crash to the ground, unprepared for the subsequent impact that struck his calf, resulting in a cacophony of wails. This was truly a misunderstanding. Joy retreated, his feet barely touching the ground as he deftly dodged the intricately angled thrusts and slashes. No matter how gracefully the woman before him wielded her sword, akin to a butterfly in flight, adorned in silver and crimson Greek classical armor and a shimmering silver-scaled battle skirt, her blade could not graze even a hair on his person. A wondrous woman, Queen Maeve, my clash with the locomotive is undeniably a misapprehension. After awakening from the delirium of rapidity, Joy's mind had cooled, and he had essentially relinquished any hope of reversing time. The locomotive spewed venomous words, presenting himself as unworthy of any significant task. Thus, there is no necessity to engage in conflict with the superheroes of this world. He had far more pressing matters at hand. "Kill him, Maeve." Not far away, the locomotive, cradling his injured leg, shouted towards Maeve, "This child is utterly insane. I did nothing, yet he sought to slay me upon our first encounter." Joy felt a tinge of exasperation. The locomotive seemed overly resentful. He had merely interrupted one of his legs, not committed some heinous crime. The speedster would require less than a minute to fully recover. This was truly troublesome. After all, Maeve, the Queen, would undoubtedly place greater trust in her companions from the Super 7 with whom she had shared countless moments, rather than in a total stranger like himself. At this moment, Joy contemplated the challenge of defeating an Amazonian demigoddess, the daughter of Zeus, without exerting his utmost strength. To prevent the confrontation from escalating into cataclysmic destruction, he resolved to seek an opening to repel Queen Maeve and vacate the area to devise another plan. As Maeve's relentless assault began to decelerate, her voice emerged, delicate yet resolute, as crisp as the unsheathing of a blade. "I will count to 3. Shall we cease hostilities together?" Seizing this opportunity, Joy retreated several hundred feet, gradually spreading his hands in a gesture of peace. You have been the aggressor. I have not laid a hand upon you. Bang! Joy's ears registered a distant gunshot, and as he instinctively turned to evade, misfortune struck, leaving a bullet grazed against his ear. Looking up, he beheld the helicopter's door wide open, revealing a soldier clad in black tactical gear, crouched on the cabin floor. The nameplate on his shoulder read, "What Group? Red River Security Company," and the anti-material sniper rifle in his hands had just begun to emit wisps of smoke. That sniper was indeed skilled. Hitting a target from such a distance in the unstable environment of a helicopter was no small feat. Joy slowly pried the deformed bullet from his ear, scrutinizing it before handing it to Maeve. But it is of no consequence. At this moment, Maeve felt a sudden jolt. Her previously relaxed nerves taut once more. Her palm, gripping the sword's hilt, began to perspire slightly, and she found herself questioning the competence of the Red River security personnel countless times. How many times must it be reiterated that conventional firepower holds minimal efficacy against a select few formidable superhumans? After much effort to calm the situation, this inept group was merely exacerbating the flames. As for how the locomotive's leg was broken, that was of little consequence. Individuals like him typically lack sound judgment. If he had provoked the opponent, then breaking his leg could be deemed just desserts. Stay calm. This phrase was not uttered by Maeve, but rather by Joy. Joy realized that upon shedding his anger, a certain advantage emerged. Under normal circumstances, who would not harbor a tinge of indignation? A mere glance from him could have sent that group aboard the helicopter spiraling into the revival tournament. Yet at this moment, Joy found himself exhibiting a level of forbearance akin to that of Jesus among a gaggle of aggressive, almost anarchistic superheroes. As he spoke, another bullet whizzed by, prompting Joy to deftly pluck it from the air, then pivoting to expertly melt the firearms from the hands of those on the aircraft with his heat vision. You wretches, who authorized you to fire without my command? Maeve finally realized the gravity of the situation and roared into the microphone. This was a matter of life and death. She was confronting a superhuman nearly indistinguishable from one of their own, capable of flight, impervious to weapons, and possibly teetering on the brink of losing control. Yet, this group exhibited no semblance of discipline, choosing instead to wield their makeshift weapons indiscriminately at any moment. How utterly unprofessional. Should there be a next time? I shall personally ascend to the 46th floor and twist your head off. I curse you all. Before Maeve could unleash another string of invectives, the communication was redirected, and a voice on the other end prompted her to silence. It was not the formidable Madeline Steele, the vice president of what corporation, who could effortlessly dictate the fates of most superheroes with a mere wave of her hand. Instead, it was a high-ranking individual from the 82nd floor of what tower. If he is willing to cooperate, bring him back. Maeve was momentarily taken aback. She had initially contemplated stalling for time, hoping the reinforcement from their homeland would arrive to assist in resolving the chaos. She had witnessed the helicopter's journey. Unless one were mad, no one would wish to transport a ticking time bomb capable of leveling vast expanses. Yet, orders were orders. Maeve was still grappling with how to persuade this young man to return with her, only to find him already poised for departure, meticulously clearing the congealed blood from his upper body and face to reveal a strikingly chiseled physique and a composed visage. His deep blue eyes, calm and penetrating, fixed steadily upon her. I have heard you. Let us go. By the way, I am Joy Joseph Kent. Maeve had to admit that if it weren't for the fact that little Joey had been drenched in blood just 10 seconds ago, from certain legally dubious perspectives, this young lad appeared remarkably vibrant and healthy. With broad shoulders, a trim waist, sharply defined abdominal muscles, and a perfect head-to-shoulder ratio, he was undoubtedly her type, reminiscent of the individuals from her homeland. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Maeve's spine, not solely due to the horrifying memories associated with her past encounters with those from her homeland, but also because she seemed to have grasped certain connections. This sparked her contemplation about why the water company was so benevolent towards this uncontrollable individual. Capable of flight, impervious to harm, possessing thermal vision, immense strength, and superhuman hearing. He was essentially a replica of her compatriots. Moreover, he was merely a teenager, brimming with potential for development. Chapter 7. Will the super black man sell superpowered fried chicken? given that the individuals aboard the helicopter had either just broken their legs due to his actions, been shot in the head, or were still gripping the hilt of their swords, seemingly ready to confront him once more. Joey prudently chose not to board the helicopter. Instead, he borrowed a jacket and followed the trail of exhaust fumes emitted by the helicopter. At that moment, he could hear the cacophony of shouts from all aboard, cutting through the din of the roaring engines and whirring rotors. Several mercenaries from Red River Security were engaged in idle chatter, while a sniper nearby anxiously tapped on his phone, likely conversing with someone. Maeve was arguing through a microphone with someone named Steelville, lamenting the utter lack of discipline exhibited by Red River's personnel and how she had been startled by the blood-soaked, seemingly deranged Joey upon their first encounter. Meanwhile, the locomotive continued to wail as others tended to its wounds. The speedster lacked both velocity and quality. The Amazonian warrior was devoid of resilience and courage. The military forces under the so-called peacekeeping heroes were bereft of discipline and lethality. Everything aligned with Joey's previous experiences of the haphazard theatrical troops he had once known. Luxury vehicles sped down the highway, appearing glamorous from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, revealed four individuals cycling beneath a facade of opulence. Everyone was complicit in this charade, including himself and his companions, all tacitly acknowledging the pretense, either erring or straying along the path of error. If there truly existed a parallel universe akin to those depicted in comic books, this universe would undoubtedly be the most grounded version in Joey's memories. The two individuals he had encountered were members of the Super Seven, among the strongest in the world, yet their actual performance was disappointing, failing to align with the heroic impressions he had held from his previous life. A locomotive, its mouth spewing forth a cacophony of sound, barely surpasses the speed of sound, while a perforated tibia can elicit tears of anguish for an entire morning, leaving everyone in disarray. In contrast, Queen Maeve exhibits a somewhat better demeanor, albeit not by much. She fails to remember which world's Wonder Woman would shift all burdens onto ordinary mortals devoid of superhuman abilities. The helicopter does not fly directly to New York, the destination of the individual on the other end of the phone. Instead, it makes an unscheduled stop at a small base, where the mercenaries disband on the spot. The locomotive is lifted onto a stretcher and carried out of the hangar, while Maeve and I board another helicopter, freshly repaired, and set our course for Manhattan. I wouldn't harm anyone, I declare, observing Maeve, who deliberately distances herself from me, occupying an entire cabin space. I am perplexed by her palpable fear. The incident with the locomotive was merely a misunderstanding. I did not attack you, did I? Maeve, upon hearing this, remains silent, merely shifting her position further away from me. In many respects, I resemble a twisted version of a compatriot, my blood-soaked appearance not unfamiliar to Maeve, who has indeed witnessed it on others of my kind, causing her a measure of trepidation. However, the deeper reason lies in Maeve's status as a veteran member of the Seven. She is acutely aware of the darkness lurking beneath the polished facade of Vought International and all its superhero teams. Individuals like her and me, powerful metahumans, may be impervious to harm, yet it does not imply that Vought lacks the means to restrain us. The company could easily persuade me or exert greater force to subdue me, subsequently casting me into the Red River Orphanage to fend for myself, as they have done with other out-of-control orphans. She is uncertain of why this little compatriot captivates Vaught's upper echelons, but based on prior experiences, she surmises that the powerful figures on the 82nd floor of Vought Tower rarely meddle in the company's day-to-day operations. As a mere Madeline suffices to keep all superheroes in line. Maeve is not particularly astute, at least not in comparison to those higher-ups. Until the situation clarifies, she is unwilling to be swept into an unseen current, potentially leading to her demise. I see Vought Tower, I announce, catching sight of the towering edifice before even entering New York. The building, cylindrical in shape, is often referred to as Vought Tower. Its glass exterior and illuminated windows form a towering seven, signifying the importance of the seven within Vought. However, the helicopter does not head directly toward it. Instead, it veers off in another direction. Are we not going there directly? I inquire. Maeve, still reticent, simply hands her earpiece to me, deflecting the question. Joy took the headset, and a middle-aged man's rich, magnetic voice resonated within. It is not my custom to escort guests directly to the workplace. I have arranged a more suitable venue for our meeting, complete with a reserved room and dining table, awaiting your arrival. Maeve had previously remarked that these influential figures were quite adept at shifting risks. She had harbored concerns about bringing a potential human bomb into the nearly $10 billion water town, fearing that if someone were to whimsically decide to renovate it, the losses could easily amount to tens of millions. Yet, the meeting location was not chosen within their own grand edifice. Instead, Joy turned her gaze towards the helicopter's front, and soon enough, the intended destination came into view. The opulent golden hues of the entire building and the familiar surname emblazoned in gilded letters atop the structure elicited a rare, light-hearted smile from Joy. Was this not the property of a certain American real estate magnate, a golden-haired tycoon whom she had once written about in her past life as a journalist? Merely to meet her KPI? This building had been constructed many years ago, and the helicopter landed directly on the rooftop helipad. Before the rotor blades had even come to a halt, a servant had already leaned forward, bowing slightly at the cabin door, leading Joy to the meeting area. While in the elevator, Joy was quite curious about the identity of her counterpart. Judging by Maeve's cautious demeanor during her phone conversations, the individual on the other end must be a person of considerable stature and influence. Upon arrival, the servant escorted her to her room and then respectfully withdrew. Joy opened the door and stepped inside. The lavish interior decor, the sparkling crystal chandelier, the lady playing the piano beside her, and the long table adorned with silver cutlery and gourmet champagne did little to captivate her attention. Instead, her focus was immediately drawn to the unique figure seated across the table. This building had previously hosted numerous celebrities, political dignitaries, sports legends, senators, and even Michael Jackson during his lifetime. Across the long table sat a well-dressed African-American gentleman, possessing deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. He nodded slightly to the servant, requesting a glass of Macallan 26. He exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Raising his glass towards Joy, his voice carried a magnetic timbre that conveyed an essence of mystery and calm. The vast majority of people will never have the privilege to enter this place in their lifetime. But you are different. In a not-so-distant future, this building will shine brighter due to your visit today, much like it did for Michael Jackson. I am Stan Edgar, CEO of Watertown. Please have a seat. If it had been an ordinary 16-year-old boy, encountering such a titan would have felt like a grand blow from a celebrity, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Yet, Joy was no ordinary individual. Her resilience against superficial allure was not merely a testament to her strength. After all, she had been sent away by a metaphorical cannonball in her past life. It was in the presence of the CEO of Watertown that she finally grasped why that magnetic voice had struck such a familiar chord within her. Isn't that Uncle Fried Chicken? Within a single day, encountering two familiar faces, Joy, after a prolonged silence, spoke without thinking, blurted out, "Are you no longer selling fried chicken?" Upon hearing this, Stan Edgar's already dark complexion deepened considerably. It dawned on Joy that his remark was rather politically incorrect. Fried chicken, due to historical context, was greatly favored by the black community, and thus became stigmatized by the New York Times as a dish devoid of sophistication, labeled as lowbrow and uncouth, unjustly tethered to racial stereotypes. Neither in this life nor the previous one could Joy be considered a racial elitist. If anything, the rotund white men he had encountered who relished fried chicken were hardly fewer than their black counterparts. To associate fried chicken solely with black individuals seemed an affront to both parties. Fried chicken is delightful, and not all black individuals are to be condemned. Just as Joy's mind raced to find the right words to clarify his gaffe, the female musician, who had been playing the piano behind him, suddenly erupted in laughter reminiscent of a joyous crowing, until she was breathless with mirth. Joy noticed that Stan Edgar's expression soured even further. The soothing piano melody abruptly ceased as the female musician rose from the piano, swiftly approached Joy, and playfully draped her arm over his shoulder, whispering in his ear with an intimacy that unsettled him. "That was quite the joke, my dear child." Chapter 8. The Demon in the Shadows. It was evident that the female musician was more than just a mere performer, for Stan Edgar, seated opposite Joy, did not seem taken aback by her unexpected behavior. His only change in demeanor stemmed from Joy's ill-timed fried chicken jest. "Do not be so petty, Stan," the musician laughed, playfully patting Joy's chest, halting his attempts at an apology. She leaned in close, as if they shared an intimate bond. Children speak without restraint. He is still but a child. Indeed, the displeasure on Stan's face lingered only for a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. transforming back into an imposing figure of authority. He sipped his whiskey, reverting to a purely businesslike demeanor. Child, you have awakened your latent abilities, yet tragically lost your family in the process. I extend my condolences. Normally, a teenager in your situation would be placed in a foster home after legal proceedings. However, you are exceptional, possessing a potential that others lack. The Waters Corporation values individuals of promise. Stan Edgar had ascended through the ranks of the Waters Corporation and understood precisely how to navigate the complexities of a 16-year-old who had inadvertently caused the death of his own parents. Though the boy exhibited an unusual calmness, or perhaps coldness, what adolescent has not harbored dreams of being a superhero? It is now time to make a decision. To join the Watt family, basking in the spotlight and becoming a legend, or to reject us, entangled in lawsuits, fading into obscurity. Faced with Stan Edgar's subtle threat, Joey chuckled and shook his head. He was no longer concerned with the trivialities of superheroes or welfare institutions. He merely sought to request something from the World's team of superheroes. Mr. Stan, first, allow me to apologize for my earlier remarks. Second, I'm not here to pursue the path of a superhero like others. I wish. A female musician interrupted Joey with a raised finger, gesturing towards Edgar with a request. Stan, may I have a moment alone with this gentleman? Of course, Ms. Storm. Stan maintained his composure, downing his whiskey in one swift motion before standing up to leave. Although a tumult of unease stirred within him, the board of what company had chosen to assume control. Yet that did not imply he could unilaterally dictate affairs within the company. Much like Disney Media, there were two factions engaged in a relentless struggle within the organization. One faction comprised external investors who gained a voice in the board by acquiring shares. The other consisted of the home faction, which included members of the Watt family, who held the original shares alongside the company's veterans. Storm was indeed one of the most significant among those original shareholders. Since Stan Edgar's arrival at What Company, Storm had rarely appeared in the public eye. Her unprecedented request to recruit a young man had left Stan pondering its implications, and he could foresee that it would not bode well for him. Eventually, he would have to rectify the situation. Child, the events that have transpired in your life are not your fault. The woman referred to as Storm drew a chair from afar and seated herself across from Joey. Her smile was gentle and warm, imbued with compassion and understanding. Her soft facial features, fair and delicate skin, and slender fingers lightly pressed on Joey's shoulder, urging him to relax. It was not uncommon for superhumans to accidentally harm their loved ones during the awakening of their powers due to lack of control. Storm gazed at the boy before her, whose visage was as unyielding as steel, devoid of sorrow, yet her eyes were filled with tenderness. A child who had just lost his parents. Beneath that icy exterior surely lay a heart in tatters, yearning for a touch of empathy, meticulous care, and love to bind his broken spirit. Are you hungry? Or perhaps tired? Would you like something to drink? Storm stood up to assist Joy in setting the table, and before he could refuse, she deftly leaned in to tie his napkin, revealing a glimpse of the alluring curve of her décolletage. While I harbor a disdain for the owner of this establishment, I must concede that the cuisine here is rather commendable. Joy found himself momentarily flustered by Storm's attentiveness. His rational mind urged him to remain vigilant. Yet his current dependence on her rendered it impossible to rebuff such warmth. By the time he regained his composure, he was already tied up with a napkin and had taken the menu from her. With a steely resolve, he ventured to articulate his purpose. Ms. Storm, I merely seek some information from you. Storm playfully fluttered her amber eyes, her lashes quivering slightly, imbued with a subtle allure. She smiled gently at Joy and extended her right hand, showcasing a dancing arc of electricity within her palm. Like you, I'm also a metahuman. Storm is merely my alias. You may call me Clara, my true name. She adjusted Joy's chair so that it faced the dining table directly. Whatever you require from Water Corporation, I can procure it for you. But first, let us order. Hours later, Joy was engrossed in his tablet, swiftly sifting through a vast repository of legends concerning magic, witchcraft, Taoism, voodoo, and shamanism that Water Corporation had amassed since its inception. The painfully slow refresh rate of the tablet severely hampered his reading efficiency, leaving his mind ensnared in a web of fanciful and spurious tales. For instance, he quickly dismissed a particular witchcraft legend that asserted some lesser demons could harm humanity by stealthily consuming their shadows and taking their place, lurking beside victims until the opportune moment arose. Joy glanced down at his own inky shadow, and a sudden epiphany struck him. In a swift motion, he crossed nearly half the expanse of his presidential suite, the gust of wind sending the crystal chandelier above swaying perilously. Yet, his shadow remained utterly still. With its disguise uncovered, the raven concealed within Joy's shadow chose to reveal itself, rising in a swirl of black mist that coalesced at the window. Draped in a black cloak, the raven perched nonchalantly on the windowsill, crossing its legs. You actually discovered me. Are you truly from Krypton? The vast majority of Kryptonians are not attuned to magic. Joy glared at the raven, sitting by the window, a surge of unbridled fury bubbling within him, nearly causing him to crush the tablet in his grasp. You dare to hide beside me. Had this been before today, upon being unmasked, I would have fled without hesitation. But now I believe it is imperative that we engage in a dialogue. The raven's face, obscured by the cloak, revealed no discernible expression, only a small, pointed chin visible as it faced Joy. What you are perusing is of little utility, and I can sense your thoughts. You wish to resurrect your parents through magic or some form of witchcraft. I am acutely aware of the grief that accompanies the loss of a loved one, and I possess an even deeper understanding of the consequences of wielding magic recklessly and engaging with the infernal realms. The raven removed the hood of her cloak, revealing her exquisite visage and cascading obsidian black hair that shimmered like polished stone. Her dark, profound eyes fixated upon this world's champion. As tears streamed down her cheeks, because I impulsively employed magic, I unwittingly opened the gateway to the hellish dimension, leading to the merciless obliteration of my mother, countless others, and the place where I grew up, all annihilated by my father, the sorcerer of the third palace. They perished because of me. The raven descended gracefully from the windowsill, clasping tightly onto Joy's taut wrist. Do not follow in my footsteps, champion. Accepting the harsh truths may shatter one's spirit, yet denying them only carves deeper scars. Return to Kansas, erect tombstones, lay them to rest, remember them, and set them free. Her words resonated with genuine emotion. Joy remained as cold and unyielding as ice throughout the day, yet beneath his tranquil facade lay an immense sorrow akin to a black hole. Especially upon encountering the raven, his simmering rage seemed to reignite, creating an overwhelming clash of emotions that left Joy disoriented. He grasped the raven's arm. Are you altering my thoughts? What? The raven wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her expression one of utter astonishment. Through their physical connection, she could indeed perceive Joy's thoughts more clearly. Yet she had never contemplated distorting the mind of a Kryptonian. Feeling Joy's grip on her arm, she suddenly comprehended the situation. You know, I would never do such a thing. Stop deceiving yourself, Joy. She had not altered his thoughts. Joy was aware of this as well, but at that moment, he needed to justify his impending defiance. Knock, knock, knock. At that instant, a knock resounded from outside the dwelling. The raven transformed into a magnificent crow, flapping her wings as she soared out, bringing an end to their quarrel. Chapter 9. This world needs heroes. Was anyone in here just now? Storm, having exchanged her previous servant attire for a lighter, knee-length black dress, pushed open the door. Her skirt swaying gracefully as her high heels clicked against the floor. She then handed Joy a stack of documents. Joy accepted the papers, which were evidently second-hand materials, having been scanned and photocopied. Many details regarding dates and locations appeared to have undergone post-processing, yet the yellowed paper revealed their age. He meticulously perused the documents and casually responded to Storm. No one, Miss Storm, merely a demon attempting to tempt me. Upon hearing this, Storm placed her hand over her heart, laughing heartily. Just call me Clara, Joy. Are you flirting with me? That is certainly not my intention, madam. Joy swiftly and meticulously perused the entire set of documents, in stark contrast to the insipid files he had previously browsed on his tablet. While these printed materials contained a fair share of vacuous discourse, a significant portion indeed held substance. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, as the contents fell considerably short of revealing the true essence of the magical realm. These documents were borrowed from an old friend, once a towering idol of mine, who had been particularly enamored with the study of such arcane curiosities. Clara, the Storm Lady, discerned that the historical materials she had procured were notably captivating to Joy. Under her watchful gaze, Joy altered his address. Might you take me to visit your old friend? Alas, that is not feasible, Clara responded, as if anticipating Joy's inquiry. He passed away long ago, having taken his own life. I'm deeply sorry to hear that. Please accept my condolences. The unfortunate fate of the original owner only fortified Joy's resolve to acquire the complete set of materials. Researching these subjects indeed carries a certain peril. What was his profession in life? Was he perhaps a diviner or a sorcerer? Not at all. He was merely a moderately renowned local painter. His suicide bore little relation to his studies, stemming instead from minor setbacks in his career. At this moment, Clara had already devised a strategy to establish a closer rapport with Joy. Though this was merely a hobby of his, he did amass a considerable collection of resources. If you're interested, I could enlist a few individuals to sift through his belongings. However, you must first agree to one condition. Joy found no objection to such an exchange. He was eager to expedite his pursuit of the true nature of the magical world to fulfill his ambitions, as long as it does not contravene the law or ethical boundaries. I am amenable to anything, Lady Clara. I could even pluck a star from the heavens for you. Ha! Such a statement, even for me, feels somewhat cliched, young man. Clara chuckled, her cheeks flushed and her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, a hint of crow's feet emerging at the corners, adding a subtle allure. She regarded Joy's remark merely as a compliment from a male to a woman of her beauty, rather than the stars in the sky. We ought to aspire to loftier pursuits. This world is in dire need of a hero. Clara gently caressed Joy's chest, gazing up at his visage. Reminiscent of a Greek sculpture, her dreamy eyes seemingly beholding a flawless creation. A superhero like you has come into this world with a mission. The people, the corporations, the government, they are all in a state of decay. They require a leader, a paragon, a hero to elevate them, to purify them. Isn't there enough in this world with our homeland and the Super 7? Joy's statement was not truly a question. Deep down, he already harbored a sense of the answer. If his previous indifference prevented him from noticing the peculiarities of the superhero collective in this world, after encountering two members of the Super 7, doubts began to arise. Particularly since this Super 7 appeared to be affiliated with the Waters Corporation, presided over by the enigmatic chicken uncle, Stan Edgar. This figure has donned various disguises across different universes, a drug dealer in Central America, a ruthless warlord, and a notorious governor in the Star Empire. Given this precedent, it seemed likely that the Waters Corporation harbored ulterior motives. The Super 7 were undoubtedly competent, deserving of their titles. The Patriot, while admirable in his devotion, had reached his limits and had become rather obstinate. Yet you are different. You are a promising young talent. Join us and become a hero, and I can elevate you to near divine perfection. After uttering these words, Storm Girl lifted her gaze to observe Joy, sensing his hesitation. She then lowered her hand, which had rested on his chest, encircling him with both arms. Her face brushed against Joy's chest, while her other hand caressed his back. Standing a head shorter than him, Joy could catch the fragrance of her hair. I recall you mentioning that you could do anything for me. Is it truly anything? I stated earlier that I would not engage in any unlawful activities, my lady. As someone who had navigated two tumultuous phases of adolescence and accumulated over 40 years of life experience, Joy was well equipped to withstand such overt advances. Legally speaking, becoming involved with a minor constituted a federal offense. I'm not asking you to do anything illegal. The one breaking the law would be me, not you. Wouldn't it? One significant drawback of reincarnation is the inevitable return to adolescence, a period characterized by youthful exuberance and impulsive decisions often driven by hormones, leading to misguided judgments. In this moment, Joy found Clara's words rather compelling. Hello, everyone. I am Starlight, a superhero trainee with 12.5 years of practice. What are the steps to becoming a superhero? First, you must discover your innate talents, followed by image shaping, character branding, participating in auditions, gaining media exposure, securing endorsements, and performing on stage. Of course, there's a small portion dedicated to acts of heroism, but ultimately, the goal serves the aforementioned pursuits. Any January, hailing from Iowa, is a superhero endowed with the ability to manipulate electricity, possessing immense strength and the capability of flight. After years of rigorous training, coupled with her unique gift, she finally found herself standing on the prestigious stage of America's Got Heroes. Winning this audition would allow her to succeed the retiring lamplighter, elevating her to the ranks of the most formidable and renowned superhero organization, the Super 7. Starshine approaches this opportunity with utmost sincerity. not merely in her attitude towards the audition, but also in her perception of what it means to be a superhero. She does not refer to the glamorous aspects that attract the spotlight, singing, dancing, or rapping, but rather to the essence of what it truly means to be a superhero, harboring hope, combating evil, and saving the world. She aspires to embody the genuine spirit of altruism. For years, she has participated in auditions like a marionette, enduring countless indignities, substance abuse, discrimination, and exploitation. She has witnessed many striving to become the center of attention, willing to consort with powerful figures behind the scenes. Yet, these experiences have not extinguished her inherent nature nor obliterated the flickering dream of heroism that resides deep within her soul. She firmly believes that joining the Super Seven will transform her circumstances, liberating her from the puppet-like existence she has endured and allowing her to reclaim her true self, a hero that the world desperately needs. Chapter 10. Witness the Revelation. What does disillusionment feel like? Starshine, Annie January, can elucidate this after undergoing a multitude of experiences. From the age of 10, she has sprayed her hair with hairspray, performing renditions of Britney Spears songs, sacrificing personal interests solely to secure a place in the Super Seven. Yet, the cruel reality is that, despite her fervent efforts, she finds herself waiting for news in New York, having passed the ultimate test of America's next great hero, merely a step away from the towering What Tower. But reality can be harsh. No amount of dedication can outweigh a fleeting thought from another. The vacancy in the Super Seven has slipped away, filled by an unknown newcomer who has never participated in auditions, appeared in the media, or garnered any public acknowledgement. What, then, has been the purpose of her relentless striving? The lengthy auditions, the feigned smiles, all the sacrifices, were they merely to serve as an understudy? Absolutely not. Madeline, as the de facto authority within What Corporation, will not permit such an outcome. Starshine was meticulously selected. She emerged as a standout in the year-long audition reality show, capturing the hearts of many. Thousands are willing to invest heavily in her success, purchasing various merchandise and albums. Moreover, I have already informed the shareholders that I would announce her as the new darling of America at the annual shareholders meeting. Now, how can I explain a sudden switch from America's sweetheart to an unknown young talent? She gazed at the stack of documents on her desk, prominently adorned with the photograph and name of Joy Joseph Kent. Madeline had to concede that this individual, affectionately abbreviated as JoJo, possessed a strikingly handsome visage that could appeal to all ages and genders. However, she could not simply disregard the top contender from the American Hero Talent Showcase in favor of promoting someone she knew little about. This would significantly undermine the credibility of Walter Corporation and starkly contradict its long-standing principles. Stan Edgar, upon hearing the term principles, nearly succumbed to laughter. Come now, Madeline. The guiding principle of Walter Corporation has always been the absence of principles. If we were to adhere to principles, the company would have ceased to exist long ago. In Stan's view, Madeline seemed oblivious to her true responsibilities. She was not accountable to Walter Corporation per se, but rather to its shareholders. Stock prices were one aspect, while shareholder sentiment was another. This time, the major shareholders had spoken. Should stock prices decline, they could mitigate losses through preemptive selling and shorting, subsequently repurchasing shares. If stock prices were to rise, which he personally deemed more likely, it would elate all parties involved. What enchantment does this individual possess that inspires such unwavering faith in him? Madeline scrutinized the materials, finding the abilities of this newcomer to the Super Seven rather too familiar. Supervision, super hearing, super strength, super defense, and the ability to fly. Would he not clash with the brand of the homeland? Every choice we made within the Super Seven was aimed at establishing a differentiated niche, maximizing the potential of fan economies across various segments. Starlight could perfectly complement our deficit in the realm of female heroes. Let us not deceive ourselves, Madeline. Since the inception of Walter Corporation, the annual survey conducted by the marketing department has revealed that only Queen Maeve has barely managed to secure a spot in the top 10 of the most popular superheroes list. The stark truth is that, in the realm of superheroes, the vast majority of audiences do not favor women who lack both allure and fortitude. Preoccupied solely with their own concerns, they gravitate toward an alpha male, endowed with compassion and ironclad strength, who sacrifices personal interest to shoulder the burdens of the world and save it. Stan Edgar adjusted his tie, exuding elegance and authority. before turning to leave Madeline's office, leaving behind an unequivocal directive. Of course, the primary reason is that this is the decision of the board. Your sole responsibility is to execute it. Do not dwell on competitors. The Homeland is merely one of Walter Corporation's more successful products. Remember, heroes come and go, but Walter stands eternal. How about this uniform? What about this one? And this? I believe it is essential to possess a cloak, much like the people of my homeland. At this moment, Storm is surrounded by nearly all of what Company's top makeup artists, stylists, and brand managers, bustling around the bare-chested Joy as if she were a mother selecting garments for her beloved son, presenting an array of design sketches that leave Joy utterly captivated. Have you decided on your code name? She inquires. I can have someone from the marketing department devise a perfect one for you. No, I have already chosen. For Joy, this Kryptonian, there is no room for choice regarding his title. Let it be Superman. Superman? Storm pauses, momentarily taken aback by this designation. A blush creeping across her cheeks as her gaze toward Joy becomes tinged with infatuation. She gently caresses his chest, her words interspersed with terms Joy cannot comprehend. Indeed, Superman. Ubermensch. You truly are my Bermensch, little Joy. Ahem. What about the uniform, madam? The brand manager interjects at an opportune moment, interrupting Storm's nearly indiscreet display. I have conferred with Ashley from the Public Relations Department, and we were wondering if the uniform could feature a blend of gold and green, designed in the shape of a sunflower at the chest, with a sun emblem adorning the mask. Naturally, we could include a cape, perhaps in black and white stripes, emblazoned with a white-headed eagle at the center, symbolizing the primary crops of Kansas, wheat, corn, and sunflowers, as well as our dairy cattle, and expressing patriotism. No, absolutely not. Joy instinctively recognizes that this attire would appear rather ludicrous. It is a veritable amalgamation of Kansas and American stereotypes, and donning it in public would result in immediate social demise. To say nothing of my personal disdain for the bald eagle, a morally dubious bird, large in size yet adept at thievery, often pilfering food from other birds, such as ospreys. Furthermore, the design of one's uniform does not necessitate such extensive brainstorming. In another universe, the DC editorial team has already prepared thoroughly. You cannot design your own uniform. Moreover, the bald eagle is our national bird. Such statements should never be uttered before the cameras. The brand manager certainly cannot allow Joy to run amok. After all, how can a mere 16-year-old boy possibly grasp the intricacies of engaging the target audience better than a team of professionals graduated from prestigious business and design schools? Fortunately, Storm intervenes, halting this pointless debate. Enough. The brand manager, emboldened by her intervention, shoots Joy a knowing look. That is exactly how it should be. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to professionals. I mean for you to be silent. In a moment that belied her usual demeanor of gentle grace, Storm struck a sudden blow to the dignity of the innocent yet incessantly chattering worker, Joey, a member of the Super 7, one of the world's mightiest superheroes. He was accustomed to wielding his power as he pleased. Meanwhile, Madeline Steelville, the assistant to the CEO of Water Corporation and the actual executor of the company's strategic decisions, stood at the center of the grand auditorium. Before the assembly of investors at the annual shareholders meeting, she reported on the year's achievements to bolster their confidence, detailing the box office successes of G-Men, the transformative impact of the water streaming platform on public entertainment, and the soaring annual net profits of Water Corporation. Most crucially, she addressed the Super 7. With the unexpected retirement of the Lantern, the Super 7 sought a new hero. Simultaneously, the competition for America's best hero had concluded, crowning the sweetheart from Iowa, Starlight. Water Corporation had invested considerable resources into this selection process, establishing a solid fan base for Starlight. Yet, the board, shrouded in secrecy, had parachuted in an obscure superhero, effortlessly usurping Starlight's position and rendering the marketing department's efforts futile. However, it was too late for lamentation. Madeline, helplessly following the hastily prepared teleprompter, announced with fervor, "Now, I present to you a special surprise, a new member of the Super 7." To the astonishment of all, the spotlight did not shine upon the stage's center as anticipated, but rather focused upward, illuminating the dome above. Faster than a speeding bullet, stronger than a locomotive, able to leap over skyscrapers. Look up to the skies, everyone. Witness Superman. Chapter 11. The concerns of a patriot. A hush fell over the audience. soon replaced by a murmur of disbelief. The majority present were either fervent fans closely monitoring all water-related information, investment managers wielding millions, or swift-footed media reporters. According to their prior intelligence, the new recruit was expected to be the recently victorious sweetheart, Starlight, not this so-called Superman. However, all doubts dissipated in the face of the figure draped in a red cape, descending like a deity from the heavens, leading to an eruption of waves of applause and cheers. Superman! Superman! Countless cameras and phones were raised, their flashing lights momentarily dimming the stage's spotlight as Superman descended gracefully, his Herculean physique rendering each captured image a work of art. Wow! The Patriots must be furious. In the shadows, Queen Maeve observed the figure clad in a dark blue bodysuit woven from metallic fibers as it tore through the beams of the spotlight. As he descended slowly, his crimson cape billowed in the wind, and the golden red S emblazoned on his chest shimmered under the flash of cameras, prompting her to reflect. This uniform, aside from replacing the star-spangled banner of the cape with a solid red hue and adorning the chest with a prominent S, bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to that of the Patriot. Initially, Maeve had no inclination to attend this annual display of bravado, and neither did any of the 7 wish to be present. However, as one privy to the origins of joy, she felt compelled to witness the spectacle for herself. Not merely the ostentation on stage, but the more riveting happenings behind the scenes. What on earth is happening, Madeline? Just as Madeline settled into her office chair, she was confronted by the Patriot, who stormed in unannounced, pacing angrily before her desk. That new kid's uniform is a blatant theft of my design. Is that why you've come to vent? Madeline felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. From her beginnings as the Patriots manager to her current position as the second-in-command at What Corporation, she had climbed the ranks with the undeniable advantage of the Patriots' fame. Nearly 2 decades had passed, and she was no longer the youthful beauty she once was. No amount of makeup could conceal the marks of time etched upon her face, while the Patriot remained radiant, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. This disparity extended beyond the physical. Psychologically, the Patriot often displayed a childlike demeanor in her presence. "Come here," Madeline beckoned, moving from her office chair to the adjacent sofa. She tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear and extended her slender fingers toward the Patriot. The anger on the Patriot's face faded, and this seemingly omnipotent being approached her with the submissiveness of a chastised puppy. "You know what I mean, Madeline?" "Yes, I do." Madeline, with the tenderness of a mother, caressed the Patriot's face. In response, he nestled against her thigh, burying his face in her lap, allowing her to tousle his golden locks. "The company is placing that thing in my team to usurp my position, and I will not allow it." Though Madeline could not defy the ravages of time, it was undeniable that in her youth, she had been an extraordinary beauty. Over the years of collaboration with the Patriot, they had evidently forged a bond that transcended mere professional association. "No, my dear, that is not how it is." Madeline gently arranged the golden strands of the Homelander's hair, akin to organizing her own thoughts. There were certain matters she found utterly impossible to broach with this colossal infant. The Homelander stood as the most invaluable intellectual property of Vought International. The worth he generated alone rivaled that of the entire G-Men ensemble, contributing to the company's staggering profits of over $100 billion. His impeccable brand image, unmatched superpowers, and immense public appeal were among the reasons he ascended as the figurehead of the 7. Nevertheless, such circumstances are not immutable. Nothing remains unchanged. Vought managed efficiently even before the Homelander's emergence. The recollection of the deeper insights she encountered upon joining the upper echelons of the company left Madeline slightly breathless. "What's wrong?" The Homelander turned his face towards her, resting the back of his head on her lap as their eyes met. "I can see it. Your heart is racing like a little deer." In that moment, Madeline suddenly realized that when in the presence of a human lie detector capable of discerning every nuance of her being, it was indeed futile to entertain such erratic thoughts. "It's simply because I beheld your handsome visage, my superhero." She lifted his cheek and kissed him directly, as she had done countless times before. The Homelander reciprocated with fervor, unfazed by the passage of time that had rendered her somewhat aged, just as he always had. Perhaps, as the influential figure on the 82nd floor had once remarked, heroes come and go, but Vought endures eternally. Meanwhile, Ashley Barrett, head of public relations and human resources, found herself in a state of utter disarray, not due to the company's abrupt decision to alter the roster of the Seven, a matter she recognized as trivial in essence. Much like the locomotive that had recently suffered a leg injury under mysterious circumstances, claiming at least 3 innocent lives, she could still transform it into an indomitable superhero. The fastest person in the world. It was merely a minor scandal, incapable of tarnishing Vaught's image. The source of her current distress stemmed from the fact that the beneficiaries and victims of this scandal had crossed paths, originally slated to be the choice. American sweetheart Starlight awaited news in her hotel room, having inexplicably found her way into the chaos. Once she identified the negligent security personnel responsible, she vowed to terminate them on the spot. "It was you who instructed us to have Starlight's face recorded in the access system yesterday," her assistant whispered. Upon hearing this, Ashley's composure shattered. "For heaven's sake, close your mouth." Starlight had indeed approached, entangling herself with the Superman backstage. At that moment, Ashley recalled that Queen Maeve had also attended the shareholders' meeting today and frantically looked in her direction, as if seeking a lifeline. However, the Queen, once standing with her arms crossed, observing the commotion, had vanished without a trace. Ashlyn's heart sank, drenched in sweat, as she anxiously tugged at her hair in desperation. These two were no ordinary individuals, nor even typical superhumans. While a common dispute among mere mortals might escalate from verbal altercations to physical confrontations, culminating in security intervention, these two would likely resort to violence if their verbal exchanges proved insufficient. What if they decided to transform Waterta into a battleground? "You are the arrogant scoundrel who usurped my position?" The fury of Starlight was palpable. It was unimaginable for anyone to swallow the indignation of having something they had fervently pursued for years snatched away by someone they had never even heard of. Joy had just emerged from the conference dome, showcasing himself to the audience. The spotlight and cheers momentarily intoxicated him. As he retreated to the background, he felt as if he was floating. "Excuse me, who are you?" "You." Impulsiveness is typically the domain of youth. Anyone hearing those words would undoubtedly feel their ire ignite, especially Starlight, who was no meek individual. Consumed by rage, she yearned to give her adversary a taste of her fury. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker, and a tremendous, awe-inspiring energy began to coalesce in Starlight's eyes and hands. "It's over, it's over, it's over," Ashlyn thought, envisioning the catastrophic aftermath of mismanagement that could lead to the demolition of Waterta, resulting in millions of dollars in losses. Her immediate dismissal by the board, a costly lawsuit, and ultimately being blacklisted from the industry, left destitute and homeless, perhaps even succumbing to an overdose on the streets. Chapter 12. Starlight. Joy observed Starlight, gathering her power, and dared not underestimate her. With a swift motion, he grasped the pure white cloak draped behind her, propelling them through the window and soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The light emitted from Starlight was blinding, enough to dazzle every onlooker present, before silence enveloped them, allowing Joy to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens, I thought you were about to self-destruct." Starlight, now realizing her earlier loss of control, felt the cold air at near-stratospheric heights clear her mind somewhat, though her anger still simmered. She struggled against Joy, turning to him with fierce determination. "You, let go of me." "All right," he conceded, sensing her state. As Joy released his grip, Starlight began to plummet, and witnessing her belated screams, Joy dove after her, catching her in a princess embrace. "So, you can't fly, and yet you still want me to let go? What does that have to do with you?" Starlight, caught in Joy's arms, felt a mix of humiliation and fury. However, at this altitude, her abilities were rendered ineffective, and she dared not move, merely wishing to land a few punches against Joy's chest. "My powers are entirely reliant on electricity. Without it, they are futile." Joy couldn't help but curl his lips at her words. What a trivial superpower. What if tomorrow the Kryptonians or Apocalypse invade? Will you venture into outer space with a hefty lithium battery? You must have indulged in too many Victory comics. The Victory comics are a product of the Walter Company, dominating nearly 90% of the American comic market. Since childhood, Starlight had engaged in acts of heroism, though initially, she had fantasized about cleverly unmasking alien invaders like the Knight of Tech or effortlessly obliterating extraterrestrial ships with heat vision like Homelander. Yet reality was starkly different. The villains she encountered were often mere petty thieves robbing convenience stores or gas stations. Achoo! In the thin air, the dense moisture caused Starlight to sneeze. Joy frowned, suddenly recalling his father Jonathan's advice about maintaining gentlemanly decorum. He draped his cape around the woman in his arms, but she clearly did not appreciate the gesture. Are you foolish? I'm a metahuman. I fear not the cold. Despite her words, Starlight instinctively wrapped herself tightly in the red cape, perhaps seeking a semblance of comfort in the high altitude. Are you calm now? Joy pondered that lingering in the skies with her was not a viable option. He was eager to return to seek out Storm Girl Clara for lessons in magic. Promise me that once we descend, you will control your emotions and refrain from harming innocent bystanders, and I shall take you back. I had no intention of harming any innocent bystanders, Starlight retorted, her fists landing several blows against Joy's chest. The only one I wish to harm is you. Yet your previous actions clearly jeopardized innocent lives, Joy insisted. He was resolute. He would not release this ticking time bomb back to the ground without clarity. I fail to understand how you metahumans can so casually wield deadly powers. Should irreversible harm ensue, how will you reconcile it? Starlight's face flushed with embarrassment as the potential consequences of her actions dawned upon her. Yet, she couldn't help but stubbornly retort, I apologize, but what do you mean by you metahumans? Aren't you one as well? I certainly am not. Observing her remorse, Joy soared toward Walter Tower. I am an alien who descended to Earth over a decade ago, raised by my adoptive parents. Starlight covered her face, rendered speechless. If her memory served her right, Joy's earlier words echoed the origins of the Homelander character from comics long past. However, due to the recent surge of immigration over the last decade, those narratives have been reimagined by comic editors, transforming the character into a native-born American. Overwhelmed by a seemingly never-ending obsession with the comic, the protagonist finds himself crushed both physically and psychologically, unable to retaliate and fully aware of his own shortcomings. He feels an intense sense of shame. Soon, Joy arrives at the rooftop of the Watt Tower with Starlight. After setting her down, he prepares to hasten back to his lodging at Trump Tower, eager to delve into the study of magic. However, his cloak is gently tugged by Starlight, who has regained her composure. I am Anne and Jane Ray. I sincerely apologize for what transpired, she begins. Joy, his expression stern, interrupts her. Rising into the air, he gazes down at her from a height. And there is no need for you to apologize to me. That attack could not harm me. Your apologies should be directed to those present. If I had not acted swiftly to bring you away, the repercussions would not be so easily dismissed. With that, Joy ascends, leaving Starlight shouting from the rooftop, hey, shouldn't you have returned me to my original floor? Doesn't the Watt Tower have elevators? The wind carries only Joy's distant response. Starlight's ability to fly exists merely in theory. She has never truly attempted it, not even on level ground. Contemplating her first flight from such a height fills her with trepidation. Ultimately, she resorts to brute force, prying open the rooftop door and locating the elevator to descend back to her previous floor. I was wondering if you would return, Starlight. Upon arriving back at the location she had just departed, she intends to retrieve her backpack. The backstage area is now empty, save for a sharply dressed black man sitting in the center of the lounge, awaiting her. This man exudes an aura of authority, commanding respect without a word. He gestures slightly, and from the shadows behind Starlight, a figure clad in black stealth gear emerges, instilling her with a chill of fear. This is Obsidian, a member of the Super Seven, renowned as a silent killer. Yet, at this moment, Obsidian displays none of the ruthless demeanor typically associated with a merciless assassin. Instead, he respectfully obeys the man's instructions, fetching a chair from elsewhere and placing it before him and Starlight. Please have a seat. The imposing black man introduces himself. I am Stan Edgar. You may have heard of my name. Is that all? Meanwhile, Joy is sprawled in his hotel room, perusing the documents brought by Storm. These papers are notably aged, the yellowed pages indicative of their long history. Similar to the previous documents, they contain substantial information, yet remain fragmented, failing to present a coherent picture of magic after thorough examination. Do not be so hasty. I've already consulted his descendants. However, the information is disorganized, and compiling it will take considerable time. For now, I can only send over a portion. The sound of water splashing echoed from the adjacent bathroom as Stormfront casually opened the door, just a crack, extending her hand towards Joy, beckoning him with her finger. Have you finished your research? If so, Could you do me a favor and pass me the towel? Joy, ever eager to assist, responded promptly, Sure, I'm on it. Chapter 13. Invincible Cheers. Stan Edgar raised his glass, smiling as he toasted to all the members of the board. Shortly after the conclusion of the annual shareholders meeting, the announcement of the new product, Superman, sent Water Corporation's stock soaring, hitting the ceiling with a staggering 10% increase. It was anticipated that this upward trend would persist for the next few days, a cause for celebration for any publicly traded company. On the surface, Water Corporation appeared to be a media company dedicated to the operation of superheroes. However, both Stan and the influential figures of Wall Street understood the true essence of Water Corporation's existence, Compound V. By administering Compound V to various demographics, including but not limited to pregnant women, infants, adolescents, and adults, while discarding the majority of waste, they selected the most exceptional individuals to form their superhero team. Homelander was the most remarkable product of this initiative. Born from a laboratory as a test tube baby, he surpassed his predecessors, embodying superhuman capabilities from the moment of his conception. He tore through his mother's womb upon birth, learned to fly before the umbilical cord was even severed, and unleashed heat vision that decimated nearly all the doctors and nurses present in the delivery room. Yet, Homelander had existed for decades, from 1984 to 2019. To the outside world, he was merely a coincidence, and there were doubts about Water Corporation's ability to produce another like him. However, with the emergence of Superman, all skepticism dissipated. As Stan clinked glasses with one shareholder after another, he understood that this was the true coincidence. Superman was not a product of Water Corporation's laboratories. His origins were shrouded in mystery, and his association with Stormfront, a remnant of Nazi ideology, hinted at the potential for a far more perilous entity than Homelander himself. Yet, as an ancient saying from the East goes, live for today, drink for today. With expectations of doubling the stock value within a quarter, there was no need for him to feign sobriety amidst a sea of intoxication. After all, the success or failure of Water Corporation did not necessarily correlate with individual achievements. In their eyes, regardless of how formidable these so-called superheroes were, they could not defy the laws of society or physics. True power always stemmed from authority, rather than sheer force. What does it mean that the Seven must be implanted with tracking devices? On the very first day of officially embracing his role as a superhero, Joy found himself amused by the little girl before him, who exclaimed, Do I really need to report my whereabouts to you? Observing this, Eiley hurriedly intervened, pulling aside her rather naive assistant. Were all these fresh recruits so audacious? My apologies, she interjected. What I meant to convey is that this is for your safety, in case of unforeseen circumstances where we might be unable to assist you. Eiley had encountered various superhumans in her work, many of whom could be quite formidable, capable of breaking bones over trivial disagreements. It was essential to approach superhumans with care, especially those linked to the board, should one find themselves at odds with them. The repercussions could be dire. Look who it is, defying company protocol on their very first day at work, Joy remarked, turning to see a fellow countryman clad in an outfit strikingly similar to his own uniform. Aside from the golden hair, this individual resembled the superheroes Joy had seen in films. What is up, fellow countryman? Joy greeted enthusiastically, launching into an unexpected warm embrace that left the previously stern-faced individual momentarily taken aback, disrupting their plans for a workplace reprimand. Which planet are you from? Is your childhood spaceship still around? Can I take a look? Joy had previously scoured the internet for information about his compatriot, which yielded a muddled assortment of tales, some claiming he, like Joy, hailed from another planet and was raised by local parents, while others insisted he was a native. However, asking a question could never be a bad idea. After all, he might just be a fellow local. I am certainly not an alien. I was born right here in America, the fellow countryman responded, somewhat surprised that this young lad seemed to know the origin story of his own early days, a narrative that had long since been rewritten by the editorial team. How many significant crises has this world faced? Have any extraterrestrial visitors ever sought us out? He questioned. Kid, you've been reading too many comic books and watching too much VCU footage. Observing this new member of the seven-man team, who was akin to an eager comic book enthusiast, the countryman felt a sense of relief compared to the usual duplicitous demeanor of the others. Listen, why don't you carry a tracker? Being a superhero isn't exactly safe, and if anything were to happen, I could come to your aid, he advised. Joy found some merit in this suggestion, particularly since it came from Superman. Had it been the so-called main universe Superman offering such counsel, he would have harbored no doubts. However, after witnessing the likes of the Trainhead, Queen Maeve, and other superhumans, coupled with the evident misalignment of this countryman with the established signals, everything began to appear especially suspect. However, one might as well investigate what this so-called tracker entails. At worst, I could simply dispose of it later. Are you suggesting that you intend to implant this device beneath my skin? Joy observed the small object before him, resembling a vacuum tube, yet only slightly larger than a grain of rice. While glancing around at the array of equipment in the adjoining department of the What Criminal Analysis Unit, this seems implausible. Do you have any idea how arduous it is for me to shave each day? Everyone who comes here believes themselves invulnerable. The technician responsible for the implantation of the tracker waved a probe in his hand, a nanoscale retractable probe, swift in its entry and exit. A mere superficial incision would suffice for insertion. Come on. Joy boldly extended his arm, knowing full well that if the valuable perforating probe were to break, it would not be his responsibility. After shattering the third needle, the technician finally relented. This is the last one. It absolutely cannot be wasted on you. To procure a new batch would require an OA, and our entire department would face a shutdown lasting 1 to 2 weeks. How about this? Joy took the tracker, proposing, I shall take this tracker, and we can pretend that we have both fulfilled our duties, shall we? Stan Edgar, on the 82nd floor, contemplated the footage from the equipment department. Thus, this Superman is indeed akin to the invulnerable beings of our homeland. Chapter 14. Humanity and Superhumanity. What is the true extent of the divide between superhumans and ordinary individuals? Should you peruse all the confidential files of the Watt Public Relations Department, you would uncover numerous striking examples, some alive, others irretrievably lost. Take, for instance, the incident that Ashley is currently handling. A locomotive, in a fit of frenzy, collided with a woman standing by the roadside at full speed, resulting in her instantaneous demise. To say she was shattered would be an understatement. Aside from her 2 hands, every other part of her body was literally obliterated by the high-velocity impact. Her remains scattered uniformly along the road. The identity of this unfortunate girl remains unknown, but at the moment of her tragic end, she was engaged in a tender exchange with her boyfriend at the curb. This boyfriend poses a challenge, as he is the only one who has yet to sign a non-disclosure agreement. By the way, Ashley called out to her assistant, make sure to keep a close eye on this individual. If necessary, offer him more money to prevent him from escalating the situation. For those avaricious media outlets cannot be satisfied with a mere $45,000. What's his name again? The assistant retrieved his notebook and jotted down a few notes. Huey Campbell, a regular employee at a computer store in New York. His daily routine consists of commuting to work, returning home, engaging in playful banter with his girlfriend, Robin, and then watching the latest cinematic offerings of the Watt superheroes before retiring to rest, perpetually ensconced in a tranquil existence. After living this way for several years, the foundation of his inner faith crumbled in an instant. When the fastest man in the world, the train, collided with Robin, reducing her to a gruesome pulp. He found himself clutching the remnants of her severed hands. He watched as the bloodied locomotive vanished without remorse, as if such an occurrence was merely an ordinary event for a so-called superhero. When he regained his senses, the lawyers from Vought were already seated at the negotiation table, presenting him with a check for $45,000, a sum representing the worth of one of the most significant individuals in his life, murdered by this so-called superhero. Rationality urged Huey to sign the non-disclosure agreement and accept this check, labeled as humanitarian compensation, yet essentially a silencing fee. Fear and greed whispered in his ear, this is Vought, the corporation that governs all superheroes in the nation. You witnessed what happened to Robin. They could treat you just as they did her. $45,000 is not an insignificant amount. The image of Robin being obliterated by the train replayed endlessly in his mind, an inferno of rage consuming his heart and reason. Huey was resolute. He would not sign such a non-disclosure agreement. In that moment, he yearned to shout, to seize the collar of the opposing lawyer and throw him out of the window. No, I will not sign anything. You can leave. Those are the words Huey wished to express. Yet what escaped his lips was, may I take a moment to consider this? As previously stated, Huey Campbell was an ordinary employee, remarkably unremarkable and exceedingly cautious. He lacked the courage or the means to directly confront a behemoth like Vought. However, such colossal entities do not retract their fangs in response to the retreat of the meek. They only intensify their oppression until the oppressed are rendered utterly silent. News of Vought's apologies played incessantly on television, in newspapers, and across social media. The train's actions were deemed unintentional, as it had merely been pursuing bank robbers. With Robin coincidentally crossing the road at that moment, Huey knew that the train was not chasing any so-called bank robbers, nor had his girlfriend Robin ventured into the center of the street. Yet, his opinions were inconsequential, his perspective disregarded. The entire discourse was drowned in the cacophony of countless self-media outlets and fan groups, who shouted that the train was innocent and that the fault lay with the individual standing in the road. Huey wandered through the ensuing days and a daze. Yet he continued to follow the routine of work, home, work, as an ordinary man, feeling utterly powerless. That was not necessarily the case. A burly man with a beard approached him shortly before closing time, pulling out his identification to reveal, FBI warning, FBI agent Billy Butcher. When Butcher first laid eyes on the pitiful figure before him, he locked onto Huey's gaze and discerned the seething fury concealed beneath his calm exterior. Reminiscent of his own past, he understood he had found the right person. With just a slight nudge, Butcher could transform this individual into a weapon aimed at Vought Enterprises. "Where are you taking me?" Huey thought with skepticism, unable to fully believe Butcher's claim of being an FBI agent. Yet, an undeniable force compelled him to follow Butcher toward an unknown destination. "Just come with me. I'll broaden your horizons," Butcher replied, leading him to an underground bar that catered exclusively to superhuman miscreants and their companions. Through some non-violent yet crafty means, he had secured entry. Butcher intended to lead Huey down a path of no return. Rather than a mere bar, it resembled an underground spectacle. Huey, reluctantly pulled along, was wide-eyed at the extraordinary sights. For instance, an Ant-Man was demonstrating how to shrink and enlarge, while a pair of flying super companions showcased the wonders of airborne flora. What astonished Huey further was the presence of a familiar face, the renowned Rubber Man, a devout Christian who presided over a vast congregation. This man, who frequently admonished that all soups should be condemned, was now using his malleable body to connect with a few young men nearby. Butcher raised Huey's chin, which seemed stuck in disbelief. "There's something even more explosive waiting for you." In a surveillance room, a video played, revealing the train's antics with a companion in a bar booth, boasting, "When I passed through that girl's body, I accidentally swallowed one of her teeth. Honestly, it was a bit disgusting, ha ha ha." Their laughter echoed, trivializing what should have been a grave matter, while Huey's nerves were ignited by their derision. He had idolized these so-called heroes for years, but now he stood at the threshold of the authentic world of superheroes, feeling an unprecedented surge of pain and humiliation. "I need you to do something for me. I require your acceptance of a confidentiality agreement." "Listen to me first," Butcher said, sensing the moment had arrived. He led the uncertain Huey to a secluded corner. "You accept the agreement, then add an extra stipulation to confront the train and demand an apology." He presented Huey with a small black device resembling a plastic disc. "This is a listening device. You must surreptitiously attach it within Vought Tower, ideally as close to those superhuman scoundrels as possible." "What? No, absolutely not. I'm not James Bond, after all." In an instant, Huey's mind grappled with the potential consequences if this matter were to be discovered. His anger was swiftly doused by fear. He recognized that he was not cut out for this. Indeed, let us return and reflect on Robin's fate. Opposing Vought will lead to a similar end, utter annihilation. "Did you just say something?" Huey sensed that there were more than just himself and Butcher in that corner. "I didn't utter a word," Butcher replied, somewhat perplexed. Yet he discerned Huey's wavering resolve. This was understandable. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront Vought. He retracted the listening devices, preparing to depart. "Wait." Huey pressed his hand against the device. "Tell me precisely what to do. What is the essence of a superhero's existence?" Joy had spent a restless night with Stormfront Clara, floating in bed, delving into the principles of superhero flight, and this inquiry lingered in his mind as he rose early to clock in at Vought Tower. In the animated films and television series he had watched in his previous life, superheroes primarily aimed to save the world, or at the very least, assist their neighbors. While some superheroes may not possess entirely noble motives, it is undeniable that their actions are inherently altruistic, rooted in social moral standards. This distinction led to conflicts among superheroes being largely ideological or personal vendettas, unlike the current struggle for profit. Joy had envisioned countless scenarios of Justice League meetings, perhaps discussing world peace or the burdens Batman should bear. Yet he had never imagined that discussions would revolve around profit sharing. Indeed, it unfolded with uncanny naturalness. In a morning meeting, the translucent man, clad only in his attire, initiated the discourse, demanding that the Homeland apply immediate pressure on Vought, compelling the legal department to swiftly send cease and desist letters regarding the piracy of the 7 intellectual property and its associated resources. After all, 40 of the IP revenue rightfully belonged to the heroes themselves. Piracy was akin to robbing from their pockets. The locomotive, wheeled in, expressed discontent upon hearing the 40 figure, clearly indicating that his African identity hindered him from negotiating such a high share. Then there was Queen Maeve, perpetually clutching her tequila during work hours, adding fuel to the fire. The figure, dressed like a character from Detective Conan, known as Batman, remained silent, exuding an aura of expertise, while the Aquaman, from the depths of the ocean, although silent for a while, bore an appearance that suggested he was not a paragon of virtue. Truth be told, Joy had experienced a stable existence for the first 16 years upon arriving in this world, but ever since the Raven's emergence, everything had turned peculiar. Such contemplations were rare for Joy, as he believed that dwelling on them would lead to an existential crisis. However, one cannot help but ponder whether they have inadvertently crossed into a superhero universe reminiscent of the San Fernando Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, let's not unveil such a crass demeanor before newcomers. The individual seated at the head of the table, representing the Homeland, raised a hand to halt this futile discourse. His visage, reminiscent of the Superman from Joy's past memories, radiated integrity. I do not wish to critique your pursuit of profit, but the primary duty of a superhero is to rescue the populace. This is the sole matter I yearn to hear discussed in today's meeting. Is it the case that among this ensemble of superheroes, he stands as the only rational individual? Chapter 15. Not a single one is human. Consider this. Madeline, the vice president of the water company, is presenting a photograph of an African American to the mayor of Baltimore, declaring her asking price, $300 million. And he is yours. Let there be no misunderstanding. This is not a matter of triangular trade, but rather a routine adjustment of hero contracts conducted annually by the water company, akin to the NBA's transfer period. A 3-year exclusive agreement at $300 million per annum would secure Prince Nubia and his entire campaign team for you, along with a share of the associated IP profits. Madeline's demand is not excessively bold. The significance of a superhero to a city is profound, particularly in Baltimore, where the demographics of people of color and crime rates continue to escalate year after year. $200 million for this Prince Nubia. Every politician is a seasoned merchant, and the mayor of Baltimore is no exception. This will enable me to persuade my city council and constituents. Think it over, Steve. Your city's crime rate is on the rise while your approval ratings plummet. You must take decisive action to alter the voters' perceptions. Madeline has grown so adept at navigating the negotiations with these Democratic politicians that it has become devoid of any amusement. Do you believe this sum is better invested in a bulletproof superhero wrapped in our saintly packaging, or in a police force that, armed to the teeth, indiscriminately fires upon suspects with merely a darker complexion? The mayor of Baltimore mused, of course. It is better spent on the police force, as they indeed risk their lives performing tangible duties and heed his commands, while most superheroes merely play at heroism. Naturally, such thoughts must remain unvoiced, as the vast majority of his constituents would undoubtedly favor the former. Everyone yearns for an omnipotent superhero to alleviate their dismal plight. Yet few are willing to acknowledge that these so-called water company superheroes are also human, not the paragons or messiahs portrayed in the propaganda. But the mayor is acutely aware of this reality. If I were to disclose my knowledge of the Compound 5 situation, the mayor turned his gaze towards Madeline, leaning forward in a posture that exuded menace. As previously stated, every politician is a competent businessman, and a businessman invariably possesses his own bargaining chips. Madeline, we are friends, are we not? Friends can always assist one another. Upon hearing the mention of the Compound 5, Madeline's heart stirred, yet her demeanor remained unchanged. $300 million. If you do not purchase it, we shall sell it to Atlanta. One inefficient revenue model. Stan Edgar gazed at the financial report of water from the last quarter. Pondering this in his mind, He had never been fond of the current primary business of water company. Since the dawn of the 21st century, with the rise of new media, water company had further expanded its influence to nearly the entire entertainment sector, from Hollywood to San Fernando. Receiving a contract from water company was regarded as an honor. The company's stock price soared, prompting everyone to remark on its flourishing success. By marketing superheroes to various cities, water company achieved stable revenue. Yet this method of earning was ultimately merely a process, not an outcome. Deploying superheroes to maintain public order ostensibly established their law enforcement authority while simultaneously intertwining this with political campaigns, thereby infiltrating both houses of Congress. The next crucial step was to weaponize the superheroes. The superheroes at their disposal were formidable weapons. Yet employing them for urban security was akin to using a massive cargo ship for fishing, an egregious misallocation of resources. Of course, such rhetoric was also intended to deceive the public. The vast majority of water's superheroes lacked both discipline and courage. Sending them into battle was like deploying a fuel-laden vessel into warfare. One glance could lead to catastrophe. Nevertheless, water had engaged in extensive promotional campaigns, sufficient to convince people that superheroes could indeed operate within a broader realm. The next objective was merely to advance legislation until water's ultimate goal was achieved: the formal transition of water companies' products, superheroes, from the realm of entertainment to that of military application. The 5 major Hollywood studios could toil for an entire year, garnering at best a few $100 billion in box office revenue, while the Department of Defense's annual budget approached $800 billion. It was evident which party was more profitable. Why squabble over a small portion at a modest table when one could carve a piece from a much larger cake? Moreover, entering the national military system could yield even greater rewards, including some things that money alone could scarcely procure. After considerable negotiation, Huey ultimately reached an agreement. He would venture alone to water company to accept compensation and sign a non-disclosure agreement, with the locomotive itself coming to apologize to him. The security on the first floor of Water Tower exceeded Huey's expectations, with armed personnel controlling all entrances from the second-floor balcony. Huey felt that even a battalion of Navy SEALs would find it challenging to breach such formidable defenses. As Huey passed through security, he felt a surge of anxiety, for he had concealed the listening device within the compartment of his phone case. Had the security personnel been a tad more vigilant, he would have certainly faced dire consequences. "Thank you for your cooperation, sir," the security officer remarked, embodying the typical demeanor of most office workers, opting for the path of least resistance. He merely glanced at the phone, feigning thoroughness, before waving Huey through. Upon nearing the conference room, Huey encountered the newly unveiled superhero, Superman, a remarkably youthful figure who, by Huey's estimation, had yet to complete high school. At that moment, this young man was engaged in a heated debate with an individual who appeared to be his assistant. "I'm not going. Don't use Madeline to pressure me. I hardly know her." Huey seized the opportunity to excuse himself for a restroom break, planning to retrieve his device and discreetly affix it in the conference room before slipping away. However, as he mentally rehearsed the entire sequence, Superman approached from a distance, causing Huey's mind to overload. He inadvertently collided with the superhero, his heightened tension rendering him unable to maintain his balance, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. Joy, who had been embroiled in an argument with his newly appointed assistant, instinctively caught the unfortunate soul who had accidentally bumped into him. "Sorry, are you all right?" he inquired, having not paid much attention to his surroundings moments prior. Huey felt an unsettling wave of dread wash over him at the touch of the superhero, reminiscent of a form of PTSD. Fortunately, this inexplicable fear dissipated swiftly once the contact ceased. Otherwise, Huey doubted he could muster the courage to install the listening device in the conference room. As Huey played the role of a covert agent, preparing to expose the misdeeds of Vought, Joy, in his own manner, was also seeking to unveil the company as follies. "Which beach bum thought it wise to send me to a church seminar?" he exclaimed indignantly. The assistant, undeterred by Joy's ire, maintained composure, asserting, "The marketing department has conducted thorough research. Your target demographic aligns closely with religious attendees. Participating in the evangelistic seminar presents a mutually beneficial opportunity. You can attract fans from the congregation, while the church may gain followers from your fan base. Furthermore, as part of your persona, as a rural Kansas boy with steadfast beliefs, Attending a religious seminar in the name of God seems quite reasonable, does it not? My faith tells me that if that God you speak of wishes for me to attend, he would send me a text, Joy retorted, reaching into the poorly constructed Superman costume, struggling to find a place for his phone. Damn it, why didn't I think to have the costume department include pockets when I made this outfit? Joy felt a certain justification for Batman's utility belt. With such an accessory, at least he wouldn't have to worry about where to stow his phone. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a text message from an unknown number, its contents startlingly suggesting he could pay a visit. A cold sweat broke out on Joy's brow as he hastily replied, "Who are you?" The response came, "Not God." "What, Raven? WTF, you were still spying on me?" Joy exclaimed, glaring at his own shadow, which startled his assistant nearby. "Indeed, but not through your shadow. Rather through a crystal ball." Joy could vividly imagine the scene, a sinister, rogued witch lurking in a dimly lit basement, her hands encircling the crystal ball while emitting a malevolent cackle. Meanwhile, Raven languidly curled up on a sofa in a hotel room at Trump Tower, where Superman was currently residing. The distance to Superman's abode was likely no more than 30 meters, affording her the ability to engage in her divination with ease. Raven scrolled through TikTok on her phone, occasionally glancing at the magical crystal ball on the coffee table, now activated and nearly buried beneath an assortment of snack wrappers. While texting Superman, she also indulged in the various snacks laid out before her. She was acutely aware that employing divination to spy on others was decidedly unethical. However, allowing Superman and his morally dubious companions to continue unchecked posed a significant risk, as unforeseen consequences could arise from their influence. Having conducted her own investigations around New York and its vicinity, Raven felt compelled to intervene further. Otherwise, the Earth might be utterly unprepared to withstand the onslaught from the hellish dimension, for they could very well perish before the arrival of her father, the Demon King. Chapter 16. Hell has become too urbanized. Behold the nightmare of an atheist. Bananas. At that moment, Joy was in a state of despair, not due to being in a gathering of believers, but because of the sheer absurdity of the congregation. To be fair, even without experiencing the bizarre phenomenon of resurrection in a past life, Joy maintained a relatively open attitude towards such matters. He did not necessarily believe, but acknowledged the rationality of its existence. The establishment of a functional bureaucratic system during feudal times to exercise power was exceedingly rare, and power never exists in a vacuum. Thus, for the vast majority of feudal rulers, the need to conscript soldiers and collect taxes necessitated the use of this remarkably suitable tool, which has evolved into its current form over the years. For the common person, it was not entirely devoid of meaning. Although the ultimate aim was to extract money from their pockets, the initial provision of spiritual solace was indeed a tangible reality. A single wretched day is often sufficient to shatter the seemingly robust psychological defenses of most individuals, leaving them susceptible to various influences. However, Joy believed that a mere banana would hardly suffice to convert an atheist into a proponent of creationism. At that moment, the pastor seated beside him clutched a banana, earnestly asserting that it was a divine creation rather than a product of natural evolution. His arguments revolved around the banana's shape, which perfectly aligns with a human hand's grip, its ease of peeling akin to a can, and its diameter fitting snugly within the human mouth, among other trivial points. Joy was on the verge of losing his composure, especially as he observed the audience below, utterly engrossed in the pastor's discourse. Internally, he was fervently critiquing, "These fools, the sweet, succulent banana is not a product of natural evolution. What I wouldn't give for another outbreak of fungal banana blight, leaving everyone with nothing but the starchy, seed-laden primitive bananas to gnaw on and watch them quiet down." Walter had advised him to simply sit there, maintain a smile, and await the pastor's conclusion before departing. But Joy felt he was enduring a mental assault. In summary, the entire premise of the banana's creation purportedly attested to the brilliance of the creator. Thank goodness Joy had lost track of time as he yearned to escape this place. Whether or not he possessed superhuman wisdom was uncertain, but he knew that remaining any longer would lead to his own intellectual degradation. To his astonishment, the elderly pastor beside him placed a hand on his shoulder, disregarding Joy's threatening gaze, and discreetly pushed a manuscript toward him. "Now, let us welcome Superman, the Son of God from Kansas, to enlighten us on the miraculous nature of the Creator." Perhaps the old pastor assumed that as a newcomer to Walter's company, Joy would be too embarrassed or reluctant to refuse the church's request to read this absurd piece of drivel aloud. Observing others deceive the gullible was one thing. Personally engaging in such deception was entirely another. If Joy truly wished to make a living by conning the naive, he could have easily chosen the path of a typical office journalist, lounging in an air-conditioned environment, fabricating news from internet commentary, rather than applying for an overseas position and facing the perils of the battlefield. Well, friends, it is time to enlighten you about the origins of the banana. Joy glanced at the manuscript, which was even more nonsensical than the previous banana discourse. Only a seasoned performer could read it aloud without breaking into laughter. Thus, he opted not to read it. The banana you speak of bears no relation to the creator. It is merely a hybrid product. Please refrain from flaunting your superiority with this genetically flawed artificial variety. The crowd below shifted slightly, and the assistant's expression changed, but Joy remained unfazed. And he was already preparing to embark on a journey to Africa in search of authentic wild bananas. Who dares to oppose their own words on sight? I shall immediately thrust that object into their eyes, allowing them to comprehend the essence of natural evolution. Is it not amusing? As Joy ascended, he discovered that the raven had long awaited him amidst the clouds. You summon me here solely to witness a farce. Joy was quite displeased. His time was of immense value, as he dedicated each day to the study of magic. The tasks assigned to him by the water company could be postponed. Yet who could foresee that he would be deceived into this place to have his intelligence insulted? No, I have come merely to demonstrate the extent of human folly. Are you unwell? The raven's retort incited Joy's fury. Are you about to deliver yet another lecture on how I should lead and protect them? How many times must I reiterate that I am not Clark Kent, a deity imbued with humanity, nor can I become a friendly neighbor like Spider-Man? If I truly wish to aid humanity and enhance their existence, why not strive for global unity and subsequently establish the Astartes Legion to embark on a grand expedition beyond the solar system? Joy had far more pressing matters to attend to. Their unwavering belief in creationism meant that even if a priest brandished a banana while uttering such absurdities, they would accept it without question. The raven pointed at Joy as if she had momentarily pierced the veil of his thoughts. And you, ensnared by the delusion of resurrecting your parents, regard any bizarre information brought forth by that storm woman as a lifeline. You are fundamentally no different from those who believe in bananas. Boom! Joy's punch shattered all the clouds to the left of the raven, interrupting her critique. Could the raven be deceiving herself? Surely, given their lack of conflicting interests, she would not. Were the raven's assertions regarding the irreversibility of death accurate? As the daughter of the Three Palaces, one of the most potent spellcasters in the DC universe, they should be. Joy could effortlessly deduce these two conclusions. Yet he felt an inkling that alternative solutions must exist. However, there were no other means. Hellfire obliterated their last vestige of existence in this world, rendering even the most potent resurrection rituals ineffective under such conditions. The Raven's concerns extended beyond a stubborn Superman. They encompassed the impending invasion from Hell. Many of his siblings from the infernal realm were adept manipulators. While the superheroes of this world might abstain from aiding him, they must not succumb to temptation and fall into the hands of the Three Palaces. A Superman under the dominion of the hellish dimension would spell catastrophe for him, this universe, and neighboring realms. I apologize, Superman, but this is the reality. Raven can now perceive the tempestuous emotional upheaval within the Kryptonian before her. Yet she refuses to indulge him any longer. You may choose to evade the responsibilities that accompany being Superman, but should you continue to exhibit such frailty, I shall be compelled to cast you into another universe at the onset of a hellish invasion, lest you hinder my progress. Raven need not confront the infernal army head-on in this world. Her only requirement is to keep running. However, the fury manifested in this realm's demise leaves no room for resolution. Regardless of whether that rage ultimately leads to life or death, her father will undoubtedly arrive to reclaim his power. Raven cannot simply abandon this world, allowing it to descend into the hellish dimension due to her own failings. Her barrage of inquiries leaves Joy utterly speechless. The truth is that despite bearing the title of Superman and donning a replica of his uniform, he is, at his core, not Superman. The true Superman was nurtured in the pastoral embrace of Kansas, his 2 decades on the farm, along with the guidance of his adoptive parents. transformed him from an ordinary child into a gentle, just, strong, and humble Kansas farmer. For Joy, those years on the Kansas farm resemble a long-lost sanctuary. Though his psyche may already be set, he rarely heeds the teachings and criticisms of his adoptive parents, often dismissing them with a smile. When this sanctuary is suddenly obliterated, he finds himself utterly disoriented, akin to an ostrich that, having buried its head in the sand, suddenly finds itself on solid concrete, futilely attempting to bury its head once more. Joy harbors ample anger and motivation to unleash his wrath upon Raven, blaming her for the disastrous day that ultimately stemmed from her actions, an admission she has made herself. Yet, he recognizes the futility of such an outburst. Thus he suppresses his fury and humbly extends a hand to Raven. I sincerely seek your guidance on how to thoroughly or effectively eradicate the hellish dimension and its creations. Chapter 17. Friends who frequently kill know, I have no intention of shaking your hand, lest you again mistake me for distorting your thoughts. Having learned from past experiences, Raven understands the necessity of allowing space for mutual trust with Superman. However, she is not one to easily distort another's thoughts. To extinguish such a fiercely burning flame of vengeance, she, too, would be consumed in the process. The vast majority of demons are relatively simple to eliminate, whether they reside in the hellish dimension or the tangible universe. Once their physical forms are destroyed, they too shall perish. Yet, entities like her father are not so easily vanquished. Raven's hatred for hell rivals that of Superman. Yet she has never dared to envision the complete eradication of its existence. The three palace demons, much like the hellish dimension itself, are impervious to annihilation. Hell is merely the dark reflection of the tangible universe, and one cannot extinguish their shadow without first obliterating themselves. There must be a way, whether it lies with your father or in the depths of hell itself. Raven resolved not to disturb Superman's contemplation any longer. She enveloped her entire form in her cloak, gradually fading from the sky. I look forward to the day we uncover it together. Superman began to delve into another conundrum. Yet for Raven, this was not entirely detrimental. What if such a method truly existed? Like her father, Raven was an almost immortal being. Weary of the relentless pursuit from the three palaces, she yearned for genuine freedom. Deep within her heart, she could not shake the belief that a solution must exist. One that could put an end to the eternal hunt that had spanned countless epochs and traversed innumerable worlds. Perhaps, at essence, she was not so different from Superman and those who believed in bananas. Huey felt more formidable than 007, for he had successfully planted a listening device within the Watt Company, right beneath the watchful eyes of a cadre of exceedingly dangerous superhumans and heavily armed guards, and managed to escape unscathed. It was only upon returning to Butcher's vehicle that the adrenaline surged through him, as if he had just indulged in a euphoric high, exclaiming exuberantly in the passenger seat, "Woo! This feeling is absolutely exhilarating." Butcher remained silent, driving Huey back to the electronics store where he worked. All of his prior guidance and lofty moral lessons had merely been a prelude to this ultimate outcome. He deposited Huey at the store's entrance, bluntly informing him, "Kid, you should head back to work. I'll notify you if there's any news." Butcher had no intention of alerting him that the discovery of the listening device within what was inevitable. His immediate priority was to sever ties, ensuring that Watt's personnel could not trace back to him. As for Huey, Butcher could only wish him luck, for informants were meant to be expendable, a practice he had come to expect from his dealings with the CIA. Reluctantly, Huey exited the vehicle and made his way towards the store. But then a crucial thought struck him. He called out to Butcher, "Wait a moment, Butcher, let me show you how to make $45,000 vanish in an instant." Huey produced the check he had obtained from the Watt legal personnel and, without a moment's hesitation, tore it in half. $45,000 was no trifling sum for someone working at an electronics store, yet he resolutely refused to accept such blood money. It was then that Butcher truly regarded Huey with seriousness. He halted Huey, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet the words eluded him, and all he could manage was, "You're a genuinely good person, Huey." After watching Butcher drive away, Huey entered the store, knowing that despite his remarkable infiltration that could be worthy of a cinematic portrayal, he would still be exploited for his remaining value by his unscrupulous employer. As the clock marked the end of his shift, Huey's boss sprang from his chair and vanished without a trace, leaving Huey alone to finish closing up. He was preparing to tidy up the closet. turn off the lights, lock the door, and leave when the doorbell rang, signaling a customer. "I'm sorry, we're closed," he said without lifting his head, continuing to clear the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the entrance, only to find it utterly devoid of anyone. Dismissing the notion of auditory hallucination or a ghostly apparition, Hugh could only conceive one possibility. Before long, this possibility materialized before him. As the listening device he had concealed in the water conference room that morning now hovered inexplicably in the air, and he heard a familiar voice. "Who are you?" With a voice, but no visible form, Hugh's breath quickened. He recognized the visitor as one of the members of the Seven, the Invisible Man, completely unseen. The Invisible Man seized Hugh by his collar and slammed him to the ground, swiftly initiating a brutal memory retrieval. "Who was the person you were just with in the car?" The Invisible Man, already furious over piracy, was utterly relentless and eager to eliminate any threat, especially a spy who had infiltrated the company to plant a listening device. He had resolved to beat Hugh half to death, extract the truth, and then finish him off completely. Outside, Butcher watched this unfold with keen clarity from his hidden vantage point. He was unsure why he had acted so recklessly today, but ever since his lover, who worked at Water, had gone missing, he had been in a constant state of madness. He had anticipated that the company might discover the listening device, but he never imagined it would happen so swiftly, nor that a member of the Seven would confront him directly. He could have easily abandoned the boy, as before, and concealed his identity, later seeking out another superhero victim to serve as a new spy, which would have been the safest course of action. Yet he chose not to. He decided to embrace his madness today and confront one of the most formidable superhero teams. The Seven head-on, specifically the Invisible Man. He pressed the accelerator, and his car charged forward like Don Quixote on a quest, crashing through the glass storefront and colliding squarely with the Invisible Man, who was assaulting Hugh. "Hugh, run!" Butcher kicked open the car door, wielding a crowbar he always carried, prepared to face the Invisible Man. Following the trajectory of the Invisible Man's flight, he struck fiercely at the spot where the villain had landed, but unexpectedly missed. The physical prowess of these superpowered individuals was indeed far superior to that of ordinary humans. Soon, Butcher found himself on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Even if he tried to throw punches, he needed to be able to see his target, which he had devised a method to circumvent. His face bore the marks of countless blows, his mouth filled with blood, yet he seized an opportunity to spray in the general direction of the Invisible Man, instantly covering him in a literal sense with blood. At long last, the Butcher found a target upon which to unleash his pent-up fury, delivering a series of brutal blows to the indistinct, blood-soaked figure before him. However, he soon came to a sobering realization. The superhuman was undeniably superior to an ordinary man like himself, and the brutal methods he had honed during his time with the CIA were utterly ineffective against this formidable adversary. The altercation was brief, concluding with the Invisible Man firmly in control, as he had no intention of surrendering to law enforcement or any other organization. Butcher understood these fragmented thoughts all too well. The Invisible Man sought to extract information about his origins while deriving amusement from tormenting him. Just as Butcher believed his quest for vengeance might come to an abrupt end that night, the recently escaped Huey stealthily returned, picking up a severed wire from the blind spot behind the Invisible Man. Butcher immediately grasped the plan. He would distract the adversary with his ramblings to create an opportunity for Huey. As the end of the wire touched the Invisible Man's rear, delivering a shocking jolt, the formidable foe who had previously beaten them into submission collapsed, rendered unconscious. The Invisible Man's fear of electricity was an epiphany that had struck Huey during his earlier escape. He had paid attention to information about superheroes and recalled that the Invisible Man had once mentioned on a talk show that his ability to vanish stemmed from a carbon-based skin capable of bending light. Carbon, as it happens, possesses remarkable conductivity. Had he perished? Huey, still trembling, stared at the indistinct figure of the Invisible Man on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though his day had spiraled into utter madness. He had infiltrated Vought Industries in the morning and, by nightfall, had electrocuted one of the world's strongest superheroes. Butcher, too, remained uncertain of the Invisible Man's fate. He had certainly dealt a significant blow, and his kicks had felt akin to striking a lifeless pig. However, a new dilemma loomed for both him and Huey. As those who frequently take lives are well aware, while killing may be easy, Disposing of a body is fraught with difficulty. Chapter 18. The right thing. What is the purpose of one's existence in this world? As night fell, Joy nestled within Clara's embrace, pondering this profound question. Where have you been all day? I couldn't reach you, and it worried me. Stormfront casually inquired while toying with Joy's small curls. Moreover, why so forthright today? Have you even glanced at those documents? I went to the Arctic to clear my mind. Perhaps there was no signal there, Joy replied. As for those documents, you needn't trouble yourself to find them anymore. I have lost interest. In truth, Joy had ventured to the Arctic in search of something that belonged to him. The Kryptonian spacecraft that had brought him to Earth was less a ship than a mere escape pod. Accompanying his memories of Superman's arrival on Earth was another Kryptonian vessel, a reminder of his origins. Superman constructed a unique secret base in the Arctic, using this spacecraft as its foundation, which he aptly named Fortress of Solitude. The true essence of Superman is not as radiant as it appears. As an extraterrestrial being, it is likely that no one has ever truly comprehended him. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to name his sanctuary Solitude. However, relying on his intermittently effective supervision, Joy turned the entire Arctic ice sheet upside down in search of any trace from Krypton, yet found nothing. This left him feeling perhaps even more isolated than Clark Kent. At least Clark had his parents, Lois Lane, the remnants of his Arctic homeland, and the camaraderie of the Justice League, whereas Joy felt utterly alone. He suddenly realized that if he were to decide to annihilate the entire Earth, there would be no one capable of grasping his vulnerabilities. What are you thinking, child? Surely you're not still angry about today's church visit? Stormwoman gently patted Joy's back, much like a mother soothing her child. Rest assured, I have informed that wretched Madeline. You shall no longer be troubled by such nonsensical church matters. Stormwoman held boundless hope for Joy, especially after learning that the equipment department could not implant anything beneath his skin, which almost convinced her of his unyielding resilience akin to that of the Patriots. She whispered softly in Joy's ear, akin to the serpent in the Garden of Eden, "You're the most perfect among us, a paragon of virtue, a true deity. They should honor you, rather than the illusory god of their imaginations." Seeing Joy remain silent, Stormwoman sighed. The leader of her envisioned pure race, the commander of the Aryan superhuman army, could not be such a silent, composed figure devoid of ambition. This child required superior guidance, her guidance. Joy was never a person of silence and composure. The reticent cannot be a journalist, and had he been sufficiently calm, he would not have chosen an occupation fraught with peril. His initial approach to the water company and Stormwoman stemmed from his belief that they possessed the necessary resources to aid him in acquiring the magical tomes he sought, with no intention of fulfilling Clara's aspirations. Particularly, that aspirations seemed rather dubious. The term Übermensch that had sprung from Clara's lips prompted him to consult dictionaries of several major European languages, revealing that it meant Superman in German. Was this a legitimate company? Could it be associated with something sinister, like Hydra? How much did the superheroes affiliated with this company truly know? At this moment, Joy's long-buried professional instincts resurfaced, prompting him to ponder whether he should investigate further. At that moment, holding his beloved Clara, he gently tapped his own head, questioning what thoughts occupied his mind all day, remaining silent. Joy lifted his head, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He stretched his body and embraced the storm girl Clara in his arms, pondering, "I was just contemplating whether I should undertake actions that would be beneficial and righteous for this world. Of course, you are Superman. You are always right. You can do anything you wish for this world." The storm girl giggled, turning to straddle Joy, the sheets slipping away, revealing their perfect forms. "But it's rather late now. Why not indulge in something else first?" Joy felt that the storm girl occasionally spoke with a modicum of sense. The investigation into Walter could certainly wait for another time. If there were anything more challenging than disposing of a body after a murder, it would be the disposal of a body after slaying a superhuman. And what could be more troublesome? The fact that this superhuman, poised to be discarded, was not yet dead. Huey, who initially believed he had committed murder, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing that the invisible man had survived. He realized that the situation was not yet irrevocable. "Have you lost your mind, Huey?" Butcher's perspective was evidently more rational. "We must eliminate him. He has seen our faces. However, we can negotiate with him." Huey, being an ordinary person, instinctively recoiled at the thought of murder. "Yes, negotiate with him, then let him go. Upon his return, He will inform the other superheroes, like the Train, and then you might end up being ripped apart by superhumans, just like Robin. The repeated mention of Robin, who had been brutally destroyed by superheroes, rekindled Huey's fury, prompting him to shout at Butcher, "Do not speak of my girlfriend, you bastard impersonating the FBI." Butcher, innocently puffing on a cigarette, turned back, seemingly oblivious to the immense pressure that had caused Huey, the poor boy, to hear things. "I didn't say a word, Huey." He was contemplating whom to approach to dispose of the troublesome body in his trunk. There was indeed a weapon master, a chemical expert, his former teammate, the Frenchman. With that thought, Butcher pressed the accelerator, racing towards his good friend, the Frenchman's, residence. "Who the hell are you calling a good friend? Get off my territory." The Frenchman was preparing to indulge in a romantic moment with his cohabiting partner when Butcher's unexpected appearance disrupted his plans, leaving little room for cordiality. "Come here." Butcher beckoned with a look that suggested he had something intriguing to show. He motioned for the Frenchman to approach the trunk of the car. The Frenchman mistakenly believed that Butcher had experienced a moment of conscience and was prepared to return a substantial sum he owed him. He hurried over, only to discover a translucent figure in the trunk. This figure began to speak. "You three bastards, I have memorized your faces. Will my countrymen find me, I will personally ensure your demise, along with your families and friends." A chill ran from the Frenchman's heels to the crown of his head. This was one of the translucent members of the infamous Seven. "Butcher, I am utterly exasperated." Butcher had just temporarily incapacitated the translucent figure with a stunned baton and, with a satisfied grin, turned to the furious Frenchman. "Welcome aboard our pirate ship, my friend. It is time to do something righteous." Starlight had harbored a dream since childhood, to become a hero, not merely a star. Her journey towards heroism had led her to the brink of fulfilling that childhood aspiration, only to be usurped by a well-connected rival. That coveted position belonged to the world's strongest superhero team, the Seven, and her ultimate dream was snatched away from her grasp. Yet, becoming a hero does not always require the spotlight. Stan Edgar, the most powerful figure at Vought, met with Starlight, accompanied by his dark aide. He presented her with an irresistible proposition. "I apologize for the loss of your position in the Seven, but I assure you, this is merely a temporary setback. When the time is right, I will restore you to that coveted status." However, Starlight was not as naive as she often appeared. Her genuine desire to become a superhero and help others did not imply ignorance of the world's complexities. As long as she aspired to reclaim her place in the Seven, she had no choice but to accept whatever conditions lay ahead. The question now was, what price was she willing to pay for that position? Stan Edgar, being shrewd, recognized the slight discontent etched upon Starlight's youthful face. He merely gestured for his aide to bring forth a stack of documents, which he then handed to her. As I mentioned, not all heroes stand in the spotlight. Starlight perused the files, discovering a series of cold cases, predominantly involving missing children. Confusion washed over her. "What is this?" "A chance for you to assist others. I can provide you with funding, technological and intelligence support, a secret base, a supercomputer, and all the necessary cover identities. You will unravel mysteries like a tech knight peeling back layers of deception." Stan Edgar's tone was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet at this moment, it appeared remarkably captivating. "Consider this a test of your mettle. Imagine, if you could unravel these unsolved mysteries, you would become a hero to the entire nation. Such an accolade far surpasses that of a beauty pageant title. Nothing could hinder your entry into the illustrious Super Seven. However, I must forewarn you, these cases are exceedingly intricate. No challenge could be more daunting than returning home to Iowa with one's tail between one's legs, especially after having utterly enraged one's mother by losing the chance to shine. Choosing to surrender now would leave one unable to face the mother who has invested immeasurable effort into one's journey. At this moment, one could at least cling to a glimmer of hope, and thankfully, the task at hand is indeed the right one. Chapter 19. The cunning rodent in a room cloaked in metallic foil, impervious to any detection, lay the domain of the Invisible Man. Though not universally applicable, most individuals with superhuman abilities typically possess superior physical attributes, excelling in strength, agility, and resilience. The Invisible Man, a paragon among them, might lack the overwhelming power of a compatriot or the formidable Queen Maeve, yet his carbon skin rendered him nearly impervious to harm. The Frenchman and Butcher had attempted every conceivable weapon: blades, axes, firearms, and even electromagnetic projectiles, all to no avail. If there existed a discipline dedicated to the economical and scientific management of superhumans, the Frenchman would undoubtedly be a leading expert in the field. Identifying and exploiting the vulnerabilities of superhumans under constrained conditions was second nature to him. Yet, gazing at the invisible man ensnared within an electrified cage, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Electricity could indeed inflict damage upon the invisible man, but it was limited. It could not truly kill him. His carbon skin was as resilient as that of a long-standing tortoise, and given the trio's rudimentary resources, penetrating this armor to inflict harm was utterly unfeasible, let alone slaying him. Suddenly, the Frenchman conceived a bold idea. Dismissing the despondent Huey and Butcher, he ventured into the chamber containing the Invisible Man. At that moment, the Invisible Man realized that his captors were utterly powerless to harm him. He taunted them incessantly, fully confident that it was merely a matter of time before Walter would locate him. Rather than being confined by them, he perceived that these ruffians had ensnared themselves in a trap of their own making, awaiting their demise. Oblivious to the impending doom, the Invisible Man boasted with a bravado that rivaled his own impenetrable skin. "Look at your desperate situation. You might as well release me now. I assure you, I can grant you a swift end while sparing your families from harm." The Frenchman incapacitated the Invisible Man with a stun baton and summoned the bewildered Butcher inside, unlocking the cage and commencing some localized procedures on the invisible figure. When the Invisible Man regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sinister smiles of three individuals who exclaimed, "Ah, you're awake." Acknowledging the futility of breaking through the turtle's shell, one might ponder how to eliminate such a creature. The answer lies in evading the shell and targeting the softer, vulnerable parts within. Thus, if the Invisible Man's exterior resembles that of a turtle's shell, what might one find its tender interior? Butcher contemplated that it required a certain level of depravity on the Frenchman's part, and upon his suggestion, he devised a plan involving inserting explosives into the Invisible Man's mouth. The Frenchman proposed a more strategic approach, emphasizing the need to prevent any potential vomiting. Upon realizing that several plastic C4 explosives had been inserted into his body, the previously defiant Invisible Man began to feel genuine terror. In that moment, the roles of predator and prey had reversed. Butcher, holding the C4 remote control, felt an unprecedented thrill. He now wielded the power of life and death over one of the world's most formidable superhumans. "You must divulge everything we wish to know. Refuse, and you will explode. Lie, and the same fate awaits you. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." The Invisible Man was desperate to kneel before Butcher, begging, "I can do anything you ask." His mind raced faster than ever before, recalling that Huey had previously inquired about the locomotive's actions. "I know the locomotive killed your girlfriend, and I have some dirt on him. Spare my life, and I will reveal everything you seek." Butcher's interest was piqued. "Speak quickly." This moment transported him back to the glorious days when he led a professional team dedicated to uncovering the secrets of these superheroes, ultimately toppling them. If one were to name that team, it would likely be called the Boys. The locomotive had a secret lover, the formidable Magic Claw. He believed no one was aware. But I do. He visits her almost daily to play cards. As for how the Invisible Man came by this knowledge, it was quite evident. Any individual with the ability to become invisible finds it impossible to resist the temptation to pry into the privacy of others. The Invisible Man, in particular, had no qualms about peering into the lives of everyone except his fellow countrymen, including his teammates. Had he not heard that the newcomer possessed superhuman sight and hearing, he would have already made a visit. "I know nearly all the secrets and private matters of the Seven. Spare me, and I will share everything." Butcher, to his credit, was genuinely intrigued. The words spoken by such individuals are undoubtedly authentic. One merely needs to note the content and, with simple diligence, seek out tangible evidence to cast aside, which could easily precipitate a 50% decline in the stock price of the water company. However, Butcher is acutely aware that their time is running short. Who knows where the Invisible Man has vanished to? Just as the patriotic man was about to utter a few words, he discovered that the Invisible Man was once again absent from the morning meeting. When he inquired among his colleagues, the unanimous response was, "I don't know." To everyone's view, it seemed the Invisible Man had once more succumbed to a life of debauchery and self-destruction, rendering his whereabouts a matter of indifference. Unlike several seasoned veterans within the Super Seven, The patriotic man harbors a sincere aspiration to embrace his role as a superhero rather than adopting a lackadaisical approach. At least, that is the image he wishes to project in the public eye. Observing his longtime teammates, drunks, addicts, individuals with autism, aquarium proprietors, and habitual absentees, he notices that the newly arrived young recruit is, at least for now, diligently taking notes. Yet, it is not lost on the patriotic man that this newcomer is merely doodling turtles in his notebook. The patriotic man feels a pang of distress, having only just worked late the previous night to submerge the family of the Baltimore mayor, who had threatened Madeline with Compound 5 into the Atlantic. Now, he finds himself tasked with managing these petty thieves of salary. He has come to realize that the true peril to the water company lies not outside, but within the ranks of the Super 7. However, this newcomer's lack of ambition might prove advantageous. The patriotic man is no fool and understands the implications of having someone of comparable ability inserted into his team by the powers on the 82nd floor. Yet, this newcomer appears rather too youthful, having publicly confronted his fan base during a presentation just yesterday, resulting in a recorded incident that went viral on Douyin, causing his already meager support rate to plummet by 18 points. The patriotic man, who has cultivated a loyal following over decades, is confident he could easily outshine this fledgling rival. Meanwhile, Joy, who is busy doodling in his notebook, is preoccupied with thoughts of where to begin his investigation into the water company's unsavory dealings. It is not a matter of being unsure where to start, but rather the overwhelming abundance of leads, as he now finds himself inside the water company. What could be more challenging to guard against than an insider? At this moment, as Joy contemplates how to systematically eradicate the lingering remnants of corruption, he might recall an idiom from a past life: the crow cannot steal the mouse. Yet, even if granted the superintelligence of 10 superheroes, he could not fathom the unique perspective of the patriotic man. Chapter 20. Everyone fancies the new and disdains the old ultimately. The patriotic man humbly ventured outside, hoping to trace some faint signals to locate the invisible man, who has been missing for an alarmingly prolonged period. Whether it be alcohol or ice, the effects of such substances on the superhuman physique are exceedingly limited. The mysterious disappearance of the transparent man has aroused a sense of unease among the compatriots. However, after patrolling and interrogating several suspicious individuals, they returned empty-handed, filled with frustration, seeking solace in the presence of Madeline. The compatriot's attachment to Madeline resembles the most quintessential case in Freudian theory. A colossal infant, devoid of security, instinctively perceives Madeline as a maternal figure. Meanwhile, Madeline, holding the compatriot in her embrace, is burdened with her own concerns. Firstly, she constantly worries about how to secure the inclusion of the Vought Company in the Pentagon's list of military procurement suppliers. Secondly, and most crucially, the compatriot has recently exhibited excessive activity. The superheroes of the Vought Company are more akin to performers than heroes. Their sole responsibility is to embody the personas assigned to them by the company for the public eye. Yet, the compatriot has evidently become deeply immersed in his role, frequently overstepping his boundaries and taking actions beyond his duties. He has even bypassed Madeline, commanding all departments as if he were the genuine leader of the Vought administrative body. It is not uncommon for superheroes like the compatriot to possess privileges. However, his current exercise of such authority poses a direct threat to both himself and the operation of the entire company. An unspoken understanding exists between the superheroes and the Vought Company. Once the identity mask is removed, they each lead their own lives, saving the world in front of the cameras, while living in it behind the scenes. For instance, the transparent man enjoys peering into private spaces. The Homelander revels in his affairs. Queen Maeve indulges in copious amounts of alcohol, equally attracted to both genders, and Deep finds solace in conversing with fish. Yet, the compatriot stands as an exception. He was raised in a sterile laboratory as a test tube infant, with all his interpersonal relationships meticulously fabricated by the Vought Company from childhood to his debut. Initially, Vought even assigned him the identity of an extraterrestrial for convenience, which was only altered to that of a middle-class American family upon his insistence. Madeline has perused nearly all of the experiment logs documenting the compatriot's childhood in the laboratory, each entry sending shivers down her spine. From a young age, Vought instilled fear and insecurity within the compatriot, akin to taming a circus elephant. bound by ropes from childhood. After countless attempts over days, weeks, months, and even years, he ultimately discovers that he is unable to break free, leading him to surrender. As the young elephant matures into an adult, it ceases to attempt to break the seemingly insignificant rope. Yet, the current predicament is that this elephant has begun to strive to sever its bonds. The elephant, crafted at an exorbitant cost by Vought-S research and development, remains under control for now, but Madeline is uncertain how much longer this situation can endure. Especially in the current tumultuous environment within the company, Storm Woman swiftly dismissed Joy with sweet words, made a brief arrangement, and then leapt from the suite's window, soaring toward her place of daily work. Unlike Joy, who played the role of a superhero, engaging in a whimsical charade, Storm Woman's responsibilities form the very foundation upon which what company stands resilient. She descended into a fortified psychiatric facility, a structure fortified with reinforced concrete, ensuring that no patient could easily escape. Upon landing, she proceeded to the central monitoring room of the building, where she encountered the attending physician. What is the progress? In which aspect? DNA or compounds? The superheroes of what company are, at their core, merely humans infused with the enigmatic Compound 5. There exists no divine blessing, a fact tacitly acknowledged by the upper echelons of what? Essentially, what is a biochemical pharmaceutical company rather than an entertainment agency? Superheroes are merely derivative products of the Compound 5 industry chain. Researching Compound 5 occasionally leads to challenges constrained by legal, moral, and ethical standards that cannot be surmounted. This is precisely the purpose of the psychiatric facilities operated under Storm Woman's aegis, where ethical considerations are rendered irrelevant. DNA. Did you not inform me of a significant discovery? In truth, Storm Woman holds little enthusiasm for DNA research, as the DNA of humans infused with Compound 5 exhibits an array of bizarre and chaotic mutations. One could even argue that every individual injected with Compound 5 constitutes a distinct race, with reproductive isolation existing among superhuman individuals and between superhumans and regular humans. In this context, studying the effects of Compound 5 at the DNA level is a monumental task that cannot be accomplished with our own resources. It is far more cost-effective to summarize superficial traits through various live, experimental subjects. The attending physician adjusted his glasses and handed Storm Woman the experimental notes. The hair samples you provided, along with other specimens, are quite peculiar. To put it bluntly, their structure resembles that of humans untouched by Compound 5, rather than superhumans. Could you repeat that? Despite the brevity of the statement, Storm Woman found herself struggling to comprehend. What I mean is, from a DNA structural standpoint, it is evident that it closely resembles that of humans, rather than those superhumans whose DNA has been ravaged by Compound 5. The physician, belatedly realizing the implications, cast a furtive glance at Storm Woman, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. No offense intended, ma'am. At that moment, Storm Woman was too preoccupied with an urgent revelation to concern herself with his unintentional slight. In her eyes, Joy was merely a 16-year-old child, recently bereaved of his parents. His spirit shattered, easily swayed by any external consolation. She could readily seize this opportunity to cultivate dependence, nurturing him gradually, much like Madeline had done with the native populace, investing years in education to mold him into the desired form. However, if Joy's DNA was so closely aligned with that of humanity, did it not imply the possibility of recreating another Joy through the womb of an ordinary human, akin to how Walter had cultivated the natives? A completely blank slate of a young Joy, whom she could nurture like a mother, ensuring his absolute obedience to her. Would this not present a more cost-effective approach than educating a rebellious 16-year-old? As for the additional years, Storm Woman, an extraordinary being who had faced Hitler, eternally youthful and ageless, was least in want of time. Chapter 21. The echo of unforgotten thoughts, though stated more than once. The theory of the makeshift troop truly held universal validity. Joy had initially anticipated that accessing the confidential materials of Walter Corporation would require her to navigate complex command lines, breaching multiple firewalls and circumventing honeypots, only to discover that the corporation's Wi-Fi speed was surprisingly swift. These fools, in their quest to share printers and scanners, had nearly connected every internet-capable computer on that floor to the internal network. prompting Joy to regret spending $6 on the ebook network penetration from beginner to grave she had purchased on Amazon. Some imbecile in the HR department had already submitted an IT request 3 times this month, seeking assistance with her sluggish computer. Wasn't that obvious? As Joy observed this so-called genius with all personnel files laid out in a single folder on her desktop, the 2 terabytes of her C drive had turned red. How could it not lag? She had even stored the password for the company's management system directly in her browser. It would be somewhat disrespectful for Joy not to take a look at how much was accessible. Ah, there you are. As if summoned, the HR department's bright spark, Ashley, entered the conference room, clutching a pile of schedules. Joy swiftly switched to Victoria 3. The Invisible Man was absent today. He was supposed to attend an external event alongside Deep Sea. Would you mind covering for him? Can Deep Sea handle it alone? Speaking of Deep Sea, Joy had just glanced at the materials and learned he was not an Atlantean, but rather an exceptional graduate from a university called Doghead Gold, who had directly joined the Super 7 post-graduation. He was capable of navigating the ocean's depths with ease, possessing remarkable physical strength. Just a mere smuggler. Deep Sea could certainly manage it on his own. Yet today, as audience relished seeing superheroes team up, there was a term for it, wasn't he there? A dream collaboration? After the recent banana incident, Joy found himself quite disinclined to participate in any activities organized by Water Company, rather than operating as superheroes. This company resembled more of a group of beloved idols. However, this particular performance, aimed at combating drug trafficking, sparked a flicker of motivation within Joy. Although the rampant drug issue was largely a consequence of local administrative negligence, it did not preclude him from engaging in a good deed. Under the pretense of needing to finalize and close the game, he discreetly dismissed Ashley, meticulously erased his browsing history, and prepared to revisit it at a later date. That night, Joy pondered the curious notion of whether one could indeed converse with fish, including the smaller varieties. He had long been intrigued by how Deep Sea managed to communicate with fish, given that most fish, by their very physiological nature, lacked the fundamental capabilities to engage in dialogue with humans. Their brains were minuscule, and the thought of such rudimentary creatures attempting to communicate with a being of complex cognition seemed an utterly chaotic endeavor. If one wished to mock him, it would be far more straightforward to do so outright, rather than resorting to subterfuge. Deep Sea bore a rather symmetrical visage, yet somehow appeared rather shifty-eyed. At that moment, he could only respond with a weak retort, refraining from further elaboration. Had it been another newcomer, Deep Sea might have subjected them to the trials of workplace bullying. However, having grown accustomed to being the scapegoat, he found himself lacking the courage to resist Joy, who shared a similar background. He certainly did not wish to end up like a train engine with a broken leg. I hear you graduated from Goddakan Academy? What does that institution teach? It's Goddakan University, Goddakan University, not some Goddakan Academy. Upon the mention of Goddakan Academy, Deep Sea perked up as if jolted and quickly distanced himself from the association. He was a proud alumnus of Goddakan Hero University, a distinguished institution producing top-tier talents. The Goddakan Academy in question was less an academy and more akin to a zoo, where the inhabitants were, rather bluntly, merely the animal companions of Professor John Goddakan, the leader of the G-Squad, summoned at will. Joy could not fathom why Deep Sea reacted so strongly, but remained vigilant, planning to investigate further after dealing with a group of drug traffickers below. The drug crisis had long plagued American society, often accompanied by gun violence, murder, and organized crime syndicates. Ignoring the bullets whizzing past him, Joy effortlessly crushed the gangster's handgun into a crumpled mass of metal. The fear ignited in the eyes of the assailant compelled him to kneel in submission. The other 2 accomplices attempted to flee, but were swiftly intercepted by Deep Sea, who dispatched one with a series of powerful strikes. Listening to the familiar yet distinctive Spanish accents of the group, Joy felt no surprise. After all, he had been battle-hardened in his previous life, traversing the most tumultuous regions of Central and South America, well aware of the types of individuals who engaged in the cocaine trade within the United States. At that moment, Iley observed the dust settling and promptly summoned the photography team, directing them to capture the scene with their cameras while she shouted a few slogans. Joy, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of anger and took to the skies in flight. In Joy's eyes, drug traffickers deserved the utmost punishment, even if he were to eliminate them. The public relations department at Walter could surely cleanse his reputation, perhaps even garnering him more admirers among the redneck community. However, Joy refrained from such actions, not out of restraint, but because he recognized the futility of it all. The more places he visited, the more he sensed that much of the world was undeniably flawed. In the southern regions of this mountainous city, drug trafficking proliferated like weeds, an endless cycle of violence. Driven by greed, locals were often ensnared in a vicious cycle of cause and effect. When the major corporations controlling grain and fruit treated these lands as their own backyard, it was inevitable that such a situation would arise. These corporations devoured farmland, mechanizing the production of primary agricultural products, which inevitably disrupted the local supply and demand balance. Farmers who once cultivated grains and fruits for sustenance found themselves forced to pivot towards growing more lucrative crops, such as opium. As these corporate giants continued their encroachment upon the land, dispossessed farmers had nowhere left to turn, leaving them with no choice but to adopt more extreme means of survival, such as arming themselves and heading north to sell their wares to the Americans. Moreover, with agencies like the CIA operating without moral boundaries, utilizing drugs as a means to undermine adversaries and fund their operations, the drug issue became an inescapable dilemma. How could the DEA effectively combat drug trafficking when they were consistently entwined with these unscrupulous entities? For Joy, capturing a few drug traffickers felt akin to trimming a decaying branch from a tree that was rotting from its roots. It was a futile endeavor that addressed none of the underlying issues. He initially set out with the intention of performing a good deed to uplift his spirits. Yet he found himself feeling more despondent. Upon reflection, he considered that the sporadic nature of his heightened hearing and vision might be linked to his own fragile, overthinking heart. Joy pondered how true superheroes selectively discern the information they wish to know. If he possessed super senses that span the globe, it would be challenging to resist the temptation to listen to and see the places he had visited in a past life that haunted his thoughts. Some sights, merely glimpsed from afar, were enough to linger in one's memory, let alone when experienced firsthand. In the face of the suffering of innocence, how could one remain indifferent? If he truly could see, how could he ignore the plight of those clinging to life amidst crumbling ruins, their existence hanging by a thread with each passing bomb? If he truly could hear, how could he silence the prayers of those hoping to survive, longing to witness the dawn of another day with their loved ones? Since the warmth of Joy's haven in this world was consumed by a great fire, she has increasingly felt that the self who has experienced death may harbor significant psychological issues. Has the life on the Kansas farm for over a decade truly left her unchanged? Is she still the daring war correspondent she once was? In the past, her flesh and blood self bravely traversed war zones with the essential tools of journalism. Yet now, her steel-clad existence has not ventured beyond the borders of Kansas for 15 years. Chapter 22. Investigation. Goodbye, darling, said Storm Woman as she bid farewell to Joy, as she usually did. Perhaps today was slightly different. Joy noticed a peculiar shift. Aren't you going to encourage me to become a paragon among those fallen individuals at the company? Storm Woman paused for a moment, gently patting Joy's cheek. I believe you can make your own decisions. Wait, Joy called out to Storm Woman, who was about to leave. She retrieved a carefully prepared box from her nightstand and presented it to her. What is this, a bracelet? Storm Woman inquired, extracting a string of green beads from a box. It was a necklace composed of small azure gemstones linked by silver chains, with a larger, smooth green gem at its center. Though the piece was overall polished, a slender crack marred its surface, glimmering with a dark green metallic sheen. This silicate mineral is commonly known on Earth as peridot. Since Joy wanted to present a gift that could not be refused, she chose meticulously. This is not ordinary silicate. It is sourced from the depths of Mars. I personally retrieved it and sculpted it with thermal vision. No one but you deserves it. Boasting is not a good habit. Little Joy, Storm Woman replied with a playful smirk, yet she accepted the gift with delight and immediately adorned her wrist, waving it at Joy. I must perform well at the company today. With a smile, Joy watched Storm Woman take flight before her own expression shifted to seriousness as she soared towards the water company. As soon as Joy landed and entered the company, she was confronted head-on by Ashley, who had been lying in wait. Ashley was still upset about Joy's abrupt departure during their previous operation and launched into a scolding tirade. Superwoman, we need to have a serious conversation. You cannot continuously refuse to cooperate with our promotional activities. So many of us have crafted numerous planning proposals, coordinated with various media outlets, and sacrificed sleep to analyze police data. We meticulously selected suitable crime scenes and braved the risks of danger to shoot alongside you. All of this is for you. Only by frequently appearing on camera can we gain exposure, grow our followers, influence public opinion, and operate within the fan economy. You have consistently shown a lack of respect for your audience, evading the camera, and despite your time in the limelight, your fan base has dwindled rather than increased. It seems inevitable that you will be expelled from the 7-member group. Joy appeared oblivious to these sentiments, resolutely advancing forward. Yet, this clever individual was audacious enough to block her path, creating a cacophony that reverberated in her mind. Ever since last night, when she thoroughly explored the accessible data within the internal network of Water Company, her respect for the organization had evaporated, particularly as she felt like just another cog in the machine. However, resorting to violent measures to expel her was not an option. She was not like those contemptible superheroes in the company. Reflecting on this, Joy suddenly recalled a particularly effective escape tactic employed by another similarly aggrieved superhero. She pointed behind Ashley and exclaimed, "Look, it's Soldier Boy. Don't expect to divert the topic Superman. Soldier Boy has been dead for decades. Today, I demand that you acknowledge the efforts of our team." Ashley retorted, though instinctively glanced back. Upon turning around again, she was met with a gust of wind. For Joy had vanished without a trace. Frustrated, Joy arrived at the most heavily armed floor of Water Company, where the Equipment Division and Criminal Investigation Department were located. As she passed the Equipment Division, she spotted the marksman who had once attempted to eliminate her, now busy organizing gear for an impending mission. Joy exchanged a knowing glance with him, causing him to tremble slightly. She then hastily made her way to the Criminal Investigation Department, where she found a junior staff member just settling down with a cup of American coffee and a slice of whole grain bread, preparing to tackle her breakfast with a lack of finesse. Although Joy had witnessed such scenes countless times before, she couldn't help but marvel at how these Anglo-American professionals could consume their meals devoid of any discernible flavor. Quietly observing from behind, she watched the employee swallow her rather unappetizing breakfast, after which Joy gently tapped her shoulder, causing her to spill the remaining coffee across her keyboard. "Oh dear, Superman. My apologies. That was my fault. I should have made some noise," Joy reassured the flustered woman, flipping the keyboard upside down to dry it with her heated gaze. Glancing at the employee's name tag, she remarked, "Anika, is it? I need your assistance with something." "It's Anika, Mr. Superman," she corrected, quickly tidying her workspace and shifting into a professional demeanor. "What can I assist you with?" Just the day before, a colleague had approached her, requesting help in locating the whereabouts of the Invisible Man's tracking device. "I need you to help me pinpoint the location of the tracker." "Oh, is it indeed the Invisible Man?" "Of course not," Joy replied, shaking her head. "Who cares where a useless individual, obsessed with attending various events, is nursing a hangover? I need to locate myself. The Watt Company is an international corporation that has established a firm foothold in New York since the 1950s. Despite Joy's exhaustive search through the company's internal network, some information remains inaccessible due to its age or classification, likely never stored in digital format on the servers. The archives and correspondence of the Watt Company contain numerous personnel files and records of superheroes, including financial documents from the public relations and legal departments that cover their indiscretions. However, it is evident that certain highly classified documents do not exist in the visible internal network of the company. Although Joy has contemplated the creation of a grand Gulag hotel to send over 80 superheroes for a holiday, the immediate concern should be addressing the structural issues, particularly regarding which high-ranking members of the Watt Company might be spared. Especially intriguing is the nature of the liaison with whom Joy shares a bed each night. The majority of the records concerning the Super 7, along with sporadic mentions of a suspicious compound number 5, as well as keywords like Barbara or Storm, are entirely absent from the database. In the absence of such data, Joy is compelled to resort to subtler tactics. During a flight yesterday, it is likely that Joy inadvertently misplaced something, and despite extensive searching this morning, it remains unfound. Anika, though skeptical of the narrative presented, reluctantly complied with the request for a location check, only to exclaim in surprise, "Oh, what is happening?" Joy seized the mouse, zooming in on the map, and it is no wonder Anika was astonished. The personal tracker was swiftly traversing the Atlantic, soon reaching the western coast of Africa, pausing briefly before racing towards the Indian Ocean, heading towards the South Sea Islands. Before Anika could finish her thought, Joy had vanished from the office, leaving behind a flurry of A4 papers strewn across the floor. Storm was engaged in one of her few pastimes outside of playing chess with Joy. The What Company is a multinational conglomerate, primarily focused on managing superhero idols, yet it has not neglected other ventures, such as its core biopharmaceutical research and development, military contracting and the upcoming strategy, charitable endeavors through the Red River Welfare Institute, and various overseas investment operations. To elaborate on these investments, they involve acquiring land abroad at low prices. As early as the 1960s and 70s, under the encouragement of Storm and other executives, the What Company began a substantial acquisition of overseas land in Africa and various Pacific islands at bargain prices, subsequently leveraging ownership of this land to politically or financially extort the local semi-colonial governments. Given the favorable relations between the What Company and the two legislative chambers, along with the tacit approval of certain influential figures, such extortion has nearly always succeeded. What if the local inhabitants are unwilling to sell their land at such low prices? For Storm, this represents one of the most enjoyable aspects of the endeavor. As perhaps the world's first superhuman transformed by Compound 5, she embodies the tempest she has aptly named herself, Storm. Draped in her favored black leather cloak, she commands lightning to dance across the Pacific skies, unleashing lethal thunder and torrential rains with mere gestures. A devastating low-pressure cyclone is poised to sweep over the local coastline, purging the lands of dissenters. Enveloped within thick clouds, Storm prepares to linger for a moment, relishing the rare opportunity to witness the plight and lamentations of the lowly insects in the aftermath of her tempest. Though she has recently grown somewhat weary of Joy, her feelings are not entirely extinguished, prompting her to resort once more to this long-neglected method of emotional release. This time, no lands are to be maliciously seized. It is merely her boredom that drives her. The laboratory has provided highly optimistic projections. She may indeed be capable of cloning a new, perfect Aryan Superman. If she so desires, and selects the right host for the ova, he could even be golden-haired. Yet, Joy's meticulously prepared gift this morning has stirred her interest slightly. Perhaps nurturing a young boy could be rewarding? Storm finds herself entangled in such musings for quite some time, only to belatedly realize that the cyclone she conjured has dissipated in an instant. By the time she comprehends the situation, the sky has cleared, its transparency restored by the equalization of pressure, while her red cloak billows in the air, rushing directly towards her. Joy speeds along the trajectory of Storm's flight, countering the pressure difference outside the hurricane's vortex along the eastern coast of the Atlantic, catching falling beings and setting them safely on the ground before hastily soaring towards the Pacific. There, he employs the same method, neutralizing the cyclone before anyone is harmed. His confrontation with the cyclone's pressure has nearly dispersed all clouds in the sky, revealing the figure clad in black robes standing amidst the clouds. Without requiring superhuman vision, Joy recognizes who she is. At this moment, Storm, observing Joy's approach, gains insight and raises her hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning to repel him. She then tears off the olive stone bracelet adorning her wrist, shattering the largest gem to reveal a hidden tracker within. Misled by the youth's age, she underestimates his perceptiveness. Storm believes that, should it come to conflict, her strength would suffice to subdue him. After all, laboratory data indicates that even her own compatriots cannot inflict fatal harm upon her. However, it is evident that this is neither the appropriate time nor place. Backed by the Water Corporation, she sees no need to engage in a brawl with a street thug amidst the Pacific skies. Storm, stop. Do not compel me to take action. In a precautionary measure, Joy evades the lightning that streaks towards him, pursuing the fleeing Storm. At this juncture, he is finally confronted with another reality he has subconsciously overlooked. The temporary bedfellow, who once appeared as a woman with ulterior motives, transformed into a seemingly radical individual, and eventually morphed into a Nazi perpetrator capable of mass slaughter through supernatural means. One would think that my mind should have grasped this layer of reality, or, at the very least, my body ought to have stirred into action to uncover it. Yet, following the upheaval, I found myself yearning for something unattainable, remaining stagnant in a new, temporary refuge. At this moment, a surge of fury ignited within Joy, not due to the other party's concealment, but rather because of the self-deception that had ensnared him. In a previous life, a colleague had aptly remarked on the beleaguered understanding of their leader, a sentiment that resonates with my own struggle between the lesser and the greater. Joy, why are you so furious? They are merely a collection of beasts. This youthful sense of justice vexes Storm Girl greatly, and it constitutes one of the reasons she finds nurturing such individuals challenging. They are merely a group of black-skinned gorillas and yellow-skinned monkeys. We are their superiors. In the distance, Joy's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, firmly locking onto Storm Girl. This world ought not to function in such a manner. When Annie January 1st received the assignment from Stan Edgar, she felt a stir of excitement and anticipation, particularly when he indeed provided her with a safe house in New Jersey, equipped with a high-spec computer capable of accessing the criminal surveillance system at any time, along with an array of specialized equipment and several pre-prepared false identities. This even inspired Starlight to devise her own slogan, "Anytime, anywhere, Starlight Detective, diligently solving cases." At this moment, Starlight found herself somewhat intoxicated by her heroic aspirations. A clear-minded individual would ponder the intricate details behind these cases, questioning why an imaginary person was necessary to investigate them. Nevertheless, Starlight was wholeheartedly engrossed in these long-standing cold cases, each one nearly a mystery without resolution. Save for the initial reports from parents whose children had vanished, only for the trail to go cold thereafter. The span of time was extensive, stretching from the era when the soldier boy was active 40 years ago to the current age of the Homelanders. Even the world's most insightful detective, the Tech Knight, would find it impossible to investigate, let alone an absolute novice like myself. Starlight resorted to the arduous method of personally visiting each family. Over the course of 3 days, she drove from Jersey City to Long Island, practically living in her car for meals and sleep, as she encountered 11 families embroiled in this tragedy within such a brief distance. For the first time, Starlight felt that she was ill-suited to the role of a detective. A true detective must maintain composure and clarity, ensuring that their thoughts remain logical and undisturbed by external factors. Yet, the accounts of grief and remorse accumulated during these visits had left her in a state of turmoil. Families who had lost children initially experienced shock and anxiety. But after enduring a prolonged and tormenting search without results, what followed was a wave of anger and guilt, culminating in a lifelong sense of numbness and despair. Starshine visited families at various stages of grief, from those who had just lost a child to those who had mourned for 3 or 4 years. Each word they uttered was a burden too heavy for an ordinary soul to bear, nearly crushing her with every syllable. I had merely entered the store to retrieve 2 hot dogs, instructing her to remain in place, and in that fleeting moment, she vanished from my sight. Starshine felt utterly incapable of continuing her investigation. That year, I would pick her up from school, where an ice cream truck stood, while I waited in line. She frolicked on the lawn with her backpack. Over a decade has passed, and I still frequently dream of her, recalling moments when she rolled on the grass, flattening the Queen Maeve doll that hung from her backpack. Starshine couldn't even fathom how she managed to drive back to Jersey City. All she knew was that she needed to curl up in her secret refuge and sleep soundly. It was impossible to think clearly amidst such chaos. Chapter 23. With a heart of steel, the desire to kill arises as Starshine rose to wash up and embark on another day steeped in negativity. A colossal battle of superhumans was unfolding in the skies above the Pacific, one of the most intense in decades. In this world, there are no supervillains. They exist solely in Watt's films and comic books. Everyone plays the role of a hero, amicably acting out their parts, deceiving the gullible for profit. Why resort to violence? At that moment, Storm was in disarray, desperately fending off Joy's relentless pursuit with bolts of lightning, yet she could not prevent the gap between them from closing, especially after realizing that lightning failed to inflict significant harm upon Joy. Storm remained perplexed by Joy's fury. In her eyes, she and Joy, as superhumans, belonged to the same elite class, while white individuals barely qualified as human, and those of black and yellow descent were akin to beasts. Would you care about the number of animals you hunted in a single outing? Joy, do not oppose your own kind for such trivial matters. You must bear the consequences of your actions. In a swift movement, Joy closed the distance to Storm, grasping the hem of her garment. She retaliated with a rapid twist and elbow strike, sending Joy tumbling into the sea. Use your brain, Joy. People like us need not pay a price for our actions. Storm devised a plan to extricate herself from Joy's grasp, extending her hands to gather power, forming a cyclone far more potent than before. While she flew closer to the shoreline, Joy, I know you can hear me. You need to calm down and cease your pursuit. Otherwise, we shall perish alongside these coastal insects. Joy certainly heard her. He could even perceive the distant cries of those on the West African coast, where hurricane devastation had stripped them of everything. The sounds of their weeping and wailing reached him. Joy burst forth from the water, exhaling a breath that froze a portion of the sea's surface. With a powerful thrust of his hands, he hurled several tons of ice toward the fleeing storm woman, akin to a discus thrower in full motion. Perhaps he had yet to fully comprehend the responsible use of his extraordinary powers. Yet he was acutely aware of the misapplication of such transcendent strength. The actions of Storm Woman had already severely breached his internal moral boundaries. Joy did not consider himself a saint, nor did he impose such lofty standards upon others, including the uncouth superheroes of the water company. There exists no decree that one must embody the principle that greater power entails greater responsibility. Akin to Spider-Man's almost complete abandonment of a normal social life to devote oneself entirely to the pursuit of justice. He acknowledged and accepted the gray areas of this world. Yet entities like Storm Woman, steeped in pure malevolence, posed a threat to all, as Storm Woman unleashed another bolt of lightning, shattering the ice hurled toward her. She could not help but marvel at Joy's astonishing ability and strength. Look at the power you possess. Why squander it on infighting among kin? Through the mist of splintered ice, Joy once more lunged towards Storm Woman. Yet halfway through his flight, he had to halt his pursuit to mitigate the pressure differential, lest the colossal typhoon summoned by her powers sweep across the South Sea Islands. Observing Storm Woman draw ever closer to the shoreline, he found himself at a loss. Undoubtedly, she was an immensely powerful being, and if he continued his chase, their entanglement would undoubtedly endanger countless coastal inhabitants. Unless Storm Woman committed an egregious act, Joy had pursued with the intent to subdue her and later bring her to justice. Yet in this world, how could someone like her ever receive the justice she deserved? Here, above the Pacific, there were no witnesses or evidence. Only he and she. Storm Woman, halt! He called out, but his words fell on deaf ears. Resolutely, he shouted toward her retreating figure, as if steeling himself, Clara, this is your last chance. Still, Storm Woman remained indifferent. She exhibited considerable tolerance toward all white superhumans, treating them as kin, and Joy was no exception. Moreover, as one of the strongest superhumans, she had undergone a series of tests by the water company. There was scarcely anything on this planet that could challenge her. Unbeknownst to Storm Woman, Joy's eyes began to glow a deep crimson. Two powerful beams of thermal vision effortlessly pierced her from behind, the residual heat igniting her entire being. Joy's blood-red cloak billowed in the air as he watched the figure, engulfed in flames, plummet from thousands of meters above into the ocean. At that moment, the anguished cries and prayers of the slaughtered no longer echoed in his ears. At last, there was tranquility. For the vast majority of superheroes, crossing that line is utterly unacceptable, particularly for Superman. While an ordinary person may require meticulous planning, careful preparation, and prolonged action to take a life, for Superman, the act of killing one individual or an entire planet is merely a distinction between crushing an ant and drowning a colony of ants. Joy has long feared exercising his responsibilities, apprehensive that he might confront a situation akin to today's. As a Kryptonian basking in the yellow sun, he believes he lacks the compassion and generosity of Clark Kent, armed with formidable power, who can assure him that he will not be overtaken by the urge to kill. At least, Joy cannot guarantee such restraint. As he resolves to take another's life, all other potential solutions in his mind yield to this decision. Silently, Joy departs from the sea, soaring towards Kansas. While others might feel panic and regret upon their first act of murder, Joy, after contemplation, experiences an overwhelming sense of tranquility, recognizing the efficiency of his choice. Huey, too, grapples with the torment of taking a life. When the press of a button can easily determine another's fate, especially when that individual poses a tangible threat to your existence, how can one resist the urge to press it? Child, this is not your fault. Butcher whispers softly to Huey. He wanted to escape. Your actions were to protect us. He intended to place a comforting hand on Huey's shoulder. But the latter was smeared with the dismembered remains of the translucent man, rendering him unsure of how to proceed. Indeed, it's either your death or his. Consider Robin. Do you wish to meet a similar fate as your girlfriend? You didn't just speak, did you? Huey had heard such whispers before. Initially, he thought they were from Butcher, only to later realize this voice persisted even in his solitude. Just moments ago, it had urged him to press the button in time, preventing the translucent man from escaping. Huey suspected he was suffering from some psychological distress due to the immense pressure of the past few days. Chapter 24. The tip of the iceberg, Kansas, the place where it all began. The thunderous roar of breaking the sound barrier grows ever closer since that fateful night. This marks Joy's first return to this location. The earth remains charred and desolate, unchanged, as these lands, scorched by hellfire, are likely to remain barren for many years to come. Joy is uncertain why he has come back here. Is it the psychological burden of his first kill? He dismisses this possibility almost instantaneously, for as he gazes at Stormfront, all he feels is a sense of relief. Someone like her should not exist in this world. Yet, what then is the source of his anguish? At this moment, Joy found himself reluctant to dwell on the matter any further. Perhaps he should heed a fragment of the Raven's counsel, such as erecting a monument for his adoptive parents. The soil beneath Joy's fervent gaze and hands transcended eons of geological transformation, reshaped into stone. With his intense focus, Joy cleaved the rock, crafting a gravestone of moderate dimensions, the grave of Jonathan Kent in Martha, Kentucky. Initially, Joy intended to place it upon the earth, but after careful contemplation, he ascended into the air, enveloping the gravestone in a biological cocoon. He broke free from the confines of the atmosphere and planetary gravity, evading the watchful eyes of relay satellites, and positioned it on the far side of the moon, sheltered beneath a cratered slope. Once this was accomplished, Joy returned to his home, hovering in the air, surveying the scorched earth below, yet an inexplicable thread of fear began to weave through his heart. Could he truly rival the triumvirate demon? Joy's mind swiftly provided a negative response. This was a being that transcended dimensions. To defeat such an entity, he would need to possess strength akin to that of Clark Kent. Clark Kent's power stemmed not only from his Kryptonian heritage, but also from the saintly love and justice that resided within his heart, qualities Joy felt he could never embody. The Raven's recent failed escape had rendered him utterly destitute, and directly tolled the doomsday bell for the universe. The concerns Joy had long buried regarding the arrival of Kryptonians had become trivial, given the triumvirate demon's potential vigilance over this world. This realm lacked speedsters Batman, Atlantis, Themyscira, and Martian exiles. It was devoid of the Justice League and superheroes. Instead, it was populated by a collection of superpowered humans, most engaged in deceitful and nefarious activities. Alongside a solitary Superman like himself, perhaps the Raven should be included in this mix. If Joy were to claim he bore no resentment towards the Raven, it would be a lie. Yet, he also recognized that pressuring her excessively would yield no advantage. In his view, the Raven could easily vanish, leaping to another universe. Just as the triumvirate demon saw countless universes and dimensions to conquer, the Raven had innumerable parallel worlds in which to conceal herself. Once the triumvirate demon reclaimed fury, it would undoubtedly be no simple task to locate the Raven again. Yet, she chose not to flee. Instead, she remained in this universe, confronting the impending arrival of the triumvirate demon alongside the inhabitants of this planet. Nearly everyone in the world has erred, and when these mistakes inflict harm upon others, the ultimate reward is often not sincere forgiveness, but rather a resigned acceptance of the situation. Living as Joy in the second life, it is challenging to maintain one's sanity. He yearns for his existence to persist, seeking strength for revenge and to fulfill the aspirations he had once abandoned, rather than being crushed by the enigmatic three-palace demon during his struggle with the Raven. Therefore, it is perhaps best to resign to fate. The Raven possesses an uncanny insight into the human heart, and perhaps it is this very understanding that has led to the delicate equilibrium established between them on this planet. I heard a voice akin to that of that fateful night, and came to investigate, only to find it truly was you. From a distance, the sound of tires screeching echoed as old Arthur kicked open the somewhat deformed car door and leaped from his dilapidated Jeep. Laurel said she saw you on television that day, but I thought you perished that night as well. It seems my daughter was correct. Old Arthur halted at a distance, striking a match to light a cigarette. Gazing up at the red and blue figure suspended in the mist. And Laurel? Joy gradually descended from the air, approaching his neighbor. Yet the latter instinctively took 2 steps back. Without the raven's extraordinary gift, Joy could still sense the fear radiating from him. Nearly everyone assumed that Joy's uncontrollable powers were the cause of his parents' demise. No matter how much he explained, even confessing to being an extraterrestrial like the people of his homeland, it was futile. It was as if awakening superpowers and killing one's parents was an ordinary occurrence. Kid, your parents' deaths are not entirely your fault. I told you that night, Arthur remarked, inhaling deeply, causing the cigarette he held to diminish by a third. If I were to tell you that every superhuman in this world, every child with superpowers, was born from their avaricious parents selling their futures to the demon known as what, including you and your parents, would that ease your burden? Get to the point if you have something to say, and refrain from dragging my parents into this. I'm not like them, Joy replied, gently exhaling, transforming Arthur's cigarette into a popsicle. And one more thing, old man, smoking is detrimental to your health. Sighing, old Arthur turned and patted the car door, signaling Joy to enter. There was much more he wished to convey. The What Company monopolized the entire North American superhero market, and these superheroes were sought out by the company while still infants or even embryos, coerced into receiving the Compound 5 injection with promises of wealth and a brighter future. The Arthur couple, residing in Iowa, were among them. Arthur's wife voluntarily injected the drug into the embryo during her pregnancy. However, for the first 5 or 6 years after Laurel's birth, she exhibited no signs of possessing superpowers. Upon regaining clarity, Arthur accessed more information through his channels and realized that the awakening of superpowers was not a gentle process. Arthur's wife, Laurie's mother, continued to fantasize about the grandeur of having a daughter with superpowers, leading her to develop an increasingly harsh attitude towards her daughter, who lacked such abilities. With no other options, Arthur, in order to protect his ex-wife and safeguard his daughter, chose to leave everything behind and relocate to Kansas to live as a farmer. Have you told Laurie about this? Joy, upon hearing Arthur's account, immediately connected it to the compound mentioned in the internal emails at Walter, realizing why the company could exert such dominance over most superheroes. These so-called heroes were hardly deserving of the title. They scarcely qualified as human beings, merely commodities objectified by the capitalistic behemoth that was Walter. No, not yet. Old Arthur pressed the brake, disregarding Joy's disapproving gaze as he struck a match and lit a cigarette. To avoid inhaling secondhand smoke, Joy decisively opened the car door and stepped out, only to be greeted by the raucous barking of a Catahoula hog dog that had slipped through the fence upon hearing the commotion. Joy was accustomed to this. The black and white spotted dog behaved like this nearly every time, and soon Laurie would emerge to quiet it down with a couple of firm reprimands. However, despite his weight, Laurie did not appear. Arthur approached and patted Joy's shoulder. This is the second matter I wanted to discuss with you. Starlight had summoned the utmost strength of will and finally managed to rise from her bed. The investigations of the past few days had left her feeling increasingly uneasy, as each missing child case seemed unervingly clean, devoid of any traceable clues. The absence of evidence itself became a clue. Overall, her search had yielded nothing, yet somehow, it felt as if she had gained something. After many setbacks, she began to ponder why Stan Edgar had entrusted this case to someone as inexperienced as herself. However, upon reflection, she realized this matter was beyond her comprehension, and given her desire to secure a position within the Seven, she had no better alternatives. The night before, she had resolved to wake early and create a map outlining the locations of the missing persons cases, hoping to discern some pattern. Starlight stumbled to the bathroom, still groggy, fumbling for her toothbrush at the vanity, contemplating purchasing a map of the New York vicinity along with some pushpins once she was fully awake. In her hazy state, she noticed in the mirror that her once proud golden hair seemed to have turned white. She lowered her head to spit out toothpaste, preparing to rub her eyes once more. Surely, after a few days of excessive toil, it was improbable for her hair to turn white overnight. Before she could act, however, the pale figure in the mirror reached out, grasping Starlight by the throat. In that instant, she was fully awakened. Chapter 25. The Mirror's Enigma. Starlight never anticipated that one day she would be choked to death by her reflection. Yet, it was evident that the figure within the mirror was not her own, but rather an unfamiliar white-haired woman. The figure was enveloped in a tight-fitting bodysuit adorned with white scale patterns, and even their lips and hair bore a dull white hue, rendering them as pale as a corpse long departed from life. A pair of crimson eyes, brimming with murderous intent, fixated intensely upon Xingguang. Grasped by the throat, Xingguang hastily summoned her abilities in an attempt to retaliate, only to realize that the power within the room had been severed, leaving her devoid of any nearby energy to draw upon. In a desperate bid, Xingguang summoned the last vestige of her strength and propelled herself off the wash basin. The force of the rebound causing her to stagger backward, inadvertently pulling half of the assailant's form from the mirror. Yet, this action proved futile, rather than destabilizing her attacker. It drained Xingguang of her remaining vigor, leaving her with no strength to escape. She could feel the grip on her neck tightening, the long nails piercing her skin, while the pressure on her carotid arteries brought her to the brink of unconsciousness, just as despair threatened to engulf her and she awaited the end of her existence. A bullet pierced through the window at an unexpected angle, shattering the mirror before her. As the fragments cascaded, the half-figure from the mirror seemed abruptly severed, emitting no sound as blood erupted forth, splattering into the wash basin below. In her panic, Xingguang struck and clawed, finally dislodging the hands that constricted her throat. The basin was already a chaotic amalgamation of red, green, and yellow. Staring blankly at her bloodied reflection in the shattered mirror, Xingguang was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The basin, having endured both the previous impact and the current weight, finally succumbed to the pressure with a loud crash, spilling the dismembered body and its grotesque contents over her lower body. Xingguang could only feel grateful that her recent busyness had deprived her of a proper meal, for otherwise, she would not merely be retching now. How she would manage the scene that resembled a gruesome murder site in her bathroom was not a concern for the sniper stationed on the distant rooftop. The elite marksman from Red River Security, having reported the mission's outcome to the command center, swiftly detached the suppressor from his rifle, disassembled the weapon, and stowed it away in his bag before turning to leave. Before departing, he took a moment to tap his phone screen, sending a message to his family to assure them of his safety, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the superhuman. Engaging with superhumans, particularly through firearms, was never a secure endeavor. Fortunately, the last superhuman he dealt with had been somewhat lenient, or he might have met his demise several times over. Although the Wilson family hailed from a lineage of mercenaries with a motto of valuing wealth over life, it was prudent to ensure that one could still live to earn that wealth. However, this target was not particularly difficult to handle. As the intelligence suggested, she was Mirror, a character from the X-Men, aptly named for her ability to traverse through reflective surfaces. This superpower was indeed impressive, yet her appearance bore the hallmarks of albinism, and her aversion to light rendered her relatively obscure within the vast X-Men ensemble. Following the solution provided by the equipment department, I executed the plan to destroy the passageway while she traversed the mirror, successfully cleaving her in two and effortlessly capturing this superhuman. After reassuring my wife and daughter of my safety, Todd Wilson pondered how to allocate the remuneration from this endeavor while extinguishing the glow of his phone screen. In that moment, a chill coursed through his scalp, and time seemed to stand still as he beheld not his own visage, but rather a ghastly, pallid face belonging to someone who should have been severed in half just moments ago. Before Wilson could react, a hand emerged from the phone screen, penetrating his chest with an inhuman swiftness. With a slight exertion, that hand crushed his heart, ceasing its rhythmic beating entirely. The unfortunate mercenary's blood splattered across the rooftop, intertwining with the slanted rays of the morning sun. As the pool of blood gradually settled, the surface congealed, forming a thin, reflective mirror. Within this sanguine mirror, a distorted crimson world was reflected, from which a pure white figure emerged, clad in a form-fitting suit that accentuated her lithe form. Her scarlet eyes fixated intently on the hiding place of the stars. Just as a person may have multiple shadows when illuminated sufficiently, how could there be only one reflection in a mirror that is ample enough? Even as her consciousness faded swiftly, the agony of her severance still managed to convey itself in an instant. A lingering, numbing pain throbbed in her lower abdomen. Yet, for Mirror, such discomfort was trivial. Failure to fulfill her mission and eliminate the threat posed by the X-Men would undoubtedly lead Professor X to impart a far more profound understanding of true suffering. However, the information regarding this target was evidently erroneous. The police department's records indicated that the individual they were pursuing was an ordinary woman, while the opponent was unmistakably a superpowered being. Lori had gone missing. To be precise, she had left a note and vanished while old Arthur was incapacitated by drink. Her telekinetic abilities had grown increasingly potent in recent days, leaving her dissatisfied with her life as a rural girl on a Kansas farm. Knowing the origins and dangers of such superpowers, old Arthur was naturally opposed to his daughter's aspirations. At that moment, she chanced upon a television broadcast featuring someone resembling Joy, who had become a member of the Super Seven. What choice she would make was all too predictable. Lori's father, in many respects, is an exceedingly inadequate parent. However, in this instance, Joy finds it challenging to criticize him from a favorable standpoint. Over the past few days, Joy has meticulously scoured all unencrypted information within the What Network, and it can be asserted that, aside from those on the 82nd floor, no one possesses a deeper understanding of what corporation than he does. Superpowers can be wielded for noble causes, yet within the confines of What Corporation, they are merely employed for trivial entertainment. Furthermore, Lori's initial act upon acquiring her abilities was hardly commendable. "Haven't you reached out to her?" Joy inquired of old Arthur. Regrettably, despite Lori consistently occupying the seat behind him on the school bus throughout these years, Joy had never saved her number. Perhaps it was because she often took advantage of his napping moments to stealthily play with her hair and had attempted multiple times to tug at a strand. This matter transcended the simple issue of answering calls. Old Arthur, summoning all his courage, approached Joy, the superhuman capable of incinerating hundreds of acres in a fit of uncontrolled power, not solely due to his daughter's rebellious phase and her decision to leave home without answering calls. He unlocked his phone and handed it to Joy. The messaging interface displayed numerous sent messages under the label Beloved Daughter. Yet the only reply was a single message sent the previous night. Help. Chapter 26. Fragmented heroes upon awakening to find Joy's home reduced to rubble. Lori struggled to comprehend the reality. She had already experienced how superpowers amplify one's emotions and desires. However, she utterly dismissed her father's claim that Joy's family had been obliterated due to his own uncontrollable powers. There must be some hidden truth. Lori had witnessed Joy exhibiting a level of composure and restraint far beyond his years. The precision with which he had subdued himself suggested that such a flawless individual could not possibly lose control of his abilities. Summoning her courage, she inquired with the local police, yet they remained tight-lipped, offering no answers. She was left in the dark regarding Joy's fate. Days later, after a restless period of searching, Lori skipped another day of class and fortuitously saw the announcement of a new member joining the Super 7 on television. Even as the red and blue figure descended, shrouded in shadows, she instantly recognized who it was. Joy was alive. She had to embark on a journey to New York to find Joy. Madeline recently felt that her days at What Corporation were becoming increasingly difficult. If the challenges were merely external business issues, she could manage. However, the current situation involved brewing turmoil within the company, and her views on certain struggles diverged sharply from those of the individuals on the 82nd floor. In her perspective, many matters are open for discussion. The Waters Corporation itself is a construct founded upon the exchange of interests and political compromise. Despite its possession of arguably the most formidable superhuman arsenal globally, it has never relied on such power to resolve conflicts. However, the recent actions of the 82nd floor clearly aim to disrupt this precedent. Dispatching personnel to investigate the sordid affairs of the G-Police is tantamount to declaring war, an act that Madeline anticipated from her adversaries. If one were to consider the situation from another angle, should any indiscreet party attempt to investigate the origins of her compatriots or the whereabouts of the lantern bearers, she too would devise means to ensure their disappearance. As these thoughts occupied her mind, the telephone on Madeline's desk rang. She answered it, and the voice of John Goddican, the spokesperson for the G-Police, known colloquially as Professor G, came through. "Madeline, I am delighted by your recent attention to the lifestyle issues of our G-Police members. As you know, my subordinates are disorganized and undisciplined. Without stringent oversight, they are bound to engage in actions that could jeopardize society." "No, how could that be, John?" Madeline responded with a dismissive chuckle, her tone laced with flattery. "Who is unaware that your G-Police is the nation's most beloved superhero collective? Indeed, the G-Police is dedicated to uniting society and fostering consensus. Our superheroes are predominantly orphans, individuals with disabilities, sexual minorities, Black individuals, indigenous peoples, and members of the LGBTQ community. They exemplify inclusivity and diversity for the American populace. Listening to the professor's formulaic self-praise, Madeline found it increasingly difficult to maintain her facade of cordiality. Such platitudes are better suited for when the media relentlessly pursues you over the G2 scandal, Professor G. The other party, clearly stung by Madeline's remark, dropped the pretense of civility. This is your final warning, Madeline. Do not push us too hard. The profits generated by our G-Police IP surpass the combined earnings of the Super 7 and the Avengers. I do not wish for you to interfere in our personnel management and brand operations. No, the personnel changes within the G-Police must be uniformly managed by Waters Human Resources. The old methods pose excessive risks and cannot continue. Madeline was resolute on this point, refusing to yield. For decades, Professor G has operated the G-Police as an independent kingdom, bolstered by his exclusive production line of Compound 5, rendering the upper management of Waters Corporation exceedingly frustrated. Yet, this organization is not without its vulnerabilities. For a long time, the G-Police has had a somewhat peculiar approach to recruiting and nurturing new talent. There are no impenetrable walls. Should this information come to light, it would deliver a devastating blow to Waters Corporation. She must address this latent threat before everything is exposed to the glaring light of day. Recently, the topic of two has emerged on Twitter, and aside from the inherent issues surrounding the G-Force, a more significant factor is the orchestrated efforts of the hired hands from the Water Corporation, who are fanning the flames. Their intention is to exert pressure on the opposing side, compelling them to peacefully relinquish control of the G-Force, especially in light of the internal problems currently plaguing it. Madeline's threats have escalated. Do not be overly confident. Your G-Force is not a unified front. Nubia and Silverwoman demonstrated this a few months ago. I exerted considerable effort to suppress their matters, so do not let my efforts go to waste, Professor G. Of course, please extend my gratitude to the Public Relations Department of Water on behalf of myself and the entire G-Force. On the other end of the line, Professor G's demeanor softened upon the mention of Nubia and Silverwoman. The replacement for Silverwoman that you sought a few days ago has been appropriately arranged. However, if you intend to insert outsiders into the G-Force again, it would be prudent to inform me first, as the current dynamics may be somewhat challenging for outsiders to comprehend. Madeline, however, was unconcerned. The young rural girl who had been inserted would evidently serve no substantial purpose. To undermine the G-Force from within, it primarily relied on the agent bound to her. Pleasant collaboration, John. At this moment, both parties reached a compromise once more. After Madeline hung up the phone, a smug smile returned to her face. Yet, this fleeting joy was soon interrupted when the Patriot stormed in, his expression dark and his teeth clenched as he spoke. Come and see, Madeline. Quickly rising, Madeline gently caressed the Patriot's chest, soothing him as one would a petulant child. Do not fret, my dear. Tell me what has transpired. Rarely swayed by such gestures, the Patriot firmly led Madeline to the meeting room of the Seven, presenting her with a sealed box. Do you recall the invisible man who went missing a few days ago? Deep Sea discovered this morning in New York Bay, a galvanized box, and the invisible man is inside. The Patriot gestured for Deep Sea to open the galvanized metal box. Peering inside, Madeline, though somewhat prepared, instinctively covered her mouth and nose with her hand and turned her head away in disgust. A sonic boom echoed from the distant horizon as Joy, having swiftly returned from Kansas, arrived at Water Tower. Upon meeting Stan Edgar and Storm, he immediately sensed the underlying tension between them. This confirmed his suspicion that even if Stan were aware of the situation, the Water Corporation would likely not respond with extreme measures immediately. Nevertheless, he felt it imperative to be present. After all, Lori had approached him directly a few days prior, and based on that text message, she was likely in grave danger at this very moment. To ascertain the whereabouts of Lori, the most expedient method would undoubtedly be through what? Whether this process unfolds gently or with brutality is of no concern to me. What is that foul odor? Just moments after committing murder, Joey swaggered into the conference room through the window, yet before he could greet his compatriots, he was assaulted by a noxious blend of the scents of fish mint and stinky tofu, reminiscent of rotten eggs. Initially, Joey paid little attention to the trio engrossed in their discussions. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to disregard the astonishingly repugnant large box in the room. especially given his heightened sensitivity to such stimuli. The stench compelled him to activate his supervision involuntarily, allowing him to discern the full contents of the box, which made him frown slightly. Could this be the Invisible Man? Earlier, when his supervision had been triggered, he had caught a glimpse of the peculiar anatomy of the Invisible Man, leaving a lasting impression of his strange skin. If he was not mistaken, the box contained fragments of the Invisible Man's hero essence and skin. Chapter 27. Toxic Assets. Joey was somewhat taken aback by the death of the Invisible Man. For as far as he knew, there were no supervillains in this world, at least not prior to the arrival of the Three Palaces. The so-called superheroes faced no extremely lethal external threats. However, the demise of the strongest superhumans was not an outlandish notion. He himself had taken the life of one earlier that day. The patriotic man was evidently furious, perceiving himself as the leader of the Seven, and the direct death of a member of this group was an affront to his authority. The death of the Invisible Man may have held little value, but the patriotic man's pride was immensely significant. Perhaps, beneath his anger, there lingered a trace of fear. If a seemingly indestructible superhuman like the Invisible Man could be so effortlessly reduced to fragments, who could guarantee the safety of the other superhumans? Nonetheless, Joey remained indifferent. He disregarded the fuming patriotic man and proceeded directly to Ashley's office. Ashley, has anyone been looking for me at the company or trying to contact me lately? What? Joey's inquiry overloaded Ashley's mind. What sane person would concern themselves with such matters? Joey was a member of the Seven, the most renowned superhero team on Earth, and the number of illegitimate offspring attempting to meet him daily could stretch from Long Island to Manhattan. Joey could have waited until Ashley stepped away from her desk to discreetly access the internal network and retrieve the information he sought. But he lacked the patience for such delays. Get out of your seat right now. Immediately, seeing the fierce expression on his face, akin to the intensity of the patriotic man when enraged, Ashley quickly stood and vacated her position. Joey perused the visitor logs one by one, only to realize afterward that his efforts had been in vain. Only prominent figures, such as politicians, leave traces in visitor logs. No one would bother to remember the name of a Kansas country girl claiming to know Superman. However, if a superhuman woman, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess, is compelled to send a distress message, it likely indicates her entanglement in some superhuman affairs. Joey resumed his inquiry into the records in the water archives. Yet he found little new information compared to what he had previously surreptitiously observed. He turned to Ashley and inquired whether all superhuman records held by Water Company were contained within this system. Ashley, initially reluctant to speak, felt that these records were not meant for someone like Joy. However, gazing into Joy's eyes, ablaze with anger, and recalling the oppressive history of her homeland, she found herself bereft of the courage to resist. There is still a plethora of documents Haven T had the chance to input into the system. Before she could finish, Joy's keen eyes swept across the drawer and discerned the new documents hidden within. He swiftly dismantled the lock and retrieved the files, immediately locating the information he sought. A personnel file recently completed detailing the potential successor to the silver-clad vigilante, Lori Lehman. Your human resources department is utterly incompetent. Are you all merely idling away at work? Such crucial information should have been entered into the system. Joy cast this scathing remark aside as he leapt out of the window, leaving Ashley in a state of stunned silence. The delay in inputting records was undoubtedly due to her daily toil in cleaning up the myriad messes left by these supernaturally privileged individuals. The beleaguered worker felt a surge of frustration from Joy's sudden critique, her head buzzing with indignation. Ashley longed to voice her grievances, to show these supercilious beings a semblance of their own shortcomings. Yet, with the awareness of superhuman hearing looming over her, she could only swallow her words, locking them within her heart. Meanwhile, Starlight was frantically changing her attire, discarding her pajamas and undergarments in haste to don a fresh set of unblemished clothing. Most of her exposed skin was marred by splattered blood, yet she forcefully pulled the garments onto her body, recognizing that precious moments were slipping away as she needed to escape. Even though the figure that had attempted to take her life was now severed in two with the assistance of an unknown ally, Starlight's sixth sense warned her that matters were far from resolved. The sensation of being watched continued to gnaw at her nerves. Leaving no time for her to cleanse herself or dispose of the body, She had to vacate this cursed place immediately. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone and dialed Stan Edgar, knowing that the events unfolding were beyond her control. This was her first encounter with a superhuman perpetrated murder. As the call connected, Stan Edgar's calm voice resonated on the other end. "Please, go ahead." Upon hearing that calm voice, Starlight felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over her. She was preparing to report her encounter with the superhuman assailants, believing that Stan, as the captain of Vought, who held sway over all superhumans, would surely assist her in escaping the perilous chase. The realization that he controlled all the superhumans struck her like a revelation, prompting her to silently crush the phone in her hand. On the other end, Stan, upon hearing the sudden busy signal, coupled with the alarming reports from Red River Security a few moments prior, had already begun to piece together the unfolding situation. Starlight had survived the attack, albeit shaken, but she had misjudged a crucial aspect, categorizing herself as an untrustworthy party. This was the consequence of entrusting a somewhat clever, yet ultimately naive outsider with a covert mission. She believed she had uncovered part of the truth, yet she had failed to grasp the complete picture. There existed no substantial connection between herself and Starlight. She was neither a pawn nor a trump card in his arsenal. Stan had merely cast her out as a test, waiting for G-Men to make a significant commotion. However, the current dilemma was that the situation had escalated far too effectively. Starlight's investigation had not yet reached a lethal threshold, yet her adversaries were already resorting to extreme measures. Nevertheless, Starlight's predicament was of little consequence now. Vanishing without a trace suited her intentions perfectly, as she had fortuitously acquired another advantageous card. Under her manipulation, this card held the potential to decisively alter the fractious dynamics within Vought. In fact, before this card had even been played, had not one faction already crumbled in response? Stan Edgar was unlike Madeline. While Madeline had ascended through the ranks during the post-Cold War golden era of America, Vought mirrored the United States by adapting to the times, suppressing its most lethal elements, and engaging in political compromises cloaked in the guise of civilization. This encapsulated Madeline's modus operandi. In contrast, Stan Edgar represented a more primal approach. His era of corporate management was characterized by fierce confrontations, overthrowing third-world regimes, annihilating anti-colonial factions, orchestrating high-profile assassinations, and facilitating Langley's support for local insurgents. Alongside drug trafficking into the homeland were all part of his quotidian affairs. Compromise and mutual benefit were mere facades. Violence and coercion lay at the heart of power dynamics. Stormfront was initially a problem beyond his resolution, but the G-Men were a different matter. After decades of brutal evolution under Professor G, the internal conflicts within the G-Men had escalated to a level of self-destruction. Madeline remained shackled by her own mindset, still contemplating a gradual balance of power with Godalkin. In hopes of fully integrating the G-Men under Vought's banner, Stan Edgar had lost all patience. What occupied his mind was total annihilation. The Waters Corporation was on the brink of entering a new phase, and the remnants of its past liabilities needed to be eradicated as swiftly as possible. Chapter 28. You're gay. As Madeline made her way back to the office, she observed the equipment department bustling with activity, signaling that Red River Security was evidently poised for significant developments. What troubled her the most was her utter ignorance of the situation. She had recently felt increasingly sidelined, as the pressures from both above and below left her gasping for breath. Madeline contemplated how to report the transformation of the Invisible Man into fragments of heroism and skin to the 82nd floor, while seizing the opportunity to discuss with Stan Edgar how to suppress the increasingly restless ambitions of Homelander, as the latter attended fan events. Suddenly, the ringing of Stan Edgar's phone interrupted her thoughts. This is Stan Edgar. Before Madeline could utter a word, he had already dispatched a myriad of tasks. Coordinate the weaponry needs of Red River Security, as they required depleted uranium rounds, and prepare for crisis management regarding the complete withdrawal of the G-Men. What? Madeline found it hard to believe. The connection between these two directives clearly indicated that Stan intended to take action against the G-Men. Unlike her own approach of applying pressure on a public relations level, Stan was preparing to resolve the issue with the G-Men in a definitive physical manner. But I just reached an agreement with Professor G, through her efforts on social media, to amplify the allegations of sexual assault against the G-Men. She had managed to persuade Dr. G to concede. thus gaining an advantage in the power struggle and compelling him to acknowledge the authority of Waters over personnel appointments. Was all her prior effort now in vain because of Stan? As a contemporary of John Godkin, Stan Edgar was acutely aware that individuals like them would not adhere to any agreements. Madeline, do not place too much faith in the credibility of that old rogue Godkin. He does not play by the same set of rules that you follow. You would do well to check on the status of a new artist and agent you dispatched a few days ago. Godkin Academy, a few days prior. This was not the Godkin University overseen by the Waters Corporation, which merely borrowed Professor Godkin's name. Admission to that institution required only academic excellence. Godkin Academy, on the other hand, was a comprehensive institution established from scratch by John Godkin, known as Professor G, where only the most extraordinary talents were discovered by him personally. Its members were predominantly marginalized individuals, often shunned by society, including but not limited to LGBTQ individuals, armed helicopters, and Walmart shopping bags. Much like you are gay. Wait, I'm not gay. At this moment, Lori felt utterly bewildered. She had come in search of Joey, yet somehow found herself registered as a superhero. Moreover, the person Lori admired, Joseph Kent, was undeniably male, so she certainly could not be classified as gay. Character design. Do you understand? Every hero must have a distinct persona. Take Prince Nubia, for instance, while we describe him as the heir of a mysterious ancient African kingdom. The truth is he is a native-born African-American, and that African accent is merely a facade. The agent assigned to Lori by the Walter Company, also named Ashley, though petite, was among the most capable in the field operations department. At this moment, clad in formal attire, she was ushering Lori into the luxurious estate of Dr. G. Located at 1407 Graymakin Road in Westchester County, New York, which also housed the Godkin Academy. Due to her height, Ashley, standing on tiptoe, could barely reach Lori's shoulder, their physical disparity rendering her attempt somewhat comical. Do not hesitate. The G-Avengers are the highest-grossing superhero team in the nation, and ordinary heroes find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Professor Godkin stood at the entrance awaiting Ashley's arrival, as well as Lori's. Welcome. It has been quite some time since we welcomed an outsider to the G-Avengers. You are the first, and at 16 years of age, you are rather old. Perhaps Lori had not yet processed this information, but Ashley clearly discerned the professor's unwelcoming tone. She positioned herself between Lori and the professor, retorting sharply. Ever since Nubia and Silverwoman encountered their issues, Madeline felt you were in dire need of assistance, which is why I am here. Such a rebuke from someone so much younger caused the professor to feel a tinge of embarrassment, and with a heavy grunt, he turned and left, leaving behind a tall, shaggy man resembling Chewbacca from Star Wars to attend to Ashley and Lori. Curly will escort you to the guest rooms for some rest. We are currently holding a memorial service for that young girl who was part of the G-Avengers, and we shall discuss her position tomorrow. When will I finally meet Joey? Lori inquired, peering curiously at their guide, Chewbacca, and quietly asked, and what was that about Nubia and Silverwoman? That old man seemed quite displeased upon hearing about it. Nubia is the wife of the Prince Nubia I mentioned earlier, and Silverwoman is a close friend of hers. Both were former members of the G-Avengers, and rather coincidentally, they both recently died, and both by suicide. Simply put, Ashley's explanation, akin to a convoluted tongue twister, left Lori, the girl from Kansas, utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, she did not forget her initial purpose. So, when can I meet Joey? No, my dear. First, you must follow the proper procedures to join the G-Avengers, all right? Ashley was somewhat at a loss for words. Was Superman someone one could meet at will? Did this girl have any notion of the exorbitant price of a ticket to a live handshake event featuring the members of the Super 7? Although Superman seldom interacted with fans and often presented a scowling visage on camera, his countenance was undeniably handsome, capable of captivating women across the nation. From the tender age of 10 to the venerable age of 100. It was her first encounter with someone so delusional, if you claim to be his girlfriend. How is it that you don't even possess his phone number? You. Laura stammered, rendered speechless by Ashley's retort. After years of both overt and subtle hints, she had yet to obtain Joy's phone number. With this truth exposed, she could only blush furiously. Moreover, I'm quite upset. Ashley observed Laura's cheeks flush, the redness swiftly spreading to her neck, and realized that if she continued, this girl might genuinely erupt in front of her. Thus, she hastily offered a sweet reassurance. All right, just stay here calmly with me. Once we officially integrate into the G-Men, I'll make a request for you to meet Superman. How does that sound? After much coaxing, Ashley finally managed to calm the rural girl down, leading her to a guest room on the estate side. Although Professor G was quite displeased with the water company's attempts to infiltrate the G-Men, he ensured that the accommodations for Ashley and Laura were lavish, leaving Ashley in awe. Hardwood floors, velvet curtains, mahogany furnishings, oil paintings adorning the walls, and down-filled bedding. Professor G was indeed putting his earnings to good use, far more generously than the stingy water. Laura, however, had little perception of this. She simply felt that the lodgings were quite impressive. After dismissing Chewbacca, Ashley meticulously inspected Laura's room, ensuring that no inappropriate items were present before finally exhaling in relief. Before departing, she solemnly advised Laura, "Do not wander about at night, nor speak to any outsiders. If anything concerning arises, come to me immediately. If it does not pertain to you, then rest well in your room." "All right," Laura nodded, dazed. The events of the past half hour were rather overwhelming for a socially awkward 16-year-old from the countryside. Ashley regarded the bewildered Laura, and even her heart, hardened by years of navigating the treacherous waters of the water company, softened with a hint of compassion. "Don't be anxious. Soon you will be a member of the G-Men, the most lucrative G-Men, where everyone is a millionaire. We shall both prosper. Get some good sleep. And wait until tomorrow, when I'll figure out how to handle that old man Goddican." Chapter 29. Awakening from a dream, Laura found the bed in the guest room at Goddican Academy to be quite comfortable. After a tumultuous journey to New York, she had not experienced a restful slumber in quite some time. In recent days, she found herself bewilderingly introduced as a so-called superhero, her mind still in a haze. However, this did not prevent her from slipping into slumber the moment her head touched the pillow. In her dreams, she effortlessly manipulated the powerless Joy, the introspective boy from her town, molding him as she pleased, utterly defenseless against her affections. This unrealistic reverie, however, was short-lived, as she was abruptly roused by the cries emanating from next door. As previously mentioned, a memorial service was being held at the X-Men's estate, drawing the majority of its members from their various outposts, including the X-Men, the X-Force, the X-Dial, the X-Brit, the X-Wonder, the X-Coast, and the X-Factor, among others. They had gathered to mourn the loss of 2 members just a while ago, embodying the essence of the family that the X-Men represented. In my opinion, the demise of that wretched woman was a source of great relief. The speaker was the X-Men's backbone, the Fifth Warrior, who wore his iconic helmet with goggles, reputed to assist in controlling the power of his laser eyes. He was thoroughly inebriated at that moment. Beside him stood the X-Force member, Stack, a 2-meter-tall metallic giant, for whom alcohol had evidently little effect. "Which wretched woman are you referring to?" he inquired. "Of course, it's Silver Woman, that suicidal wretch Kincaid." The Fifth Warrior's disdain for his former teammate, Silver Woman Kincaid, was palpable. This telekinetic wench, arrogant and favored by Professor X, had always dismissed him and the others, including his authority as their leader. Her death was a matter of satisfaction for all. We even erected a 3-meter-tall bronze statue for that promiscuous woman. What an utter waste of money. Speaking of Silver Woman Kincaid, the Fifth Warrior suddenly recalled hearing Curly mention that her successor had arrived at the estate and was currently in a guest room on the opposite side. Under the influence of alcohol, a wicked impulse surged within him, prompting him to invite Stack to join him in seeking some amusement. "Come with me. We can arrange her welcoming ceremony ahead of time, can't we?" Stack, clearly aware of what the so-called welcoming ceremony entailed, was reluctant to indulge the inebriated Fifth Warrior's antics. He gently grasped the collar of the latter's leather jacket, saying, "Did you not hear what Professor X just said?" The Fifth Warrior, unfazed, continued to stride forward. "Which part? The one about Silver Woman living forever in our hearts?" "No," Stack insisted, still holding onto the Fifth Warrior's collar. Much like the majority of X-Men members, who respected Professor X and supported all his decisions, "I was referring to the part after the banquet. It is a time of turmoil. Do not provoke trouble, lest we give water a reason to act against us. Let go of me." The Fifth Warrior turned abruptly and swung his arm, compelling the Stack to release him. He was not intoxicated. He merely sought an outlet for his frustration. "I shall not trouble that girl. Dealing with metahumans is no trivial matter. Besides, she is accompanied by an ordinary person, is she not?" The Stack, upon hearing this, did not voice any further opposition. In their eyes, aside from Professor G, the other ordinary individuals were indeed inconsequential. Thus, the Fifth Warrior made his way to the adjacent room of Lori, effortlessly melting the lock of the door and stealthily entering the bedroom. He lifted the blanket from the bed, revealing the almost bare, delicate form of Ashley. Grasping her hands as one would a chick, the metahuman's strength easily lifted Ashley and pinned her against the wall, while his other hand swiftly stripped away her scant clothing. "What do you think you're doing?" "I am from the Water Human Resources Department." The fifth warrior retaliated with a slap that nearly knocked the breath out of Ashley. "You are the one who is to blame, you filthy water harlot." These sycophants of Water Company, accustomed to wielding authority over the superheroes affiliated with water, often overlooked a glaring truth. Beings like the fifth warrior were inherently a superior race, possessing the power to determine the fates of ordinary people at will. The fifth warrior was now intent on making this agent of water, named Ashley, recognize this fact anew. He even deemed it unnecessary to cover her mouth. This was the territory of the G-Warriors, and as their leader, he could do as he pleased. "Remove your filthy hands from her." Lori heard Ashley's pleas and screams from the adjoining room, and recalled the warnings Ashley had given her earlier. Dismissing those admonitions in an instant, Lori hastily donned her clothes and rushed next door, only to find a helmeted figure engaged in the most vile of acts against Ashley. Without hesitation, Lori summoned her powers, lifting the bedside table and hurling it at the brute's head. The solid wood struck with considerable force, knocking the fifth warrior to the ground. With a mere thought, Ashley's bed flew towards Lori, the sheets wrapping around her exposed form. "Are you all right? You shouldn't have come." Ashley, supported by Lori from the bed, could not wipe away the tears brought forth by her pain. Yet, she understood that Lori's intervention would only exacerbate the situation. Throughout her career, she had dealt with the messes created by many metahumans, but she had never anticipated that one day such a calamity would befall her. And she knew from experience that water would never come to her aid. "Where do you think you're going?" The fifth warrior, regaining his senses and still on the ground, caught sight of the two women preparing to flee. Without the slightest hesitation, the fifth warrior activated his helmet, unleashing the full power of his laser vision in a sweeping motion. Lori, clearly unprepared for such an assault, barely had time to react before the laser beam struck her back. The immense energy instantly severed her golden locks, burned through her clothing, and left a gruesome wound on her left shoulder. Lori cried out in pain, but before she could assess her injury, she felt the weight of Ashley's left hand diminish. Turning her head, she was confronted with an unforgettable sight. The laser beam had not only struck her, but had also swept across Ashley's body. This devastating blow ignited the sheets that covered Ashley, engulfing her in flames. The sheer force of the attack sliced through Ashley from her lower abdomen to her lungs. No. This situation exceeded the endurance of a small-town girl like Lori. She clutched Ashley in terror, screaming as the massive shockwave flattened everything nearby. "Run, Lori." At that moment, Ashley still retained a flicker of consciousness, but life was swiftly ebbing from her eyes. It was a miracle that she could even speak, and all she wanted was to find a way for Lori, this brave girl, to escape the perilous situation. "Can you lift something? Try to lift yourself." Lori gazed at the lifeless form of Ashley in her arms and, for the first time in her life, attempted to harness her superpower to elevate both herself and Ashley. She succeeded. Chapter 30. The ingenious application of superintelligence. Lori lifted the upper half of Ashley's body into the air, evading the fifth warrior's frantic second and third laser blasts, and soared away before anyone else from the manor could arrive. Damn! At that moment, the fifth warrior watched in fury as Lori utilized a power indistinguishable from that of the Silver Woman to flee. He resolved to seek out the flying Saint Angel or the teleporting Red Demon, intent on pursuing that golden-haired wretch to her demise. However, before the fifth warrior could act, a steel hammer made intimate contact with his face, causing him to weep uncontrollably. It was Earth Eagle, a member of the G-Squad. Earth Eagle's hairstyle and headgear gave him the appearance of an eagle-esque head, hence his name, and he wielded a pair of specially crafted hammers capable of demolishing nearly any object in existence. Known for his few words, Earth Eagle typically spoke no more than 5 words a day, yet in this instance, he unusually managed to utter a few more to the fifth warrior. "I just hit a stroke of luck." Following him was Stack, the leader of the G-Squad, accompanied by Cold Wave, while Professor G followed closely with the support of Saint Angel. The fifth warrior instantly grasped the situation. Stack had informed Professor G. Saint Angel, who had always been at odds with the fifth warrior, was the first to strike. Old 5, you truly are a master of turning success into failure. The fifth warrior. Unyielding, challenged, Saint Chicken, do you wish to brawl? Let's not quarrel, my children. The impeccably dressed Professor G lightly tapped his cane upon the ground, and the ruckus dissipated instantaneously. A chilling affection graced his cultured visage. This is a pivotal moment. We cannot afford further disputes among ourselves. If someone has erred, let us unite to rectify it. This is the essence of our G-Guardian family. Under the professor's esteemed authority, the internal discord was momentarily quelled. The crowd, previously tumultuous, hastily returned to the memorial gathering, prepared to resume their banquet. After a considerable interval, a pallid figure emerged from the pool of blood left by Ashley's severed remains. It was the mirror woman, discreetly assigned by Professor G to tidy the scene. Her crimson eyes surveyed the surroundings, swiftly identifying a forgotten item, a cell phone inadvertently dropped by Lori. With the cell phone in hand, the mirror woman could undoubtedly trace the connections of the deceased, eliminating potential threats to the G-Guardians. The phone's dormant screen reflected her image, and as she gazed into it, a flicker of red light emanated from her eyes, unlocking the device in an instant. What greeted her was a series of recent messages from Lori's father. Arthur, where have you gone? I was wrong to say that there are no good people among the superhumans. That was said in anger. I worry for you, my daughter. I may not understand you, but I love you. Please return my call. The mirror woman stared blankly at the screen for an extended moment. Then, as if possessed, she typed a single word and sent it. Help. Lori, cradling the upper half of Ashley's corpse, floated numbly in the air. Memories of her father's words echoed in her mind. Superpowers are a curse, not a gift. The more one uses them, the further one drifts from normalcy. This was indeed evident, not only in the individual who had just emitted lasers, but in herself as well. Had Joy lacked powers, what harm would her actions that night have wrought upon him? She continued to soar in a singular direction until her spirit waned, leaving her devoid of the strength to fly. She descended upon a small town and soon succumbed to unconsciousness, remembering only that the townsfolk, upon seeing her and the half-corpse she held, hurriedly called the authorities. Wake up! Lori felt a gentle nudge, and she abruptly opened her eyes, instinctively activating her powers to repel the intruder, only to be met with an intense headache. Ugh, calm down. Would you like some water? A middle-aged woman with golden hair appeared before her, extending a bottle of mineral water, along with a badge that read, Susan Reyna, CIA. In that moment, Lori recalled her companion, whom she had carried all the way. Where is Ashley? Susan Reyna gazed at Laura with a sympathetic expression. She is gone, my dear. The CIA's infiltration of the Water Corporation commenced long ago, including into the G-Men. Previously, Susan had cultivated an informant within the G-Men, the enigmatic Silver Lady Kate. Although her allegiance wavered at times, she represented a promising beginning. As long as the investigation continued to delve deeper, Langley would undoubtedly unravel the G-Men's secrets and incarcerate a multitude of individuals for both the G-Men and Water Corporation. However, recent news of the suicides of Nubia and her close associate, the Silver Lady, within the G-Men had brought the investigation to a standstill. Yet, Susan persisted in pursuing the remnants of her lead, with her examination of Laura, the Silver Lady's successor, being a crucial part of her inquiry. To her astonishment, this new recruit had barely spent a night in the field before emerging, bloodied and terrified. Susan realized that this lead was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. She had to remain steadfast in her pursuit. At that moment, Starlight wandered through the streets of Jersey City, consumed by paranoia. The throngs of people provided her with a semblance of security. She had destroyed her phone, abandoned her hideout, and dared not drive, for as she prepared to do so, she once again caught a glimpse of her would-be assailant in the rearview mirror. Fleeing in terror, Starlight finally recalled the identity of her pursuer, the mirror woman from the G-Men, a character she had encountered in Victory Comics several years prior. The artistic duo responsible for that series had previously worked on Crimson Countess, and their installments of Mirror Man were rife with supernatural and chilling elements, leaving the young Starlight restless for many nights. Uncertain if it was a product of her frayed nerves or an actual manifestation, she now found herself a skittish creature, wary of any reflective surfaces. The bustling pedestrians around her occasionally bore reflective objects, and every glimmer sent shivers down her spine. She saw it in every reflective surface. The pallid visage of the mirror woman loomed, Starlight could no longer discern reality from illusion, as the displays and lights in the shops began to flicker erratically. In a surge of desperation, she siphoned the electricity from the entire commercial street, her eyes and hands radiating a blinding golden light, startling passers-by who cast curious glances her way. She aimed to obliterate every reflective surface that posed a threat to her safety. Suddenly, a sonic boom reverberated through the air as a red-blue figure swooped from the crowd, snatching Starlight and whisking her to 10,000 feet above the ground just before the energy explosion could ensue. People often claim that first impressions hold great significance, and now she believed it. Indeed, you are a ticking time bomb, the kind that ought to be confined to a prison. Joy recalled having had this very conversation in the stratosphere before, having perused Laura's file and learned of her recent visit to the G-Man. She was now poised to fly to their location in search of answers. As the spacecraft ascended, a familiar, blinding light flickered in the distance, reminiscent of past experiences. With only a few seconds to avert yet another crisis, the realization struck him. My heavens, what have I done? Starshine, now fully awakened from her stupor, gasped for breath, a cold sweat rapidly forming on her forehead as she grasped the gravity of her recent actions. Joy discerned that Starshine was in an abnormal state. Under normal circumstances, he might have considered confining her to a cell for some much-needed reflection, but time was of the essence. Have you regained your composure? I shall place you on the ground shortly. How about you turn yourself in? No. Starshine was terrified of losing her freedom. Imprisonment would render her utterly vulnerable. Thus, she found herself pleading with the very superhero she had once scorned. Please, I beg you, do not treat me this way. The mirror woman from the G-Men is pursuing me, and if you hand me over to the police, I will surely perish. Oh, why does this mirror woman seek your life? Joy, unfamiliar with the character, only recognized the term in among the chaos. I don't know. Perhaps it has something to do with the missing persons cases I was investigating. Starshine was on the brink of collapse, disregarding whom she could trust, and frantically divulged the details of her assignments from Stan Edgar. What connection could there be between these missing persons cases and the G-Men? Never mind. Joy was uncertain if he possessed any extraordinary intellect. Even if he did, he could not articulate the fragmented information gleaned from Starshine's hurried revelations. The lack of coherent elements would inevitably lead to a distorted and unreliable narrative. Fortunately, he still wielded superhuman strength, enabling him to confront the G-Men for clarity. Chapter 31. Visitors from another realm. The G-Men's revelry continued unabated throughout the night, despite the event's solemn origins as a morning gathering. When one assembles a collection of debauched, addicted, promiscuous, and predatory individuals, one can only imagine the ensuing chaos. Yet, in an unnoticed corner, a flash of yellow light signaled the silent intrusion of a red and black figure into the estate. To say he infiltrated would be somewhat misleading at that moment. Deadpool was tugging at his ridiculous mask, revealing half of his scarred visage as he brazenly indulged in the festivities. This face, though distinctive, had never earned him a modicum of respect from the ungrateful scribes. But in truth, which universe was this? Recently, Deadpool had acquired a temporal warping wristwatch from his dear friend Cable and had borrowed some wondrous tools from Darth Mickey that allowed him to traverse the multiverse. Fortunately, the newly borrowed Mickey Mouse tool does not require one to chant magical incantations like Miska Muskam Mickey Mouse. Otherwise, Deadpool's carefully crafted R-rated persona would be irrevocably tarnished. Presently, he traverses the multiverse, eagerly seeking his lifelong companion, Wolverine, to join him in the quest to save the world. Truth be told, there's no urgent need. The world teeters on the brink of disaster, a cliché that the editorial department churns out 2 to 3 dozen times a year, so his momentary delay is inconsequential. Deadpool, akin to a famished soul after a century of hunger, shoves every morsel within reach into his mouth, attracting the attention of several onlookers. After all, he has just escaped a post-apocalyptic realm where sustenance consisted solely of corpses. Nearby, a muscular man donned in a Spartan helmet, the leader of the warlords. Notice the commotion instigated by Deadpool. He derided this ill-mannered member, questioning his origins. Where do you hail from, rodent? Does your division not ensure you are well-fed? Do not act like a starving wretch. Amidst his indulgence, Deadpool overheard a term that was both familiar and foreign, leaving him puzzled. What in the world is the G-Man? Has Professor Charles Xavier finally decided to adopt his mother's surname along with his wheelchair? Yet, such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that he had indeed arrived at the right place. He was certain he would find Wolverine here. Deadpool, employing a bit of lateral thinking, casually proclaimed a squad name, G-Factor, as the criteria for joining the G-Men, formerly known as the X-Men, were rather lax. If someone like Wolverine could gain membership, it served as a compelling testament. In such an unwieldy organization, who could possibly remember the faces of hundreds of members? Moreover, he was unashamed. The previous remark was not his own. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Deadpool began to scan the gathering, swiftly locating a familiar silhouette. That imposing physique, robust arms, gleaming skin, and a notably firm all-metal posterior prompted him to slap the figure on the backside. "Hey, Colossus, have you seen Wolverine around?" Colossus turned to regard this audacious and reckless newcomer, barely restraining the urge to crush his skull with his metallic fist. He silently recalled Professor G's recent admonitions and resolved not to stoop to this delinquent's level. "You've had too much to drink, kid. This is New York, not Canada. There are no Wolverines here. Also, my name is Colossus. You shark arm." Colossus? To be honest, Deadpool felt that his friend's name in this universe was rather subpar. However, superhero monikers, much like stage names, could easily be changed. After all, he had once borne the name of Green Lantern, which was even worse and nearly derailed his entire superhero career. Deadpool continued to weave through the banquet, swiftly identifying the purpose of his visit, a more familiar silhouette. To avoid having his kidneys skewered once again, Deadpool opted for a gentler mode of greeting. "Hey Logan, it's me, Deadpool." In a corner, the brooding Earth Eagle cast a sidelong glance at this unfamiliar figure. Clad in a garish black-red uniform with a grotesquely disfigured face, entirely unrecognizable to him. "Who the hell are you?" Upon noticing Earth Eagle's attire and the two hefty hammers in his hands, Deadpool's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. His demeanor more animated than that of the mighty Thor. "Haha, a Wolverine with two hammers. Are you known as Hammerwolf in this universe? I must say, you are the most extraordinary version of Wolverine I have ever encountered. Mind if I snap a photo?" Earth Eagle responded with a swift hammer strike, smashing Deadpool's head and rendering him unconscious, thus concluding his first night in this world. When Deadpool regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar underground chamber, where a ghostly woman was dragging his leg towards a nearby incinerator. This is utterly bizarre. Which universe's X-Men indiscriminately kill and dispose of bodies? That's my line of work. His mutterings captured the attention of the mirror woman, whose pupils constricted as she turned to swipe at him, her elongated claws aimed directly at his throat. In a swift motion, Deadpool executed a kick that sent her flying 5 meters away, then quickly retrieved his pair of swords. Could the writers ensure the villains are more thorough when disarming me next time? This teleportation watch on my waist is quite valuable. Did you all conveniently overlook it? The mirror woman charged again, a ruthless weapon crafted by Professor G. A covert executioner of the G-Men, the last resort of the team. Even if her target were to rise again, she would have the means to slay him once more. With a flurry of swift strikes, Deadpool swiftly ended the predictably one-sided battle, leaving behind a scene littered with bloodied remnants. Lifeless and unblinking, the impact in this world is rather satisfying, somewhat reminiscent of Fruit Ninja. Now, it was time for Deadpool to explore the peculiarities within this strange G-Men enclave. As the phone rang, Professor G's gaze fell upon the caller ID. It was Madeline Steelville. This relentless woman had been pursuing him with fervor, and he even suspected her involvement in the recent betrayals of Nubia and Silver Siren. Had he not acted swiftly to clean house, the G-Men might have faced utter ruin. Now, her call was undoubtedly an attempt to confront him regarding last night's unexpected turn of events, ready to put him on the defensive. After careful contemplation, Professor G prepared himself for a substantial financial outlay and answered the call. "Madeline, the incident last night was entirely accidental. Like the other superheroes at Walter, my children sometimes make mistakes that men are prone to." Chapter 32. The Flames of Revenge. It was merely the death of a minor employee at Walter. Such occurrences happen every year. First, we settle the matter financially, and then we can consider silencing others. This has become a well-honed aspect of Walter's business operations. No, Godwin, this is no longer a matter that can be resolved with money. Madeline's tone turned icy and impatient. If it were any other time, we could slowly resolve the insults you've directed at me and Walter, But this time is different. That girl escaped last night, didn't she? Godwin, of course, was aware of the escape. Otherwise, his demeanor would not be so submissive. Yes, we did not harm her at all. As for the other woman's sacrifice, I believe we can negotiate a satisfactory compensation for both parties. That is precisely the issue. The girl is currently in the hands of the CIA. Madeline was a moment too late, failing to locate Lori before the CIA did, and now the internal conflict was laid bare to the Langley authorities, becoming an external vulnerability. Coupled with the newly discovered identity of the girl, the situation had deteriorated to an extreme. As Stan Edgar had pointed out, the G-men were now a classic example of a liability. At this moment, Madeline had to concede that Stan might be right, and now only one matter remained. She sighed and instructed Professor G. John, allow your G-men subordinates to attend the memorial service. But those who should leave must do so without gathering in New York to avoid further complications. I will arrive at your estate at noon, and we shall discuss how to respond to the CIA's impending investigation and how to optimize the operational management of the G-men. Professor G, still holding the disconnected phone, found himself in a state of shock. He indeed lacked the energy and resources that Madeline possessed to placate the CIA's inquiry. Even though he and Walter shared a mutually beneficial relationship, it did not imply that such assistance came without expectation of reciprocity. His complete control over the G-men might soon slip from his grasp. Wait. Professor G suddenly realized why Madeline was so eager for the other branches of the G-men to leave the estate swiftly. At this critical juncture, the G-men could not afford to disperse their forces. He quickly summoned Curly, instructing, inform all G-men members, yes, all of them, without my permission. No one is to leave the Academy estate. Those who have already departed must be brought back. Curly, who resembled Chewbacca, scratched his head, perceiving Professor G's actions as unnecessary. Rest assured, opportunities like this gathering happen only a few times a year. This group will likely indulge for several more days before they are willing to leave. At this moment, joy was soaring through the sky, clutching the collar of Starlight's garment. And before long, they approached the location indicated on the map. Ahem! Having been whisked through the air by Starlight, Joy found herself filled with a chill from the wind. However, her early career as a child star had honed her keen ability to read the atmosphere. For instance, although her expression remained inscrutable, she sensed that the pressure surrounding Starlight was inexplicably diminishing as they flew. Along the way, Starlight had learned that Joy sought the GCPD because a girl she knew had sent a distress message from their headquarters and then vanished without a trace. Coupled with the missing children's cases that had attracted the GCPD's attention, the connection was evident, leading Starlight to a harrowing conclusion. She had every reason to believe that Joy shared her concerns. Yet, Starlight was reluctant to follow Joy directly into the GCPD headquarters, where they would be outnumbered and potentially devoured by the crowd. Do you have any plans? She inquired, deciding to buy some time in hopes of persuading Joy to contact the authorities. What if we disguise ourselves and infiltrate the estate, locate the hostages, and expose their crimes afterward? How does that sound? Joy turned her head to look at Starlight, a wry smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. It was a testament to the truth that people often smile when at a loss for words. Have you been reading too many detective comics and ruined your brain? Starlight felt a wave of despair wash over her. What else can we do? We can't just stroll in there, only to be carted out lifelessly, can we? Time was slipping away. An entire night had passed, and she had to enter immediately to find Lori. Starlight, almost involuntarily, posed a question. What if the worst happens? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, wishing she could slap herself for uttering such a thought. The outcome of that inquiry was already clear. The situation had become decidedly simpler. Joy clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles, her blood-red cloak billowing without a breeze. Yet her words were surprisingly serene. I will take my revenge. At last, Joy had identified the source of her anguish. She possessed the power to effortlessly crush the world, yet instinctively shunned any connection to it, especially after her adoptive parents had departed. Joy's body hailed from Krypton, her soul from another realm. She resembled the locals, lived among them, yet was never truly one of them. To be candid, she had never placed much weight on Lori's affection for her. After all, Lori was merely a girl of 15 or 16, a creature of hormones who might foolishly fall for anything, when that infatuation was directed toward a similarly irresponsible boy. It was hardly an issue. However, if that boy harbored a soul from another world, the situation transformed entirely. The relationship between Storm and himself can only be deemed as a mutual fulfillment of needs. After all, they are both adults, and in the end, they could simply part ways amicably. However, Joey cannot afford to be so irresponsible towards Lori. Indeed, responsibility is another dilemma for Joey. A divine shell encasing a mortal soul is typically not a significant issue for Clark Kent, for he possesses Lois Lane, adoptive parents, and a life of his own as a human. Superman is merely a clandestine identity. Conversely, Joey's human identity has long been obliterated. What does it mean to choose to bear responsibility when he is merely Superman? In this world, there are plenty of charlatans and those who seek fame without merit. He naively believed that distancing himself from them would suffice. Yet the stark reality is now evident. If you choose to evade the world will inevitably confront you. Evasion is both shameful and futile. When Joey tore Rage asunder with his bare hands, when he pierced Storm's chest with his heat vision, igniting her into a human torch, he should have realized an apparent truth. He does not recoil from the act of killing. On the contrary, he excels at it. Should the worst-case scenario unfold, even if the world's G-men were as formidable as the X-Men he knew, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance. Just as he once resolved to retaliate against the hellish dimension, all he needed now was to acquire the coveted gift crab. At that moment, a shadowy figure of black and red flickered in the distance, a gasp shattering the dark thoughts that had long intertwined in Joey's mind. In a sense, this figure was an old acquaintance from Joey's previous life. Though he knew not how this person had come to exist in this world, Deadpool certainly had his own methods. Presently, Deadpool gazed from afar at Joey's uniform, his heart racing like a startled deer. He covered his forehead with a clammy palm and pointed at Joey's red and blue attire, emitting an incredulous, high-pitched exclamation. OMG, is that Henry Cavill? Chapter 33. Fleeting moments. The origin of Deadpool's name is steeped in dark humor. The term Deadpool originally referred to a group of hopeless individuals with no prospects, who, in their leisure, would write their names on a blackboard and wager on who would perish first. The humor lies in the fact that Wade Wilson, a cancer patient, entered the wager, only to inadvertently acquire the gift of immortality. Even if everyone on that blackboard were to die, even if everyone he knew turned to dust, even if his universe were ceased to exist, he would still be indomitable. He would forever be the grand victor of the Deadpool game. I say, enough with that tedious origin story. The audience now wishes to fast forward to the Sharkman or Chow Pie segments. Deadpool swiftly approached, practically using all his limbs to propel himself forward, and in no time, he stood before Joy. It was his first encounter with such a youthful Superman. You appear to be a more dashing version, and your age seems even more tender than that of Tom Welling when he first graced the screen. Hold on. What in the world is Superman? Suddenly, Deadpool snapped back to reality. Wait a moment. What is this absurd apparatus from the Time Variance Authority doing here? Is this still Marvel? The existence of a group of deep, dark, fantastic versions of the X-Men in this universe did not particularly astonish Deadpool, as the comic editors had long since exhausted every conceivable plot twist. Even he occasionally donned the role of a hero. Playing a villain within the X-Men's narrative was hardly a significant concern. However, the simultaneous appearance of the X-Men and Superman was indeed remarkable, especially considering the recent tensions between Darth Mickey and Warner Brothers. Oh, as this realization struck him, Deadpool hastily signaled his photographer to adjust the camera angle. Yes, lower the lens, just capture me, and ensure the red cape remains in frame. How clever am I? Unlike Steven Spielberg, who wields the power of the script fruit, Deadpool knew that if he included Superman fully in the shot, he would find himself embroiled in a legal battle with Warner Brothers. Returning to the matter at hand, Deadpool, hailing from the universe that most respects copyright, nearly let slip his tongue. Ahem, Cavill. Yes, Cavill, what brings you here? Are you looking for these G-men to throw a party? I just emerged from there. Their gathering is almost over. If you wish to join, you ought to hurry. No. Did you happen to see a girl inside? Blonde, about this tall, named Lorelei Mon? She appears a bit daft. Joy clearly wished to pose the same query to Deadpool, but for the moment, locating Lorelei took precedence. Despite being far from a hero in any universe, Deadpool at least presented a familiar presence capable of coherent communication. Astutely, Deadpool discerned, even without surreptitiously perusing the script, from Joy's eyes that Superman held deep concern for this girl. Yet, based on his recent observations around the manor, It seemed the good days for this world might soon come to an end. The clandestine activities of the G-Men in this universe were such that they could not be broadcast even by Disney or 21st Century Fox, let alone films produced in the San Fernando Valley or Tokyo. Perhaps only the Czech films made specifically for German audiences could afford to air a fragment of such content. Deadpool was exceedingly eager to share his findings with Superman. After all, during his stint with the Ring, he had been a sort of half-colleague of Superman. Although the venture had flopped, the camaraderie remained, did it not? Nevertheless, Deadpool chose to refrain. Wait. Such topics unsuitable for children shall not escape my lips. My tale is merely rated R, not R18G. However, Deadpool has devised a solution. He flickered into the manor and effortlessly located a drunken, unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground. Grabbing the waistband of the hapless individual, he teleported back to Joy, exclaiming, "This person surely knows what the G-Men are all about." This individual was none other than the warlord who had previously chastised Deadpool at the banquet table, likening him to a famished wretch. How does the saying go? A Lannister always pays his debts. Deadpool promptly perched himself atop the inebriated warlord, yanking off the ludicrous Spartan helmet, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the man's face with both hands. Fortunately, the superhuman physique proved resilient, and after a thorough beating, the warlord finally expelled the remnants of his last meal, consequently regaining consciousness. "You wretched scoundrel, are you tired of living?" The warlord, still bewildered by the situation, raised his arm in retaliation. Yet the disparity between a hedonistic celebrity and a seasoned mercenary was starkly evident. Just a heartbeat before the warlord's arm could strike. Deadpool unsheathed his longsword, severing the limb from its owner forever. "Next, you shall address all queries posed by the figure known as Kal-El beside you. But I recommend commencing with how your G-Men lure children and transform them into one of your own." Deadpool disregarded the warlord's anguished cries, adeptly wiping the blade clean of blood on the man's clothing before sheathing it. "Oh, and spare me the foolishness of if I speak. They'll kill me. The G-Men might merely end your life, but if I don't obtain what I desire, I shall slaughter your entire family, your friends, and your entire social network before contemplating whether or not to terminate you." The demeanor of Deadpool instilled a chill in Starlight, who, despite the barrier of a mask, felt an unsettling truth in his words. Was the warlord, ensnared in the midst of this pressure? "Enough!" Joy intervened, halting Deadpool's intimidation, which significantly altered Starlight's perception of him. It seemed that this Superman was not as malevolent as first assumed. Subsequently, Joy's actions further shifted Starlight's attitude. He unleashed his heat vision, searing the warlord's arm stumps, declaring, "Your chatter is excessive. If you continue, you shall bleed to death. Speak now." The warlord's already fragile mental defenses crumbled entirely, and under such torment, he immediately capitulated. "I will speak. Please grant me a swift end." "Wait." Deadpool interrupted the warlord's forthcoming confession. The information he was about to disclose surpassed the boundaries of a Disney film, and to ensure the smooth release of his own movie, he must escape with the camera before those words could escape. Deadpool extracted a 3DS acquired from the Temporal Variance Authority, which bore a striking resemblance to the original. Its primary function was to facilitate interdimensional travel. He needed to hasten to the next realm in search of a suitable Wolverine, with whom he could unite to become an icon and save his universe. "I am exceedingly grateful to you, Deadpool," Joy exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace him, affectionately patting his back. "Your assistance has been invaluable." No problem," Deadpool replied, slightly taken aback. "But don't you think this embrace feels a tad intimate?" He had not anticipated such a warm bear hug from Superman. Such treatment was likely unprecedented, even for Batman. "I must say, if we were to become a couple, that would be rather niche. I doubt it would garner much attention on AO3. Having bid farewell to that peculiar world, Deadpool activated the dimensional portal and ventured into the next universe. Cough, cough. The previous world was far superior. He landed in a desolate realm, where only sandstorms and skeletal remains greeted his gaze. He realized he was in for several days of hardship before he could ascertain his bearings. The ground quaked in the distance, and a colossal sandworm erupted from the dunes, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. Deadpool reached for the temporal watch he had pilfered from Cable, which not only allowed him to traverse time, but also enabled instant teleportation. However, when he pressed the button, nothing happened. Days later, deep within the desert, a pile of black and red excrement lay. Superman, I, your essence, am born. Chapter 34. The truth of the G-Men. The G-Men always presented themselves to the public as a close-knit family, a collective of outcasts united against societal prejudice, with Professor John Godot assuming the role of their patriarch. This portrayal was not unfounded. John Godot was indeed the guardian of all G-Men, having orchestrated nearly every member's induction into their ranks. The process involved him cruising in a discreet yet opulent luxury vehicle through under-monitored neighborhoods, the interior brimming with fruits, toys, comics, and all manner of delights that children adored, much like Santa Claus's sleigh. He would grandly open the car door, gently beckoning 7- or 8-year-olds to join him. No child could resist such temptation, especially with the renowned Professor G seated inside. Once the door closed, the vehicle would accelerate away, and within, Professor G would promise the children a plethora of delights. Unlimited fruits, toys at their disposal, comic books, and gaming consoles, as well as the most significant allure of all, becoming a celebrated G-Man, a true superhero. Initially, the children might yearn for home, but as new arrivals joined and the superheroes from the comics materialized before their eyes, that longing gradually dissipated. The companionship of friends, along with the mentorship of the seasoned veterans of G-Force, has fostered the rapid growth of these children until they can stand independently as G-Force members. Following this, the allure of fame and fortune, the adulation of the media, the cheers of the crowd, and annual earnings in the hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars, compel all members to tirelessly safeguard the interests of the G-Force family. However, isn't it true that not every individual possesses superpowers? Starshine has uncovered a blind spot in the Warlord's narrative. How does G-Force precisely abduct children with super abilities? The Warlord coughed up blood. This was no secret within G-Force. Superpowers are not innate. Professor G administers a serum to each individual, requiring weekly injections until some among us begin to exhibit super abilities. Joy suddenly recalled a term he had seen in an internal email from Water Corporation, Compound 5. This revelation clarified everything. Yet it still failed to explain why even an entity as lowly as Deadpool harbors such a profound secrecy regarding G-Force's internal affairs. Starshine, struck by a thunderbolt, realized her entire dream of being a superhero was premised on the belief that superpowers were a divine gift. If she were merely an artificial creation, what then was the significance of God's plan for her? Joy waved his hand, interrupting Starshine's inquiries. He had no time to consider her feelings at that moment. He urgently sought to ascertain the well-being of Lori. Get to the point. What is the situation with that girl? Lori Lehman? Lori Lehman, the individual forcibly inserted into G-Force by Water Corporation as the Silver Maiden's successor, was not wanted by the members of G-Force, who had long since ceased to desire new recruits. The value of this intellectual property was considerable. Adding another member meant diminishing the share for each individual, especially when this person hailed from outside Water. On the night of her arrival, the fifth warrior, in a fit of enthusiasm, insisted on conducting welcome procedures. I only know there was a conflict, but I am unaware of the outcome. Ultimately, the fifth warrior returned to the banquet alongside Professor G. When the Warlord spoke of the so-called welcome procedures, his expression betrayed a profound discomfort, which Joy, ever observant, noted with reddened eyes as he pressed further. Speak. What kind of welcome procedures? In response, the Warlord took a deep breath, seemingly relieved as he spoke. It is a procedure personally administered by Goldkin to ensure that each new member complies. John Goldkin, the patriarch of the G-Force family, is the only ordinary person within G-Force. He offers meticulous care and concern for the children, but primarily, he is a pedophile. On the eve of administering the drug, Goldkin visits each young child individually at night, attending to them in their beds. All children, regardless of gender, are not spared. After enduring such a nightmarish experience at the tender age of 7 or 8, no one possesses the fortitude to defy Godkin. Subsequently, the lucrative income from becoming a G-Warrior only further entrenches their loyalty. In a certain sense, this exemplifies the so-called Stockholm Syndrome. The G-Warriors number nearly 300, including those younger than you and your predecessors. Starlight found everything utterly incredulous. Professor G is merely an ordinary individual. If you and the previous generation of G-Warriors suffered such ordeals in your youth, why did you not strive to alter your circumstances as you matured? How can you allow such absurdities to recur unchallenged? Ha 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 ha. The warlord merely laughed, even as the mirth caused blood to flow back into his mouth, choking him into a fit of violent coughs. Yet his laughter never ceased. My predecessors and I did not stand idly by. With every initiation, aside from Goddakin, we too participated. Starlight felt a wave of revulsion towards these superheroes. Each had once been an innocent victim, yet within the dark crucible of the Jew warriors, they transformed into a new generation of perpetrators. You all deserve to rot in prison. Before Starlight could finish speaking, the searing heat of her optic beams had already reduced the warlord's prostrate form to mere ashes. At this moment, Joy's crimson eyes gradually cooled. He gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground, but his sight transcended the barriers, reaching the other side of the earth. There, in the depths of the ocean, he beheld a whale's carcass slowly descending, surrounded by myriad microorganisms and creatures creating a temporary haven upon its remains. He blinked again, shifting his gaze toward the Jew warrior estate, yet found no trace of Lori. However, the Jew warriors had clearly already discerned that Deadpool had absconded with one of their own. They were now assembling, vigilant for the impending assault. No, it was not a possibility. It was an inevitability. Run as far as you can, Starlight. Joy seized the corpse from the ground, and in an instant, he arrived within the Jew warrior estate. Now, Joy looked down upon the entirety of the Jew warriors, observing every body, every bone, every organ, and even the microcurrents of neural synapses within their brains. Facing the assembly of Jew warriors gathered around Professor G, Joy hurled the warlord's corpse before them. The forthcoming response would determine their fates. I asked one last time, where's the girl from last night? You depraved beast. The fifth warrior, recognizing the identity of the corpse from the remaining scraps of clothing and armor, was seized with fury upon witnessing the death of a family member. He reached for his goggles. I just split a whore in two with my heat vision last night. I assure you, your fate will be no different. Chapter 35. Eradication. Long before the beam of light was emitted, Joy had already detected the high-energy response in his opponent's eyes. With a slight tilt of his head, he skillfully evaded the robust laser beam that burst forth from his adversary's gaze, and in turn, he retaliated with a searing gaze of his own. The head of the fifth warrior exploded instantly under the intense heat. Wait! At this moment, Professor G instinctively wished to halt this farce. The relationship between Walter Corporation and himself had become exceedingly delicate. Under Madeline's guidance, he had gathered everyone together to avoid being picked off one by one during the imminent negotiations to unite and weather the storm. However, the current situation was no mere misfortune. It was a catastrophe. Aside from the deep sea, every member of the Super Seven stood as a paragon of superhuman prowess, and any conflict with the G warriors would exact a tremendous toll. Saint Angel grasped Professor G's shoulders, pivoting the ordinary man away. Old man, now is not the time for financial considerations. Before the fifth warrior's head had even exploded, there may have still been room for negotiation. But now it was a matter of survival. Kill him. The Earth Hawk at the forefront let out a furious roar, while the Red Devil had already teleported behind Joy. His blood-red claws poised to strike at the back of Joy's head. A chilling wave coalesced in his hand, forming an icy arrowhead aimed at freezing Joy. Almost all G warriors, save for the recently inducted members, launched a lethal assault against Joy. Saint Angel, however, refrained from joining the fray. His telepathy and flight were abilities of elegance, unsuited for such grim tasks. He merely held onto Professor G and withdrew, convinced that the adversary could not survive such an onslaught. They were all invulnerable superhumans. The Super Seven, formidable as they were, could not possibly withstand 100 foes, even with their homelands might at their backs. Joy had already sensed the commotion behind him. Without turning around, he simply swung his elbow backward, striking the Red Devil squarely in the face, shattering half of the latter's skull with that singular motion. Fragments of broken cranium and splattering blood stained the crimson cloak. Yet in the wake of claiming yet another life, Joy remained increasingly composed, choosing to descend from the air and plant himself firmly upon the ground. You wretched imposter! The Earth Hawk, a cheap imitation of Wolverine, leaped to Joy's side with a speed that defied human reaction, swinging his hammer directly at Joy's temple. Joy countered with a swift palm strike, severing the dual hammers from the Earth Hawk's grip, along with the Hawk's shoulder and head. Dismembered limbs and a severed neck erupted, splattering Joy's golden insignia with its first touch of crimson. Joy's senses expanded once more, and he could now perceive the adrenaline surging through the veins of those before him. Driven by the overload of their hearts, he witnessed how the impending movement of their bodies sent forth neural signals that shimmered like pulsating veins. Meanwhile, the curly-haired creature had already lunged forward, displaying an agility that belied its towering, furry frame and opened its gaping maw to tear at him. In the first 2 seconds of the battle, Joy contemplated how to deal with these scoundrels. His eyes could emit laser beams. The friction from his rapid flight was sufficient to ignite the atmosphere. The sonic waves generated by a mere clap could shatter mountains. He could lift the entire Earth without any leverage. He could roast the brains of these individuals in the stratosphere with his thermal vision, or akin to the Flash. Extract everyone's hearts in the blink of an eye. He could even summon an asteroid from the Kuiper Belt, transforming the estate into a massive crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Joy delivered a straight punch, shattering the sharp fangs of the long-haired beast resembling Chewbacca, his fist continuing unabated to pierce through its mouth and obliterate its head. Yet at this moment, Joy's choice was merely to swing his fist at the creature's face like a street thug. There was no other reason than the sheer exhilaration it brought him. As he withdrew his fist, the curly-haired beast, now missing a significant portion of its brainstem, let out a mournful wail from its mangled mouth, its superhuman vitality now causing it greater suffering. Joy reached out again, crushing the upper half of its skull, the splattered brain matter and blood thoroughly staining the base color of his uniform. Joy had never been a bloodthirsty individual. Yet, at this moment, his heartbeat quickened with excitement, every cell in his body rejoicing, feeling more invigorated than basking in sunlight. It was as if he were born of Kryptonian flesh. A figure with skin marred by pits and wrinkles, resembling severe burn injuries, charged toward him. This was Firestorm from the G Special Forces. The opponent's rapid advance delivered his neck right into Joy's grasp. As Firestorm felt his breath becoming increasingly labored, he could only wrap his arms around Joy in desperation, igniting his body in searing flames. The flames grew more intense, yet paradoxically, it was Firestorm's own skin that began to burn first. Such flames posed no threat to Joy. If there was one lesson Joy had gleaned from a career spent amidst the ravages of war, it was that life is a fragile commodity. With a gentle breath, Joy unleashed a freezing exhale, transforming Firestorm from a raging inferno into a mere ice sculpture. A towering stack, clutching a piece of concrete rebar, came crashing down upon Joy, shattering the ice sculpture into fragments. However, Joy remained unfazed. With a flick of his right hand, he pushed the concrete block aside, causing the stack to stumble and collapse alongside it. Subsequently, his thermal vision accurately enveloped the stack's reinforced body, melting it into liquid within the span of a second. As Joy's gaze fused it with the concrete block on a physical level, following closely were the Gecko people and Breakpoint, fervently shouting about bonds of friendship as they charged forward, bellowing their intent to avenge their tragically fallen leader. The Gecko person seized the opportunity while Joey was melting down the stacks, leaping onto his neck in an attempt to bring him down, while Breakpoint sprinted away in the opposite direction. 2 beams of scorching heat swept through the air, cleaving Breakpoint and several others in half. In the wake of this, Joey merely shrugged, causing the Gecko person to disintegrate into nothingness, as if brushing dust off his shoulder. Perhaps young Clark Kent once burned through his own rooftop, unintentionally creating a gaping hole in the attic during his first flight, or accidentally overturned several tons of tractor, but Joey had never lost control in his youth. From the very beginning, Joey understood the fragility of this paper-thin world, realizing he had to tread carefully, for a single misstep could lead to irreparable harm. A golden-haired man, reminiscent of an angel with pristine white wings, and a red-haired woman, sporting immense bat-like wings, hurled their long swords and pitchforks towards him, which Joey deftly caught and returned. Observing the 2 avian figures plummeting from the sky like kites severed from their strings, all flying members of the G-Men chose to momentarily descend to the ground. From the thunderous roar of the Earth Eagle that signaled the offensive to the transformation of the entire sky into a no-fly zone, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Even when restraining his power, Joey executed his lethal actions with remarkable efficiency. The G-Men were not akin to the heroic organizations from other universes that triumphed over apocalyptic crises through friendship, resilience, and courage. They were merely a group of ordinary individuals endowed with superpowers, lacking both fortitude and bravery. Surrender. We surrender. The frost wave, who had been hurling ice spikes from the rear, realized the inevitable outcome of continuing the battle after witnessing Joey's ruthless slaughter of his comrades. In this critical moment of life and death, Frostwave's frozen mind finally aligned the initial exchanges of dialogue, as if grasping at the last straw for survival. He hastily interjected, "Superman, the girl you asked about. Is she tall, blonde, and possesses telekinesis? She is unharmed. Absolutely fine. We have not done anything to her. The girl you seek left after injuring the fifth warrior last night." Liars. Joey, drenched in blood, heard this declaration and swiftly broke Frostwave's neck. The contradictions in Frostwave's words were glaring. If they had done nothing, then how could Lori have been involved in a conflict and subsequently fled? The remaining members of the G-Men watched in horror as Joey executed the surrendering Frostwave, finally grasping the true nature of this conflict. It was a fight to the death, and their adversaries had no intention of showing mercy. "Fuck you, demon." The once timid crowd, now galvanized by the deaths of their comrades, summoned the courage to fight for their survival. "You are merely a man. We, the G-Warriors, are the boldest collective of heroes, determined to survive at any cost." When they were violated by Godo, they were mere children, and courage only led to their demise. Yet, upon reaching adulthood and becoming official G-Warriors, the intoxicating allure of their newfound identities stifled any instinct for rebellion. As they evolved into the backbone of the G-Warriors, joining Professor G in inflicting harm upon new victims, courage became a luxury they could scarcely afford. Do you not feel that your courage arrives too late? Joy's focus was razor-sharp, his senses enveloping the entirety of the estate. He had tried, but wielding Kryptonian powers to treat the world with kindness proved a formidable challenge. Being Clark Kent was no easy feat nevertheless. He would utilize these abilities to eradicate evil. Chapter 36. The game is over with a mere wave of his hand. Heads began to roll. It felt reminiscent of his childhood in Kansas, as he picked up a stick to cause mischief alongside Lori, knocking down countless wheat stalks in her family's field. Joy had anticipated a more significant reaction. What he was doing now was fundamentally akin to the reports he had covered in his previous life, wielding unparalleled power to harvest lives as if they were mere weeds. But this was for a brighter tomorrow. A woman with fluffy orange hair, clad in black with a stark white stripe down her face, hurled a grenade at Joy. With a single glance, he triggered its explosion prematurely, shredding not only the grenade but also half of her body. This was the Omen from the G-Strike team, reputed to transfer her misfortune onto her enemies. It appeared the information was inaccurate. For a better tomorrow, a short-haired woman emitted a chilling, cat-like screech as she lunged at him. This was Catwoman, the final member of the G-Strike team. Joy swiftly struck, driving her head into her chest. Following her was a man with a golden, slicked-back hairstyle, adorned with a beastier helmet. He was known as the Resurrector, the last member of the G-Brigade. To prevent his revival, Joy had no choice but to incinerate him with his heat vision, reducing him to ash. For a better tomorrow, when the last heartbeat ceased, Joy paused. He sensed his power surging like a tide. Even if his exertion amounted to merely 1%, the exhilarating rush was palpably real. In truth, when the cold wave uttered that phrase, Joy's thoughts had already strayed in search of Lori. His senses seemed to amplify with every act of slaughter, and before vanquishing Omen, he had already detected the faint sound of Lori's peaceful snores. Lori was indeed safe, yet his onslaught showed no signs of abating. Like sneaking out in the dead of night to indulge in cola and chips from the refrigerator, Joey would emotionally and rationally deny this behavior. Yet ultimately, the chips and cola would be consumed, for the pleasure they brought was simply too exquisite to resist. When there were no more foes to vanquish, the thrill ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of emptiness that instilled a profound fear within him. Joey came to realize that his Kryptonian form was a natural killing machine. Indeed, he had acted out of anger, yet during the act of slaughter, he was not driven by rage. He observed each opponent with a chilling calmness, delivering nearly every strike with lethal precision, even if their strength was as insignificant as that of ants. Deep down, Joey yearned to convince himself that killing was merely a means, not an end. Yet the ecstasy derived from these acts of violence far outweighed the rational deliberations of morality and conscience. It seemed as though he was born for this purpose. Now, only the final act remained. Damn it, they all must die. Initially fleeing with Professor G, Saint Angel's mind was on the brink of collapse. His superpowers included flight and telepathy, though the latter was limited in intensity. He could merely sense the thoughts of those around him. Within the first 60 seconds of battle, nearly all of the G-men capable of making a difference were annihilated, and by the second minute, close to half of the consciousness had faded away. He had never anticipated that his side would falter against the opposition. This stark contrast and the demise of his comrades sent jolts through his nerves, compelling him to temporarily shut down his perceptions to prevent himself from being driven completely insane. To that place, Professor G sensed Saint Angel's distress. He understood that the worst outcome had materialized, and they must now escape. The G-men, such flawed creations, ultimately could not contend with the ultimate biological weapon manufactured by the Water Corporation, but he knew the capabilities of his fellow countrymen well. Their super eyesight could not penetrate zinc, and he surmised that similarly powered beings would be no different. Once he reached the secret exit in the basement, safety would be assured. That place was a labyrinth composed of several tunnels, each reinforced with galvanized layers. Upon arrival, activating the ultrasonic disruptor would ensure that even if Superman dug 3 feet into the ground, he would not locate them for quite some time, allowing for a safe withdrawal. Professor G was propelled into the Manor's hall by Saint Angel, where a group of children peered out from their hiding places. These were the new generation of G-men. Despite the Water Corporation's strict prohibition against recruiting new members, he had proceeded nonetheless. The children, having undergone several rounds of injections, clutched their plush toys tightly, gazing at Professor G with eyes that held not only deep-seated fear, but also an immeasurable dependence. Professor G, we are frightened. We hear many people screaming outside. Fear not. Children, we are merely playing house. Professor G wore a gentle smile, as usual. In a moment, a person disguised as a ghost would burst in, and if he caught me, we would lose. You must hide, and when he appears, give it your all to defeat him, all right? Make sure to exert all your strength. Do not fear harming him, for he is an adult. If we win, I shall personally take you to purchase a PS4. Is that agreeable? The children chorused their enthusiastic consent, their voices bright and eager, ready to show the ghostly figure a thing or two. Since the inception of the G-Guardians, Professor G had been interacting with children, adept at persuading them with just a few words. Saint Angel trembled at these words, recalling how, in his youth, he too was easily swayed by Professor G's promises. The professor frequently vowed to take him to baseball games and treat him to hot dogs, his repeated assurances causing Saint Angel to gradually forget the faces of his family. Yet, time was of the essence, and Saint Angel, against Professor G's wishes, fled into a secret exit. The clandestine exit, hidden beneath the manor, comprised a labyrinth of underground passages. Saint Angel remembered that aside from Professor G himself, only the favored Nubia and the Silver Lady were privy to the specific route. This was one of the reasons why Professor G had been so enraged upon learning of Nubia's collapse and betrayal, leading him to order the Silver Lady to crush every organ within Nubia's body. However, Saint Angel perceived that which Professor G could not, amid prolonged torment. A bond had quietly developed between Nubia and the Silver Lady, transcending mere collegiality. This connection would inevitably lead to another internal incident within the G-Guardians months later. The Silver Lady could no longer drift aimlessly within the organization, yet she lacked the courage to betray Professor G. Thus, she chose to end her own life, using her telekinetic powers to obliterate her own brain in a little-known town street. As Saint Angel traversed the passages of the secret exit, he suddenly recalled something: betrayal. Why we stopped? Professor G, perched upon Saint Angel's back, sensed the halt and furrowed his brow, tapping the boy's head with his cane in annoyance. Child, a superhero could catch up to us at any moment. Saint Angel released his grip, casting Professor G to the ground and looking down upon him. Old Bitten, I suddenly realize, but before he could utter another word, his throat was entirely hollowed out by the white claws emerging from the depths of the darkness. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the gaping wound, staining Professor G's polished boots and cane. A pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows, and Professor G beheld the ghastly visage of the mirror woman lurking within the darkness. Unlike before, she was not clad in that tight-fitting white garment, but stood entirely naked, her exposed skin marred by scars, lacerations, burn marks, puncture wounds, and tears, Every conceivable type of injury could be found upon her body. "Ah, it is you." The mirror woman had just slain the treacherous seraph. Yet a sense of elation did not stir within Professor G. He observed the mirror woman, whose only piece of clothing was a tattered doll hanging around her neck, a relic of the bygone Queen Maeve, a design long discontinued by the Watt Company. In those days, Queen Maeve donned shorts emblazoned with the stars and stripes. The first thing you sought upon regaining your freedom was that foolish doll. Rather than ending my life in the subterranean passage, there were no mirrors. The mirror woman present here was her true self, the one controlled by Professor G. For every mirror, there existed a reflection, and as long as the original remained unscathed, her duplicates were inconsequential. Thus, Professor G had experimented with many methods on the often disobedient mirror woman, techniques that were not permissible on other children. Now, with the identity of the one who had liberated her unknown, Professor G could already foresee his grim fate. A being akin to me, impervious to death, has granted me my freedom. The mirror woman's hand clasped around Professor G's throat, tightening gradually. Her superhuman strength left him with no room for resistance. I shall relish this process, she thought, envisioning numerous torments to inflict upon this vile creature. Even tearing the flesh from his body piece by piece would pale in comparison to her own suffering. Yet time was of the essence. As Professor G's life ebbed away, devoid of struggle, the mirror woman unhesitatingly snapped his neck. She clutched the plush toy against her chest, the sole remnant of solace amidst the lengthy years of abduction by G's enforcers. Now, she was ready to embrace the freedom that was rightfully hers. Ahum! Two beams of thermal vision from beyond the atmosphere pierced through the thick earth and convoluted pipelines, precisely cleaving the mirror woman and her cherished Maeve doll in two. Confirming no remaining threats, Joy crouched and dashed forward, slightly releasing his biofield. Friction with the atmosphere incinerated the mottled bloodstains on his body, revealing the golden's insignia upon his chest anew. He yearned to be at the side of the slumbering Lori immediately, yet after much contemplation, he opted to descend once more into the G's enforcer's estate, entering the grand hall. Stars scattered, rainbow rays. A boy emerged from behind a concealed fountain, conjuring a sphere of light to hurl at the superhuman. From behind a toppled banquet table, a girl peeked out, her third eye opening, unleashing a spectrum of light towards Joy. Joy extinguished the glowing orb with a flick of his finger and gracefully caught the iridescent rays with his palm. His gaze swept across the room, where 7 or 8 children were adorned in costumes reminiscent of a Halloween celebration, gleefully preparing to unleash their extraordinary powers capable of obliterating ordinary individuals in an instant. Superman, exasperated, sighed softly and clapped his hands to interrupt the children's antics. "All right, children, listen to me. Professor G has ventured far away, and I can no longer reach him." He beckoned the children to gather around him, having already sensed the unwelcome arrival of a visitor in the distance. "Come here, my dear ones. The ghost hunting game has come to an end." Chapter 37. Nothing matters. Joy heard the distant whir of helicopter blades. Personnel from Water Company had arrived, fully armed, just as they had during their initial encounter. However, this time, they were not targeting him. Madeline Steele was issuing orders to the armed helicopter's Red River security personnel through noise-canceling earpieces. Their mission was to eradicate G-Cops entirely. To be frank, Madeline was not keen on this course of action. It was not merely because G-Cops represented a multi-billion-dollar intellectual property, but also due to the fact that superheroes were supposedly bulletproof. This notion of superheroes being bulletproof was merely a marketing construct. Water Company needed to cultivate such an impression to facilitate their strategy of weaponizing superheroes. The reality was that nearly all water superheroes were not immune to bullets. If a bullet did not penetrate, it was simply due to an insufficient caliber or the wrong type of ammunition. Certain specially designed projectiles possessed lethal efficacy against the products of Compound 5, and Red River Security was fully equipped with such ammunition for this operation. In the face of these firearms, the disorganized and undisciplined superpowered individuals were no different from ordinary people. Exterminating them would require no more effort than slaughtering an entire circus troupe. 5 helicopters dispersed, encircling the estate, waiting for Madeline's command to transform the entire estate into a slaughterhouse. At this moment, Madeline was not only monitoring the situation, but also laying the groundwork for the subsequent cleanup. Before her sat Ashley and 2 planners from the film department. engaged in discussions on how to minimize losses as much as possible. How about Kevin Feige? Ashley tapped her pen against her notepad. He did an excellent job with G-Cops, World War, so let him continue. By the way, who was the most popular character in G-Cops? Madeline nodded in acknowledgement. I believe it was Earthhawk. Perfect, let's continue with him as the protagonist to create G-Cops. The return of Earthhawk, allowing this IP to exit gracefully. Casting choices? CGI or live action? Inquire the head of the film department. Hoping Earthhawk can play himself seems unlikely. The conflict between Superman and the G-Men, though unexpected, has led to a foregone conclusion. Red River Security will fulfill its obligations, and the demise of the G-Men is inevitable. Madeline genuinely hopes that Superman can emerge unscathed from this confrontation, primarily because, from a corporate standpoint, the assets of the water company cannot withstand such turmoil. The disbandment of the G-Men will precipitate a drastic decline in water's revenues, and the stock prices are unlikely to reflect positivity. While informed shareholders may opt to short sell in anticipation of losses, the smaller shareholders will undoubtedly express their discontent. On a personal level, Madeline harbors a desire for someone to completely replace Homelander, akin to how he supplanted Soldier Boy, and she wishes for this to occur swiftly. Homelander's pathological obsession is of little benefit to her present circumstances. Should the secrets she conceals from him be unveiled, she would face catastrophic repercussions. Observations suggest that Superman is, at the very least, considerably more temperate than Homelander. Madeline found herself taken aback by the unfolding situation. Feedback from Red River Security also exceeded her expectations. The G-Men's estate was littered with severed limbs and headless corpses, a scene so gruesome that even the seasoned mercenaries of Red River were left in awe. Reports indicated that Superman had appeared on the scene, accompanied by a few children, presumably the latest generation of expendables procured by Godot. No firing without my orders. As she prepared to inquire further, her earpiece crackled with Joy's voice. Madeline, you fool, you sent Lori to the G-Men. Do you comprehend the ramifications of your decision? Joy had disregarded the warnings from the Red River mercenaries and had flown directly into the cabin, seizing the communicator. At this moment, Madeline wished to retract her earlier thoughts. Superman's threat level in her mind had escalated to that of Homelander. She had previously assigned Lori to the G-Men without realizing her connection to Superman. She merely saw an opportunity at hand. The key lay with the agent, who could influence John Godot from within the G-Men, leveraging water's authority. Any superhero could have sufficed as long as they were young and easily manipulated, but she had not anticipated that the G-Men, who were born in disregard of the law, would also show blatant disrespect towards Water Company. This is unexpected. I was unaware, Madeline began to explain, but before she could elaborate, the communicator crackled with static. And just as she was momentarily stunned, someone knocked on her office window. Joy unlocked the panoramic window and floated into the office. Go on, I'm listening. Madeline recounted the events meticulously, while Joy's gaze remained fixed on her chest, waiting for her to conclude her defense. Although the physiological responses of individuals in fear, deceit, or anger share similarities, subtle distinctions remain. At this moment, Madeline's bodily reactions mirrored those of Ashley and the other two present. They were all engulfed in fear. Madeline was either an adept liar or simply speaking the truth. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. Joy chose to depart. He could have easily ended the lives of her. Ashley and the others, followed by the members of the Seven, Stan Edgar, and everyone associated with Vought. Next in line would be the disobedient metas, the ordinary people rebelling against their nature, and all earthly administrative bodies resisting their authority. In this process, only 42 innocents would be caught in the crossfire. Yet, none of this mattered. Joy gazed into the distance and observed Lori gradually waking, a sharply dressed woman beside her presenting a takeout order of pineapple pizza. Through the badge nestled at her waist, he recognized her as Susan Rayner, the deputy director of the CIA. Affairs associated with Langley had never boded well. Yet, none of this mattered. Joy retrieved a wristwatch from his pocket, one he had previously borrowed from Deadpool. It was a genuine timepiece, a creation from Deadpool as companion. Cable, a watch not merely for telling time, but for traversing it. In an instant, Joy comprehended the device's function and design, marveling at Cable's remarkable intellect as an Omega-level mutant. Cable had ingeniously confined a portion of his Omega powers within the watch, crafting a closed temporal curve that enabled time travel for the user. Even geniuses like Lex Luthor or Victor Von Doom might struggle to create such a masterful device. Joy activated the contraption, dismissing concerns about the grandmother paradox or Novikov's self-consistency principle. He only desired to reshape a world in accordance with his own wishes, a world with his family. Far across the globe, at the foothills of the Himalayas, a raven sensed the ripples of time and space, exclaiming softly, "Goodness!" She had just utilized the blood of a yak to inscribe the final magical formation, delineating the first line of defense against the Trinity. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. Chapter 38. This man is from Earth. An individual's personality and character are shaped by the experiences and memories accumulated throughout their life. Every past experience and memory collectively form the essence of humanity. The tragic murder of Bruce Wayne's parents in his childhood birthed Batman, the most terrifying urban legend of Gotham City, while the accidental death of Barry Allen's mother led him down the path of a superhero bearing great responsibility. During his initial encounter with the progeny of the Trinity, known as Wrath, the loss of his parents nearly obliterated Joy's already limited social connections. He is more solitary than most superheroes, and the harsh reality of the world has driven him to the brink of breaking the moral codes that govern ordinary people. But what if all of this could be mended? Batman's parents need not have perished in that alleyway. Barry Allen's mother need not have been murdered by Reverse Flash. And the adoptive parents of Jor-El need not have endured such a cruel fate. Perhaps it is indeed some tragedies that have forged the heroes of today. Yet, truth be told, no one deserves to experience such calamities. With a flash of golden light, Joy arrives at the predetermined moment he set. 10 minutes after he was summoned by Laurel to repair the tractor. He has 2 hours before Raven and Rage descend upon this world. His time is ample enough to reverse everything. He has even contemplated how to avoid temporal paradoxes as much as possible. He simply needs to hide his adoptive parents until the moment he traverses back in time. At that time, he will still believe his parents died an untimely death, leading him to make the same choices as his present self, thus avoiding the grandmother paradox while adhering to the potential Novikov self-consistency principle. Joy gazes at the lush green corn stalks surrounding him. The freshly sprouted corn is thriving. If it were not for the impending infernal visitors destined to obliterate the entire farm, this year would undoubtedly be one of bountiful harvests. Yes, indeed, just so. Without a trace of hesitation, he approaches the Kent farmhouse and knocks on the door. It has been less than a week since that incident. It feels as though half a year has passed. At this moment, Martha Kent should be preparing venison burgers or pumpkin pie, while Jonathan Kent is either washing his recently acquired Libyan Toyota pickup or enjoying a beer. "Dad, Mom," he calls out as he notices the door is evidently unlocked. After a symbolic knock, he brazenly pushes the door open. He has countless words he wishes to share with his adoptive parents, but what greets him is unexpected. A dark barrel of a shotgun, aimed by Jonathan Kent, commands, "Put your hand where I can see them and slowly roll out of my house, caped one." "What?" Joy obediently raises his hands, stepping back under the duress of the double-barreled shotgun. "It's me, your son." His words only incite further rage in Jonathan Kent. This audacious young man, clad in a Halloween costume, has invaded his home and dared to mock his vulnerabilities. Jonathan and Martha have tried many times. They cannot conceive children. They once considered adoption, but the process is fraught with complexities, and given the deteriorating global situation and the farm's unsteady income, they gradually abandoned that hope. "We have never had children, you little wretch. Get out of my house this instant." Joy is forced to stumble backward, the shotgun trained on him, retreating from the Kent farmhouse. His parents appeared significantly older than they had just a few weeks prior, and, most alarmingly, they did not recognize him at all. After a moment of panic, he finally remembered to utilize his supervision and superhearing to assess the situation. The radio of Jonathan Kent was broadcasting the latest news. The metropolis held its annual memorial service to mourn those who perished in the fall of the sun. Following Hippolyta's assassination at the union with Atlantis, the atmosphere between the two great powers on Earth had become increasingly tense, with war looming on the horizon. Gotham City's crime rate had reached unprecedented heights. The first contact between aliens and Earth had occurred as members of the cosmic police force from a distant planet, led by the greatest Green Lantern, Abin Sur, gave a public interview before departing Earth. No. Something was amiss. This universe was not the one he had known prior to his time jump. The constants of the universe were entirely misaligned, with the speed of light showing a discrepancy of nearly 0.000034 and even the gravitational value of Earth differed by 0.012. The proportion of nitrogen in the atmosphere had increased by 0.097. He had not merely traversed time, but had crossed into an entirely different world. Joy once again retrieved his timepiece, gently pressing a button to reverse his actions and return to his original timeline. Buzz. Joy found himself descending onto a desert landscape. This time, he carefully observed the parameters of the universe, only to discover it was still not the universe he had departed from. Meanwhile, a distant cry for help echoed nearby. Help, help, get lost. Joy could not afford to concern himself with the life or death of a wild man emerging from this untamed universe. He adjusted the indices of his watch once more, attempting to reverse his previous maneuver, but the watch emitted a warning of insufficient energy. Why is this vital device not charged regularly? I feel like a dead pool of llamas. Only then did Joy take a moment to regard the source of the cries for help. He once again spotted a familiar face. Tony Stark at this moment truly embodied the essence of Stark. The unfolding events were not overly complicated. He had come to the land of the U to inspect the market and promote weapons. Everything flowing as effortlessly as a performance, with his charisma shining through as military officials eagerly placed large orders. However, a minor complication arose during his return to the airport. He was ambushed by local terrorists wielding weapons produced by Stark Industries. Joy was the sole survivor of the entire team, as these terrorists wished to keep him alive to manufacture weapons capable of defeating the local U.S. military. Seizing this opportunity, Tony quietly crafted an iron suit, breaking through the encirclement to regain his freedom, until his makeshift armor malfunctioned, at which point a figure cloaked in red suddenly appeared before him. The relentless pursuers, those terrorists, could close in at any moment, while he found himself trapped within the confines of the very steel armor he had crafted. Joy, with a force reminiscent of tearing paper, effortlessly pried apart the metallic shell enveloping Tony, extricating him with a firm grip. I know you, he asserted, a statement that resonated with inevitability. As Tony grappled with the sheer physicality of Joy's strength, he couldn't suppress his customary bravado. The entire world knows Tony Stark. Without engaging in conversation, Joy swiftly ascended from the scene, fully aware that his intellect and available resources would significantly expedite the process of recharging his timepiece. Chapter 39. Would an apology bring you comfort? Tony felt the scenery around him blur, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a bustling street. The narrow cobblestone path saturated with an array of aromatic spices. A cat, intrigued, sniffed at his trouser leg, prompting an almost nauseating reaction as it proceeded to exhibit a rather crude behavior. The squalid conditions of the terrorist hideout had left much to be desired in terms of hygiene. Where are we? How did we? This is Constantinople, the city in Asia with the highest CIA presence, Joy interjected, having discarded his conspicuous cloak in favor of a light linen shirt and dark green jeans. We merely need to make a brief appearance, and soon enough, someone will arrange for your return to America. It dawned on Tony that he had traversed to the Mediterranean coast, thousands of miles distant from the land of the great Ueji. If you could transport me here in an instant, why not directly to New York? And can we please grab a bite first? I'm on the verge of starvation. In a roadside eatery, Joy watched in disbelief as Tony Stark voraciously devoured a hamburger. You've come all the way to Constantinople, and yet you choose KFC over the plethora of kebabs, ice creams, and flaky pizzas available. You insisted on coming here. Not me, Tony retorted, preparing to tackle a second hamburger. And hold on, let me think. As a token of gratitude for your rescue, how about I share some insider information regarding Stark Industries? Joy was hardly interested in any inside scoop. His sole desire was to explore Constantinople briefly and then devise a means to prompt Tony Stark to utilize his brilliant intellect to assist in recharging his timepiece. Even without waiting for Joy's response, Tony continued unabated. You could short sell Stark Industries stock over the next month and then sell it immediately, which could yield substantial profits because Joy interjected with precision, seamlessly completing Tony's thought, because you intend to cease all weapon manufacturing and sales operations at Stark Industries. Wait, how do you know that? My knowledge surpasses your imagination, including the fact that you nearly met your demise due to one of your own weapons. Joy pointed to his own eyes and remarked, for instance, I can still see that suit of steel armor you discarded in the desert, now seized by those who captured you. Tony was utterly astonished by Joy's presence, exclaiming, What on earth are you? A covert military weapon developed by the armed forces? Certainly not. If I were a substandard arms manufacturer, like you would never make it onto the military's procurement list. Hey, do we have some personal vendetta between us? Tony sensed an inexplicable tension in Joy's words. But fret not. Soon I shall cease supplying weapons to the military. Joy interjected, because you are a hypocrite. Now, I am convinced that there's indeed some private grievance I am unaware of, Tony retorted, refusing to accept the accusation of hypocrisy. Having witnessed his own creations nearly used against him, he genuinely wished to halt weapon production and contribute positively. This is undoubtedly for a brighter tomorrow. Let me clarify the situation for you, Tony Stark. Your decision to cease weapon production is not an epiphany, but rather a consequence of nearly being obliterated by a missile from your own company. Joy's anger was not without cause. He had traversed 2 worlds without finding a way back, and the memory of how he had been thrust into this wretched universe by a shell weighed heavily on him. He harbored no fondness for a merchant of death like Stark. When the military wields your weapons to slaughter locals on their own land, you feel no remorse. Yet, when a missile nearly sends you to hell, suddenly you yearn for redemption? Tony countered, they're dangerous targets, unstable elements that must be eradicated. Do you comprehend what a terrorist is? I certainly understand they must be dealt with. I have encountered more terrorists than you have had lovers. I have witnessed their fervor, extremism, and cold-bloodedness. In his brief career, Joy had witnessed numerous acts of extreme violence, but he had also seen the untold stories that never graced mainstream media. Where do you think they emerge from? Is there some sort of monster-spawning mechanism like in a video game? No. They come from local families, local farms, local schools. They lack the platforms of the BBC or NYT to voice their plight. When outsiders, armed with weapons produced by you, Tony Stark, plunder their resources, occupy their lands, and massacre their families, what reaction do you expect from them? Tony found himself momentarily speechless. Given another 30 seconds, he could devise a brilliant counterpoint to dismantle Joy's argument. Yet, this was not merely a debate with winners and losers. It was a grim reality painted in blood. However, Joy's verbal assault was far from over. So, Tony, spare us the nonsense about how you nearly got blown to bits. You ought to have anticipated this day when you peddled your weapons. This is precisely what you deserve. As Joy descended from lofty principles to personal attacks, the red-faced Tony resorted to the simplest form of rebuttal. I'm going to punch you right in the face. He growled, I recommend you don't provoke me lightly. Before Joy could finish his retort, Tony's fist came crashing forward. With a hiss, Tony recoiled, clutching his hand. It felt as though he had struck a slab of iron. At that moment, he could no longer muster the strength to lift the burger he had just tossed aside. Joy, caught off guard, did not dodge the blow. You should be grateful that as a privileged lad, you lack strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a dislocated finger. Truth be told, rationally speaking, Joy ought not to engage in such trivial squabbles with Tony. Provoking him could lead to unfavorable consequences, particularly when he needed to focus on understanding the timepiece's recharging mechanism. With time being of the essence in the midst of temporal anomalies, delays could lead to dire changes. Yet, having traversed 2 erroneous worlds and now stranded in the Mediterranean coastal region, memories of old grievances ignited an unquenchable anger within him, seeking an outlet. After vehemently unleashing his frustrations upon Tony, he felt somewhat relieved despite Tony's reddened visage, which could have been due to either pain or rage. Attempting to mend their relationship, Joy ventured, would you feel better if I apologized? Chapter 40. The hero's return, by the way. What's your name? At that moment, Tony yearned to launch a scathing verbal attack against Joy, but he realized he didn't even know the name of the man who had saved his life. What's your name? Joy. Joy Joseph Kent. All right, I got it. F you, Joy. F you, Tony. As the two exchanged expletives, a team of plainclothes agents burst into the KFC, heading directly for Tony Stark. Just as Joy had previously indicated, the city of Constantinople was not only teeming with cats, but was also rife with CIA operatives. I'll seek you out later. Remember to pick up the tab for me. Tony barely caught that statement before a gust of wind whisked Joy away from his sight. By the time Tony Stark underwent a series of health and safety checks amidst the throngs of CIA operatives and boarded a flight from Istanbul, transferring in Lisbon before finally arriving in New York, nearly 24 hours had elapsed. Although it was deep into the night in New York, having caught a brief nap on the plane, he felt no fatigue. He declined an invitation from his uncle Obadiah and a pre-scheduled medical examination with Pepper Potts. Heading straight to the laboratory. In the land of the Diuegi, he managed to escape from the clutches of terrorists. Relying on the very object embedded in his chest, a hastily crafted miniature arc reactor. This device could unleash nearly 10 billion joules of energy per second, enough to obliterate the Hoover Dam and sustain his heart for 500,000 years, while also powering his iron suit to forge a brighter future. At this moment, he needed to replicate his creation, validating the feasibility of his previous ideas and paving the way for subsequent actions. You certainly took a long detour, Tony. I should have just brought you back to New York, he mused. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the dark laboratory, startling Tony. FCK Joy. How did you get in here? Jarvis didn't T-alert me or throw you out. The lights did not illuminate automatically under Jarvis's control as they usually did. Instead, Joy reached a switch on the lights. Jarvis is rebooting right now, Tony. I need your assistance. What kind of help requires an illegal intrusion? You aren't planning to pull a gun on me and demand I hand over my fortune to help you get rich, are you? Tony casually poured himself a glass of whiskey from the cabinet. This is Hunter Leong single malt whiskey. Not overly expensive, but quite delightful. Care for a glass? Drinking is detrimental to health, and whiskey is particularly harmful to the heart, though that may not concern you. Even without super sight, Joy could discern Tony's current condition. The catalyst within that reactor is palladium. Heavy metal poisoning could claim your life within 2 to 3 years. Yet if you forego that reactor, the metal shards floating outside your heart will kill you within days. How do you know all this? As soon as Tony spoke, he recalled Joy had once mentioned a remarkable vision. Suddenly enlightened, he asked, "Oh, you can even see through things? Is there a distance or material limitation to this ability? Have you ever used it to spy on women in the nude? Probably not. For instance, I can currently see that Stark Industries weapons are killing 13 innocent villagers in the very country you escaped from. My God, Joy, I truly am F-Ked," Tony exclaimed, at a loss for words and pleading with Joy not to bring up any more sensitive topics. "Please, I came to this lab to resolve this issue. Can you refrain from attacking me for now? Also, what is it that you need my help with?" Tony realized that Joy was merely here to add to his troubles. He decided to discern what the other truly required and comply to send him on his way. Joy fixed his gaze on Tony's chest, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. "I will not let you assist me for nothing." Tony felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a muffled groan as he collapsed to the floor. However, the discomfort was fleeting, just as he intended to call for Pepper. The pain dissipated. "What did you just do? Are you truly trying to kill me and seize my inheritance?" It was merely a precise laser surgical operation. Ignoring the other's objections, Joy stepped forward and forcefully extracted the arc reactor from Tony's chest, tossing it back into his hands. "The metallic shrapnel within you has completely vanished. You no longer need to carry this contraption daily." Tony, though skeptical, reasoned that Joy must have some ulterior motive. If he truly wished to kill him, he would not have gone to such lengths. "How did you accomplish this? Some sort of magic? My eyes can emit high-energy beams, obliterating the metallic fragments inside you. You may liken it to the principle of a gamma knife." Tony Stark felt his years of diligent study were affronted. That's utter nonsense. Such a comparison is neither credible nor scientific. Joy produced a temporal wristwatch and handed it to Tony. "Then come and witness something even less scientific." At this moment, Joy required assistance in addressing the watch's charging function and navigating its perplexities. Initially, he had merely intended to traverse back a week, but now he found himself lost beyond his own universe. "You hardly appear to be a local, Joy. Please do not tell me that this watch can traverse time or jump through space." At that moment, taking advantage of JARVIS rebooting, Tony discreetly scanned Joy, only to discover an unknown energy field enveloping him, hindering further analysis. He could only scan the watch in his hand, and the results were astonishing. "What the hell? I was just joking. This cannot be." Tony's hand trembled as he held the watch. Quickly tucking the reactor back into his pocket, cradling the watch with both hands lest he inadvertently drop it. It was a device capable of constructing a closed time-like curve. In other words, a legitimate time machine. Tony had contemplated time travel, especially after the tragic loss of his parents in an accident, such thoughts often circling his mind. However, being a rational scientist, he understood how ludicrous such notions were. He had perused Dr. Hank Pym's early journals, pondering the possibility of quantum tunneling to realize such concepts. Yet ultimately, he could not devise a viable model. Furthermore, time travel was not a rational or responsible choice. Rather, in Tony's worldview, if time travel within one's timeline were genuinely feasible, it would lead to absolute self-destruction. In the absence of parallel timelines, traveling to the past would mean that one's past becomes their future, and their future their past, leaving one eternally lost in a Mobius loop of endless time and space. Much like an Ouroboros, as Tony gazed at the time machine in his hands, his thoughts wandered to what scene was unfolding now. Was this a rendition of the Terminator? You are indeed a complete lunatic. You used this device to traverse to the present from your past? This elucidates why you possess such extraordinary abilities. You are indeed a being from the future. My salvation from the realm of the Deuegi could very well be the consequence of your meddling with history, could it not? Joy found Iron Man's imagination somewhat excessive. You are overthinking it, Tony. All you need to do is figure out how to recharge this device. It has not merely traversed time, but has also crossed the very fabric of the universe. I never anticipated encountering you. Recharge? Isn't it already in the process of recharging? Tony questioned, flipping his wrist to reveal the illuminated screen of his watch to Joy. It displayed the words charging. Joy scanned the watch, only then realizing it had the ability to automatically siphon energy from its surroundings. The previous 2 failed time travels had left him disconcerted, preventing him from noticing this feature. At that moment, the watch was drawing immense energy from the arc reactor nestled in Tony's pocket. Due to their proximity, the extraction efficiency was such that it would be fully charged in mere moments. Joy seized the watch from Tony's hand, along with the arc reactor from his pocket. I'll borrow this cold fusion core of yours. After all, you'll be constructing a new one anyway. Farewell, Tony, and until we meet again. Setting the device to reverse its previous operations, Joy nearly forgot another crucial matter before pressing the button on the watch. I almost overlooked a token of gratitude. Your uncle, Obadiah, is intent on your demise. The attack you endured in the Deuegi was orchestrated by him. The evidence is on the USB drive atop your desk, and I've already sent him off to vacation in the tropical rainforests of South America. In a flash of light, Joy returned once more to the previous universe, finding himself at the Kent family farm. Upon confirming the cosmic constants, Joy realized he had indeed reverted to the last universe. However, he was immediately greeted by his parallel universe's adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, wielding a pitchfork. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've donned a different guise? Don't presume I fear you superpowered miscreants. Vacate my premises, young man. Of course. No need for anger. It's detrimental to your health. This is Kent Farm, and you have dominion here. I shall depart at once, Joy replied, scrutinizing the elderly Jonathan and Martha, who was tidying the dining table inside, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that these were not his true adoptive parents. They had never known him, and he needed to find a way back home. Time travel seemed to be far more convoluted than Joy had initially anticipated, and all he desired now was to return to the world he had originally departed from, the one that belonged to him, the world of Lori. The time-traveling watch adjusted its parameters once more, and with a flash of light, Joy found himself back in the familiar confines of Tony Stark's office. Tony Stark had just finished his second glass of whiskey, and upon seeing Joy's unexpected return, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Or has it only been 2 minutes since you said your farewells, and now you've returned? Are you by any chance crying? Blast it, Tony. This is simply preposterous. Joy hastily wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Something had gone awry. He found himself ensnared between 2 worlds, unable to navigate his way home. Chapter 41. The Temporal Quandary. Would you care to hear my perspective on this matter? Joy attempted several times to adjust the parameters, only to discover that no matter what configurations he employed, he could not extricate himself from these 2 realms. The distinction lay merely in spatial separation. He had even been transported to the summit of the Himalayas, where he spent 2 minutes averting a massive avalanche inadvertently triggered by his own actions before returning to Stark's side. The time machine had devolved into a mere trinket, capable only of traversing between 2 universes. Feeling utterly defeated, he had no choice but to place his hopes in Tony, confiding in him to see if he might possess a solution. Tony shared his insights regarding time and space, which could be succinctly encapsulated in one statement. If you do not cling to the idea of resurrecting your parents, this time machine could take you to the correct time. Joy, in his exasperation, found himself laughing bitterly at Tony's words, feeling they were as absurd as they were profound. So, you mean to say that in order for me to traverse these worlds normally, I must abandon the hope of reviving my parents? However, if I were to relinquish that hope, why would I even wish to traverse time? With a shift in parameters, Joy prepared to depart. Realizing there was no need to engage in a futile argument with Tony, forget it. Your intellect is evidently not up to par. I shall seek out someone in that universe whose mind is truly capable of solving this dilemma. This remark could be classified as a personal affront, instantly igniting Tony's ire. I can assure you, regardless of the universe, Tony Stark is one of the most brilliant minds. Any individual sufficiently astute would arrive at a similar conclusion. Farewell, Tony. I hope that when I next traverse dimensions, I shall not find myself in your unfortunate universe. Joy activated his watch, adding, and I trust you won't mind that I discreetly jotted down the designs of your arc reactor, along with the enhancements your father left for you. What enhancements for my father? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. His father had bequeathed him a revolutionary elemental structure applicable to the arc reactor. The amalgamation of these elements resulted in an unprecedented reactor, a compact, non-radioactive, an environmentally benign cold fusion reactor with remarkable stability and efficiency. If wielded correctly, this technology could catapult human civilization into a new era, one devoid of energy crises, unbound by resources and climate constraints. Yet, for the most part, Iron Man Tony Stark merely utilized it as a power source for his armor. However, Joy remained indifferent to these implications. He believed he could potentially uphold the entirety of human civilization, much like a mummified figure perched upon a golden throne. Yet, what significance did it all hold? Presently, he was not even physiologically a true inhabitant of Earth. Joy borrowed Tony's arc reactor design solely for the purpose of energy supply. The distinction lies in the fact that Tony Stark utilized the reactor to power his Iron Man suit, while Joy intended to energize his own corporeal form. Cold fusion, in essence, is but a gentler form of nuclear fusion, with principles fundamentally akin to the thermal nuclear fusion occurring within the Sun. With slight adjustments to the arc reactor's energy radiation method, it could emit electromagnetic radiation indistinguishable from the light of a yellow sun. Should he dedicate more time to research, he might even achieve the projection of a dazzling blue light akin to that of an O-type star. As Joy clarified his thoughts, he comprehended the nature of the first universe he inadvertently reached during his temporal leap, a universe devoid of the Kent family's adopted son. This universe was known as Flashpoint, a realm marked by chaos. Within this universe, the existence and characteristics of many familiar superheroes and supervillains diverged significantly from those of the established timeline. For instance, in this universe, Superman's spacecraft did not land in Smallville, Kansas, but rather in the densely populated metropolis, resulting in the tragic loss of nearly 10,000 lives. Currently, Joy found himself concealed beside a haystack on the Kent farm, quietly listening to the commotion within the house. He overheard news of negotiations between Wonder Woman and Aquaman collapsing. Paradise Island had been obliterated by an assault from the Atlanteans, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the ocean. In retaliation against Aquaman, Wonder Woman severed the head of Queen Mara during a fierce battle. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, and Aquaman, Arthur Curry, had mutually declared a state of war, preparing to lead their respective peoples into a relentless conflict. Martha Kent sighed heavily, while Jonathan Kent wore a furrowed brow. The remnants of the old gods clashed against one another in this realm, and humanity naturally bore the brunt of their strife, as the world began its gradual descent into the abyss of destruction. All of this chaos stemmed from one fool's desire to traverse back in time and alter the predetermined fate of his loved ones. Joy spoke of the Flash, not himself. What a perplexing situation this was. His memories of the Flashpoint universe had long since faded. He only recalled that this universe's Superman appeared to be under military confinement, engaged in research within a secret facility beneath Metropolis. The specifics of this research remained shrouded in mystery. There are still a few reliable superheroes left in this world, such as Cyborg and Shazam. But Joy would need to conduct his own investigations to uncover the full extent of the situation. Joy found himself somewhat bewildered. The Flash, Barry Allen, had altered the established fact of his mother's death through the Speed Force, yet this had no bearing on him. Why had he unexpectedly arrived in this universe upon his initial time travel? None of this made sense. If there indeed existed a supreme will, Could such an accident serve as a tangible warning? Joy dismissed these errant thoughts, rather than indulging in such musings. He resolved to focus on how to return to his own universe. As for preventing the war between Wonder Woman and Aquaman, it is indeed possible, yet unnecessary. This world is destined for destruction. Once the Flash reconciles with the death of his mother and sets things right, the Speed Force will rectify everything, and the entire world will vanish as if it had never existed. However, before that, Joey must first seek out certain individuals in Metropolis. When Joey was reborn, he often envisioned what his arrival in Metropolis would be like. Prior to his demise, he had visited New York and understood that Metropolis and Gotham represented the light and dark facets of the same city. He had fantasized about moving to Metropolis after graduation under the guise of Superman. By day, he would work as a reporter for a newspaper, and by night, don a cape to combat crime, perhaps even finding true love akin to Lois Lane, just like most versions of Superman across various universes. However, this remained merely a fantasy. Joey surveyed the entirety of Metropolis, and through careful observation from multiple angles, he distinctly identified a significant blind spot within the city's underground. While Kryptonian supervision cannot penetrate lead, this does not imply that one can evade Kryptonian scrutiny by merely concealing objects behind lead barriers. Clark Kent's inability to see through lead is solely due to his high moral standards and respect for the privacy of others. This may sound akin to the curtain outside a bathhouse. If something is deliberately shielded by a lead panel, Clark Kent would certainly refrain from prying further. However, Joey is different. He often chooses to lift the curtain and take a closer look. Chapter 42. The cost of kindred spirits. Krypton is a profoundly paradoxical planet, possessing technology that appears godlike to Earthlings. Yet when their homeworld perished, all were trapped on that dying planet with no means of escape. The last survivor of Krypton, Superman, traveled aboard the sole spacecraft capable of faster-than-light travel, produced under the stringent space prohibitions of Krypton. Joey had encountered numerous tales of such alien divergences and was not surprised. After all, each world is vastly distinct. For instance, the cold fusion core, known as the arc reactor, that he now concealed within his chest was a product crafted by Iron Man in a cave within the land of the Parthians in less than a week. In his original world, achieving sustained and controllable thermonuclear fusion would cost billions and had yet to be realized. The citizens of Metropolis were commemorating their annual day of mourning, marking the tragic event of 20 years prior when a meteorite fell from the sky, striking the city center and resulting in thousands of casualties. In the aftermath of the disaster, a monument was erected at the impact site to honor the lost souls. At this moment, Joey meandered through the crowd, donning his flat, black-rimmed glasses, aimlessly wandering before the monument. What had fallen to this place 2 decades ago was not a meteorite, but a spacecraft carrying Kryptonians. Joey originally possessed a spacecraft of his own, concealed beneath the barn by his adoptive parents. Reluctant to embrace his identity as a Kryptonian, Joey's guardians preferred to keep the truth of his extraterrestrial origins from him for as long as possible. Thus, they coexisted in a delicate dance of mutual concealment for 15 years, until fate intervened and the ship was utterly destroyed by the aftermath of Joey's fury, compelling him to cast it into the mantle of the earth. Sometimes, destiny unfolds in the most cruel of ways. What Joey initially shunned, he now felt compelled to seek anew, for he required the treasures hidden within the Kryptonian vessel. Among them was the being known as Kal-El, whom Joey might be able to rescue, but the foremost priority remained acquiring the ship itself. The spacecraft harbored a repository of knowledge from Krypton, knowledge that transcended Earth's understanding by several centuries. Even if it could not mend his temporal wrist device, it would undoubtedly serve some other purpose. Navigating the sewers felt akin to the exploits of Batman or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. After meandering around the monument for an extended period, Joey discovered the entrance to a clandestine research facility buried a mile below ground, partially linked to a restricted sewer system beneath Metropolis. He could have potentially breached the secret base directly from the surface, but in a place dedicated to the study of Kryptonians, such an approach was clearly ill-advised. To be candid, infiltration was not a prudent strategy either. Joey's understanding of stealth was largely confined to the realms of Assassin's Creed, James Bond, and certain cinematic works deemed unsuitable for television. Yet, he had never anticipated that infiltration could prove so effortless. When one can perceive every concealed camera in the facility, move faster than security personnel can react, and outpace the frequency of security sensors. Nearly every security system on this planet feels like an open door. But there were exceptions, such as the imposing lead-line steel door secured by a massive electromagnetic lock. Without authorization, no one could traverse this threshold. With a resounding crash, Joy smashed a hole through the heavy door, instantly triggering alarms throughout the base. It seemed that stealth would have to be momentarily abandoned. Joy glided into the research facility, immediately noting that behind that formidable door lay the core of the establishment. Upon entering, he discovered a heavily shielded chamber at the center, surrounded by various laboratories. Almost all of these labs were filled with biological incubation pods, each containing an array of grotesque forms, all mere byproducts of Kryptonian genetic engineering. The researchers within the laboratories, alerted by the blaring alarms, had already begun their frantic escape towards the emergency exits. With a heated gaze, Joy ignited the red sun lamps surrounding him and seized an older researcher, demanding in a loud voice, "Where is the ship?" Upon entering the facility, he had not encountered the Kryptonian spacecraft, and the vastness of the base concealed many areas beyond his line of sight, prompting his inquiry. The researcher, grasped by the collar and hoisted up, was now thoroughly terrified. Amidst the chaos of the scene, he could hardly decipher Joy's words. "What? The spaceship? The one carrying the extraterrestrials? Where have you put it?" Faced with Joy's fierce expression and the crimson glow in her eyes, he shook his head repeatedly. "It's not here, it's not here. A few months ago, General Ryan ordered the spaceship to be transferred to the Star Laboratory." With a swift motion, Joy flung him against a row of biological incubation chambers, which shattered upon impact, awakening the monstrous creatures within. These abominations, infused with Kryptonian genes, wasted no time in turning on their creator, intent on devouring him. Amidst the screams of torn flesh, the experimental beings tore at one another, triggering a chain reaction that unleashed even more monsters, plunging the scene into further chaos. With a searing gaze, Joy split an attacking creature in half as a warning and glided toward the central chamber of the facility. Layer by layer, she peeled away the obstructive lead alloy panels, preparing to confront the world Superman, one not raised by the Kents, but instead ensnared by the military. However, upon removing the final lead panel, Joy found herself in a room scarcely 10 square meters in size, more akin to a cage than a chamber. The beams of the red sun penetrated the translucent prison, ensuring that its occupant lacked any strength for rebellion. Yes, it was a woman, a gaunt Kryptonian, curled in a corner. She wore an oversized white lab coat, her face obscured by golden locks, revealing only her bare hands and limbs. Even without the aid of her supervision, Joy could discern the myriad of pinprick scars marring her skin. Bathed in the crimson sunlight, Joy shattered the walls of the cell with a single punch and cradled the pitiful Kryptonian woman, whose weight felt almost non-existent by the standards of an adult. Indeed, the Kryptonian in Joy's arms appeared as if she had endured starvation. Her arms and calves were nearly bereft of muscle, mere skin enveloping bone, with the taut skin of her abdomen stretched precariously over her ribs, as if it might rupture at any moment. Having never encountered another Kryptonian before, Joy had mentally prepared herself for this meeting, yet witnessing the woman's dire condition stirred an indescribable emotion within her. Get away from Subject 1. The head of the research department, having led armed forces to quell the turmoil outside, arrived at the cell, shouting at Joy, "Don't be deceived by her frail appearance. She is extremely dangerous. You have no idea what she might do once exposed to sunlight." "No." Joy's eyes fixated on the head of the laboratory, and in an instant, he reduced the individual to ashes, revealing a cruel smile. "I am well aware of what she is capable of, and now I shall demonstrate it to you." Chapter 43. Kal-El, as the scientist opposite him was transformed into ash, Joy once again experienced the long-lost exhilaration akin to that felt within the garrison of Justice. Surrounding soldiers pulled their triggers, unleashing beams of green particles from their weapons. From these luminous rays, Joy glimpsed the remnants of Krypton, an alien matter with which he was both unfamiliar and intimately acquainted, kryptonite. The core facilities of this research base appeared to be custom-designed for Kryptonians. However, no matter how formidable the weaponry, it remained in the hands of mere humans. Even the most perilous arms required a target to strike. Joy swiftly evaded the initial onslaught and, before his adversaries could react, incinerated the entire laboratory with his heat vision. Deep within, he yearned to tear apart his foes with his own hands, yet the condition of the woman in his arms compelled him to suppress such desires. Cautiously, he carved a path with his heat vision, soaring upward until he re-emerged above ground. The Meteor Fall Day Monument, erected in Metropolis over a decade ago, collapsed with a thunderous roar, plunging into the depths below. In this vast cavern, Joy emerged, cradling the Kryptonian woman. He cast a swift glance at the panicked crowd surrounding him before ascending into the sky. Enveloped in the biological field of the Kryptonian, Joy breached the atmosphere, racing towards the sun. As he drew nearer to the sun, the Kryptonian woman's condition gradually improved. Her once dull, straw-like hair began to regain its vibrant hue. Although her body remained frail and emaciated, she was at least beginning to regain consciousness. Uncertain whether Kryptonians possessed overcharged protection mechanisms, Joy deemed it wise to exercise caution and decided to return to Earth, landing in the Arctic. She spoke in a strange language that Joy had never encountered. "I never expected you to be the one to save me, Kal-El." To Joy's astonishment, he found himself comprehending her words, even responding in kind. "You must be mistaken. I am Joy Joseph Kent. The Kal-El you speak of is certainly not me." Kal-El was Superman's Kryptonian name. After all, there were many versions of Superman, and Joy himself hailed from another universe. It was implausible for him to be the Kal-El she referenced. He gazed at the rejuvenating Kryptonian girl and boldly conjectured, "I venture to guess you possess a name I recognize. Kara Zor-El, I am your cousin." "Oh, you've grown so much," Kara exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Joy, who held her in his arms. Kara Zor-El, cousin to Superman Kal-El, a Supergirl, was yet another orphan of Krypton who had escaped the cataclysm that befell her homeworld. The tale she recounted to Joy bore a striking resemblance to what Joy had previously learned. Kara's father, Zor-El, had established the same coordinates, dispatching Kara to protect her infant cousin, Kal-El. However, upon her arrival, Kara was swiftly captured and confined in a dimly lit laboratory for over a decade. Never anticipating that her salvation would come from the grown Kal-El, Joy, too, was taken aback that it was she who descended upon Earth in this universe, rather than Superman. Yet, none of it mattered. This universe was destined for obliteration sooner or later. Kara freed herself from Joy's embrace, having regained a semblance of her strength under the sun's rays. "How have you fared all these years? The last time I beheld you, you were but a newborn," Kara expressed, leaving Joy somewhat disoriented. It felt akin to encountering a distant female relative who claimed to have cradled you as a child. Yet you had no recollection of her. "This is quite the misunderstanding. I am certainly not the Kal-El you seek. Just call me Joy," she replied. After years of confinement, Kara harbored little fondness for the locals. A gentle stomp of her foot caused cracks in the thick ice beneath her to spread like a spider's web. "Is it your Earth name? Did you really take a local name?" Joy understood her emotions. Had she been treated similarly, her anger would have been even more pronounced. A name is merely a designation. How you choose to address me is entirely your prerogative. Kara scrutinized Joy, clad in her everyday attire, and sighed softly. "Very well, Joy. Perhaps that is for the best. Accompanying, you should be a Kryptonian spacecraft." Joy reminded Kara that the vessel was likely still within the Star Labs, asserting, "I can assist you in reclaiming what belongs to you." Suddenly, Kara clutched her ears, collapsing to the ground in agony. Joy recognized the cause. The previous exposure to sunlight had intensified Kara's abilities, and now her super senses were activating, allowing her to hear nearly all the sounds on Earth. "Focus your thoughts, close off your mind. Do not let their suffering affect you. You are entirely different from them." "Oh my God, you've always been able to hear this?" Tears streamed down Kara's face as she neared a breaking point, for she, like Joy, was overwhelmed by the cacophony of human anguish and despair echoing across the globe, prayers and wails reminiscent of Krypton's final moments. Joy, you certainly heard it, perhaps even more clearly than Kara. At that moment, in Africa, a silverback gorilla named Grodd had united all primates and was mercilessly slaughtering the local human populace. Wonder Woman, Diana, was leading the survivors of Paradise Island in an armed assault on the British Isles, and Aquaman was forging a superweapon capable of annihilating land dwellers entirely. You possess a power akin to that of a deity. Why did you not act sooner? In response to Kara Zor-El's inquiry, Joy merely uttered a dismissive remark before choosing to depart, because none of this matters. He intended to locate the spacecraft that belonged to Kara and acquire the technology within to rectify his erroneous time travel. "Do not leave, Kal-El." Kara bent low, desperately grasping Joy's ankle. At that moment, a cacophony of voices reverberated in her mind, nearly causing her to lose her balance. "Have you ever seen the emblem of the House of El? It symbolizes... I know, it symbolizes hope, but this planet has long since lost any semblance of hope." Joy interrupted impatiently, turning back to cut off Kara's lecture. "It is the people of this planet who imprisoned you in that dark, forsaken dungeon for nearly 2 decades. Yet you still concern yourself with their fate. I admire your morals, but someone will restore all of this. By the time that happens, those you speak of will have never died, or perhaps never existed at all. As I have stated before, none of this truly matters. No, Joy, all of this is of utmost importance." Kara finally managed to endure the clamor. Though still emaciated, she straightened as much as she could and gazed at Joy. "If you can hear them, you must understand that they are different from those people. I disdain your cold-heartedness. You may choose not to act, and I respect your decision, but I shall take matters into my own hands." Chapter 44. The Madman and the Fool Do As You Wish. Joy parted ways with Kara under her incredulous and disappointed gaze. He understood her feelings. What transpired on this planet was a world war more devastating than any in recorded history, and it promised to become even grimmer in the foreseeable future. Many years ago, he had been a messenger traversing the ravages of war. He did not need superhuman senses to foresee the horrors that would unfold. Hatred, slaughter, violation, plunder, death. Just witnessing a single atrocity could rob one of sleep for nights, let alone the thousands occurring simultaneously before one's eyes. The battlefield was indeed the farthest removed from humanity. Yet, as he had previously articulated, everything that was happening was utterly inconsequential. The Flash, Barry Allen, haunted by the death of his mother during childhood, traversed back through time to save her life. This act shattered the very fabric of the universe's timeline, creating a living hell as it now existed. However, all would be rectified once the Flash regained his powers. Everything that now tormented Kara, including her own existence and the nearly 2 decades of torment she endured at the hands of humanity, would vanish as if it had never occurred. Akin to reloading a save game, this universe is but a transient realm where every individual resembles a solitary droplet of rain cast into the vast ocean. Their joys, sorrows, and the cycle of life and death ripple through existence, only to vanish without a trace. Today, Wayne Manor has unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest, a humble forensic officer from Central City's Crime Scene Investigation Unit, Barry Allen, who leads a dual existence as the Flash. Upon awakening, he finds the world irrevocably altered. Everything he once knew turned topsy-turvy. To his astonishment, his mother is still alive. He had seen her just days prior, and he can vividly recall every slice of birthday cake she had lovingly cut for him throughout his childhood. The history of this world has shifted, rendering everything unfamiliar. His beloved Iris West has married and borne children with another, while most of his allies in the Justice League are either non-existent or have transformed into formidable villains intent on world destruction. Barry cannot face this world's tribulations alone. He seeks the one remaining superhero he knows, Batman. After enduring 5 hours of traffic, he drives from Central City to Gotham. Indeed, he drives, for the Flash is absent in this reality, and Barry Allen has lost his super speed, reduced to an ordinary man. As he steps into Wayne Manor, he is met with desolation. Every corner of the estate is cloaked in cobwebs and dust, with not a single light illuminating the night, creating an eerie atmosphere. Though Bruce Wayne's once lonely abode was sufficiently haunting to serve as a set for American Horror Story or the Styles Manor murders, it was at least meticulously maintained by Alfred the Butler. Now, it appears as though it has not been inhabited for 20 years. Using his phone for light, Barry navigates to the hidden switch behind the Manor's grandfather clock, entering the Batcave. What greets him, aside from the Batsuit, is a formidable arsenal of firearms. Clearly, this world's Batman has undergone his own transformations. The Batman Barry once knew would never resort to such lethal weaponry. As Barry contemplates how to communicate the situation to this peculiar version of Batman, he assumes it should not be too difficult. Even if Batman has changed drastically, his intellect remains intact. However, a menacing figure with crimson eyes silently emerges from the shadows behind him. With a sudden thud, Barry is struck from behind, losing his balance in an instant. A deep, oppressive voice reverberates through the air. Who are you? How'd you get into the Batcave? This version of Batman evidently does not recognize Barry. Barry hastily pleaded for mercy, although Batman refrains from taking lives. He is acutely aware that his iron fists are not to be trifled with. Bruce, stop. It's me. Upon hearing the name Bruce, Batman momentarily paused, and just as Barry exhaled in relief, preparing to engage in conversation, he was instead met with a more ferocious assault. Like a phantom, Batman lunged at him, seizing Barry's hand and swiftly snapping one of his fingers. Bruce is already dead. I watched him die in my arms. In that agonizing moment, with pain coursing through his fingers, Barry gazed closely at the visage of the Batman before him. Beneath the cowl, half of a weathered face, marked by wrinkles and graying stubble, was revealed. As Barry beheld this aged figure, the truth dawned upon him. My heavens! I understand now. The one who perished that night in the alley was Bruce Wayne, and you survived. You are Thomas Wayne, Bruce's father. Upon hearing the name Bruce once more, Thomas Wayne's eyes, concealed beneath the mask, flared with a deeper crimson. Should you dare to utter my deceased son's name again, I assure you, I will make you experience the utmost agony before you perish. Now, tell me how you discover the Batcave. Thomas Wayne, a surgeon by profession, was someone Barry knew would follow through on his threats. Desperate to avoid further injury, he began to explain in earnest. I, like you, possess a secret identity, the Flash. My name is Barry Allen, and I am the fastest man alive. Bam! Thomas Wayne delivered a punch to Barry's temple, interrupting his ramblings. You are no such thing as the fastest man alive. You couldn't even evade my fist. You are simply out of your depth. Thomas Wayne pondered the lax management of Arkham Asylum, questioning how a loquacious madman like Barry could have escaped. I speak the truth. This world is not the one I once knew. Barry, a law-abiding citizen all his life, found himself subjected to Batman's interrogation for the first time, and he hoped fervently it would be the last. I can prove it. The ring. Look at my ring. Barry's Flash uniform, concealed within the compact confines of his ring through advanced compression technology, was sufficient to validate his claims of being extraordinary. As he activated the ring, a full set of unknown material armor sprang forth, momentarily convincing the elder Batman to halt his interrogation. Yet Barry was taken aback, for instead of his signature red uniform, what emerged was the dreaded yellow suit of his arch-nemesis, Reverse Flash. Without a moment's hesitation, Barry deduced that this was the handiwork of his sworn adversary. He realized he must urgently locate him to prevent this chaotic world from descending into ruin amidst the conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman. However, the first task that Barry must undertake is to once again become the Flash. He needs to replicate the process through which he originally acquired his superpowers. Old Batman, to be frank, remained skeptical of the words uttered by this madman before him. Yet amidst Barry's ramblings, one particular statement piques his interest. I still do not believe you. But you just mentioned that in your world, who survived? Yes, in the normal world, your son, Bruce Wayne, is alive. He is Batman. Tell me what I must do. The abilities of Barry Allen, the Flash, stem from an accidental lightning strike. When he was struck by a bolt of lightning, a plethora of chemical agents doused him, and the combination of these elements transformed him into the fastest man alive. No, I fear this approach will only render you the fastest to meet your demise. Thomas Wayne, as Batman, possesses all the necessary chemicals Barry requires, and Gotham's overcast skies ensure it is never devoid of stormy weather. As Thomas prepares the requested chemical agents for Barry, he also sets up a lightning rod connected to him, ensuring that the impending bolt of lightning will accurately strike Barry Allen. When I said you owe electricity, it was a medical suggestion implying you ought to be admitted to Arkham Asylum for electroshock therapy. After activating the lightning rod, Thomas swiftly vacates the rooftop, confident from his years of medical experience that, barring a miracle, this bolt will undoubtedly lead to Barry's death. It is not merely a matter of exposing you to Gotham's tempest. Trust me, this is a most agonizing way to perish. Uncertain of the outcome, Barry Allen himself harbors doubts, yet he knows action is imperative, for this world teeters on the brink of catastrophe. With a resounding crash, the lightning rod fulfilled its purpose. A bolt of lightning striking Barry Allen with precision, igniting him in a blaze of high-temperature fury. Witnessing the writhing fireball, Thomas, as if awakening from a deep slumber, lunged forward. Once he extinguished the flames, he discovered that this fool named Barry Allen had ceased to exist. No, Thomas suddenly realized that the events of this night might merely be a figment of his own madness, intertwined with a hapless fool who had been thoroughly roasted. His longing for his son had driven him to madness akin to Martha's, and under this delusion, he had inadvertently caused the death of another innocent soul. Meanwhile, Joy had just visited Central City, effortlessly reclaiming his Kryptonian spacecraft and the L family's Kryptonian suit from Star Labs. At this moment, clad in the suit from Krypton, he was preparing to fly north to construct his solitary fortress when an unusual flash of lightning caught his attention. As he cast his gaze, he beheld none other than Batman, cradling within his arms the lifeless, charred corpse of Barry Allen. In the understanding that Joy once held, Barry Allen was destined to regain his superpowers with the aid of Batman in this world, subsequently using his incredible speed to reshape the entire universe, erasing the calamity of this apocalypse. Yet, everything had irrevocably changed, for the Flash was dead. Chapter 45. The Kansas farmer Old Batman held Barry Allen's body, questioning whether he had succumbed to the same madness that had claimed his wife. Indeed, in this reality, it was only Bruce Wayne who had perished that fateful night in the alley, while his parents survived unscathed. His father, Thomas Wayne, after personally slaying the murderer of his son, became Gotham's masked vigilante, unleashing his grief-fueled wrath upon the city's criminals year after year. Meanwhile, his mother, Martha Wayne, consumed by sorrow after her son's demise, directed her blame towards Thomas and herself, spiraling into utter madness. In her despair, she carved 2 slits into her lips, her countenance, shrouded in darkness, finally revealing a smile for the first time since her son's death. Barry Allen had painted for Thomas a world he yearned for, a world with his son. Yet, in mere moments, such aspirations devolved into the ramblings of a lunatic. Thomas sensed a rumble above him. The raindrops briefly paused as he lifted his gaze, encountering a figure draped in a crimson cape. This man loomed above, his gaze fixed upon Thomas, flashes of lightning illuminating him, yet unable to inflict any harm, only enhancing the brilliance of the emblem upon his chest. The 2 men locked eyes, ensnared in an eerie silence for an extended duration. No, Thomas, now on high alert, suddenly realized that the figure's focus was not on him, but rather on the lifeless body of Barry Allen in his embrace. "Who are you?" Thomas demanded, questioning the purpose of the stranger's presence. However, in the blink of an eye, the red cape vanished abruptly, as if everything the old Batman had witnessed was merely an illusion. The Flash was dead. Undeterred, Joy sought to confirm this grim reality up close. A tempest of tumultuous emotions surged within him, a perplexing mixture of feelings engulfing him. Who would save this world now? Kent Farm, Kansas. The state of the world was indeed dire, with conflicts erupting in every corner, although the Americas remained somewhat insulated from the chaos. As long as the Atlanteans wielded dominion over the seas, they would remain as lambs awaiting slaughter. Ever since Wonder Woman and Aquaman declared war, a tide of refugees and wanderers had relentlessly streamed into the interior, seeking refuge in places like Kansas. Even in Smallville, once a bastion of simplicity, Jonathan Kent found it necessary to keep a weapon concealed beneath his pillow as he slept. Once again, a commotion erupted outside the farm tonight. This marked the 4th intrusion by uninvited guests within the week. Initially, a group of aimless drifters attempted to force their way through the front door, followed by a cloaked figure in a red cape who entered unbidden. Subsequently, he donned a casual attire in a furtive attempt to re-enter. Without exception, each of these individuals was deterred by the ominous glint of their own firearms. Awakened by the ruckus, Jonathan, with a hint of irritation, grasped his double-barreled shotgun, reassured Martha, and descended to investigate the disturbance. However, this time was slightly different. The same band of drifters had returned, but with an increased number of accomplices. Wielding crowbars and steel pipes, they swayed unsteadily as they struck against the wooden door of Jonathan's garage. "Hey, you there!" Jonathan, emerging from the house with his shotgun raised, shouted robustly, "Do you seek food, water, or clothing? I can provide for you." "No, Mr. Kent, we desire none of that," replied a frail, gaunt man, his expression dazed and his cracked lips curled into a disconcerting grin, revealing a set of decayed teeth. "We no longer require that." This man, Jonathan recognized as John Coburn, or some such name, whom he had encountered in town 2 weeks prior, a newcomer who had fled from a coastal city, now homeless due to his inability to contact any relatives in the area. As had been the case with other townsfolk, Jonathan had offered him shelter for a night, introducing him the following day to Hans at the tavern to assist with odd jobs. Yet, within days, Jonathan learned from Hans that the man had vanished. It now appeared that he had not truly disappeared. John was now advancing toward Jonathan Kent, disregarding the firearm aimed at him. "Old Kent, could you assist me once more? Might you relinquish this estate to us? Do not come any closer." Jonathan's finger tightened on the trigger. "Leave now, and we shall all remain unharmed." The group erupted into laughter, with John audaciously closing the distance. "Do you possess the courage to pull that trigger?" Jonathan stared in disbelief as the man lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. He had intended to strike John with the butt of his gun, but age had dulled his agility, and he found himself pinned to the earth. The raucous laughter of the group intensified as one among them staggered towards his home. "No, Martha, run!" Struggling to free himself, Jonathan shouted a warning to his wife, his heart plummeting into despair. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wind that caused all present to lose their balance. Jonathan realized that John, who had been pressing down on him, had vanished. When he looked up, he saw the young man in the red cloak from yesterday. Initially, he had assumed the individual was merely a misguided imitator, dressed in a uniform to instill fear. However, to Jonathan's astonishment, the young man was indeed a being of extraordinary abilities, currently levitating half a meter above the ground, his eyes glowing red as he gripped John Cobain's neck, allowing him to writhe in desperation like a worm gasping for air. No, Jonathan instinctively attempted to halt the unfolding scene, yet he understood that his protests would be futile. In this world, all Caped Crusaders, much like Batman, wield their powers to oppress the ordinary. Yet, the young man seemed to heed Jonathan's words, displaying little hesitation as he discarded the scoundrel like refuse onto the ground. Sighing softly, Jonathan approached and began to slap each of the intoxicated addicts awake, urging them to leave. "Get out of here, I will break your legs." As he watched them scurry away from the young man's intimidation, Jonathan prepared to express his gratitude. To his surprise, the young man erupted in anger. "What is wrong with you? You bought a gun, but did not purchase any bullets?" The reason Joy refrained from incinerating the scoundrels on the spot was due to the hunting rifle Jonathan held, which was nothing more than a glorified stick. The kind-hearted Jonathan hadn't even mustered the thought to procure a single box of ammunition. The ruffians were undoubtedly aware of this fact. Jonathan defended himself. "I thought the mere presence of a gun would be sufficient to scare those unfortunate souls away. That is only true as long as they are unaware that your firearm is devoid of ammunition. Once they realize that, situations like this will inevitably arise." Previously, Joy maintained a tacit understanding with his adoptive father. He assisted Jonathan with farm chores while Jonathan taught him to identify gopher burrows in the fields. He would carry 2 cases of beer for Jonathan, who in turn would reward him with $5. Joy had never clashed with the stubborn middle-aged man before, but this time was different. He nearly pointed a finger at Jonathan, exclaiming, "You obstinate, antiquated Kansas farmer." Chapter 46. Gorilla grew upon hearing Jonathan's outcry. Martha Kent hurriedly grabbed a baseball bat and rushed downstairs. However, as she stepped outside, she encountered Joy berating her husband, Jonathan. "What is happening out here?" Jonathan's neck flushed crimson, yet he dared not retort to Joy, for the latter was a being of extraordinary power, capable of incapacitating everyone in the yard with a mere flick of his wrist. Joy gazed into Jonathan's eyes, searching for the anger or stubbornness he had anticipated. He genuinely wished for Jonathan to rise to the occasion and engage in a heated argument with him. However, in the eyes of the other party, there was only apprehension and fear, which left Joy's own fury with nowhere to be unleashed. After all, they were not his parents, and this world was not his own. Cursed be this world. Joy finally ceased to float in the air and allowed himself to tumble to the ground, covering his face with his hands. To hell with it all. Martha Kent gazed at the young man in the crimson cloak before her and could not help but ponder that if she and Jonathan had indeed decided to adopt a child in the big city all those years ago, the child might have grown to this very age by now. "Do not be disheartened, my child." Martha gently caressed Joy's head. "This world is indeed dreadful. But we are all striving, are we not? It will gradually improve. Both Jonathan and I firmly believe in this." A vast army, composed of various steel war vehicles, thundered across the expansive plains of Africa, filled with a multitude of black gorillas both inside and atop the vehicles. At the center of this throng stood a nearly 2-meter-tall silverback gorilla named Grud, the most formidable intellect among his kind. His mind was so powerful that he could effortlessly manipulate the will of most creatures, bending them to his service. In the distance, the silhouettes of human soldiers emerged on the horizon, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry previously used to slaughter one another, now aimed at Grud's vanguard. Yet, before they could fire a single shot, the battlefield's dynamics took a bizarre turn as, in terrified astonishment, they involuntarily turned their weapons upon their comrades. After a moment of chaos, Grud's guerrilla lieutenants eagerly beckoned the other guerrilla soldiers to clean the battlefield and detain the survivors who were utterly paralyzed by fear. With a mere gesture, Grud summoned one of his guerrilla jesters to the captives, who, amidst the horrified screams, procured a fresh human head. Subsequently, the jester, as if cracking open a coconut, removed the skullcap and presented the fresh brain to His Majesty Grud. Grud believed that consuming brains would bestow upon him the wisdom and strength of the fallen. On this land of Africa, the cycle of humans killing animals, humans killing humans, and animals killing animals seemed an eternal theme, but since Grud's awakening, there existed but one narrative: gorillas slaying animals, gorillas slaying humans. Cease at once. Kara descended from the heavens, intercepting the convoy, her immense impact scattering the ranks of the gorilla army. These gorillas fired indiscriminately in her direction, continuing to pull the triggers long after their ammunition was spent, until the smoke cleared, revealing Kara and Scathe at the epicenter of the assault. "Everyone stand back," Grud bellowed, pushing aside his increasingly primal followers as he lunged toward the impervious maiden, exclaiming, "At last, a worthy adversary. I shall extract your spine." In the past 2 years, Grud has been virtually invincible across Africa. These pitiful, insignificant humans are hardly capable of mounting any effective resistance, leaving Grud thoroughly bored. She yearns for a more formidable opponent, rather than a relentless tide of lifeless bodies. However, in the next moment, Grud realizes her egregious error, for this adversary proves to be overwhelmingly powerful. Although Grud can discern that the opponent has received little combat training, the speed of her frantic punches and kicks is astonishing. Moreover, her petite frame belies her immense strength. A mere punch nearly knocks the breath out of Grud. Grud attempts to employ her mental control abilities to turn the tide of battle, but the opponent's will is akin to a raging inferno, rendering Grud helpless. Faced with such lethal force, Grud unhesitatingly chooses to kneel and plead for mercy. "Spare me. You have taken so many lives. You must pay for your heinous deeds." Kara verbally acknowledges this, yet halts her fists upon hearing the plea. "Why do you commit such atrocities?" "Why?" Grud laughs at the question posed by the Supergirl. "Because this is the way of survival in Africa. In the past, humans killed us. Now we kill humans. There is no difference. If humanity treats us in this manner, would you still be as frantic as you are now? Admit it. You humans are hypocritical creatures, proclaiming global unity while truly caring only for your kind, often redefining what it means to be one of your own. The battles between Aquaman and Wonder Woman in Europe have barely affected a few 100,000 lives. Yet they have been condemned by the global media as more evil than Hitler. Meanwhile, I have led my guerrilla empire to conquer half of Africa over the past 2 years, yet few in the world are aware of the name Grud. It is merely a difference in the location of conflict and the color of the victim's skin." For a moment, Supergirl is rendered speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Grud suddenly unleashes her mental control abilities, her brainwaves infiltrating Kara's mind during this moment of vulnerability. The mental fortitude of Kryptonians far exceeds that of ordinary beings, resulting in a tug-of-war of wills and thoughts within Kara's mind. Kara cries out in pain, clutching her head as blood begins to seep from her nostrils and ears. The surrounding gorillas rush in, attempting to devour her alive. Buzz! A series of searing gazes sweep across the scene, slicing apart any gorilla daring to approach Kara. Then, a crimson line streaks through the sky, appearing before Grud. "Guess what? I just heard what you said, and I have a perfectly crafted argument to refute you." Joy, having just dispatched a few scraps to Mexico, extended his fingers and pressed them against Grud's forehead. Seizing the moment while Grud's thoughts were still entangled with Kara, he crushed the sharp-headed gorilla's skull into fragments, then spoke to himself. "But you are not worthy of listening." Chapter 47 is not about right or wrong, but about stance. With Grud's demise, The gorillas whose intellect had been artificially elevated under his influence regressed back into beasts, scattering in all directions. Joy was poised to eliminate a few unique individuals camouflaged among the others with his piercing gaze, but Kara intervened, shielding his eyes with her hand. She gently tugged at Joy's cloak. Though she said nothing, he understood her intent. Joy brushed aside her hand and, with precision, set ablaze the minds of those concealed within the herd. Look with your eyes. Their cerebral structure is entirely different from that of the other gorillas. Allowing them to escape poses a danger to the locals. I know, but they can think like us. I'm uncertain if our actions are justified. Kara's thoughts elicited a weary sigh from Joy. This Kryptonian's reasoning resembled that of a saint, yet true saints cannot step into the arena of war. Listen, Kara, do not be swayed by the words of that gorilla. Both sides in a conflict fight for their survival and interests. For the participants, there is no right or wrong. Only stance. Joy had comprehended this long ago, and he understood the role individuals like himself could play. The course and outcome of a war would determine the fates of thousands, if not millions, and beings like him could easily alter the trajectory of conflict, dictating the destinies of those involved based on personal whims. Joy had pondered this dilemma countless times. With a mere thought, all the injustices he had witnessed in his previous life could vanish. Yet, he was never certain if he should act upon this. Was his sense of justice truly what humanity required? If one likens the world to a train, the world he hailed from, though chaotic, was fundamentally human. It at least remained on its tracks. Conversely, this world had completely derailed. In the moment when the Flash had perished, if he did not seize this runaway train, all aboard would face death. His notion of justice might not be flawless, but why not give a try? After all, the situation could hardly worsen. Could it? After Joy and Kara thoroughly dismantled Grodd's guerrilla army, the liberated souls at the scene were gathered by the surviving members of the resistance. They were ragged and emaciated, primarily tribal people from the Central African savannah, whom Grodd had abducted for the sole purpose of having fresh brains at his disposal. Among them, a tribal man adorned with intricate facial markings emerged from the crowd and knelt before Joy and Kara, chanting a name that Kara could not comprehend. What is he saying? Joy translated for Kara. He claimed that you are the savior sent by the god Morpheus to this world. The mythologies of Africa have long been fragmented beyond recognition, and Joy was uncertain about which pantheon this Morpheus belonged to. However, that was of little consequence. After a careful observation, Joy pierced the ground with his keen gaze, causing underground water to surge forth under pressure, creating small puddles for them to cleanse themselves. Subsequently, Kara brought forth provisions originally belonging to the Grodd team to satiate their hunger. Joy also gathered weapons and fire to ensure their self-defense. With the death of the gorilla Grodd, his empire would swiftly crumble, yet this did not signify the dawn of true peace on the African continent. As in the past, this desert and savanna would only witness a new round of slaughter, with the protagonists shifting from gorillas to humans. The only constant was war. Joy needed to seize the time to stabilize other regions before the survivors of the African continent officially commenced their conflict. In Britain, initially, the war between Wonder Woman and Aquaman remained confined to their homeland. The swords of the Amazons had yet to touch the realm of mortals. However, as Paradise Island, the homeland of the Amazons, sank beneath the waves in their struggle against Atlantis, everything would change. The entire Amazonian tribe consisted of valiant women, the last remnants left by the Greek gods in the mortal realm, forming a pure female nation on Paradise Island. Now, bereft of their homeland, they were compelled to venture into the world of men. When these refugees from Paradise Island arrived on the shores of Britain aboard wooden ancient Greek warships, Wonder Woman journeyed to London to negotiate, hoping to secure a place for her people. Yet for Britain, such a request seemed somewhat audacious. After all, our ancestors were the very ones who engaged in such endeavors. Could they not grasp the overall implications? Today, would they ask for a parcel of land to reside on, only to prepare for an invasion of the British homeland tomorrow, and perhaps, the day after, relinquish the position of Buckingham Palace to you, Wonder Woman? Wonder Woman found the opposing argument quite reasonable. Thus she drew her sword. The mortal army crumbled under the might of the Amazonian blades. Those Greek triremes, seemingly crafted from wood, were in fact imbued with the magic of Olympus, impervious to steel. Faced with such a predicament, the army nearly surrendered en masse. Within 24 hours, The Amazons had seized control of all of Britain, and Diana, Wonder Woman, delivered a speech at number 10, Downing Street, proclaiming the sovereignty of the Amazons and renaming the British Isles as New Paradise Island. When Joy arrived at New Paradise Island, he bore witness to this momentous event. At the conclusion of her speech, Queen Diana of the Amazons commanded her subordinates to expel the media mouthpieces responsible for relaying messages. She then leapt gracefully towards Joy's location. The Amazon stealth aircraft had already detected the arrival of this unwelcome guest. Indeed, although the Amazons traveled across the seas aboard wooden paddle ships, they possessed the most advanced stealth technology in the world, concealed not merely in terms of radar, but also visually. While Diana was still delivering her address, Artemis had unsheathed her sword and was engaged in aerial combat with Joy, standing on the wing of the invisible aircraft. By the time Diana arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. As the most formidable warrior among the Amazons, Artemis's combat skills far surpassed those of Joy. However, her speed proved to be her Achilles heel. Whether in flight or in a charge, even with the stealth aircraft serving as a launching pad, she could not lay a finger on Joy. With but a breath, Joy turned Artemis's divine sword to mere iron, and with a gentle tap, it shattered. Seizing the broken blade, he pulled and pushed, causing the Amazon to lose her balance. "Withdraw, Artemis," Diana commanded, having witnessed the latter part of the skirmish. Realizing that Joy was merely toying with her companion, she decisively ordered Artemis to exit the battlefield. "What is your business here?" Diana brandished her sword, forged by the fire god Hephaestus, capable of cleaving objects at the subatomic level. She had encountered enough arrogant men like Joy to know, if you intend to persuade the Amazons to retreat like those before you, you will find your efforts in vain. The Amazons would never relinquish the land upon which they depended for survival. Their homeland, Paradise Island, had already sunk beneath the sea. They had nowhere left to retreat. As previously stated, this conflict was not about right or wrong, but rather about allegiance. Chapter 48. Wonder Woman. This was Joy's first encounter with the Queen of Paradise Island. Wonder Woman. Unlike his initial meeting with the otherworldly Queen Maeve, Joy now possessed a broadened perception, easily discerning her distinction from ordinary humans. In truth, perhaps even without superhuman vision, he could perceive that Diana's presence was far more formidable than the sharpness of her fire-forged sword. This lethal aura was in stark contrast to Maeve, who spent her days in the revelries of Waitatari, indulging in martinis and brandies, flitting between youthful models. The Wonder Woman of this world had not engaged with humanity in her youth. Her first encounter beyond Paradise Island was with King Arthur Curry of Atlantis. The young Wonder Woman fell instantly in love with the Aquaman, and both envisioned that their union would bring a brighter future for the Amazons, Atlantis, and the world at large. However, Amazon and Atlantis have always been bitter enemies, and the union of Wonder Woman and Aquaman has left the majority of people on both sides dissatisfied. No one can articulate how this seemingly harmonious marriage, founded on mutual affection and social parity, devolved into a chaotic and bloody wedding. Yet, the outcome of this crimson nuptial is painfully evident. The destruction of Paradise Island and the demise of her mother, Hippolyta, have rendered Diana, the half-goddess warrior known as Wonder Woman, and her kin among the most perilous entities on Earth. Meanwhile, the crown of Mera, Aquaman's beloved, still graces Wonder Woman's head, a grim trophy reminding Aquaman and his subjects of the stance they must adopt towards her. To be candid, Joy harbors a disdain for the Britons. The numerous humanitarian tragedies he witnessed in his past life along the eastern Mediterranean and Africa, at least 80 of which are tied to British colonial history. Now, their homeland has been seized by the Amazons and renamed New Paradise Island, a darkly humorous twist of fate. Just as Joy had previously contemplated, he now possesses the power to determine the life or death of these Britons with merely a thought, allowing the Amazons to act with impunity upon the British Isles. They have already commenced suppression and transformation on the island. Men will be exiled or imprisoned, while women will endure a series of brutal trials and magical rites, emerging as new Amazonian women. What the Britons are experiencing is, in strict terms, merely a reflection of their historical actions against others. However, Joy will not resort to such measures, not out of a sense of justice or moral principle, but because the survival of billions globally represents the true essence of justice and morality. If yielding the British Isles could secure a lasting peace, he would not hesitate. Yet, Joy comprehends that ceding the British Isles to the Amazons will not usher in the peace that belongs to their era. As long as the conflict between the Amazons and Atlanteans persists, Wonder Woman's incursions into the mortal realm will remain unabated. The Amazons, outnumbered in their struggle against the Atlanteans, require the resources of the mortal world to prevail in this war. Joy extended his hand towards the Queen of Paradise Island. Collaborate with me, and I can halt your war with Atlantis, bringing true peace to this planet and improving this world. It was a foolish proposition. Wonder Woman did not even wait to hear the specifics of the proposal. She coldly brandished her sword, the blade of the god of war poised menacingly at Joy's throat. Having long lost faith in such rhetoric, the former Aquaman had uttered similar words to her, claiming that their alliance would render the world a better place. Yet the outcome has led to the current state of perpetual enmity between their peoples. Boom! In an instant, Joy surged forth with ferocity, striking Wonder Woman from the sky to the ground with such swiftness that it surpassed even her reflexes. This tremendous force sent Wonder Woman crashing onto the street of 10 Downing Street, where she had just delivered a speech, obliterating the former residence of the British Prime Minister into ruins. The journalists, recently dispersed by the Amazons wielding swords, had not yet retreated far when the tremendous commotion erupted, prompting the Amazons to hasten toward the epicenter of the impact, causing the reporters to raise their cameras once more. "Quick, Jimmy, start recording," urged Lois Lane as she prompted Jimmy Olsen to prepare his equipment. The moment the camera powered on, the monitor revealed a crimson streak descending from the heavens to the earth, triggering a second, even more substantial shockwave that rattled Jimmy, nearly causing him to stumble. "Don't look, Lois. We need to escape." In the conventional DC universe, the two women were meant to be Superman's beloved and friend, yet in this chaotic realm, they were as strangers to him. Joy's downward punch collided with the raised gauntlet of Wonder Woman, causing the divine, enchanted armor to emit a faint, strained sound. Though it ultimately fulfilled its purpose, converting the absorbed damage into a shockwave that rebounded to Joy. This initiated a third explosion on Downing Street, reducing the former administrative center of Britain to rubble. Joy, propelled by the shockwave, retaliated with another punch, which Wonder Woman parried with the sword of Hephaestus. With one hand wielding the sword, Wonder Woman attempted to ensnare Joy with her lasso of truth, but Joy, using her bare hands, grasped the blade, flinging both Wonder Woman and her weapon back into the air. Still reeling from the effects of reduced gravity, Joy advanced once more, and this time, the airborne Wonder Woman could not match Joy's explosive speed, taking a punch directly to the head. The Atlantean crown, seized from Mira, shattered upon impact. Joy's eyes glowed with fury as her heated gaze traced a shallow scar across Wonder Woman's face. Seizing the moment when her opponent's focus shifted, Wonder Woman countered with the sword of Hephaestus, its divine edge piercing Joy's left shoulder. This marked one of the first injuries Joy had endured in her new life. In pain, Joy grasped the sword's hilt and kicked Wonder Woman away, seizing the weapon. Extracting the blade lodged in her shoulder, Joy felt a rush of clarity despite the blood flowing from her wound. Several dozen meters away, Wonder Woman was casting her lasso, while Joy, without the need for concentrated effort, began to perceive the hidden microscopic world beneath the surface of reality. Joy lifted his left hand to grasp the lasso of truth thrown by Wonder Woman, engaging in a fierce struggle. The wound on his left shoulder was healing rapidly, while his right hand brandished the recently acquired sword of Hephaestus. He gazed at Wonder Woman, who was gripping the lasso with both hands. In this moment, her full strength could not match his still healing left arm. He resolved to teach this Amazon how to properly wield her weapon. "I recall that this sword can sever objects at the subatomic level. Allow me to demonstrate its true potential." With that, Joy swung the sword directly, accurately slicing through one of the atoms suspended in the air, while simultaneously using the lasso to draw Wonder Woman closer. The action triggered a small-scale fission explosion in the sky, and soon, two figures plummeted towards the earth. Though the explosion had occurred closer to Joy, the impact was far more severe for Wonder Woman. Diana of Paradise Island possessed skin resilient enough to withstand the might of Kryptonians, yet she was not immune to mortal weapons. As the dust settled, Joy had ensnared Wonder Woman's neck with a lasso of truth. Her divine power could not withstand its force. In this moment, though she was a demigod, she was no different from a mere mortal. The Amazonian warriors who had rushed to the scene halted in their tracks, as the Queen's life hung in the balance, rendering them hesitant to confront their foe. However, Penthesilea, arriving shortly thereafter, was evidently more resolute. She was Hippolyta's sister and Wonder Woman's aunt, and she bellowed at the Vengeance Brigade protecting Wonder Woman. "What are you doing? In the name of Zeus, go rescue the Queen." "Stop, Joy." Kara descended from the outer atmosphere, having retrieved her family's battle suit from the ship stationed in the Arctic. The red and blue bodysuit accentuated her fully restored physique, and the golden emblem on her chest declared her allegiance. The Kryptonian moved with remarkable speed, breaking through the surrounding Amazons to reach Joy. She extended her hand to grasp the lasso of truth in his grip. "No." Joy looked down at Wonder Woman, who lay prostrate at his feet, gasping in pain from oxygen deprivation. With a mere tug, he could easily take her life. Every cell in his body urged him to act. Even as Wonder Woman managed to utter a few desperate words. "Do it. What are you waiting for?" "No." Gazing at Kara, who pleaded with him, Joy's mind began to cool. He had initially come to negotiate with the Amazons. He loosened his grip on the lasso of truth, granting Wonder Woman a moment to breathe. Yet he did not release it entirely. He still had a question to pose. How can I find the location of Paradise Island? Constrained by the power of the lasso of truth, Wonder Woman could only divulge the location of the hidden realm of Amazonia, Paradise Island, in a straightforward manner. Subsequently, Joy released the lasso, granting her freedom. Diana was left perplexed as to why her adversary chose to relinquish her hold at the last moment. The lasso of truth connects the hearts of both parties, compelling the bound individual to utter nothing but the truth. During their earlier struggle with the lasso, she sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from her opponent, akin to a tsunami. Having prepared herself mentally for the possibility of being subdued, she was taken aback by the sudden display of weakness. "I acknowledge your strength, but a person as merciful as you cannot bring an end to war. Moreover, Paradise Island has already sunk. Whatever you seek, you will find nothing there. Do not mistake my sympathy for the weak as a sign of frailty." Joy gazed down at the kneeling Wonder Woman and extended her hand once more. "My previous proposal still stands." Chapter 49. The Emergence of the Alliance. I hope the Amazons will completely withdraw from the British Isles, given that Joy's collaboration with the Amazons hinged on such a condition. Wonder Woman could not possibly acquiesce to the proposal. The only refuge for the Amazons withdrawing from the British Isles would be the ocean, a certain death trap when confronted by the Atlanteans. Even if her own strength could not match that of her foes, she was determined to fight to the death for the survival rights of her kin. However, Joy presented an additional condition that she found agreeable. "I will bring back Paradise Island." Impossible. During her battles against the Atlanteans on Paradise Island, Wonder Woman had unsealed the Tartaros within the island, causing the long-dormant volcano to erupt, annihilating the majority of the Atlantean invaders present. The resultant cataclysmic tectonic shifts subsequently submerged Paradise Island beneath the waves. Simple, like retrieving a stone from the depths. Joy reached out to help Wonder Woman rise from the ground. "Would you like to see for yourself?" As she departed alongside Joy, the displeasure in Penthesilea's gaze was unmistakable. She once again lashed out at the members of the Goddesses of Vengeance. "Diana should never have trusted a man again. You have all failed. You should have seized the opportunity to eliminate him." The members of Wonder Woman's Guard, the Goddesses of Vengeance, remained non-committal. They were the fiercest women on Earth, serving only the Queen, not her aunt. All of this was witnessed by Kara, who lingered at the scene, suggesting that the subsequent alliance with the Amazons would not transpire as smoothly as initially anticipated. Wonder Woman's choice of the British Isles as the new Paradise Island was not without reason. The original Paradise Island was situated in the North Sea of the Netherlands, an area surrounded by Britain, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia, compared to several other regions, designating Britain detached from the European continent. As a strategic stronghold for an incursion into the entirety of Europe is indeed the most prudent decision. Joy found Wonder Woman's strategic musings somewhat superfluous. Even if she were to directly invade the Netherlands or Scandinavia, given the laughable military prowess of other Western European nations, they would dare not utter a word of dissent. In fact, at the very moment Wonder Woman proclaimed her dominion over the entirety of Britain, the Europa Alliance, represented by the Gauls, had already begun deliberating whether to resist or submit. Are you truly attempting to lift an entire island? Blessed with the strength of Heracles, Wonder Woman might possess the capability to lift such a mass, Yet weight is one matter, and distributing it across an entire island is another altogether. Perhaps you should first contemplate where the new Paradise Island ought to be situated. With that remark, Joy vanished beneath the sea, and in no time, a colossal whirlpool emerged on the once tranquil surface, followed by the submerged Paradise Island resurfacing to reclaim its place in the world. Heavens! Wonder Woman beheld her island once more, with its ancient Greek architecture, marble sculptures, and volcanic rocks strewn across the island, centered around a gaping volcanic crater. Joy had effortlessly severed the entire pedestal beneath Paradise Island and raised it above the water. The biological stance of the Kryptonians is an enigmatic phenomenon, yet it indeed enabled him to elevate the entire Paradise Island along with its continental shelf, rather than merely thrusting through it. He hoisted the island aloft, casting a shadow over Wonder Woman and the entire sea. Your kin may rebuild their home on Paradise Island, yet this island must now find a more suitable location. The magical barrier erected by Zeus over Paradise Island had long been deactivated, and the prospect of reactivation is no longer feasible. The island, now exposed to sunlight, is ill-suited to remain in the North Sea. Ultimately, Joy and Wonder Woman reached an accord regarding the island's final destination, the Arctic. Although some politically invested entities may disagree, the Arctic remains a region devoid of sovereignty. Joy had previously stationed Kara's spacecraft in the Arctic, and now Paradise Island would find its place there as well. The climatic challenges could be addressed through the advanced technology aboard Kara's vessel. As Wonder Woman gazed upon her homeland once again, she began to reflect on the deadly conflicts of the past, which appeared to stretch into eternity. By placing Paradise Island in the Arctic, it will soon attract the ire of the Atlanteans. Aquaman's hatred for me is as profound as my enmity towards him. The Atlanteans had slain Wonder Woman's mother, while she had personally severed the head of Aquaman's consort, Mera. Even if Wonder Woman were willing to forsake her hatred, she could not fathom Aquaman doing the same. Do you wish to know my thoughts? Joy holds a divergent perspective on the conflict between the Amazons and the Atlanteans. Although it appears that both factions are locked in a bitter struggle, the human side has suffered the most grievous casualties. Wonder Woman, having intervened, has yet to initiate a large-scale crackdown in Britain to inflict significant losses, while Aquaman, having declared state of war, has already commenced indiscriminate assaults on all entities within Atlantean territory. In the worldview of Atlantis, all oceans on Earth are considered their territory, and the skies above those oceans are deemed their airspace. He gazes at Diana, who is apprehensive about the impending conflict. Perhaps your animosity with Aquaman is the primary catalyst for the outbreak of war. But the fundamental driving force behind the continuation of this conflict lies in the overwhelming desire of the majority of those with influence in both your tribes to seize this opportunity to eradicate all mortals from the world. The royal grievances between the two of you merely provide a pretext for the full-scale war. Joy must urgently provide refuge for the survivors of Paradise Island and strive to pacify the Atlanteans. For the king of Atlantis has never gleaned the essence of mercy from his human father. He will soon discover an undeniable truth in the clash with the land dwellers. The existence of 6 billion terrestrial inhabitants on Earth is nothing short of a burden to the Atlanteans. Moreover, the super weapon secretly crafted by Aquaman is nearing completion. In the original timeline, this weapon possesses the power to render all land on Earth barren. Once Aquaman decides to press that button, Joy will be left with no choice but to mitigate the impending disaster. No one understands Aquaman better than I do. I cherish Aquaman, and he holds a fondness for me. Our relationship is strong. I have long since dispatched our most capable superheroes to negotiate with him. World War III is utterly impossible. Steel is currently maintaining his mechanical systems in a secret base in Detroit. As a half-cyborg, with little more than a heart and half a brain of original components, his thoughts have transcended the confines of reality, allowing him to navigate the cyberspace freely. At this moment, one of his processor threads is perusing a video of their leader, who is absurdly playing the accordion and rambling nonsensically, prompting Steel to mutter a curse under his breath. The leader does not even know Aquaman's name, yet has the audacity to proclaim him as a close ally, while also using his astonishing intellect to assign Captain Atom to negotiate an alliance with the Atlanteans. Despite being ill-advised from various angles, Captain Atom, as a soldier, could only choose to obey the command, resulting in his disappearance without a trace, while sending the formidable Captain Atom into the jaws of danger. The leader further demands that Steel promptly assemble a truly powerful superhero team to thwart the conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman. The Supreme Leader audaciously appointed the name of this elite team as the American Justice League, explicitly stating that the question of justice could be set aside, but it must embody the essence of America. Upon reflecting on this, Cyborg felt his processor nearly overheating with frustration at such reckless command. Initially, he had chosen to cooperate with the authorities in the capacity of a national security advisor to assist more people, but now, being under the leadership of such a misguided individual felt like a self-inflicted predicament. Simultaneously, the dust had barely settled from the invasion of the Amazons when new ripples emerged. Following a battle that went unmonitored and whose outcomes remained undiscovered, the Amazons temporarily ceased their hostilities towards Western Europe. However, Cyborg had the ability to access every interconnected camera across the globe, reach every extraterrestrial probe in orbit, bypass any firewall. And he had his own network of informants in the British Isles. He witnessed two figures draped in red capes, adorned with a prominent symbol blazoned on their chests. This insignia and attire were reminiscent of the extraterrestrial visitor, Experiment Number 1, who had been imprisoned for 2 decades beneath Metropolis after a crash. They hailed from beyond the stars. The battles on the British Isles and the experimental data concerning Experiment Number 1 had already attested to the might of this race. Although their actions against the Amazons objectively saved millions of lives, and they claimed to bring peace to Earth, the thought of what his earthly compatriots had done to one of their own left Cyborg with an unsettling chill. Chapter 50. Alien Crossroads. Despite his head throbbing from the Supreme Leader's omniscient irritation, Cyborg had no choice but to adhere to his directives in establishing a unique coalition of superhumans. Wonder Woman and Aquaman had already demonstrated the profound limitations of conventional armies in conflicts of this magnitude. The stark disparity in conventional forces would lead any military advisory body to the same conclusion. A crushing defeat was inevitable. Thus, hope rested solely on a decapitation operation. A specialized tactical team would swiftly apprehend Aquaman and Wonder Woman with the hope of facilitating peace talks. Cyborg mentally compiled a list of personnel. Captain Leonard Snart of the Cold Crew from Central City, wielding a high-tech ion gun capable of instantly freezing foes into ice sculptures. Captain Shazam of the Thunder Crew from Fawcett City, who along with 5 other children, could transform into a formidable warrior by uttering the word Shazam. Element Woman from a military laboratory, possessing the ability to shapeshift, generate heat, and control various elements such as fire, ice, and earth, the enigmatic Enchantress, whose true identity remained a mystery, and potentially the most valuable asset, Abin-Sur of the Green Lantern Corps, who claimed to be the greatest Green Lantern, dispatched from a distant planet named OA to patrol Sector 2814, dedicated to upholding peace and life in this region of the cosmos. After surviving the crash, Abin-Sur made brief contact with the Steel Bones before departing from the planet, marking him as the first officially recognized extraterrestrial visitor, a genuine instance of first contact. He was en route to report the circumstances unfolding on Earth to the Green Lantern Corps and to request reinforcements. By now, it was time for their return. Just as Steel Bones recalled this matter, another thread received a communication request from Abin-Sur, who was nearing the edge of the solar system in a spacecraft. From Steel Bones' perspective, although Abin-Sur's visage was entirely a deep crimson, the emotional analysis module indicated that his demeanor was decidedly grim. What are the Green Lanterns planning on your end? Abin-Sur's spirits had evidently plummeted since his departure from Earth, his enthusiasm seemingly extinguished in an instant. The news he brought was far from encouraging. No reinforcements were forthcoming. The Green Lantern Corps was stretched too thin, yet he vowed to continue fighting alongside them on Earth. Abin-Sur yearned to request support from the Corps to quell the turmoil on Earth. But the cold indifference of the Guardians made him question the very existence of the Green Lantern Corps for the first time. He believed that a handful of elite members like himself and Sinestro could easily handle the conflict between two ancient races. However, the Guardians merely stated, "Earth is doomed," commanding him to retrieve a vital object and then withdraw, leaving them to fend for themselves. The Guardians established the Green Lantern Corps to preserve life. If that were the case, why allow all beings on Earth to perish? Do not act impulsively, Abin-Sur. The Corps is besieged and cannot open a new front on Earth. Retrieve the spirit of existence and evacuate immediately. Following a bitter parting with the Guardians, Abinsu's ring received yet another command. Consider the countless other beings in the universe. Their lives hold greater significance than those doomed on Earth. No, to hell with that. The usually composed Abinsu erupted with expletives directed at the once respected Guardians. Then unilaterally severed communication with the Green Lantern Corps and propelled his ship towards the solar system, proclaiming, "All lives matter." Joy had once read a science fiction short story titled The Alien Crossroad, which elucidated the remarkably simple principles behind faster-than-light travel in the universe. So simple that it was akin to striking flint to spark a fire, the intense heat cooking food, or the combination of sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal triggering an explosion. Almost every race discovered the fundamental principles of hyperspace travel and anti-gravity fields as they approached the Iron Age, subsequently entering the interstellar era. Except for humanity, who, over thousands of years of development, advanced remarkably in various technological fields, particularly in the art of mutual destruction. Humanity was on the brink of succumbing to nuclear winter or internal decay amidst the chaos of warfare. Until one fateful day when a starship from an interstellar colonial empire descended upon Earth. These colonizers, armed with flintlock firearms and bayonets, introduced to humanity the fundamental technologies of hyperspace travel and anti-gravity fields. At this moment, Joy found himself within the solitary fortress in the Arctic, meticulously examining various artifacts from a ship under the guidance of Kara. Among them, clusters of crystals captured Joy's attention most profoundly. They once held significant importance in the annals of Kryptonian history, formerly known as solar stones, which are the very core of all Kryptonian technology. Even though many technologies associated with solar stones have been lost to time, the capabilities of these crystals are beyond imagination. The entire solitary fortress is constructed from these very crystals. Guided by the core systems of that diminutive spacecraft, these solar stones seemingly engaged in self-replication and self-programming, conjuring forth the fortress Joy envisioned in the Arctic in no time. Remarkably, the only resources consumed in this process were a substantial block of glacial ice and some underlying seabed rock layers, which were entirely dismantled and transformed into the crystalline structure of the fortress. As Joy beheld such advanced technology, he could not help but marvel at Krypton's sophistication. While a subtle dissonance stirred within him, reminiscent of the feelings he experienced while watching Alien Crossroads in a past life. A race possessing such advanced technologies, even without the superpowers bestowed by the light of a yellow star, would hardly be powerless in the face of their planet's annihilation. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Have you not finished yet, Joy? Lori perched upon the towering seat of the massive tractor, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight that streamed through the barn's crevices, exuding vivacity and exuberance. Clad in worn denim shorts, her strong, rounded thighs bore the weight of a bored black and white spotted Catahoula hog dog, who languidly grunted as Lori playfully brushed the tips of her ponytail against the dog's snout, teasing the poor hound that incessantly burrowed into her ample bosom. You've been at it for nearly 2 hours. If you keep this up, the dawn will break. Joy's muffled voice emanated from beneath the harvester. The sun hasn't even set yet. I'm not a professional mechanical engineer. My understanding of these pipelines has already exceeded expectations. With a surge of effort, Joy pushed himself from beneath the vehicle and exclaimed, "Cough! You almost stepped on my head." It was then that Lori, having ejected the dog from her lap, leapt from the seat, her weathered cowboy boots nearly brushing against Joy's face as they landed. Joy turned his head, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and promptly stood up, declaring, "I must return." Since being pulled from the wreckage of a fallen spacecraft by his adoptive parents, Joy had spent 16 years in Kansas. This world is, in essence, an alien realm, populated by superheroes and supervillains, yet devoid of any familiar figures. There is no Bruce Wayne, no Barry Allen, and no Diana Prince. Only he, accompanied by an array of entirely unfamiliar superheroes. In this foreign environment, his new life, while perhaps not grandiose, can at least be described as unremarkable. Over the course of these 16 years, he has diligently attended school, returned home in a routine manner, assisted his parents in managing their farm, and, somewhat haphazardly, helped his classmate and neighbor, Lori, in repairing her family's large agricultural machine, which is rumored to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Heaven knows what Lori was thinking when she insisted on dragging him to her home to fix the tractor, resulting in him spending a good half hour rummaging through the barn's heap of spare parts in search of the manufacturer's repair manual, only to discover that a professional could have rectified the issues in a mere 5 minutes. "All right, Mom, it's fixed, and I'll be home for dinner. I'll definitely be back within 30 minutes, no, an hour at most." As Joy followed Lori toward the large house on the farm, preparing to retrieve his coat and head home, he received a call from his family. He casually expressed a wish for dinner. "No, not that. The leftover pie from the other day really should be thrown away. I can tell just by looking that the bacteria levels are alarmingly high. The venison burgers are fine, but I can't eat those all the time. Yes, tell Dad not to drink too much beer. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we can rise early to dig out the mouse holes in the field. I'll hang up now. Love you, Mom. See you soon, Wah. Do you need a ride home, little Joy?" Lori's father, old Arthur, was sprawled on the couch across from the television, wiping the froth of beer from his stubble. Though his words were polite, his gaze never strayed from the screen, and his body seemed firmly rooted to the couch. This man had never been a competent parent. Yet since his divorce, he was the only family Lori could rely upon. "Thank you, I can walk back by myself," Joy replied, slinging his coat over his shoulder and preparing to leave. "I can give you a ride," Lori exclaimed, producing the keys to her family's pickup and waving them in front of Joy before pulling him out the door. Though American rural life and the countryside of Joy's former homeland both fall under the category of rural, they are fundamentally different entities. For instance, despite being neighbors, he and Lori did not share the intimate closeness typical of neighboring households. At least 300 acres of vast farmland separated them. While it was not an insurmountable distance, it was certainly far enough that Lori South's offer to drive him home was quite reasonable. Reasonable indeed. Just moments ago, old Arthur, who had been firmly rooted on the sofa, now appeared before Joy like a specter, pressing against the car door. His prominent beer belly was adorned with a Kentucky revolver, presumably as aged as his grandfather. "Joy Joseph Kent," he said firmly, "let me make myself clear, young man. If I do not receive word that you have arrived home within 10 minutes, your head will be in jeopardy if my daughter does not return home in 20 minutes. The same fate awaits you. Do you understand?" Joy nodded vigorously, recognizing that even if his head could withstand 40 bullets, it was unwise to provoke a Kansas farmer who was ready to gamble with his life. "Old Dan, what do you take Joy for? He is known as an exemplary student in class, and he certainly wouldn't entertain any reckless thoughts." Lori pushed her father aside, swiftly ushering Joy into the passenger seat, while she herself slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. "Love you, Dad, goodbye." Throughout the journey, Joy sat quietly in the passenger seat, watching the dark green cornfields fly by outside the window, contemplating the distance left to his home. Suddenly, he heard a click. Turning his head, he saw his neighbor girl tuning the car radio and inexplicably pulling out a can of fermented wheat juice to drink. "Isn't that illegal?" Joy discreetly fastened his seatbelt, aware that despite not having explicitly studied the laws, Kansas, as a core agricultural state in America, housed predominantly traditional rural folks with a reputation for simplicity. The laws regarding underage driving were not as stringent as in other states, yet he felt certain that driving under the influence should be universally deemed illegal. "Relax. We're in the Kansas countryside. No police will pull us over," Lori said, tilting her head back to finish the entire can of wheat juice. Then, without slowing down, she let go of the steering wheel and opened another one. "That would be troublesome if they did show up, considering I haven't even obtained my driver's license yet." Witnessing this, Joy felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. "This isn't right. I need to get out of this car." As if responding to his unvoiced plea, the pickup truck that had been speeding down the rural road gradually came to a halt. With a triumphant grin, Lori finished her second can of wheat juice. Exerting a bit of strength, the aluminum can crumpled easily in her slender fingers like soft clay. She leaned closer to Joy, her flushed cheeks bringing her so near that he could smell the earthy aroma of soil and sunlight mingling on her skin. Looking up, Joy noticed the dangerous gleam in her bright blue eyes. "It seems the car has encountered a bit of trouble. It appears we are stuck here." Lori's eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement and anxiety as she reached out to smooth Joy's slightly naturally curly black hair, gently caressing it. Her attention then shifted to Joy's sharply defined features, akin to David's, as she pulled him closer with a force that surpassed any ordinary rural girl's limits. "Joy, let me see your face," she urged. Little did she anticipate that this seemingly ordinary and spirited country girl, who chatted daily on the school bus about field voles, rampant wild boars, and the neighbors' cows, would possess superhuman abilities. Even more surprising was her choice to express these hidden powers through such audacious behavior. Where had this girl come from? Was this truly the conservative state of Kansas? Chapter 2. The Superhuman as their faces inched closer. Joy felt a wave of unease wash over him. What are the legal repercussions for engaging with a minor in Kansas? This isn't right, Lori. Joy gently pushed Lori's hands away, swiftly turning his head to avoid further contact. It wasn't due to a vow of chastity or an aversion to women. After all, he was a 16-year-old young man, and even a Kryptonian would experience the throes of adolescence and physiological urges, occasionally yearning to partake in activities typical of young men. Indeed, his physique was that of a true superhuman, endowed not only with unmatched strength, but also with the myriad abilities characteristic of Kryptonians, such as supervision, albeit not entirely under control at the moment. His uncontrolled eyes cycled through various modes of perception. In one moment, he viewed the world through the lens of an ordinary human. In the next, he perceived it through the clarity of nuclear magnetic resonance, followed by an exaggerated microscopic view. He could distinctly see the mites on the girl's face, the accumulation of skin debris and bacteria in every pore, echoing a saying from his previous life: red skin skeletons, white bones and flesh. All phenomena are empty. Everything is mere illusion. At this moment, Joy seemed to grasp why superhumans often fell victim to inexplicable ambushes. Like most humans, they opted to see only what they wished to see and hear what they desired to hear. Otherwise, they could not maintain the essence of a simple, good-hearted Kansas farmer. Why? Why does no one care about me? The city dwellers in my class ostracized me, and now you too wish to reject me. The affection that once flickered in Lori's eyes ignited into a fervent rage. She flung her arm back, creating a dent in the car window, and Joy felt the pickup truck beneath him tremble, the entire vehicle creaking, as he experienced a slight sensation of weightlessness. Was this a form of telekinetic power? This posed a risk, Joy pondered, then resolved to control it, exerting restraint before delivering a swift, decisive blow to Lori's head. Bang! Fortunately, the outcome was effective. Lori promptly fell into a deep slumber. Joy gazed at the small bruise on Lori's forehead, waiting for his enhanced vision to refresh and confirm that all was well. With a long sigh, he found himself in a quandary about what to do next. Although this world was populated by superhumans, and while he could rely on others to act heroically, he was merely an outsider from another realm, yearning for a tranquil existence. Regardless, Joy entered the vehicle, swapped seats with Lori, and restarted the pickup truck that had nearly soared moments earlier, preparing to turn around. His peaceful life seemed to be dwindling, and he pondered whether he truly was Kal-El from Krypton. If so, was he the sole survivor of his race? The looming possibility of extraterrestrial visitors from Krypton hung over him like the sword of Damocles, often rousing him from slumber. Unlike Clark Kent, he lacked the protagonist's aura capable of defeating a squad of trained Kryptonian soldiers with unrefined combat skills. Based on the memories of his previous life, he feared that tomorrow, a fellow Kryptonian might arrive in a ship capable of obliterating Earth's ecosystem, intending to ignite the planet using his genetic material. Superhumans. On the return journey, Joy couldn't help but speculate. If Lori were to awaken her powers for the first time and he, an ordinary person, rejected her, what consequences would ensue? He wondered why he happened to encounter such a superhuman neighbor with ulterior motives. Was this some form of mutual attraction between avatars? Truth be told, he was not oblivious to Lori's subtle affections. This rural girl, seemingly vibrant and free-spirited, hailed from a single-parent household and received little affirmative feedback at school. Few children from the town cared to listen to her tales of rats emerging from the fields during floods, or of wild boars that could devour 10 acres of crops in a day, or of an enraged cow that could toss a person 2 meters when provoked. It was entirely natural for someone like her to crave love and affection. However, Joy merely listened and responded passively. He had even fewer friends than Lori and was reluctant to involve himself in the lives of these high schoolers. Those who frequently navigate the tumultuous waters of adolescence understand that the majority of teenagers are in a uniquely pivotal phase of life, brimming with energy and fervor. Eager to express themselves with spontaneity, perhaps the most intellectually vibrant moments of their lives. Yet, constrained by hormone levels and life experience, it often culminates in a chaotic whirlwind. Joy instinctively avoided developing any relationships with his classmates, including Lori, as he had more pressing concerns, such as his Kryptonian heritage. Was that a bird? Was that an airplane? No, it was a fellow countryman. The music from the car radio was abruptly interrupted by a promotional announcement for a film. Sighing, Joy casually switched the station. The world was facing an unimaginable crisis, one that even the mightiest of nations could not tackle alone. However, heroes are never solitary. This summer, the Super 7 New Era will present to you a gathering of extraordinary figures. The Dark One, Queen Maeve, the Lantern Bearer, the Locomotive, the Invisible Man, the Deep Sea, and the greatest heroes of all time, united in their fight. Anticipate the spectacle. Joy, who fancied himself well-versed in both Marvel and DC comics from his previous life, found himself bewildered by the radio's announcements, which sounded akin to a monotonous roll call. This world was entirely unlike the one he had known, filled with superheroes, and he still struggled to comprehend the origins of these extraordinary beings. There existed not only the Super 7, but also other Avengers. Perhaps a parallel universe of the Justice League or the X-Men. If that were the case, perhaps he need not worry about the remnants of Krypton. For with such an all-star ensemble, what could possibly stand against them? As Joy daydreamed of a life where he would not have to intervene, where the remnants of Krypton would vanish into oblivion while he diligently focused on improving his GPA in high school to gain admission to a state university and pursue a career in journalism. He realized he had driven back to Lori's home. At this moment, old Arthur was dozing in a recliner on the porch, clutching a rifled flintlock. Upon seeing Joy behind the wheel and Lori asleep in the passenger seat, he exclaimed, "What is going on, kid?" To avoid an unwarranted confrontation, Joy exited the vehicle and narrated the entire sequence of events to old Arthur, knowing Lori would eventually awaken and that the details could not remain concealed. Initially, Joy assumed Arthur would struggle to accept such a bizarre account. However, Arthur surprisingly remained composed. He lowered his gaze to his disheveled hair, which bore a hint of gray, and when he looked up again, his bloodshot eyes, a testament to years of heavy drinking, were no longer clouded. Arthur reached behind him to retrieve the gun, sighed deeply, then opened the car door to cradle Lori in his arms, signaling to Joy, "Kid, help me with the door." After settling Lori upstairs, Arthur slumped onto the sofa, struck a match to light a cigarette, and gazed at Joy, who remained. Joy watched the flickering glow of the cigarette's tip as the two fell into a prolonged silence. "Do you think your parents love you?" Arthur broke the stillness with a perplexing question. "Shouldn't we discuss your daughter's awakening powers instead?" Joy replied, "Every child with special abilities has a pair of irresponsible parents." Arthur continued, seemingly lost in his thoughts. "I refer to all parents, including myself and your own. Superpowers are never a gift. They're a transaction made with the devil. This is for Lori's sake, and for yours as well, kid. Do not disclose tonight's events to anyone, including your parents." "All right, I believe we can keep this between us." Joy rose and opened the door, as the sun hung low in the west, casting a sanguine glow upon the wheat fields outside. Chapter 3. Homecoming? Old Arthur's perspective on superhumans was quite surprising to Joy. Kansas, a relatively conservative agricultural state predominantly inhabited by white residents, is characterized by its simplicity and deep religious fervor. To put it plainly, the overall educational level of the populace is rather low, rendering them more superstitious. Coupled with the propaganda from his peers, they generally exhibit a higher acceptance of superhumans, believing that those endowed with extraordinary abilities are messengers of the divine, sent by God as the Messiah. As someone who has experienced rebirth, Joy indeed entertains the notion that a deity may exist, one potentially possessing greater power than Darkseid. Yet, this entity is certainly not the God envisioned by anyone on Earth. Such a being would be indifferent to the happenings on our planet. Much like Joy himself would not concern himself with whether the single-celled organism submerged in the methane oceans of Jupiter's moon, Europa, will evolve into multicellular life within the next 40 millennia. Joy meandered along the narrow path through the fields, gradually making his way home as the sun dipped below the horizon, finally arriving at the edge of his family's land. In Kansas, the predominant crop is not corn, but wheat, such as that cultivated by Lori's family. In contrast, his father, Jonathan Joseph Kent, a man of unwavering stubbornness, chose to grow the more challenging corn. As the wheat harvest season approached, the corn had just begun its growth phase after the seedling stage. When Joy observed the golden wheat swaying in the breeze alongside the dark green cornfields, he knew he was near home. Although the corn had yet to tassel, it had grown to a considerable height, surpassing Joy himself. Without the occasional refreshment of his supervision to maintain his sense of direction, he might have become lost in this corn jungle. Yet now, simply by gazing in the direction of home, Joy spotted flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Joy began to run, his powerful strides creating deep craters in the earth, uprooting the corn in the process. The sonic boom that followed caused countless stalks to bow in submission. Joy leaped into the air, the fierce wind whipping around him, his clothes flapping wildly. If one disregards his occasional attempts at levitation, this may well be Joy's first true experience of flight in this world. The sonic boom resonated like thunder across the Kansas sky, but at that moment, Joy had no time to ponder such matters. Within the span of mere seconds, he would reach what remained of his home, if it could still be called that. Joy's house lay in ruins, reduced to ashes, with nothing but the smoldering crimson flames across the vast expanse of scorched earth. The familiar wooden barn and cattle pen had vanished without a trace. With a sweep of his supervision, Joy searched for any sign of his parents, but found none. Yet, amidst the chaos, he discerned a shadow drifting through the inferno, cloaked in a sable and violet mantle. The edges of the cloak billowed defiantly against the encroaching flames, akin to a black lotus blooming amidst a sea of crimson fire. Even Joy's extraordinary vision could not penetrate the veil that concealed the figure's true visage. Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. Joy dove downward, his fists poised and his heat vision primed, embodying the adage that one should strike first and inquire later. Were there to be a list of the most inhospitable cities in America, Gotham would undoubtedly reign supreme. The cacophony of malevolence shattered the night's tranquility. The sudden crack of gunfire jolted children from their slumber, while wails of despair echoed through the darkness. Police vehicles pursued the desperate souls fleeing through narrow alleys, accompanied by the screech of brakes and the wail of sirens. Such was the grim portrayal of the nocturnal odyssey of this wicked city, as reported by investigative journalist Louis Ryan of the Planet Daily. If this dismal reality fails to dissuade your resolve to reside in Gotham, then consider the lurking specters of the Bat Devil from the tales of old, or the occasional maniacal laughter of clowns resonating from shadowy corners. Moreover, Gotham harbors a cult that venerates perhaps the most perilous demon in the universe, the Blood Church. It is from this point that the narrative unfolds. The acolytes of the Blood Church deceived an innocent girl named Angela Ross, offering her as a sacrifice to their master, a formidable demon known as Sanctum. Sanctum appeared in an almost perfect human guise, accepting the offering. Following a debased union, the woman bore a hybrid girl named Raven. This is the tale of Raven's genesis. As for how her mother escaped Sanctum as clutches to raise her, and how Raven herself was subsequently reclaimed by her possessive father from the infernal realm, that is a lengthy narrative in its own right. At present, Raven faced a more intricate dilemma. In her desperate bid to evade the clutches of the infernal dimension and the minions of Sanctum, she was compelled to open a portal leading from hell to the realm of reality. When this hasty teleportation was initiated, she sought a steadfast anchor within the real universe, aiming for none other than Superman. Raven was conceived as a key for Sanctum to invade the reality dimension, endowing her with formidable interdimensional traversal abilities. For her, crossing worlds was scarcely more challenging than leaping down a few stairs. Like a dewdrop cascading from a leaf into the ocean, she merely needed a flicker of intent to transport herself near the mightiest member of the Justice League. Yet, due to the interference of her pursuers, this teleportation wrought catastrophic consequences. In an instant, the Raven unveiled a hellish portal wide enough for a formidable demon to traverse, casting a fragment of the underworld into the realm of reality. Pursuers from hell descended alongside her. Despite her efforts to contain the chaos, destruction ensued. The inferno of hell blazed fiercely, and one of her brethren, the son of Sangong, Wrath, scorched the very ground as he emerged from the portal, turning the land to ash. Deprived of the support from the hellish dimension, Wrath found himself no match for the Raven, whose essence far surpassed that of her brothers. A mere exchange of blows left Wrath subdued and sealed. Yet, demons are notoriously challenging to fully seal or vanquish, as long as Wrath could harness emotional support. He still had the potential to break free from his confinement. At this moment, What fury could rival that of a Kryptonian? Raising her hand, the raven conjured a violet magical shield, deflecting the scorching heat vision that bore down upon her. The previously charred ground instantaneously liquefied into searing lava. Following this, the raven flickered, the impact of her sudden movement creating a deep chasm in the earth. The shock wave obliterated the surface, extinguishing the hellfire in its wake. Just as she regained her footing, the Kryptonian launched a second strike, leaving the raven with little time to cast a hasty protective spell. The shield activated, though not entirely, shattering under the force of the Kryptonian's fist as it connected with her face. Seizing a corner of her cloak, her opponent attempted to pull her back for another assault. With no choice but to tear free, the raven unleashed a magical burst, temporarily separating the two. An exceptionally versatile spellcaster, the raven possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the thoughts and emotions of others upon contact. Under different circumstances, this might have provided an unexpected advantage. Yet at this moment, one thought consumed her mind. It was dire. The Kryptonian's wrath surged through this connection, a fury so intense that it instilled fear in the raven's dark essence, which was promptly assimilated by the recently sealed wrath. The realm of her mind transformed into a battlefield. A searing pain akin to being torn apart rendered the raven unstable, causing her to collapse to the ground. In desperation, she unleashed the demon within, freeing wrath. Accompanied by the raven's piercing scream, dark crimson smoke billowed from her orifices, gradually coalescing into a colossal silhouette. The hellfire around them reignited, swirling and dancing. Amidst the flames, the towering demon revealed its true form, adorned with 2 horns, majestic wings, 6 eyes, and veins of demonic markings connecting the eyes to its torso, pulsating in rhythm with the flickering of its infernal gaze upon its dark crimson skin. This is one of the offspring of the 3 palaces, known as Fury. Now liberated from its confines, it prepares to unleash its wrath upon the world. Fury conjured 2 fiery spears, thrusting them into the defenseless shoulders of the raven, firmly pinning its sister to the ground, while it spread its wings and ascended into the sky. Recently, it had engaged in a mental duel with the raven, discovering that the most potent emotion was not rage, but fear. Through this fear, Fury comprehended why it could swiftly absorb the inferno of wrath necessary for its escape. Their struggle seemed to reverberate through the universe, drawing upon the wrath that the parents of superhumans had brought from the hellish dimensions. For mortals who encounter this fury, annihilation awaits. Unlike the raven, Fury, by its very nature, could sense the raging flames of anger burning within everyone without even needing to touch them. At this moment, the inferno behind it blazed fiercely, potent enough to ignite the entire galaxy. What it needed to do was escape as far as possible before that flame extinguished, seeking a place devoid of a yellow sun. Chapter 4. A prolonged day, Fury lacked the ability to traverse dimensions instantaneously like the raven. It could merely flap its wings vigorously, lamenting the absence of additional pairs of wings bestowed by its father. Its 6 eyes gleamed with unprecedented brightness, tracing ethereal crimson arcs through the air. It extinguished its own raging flames, manipulating magic to obscure its presence, gradually merging its form with the encroaching night. Its speed surpassed that of sound. It remained eerily silent. As it soared beyond the atmosphere into the void, Fury had never yearned so desperately to escape the realm of mortals. It sought only to enter the cosmos and flee to any destination, imploring itself not to pause. One escape. Joy observed the emergence of a colossal demon after the cloaked figure fell, initially believing it had entered a more perilous stage, although filled with rage. Joy prepared for an aerial confrontation. Unexpectedly, the demon chose to ascend, unwittingly aligning with Joy's intentions. As the demon reached a sufficient altitude, Joy leapt upward, grasping one of its wings. How did you manage to break the sound barrier and achieve supersonic flight without a sonic boom? Do not think I fear you, Kryptonian. At that moment, an unnamed fire ignited within Fury. Since this Kryptonian relentlessly pursued it, Fury resolved to show them its true colors. Once again, flames roared to life upon its form, the infernal fire swiftly coursing along its wings and toward the Kryptonian. Based on its experience, Fury knew that Kryptonians struggled against magical assaults. Taste this, you Kryptonian wretch. The flames spread with alarming speed, enough for Joy to consider evading them. Yet, Joy dared not take such a risk. The demon had already demonstrated a level of agility and stealth that belied its massive form. His vision proved inadequate against such a magical entity, leaving him to endure the approaching inferno. This was the anguished cry of wrath, which he had hoped would deter the Kryptonian. Instead, it ignited the demon's fury, and he felt the grip on his wing tightening, threatening to tear it apart. Since his rebirth, Joy had scarcely experienced pain, but now he was reminded of the agony of being consumed by flames, reminiscent of how he had perished in a fiery explosion in his previous life. This surge of anger propelled him further. He tightened his grip on the demon's neck with one arm, while pulling it closer with the other, imprisoning it in his embrace. Are you serious? A Kryptonian? The demon struggled fiercely, attempting to break free, its taunts accompanying its efforts. When I turned your parents to ashes, did your brain also burn away? You dare to strangle a demon who needs no breath? In a sense, Wrath was indeed a master strategist. It was now attempting to stoke Superman's ire further, hoping to gain enough strength to escape. The greater the fury, the stronger he became, perhaps even temporarily surpassing Superman's might. What if I were to twist off your head? At this moment, Joy dismissed the demon's provocations. There was no need to be incensed by a being already dead. He steadily tightened his grip around the demon's neck while exerting force with his hand on its wing, ripping apart a portion of its body. Blood, akin to molten lava, stained Joy's side, soaking through his biological field and corroding much of his nylon shirt, yet he remained unperturbed. Demon, I initially intended to sever your wings, but they are sturdier than I anticipated. Once I tear open your chest and extract your heart, I shall discover how to truly destroy you. Wait, are you truly Superman? This is not the tale I have heard. You never kill, do you? At this moment, Wrath could no longer sustain the blazing flames engulfing him. Fear once again overpowered anger, causing him to writhe in Joy's grasp like a fish out of water. The Kryptonian's fury had indeed granted him greater strength and resilience. Yet it was insufficient, and his superior physicality only exacerbated his suffering. Joy exerted force with both hands until he could clearly discern the internal structure of the demoness body. You cannot kill me like this. I am the pride of 3 palaces. If you slay me, my father will not let this go. Joy had no desire to engage in further discourse with this malevolent entity. The fury in his eyes intensified as his heated gaze reduced the 2 embodiments of rage to mere ashes. Crimson blood rained down from the heavens, igniting spontaneously like white phosphorus upon its descent, incinerating before touching the ground after their master vanished. Raven broke free from her restraints, patiently awaiting the arrival of Superman from the skies. The boy before her, bare-chested and drenched in blood, lacked the iconic attire and cape. Yet he was undoubtedly a Kryptonian on this earth. Raven ventured to communicate. Superman? Clark Kent? Kal-El? None of these names resonated. He was Joy Joseph Kent. Joy sensed an anomaly within himself, as if something had been stripped away. Who are you, and what have you done to me? Just a minute ago, I contemplated whether I should kill you after posing my questions. I am Raven, and I have not harmed you. You alone annihilated rage, one of the 7 deadly sins. This may signify a ritualistic act, for the attribute of wrath has temporarily been extricated from your being, though this is not permanent, perhaps lasting only a few hours, or even months. Raven understood the gravity of the situation, which empowered her to confront this Kryptonian. She felt a sense of responsibility regarding the upheaval at hand. Despite standing before a being capable of obliterating an entire galaxy, she must elucidate the circumstances, including how she had anchored herself to Superman for transportation and the ensuing calamity, in hopes of securing his support. This is indeed entirely my fault. In my flight, I inadvertently brought rage into this world. His flames obliterated everything at the sight of his arrival, and I shall not shirk responsibility. I seem to recall you. Joy unearthed a name from the recesses of his foggy memory. Raven, Rachel Roth, daughter of the Trinity. Why not use Batman as your anchor? He possesses the capability to protect you as well. For an ordinary person, the act of killing necessitates an element of rage, much like how intimacy requires affection and a hint of desire. To take a life demands even more. Love births longing, which is accompanied by the fear of loss. Fear breeds anger, and anger ultimately culminates in hatred. Joy now found himself devoid of a crucial portion of this cycle. Just a minute ago, he yearned for bloodshed. Yet now he felt akin to a high-speed train colliding with a boundless void, suspended in mid-air, gazing into Raven's eyes, which mirrored only sorrow. While I am not inclined to kill you at this moment, you should leave swiftly, retracing your steps as you came. I cannot simply depart. You have no understanding of the nature of demons. Creatures like rage are nearly indestructible. You have merely obliterated his physical form temporarily. Raven could not simply abandon the situation. He would inevitably resurrect in this reality and seek a way to bring Trinity into this universe. I fear my father, yet I must remain here to thwart his conquest of yet another dimensional reality. As I tore Rage in half, he too was gripped by fear. In this moment, a torrent of horrifying thoughts flashed through Joy's mind, yet he lacked the impetus to act upon them. Would you feel fear? The process of a demon's rebirth is intricate, reminiscent in some ways of the Doctor Who. The Raven beckoned her black cloak to envelop her once more. The new Rage would retain memories of its predecessor, but would also possess an independent persona, no longer being what it once was. You troublesome demons, how can I eradicate all of you? The Raven's words somewhat deflated Joy. If Rage truly could not be vanquished as described, then from where could his vengeance possibly arise? I too am curious. After the total annihilation of the 3 palaces, in the sanctuary where Raven grew up, she has been searching for this very answer. Yet the deeper she delved, the more she realized the vast magnificence of the infernal dimensions. In these chaotic realms, even Lucifer Morningstar cannot act with impunity, let alone a half-human, half-demon like himself. Then you may as well go think elsewhere. Joy planted his feet firmly on the ground, unsteadily making his way toward the place he once called home, the very site of his abode. He bent down to feel the completely shattered earth beneath him. The entire farm had been obliterated by flames and the remnants of the recent battle, leaving no trace of existence. Nevertheless, Joy still found the spot where he used to sleep, his room, the very place where his bed once stood, precisely as he remembered. After clearing away some rubble and ashes beneath him, Joy lay flat on the ground, for today had already stretched long enough for him. Until tomorrow. Chapter 5. The Flash? No, it's the locomotive. What sound accompanies the speedster when they run? If Barry Allen or Wally West were to answer this question, they would tell you, there is hardly any noise. Once truly in motion, tapping into the speed force, the speedster emits no sound at all. This superluminal energy field not only protects its user, but also allows them to defy nearly all laws of physics. The faint crackle of electricity and the sound of air being torn apart are mere illusions of the speed force intruding upon this world. Yet, the locomotive of this world evidently lacks such knowledge, as it is merely someone who runs fast, having just surpassed the speed of sound. With every sprint, the sound of his body slicing through the air follows him to the finish line, reminiscent of a high-speed train's whistle compressed by velocity, thus earning him the moniker of Locomotive. The Locomotive, a member of the Super 7, the most formidable superhero coalition in this world. This morning, I was jolted awake from the embrace of my companion, the Enchantress, by a call from the Water Corporation, directing me to a rural area in Kansas known as Smallville, where the Crime Investigation Department reported a potentially catastrophic incident involving superpowered individuals. Damn those compatriots. Kansas is several thousand kilometers away from New York City, and the only means of swift arrival here, apart from oneself, are the compatriots, given that compatriots have never shown concern for trivial matters. They are generally unwilling to attend events devoid of cameras and flashbulbs. Consequently, I am invariably tasked with managing these arduous and unsavory duties alone. My responsibility lies in maintaining control at the scene, ideally stabilizing the local law enforcement that may arrive, until the aftermath team from the Walter Company arrives to silence everyone with confidentiality agreements and other legal measures. After all, the Walter hero is a hero to all Americans. We cannot simply disregard the situation and allow public opinion to magnify these numerous incidents, thereby tarnishing the collective image of all American heroes. Upon arrival at the target location, the Locomotive moved about to confirm that local police had yet to arrive. Although he had witnessed instances of superpowered individuals losing control before, this situation was indeed, as the Crime Investigation Department stated, the most severe incident, far worse than the one he encountered just 2 days prior. An estimated 400 acres of farmland appeared as if it had been plowed by an entire squadron of bombers, with at least a quarter of it utterly devastated. The air still hung heavy with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Who was the unfortunate soul responsible for this explosion? The awakening of superpowers is influenced by various factors, but typically occurs before adulthood. As a member of the Super Seven and a confidant of the compatriots, the locomotive had witnessed countless bloody examples, both on-site and in records. However, this was an unavoidable occurrence. Suddenly gaining possession of highly destructive superpowers is akin to placing an AR-15 or a hand grenade into the hands of an impulsive, ignorant adolescent. The locomotive surveyed the scene once more. Indeed, it was like handing C4 to a reckless teenager who might impulsively press the button at any moment, resulting in utter devastation. Are you the Flash of this world? A hand silently rested upon the locomotive's shoulder. No, I am a locomotive. What is the Flash, anyway? The locomotive felt a surge of irritation. After all, he was a legitimate member of the Super Seven, a true star. Yet the people in this rural area could not even recognize him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had just scanned the surroundings and seen no one. Turning back, he found a bloodied figure standing beside him. Where on earth did you come from? Without hesitation, the locomotive shrugged off the stranger's hand and fled the scene at full speed. This was absurd. The individual had reduced their own home to rubble, and yet somehow had not perished in the explosion. Of course, he had emerged from underground. Joy had just ventured beneath the farm in search of the Kryptonian spacecraft his father had buried there during his childhood, only to discover that it had been utterly destroyed by the shockwaves from last night's battle, reduced to scrap. Fortunately, he had managed to bury the remnants deep within the mantle. He swiftly re-gripped the locomotive's shoulder. I merely wish to ask a few questions, such as how fast can you run now? The locomotive exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the other's grasp. However, the hand firmly clasped around his shoulder remained immovable, sending a shiver down his spine. He found himself face to face with a formidable individual, capable of rendering vast expanses of land barren, whose might was unparalleled. Should this person descend into madness once more, even without knowing the specifics of their supernatural abilities, it would be enough to spell disaster for him. If things went awry, the Water Corporation might very well prepare a brass statue in his honor for the office park below. Perhaps even commissioning Queen Maeve or another celebrated heroine to perform See You Again as a promotional stunt for the Super 7 New Era, thereby ruthlessly capitalizing on his misfortune. Realizing this group was indeed capable of such antics, he slowly raised his hand in a French salute, addressing the man before him. Good day, sir. I understand you're feeling lost and enraged, but everything shall improve, and, the locomotive faltered, as this phrase was not conjured from his own wit. Rather, it was a line from the Water Corporation's absurd hero manual, intended to soothe participants in hostage situations. He lamented the moment, wishing he could slap his past self for only grasping the opening line, while his thoughts wandered to how he might persuade the beautiful instructor to give him a thorough lesson later that evening, neglecting the remainder of the content entirely. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no anger. Joy flashed a sincere smile, albeit marred by the blood on his face, rendering it somewhat ghastly. This caused the flash in his arms to tremble uncontrollably, yet Joy remained unfazed, convinced he had discovered a means to avert tragedy, contingent upon the Flash cooperating. How fast can you run now? Do you know how to utilize Speed Force? Yes, indeed. Combine Speed Force with singing and dancing, along with some Burmese nutmeg and a Mexican ice drink. Could you please let me go? The locomotive had no comprehension of what Speed Force entailed, dismissing it as the ramblings of a madman. Gazing at the bloodied smile of the individual before him, he felt his legs weaken, fearing that by the time the Water Corporation's armed response team arrived, the man might succumb to his affliction, taking him down as well. He resolved to concoct some semblance of nonsense to placate the situation, hoping to escape swiftly when the opportunity arose. Of course, no problem. Joy was always a reasonable person, especially considering he was the Flash. With just a few strides, he could resurrect his entire family, couldn't he? In order to foster a good relationship with him, the mere thought of his parents potentially being resurrected softened Joy's attitude towards this locomotive. He gradually relaxed his grip, urging him to listen. If you dare to run away again, I shall break your legs, he warned. The locomotive, however, had little interest in the ensuing conversation, stirring up a whirlwind of ash as it dashed 1,000 meters away in an instant. Suddenly, Joy felt the world spin around him. After rolling violently on the ground several times, he clutched his bloodied calf and screamed, revealing a gaping hole that pierced through his shin. I believe you need more practice. If your full-speed running only achieves this level, you cannot hope to traverse time with any swiftness, Joy remarked, drifting closer. He had not even pursued the locomotive directly. A mere stone thrown casually had sufficed to catch up. At this moment, the locomotive's heart-wrenching cries only added to his agitation. You possess speed. Such an injury can heal in a minute. Stop crying like a child, will you? You madman. What is this speed you speak of? Is it some kind of ice? The locomotive was now seething with rage, previously concerned about encountering this individual, only to discover that he appeared normal while already being in a state of madness. If the cleanup crew did not arrive soon, he would indeed meet his end here. As the figure drew ever closer, the locomotive abandoned any thoughts of consolation. What good was soothing the emotions of a lunatic? He decided to express his frustration before meeting his demise. You wretched creature, you'd best keep your distance. Or, when the cleanup crew and the Super 7 arrive, they will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Frustrated, Joy pressed his forehead, his emotions resembling unequal weights on a barbell during weightlifting. One side bore an indescribable sorrow that pierced his heart, suffocating him. The other side felt hollow, devoid of anger, rage, hatred, or any emotion to maintain his mental equilibrium. Logic dictated that no flash from any universe would reverse time for such a request under unfamiliar circumstances. Yet he thought that trying would incur no loss. Joy felt he might truly have to accept reality. Perhaps this universe was just beginning, and its flashes were woefully lacking in every aspect, barely surpassing the speed of sound, devoid of any remarkable powers, and lacking in grace. Expecting anything from him seemed unrealistic. He attempted to crouch and assist the bleeding locomotive, sincerely apologizing. Locomotive, please do not be too angry. I'm certainly not a madman. We merely have some minor misunderstandings between us. You, stay away from the locomotive. Before Joy could await a response, a loud shout and the sound of sword slicing through the air reached his ears. Chapter 6. Maeve's dilemma. Joy did not even turn around. He merely tilted his head to evade the thrust of the approaching sword. He had no choice but to let go, causing the locomotive to crash to the ground. The unprepared object immediately absorbed the impact with its calf, resulting in a cacophony of wails. This was truly a misunderstanding. Joy, with both feet off the ground, continuously retreated, occasionally lowering his head and sidestepping to evade the sharply angled thrusts and slashes. No matter how gracefully the woman before him wielded her long sword, akin to a butterfly in flight, adorned in silver and crimson with golden accents in her classical Greek half-armor and shimmering silver-scaled battle skirt. Her blade could not graze even a single hair on his body. Oh, wondrous woman, Queen Maeve, my clash with the locomotive is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Having awakened from his initial delusions of speed, Joy's mind had settled into a calm realization that the prospect of reversing time was futile. The locomotive before him, with its venomous words, appeared unworthy of any significant challenge. Therefore, it was unnecessary to confront this world's pantheon of superheroes. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Kill him, Maeve. In the distance, while the locomotive clutched its leg and howled, it did not hesitate to shout at Maeve. This child is a complete lunatic. I did nothing, and he wanted to kill me the moment we met. Joy found himself rather exasperated. The locomotive seemed overly vindictive. He had merely interrupted its leg, hardly a heinous crime. The speedster could mend that limb in less than a minute. This was indeed troublesome. After all, compared to him, a total stranger, Queen Maeve would undoubtedly place more trust in her longtime allies from the Super 7. At this moment, Joy calculated that defeating an Amazon demigod, daughter of Zeus, without exerting his full strength was unlikely. To prevent their battle from escalating into a cataclysmic event, he resolved to create an opening to retreat from Queen Maeve and devise a new plan. Meanwhile, Queen Maeve, who had been relentlessly attacking, gradually slowed her sword's momentum. Her voice, delicate yet resolute, rang out with the clarity of steel unsheathed. I will count to 3. Shall we both cease hostilities? Seizing this opportunity, Joy swiftly retreated hundreds of feet, slowly spreading his arms. It has always been you who initiated the attack. I have not lifted a finger. Bang! Joy's ears registered the distant gunshot. He instinctively turned his head to dodge, but misfortune struck as the bullet grazed his ear. Looking up, he saw the helicopter's door wide open, a soldier clad in black combat gear lying flat on the cabin floor. The insignia on his shoulder read, Watts Group, Red River Security, and wisps of smoke were just beginning to rise from the anti-material sniper rifle in his hands. That sniper, indeed, a master. At such a distance, firing from the unstable environment of a helicopter to hit his target with precision was no small feat. Joy slowly pried the severely deformed bullet from his ear, examining it closely before presenting it to Maeve. But it is of no consequence. At this moment, Maeve felt a sudden shiver run through her body. Her previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. The palm gripping the hilt of her sword began to perspire slightly, and she found herself mentally cursing the Red River security personnel countless times. How many times had she reiterated that conventional firepower holds minimal effect against a select few formidable superhumans? After much effort to calm the situation, this inept cohort from Red River was only pouring fuel on the flames. As for the train conductor's leg injury, it was of no consequence. Individuals like him have never possessed much common sense. If he had provoked the other party, then breaking his leg was merely his just deserts. Calm down was not Maeve's own counsel, but rather that of Joy. Joy discovered that relinquishing anger bore a certain advantage. Ordinarily, who among them would be devoid of irritation? A mere heated gaze could have sent the group aboard the helicopter spiraling into disarray. Yet at this moment, Joy was able to exhibit an extraordinary tolerance akin to that of Jesus himself when confronting this aggressive, almost gang-like assembly of superheroes. Amidst their conversation, another bullet whizzed by. Joy deftly plucked it from the air and turned to precisely melt the firearms in the hands of the assailants aboard the aircraft with his heat vision. You scoundrels! Who permitted you to fire without my command? It was then that Maeve reacted, unleashing a frantic yell into the microphone. This was a matter of life and death. She was facing a superhuman nearly indistinguishable from her compatriots, capable of flight, impervious to weaponry, and wielding heat vision, teetering on the brink of losing control. Yet this group exhibited no semblance of discipline, recklessly wielding their makeshift weapons at any opportunity. How unprofessional. If this happens again, I shall personally visit the 46th floor to sever your head from your shoulders. Damn all of you. Before Maeve could hurl more invectives, the communication was redirected, and the voice on the other end urged her to silence. The caller was not the formidable Madeline Steelville, vice president of the Water Corporation, who wielded immense power capable of determining the fates of most superheroes. Instead, it was an influential figure from the 82nd floor of Water Tower. If he was willing to cooperate, he would bring him back. Maeve felt a pang of bewilderment. She had been contemplating stalling for time until her compatriots arrived to handle the aftermath, only to find that the higher-ups at Water had opted for a wholly incomprehensible solution. She had just arrived by helicopter and witnessed firsthand that, barring insanity, no one would wish to transport a ticking time bomb capable of leveling hundreds of acres. Yet an order was an order. Maeve was still grappling with how to persuade the young man before her to return with her, when she noticed he was already poised to depart at a moment's notice, casually brushing the dried blood from his upper body and face, revealing a physique defined by clear musculature and a composed, handsome visage. His deep, azure eyes gazed steadily at her. I have heard enough. Let us go. By the way, I am Joy Joseph Kent. Maeve had to concede that if it weren't for the fact that little Joy had been drenched in blood just 10 seconds prior, one could argue from certain legal perspectives that this young lad exuded vitality and health. His broad shoulders, taut waist, chiseled abs, and perfect head-to-shoulder ratio were undeniably appealing, reminiscent of the individuals from her homeland. The realization sent a chill down Maeve's spine, not merely due to the terrifying memories associated with her past interactions with those from her homeland, but because she seemed to grasp certain connections. This provoked her contemplation regarding why the What Company showed such favor towards this uncontrollable entity. With the ability to fly, impervious to harm, possessing thermal vision, immense strength, and superhuman hearing, he was essentially a replica of those from her homeland, albeit a child with immense potential for development. Chapter 7. Will the super black sell superpowered fried chicken? Observing that the occupants of the helicopter had either just suffered a broken leg, received 2 shots to the head, or were still gripping their swords. Seemingly prepared for another confrontation, Joy wisely refrained from boarding the helicopter. Instead, he borrowed a jacket and trailed behind, catching the exhaust fumes. Amidst the cacophony of the roaring engine and the whir of the rotor blades, he could discern the shouts of everyone aboard. The Red River security mercenaries were engaged in idle chatter, A sniper nearby nervously tapped away on his phone, likely in conversation with someone. Maeve, through a microphone, was embroiled in a debate with someone named Steelville, lamenting the utter lack of discipline displayed by the personnel dispatched by Red River Security, and recounting how she had been startled by Joy's bloodied, seemingly deranged appearance. Only the locomotive continued to wail as others tended to their wounds. The speedster lacked both the swiftness and quality. The Amazonian warrior was devoid of resilience and courage. The military forces under the peacekeeping hero team exhibited neither discipline nor lethality. Everything aligned with Joy's previous encounters with a ragtag troop. The luxurious vehicles speeding along the highway appeared splendid from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, one would find mere bicycles cloaked in a facade. Everyone was complicit in this charade, including himself and his companions, all unwilling to speak the truth, merely going through the motions, perpetually erring or on the verge of error. If a parallel universe akin to that depicted in comics truly existed, this one was undoubtedly the most grounded in Joy's memories. The two individuals he was currently engaging with were members of the Super Seven, among the strongest in the world. Yet their actual performance fell short of expectations, starkly contrasting with the heroic ideals he had previously held. A locomotive, uttering a cacophony of sound, barely surpasses the speed of light, while a mere puncture in its tibia leaves it weeping all morning, disturbing the peace of everyone around. On the other hand, Queen Maeve performs somewhat better, though not by much. She fails to recall which world's Wonder Woman would shift all burdens onto ordinary individuals devoid of superpowers. The helicopter does not head straight to New York, where the person on the phone awaits, but makes an unscheduled stop at a small base. The mercenaries aboard disband on the spot. The locomotive is lifted onto a stretcher and wheeled out of the hangar, while Maeve and I board another helicopter that has been refurbished, setting a direct course for Manhattan. I am not a cannibal, I assert, glancing at Queen Maeve, who deliberately maintains a distance of an entire cabin between us. I cannot fathom why she harbors such fear of me. The incident with the locomotive was merely a misunderstanding. I had not attacked her at that time, had I? Maeve remained silent in response, merely shifting her posterior further away from me. In many ways, I resemble a twisted version of a compatriot, even down to the blood-soaked appearance, which Maeve has indeed seen before, causing her some trepidation. However, the deeper reason lies in Maeve's status as a veteran member of the Seven. She is acutely aware of the dark core hidden beneath the polished veneer of the Vought Corporation and its array of superhero teams. Individuals like her and this Joey, formidable though they may be, are not impervious to the corporation's means of control. Vought could easily persuade or overpower him, subsequently discarding him like other uncontrollable orphans into the Red River Orphanage to fend for themselves. She is uncertain why this little compatriot has attracted the attention of Vaught's upper echelon. But based on her past experiences, she knows that the high-ranking officials on the 82nd floor of Vought Tower seldom involve themselves in the corporation's operational affairs, as a single Madeline is sufficient to keep all superheroes in line. Maeve is not particularly astute, especially in comparison to those influential figures, and until the situation clarifies, she is unwilling to be swept into unseen currents that could lead to her demise. Vought Tower, I see it, Joey exclaims before even entering New York, spotting the towering edifice that pierces the clouds. The building's cylindrical form often earns it the moniker Vought Tower from the outside world. The glass windows and lights of Vought Tower align to form a towering 7, symbolizing the significance of the 7 within the corporation. However, the helicopter does not head directly toward that direction. Instead, it veers elsewhere. Are we not going there directly? Maeve remains reticent, merely handing her earpiece to the inquisitive Joey. Joy received the headset, through which resonated the rich, magnetic voice of a middle-aged man. It is not my way to escort guests directly to the workplace. I have arranged a more suitable venue, a room and a dining table, awaiting your arrival. Maeve had mentioned that these influential figures were adept at risk mitigation. She had previously harbored concerns about bringing a potential human bomb into the nearly $10 billion Wada Tower, fearing that if someone whimsically decided to redecorate, the losses could easily amount to tens of millions. However, the meeting point was not chosen within the confines of their own building. As Joy turned his gaze toward the helicopter's front, it wasn't long before he spotted their destination. The opulent, gold-hued building, emblazoned with a familiar surname in gilded letters atop its summit, elicited a rare, light-hearted smile from him. Wasn't this the very estate of a certain American real estate magnate? The one he had resorted to referencing in his articles when his career as a journalist had dwindled? The building, having been constructed quite some time ago, saw the helicopter land directly on its rooftop helipad. Before the rotors had come to a halt, a server was already bowing respectfully at the cabin door, ushering Joy toward the meeting area. Curiosity piqued. Joy wondered about the identity of the individual he was about to meet. From Maeve's cautious demeanor during her phone calls, it was apparent that this person held considerable influence. Upon arrival, the server led him to a door and bowed slightly before departing. Joy entered without hesitation. Despite the lavish decor, the shimmering crystal chandeliers, the pianist playing gracefully beside him, and the grand table adorned with silverware and gourmet dishes, his attention was captured instantly by the unique presence of the individual seated across the table. This building had hosted numerous celebrities, political figures, sports icons, and even the likes of e-commerce titans from across the ocean. It was a place where Michael Jackson had once resided. Facing him was a well-dressed African-American man, possessing deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. He nodded to the server to pour himself a glass of Macallan 26, exuding elegance and refinement. Raising his glass toward Joy, his magnetic voice imbued with an air of mystery and calmness, he stated, "The vast majority of individuals will never attain the privilege to enter this place in their lifetime. Yet you are different. In the near future, this building will flourish because of your visit today, much like it did for Michael Jackson. I am Stan Edgar, the CEO of Wada Corporation. Please have a seat." If it were an ordinary 16-year-old, the encounter with someone of such stature would likely leave him dazed, overwhelmed by the presence of a magnate akin to Michael. However, Joy was no ordinary individual. It was not merely his ability to withstand the allure of wealth that set him apart. Rather, it was the realization that he finally understood why that magnetic voice had felt so familiar. "Isn't that Uncle Fried Chicken?" Within a single day, encountering two old friends, Joy, in a moment of unfiltered spontaneity, blurted out, "Are you no longer selling fried chicken?" Upon hearing this, Stan Edgar's already dark expression deepened considerably. It dawned on Joy that his comment was somewhat politically incorrect. Fried chicken, due to historical context, had garnered a particular affection from the black community and had thus become a target of the New York Times critique, labeled as lowbrow and crude food, unfairly entwined with the stereotypes perpetuated by both the media and racial crusaders. Throughout his life, Joy had never been a purveyor of racial stereotypes. If anything, in his past life, he had encountered just as many rotund white individuals indulging in fried chicken as he had black ones. To associate fried chicken solely with black culture seemed an affront to both parties. Fried chicken is delightful, and not all black individuals are to be deemed negatively. As Joy's mind raced, contemplating a suitable explanation, the female musician, who had been playing the piano behind him, suddenly erupted into laughter, as if recalling a joyous memory, laughing so heartily that she struggled to catch her breath. Joy could only observe Stan Edgar's countenance darkening further across the long table. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The soothing piano melodies ceased abruptly as the musician rose from the piano, briskly approached Joy, and, with an intimacy that made him uncomfortable, leaned in to wrap her arm around his shoulder, whispering in his ear with an endearing tone, "That was quite the joke, my dear child." Chapter 8. The Demon in the Shadows. The female musician was evidently more than just a musician, for Stan Edgar, whom Joy had mistakenly referred to as Uncle Fried Chicken, showed no astonishment at her sudden behavior. The only shift in his demeanor stemmed from Joy's ill-timed jest regarding fried chicken. "Don't be so sensitive," Stan, the musician, teased, playfully patting Joy's chest to quell his apology, nearly cheek to cheek with him, as if they shared an intimate bond. "Children speak without a filter. He is still just a boy." Indeed, the displeasure on Stan's face lasted but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure, transforming back into an imposing figure of authority. He took a measured sip of whiskey, reverting to the persona of a consummate businessman. "Child, you have awakened your extraordinary abilities, but in doing so, you have tragically lost your family. I extend my condolences. Typically, a youth of your circumstances would be placed in a welfare institution following legal proceedings, but you are different. You possess immense potential that others lack, and Waters Corporation values all individuals with promise." Stan Edgar, having ascended through the ranks of Waters Corporation, understood precisely how to navigate the complexities of a 16-year-old who had inadvertently caused the demise of his own parents. Though the boy exhibited an unusual calmness, or perhaps coldness. What adolescent does not harbor a dream of becoming a superhero? Now is the time to make a decision, to join the Water family, basking in the limelight and becoming a legend, or to reject us, becoming embroiled in lawsuits and fading into obscurity. Faced with Stan Edgar's subtle threat, Joey shook his head with a smile. He no longer cared about the trivialities of superheroes or welfare institutions. He merely sought something from this world's elite superhero team. Mr. Stan, first, I must apologize for my earlier remarks. Secondly, I am not here to follow in the footsteps of others and become a superhero. I wish, the female musician interjected, raising a finger to interrupt Joy, then gestured towards Edgar with a polite please. Stan, may I have a moment alone with this young man? Of course, Miss Storm. Stan maintained his composure, downing his whiskey in one swift motion before rising to depart. Though a ripple of unease stirred within him. The water company board had chosen to seize control, but that did not grant him absolute authority within the company. Much like Disney Media, there existed an undercurrent of conflict within the organization. One faction comprised external investors who had acquired shares to gain a voice in the boardroom. The other consisted of the company's original stakeholders, including members of the Water family and the company's founding elders, among whom Storm was a pivotal figure. Since Stan Edgar's arrival at Water Company, Storm had seldom made public appearances. Her unprecedented request to admit a young man by name suggested an ominous undertone, one that Stan could not ignore. Ultimately, it would fall upon him to address the consequences. Child, what has transpired in your life is not your fault. The woman referred to as Storm drew a chair from a distance and sat across from Joy, her smile warm and inviting, her words imbued with compassion and understanding. Her facial features were gentle, her skin fair and delicate, and her long fingers lightly pressed on Joy's shoulder, encouraging him to relax. It was not uncommon for superhumans to accidentally harm their loved ones while awakening their powers, and Storm gazed upon the boy before her, whose steel-like demeanor concealed a heart undoubtedly shattered. With a touch of empathy, meticulous care, and a sprinkle of affection, she believed he could be devoted to her completely. Are you hungry? Or perhaps tired? Would you like something to drink? Storm rose to her feet, assisting Joey in laying out the utensils. Before he could protest, she attentively leaned in to tie a napkin around his neck, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage. Though I harbor no fondness for the owner of this establishment, the cuisine here is undeniably exquisite. Faced with Storm's unwavering attentiveness, Joey found himself momentarily at a loss. His reason urged him to remain on high alert. Yet his current predicament left him with no choice but to accept such fervent hospitality. By the time he regained his composure, he had already been adorned with a napkin and had taken the menu from her hands. Summoning his courage, Joey ventured to state his purpose. Ms. Storm, I merely seek some information. With a playful flutter of her amber eyes, her lashes quivering slightly, she regarded Joey with a subtle charm and smiled gently, extending her right hand to reveal a flickering arc of energy dancing in her palm. Like you, I'm also a metahuman. Storm is merely my alias. You may call me Clara, my true name. She adjusted Joey's chair, aligning it perfectly with the dining table. Whatever you require from Water Corporation, I can procure for you. But first, let us order. Hours later, Joey was engrossed in his tablet, rapidly perusing all the materials gathered by Water Corporation since its inception concerning magic, witchcraft, Taoism, voodoo, shamanism, and other such legends. The painfully slow refresh rate of the tablet severely hampered his reading efficiency, leaving his mind entangled in a web of fanciful and fabricated tales. For instance, he quickly dismissed one particular myth about witchcraft, which claimed that diminutive demons, weaker than humans, would stealthily consume a person's shadow, taking their place and lurking nearby for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, an idea struck Joey as he glanced at his own shadow, dark as ink beneath him. In an instant, he took a swift stride, crossing nearly half of the room in his presidential suite, a gust of wind sending the crystal chandelier above swaying. Yet, his shadow remained utterly still. With its disguise uncovered, the raven concealed within Joey's shadow chose to reveal itself, rising in a swirl of black mist that coalesced at the window. Draped in a dark cloak, the raven perched nonchalantly on the windowsill, crossing its legs. You actually discovered me. Are you truly a Kryptonian? The majority of Kryptonians are not sensitive to magic. Joey glared at the Raven, sitting at the window, a surge of unnameable fury welling within him, nearly causing him to crush the tablet in his grip. You dare to hide beside me. Had this been before today, I would have fled without hesitation upon exposure, but now I believe we must engage in a dialogue. The Raven's expression was obscured by the cloak, revealing only a sharp chin as it faced Joey. What you are currently perusing is of little value, and I can sense your thoughts. You seek to resurrect your parents through magic or some form of sorcery. I am well acquainted with the sorrow of losing a loved one, and I possess an even deeper understanding of the consequences of wielding magic recklessly and engaging with the infernal. The Raven removed the hood of her cloak, revealing her exquisite visage and shimmering, obsidian-like, deep purple locks. Her dark, profound eyes fixed upon the superhuman of this world. As two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, because I haphazardly employed magic and opened the gateway to the hellish dimension, my mother, countless others, and the place where I grew up were mercilessly obliterated by my father, the demon of the three palaces. They all perished because of me. The Raven descended from the windowsill, grasping Joy's taut wrist. Do not follow in my footsteps, superhuman. Accepting the harsh realities may shatter one's spirit, yet refusing to acknowledge them will only etch deeper scars. Return to Kansas, erect their gravestones, inter them, remember them, and release them. The sincerity of the Raven's words was unmistakable. Joy remained as cold and placid as ice throughout the day. Yet beneath that tranquil facade lay an immense sorrow akin to a black hole, especially now that he had encountered the Raven, which seemed to rekindle his fury. The collision of these two powerful emotions left Joy feeling adrift, and he seized the Raven's arm. Are you manipulating my thoughts? What? The Raven wiped the corners of her eyes, her expression one of pure astonishment. Through their physical connection, she could indeed perceive Joy's thoughts more clearly. Yet she had never contemplated distorting the mind of a Kryptonian. Feeling Joy's grip on her arm, she suddenly comprehended the situation. You know, I haven't done that. Stop deceiving yourself, Joy. She had not altered Joy's thoughts, and he was aware of this, but he needed to justify his subsequent defiance. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. The Raven transformed into a colossal crow, flapping her wings as she soared out of the dwelling, concluding their quarrel. Chapter 9. This world needs heroes with someone just in the house. Storm had changed out of her previous servant attire, donning a lighter, knee-length black dress. She opened the door, swaying her skirt gracefully, her high heels clicking against the floor as she approached Joy, handing him a stack of documents. Joy accepted the files, which were evidently second-hand papers, having been scanned and copied. Many details regarding dates and locations had undergone post-processing, yet the yellowed pages revealed their age. He meticulously perused the documents, casually replying to Storm, "No one, Miss Storm, merely a demon attempting to seduce me." Upon hearing this, Storm clutched her chest and erupted into laughter. "Just call me Clara, Joy. Are you flirting with me?" "Absolutely not, madam." Joy swiftly perused the entire set of documents, unlike the files he had previously skimmed through on his tablet. Although these printed materials contained a fair share of vacuous discourse, a substantial portion indeed held meaningful content. However, it was still far from the essence of the true magical realm. This collection was borrowed from an old friend, once his greatest idol, who had a penchant for delving into such mysterious artifacts. The Storm Lady Clara discerned that the historical documents she had procured remarkably captivated Joy's attention. "Storm Lady," Clara said, prompting Joy to alter his address under her piercing gaze. "Could you take me to visit your old friend?" "I'm afraid that's not possible," Clara replied, anticipating Joy's inquiry. "He passed away long ago, having taken his own life. I am truly sorry. Please accept my condolences." The unfortunate fate of the original owner strengthened Joy's resolve to acquire the complete compendium. Studying these matters indeed bore a certain peril. What was his profession during his lifetime? Was he some sort of diviner or sorcerer? No, Clara clarified. He was merely a locally renowned painter. His suicide was largely unrelated to his research. It stemmed from minor setbacks in his career. At this moment, Clara contemplated how to forge a closer bond with Joy. While this was merely his hobby, he did amass a considerable amount of material. If you're interested, I could enlist some individuals to sift through his belongings. However, you must agree to a condition first. Joy was amenable to such an exchange, eager to accelerate his understanding of the magical world to fulfill his ambitions. as long as it does not contravene the law or breach moral boundaries. I am open to anything, Lady Clara. I could even pluck a star from the sky for you. Ha ha ha. Such words, even for me, sound rather cliché, young man. Storm Lady Clara chuckled. Her cheeks flushed with mirth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and the corners of her eyes adorned with slight crow's feet, adding an exquisite charm. She interpreted Joy's statement merely as a compliment from a man to a strikingly beautiful woman. Rather than reaching for the stars, we should aspire to loftier ideals. This world is in dire need of a hero. The Storm Lady gently caressed Joy's chest, gazing up at his visage, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculpture. Her dreamy eyes seemingly beholding a flawless creation. A superhero like you has come into this world with a purpose. The people, the corporations, the government, they're all mired in corruption. They require a leader, a role model, a hero, to elevate them to greatness and purity. Isn't there enough already with the Homeland heroes and the Super 7? Joy's remark was not truly a question. Deep down, he had already formulated a tentative answer. If his previous indifference had rendered him oblivious to the peculiarities of the superhero collective, then after encountering two members of the Super 7, he could not help but harbor suspicions, especially since this Super 7 appeared to be affiliated with the company led by the notorious Chicken Uncle, Stan Edgar, as CEO of Vought. The visage of Chicken Uncle has masqueraded across various universes as a drug dealer with a penchant for poultry, a ruthless warlord in the Central American islands, and a governor of a star sector with a notorious reputation in the Empire of Stars. Following this preconceived notion, Joy believed there would be no exception in this universe. Vought must surely harbor sinister secrets. The Super 7 are commendable, living up to their vocation. The Patriot is admirable, both patriotic and innocent, yet he has reached his limits and is excessively obstinate. However, you are different. You are still a promising youth. Join us and become a hero. I can help you attain perfection, akin to that of a deity. Upon uttering this phrase, Stormfront raised her gaze to observe Joy, detecting the hesitation in his expression. She then let her hand, which had rested upon his chest, slide downward, encircling him with both arms. Her face gradually brushed against Joy's chest, while her other hand caressed his back. Standing a head shorter than Joy allowed her to catch the fragrance wafting from his hair. I recall you stating that you could do anything for me. Does that truly mean anything? I mentioned not engaging in any illegal activities, madam. Joy, having experienced two tumultuous phases of adolescence, totaling over 40 years, was naturally equipped to withstand such overt advances. Legally speaking, any entanglement with a minor constitutes a federal offense. I'm not asking you to commit any illegal acts. It is I who am the lawbreaker, not you, when you agree. One significant downside of reincarnation is that one must once again traverse the trials of adolescence. During this phase, youths are often exuberantly driven by hormones, leading them to act against their true intentions and make grievously erroneous judgments. For instance, at this moment, Joy found Clara's words to hold a semblance of validity. Hello, everyone. I am a superhero trainee with 12.5 years of practice, Starlight. How does one become a superhero? Firstly, you must discover your innate talent, followed by image crafting, character packaging, participating in auditions, garnering media exposure, securing brand endorsements, and performing on stage. Of course, there's a small portion dedicated to righteous deeds, yet the ultimate goal serves to facilitate the aforementioned endeavors. Annie January, hailing from Iowa, is a superhero endowed with the innate ability to manipulate electricity, possessing immense strength and the capacity to fly. After enduring years of rigorous training, coupled with her modest talent, she has finally ascended to the prestigious stage of America's next great hero. As long as she triumphs in this audition, she will succeed the retiring light bearer, ascending to the ranks of a nation's most formidable and renowned superhero organization, the Super 7, thereby becoming a true superhero. Starlight approaches this opportunity with a seriousness that transcends mere ambition. Her commitment is not to the glitzy aspects of stardom, the singing, dancing, and rapping, but rather to the authentic essence of being a superhero. This entails harboring hope, combating evil, and saving the world, embodying the true spirit of altruism. For years, she has participated in auditions like a marionette, witnessing and enduring countless indignities, drugs, discrimination, and exploitation. She has observed many willing to share beds with powerful figures, all in pursuit of becoming the celebrated superhero. Yet, these experiences have not extinguished her intrinsic nature nor completely obliterated the flickering dream of heroism hidden within her heart. She firmly believes that once she joins the Super Seven, everything will transform. Finally liberated from her puppet-like existence, she will reclaim her true self, a hero needed by the world. Chapter 10. Witness the Revelation. What is the sensation of disillusionment? Starlight, Annie January, can illuminate this for you after enduring a series of trials. Since the tender age of 10, she has performed, hairspray in hand, covering Britney Spears songs, sacrificing all personal interests solely to gain entry into the Super 7. Yet, the cruel reality is that the WOD company has left her waiting for news upon her arrival in New York. She has passed the ultimate test of America's next great hero, merely a step away from the towering WOT headquarters in downtown Manhattan. However, reality often proves harsh. Despite her tireless efforts, they pale in comparison to the fleeting whims of others. The vacancy in the Super 7 has slipped away from her grasp, filled by an enigmatic newcomer, one who has never participated in auditions, never graced the media, and whose background remains shrouded in mystery. What then was the purpose of her relentless endeavors? The protracted auditions, the feigned smiles, all her sacrifices, were they merely to serve as a supporting player to someone else? Absolutely not. Madeline, the de facto power within the WOT company, will not allow this to transpire. Starlight is our carefully selected gem. She emerged victorious from a year-long reality competition, capturing the hearts of the public. Thousands are willing to lavish their earnings to support her, purchasing various merchandise and albums. Moreover, I have already notified the shareholders, preparing to announce her as the new American sweetheart at the annual shareholders meeting. How can I now present a sudden replacement of the American sweetheart with an unknown newcomer? She gazed at the stack of documents on her desk, prominently adorned with the visage and name of Joey Joseph Kent. Madeline had to concede that this individual, known as JoJo, possessed a strikingly handsome appearance that appealed to all ages. However, she could not simply cast aside the winner of the American Hero competition in favor of someone she did not know. Such a decision could profoundly tarnish the credibility of Water Corporation and directly contravene its long-standing principles. Stan Edgar stifled a laugh at the mention of principles. Come now, Madeline. The principle of Water Corporation has always been the absence of principles. If we were to adhere to principles, the company would have collapsed long ago. In Stan Edgar's view, Madeline seemed oblivious to her true responsibilities. She was not accountable to Water Corporation itself, but rather to its shareholders. The stock price was one matter, while the sentiments of shareholders were another. This time, the major shareholders had spoken. If the stock price were to plummet, they could recoup their losses through preemptive selling and shorting, only to repurchase shares later. Conversely, should the stock price rise, which he personally believed was more likely, everyone would be content. What enchantment did this individual possess to inspire such unwavering faith? Madeline scrutinized the data, finding the abilities of this newcomer to the Super 7 somewhat eerily familiar. Supervision, super hearing, super strength, super defense, and the ability to fly. Would he not clash with a national brand? Every choice within the Super 7 aimed at carving out a differentiated niche in order to maximize the fan economy across various segments. Starlight could perfectly fill the void we have in the realm of female heroes. Let us not delude ourselves, Madeline. Since the inception of Water Corporation, the annual market research department's rankings of the most popular superheroes have featured only Queen Maeve as a tenuous entry in the top 10. The truth is in the realm of superheroes. The vast majority of audiences do not favor women who are neither alluring nor overly sentimental, preoccupied with their own concerns. They prefer an alpha male, imbued with compassion and a steel physique, willing to forsake the self, shoulder all burdens, and save the world. Stan Edgar adjusted his tie, exuding elegance and authority, then turned to leave Madeline's office, leaving behind an unequivocal directive. Of course, the primary reason is the board's decision. Your sole responsibility is to execute it. Do not concern yourself with competitive products. The national brand is merely one of Water Corporation's more successful offerings. You must understand, heroes come and go, but water stands eternal. How about this uniform? Or this one? And this? I believe it is imperative to have a cloak, much like those worn by the people of my homeland. At this moment, Storm is surrounded by nearly all of Watson's premier makeup artists, stylists, and brand managers, bustling around the bare-chested joy as a mother might. diligently selecting the perfect attire for her son. She presents him with an array of design sketches, overwhelming him with choices. Have you decided on your code name? She inquires. I can have someone from marketing help you come up with a perfect one. No, thank you. I have already settled on it. For Joy, a being from Krypton. There is no room for deliberation regarding his title. Let us just call me Superman. Superman? Storm pauses, momentarily taken aback by the name. A blush creeping across her face as her gaze at Joy becomes more infatuated. She gently caresses his chest, her words laced with terms he cannot comprehend. Indeed, Superman, Ubermensch. You are truly my Bermensch, little Joy. Ahem. What about the uniform, madam? The brand manager interjects at an opportune moment, interrupting Storm's nearly compromising display. I've discussed with Ashley from PR, and we were considering a color scheme of gold and green, with a sunflower motif on the chest and a sun symbol on the mask. Of course, we could include a cloak, perhaps in black and white stripes, featuring a bald eagle at the center. This could symbolize the primary crops of Kansas, wheat, corn, and sunflowers, along with dairy cattle, while also expressing patriotism. No, that won't do. Joy instinctively knows that such an outfit would appear utterly ludicrous, a caricature of Kansas and American stereotypes that would lead to immediate social ostracism. To elaborate, I personally hold a strong aversion to the bald eagle. It is a morally corrupt bird, large yet adept at thievery, often pilfering food from other birds, such as ospreys. Furthermore, designing one's own uniform does not necessitate such a multitude of minds brainstorming. In another universe, the DC editorial team has already made comprehensive preparations. Designing your uniform is absolutely out of the question. Besides, the bald eagle is our national bird. Such sentiments should never be voiced in front of a camera. The brand manager certainly cannot allow Joy to speak recklessly. After all, how could a 16-year-old possibly grasp the nuances of appealing to the target audience better than a team of professionals, graduates from esteemed business and design schools? Fortunately, Storm swiftly intervenes to halt the meaningless debate. Enough. The brand manager finds renewed confidence, winking at Joy. It should be as such. Matters of professionalism should be entrusted to those of us who are experts. I meant for you to be silent. In the presence of Joy, who had always appeared gentle and considerate, Storm unleashed a swift slap upon the dignity of this innocent yet incessantly chattering worker. Joy, a member of the Super Seven, stood as one of the world's mightiest superheroes, capable of pursuing any endeavor he desired. At this moment, Madeline Steelville, the assistant to the CEO of Water Corporation and the actual executor of the company's decisions, stood at the center of the grand auditorium stage, presenting this year's achievements to all investors during the annual shareholder meeting, aiming to bolster their confidence. She detailed the box office successes of the G-Men, the transformative impact of the water streaming platform on public entertainment, and the soaring annual net profits of water. Most crucially, she addressed the superheroes of water. With the unexpected retirement of the Lantern, the Super 7 required a new hero, and the reality show America's Next Hero had just crowned its champion. The American sweetheart Starlight from Iowa. Water had poured substantial resources into this selection process, establishing a solid fan base for Starlight. However, the board, shrouded in secrecy, had parachuted in an entirely unheralded superhero, effortlessly usurping Starlight's position, rendering all prior marketing efforts futile. Yet it was too late for any protest. Resignedly, Madeline read aloud from the hastily prepared teleprompter. Now, I am pleased to introduce a special surprise, a new member of the Super 7, to the astonishment of the audience. The spotlight did not illuminate the center stage as expected, but rather focused on the dome above. Faster than a speeding bullet, mightier than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look up to the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, Superman. Chapter 11. The concerns of the patriotic. A hush fell over the podium, followed by a cascade of whispers. The majority of the audience consisted of fervent fans constantly attuned to Water's updates, investment managers wielding millions, and swift-footed media reporters. Their prior information indicated that the new recruit should have been the recently victorious American sweetheart Starlight, not this so-called Superman. Yet, all doubts dissipated in the presence of the figure clad in a red cape, descending from the heavens like a deity, soon to be met with waves of cheers and applause. Superman! Superman! Countless cameras and smartphones rose, their incessant flashes rendering the stage lights pale by comparison. Superman gracefully descended along the illuminated path, his Herculean physique transforming every captured image into a work of art. Oh, the patriotic citizens must surely be seething with indignation. In the shadows, Queen Maeve observed the figure clad in a dark blue bodysuit made of metallic fibers as it tore through the beams of the spotlight. As he descended gracefully, the crimson cape fluttered in the wind, and the golden reds on his chest gleamed under the flashes of light, prompting her to reflect. Aside from the alteration of the flag-themed cape to a solid red and the prominent letters added to the chest, this uniform bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Patriot. Initially, she had no desire to attend this annual display of bravado, and neither did anyone else in the Seven. However, as one privy to Joy's background, Maeve felt compelled to witness the spectacle for herself, particularly the more thrilling events unfolding behind the scenes. When the world is happening, Madeline? Madeline had barely settled into her office chair when she noticed the Patriot storming in, pacing furiously in front of her desk, fuming. That new kid's uniform is a complete theft of my design. Is that the sole reason for your outburst? Madeline felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. From the outset, as the Patriots' manager and now the second-in-command at Vought, her ascent to this position would have been impossible without the Patriots' illustrious presence. Nearly 2 decades had passed, and she could no longer conceal the passage of time etched upon her face, while the Patriot remained as radiant as ever, seemingly untouched by the years. This disparity was not only physical, but psychological. Before her, the Patriot often behaved like a child who had yet to mature. "Come here," she beckoned, shifting from her office chair to the nearby sofa. Tucking a strand of her golden hair behind her ear, she extended her slender fingers toward the Patriot. The anger on his face dissipated, and this seemingly invincible superhuman approached her submissively, akin to a puppy seeking comfort. "You know what I mean, Madeline?" "Yes, I do." With a maternal tenderness, Madeline caressed the Patriot's face, and he responded, as was his custom, by reclining on her lap, burying his face against her abdomen, allowing her to tousle his golden locks at will. "The company placed that thing in my team to usurp my position, and I shall not allow it." Although Madeline could no longer compete with the ravages of time, it was undeniable that she had once been a striking beauty. Over the years spent working alongside the Patriot, they had undoubtedly forged a bond that transcended mere professional ties. "No, my dear, it is not as you perceive." Madeline gently arranged the golden locks of the Homelander, akin to sorting through her own thoughts. There were certain matters she found utterly impossible to broach with this colossal infant. The Homelander stood as the most valuable intellectual property of Vought Corporation. The worth he generated alone rivaled that of the entire G-Man. His existence had restored billions of dollars to Vought. His impeccable brand image, unparalleled superpowers, and widespread public appeal were among the myriad reasons for his prominence as the leader of the Seven. However, such status is not immutable. Nothing remains constant. Vought operated seamlessly even before the advent of the Homelander. The mere recollection of the deeper insights she encountered upon ascending to the upper echelons of the company sent a wave of anxiety rushing through Madeline. "What is the matter?" The Homelander turned his face towards her, resting the back of his head on her thigh, locking eyes with her. "I can see your heart racing like a fawn." In that moment, Madeline realized that when in the presence of someone capable of discerning every intricate detail of her being, it was indeed unwise to entertain such chaotic thoughts. "It's simply because I beheld your handsome visage, my superhero." She lifted his cheek and kissed him directly, as she had done countless times before. The Homelander reciprocated her affection with enthusiasm, unfazed by the passage of time that had rendered her older, just as he always had. Perhaps, as the great figure of the 82nd floor had articulated, heroes may come and go, yet Vought stands eternal. At that moment, Ashley Barrett, head of public relations and human resources, found herself in a state of utter disarray, not due to the last-minute decision to alter the lineup of the Seven, which she knew to be a trivial affair in her role as PR chief. Just a few days prior, despite the chaos caused by a train wreck, which had claimed at least 3 innocent lives, she had managed to craft a narrative of an indomitable superhero, the fastest person in the world. This was merely an inconsequential scandal, incapable of shaking Vaught's image. The true source of her distress lay in the fact that the beneficiaries and victims of this scandal had just crossed paths. The original candidate, American sweetheart Starlight, was currently awaiting news in her hotel room, and Ashley was determined to find the negligent security personnel responsible for this debacle and dismiss them on the spot. You were the one who instructed us to upload Starlight's face into the access control system yesterday, whispered her assistant. Upon hearing this, Ashley's composure shattered completely. For heaven's sake, shut your mouth. Now, Starlight had come knocking, directly entangling herself with the Superman backstage. Witnessing this scene, Ashley suddenly recalled that Queen Maeve had also attended the shareholders' meeting that day, and she frantically scanned the vicinity for her, as if searching for a lifeline. However, the once observing Queen Maeve, arms akimbo, had long since vanished from sight. Islington's heart sank, drenched in sweat, as she anxiously tugged at her hair, grasping it in handfuls. These two were no ordinary individuals, nor even typical superhumans. The quarrels of ordinary people might escalate from mere verbal disputes to physical confrontations, eventually necessitating intervention from security. But if these two felt that verbal sparring was insufficient and opted instead for a direct confrontation, what would become of Wada Tower? You are the supercilious scoundrel who usurped my rightful place? The fury of Starlight was palpable. It was unfathomable to her that something she had painstakingly pursued for years could be so easily snatched away by someone she had never even heard of. Anyone would find it impossible to swallow such indignation. Joy had just emerged from the grand dome of the conference, dazzling in the spotlight and basking in the audience's adulation. When he retreated backstage, his steps light and buoyant. "Excuse me, who are you?" he inquired, bewildered. "You." Impulsiveness is a trait often reserved for the young, and anyone hearing such a remark would be infuriated, especially Starlight, who was no meek damsel. In a fit of rage, she yearned to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the lights on stage began to flicker, and a colossal energy began to coalesce within Starlight's eyes and hands. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," Islington fretted, envisioning the catastrophic consequences of her mismanagement leading to Wada Tower's demolition, resulting in millions of dollars in losses, her immediate dismissal by the board, expensive litigation, and ultimately, being blacklisted in the industry, left destitute, her credit cards maxed out, homeless, and tragically overdosing on the streets. Chapter 12. Starlight. Joy observed Starlight, harnessing her energy, his demeanor shifting from nonchalance to caution. He swiftly grasped the pure white cloak behind her, propelling them through the window and soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In his grasp, Starlight emitted a blinding light, potent enough to dazzle all present, before falling silent. Joy exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens. I thought you were about to self-destruct." Starlight, realizing her earlier loss of control, felt her mind clear as they ascended to the stratosphere's frigid heights. Yet, her anger simmered. She struggled and turned to Joy, demanding, "Let go of me." "Fine." With Starlight in such a state, Joy had no choice but to acquiesce. As he released her, Starlight began to plummet freely. Witnessing her delayed realization and ensuing screams, Joy dove downward, catching her in a princess embrace. "So you can't fly, and yet you want me to let go? This has nothing to do with you." Starlight, both embarrassed and furious in Joy's arms, found herself powerless at such heights. Unable to move, only wishing to strike his chest in frustration. "My superpowers rely entirely on electricity. Without it, I am powerless." Upon hearing this, Joy could not help but curl his lip in disdain. What a trivial superpower. What if tomorrow the Kryptonians or the apocalypse invade? Are you going to space with a hefty lithium battery strapped to your back? You must have watched too many Victory Comics. Victory Comics is a superhero series under the Watt Company, commanding nearly 90% of the American comic market. Starlight had begun her foray into heroism at a young age. Though initially, she fancied herself as clever as the Tech Knight from the comics, adept at unmasking alien invaders, or like Captain America, effortlessly obliterating extraterrestrial ships with heat vision. Yet, reality was far less glamorous. The villains she encountered were mostly petty thieves robbing convenience stores or gas stations. Achoo! In a high-altitude atmosphere, the dense moisture made Starlight sneeze unexpectedly. Joy furrowed his brow, recalling his father Jonathan's advice that a gentleman should exhibit chivalry. He draped his cape around the woman cradled in his arms, but she clearly did not appreciate the gesture. "Are you foolish? I'm a metahuman, not afraid of a little chill." Despite her words, Starlight instinctively wrapped herself tightly in the red cloak, perhaps seeking a semblance of security amidst the vast heights. "Have you calmed down now?" Joy pondered that lingering in the skies with this woman was not conducive to his urgent desire to return to learn magic from Storm Clara. "Promise me, once we descend, you will control your emotions and refrain from harming innocent bystanders, and I shall take you back." I never intended to harm any innocents. Enveloped in a cloak, Starlight, frustrated, struck Joy's chest with her fists. The only one I wish to harm is you. However, Joy countered, that process of harming me would clearly jeopardize innocent lives. Without clarity in their conversation, Joy was not inclined to release this ticking time bomb back to the surface. I truly cannot fathom you metahumans. You wield lethal powers with abandon. What will you do when irreversible damage is inflicted? Starlight's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and the potential consequences of her actions suddenly filled her with dread. Yet, she could not resist the instinct to argue back. I'm sorry, but what do you mean by you metahumans? Are you not also a metahuman? I'm certainly not. Observing Starlight's regret, Joy soared towards the Watt Tower. I am an alien who landed on Earth over a decade ago, raised by my adoptive parents. Starlight covered her face, rendered speechless. The sentiments Joy expressed seemed reminiscent of the origins of Captain America in the comics. Though the narrative had been rewritten over the past decade due to the immigration discourse, transforming the character into a Native American, having been thoroughly immersed in a manga, the individual found themselves besieged by an overwhelming sense of dual defeat, both physically and psychologically. Unable to retaliate and fully aware of their own shortcomings, they felt an acute sense of shame. Shortly thereafter, Joy escorted Starlight to the pinnacle of the Watt Tower. After gently placing her on the rooftop terrace, Joy prepared to hasten back to his lodgings at the Trump Tower, intent on diligently studying magic. However, Starlight, having regained her composure, tugged lightly at his cloak. My name is Annie Jane Rye. I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier, she said. Joy's expression hardened as he interrupted her, ascending into the air to look down upon her. Annie, you need not apologize to me. Such an attack could not harm me. You owe an apology to those present. Had I not intervened in time, the consequences would have far exceeded a mere apology. With that, Joy soared away towards his residence, leaving Starlight shouting from the rooftop, Hey, shouldn't you have returned me to my original floor? Isn't there electricity in the Watt Tower? Only the echoes of Joy's voice responded amidst the wind. The notion of flight existed solely in Starlight's theoretical understanding. She had never truly attempted to soar, not even on flat ground. Contemplating the prospect of flying from such a height filled her with trepidation. Ultimately, she resorted to brute force to pry open the rooftop door and locate the elevator to return to her previous floor. I was wondering if you would return, Starlight. Upon her return, she intended to retrieve her backpack left behind. The backstage area had been completely cleared, leaving only a sharply dressed African-American man seated in the center of the lounge, awaiting her arrival. This man exuded an aura of quiet authority, his every gesture commanding respect. He gestured slightly, prompting a figure clad in black stealth gear to emerge silently from the shadows behind Starlight, sending a chill down her spine. This was Schwanza, a member of the Super Seven, renowned as a master of stealth and a silent assassin. Yet in this moment, Schwanza exhibited none of the cold-blooded demeanor one might expect. Instead, he dutifully complied with the man's instructions, retrieving a chair from elsewhere and placing it before them. Please, have a seat, the imposing African-American man introduced himself. I am Stan Edgar. You may have heard my name. Is that all? Nothing more? Meanwhile, Joy was engrossed in his hotel room, flipping through document after document provided by Storm, each page tinged with yellowing edges, indicative of their age. Like the previous materials, these documents were indeed substantial but excessively fragmented, leaving him unable to construct a cohesive picture of the magical landscape. Do not fret. I have already sought out his descendants. However, the information is scattered and will require considerable time to organize. For now, I can only provide a portion of what I have scanned. The sound of rushing water emanated from the adjacent bathroom as Stormfront, mid-sentence, nudged the bathroom door ajar and extended her hand, beckoning towards Joy. Have you completed your research? If so, could you kindly pass me the towel? Joy, ever eager to assist, responded with alacrity. Certainly, I'll fetch it right away. Chapter 13. Invincible Cheers. Stan Edgar raised his glass, smiling as he toasted to all present in the boardroom. Shortly after the conclusion of the annual shareholders meeting, following the announcement of the new product, Superman, the stock price of Vought International surged by 10, hitting its ceiling and closing at that peak. It was anticipated that this momentum would persist for the next several days, truly a cause for celebration for any publicly traded company. On the surface, Vought International presented itself as a media entertainment company operating superheroes. However, both he and the powerful figures on Wall Street, who truly orchestrated the nation's affairs, understood the core of Vaught's existence lay in the compound V. By administering this substance to a diverse array of individuals, ranging from pregnant women and infants to teenagers and adults, while discarding the majority of waste, they selected the most exceptional candidates to form their superhero teams. Homelander emerged as the most remarkable product of this initiative, a test tube baby born in a laboratory surpassing all predecessors. From the moment of his inception, he was a superhuman. He tore through his mother's womb upon birth, learned to fly before the umbilical cord was severed, and unleashed heat vision that obliterated nearly all medical staff present in the delivery room. Yet, Homelander had existed for decades. From 1984 to 2019, he was perceived by the outside world as merely an anomaly. There were doubts about Vaught's capacity to replicate such an extraordinary being. However, with the advent of Superman, all skepticism dissipated. As Stan Edgar clinked glasses with one shareholder after another, he recognized the true serendipity of the situation. Superman was not a product of Vaught's laboratory. His origins remained shrouded in mystery, intertwined with remnants of Nazi ideology embodied by Stormfront, potentially becoming an entity even more perilous than Homelander. Yet, as an old Eastern adage suggests, drink and be merry today. The expectation of doubling stock value within a single quarter lay before them, and there was no need for him to appear sober amidst a sea of inebriation. After all, Vaught's triumph or failure was not necessarily tethered to individual success or failure. In their eyes, no matter how formidable these so-called superheroes were, they could not defy the laws of society or physics. True power invariably stemmed from authority, not brute force. What did it mean that the Seven must be implanted with tracking devices? On the very first day of his official foray into the realm of superheroes, Joy found himself amusingly entertained by a little girl before him. "Do I really have to report my whereabouts to you?" Observing this, Ashley promptly rushed over to pull her somewhat naive assistant aside, pondering the audacity of these new recruits. "I apologize, Superman. What I meant to convey is that this is for your safety, in case we are unable to assist you in a moment of peril." Ashley, having encountered various superhumans in her line of work, knew all too well that some could be quite ruthless, capable of breaking bones at the slightest provocation. It was imperative to tread carefully around superhumans, particularly those with ties to the board. A single displeased individual could render you incapacitated, leaving you without recourse for redress. Who do we have here, defying company protocol on their very first day? Joy turned to see a compatriot clad in a uniform strikingly similar to his own. Apart from the golden hair, this Superman bore an uncanny resemblance to those he had seen in films. "What's up, fellow countrymen?" Joy greeted enthusiastically, enveloping him in an unexpected embrace, catching the stoic individual off guard, who had been preparing to deliver a lesson in workplace hierarchy. "Which planet are you from? Is your childhood spaceship still operational? May I take a look?" Joy had previously scoured the internet for information about compatriots, but the results were a chaotic mix of rumors. Some claimed he was an extraterrestrial raised by local parents, while others insisted he was a native-born citizen. Nonetheless, a casual inquiry seemed harmless. Who knows, he might just be a fellow local. "I assure you, I am no extraterrestrial. I am a bona fide American." The compatriot was somewhat taken aback that this young man knew the origin story of his own nascent career, a narrative that had long since been rewritten by editorial hands. How many major crises has this world faced? Have any extraterrestrial visitors sought us out? "Child, you've indulged too much in comic books and VCU videos." The compatriot observed this new member of the team, who was peppering him with questions like an eager fan. Compared to the others, who were often duplicitous, he found this young man rather endearing. "Listen, why don't you carry a tracker? Being a superhero is fraught with danger. Should anything happen, I could come to your aid." Joy found some merit in this advice, especially since it came from Superman. Had the so-called Superman from the primary universe uttered such words, he would have accepted them without a hint of doubt. However, having encountered titans like the train engine and Queen Maeve, along with the realization that this compatriot clearly did not align with the established signals, everything began to appear particularly dubious. However, one might as well investigate this so-called tracker. At worst, I could just hold on to it and later dispose of it in the toilet. "You intend to implant this contraption beneath my skin?" "Joy, situated in the equipment department adjacent to the Water Criminal Analysis Division, examined the small object in his hand, which somewhat resembled a vacuum tube, albeit slightly larger than a grain of rice, and glanced around at the array of equipment surrounding him. This seems implausible. Do you have any idea how arduous it is for me to shave every day? Everyone who arrives here believes themselves to be invulnerable. The technician responsible for the tracker implantation waggled the probe in his hand. A nanoscale retractable probe, swift in and out, it can be inserted with merely a shallow incision. Come on. Joy boldly extended his arm, confident that many would dismiss the risks. After all, if the valuable perforation probe were to be damaged, it would not be his responsibility. Damn. After breaking the third needle, the technician finally relented. This is the last one. It absolutely cannot be wasted on you. To procure a new batch would require going through the OA process, which would halt our entire department for 1 to 2 weeks. How about this? Joy suggested. I will take the tracker, and we will pretend that we have both fulfilled our obligations. Shall we? Stan Edgar observed the footage from the equipment department on the 82nd floor, deep in thought. Thus, this Superman is indeed akin to the invulnerable individuals of our nation. Chapter 14. Humanity and Superhumanity. What is the true extent of the disparity between superhumans and ordinary individuals? Should you peruse all the confidential files within the Water Public Relations Department, you would uncover numerous living examples, or, conversely, instances of those who have met their demise. For instance, the case that Ashley is currently handling involves a locomotive that, for reasons unknown, went berserk and collided at full speed with a woman standing by the roadside, resulting in her immediate death. Even the term mangled seems insufficient. Aside from her 2 hands, the rest of her body was shattered into a literal powder by the high-velocity impact. Her remains dispersed evenly across the entire roadway. This nameless girl was struck down while engaged in a romantic conversation with her boyfriend at the edge of the street. And it is this very boyfriend who poses the greatest challenge, as he is the only one yet to sign a non-disclosure agreement. By the way, Ashley called her assistant. Remember to pay special attention to this individual. If necessary, offer him a bit more money to prevent him from escalating this matter. For those avaricious media outlets cannot be placated with a mere 45,000. What's his name again? The assistant pulled out his notebook and jotted down a few notes. Huey Campbell, an ordinary clerk at a computer store in New York. His daily routine consists of going to work, returning home, engaging in playful banter with his girlfriend, Robin, catching up on the latest productions featuring his beloved water superheroes, and then sleeping, a repetitive cycle leading to a tranquil existence. For several years, he lived in a state of unremarkable existence until the moment his inner belief shattered, when the fastest man in the world collided with Robin, reducing her to a mere puddle of flesh under the locomotive's blinding speed. He found himself clutching the remnants of her severed hands. He watched as the blood-stained train vanished without a trace, devoid of remorse, as if such an event was merely routine for a so-called superhero. When he regained his senses, the lawyers from Vought Enterprises were already seated at the negotiation table, presenting him with a check for $45,000, the value placed on one of the most significant people in his life, murdered by this so-called superhero. Reason urged Huey to sign the confidentiality agreement and accept the check, which was framed as humanitarian compensation, yet felt more like a gag order. Fear and greed whispered in his ear. This is Vought, the entity that oversees all superheroes in the nation. Look what happened to Robin. They could treat you the same way. $45,000 is a substantial sum. The horrific image of Robin being obliterated by the train replayed endlessly in his mind. An inferno of rage scorching his soul and reason. Huey resolutely refused to sign such a confidentiality agreement. At that moment, he longed to shout, to seize the collar of the opposing lawyer and hurl him out of the window. No, I will not sign anything. Get out. These were the words Huey wished to express, but instead, he uttered, could I have a moment to consider? As previously mentioned, Huey Campbell was an ordinary employee, remarkably mundane and cautious. He lacked the courage and resources to directly confront a behemoth like Vought. Yet, this colossal monster would not retract its fangs merely because of the retreat of a meek individual. It would only intensify its oppression until the oppressed fell silent. News reports of Vaught's apologies looped incessantly across television, newspapers, and social media, portraying the train as an unwitting participant, merely pursuing bank robbers. With Robin fortuitously positioned in the middle of the road, Huey knew the truth. The train was not chasing any robbers, and his girlfriend had not dashed into the center of the street. Yet, his opinions were inconsequential, his perspective disregarded. The discourse was drowned out by countless self-media and fan commentary, all proclaiming the innocence of their beloved train, blaming instead the individual standing in the road. In the following days, Huey drifted through a haze, continuing the monotony of work and home, an ordinary man feeling utterly powerless. However, that was not the end of the story. A burly man with a thick beard approached him just before the end of the workday, revealing from his coat an emblem that read FBI warning, FBI agent Billy Butcher. When Butcher first laid eyes on the pitiable figure before him, he met Huey's gaze and perceived the seething fury concealed beneath his calm exterior, a reflection of his own past. He recognized that he had found the right person. With merely a slight nudge, Butcher could transform this individual into a weapon aimed squarely at Vought. "Where are you taking me?" Huey questioned, skeptical of Butcher's claims of being an FBI agent, although an inexplicable force compelled him to follow Butcher to an unknown destination. "Just come with me. I will broaden your horizons," Butcher replied, leading him to an underground bar that catered exclusively to the superhuman riffraff and their companions. Through some nonviolent means, he had secured entry. Butcher intended for Huey to embark on a path of no return. Rather than a bar, this establishment resembled an underground spectacle. Huey, reluctantly drawn in, was taken aback by the bizarre sights. For instance, Ant-Man was demonstrating how to shrink and expand. Elsewhere, a pair of flying super companions showcased the wonders of airborne flora. Even more astonishing to Huey was the familiar face of a well-known rubber man, a devout Christian who led a massive congregation. Yet this same individual, who frequently proclaimed on media platforms that all the transgressors should burn in hell, was now using his malleable physique to connect with a few young men nearby. Butcher lifted Huey's chin, which had fallen slightly. "There's something even more explosive awaiting you." In a surveillance room, a video played, revealing the train's head and one of his dubious friends boasting in a bar booth. "Did you know I accidentally swallowed a tooth when I went through that girl's body? Honestly, it was a bit disgusting, ha ha ha." Their laughter echoed like a casual discussion about squashing a cockroach, inflaming Huey's rage. He had never felt such agony and humiliation before. After idolizing these so-called superheroes for years, he was now face to face with the stark reality of their world. "I need you to do something for me," Butcher began, sensing the moment had arrived. He led the visibly conflicted Huey to a secluded corner. "You'll accept this confidentiality agreement, then add a stipulation for Vought Tower. Demand an apology from the train in person." He handed Huey a small black disc, resembling a piece of plastic. "This is a listening device. You must covertly attach it within Vought Tower as close to those superhumans as possible." "What? No, I can't. I'm not James Bond after all." In an instant, Huey contemplated the dire consequences should this matter come to light. His anger was swiftly extinguished by fear, for he recognized he was not cut out for this. Indeed, perhaps it would be best to retreat and reflect on Robin's fate. Opposing Vought would lead to a similar end, utter annihilation. "Did you just say something?" Huey sensed that he and Butcher were not alone in this corner. "I uttered not a word." Butcher, somewhat perplexed, discerned Huey's wavering resolve. Yet this was understandable. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront Vought. He retracted the listening devices, preparing to depart. "Wait." Huey pressed his hand upon the device. "Tell me precisely what I must do. What is the essence of a superhero's existence?" Last night, Joy had a deep yet accessible discussion with Stormfront Clara about the principles of superhero flight while they floated in bed, leading to a restless night. As he rose early to clock in at Vought Tower, this matter lingered in his thoughts. In the animated films and series he had watched in his previous life, superheroes primarily existed to save the world, or at the very least, to assist their neighbors. While it is possible that some superheroes are driven by less than noble intentions, it is undeniable that their actions are rooted in a fundamental altruism based on societal moral standards. This rendered the conflicts among superheroes largely ideological disputes or personal vendettas, rather than the current struggles driven by self-interest. Joy had often envisioned the Justice League's meetings, perhaps discussing world peace or the burdens Batman should bear. Yet, he had never considered that discussions about profit-sharing would take place. Indeed, it unfolded with alarming naturalness. In the morning's assembly, the translucent man, clad in his attire, initiated a fervent demand for the homeland to apply immediate pressure on Vought, urging the legal department to send cease and desist letters regarding the piracy of the Super 7 intellectual property, asserting that 4 of the income belonged to the heroes themselves, and piracy was akin to robbing them blind. Upon hearing the figure of 4, the wheelchair-bound train wreck visibly bristled, clearly uncomfortable with such a high percentage due to his African descent. Meanwhile, Queen Maeve, perpetually clutching her tequila during work hours, added fuel to the fire. Beside them, a figure resembling Batman, dressed in attire reminiscent of a character from Detective Conan, remained silent, exuding an air of mystery, while Aquaman, albeit quiet for some time, bore a somewhat shifty demeanor, far from that of a virtuous gentleman. To be candid, when Joy first arrived in this world, the initial 16 years were relatively uneventful. But everything shifted dramatically with the emergence of that raven. Joy seldom entertained such thoughts previously, as he believed dwelling on them could lead to an existential crisis. However, I can't help but ponder whether I have inadvertently stumbled into a superhero universe reminiscent of the San Fernando Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we refrain from showcasing such a crass side to newcomers right from the outset? The figure seated at the helm, known as Homelander, raised his hand to quell this meaningless debate, his countenance exuding an aura of righteousness akin to that of Superman from Joy's past memories. I do not intend to critique your pursuits for profit, but the primary vocation of a superhero is to rescue people. This is the sole matter I wish to address in today's meeting. At present, is Homelander the only sane individual within this superhero ensemble? Chapter 15. None of them are human. Behold this. Madeline, the vice president of Vought International, was presenting a photograph of a black man to the mayor of Baltimore, declaring her asking price, $300 million, and he is yours. Do not misconstrue this. It is not a matter of triangular trade, but rather a routine annual adjustment of hero contracts at Vought, akin to the NBA's transfer period. An exclusive 3-year deal at $300 million per year. And Prince Nubia, along with his entire campaign operation team, will belong to you, complete with a share of the associated intellectual property. Madeline's request is not excessively audacious. The significance of a superhero to a city is monumental, particularly in Baltimore, where both the demographic of people of color and crime rates are on a relentless ascent. $200 million for this Prince Nubia. Every politician is a seasoned businessman, and the mayor of Baltimore is no exception. This will allow me to persuade my city council and voters. Consider it carefully, Steve. Your city's crime rate continues to soar while your approval ratings plummet. Action must be taken to alter the perception of the electorate. Madeline comprehends these Democratic politicians so well that negotiating with them has become devoid of enjoyment. Do you believe this sum is better spent on an invulnerable superhero, packaged as a saint by us, or on a police force armed to the teeth, who would indiscriminately fire upon suspects with slightly darker skin? The mayor of Baltimore. Steve mused, of course, it would be better spent on the police force, as they indeed risk their lives to effect change and follow his directives. While most superheroes merely put on a facade, naturally, such sentiments could only be uttered silently, for the majority of his constituents would undoubtedly opt for the former. Everyone yearns for an omnipotent superhero to alter their lamentable circumstances, yet few are willing to recognize that these so-called Vought superheroes are, in fact, human beings, not the saints or messiahs depicted in the propaganda. Yet the mayor happens to be aware of this. If I were to reveal my knowledge regarding Compound V, the mayor leaned towards Madeline, his body language betraying a threatening posture. As previously articulated, every politician is a proficient merchant, and merchants invariably possess their own leverage. Madeline, we are friends, are we not? Friends can always assist one another. Although Madeline's heart stirred at the mention of Compound 5, her demeanor remained unperturbed. $300 million. If you do not purchase, we shall sell it to Atlanta. What an inefficient revenue model, Stan Edgar mused as he perused Walter's quarterly financial report. He had never been particularly fond of Walter Company's current primary operations. Since the dawn of the 21st century, with the advent of new media, Walter Company had further expanded its influence to nearly the entirety of the entertainment sector. From Hollywood to San Fernando, receiving a contract from Walter Company was a matter of pride, and the company's stock price soared, prompting all to exclaim its flourishing success. By marketing superheroes to various cities, Walter Company achieved stable revenues. However, such a means of generating income was ultimately a process rather than an end in itself. deploying superheroes to uphold law and order publicly establish their legal authority, while simultaneously intertwining their efforts with political campaigns, thereby infiltrating both chambers of Congress. The subsequent and crucial step was the militarization of superheroes. The operational superheroes were formidable weapons. Utilizing them for urban security was akin to employing a massive vessel for mere fishing, an egregious misapplication of resources. Of course, this assertion was also a ruse to deceive the populace, as the vast majority of Walter's superheroes lacked both discipline and valor. Sending them into battle was like dispatching a fuel-laden tanker to a war zone. Merely a glance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, Walter had conducted sufficient promotional campaigns to convince the public that superheroes could indeed unleash their prowess on a grander stage. The next task was merely to advocate for legislative action until Walter's ultimate objective was realized: the transition of Walter Company's products, namely superheroes, from the realm of entertainment to that of military application. The 5 major Hollywood studios could toil for an entire year, amassing merely a few billion in box office receipts. While the Department of Defense's annual budget approached $800 billion, the disparity in profitability was evident. If one could carve out a piece of the larger pie, why squabble over scraps at a small table with those in the film industry? Furthermore, integrating into the national military system would yield additional benefits, some of which could scarcely be bought with money alone. After considerable negotiation, Huey ultimately reached an agreement. He would independently visit Walter Company to accept compensation, sign a non-disclosure agreement, and receive a personal apology from the locomotive. The security at Walter Tower's first floor exceeded Huey's expectations, with armed personnel on the second-floor balcony controlling all entrances. Huey thought that even a team of Navy SEALs would find it challenging to breach such a formidable defense. As Huey passed through security, a wave of anxiety washed over him, for he had concealed a listening device within the compartment of his phone case. Had the security personnel been even slightly attentive, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. "Thank you for your cooperation, sir," the security officer, much like the majority of office workers, opted for the path of least resistance. He merely picked up the phone, gave it a cursory glance, and waved Huey through. As Huey approached the conference room, the morning meeting of the 7 had just concluded, and he caught a glimpse of the newly unveiled superhero, Superman. A remarkably youthful individual whom Huey surmised might not have even completed high school. At that moment, the young man was embroiled in a heated debate with someone who appeared to be his assistant. "I'm not going. Don't use Madeline to pressure me. I don't even know her." Huey planned to excuse himself to the restroom, retrieve the listening device, and discreetly return to the conference room to affix it in a concealed location before making his exit. As he mentally rehearsed this sequence, Superman approached, and Huey, overwhelmed with anxiety, collided headlong into him. The impact sent Huey teetering, nearly losing his balance. Joy, having just engaged in a dispute with the assistant assigned by Vought, instinctively caught the clumsy Huey, his attention previously absorbed in the argument. "Sorry, are you all right?" Huey felt a peculiar sensation, perhaps a form of PTSD induced by the superhero's presence, as an inexplicable chill coursed through him upon their contact. Fortunately, this irrational fear dissipated swiftly once they were no longer in contact. Otherwise, he doubted his ability to summon the courage needed to install the listening device in the conference room. While Huey plotted his covert operation, Joy, in his own manner, was voicing his grievances regarding the company. "Which beach bum thought it wise to have me attend a church seminar?" The assistant, receiving a reprimand, remained composed, unruffled by Joy's outburst. The marketing department conducted thorough research. Your target demographic aligns closely with churchgoers. Attending the evangelistic seminar is a mutually beneficial opportunity. You could garner fans from the congregation, while the church could attract followers from your fan base. Moreover, as part of your persona as a Kansas farm boy with steadfast beliefs, participating in a religious seminar in the name of faith seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? My belief is that if that deity you speak of wishes for me to attend, he will send me a text message, Joy retorted, extracting his phone from the ill-fitted Superman costume, lamenting the lack of pockets in the garb. "Damn it, why didn't I think to ask the costume department to make 2 pockets when they were designing this outfit?" In that moment, Joy realized that Batman's utility belt held a certain logic. With such an accessory, one need not worry about where to stow their mobile phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed on Joy's phone, a message from an unfamiliar number, stating that he could visit a certain location. A chill ran down Joy's spine as he hastily replied, "Who are you?" The response was chilling. "Not God, but Raven." "What the hell? You are still monitoring me?" Joy exclaimed, casting a glance at his own shadow, a movement that startled his assistant nearby. "Indeed, but not from within your shadow. I am employing a crystal ball." Joy could vividly imagine the scene. A sinister sorceress cloaked in black, lurking in a dim basement, hands encircling a crystal ball while emitting a cacophony of malevolent laughter. Meanwhile, Raven reclined languidly on the sofa of a hotel room within the Trump Tower, where Superman was currently residing. The distance to Superman's quarters was scarcely 30 meters, allowing her to effortlessly engage in her divination practices concerning him. As she scrolled through TikTok on her phone, her eyes occasionally darted to the coffee table, where a freshly activated magical crystal ball lay, almost obscured by various snack wrappers. While messaging Superman, she also indulged in the snacks scattered across the table. Engaging in divination to pry into another's affairs was undoubtedly unethical, a fact Raven fully acknowledged. However, allowing Superman and his morally dubious companions to continue unchecked could lead to unforeseen consequences. After conducting a thorough investigation around New York and its surroundings, Raven deemed it imperative to intervene once more. Otherwise, the Earth might find itself utterly unprepared to withstand the impending arrival of her father, the demonic entity known as the Three Palaces Demon. Chapter 16. Hell has become overly urbanized. Behold the nightmare of an atheist. A banana. At this moment, Joy was utterly disheartened, not due to being amidst a congregation, but rather because of the absurdity of this gathering. To be fair, even without experiencing the bizarre phenomenon of reincarnation in a past life, Joy maintained a relatively open attitude toward such matters. He did not possess faith, but he acknowledged the rationality of their existence. It is rare for a political entity to establish a viable bureaucratic system to exert its power since the feudal era, as power never exists in a vacuum. Thus, for the vast majority of feudal rulers, the necessity to conscript soldiers and levy taxes meant they had to employ this remarkably suitable tool, which over the years has evolved into its current form. For the common folk, this phenomenon is not entirely devoid of significance, although its ultimate core principle revolves around extracting money from their pockets. The initial provision of spiritual solace is indeed a tangible reality. A single exceedingly dreadful day is often sufficient to shatter the seemingly robust psychological defenses of most individuals, and during such times, anything may slip through the cracks. However, Joy believed that a banana could hardly transform an atheist into a creationist. At that moment, the pastor seated beside him was earnestly brandishing a banana, attempting to argue that it was a divine creation rather than a product of natural evolution. His specific assertions revolved around a banana's shape, which perfectly conformed to the human hand, its ease of peeling akin to that of a can, and its diameter being ideally suited to fit within a human mouth, a litany of absurdities. Joy was on the verge of losing his composure, especially as he observed the captivated audience below, prompting an internal monologue rife with disdain. How could these fools not realize that the sweet, delectable banana is hardly a product of natural evolution? When will we experience another catastrophic fungal blight that leaves only the coarse, starchy, seed-laden ancestral bananas for these people to gnaw on? That would surely silence them. Walter had instructed him merely to sit there, maintain a smile, and await the pastor's conclusion before departing. However, Joy lamented the impending psychological toll. In summary, the entire philosophy surrounding the creation of the banana purportedly demonstrated the genius of the creator. Thankfully, Joy had lost track of time, preoccupied with thoughts of escaping rather than contemplating when the Raven would arrive. He was uncertain if he possessed any extraordinary wisdom, but he knew that remaining there any longer would soon lead him to become utterly foolish. To his astonishment, the elderly pastor beside him placed a hand on his shoulder, disregarding Joy's threatening glance, and quietly pushed a script toward him. "Now, please welcome Superman, the Son of God from Kansas, to share with us the miraculous nature of the Creator." Perhaps this old chap believed that as a newcomer to Walter's company, Joy would be too embarrassed to refuse or too timid to deny the church a favor by reading this absurd piece meant to deceive the gullible. Witnessing others deceive fools was one thing. Personally engaging in such deception was an entirely different matter. If Joy truly wished to thrive by deceiving the naive, He could have simply followed the path of most of his peers, becoming an office journalist, basking in air conditioning, and fabricating news from online commentary, rather than applying for foreign assignments and enduring the hardships of war. Well then, dear friends, it is time to enlighten you about the origins of the banana. Joy glanced over the article, even more intellectually vacuous than the previous discourse on bananas. To recite it in its entirety without breaking into laughter would be a challenge worthy of the most skilled jesters. So he opted not to read it. The banana you speak of has no connection to the creator. It is merely a hybrid product. Spare us the pretense of superiority with this genetically flawed, artificial variety. The crowd below stirred slightly, and the assistant's expression shifted, but Joy remained unfazed, even preparing to set off for Africa to procure an authentic ancestral banana. In a moment, whoever dares to oppose his words on sight shall have that object thrust into their eyes, allowing them to comprehend the essence of natural evolution. Is it not amusing? As Joy ascended, he discovered that the raven had already been waiting for him amidst the clouds. You summoned me here merely to witness a farce. Joy was quite displeased. His time was exceedingly valuable, devoted daily to the study of magic. The tasks assigned by the water company could be postponed. Yet who could have foreseen he would be lured here to have his intelligence insulted? No, I have come to demonstrate just how foolish humanity can be. Are you out of your mind? The Raven's retort ignited Joy's fury. Are you about to deliver yet another lecture on how I should lead and protect them? How many times must I reiterate that I am no Clark Kent, a deity imbued with humanity, nor can I emulate Spider-Man to become a friendly neighbor to the masses? If I truly wish to assist humanity, to enhance the lives of all, why not strive for global unification, subsequently create the Astartes Legion, and embark on a grand expedition beyond the solar system? Joy had far more pressing matters at hand. Their unwavering belief in creationism meant that even if the pastor wielded a banana and uttered the most absurd proclamations, they would accept it without question. The raven pointed at Joy, seemingly piercing through his innermost thoughts. And you, having deluded yourself from the outset into believing you could resurrect your parents, regard any bizarre information presented by that storm woman as a lifeline. You are essentially no different from those who believe in bananas. Boom! Joy's fist shattered all the clouds to the left of the raven, interrupting her critique. Could the raven be deceiving herself? There was no conflict of interest between them. Thus it seemed unlikely. Was the raven correct in stating that the dead cannot be revived? As the daughter of the Three Palaces, one of the most formidable spellcasters in the DC universe, her assertion should hold truth. Joy could arrive at these conclusions without much thought. Yet an inkling persisted that alternative methods existed. There were no alternatives. The infernal flames obliterated their last remnants in this world, and no resurrection ritual could take effect under such conditions. The Raven's concerns extended beyond a stubborn Superman. They encompassed the impending hellish invasion. Most of his siblings from the underworld were master manipulators, and while the superheroes of this realm might refuse to assist him, they must not fall prey to temptation and end up in the clutches of the Three Palaces. A Superman dominated by the infernal dimensions would spell catastrophe for him, this universe, and its neighboring realms. I am truly sorry, Superman, but this is the reality. Raven can now perceive the tempestuous turmoil brewing within the heart of the Kryptonian before her. Yet she shall no longer indulge him in such matters. You may evade the mantle of Superman's responsibilities, but should you persist in this fragility when hell invades, I shall cast you into another universe to spare myself the burden of your weakness. Originally, Raven need not confront the infernal legions head-on in this world. She could simply choose to flee. However, the death of rage in this realm has rendered all actions inescapable, regardless of whether rage ultimately lives or dies. Her father will undoubtedly seek this place to reclaim what is rightfully his. Raven cannot simply abandon her post, allowing this universe to descend into the hellish dimension due to her own misjudgment. Her relentless inquiries leave Joy speechless. The truth is, despite having donned the title of Superman and fashioned a replica of his attire, he is, at his core, not Superman. The true Superman was nurtured in the pastoral expanses of Kansas, where 2 decades of farm life and the guidance of his adoptive parents sculpted his spirit from that of an ordinary child into a gentle yet righteous, strong yet humble Kansas farmer. For Joy, the years spent on the Kansas farm served as a long-lost refuge, Perhaps his psyche had already crystallized, rendering the teachings and criticisms from his adoptive parents little more than a source of amusement. When this sanctuary was suddenly obliterated, he found himself adrift, akin to an ostrich that, having buried its head in the sand, is abruptly thrust onto concrete, futilely attempting to bury its head once more. Joy now harbors ample fury and motive to unleash his wrath upon Raven, accusing her of negligence. After all, that dreadful day fundamentally stemmed from her actions, a fact she has indeed acknowledged. Yet, Joy recognizes the futility of such an outburst. Thus he suppresses his anger and humbly extends a hand to Raven. I sincerely seek your guidance on how to effectively and utterly eradicate the hellish dimension and its creations. Chapter 17. Friends who frequently kill know, I shall not extend my hand to you, lest you misinterpret my intentions. Having learned from past experiences, Raven understands the necessity of cultivating a space for mutual trust with Superman. However, she is not so easily capable of distorting another's thoughts. To extinguish such a blazing fire of vengeance would require her own incineration. Most demons are relatively easy to vanquish, whether in the hellish dimension or the tangible universe. Their destruction leads to their obliteration. Yet, entities like her father are an entirely different matter. Raven's enmity towards hell matches that of Superman, but she has never dared to envision the complete eradication of its existence. The three-palace demon and the hellish dimension itself are as indelible as shadows, impossible to annihilate without extinguishing one's own essence. There must be a way, whether it be through your father or hell itself. Raven resolved to cease disturbing Superman-esque contemplation, enveloping her entire form with her cloak, gradually vanishing from the air. I anticipate the day we shall uncover it together. Superman, once more, became ensnared in another convoluted thought. Yet for Raven, this was at least not an unfavorable circumstance. For what if such a way truly existed? Like her father, Raven was nearly immortal. Having long grown weary of the relentless pursuit from the three palaces, she yearned for genuine freedom. Deep within her soul, she could not help but believe that a method must exist to conclude this eternal hunt, which had persisted across countless epochs and traversed innumerable worlds. Perhaps in essence, she was not so different from Superman and those who believed in bananas. Hugh fancied himself more audacious than 007, for he had indeed installed a listening device within the Watt Company, right beneath the noses of a group of perilously dangerous superhumans and heavily armed guards, and had managed to escape unscathed. It was not until he returned to Butcher's vehicle that the adrenaline surged forth, causing him to exuberantly exclaim in the passenger seat, "Wahoo! This feeling is simply exhilarating." Butcher remained silent, driving Hugh back to the electronics store where he worked. His previous counsel to Hugh merely a prelude to this ultimate outcome. He set Hugh down at the store's entrance and straightforwardly told him, "Kid, you should head back to work now. I'll inform you if there's any news." Butcher had no intention of notifying him that the discovery of the listening device within what was inevitable. His current priority was to sever ties swiftly, ensuring that Watt's personnel could not trace him. As for Hugh, Butcher could only wish him luck, for informants were meant to be expendable, a principle he had adhered to during his dealings with the CIA. Reluctantly, Hugh exited the vehicle and made his way toward the store, when suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. He called out to Butcher, "Wait, Butcher, let me show you how to make $45,000 vanish in an instant." Hugh produced the check he had acquired from the Watt legal personnel and, without a moment's hesitation, tore it in half. $45,000 was no trivial sum for someone working in an electronics store, yet he would never accept such tainted money. At that moment, Butcher truly regarded Hugh with newfound seriousness. He called out to Hugh, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet words eluded him. And all he could manage to say was, "You're a genuinely good person, Hugh." After watching Butcher drive away, Hugh entered the store. Despite having just completed an infiltration worthy of the silver screen, tonight he would still be exploited for his remaining value by his unscrupulous employer. As the workday concluded, Hugh's boss sprang from his chair, disappearing in an instant, leaving Hugh alone to tidy up and lock the door. He was preparing to tidy up the cabinet, turn off the lights, and lock the door before departing when the doorbell chimed, signaling the arrival of a customer. "I'm sorry, we're closing," he murmured without lifting his gaze, continuing to clear the table while casting a sidelong glance at the entrance, only to find it vacant. Dismissing the possibility of auditory hallucination or an encounter with the supernatural, Hugh could conceive of only one explanation. Soon, this conjecture materialized before him. As the listening device he had concealed in the water conference room earlier that morning now hovered mysteriously in the air, followed by a familiar voice. "Who are you?" With an unseen presence looming, Hugh felt his breath quicken. He recognized the visitor as one of the seven, the Invisible Man. The entirely imperceptible figure seized Hugh by the collar and slammed him against the floor, launching into a barrage of memories. Who was the person you were just with in the car? The Invisible Man, already furious over the matter of piracy, was now intent on exacting a brutal reckoning for the audacious act of infiltrating the company to plant a listening device. He had resolved to beat Hugh half to death before extracting the truth, then finish the job completely. Meanwhile, Butcher, lurking outside the store, witnessed the entire scene unfold with clarity. He himself was uncertain of the madness that had overtaken him today, ever since his beloved, who worked at water, had vanished. He had been plagued by relentless insanity. He had considered the possibility that water would discover the listening device, but he had never anticipated that it would happen so swiftly, nor that a member of the seven would come personally to confront him. He could have easily abandoned the boy and concealed his identity as he had done in the past, later seeking out another superhero victim to act as a new spy. This would have been the safest course of action. Yet he did not choose that path. He resolved to plunge into madness today, confronting one of the most formidable superhero factions, the Seven, head-on. With a surge of adrenaline, he pressed the accelerator, and his car charged forth like Don Quixote, crashing through the glass storefront and colliding forcefully with the Invisible Man who was assaulting Hugh. "Hugh, run!" Butcher shouted as he kicked open the car door, wielding a crowbar he always carried, preparing to engage the Invisible Man in combat. Following the trajectory of the Invisible Man's flight from the collision, Butcher struck down where the figure had landed, but unexpectedly missed. The physical prowess of these superpowered beings was indeed far superior to that of ordinary humans. Before long, Butcher found himself on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Even in a brawl, one must be able to see the target, and Butcher had devised his own method to cope with this disadvantage. Blood streamed from his mouth, and his face bore the marks of countless blows. Seizing an opportunity, he sprayed in the general direction of the Invisible Man, effectively coating him in a literal sense with blood. This is the moment of fairness, as the Butcher finally found a target for his pent-up rage. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the indistinct crimson figure before him, only to soon realize an undeniable truth. The superhuman is indeed of a higher caliber than an ordinary individual, such as himself. The brutal methods he had honed during his time with the CIA proved utterly ineffective against his opponent. The altercation did not last long, concluding with the translucent figure holding an absolute advantage. The translucent figure had no intention of surrendering to law enforcement or any other organization. Butcher understood these fragmented thoughts all too well. The translucent figure sought to uncover his origins while deriving amusement from tormenting him. Just when Butcher felt that his path of vengeance was about to culminate that very night, Huey, who had previously slipped away, stealthily returned, picking up a severed electrical wire from the blind spot behind the translucent figure. Butcher immediately grasped the plan. He would engage in nonsensical chatter to divert the opponent's attention, thus creating an opportunity for Huey. As the end of the wire made contact with the translucent figure, delivering a jolt of electricity, the figure that had just moments ago beaten them mercilessly collapsed, unconscious. The translucent figure had a fear of electricity, a notion that had struck Huey during his earlier escape. He had paid attention to information about superheroes and recalled that the translucent figure had once mentioned on a talk show that his invisibility stemmed from his carbon skin, which could bend light. Carbon, as it turns out, possesses remarkable electrical conductivity. Is he dead? Huey, panting heavily, stared anxiously at the indistinct form of the translucent figure on the ground, feeling as though his day had spiraled into chaos. In the morning, he had infiltrated Vought, and by night, he had electrocuted one of the world's most formidable superheroes. Butcher, too, was uncertain whether the translucent figure was truly dead. Nonetheless, he felt he had dealt a severe blow, having kicked the figure a few times, the sensation akin to that of a lifeless pig. However, he and Huey now faced a new dilemma, one that those who frequently take lives are all too familiar with. While killing may be easy, disposing of the body is fraught with difficulty. Chapter 18. The right thing. What is the purpose of one's existence in this world? Night had fallen, and Joy nestled in Clara's embrace, pondering this question. "Where have you been all day? I couldn't reach you, and it worried me," Stormfront casually inquired while toying with Joy's small curls. "And why so direct today? You didn't even bother to review those documents?" "When I was unreachable. I was taking a breather in the Arctic. Perhaps there was no signal there. As for those documents, you need not trouble yourself with them anymore. I've lost interest." In truth, Joy had ventured to the Arctic in search of something that belonged to him. The spacecraft that had brought him to Earth from Krypton was less of a ship and more akin to an escape pod. Alongside this small survival pod, another Kryptonian vessel accompanied Superman to Earth in Joy's memories. Superman established a clandestine stronghold in the Arctic, fashioned from spacecraft, filled with historical artifacts from Krypton, which he named the Fortress of Solitude. The true Superman is not as radiant as he appears. As an extraterrestrial being, perhaps no one could ever truly comprehend him. Otherwise, he would not have designated his secret sanctuary with such a name. Yet Joy, relying on his sporadic supervision, scoured the Arctic ice, turning it upside down, but found not a trace of Kryptonian origin. This realization left him feeling more isolated in this world than even Clark Kent. At least Clark had his parents, Lois Lane, the relics of his Arctic homeland, and the companionship of the Justice League. Joy, however, felt utterly alone. He suddenly recognized that if he were to annihilate the entire Earth, there would be no one capable of grasping his vulnerabilities. "What are you thinking, child? Surely you are not still resentful about your visit to the church today?" Storm Woman gently patted Joy on the back, much like a mother soothing her child. "Worry not. I have informed that wretched Madeline, and you shall not be troubled by such church nonsense again." Storm Woman held boundless hope for Joy, especially after learning that the equipment department could not implant anything beneath his skin, which almost assuredly convinced her of Joy's indomitable nature, akin to that of his homeland's people. She whispered in Joy's ear, reminiscent of the serpent in Eden, "You are the most perfect among us, a paragon of virtue, a true deity. They should revere you, not the imagined god they conjure." Observing Joy's continued silence, Storm Woman sighed. The leader of her envisioned pure-blooded humanity, the commander of the Aryan superhuman army, could not embody such quietude and lack of ambition. This child required better guidance, her guidance. Joy had never been a silent, composed individual. Silence was not the trait of a journalist, and had he been sufficiently calm, he would not have chosen a perilous occupation. He initially approached the water company and Storm Woman solely because he believed they possessed the necessary resources to assist him in locating the magical tomes he sought, never intending to fulfill Clara's aspirations. Especially since that aspiration, the term Übermensch that had escaped Clara's lips, seemed rather peculiar. A brief glance at several European language dictionaries revealed it to mean Superman in German. Was this a legitimate company? Could it be affiliated with something sinister like Hydra? How much did the superheroes associated with this company truly know? At that moment, Joy's long-buried professional instincts resurfaced, and he began to consider whether he should investigate further. At that moment, holding his beloved Clara, he tapped his own head. "What on earth are you thinking about all day?" Remaining silent, Joy lifted his head, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Stretching his body, he cradled the Storm Girl Clara in his arms. "I was contemplating whether I should engage in actions that would benefit this world, actions that are truly righteous. Of course, you are Superman. You are eternally right. You can accomplish anything you desire for this world." The Storm Girl chuckled heartily, turning to straddle Joy, the blankets slipping away, revealing their perfect physiques. "But it is quite late now. Perhaps we should indulge in other pursuits first?" Joy found some merit in the Storm Girl's words. The investigation into water could certainly wait for another time. If there is anything more challenging than disposing of a body after a murder, it is disposing of the body of a superhuman after killing them. And what could be more troublesome? The fact that this superhuman, destined for disposal, is still alive. Initially, Huey was filled with anxiety, believing he had committed murder, but upon realizing that the Invisible Man was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that all was not yet lost. "Have you lost your mind, Huey?" Butcher's perspective was evidently far more rational. "We must eliminate him. He has seen our faces. However, we can negotiate with him." After all, Huey was an ordinary man, instinctively repulsed by the notion of murder. "Right, negotiate with him, then let him go. Once he returns, he will inform the other superheroes, like Train, and you will end up torn apart by superhumans, just like Robin." The repeated mention of his girlfriend Robin, who had been brutally shattered by a superhero, reignited Huey's fury, prompting him to shout at Butcher. "Do not speak of my girlfriend again, you bastard impersonating the FBI." Butcher, innocently puffing on a cigarette, turned back, seemingly overwhelmed by the pressure that had caused poor Huey to hear things. "I haven't said a word, Huey." He was contemplating who could assist in dealing with the debris in his trunk. There was indeed a weapons master, a chemistry expert, his former teammate, the Frenchman. With that thought, Butcher pressed the accelerator, racing towards his good friend, the Frenchman's residence. "Who the hell is your good friend? Get off my territory." The Frenchman, preparing to indulge in a romantic encounter with his cohabitant, was less than pleased to see Butcher's familiar face intrude upon his plans. "Come on over." Butcher beckoned with a look that suggested he had something intriguing to show the Frenchman, leading him to the car's trunk. The Frenchman, under the impression that Butcher had a sudden change of heart and was prepared to repay the substantial debt he owed, hurried over only to find a semi-transparent figure in the trunk. The apparition spoke ominously. "You three bastards, I have memorized your faces. When my compatriots find me, I shall personally annihilate you all, along with your families and friends." A chill surged through the Frenchman, reaching from his heels to the crown of his head. This was none other than one of the translucent members of the infamous Super 7. "Butcher, I swear on a llama." Just moments ago, Butcher had incapacitated the transparent figure with a stun baton, and now he turned with a triumphant grin towards the enraged Frenchman. "Welcome aboard our pirate vessel. My friend, it is time to do what is right." Starlight had harbored a dream since childhood, to become an idol. No, not an idol, but a hero. Her path to heroism had seemingly led her to the illustrious Starlight Avenue, mere steps away from her childhood aspiration, only to be snatched away by a well-connected rival. That coveted position within the world's mightiest superhero coalition, the Super 7, which had been her ultimate dream since childhood, was cruelly taken from her grasp. Sometimes, being a hero does not necessitate basking in the limelight. Stan Edgar, the most powerful figure within the Vought Corporation, met with Starlight in the company of his enigmatic associate. He presented her with an offer she could not refuse. "I regret that you were deprived of your place in the Super 7, but I assure you this is merely a temporary setback. When the time is right, I shall reinstate you to that coveted position beneath the spotlight." However, Starlight was not as naive as she often appeared. Her desire to become a superhero and help others was genuine, yet it did not imply ignorance of the world's machinations. As long as she aspired to reclaim her position in the Super 7, she had no choice but to acquiesce to whatever terms he might propose. The crux of the matter lay in what price she was willing to pay for that coveted position. "What is that expression on your face?" Stan Edgar, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized the subtle discontent reflected in the young girl's demeanor. He merely gestured for his associate to bring forth a stack of documents, which he then handed to her. As I mentioned, not all heroes stand under the spotlight. Starlight perused the documents, flipping through several pages, only to discover a series of cold cases, the majority of which pertained to missing children. Puzzled, she inquired, "What is this?" "An opportunity for you to aid others. I can provide you with funding, technical support, intelligence, a secret base, a supercomputer, and all the necessary cover identities. You will be able to peel back the layers of mystery like the Tech Knight." Stan Edgar's tone was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet at this moment, it exuded an irresistible allure. "Consider this as a test of your mettle. Imagine if you could truly unravel these unsolved mysteries. You would become a hero to the entire American populace. Such an accolade far surpasses that of any beauty pageant title. No one could obstruct your ascent into the elite ranks. However, I must forewarn you, these cases are exceedingly intricate. No challenge could prove more daunting than returning to your roots in Iowa with your tail between your legs, especially after your mother's fury at your disqualification from the Starlight. Choosing to surrender now would be an insurmountable betrayal to the woman who has invested countless hopes and dreams in you. Yet, is there not a glimmer of hope? Moreover, thank heavens, the task before you is indeed the right one. Chapter 19. The corrupt rodent in a room, cloaked in metallic foil, undetectable by any sensor, resided the Invisible Man. While not all, the vast majority of individuals with extraordinary abilities typically possess superior physical attributes, excelling in strength, agility, and resilience. The Invisible Man stood out among them. Although he may not wield the formidable powers of compatriots or Queen Maeve, his carbon skin rendered him virtually impervious. The Frenchman and Butcher had attempted every conceivable weapon, swords, axes, firearms, electromagnetic projectiles, lasers, and poisons. Yet all proved futile. If there were a discipline dedicated to the economical science of subduing superhumans, the Frenchman would undoubtedly be a leading expert in the field. Identifying a superhuman's vulnerabilities and subduing or eliminating them under constrained conditions was second nature to him. However, gazing at the invisible man ensnared within an electrified cage, the Frenchman found himself momentarily perplexed. While electricity could inflict harm upon the invisible man, it was insufficient to truly vanquish him. His carbon skin was as resilient as an ancient tortoise, and under their current rudimentary circumstances, penetrating it to inflict damage was an impossibility, let alone killing him. Wait, a tortoise? The Frenchman suddenly conceived a bold idea. He dismissed the despondent Huey and Butcher, stepping into the chamber that imprisoned the invisible man. At that moment, the invisible man had come to realize that his captors were utterly powerless against him. He shouted defiantly, certain that it was only a matter of time before Vought located him, rather than being confined by them. He believed these ruffians had ensnared themselves in a trap of their own making. Unbeknownst to him, as he taunted them with bravado, disaster loomed. Look at your desperate situation. You might as well release me. I assure you, I can make your end swift and painless, sparing your families the consequences. The Frenchman, wielding an electric baton, rendered the invisible man unconscious before beckoning the bewildered Butcher to enter. He opened the cage door and commenced some localized procedures on the invisible man. When the latter awoke once more, he was greeted by the sinister smiles of three individuals crouching before him. Ah, you're awake. Knowing that one could not breach the turtle's shell? How, then, does one slay a turtle? The answer, of course, lies in circumventing the shell and targeting the softer, internal regions. Thus, if the invisible man's outer skin serves as the shell, where might his vulnerable interior be? Butcher pondered that it took a certain depravity for the Frenchman to arrive at a solution. The only method he could conceive was to insert explosives into the invisible man's mouth. The Frenchman immediately suggested a more localized approach, reasoning that it would prevent the adversary from regurgitating the explosives. Upon realizing that several plastic C4 charges had been lodged inside him, the typically defiant invisible man began to feel genuine fear. At that moment, the balance of power shifted. Butcher, holding the C4 detonator, felt a joy he had never experienced before. He now possessed the authority over this formidable superhuman. You must divulge everything we wish to know. Refuse, and your demise awaits. Speak falsehoods, and the same fate befalls you. I was wrong. Please spare me. Don't kill me. The invisible man would have knelt before Butcher, begging for mercy. I'll do anything you ask. In that instant, his mind raced faster than ever before, recalling how Huey had inquired about the train's whereabouts. I know the train killed your girlfriend, and I have some leverage against him. Don't kill me. I can reveal everything you seek. Butcher's interest peaked. Speak quickly. It was as if he had returned to the halcyon days when he led a professional team dedicated to unearthing the secrets of these superheroes and bringing them down. If one were to name that team, it might have been called the Boys. The train has a secret lover, none other than the formidable Mauler. He thinks no one is aware, but I do. He visits her to play cards nearly every day. As for how the invisible man came by this knowledge, it is quite evident. Anyone possessing the ability to become invisible cannot suppress the urge to pry into others' privacy. The invisible man, emboldened, dared to spy on everyone except his fellow countrymen, including his teammates. Had he not heard that the newcomer possessed superhuman vision and hearing, he would have long since visited her. I know nearly all the secrets and private matters of the Seven. Don't kill me, and I will share everything. Butcher, to his credit, was genuinely intrigued. The words spoken by such individuals are undoubtedly genuine. One merely needs to note their utterances and, through a straightforward process of deduction, uncover tangible evidence, which could potentially lead to a staggering 50 drop in the stock price of the Water Corporation. However, Butcher is acutely aware that their time is limited. Who knows where the invisible man has gone? Just as the patriotic man was about to utter a few words, he discovered that the invisible man was once again absent from the morning meeting. Upon inquiring with his colleagues, he was met with a chorus of I don't know. To the others, it seemed that the invisible man was once again caught up in a whirlwind of debauchery, gambling, and substance abuse, rendering him utterly lost. Why should one be concerned? Unlike some of the seasoned veterans in the Super 7, the The patriotic man is not one to approach his superhero endeavors with a lackadaisical attitude. He genuinely aspires to be a true superhero, at least under the public eye and in the spotlight. Looking around at his old teammates, drunks, addicts, those with autism, aquarium keepers, and habitual absentees, he noted that the only newcomer was diligently taking notes, albeit not for the noble cause he had hoped for, but rather doodling turtles in his notebook. The patriotic man felt a deep sense of sorrow. Just last night, he had worked overtime, sending the family of the Baltimore mayor, who had threatened Madeline with Compound 5, to the depths of the Atlantic. Now he found himself managing these salary thieves. It dawned on him that the real threat to the water corporation lay not externally, but within the ranks of the Super 7. Nonetheless, the newcomer's lackadaisical attitude might be a blessing in disguise. The patriotic man was no fool. He understood what it meant for the powers that be on the 82nd floor to place someone of similar capability into his team. Yet, this newcomer appeared rather too youthful. Just yesterday, he had publicly confronted his fanbase during a live event, which had been recorded and shared on social media, leading to an 18-point drop in his already meager approval rating. The patriotic man was confident in his ability to outshine someone who had only recently begun to establish a fan base after decades of cultivating his own. Meanwhile, Joy, who was doodling circles in his notebook, was preoccupied with thoughts of where to begin his investigation into the Water Corporation's murky dealings. Unlike before, when he was plagued by uncertainty, he now found himself within the very heart of the corporation. What could be more challenging to guard against than an insider? At this moment, as Joy pondered how to decisively eliminate the remnants of their adversaries, he might have recalled a saying from a previous life: the crow that eats the rotten rat. Yet, even if he were bestowed with the wisdom of 10 superhumans, he could never fathom the unique perspective of the patriotic man. Chapter 20. Everyone is fond of the new and tired of the old. Ultimately, the patriotic man humbled himself and ventured outside, attempting to trace some faint signals in hopes of locating the invisible man, as he had been missing for far too long. Whether it be alcohol or ice, these substances exert an exceedingly limited influence on the superhuman physique. The mysterious disappearance of the transparent man has aroused a sense of unusual foreboding among the compatriots. However, after patrolling the vicinity and interrogating several suspicious individuals, the search yielded no results. Returning in a state of frustration, the only solace found was in the company of Madeline. The compatriot's attachment to Madeline resembles a quintessential case from Freud's theories, where a deeply insecure giant infant instinctively regards Madeline as a maternal figure. Conversely, Madeline, enveloped in her own contemplations, bears significant burdens. Firstly, she is incessantly preoccupied with the task of securing the inclusion of Vought Industries within the Pentagon's military procurement suppliers list. Secondly, and most crucially, the compatriots have recently exhibited an alarming level of activity. The superheroes of Vought, rather than true heroes, are more akin to performers. Their sole obligation is to convincingly embody the personas crafted for them by the company. Yet, the compatriots have been increasingly immersed in their roles, frequently taking it upon themselves to engage in actions that exceed their designated responsibilities. They have even bypassed Madeline's authority, directing all departments as though they were the legitimate leaders of Vought's administrative body. It is not uncommon for superheroes like the compatriots to possess privileges. Yet the current manifestation of such privileges poses a direct threat to both their own welfare and the company's operations. An unspoken understanding exists between the superheroes and Vought, wherein they maintain their private lives once their identity masks are removed. They save the world in front of the cameras and exist in a different realm behind them. For instance, the transparent man enjoys voyeuristic escapades in various private venues. The Homelander indulges in secret liaisons. Queen Maeve succumbs to her insatiable thirst for alcohol and embraces all forms of companionship, and deep converses with fish. However, the compatriot stands as an anomaly. He was raised as a test tube baby in a sterile laboratory, and every interpersonal relationship he has experienced from childhood to his emergence was meticulously fabricated by Vought. Initially, Vought sought to simplify matters by assigning him an extraterrestrial origin. It was only through the compatriot's insistence that his background was altered to that of an American middle-class family. Madeline has perused nearly all of the compatriot's childhood experimental logs, each entry sending shivers down her spine. From a young age, Vought instilled fear and unease within the compatriot, akin to the training of a circus elephant. Bound by ropes from infancy, After countless attempts over days, weeks, months, and even years, he ultimately resigned himself to the realization that escape was futile. Consequently, he chose to relinquish the struggle. Even as the young elephant matured into a formidable creature, it ceased to attempt breaking free from the now insignificant rope. Yet, the current reality is that this elephant has begun to strive against the tether. The colossal being, engineered at the cost of billions by Vought, remains under control for the time being, but Madeline harbors doubts about the duration of this situation's sustainability. In the midst of the current turmoil within the company, Storm Woman, having dismissed Joy with her honeyed words, swiftly exited the suite through the window, soaring towards her daily place of work. Unlike Joy, who played the role of a superhero in a whimsical performance, Storm Woman's responsibilities constituted the true foundation of the water company's enduring success. She descended into a fortified psychiatric facility, its structure reminiscent of a fortress, built with reinforced concrete, ensuring that no patient could easily escape. Upon landing, she made her way to the central monitoring room, seeking the attending physician. What progress has been made? In which area? DNA or compounds? The superheroes of Water Company were, in essence, mere humans infused with Compound 5. There were no divine blessings involved. A secret well understood among the upper echelons of water. At its core, Water was a biochemicals pharmaceutical company, rather than an entertainment agency. Superheroes were merely a byproduct of the Compound 5 industry chain. Researching Compound 5 often encountered insurmountable obstacles due to legal, moral, and ethical constraints. This was the very purpose of the psychiatric facilities that Storm Woman oversaw, where moral and ethical considerations held no relevance. DNA. Didn't TU mention a significant discovery? In truth, Storm Woman was not particularly enthusiastic about DNA research, as the DNA of humans infused with Compound 5 exhibited bizarre and erratic mutations. It could even be said that every individual injected with Compound 5 represented a distinct race, with reproductive isolation existing between superhumans and between superhumans and humans. Under such circumstances, studying the impact of Compound 5 at the DNA level was an enormous undertaking beyond her resources. It was far more cost-effective to summarize superficial traits using various live experimental subjects. The attending physician adjusted his glasses and handed Storm Woman the experimental notes. The hair samples you brought, along with other specimens, are quite peculiar. If I must say, their structure resembles that of humans not affected by Compound 5, rather than superhumans. Could you repeat that? Despite the brevity of the statement, Storm Woman found herself struggling to comprehend it. What I mean is, from a DNA structural perspective, it is clearly very close to that of humans, rather than the superhumans whose DNA is riddled with flaws due to Compound 5. The physician, suddenly realizing the implications, glanced at Storm Woman, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. I mean, no offense, madam. At this moment, Storm Woman was too preoccupied with a critical thought to concern herself with the physician's unintentional slight. In her eyes, Joy was merely a 16-year-old child, recently bereaved of his parents, with a shattered spirit, easily swayed by any external comfort. She could readily seize this opportunity to cultivate dependence, nurturing him gradually, akin to how Madeline educated the citizens of the homeland over several years, molding them into her desired form. Yet, if Joy's DNA was so remarkably akin to that of humanity, did it not suggest a potential to recreate another Joy through the womb of an ordinary human? Just as Walter had once fostered the citizens of the homeland, a completely blank slate of a little Joy, whom she could raise as a mother would, ensuring absolute obedience to her commands. Would this not be a more cost-effective approach than educating a rebellious 16-year-old? As for the additional years, Storm Woman, a superhuman who had faced Hitler, immortal and eternally youthful, was never in want of time. Chapter 21. Unforgettable Thoughts. Echoes will resound, though she had stated it more than once. The theory of the makeshift troop truly held universal validity. Joy had initially assumed that accessing the confidential files of Walter Corporation would require the skills of a hacker from a television drama, navigating through firewalls and dodging honeypots. To her surprise, she found the Wi-Fi speed at Walter Corporation surprisingly swift. These fools, in their quest to share printers and scanners, had nearly connected every internet-capable computer on the floor to the internal network, leaving Joy wishing she could refund the $6 ebook on network penetration from beginner to expert she had purchased from Amazon. Some dimwit from the HR department had already submitted an IT request for the third time this month, seeking assistance with her sluggish computer. Was this not obvious? Joy observed this so-called genius had placed all personnel files in a single folder on her desktop, causing her 2 terabyte C drive to turn red from overcapacity. Could it be any more sluggish? She had even recorded the password for the company management system directly in her browser. Joy would be remiss not to click and see just how much she was compromising security. Oh, there you are. Just as she thought of it, the HR department's brilliant mind, Ashley, entered the conference room clutching a stack of schedules. Joy swiftly switched to Victoria 3. The transparent man was absent today, originally slated for an external event alongside Deep Sea. Could you cover for him? Is Deep Sea incapable of handling it alone? Speaking of Deep Sea, Joy had just glanced at the profile. He was not an Atlantean, but rather a distinguished graduate from a university humorously named Doghead Gold, who had been selected for the Super 7 immediately after graduation. Capable of maneuvering effortlessly at depths of 10,000 meters, with remarkable physical strength. He was merely a smuggler, after all, and of course, he could manage alone. Yet, current fans relished the spectacle of superhero teamwork. There was a term for this, wasn't there? A dream collaboration? After the banana incident, Joy, to be honest, was reluctant to participate in any activities organized by the water company. The company seemed more like a haven for superstars than true superheroes. However, this particular event focused on combating drug trafficking, which ignited a spark of motivation and joy. Although the rampant drug issue was largely a consequence of local administrative negligence, it did not hinder her from performing a good deed. Under the pretext of needing to wrap up her gaming session, she managed to divert Ashley's attention, meticulously erasing her browsing history in preparation for future inquiries. That night, Joy found herself pondering whether Deep Sea could truly converse with fish, even the smaller varieties. She was intrigued by how he could communicate with creatures that, from a physiological standpoint, lacked the capacity for human-like dialogue. With their minuscule brains, the thought of such simple-minded beings engaging with the complex thoughts of a human seemed almost absurdly tragic. If one wished to mock her, it would be better to do so outright, rather than through veiled insinuations. Deep Sea possessed an unremarkable visage, yet somehow appeared shifty. At that moment, he could only respond feebly, choosing not to elaborate. Had it been another newcomer, Deep Sea might have subjected them to a taste of workplace bullying. But having been accustomed to being the scapegoat himself, he found no courage to resist Joy, who was of a similar background. He had no desire to end up like a train being derailed. I hear you graduated from the Gotican Academy? What do they teach there? It's Gotican University. Gotican University, not some academy. Mentioning the Gotican Academy seemed to invigorate Deep Sea, as if he had been jolted. He quickly distanced himself from any association, proudly proclaiming his graduation from Gotican Hero University, one of the top-tier institutions. This was not the same as the academy associated with Professor John Gotican. Often likened to a zoo, the individuals there could be bluntly described as mere companions of Professor G, summoned and dismissed at will. Joy was puzzled by Deep Sea's intense reaction, but decided to remain vigilant, intending to investigate further after dealing with a group of drug traffickers below. The drug crisis had long plagued American society, often accompanied by firearms, murder, and organized crime. Ignoring the bullets whizzing past her face, Joy effortlessly crushed the gangster's handgun into a lump of scrap metal. The fear in the man's eyes was palpable as he knelt in submission. Two accomplices attempted to flee, but were swiftly intercepted by Deep Sea, who dispatched one with a well-placed punch. Hearing their familiar yet distinct Spanish accents, Joy felt no surprise. After all, in her previous life, she had faced numerous battles, traversing the chaotic landscapes of Central and South America. Fully aware of the demographics involved in the white powder trade in the United States. On the other side, Ashley observed as the dust settled and promptly gestured for the photography team to approach, brandishing their cameras and capturing the scene, while she urged herself to shout a few slogans. Joy, witnessing the spectacle, felt a dark cloud descend upon him and swiftly took to the skies, fleeing the scene. In Joy's perspective, drug traffickers deserved the harshest of fates. Even if he were to eliminate them, the public relations department at Walter would surely absolve him, perhaps earning him a wave of admiration among the redneck populace. Yet, he refrained from such actions, not out of restraint, but rather due to the inherent futility of it all. The more places he visited, the more he realized that a considerable portion of the world was, in essence, quite disheartening. In the southern lands of this mountain-capped city, the drug trade flourished abundantly, an unending cycle of violence and vice. Driven by greed, the locals were merely reaping the consequences of their choices. When the major corporations controlling grain, oil, and fruit treated these regions as their personal playgrounds, this reality became inevitable. These corporate giants devoured arable land, mechanizing the production of primary agricultural goods, thereby disrupting the delicate balance of local supply and demand. The subsistence farmers, who once cultivated grains and fruits, found themselves compelled to pivot towards cultivating crops of higher value, such as opium, in order to survive. As these corporate behemoths continued to encroach upon the land, the dispossessed farmers had nowhere left to turn, resorting to increasingly desperate means of survival, including armed migration northward, selling their skills in technology and brutality to the Americans as a means of sustenance. Furthermore, with agencies like the CIA operating without moral restraint, utilizing drugs as a method to undermine adversaries and fund their operations, the issue of narcotics became an inextricable dilemma. The DEA, constantly entangled with these pests, could hardly hope to make strides in drug enforcement. For Joy, apprehending a few drug traffickers felt akin to pruning a branch of a tree that was rotting from the roots. Without addressing the fundamental issues, his efforts were futile. Initially, Joy had ventured out with the intent of performing a good deed to uplift his spirits, yet he found himself increasingly disheartened. Upon reflection, he considered that the sporadic nature of his heightened hearing and vision might be linked to his own fragile heart, which often spiraled into inexplicable overthinking. Joy pondered how true superheroes selectively glean the information they wish to know. If he possessed super senses that spanned the globe, it would be challenging to resist the temptation to listen and observe the places he had once visited and held dear. Some sights, merely glimpsed from afar, could linger in one's memory, let alone those witnessed firsthand. A noble person, in the presence of beasts, may find it unbearable to witness their demise. If he were truly able to see, how could he possibly ignore the plight of the women and children clinging to life amidst the ruins, their lives hanging by a thread, vulnerable to the whims of a stray shell? If he could genuinely hear, how could he convince himself to turn a deaf ear to the prayers of those in the rubble, yearning to survive and witness another sunrise with their families? Since the warmth of Joy's refuge in this world was consumed by a great fire, he has increasingly felt that the psyche of his once-dead self may be severely troubled. Has a life on the Kansas farm for over a decade truly left him unchanged? Is he still the fearless war correspondent he once was? In the past, his flesh-and-blood self bravely navigated war zones armed with the journalist's arsenal. Yet now, in his steel-like form, he has not ventured beyond the borders of Kansas for 15 years. Chapter 22. Investigation. Farewell, darling. Storm Lady bid Joy goodbye as usual. However, there seemed to be a slight difference today. As Joy pondered, what is happening? Aren't you going to encourage me to become a role model among those fallen individuals of the company? Of course not, Storm Lady replied, momentarily taken aback, before gently patting Joy's cheek. I believe you can make your own decisions. Wait, Joy called out to Storm Lady as she prepared to leave. He retrieved a meticulously prepared box from his bedside table and presented it to her. What is this, a bracelet? Storm Lady inquired, pulling out a green bracelet from a box. It consisted of a series of small azure gemstones strung together by a silver chain, with a larger, rounded green gem in the center. Although the overall shape was smooth, it bore a fine crack that shimmered with a dark green metallic luster. This is not just any silicate. It is a silicate from the depths of Mars, which I personally retrieved and sculpted with thermal vision. No one else besides you is worthy of it. Bragging is not a commendable habit, little Joy, she retorted playfully. Yet she accepted the gift with a smile and immediately adorned her wrist, shaking it before Joy. I must make a good impression at the company today. With a smile, Joy watched as Storm Lady soared away. Then his expression shifted as he headed towards the water company. Upon landing and entering the company, Joy was abruptly confronted by Ashley, who had been lying in wait. She was still simmering over Joy's abrupt departure the previous night and launched into a tirade. Superman, we need to have a serious discussion. You cannot continue to disregard our promotional activities. Our team has drafted numerous plans, coordinated with various media outlets, spent sleepless nights extracting police data, identified suitable crime scenes, and even risked gunfire to film on-site with you. All of this is for you. Only by frequently appearing on camera can you gain exposure, increase followers, sway public opinion, and manage fan economics. You have consistently shown a lack of respect towards the audience, evading the spotlight, and despite your debut, your fan base has dwindled rather than grown. It is only a matter of time before the 7-member group expels you. Joy, seemingly oblivious to this, continued on her path. But this overly clever individual had the audacity to block her way, creating a cacophony that left Joy's head buzzing. Ever since she had thoroughly explored the accessible data within the water company's intranet last night, her respect for the company had dissipated, especially as a mere cog in this dehumanizing machine. Yet, she could not resort to violent means to oust her. She was not like those wretched superheroes in the company. As Joy contemplated this, she recalled a particularly effective evasive tactic employed by another troubled superhero, and she pointed at Illy's back, exclaiming, "Look, it's Soldier Boy." Do not expect to divert the topic with such antics, Superman. Soldier Boy has been dead for decades. Today, I must insist that you respect the labor of our team. Illy's words were resolute, yet she instinctively glanced back. When she turned around again, she felt a gust of wind. Joy had already vanished from sight. Frustrated, Joy found herself on the most heavily armed floor of the water company, where the equipment department and crime investigation unit were located. As she passed the equipment department, she spotted the skilled marksman from Red River Security, who had once attempted to take her down, now busy preparing gear for deployment. Joy exchanged a brief glance with him, causing him to flinch. She hastened to the crime investigation unit, and, upon entering, she noticed a junior staff member settling down with an Americano, preparing to tackle her breakfast of whole grain toast and carrots, which she munched on monotonously, washing it down with her coffee. Though Joy had witnessed such scenes countless times in her past life, she could not help but marvel at how exceptionally gifted these Anglo-American white-collar workers were, able to consume their meals devoid of any flavor, silently observing her finish what could only be described as a breakfast fit for a pig. Joy gently tapped the young woman on the shoulder, successfully causing her to spill the remaining coffee onto her keyboard. "Oh dear, Superman, my apologies. It was my fault. I should have made some noise." Joy reassured the flustered employee, turning the keyboard upside down and quickly drying it with her warm gaze. While stealing a glance at her name tag, "Annika, was it? I would like to request your assistance." "It's Annika, Mr. Superman." Annika tidied her workspace and swiftly transitioned into a professional demeanor. "How may I assist you?" Just the day before, a fellow countryman had approached her, seeking help in locating the tracker for the Invisible Man Shirley. This request would not be similar. "I need you to help me locate the position of the tracker." "Ah, is it indeed for the Invisible Man?" "Of course not," Joy replied, shaking her head. "Who cares about a worthless individual who indulges in various imparts while sobering up? I need to locate myself. The water company, an international corporation that has established its foothold in New York since the 1950s, holds a plethora of documents and correspondence pertaining to various superheroes within its archives. Although Joy has meticulously scoured the company's intranet for information, some records may be confined by their age or classification, likely not stored in electronic format on the servers. The archives contain numerous personnel files and financial records meticulously managed by the PR and legal departments. Yet it is evident that certain higher classified materials do not reside within the visible intranet of the company. Joy has, more than once, contemplated the whimsical idea of constructing a grand gulag hotel to send over 80 of Water's superheroes on an extended holiday. However, his immediate concern must first address the top-tier issues at hand, particularly regarding the true nature of the acquaintance he shares a bed with daily. The vast majority of information on the Super 7, along with the sporadically mentioned suspicious Compound 5 and keywords such as Barbara or Storm, remain conspicuously absent from the database. In the absence of such information, Joy is left with no choice but to resort to some underhanded tactics. While flying yesterday, he likely inadvertently misplaced something, and despite searching extensively this morning, it remains elusive. Annika, initially skeptical of the narrative presented, reluctantly attempted to track its location, only to exclaim in mild surprise, "Oh, what is this?" Joy seized the mouse, zooming in on the map, and it was no wonder Annika was astonished. The tracker belonging to him was racing across the Atlantic, swiftly approaching the West African coast, pausing momentarily before hurtling towards the Indian Ocean, heading in the direction of the South Sea Islands. Before Annika could finish her thought, Joy vanished from the office, leaving behind a flurry of A4 papers scattered about like autumn leaves in a tempest. Storm, engrossed in one of her scant leisure activities apart from playing chess with Joy, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The water company, a multinational conglomerate, primarily focuses on managing superstars, yet it has not neglected its other ventures, such as core biopharmaceutical research and development, military contracting and its strategic future, charitable endeavors at the Red River Welfare Institute, and various offshore investment operations. To elaborate on these investments, they primarily involve acquiring land at bargain prices abroad. Since the 1960s and 1970s, under the impetus of Storm and other executives, the water company has engaged in extensive low-cost acquisitions of overseas land in Africa and numerous Pacific islands, subsequently leveraging ownership of these properties to politically or financially extort the semi-colonial local governments. Given the amicable relations between water and the two legislative bodies, along with the tacit approval of certain influential figures, such extortion has proven successful time and again. Should local residents be unwilling to sell their land at a low price? For Storm, this presents one of the most entertaining aspects of the entire endeavor. As perhaps the world's first superhuman transformed by Compound 5, she embodies the tempest she has aptly named herself, Storm. Draped in her favored black leather cloak, she commands lightning to streak across the Pacific skies, effortlessly conjuring deadly thunder and torrential rains with a mere gesture. An ominous low-pressure cyclone rapidly engulfs the local coastline, purging the lands of dissenters. Concealed within the thick clouds, Storm prepares to linger momentarily, savoring the moment, relishing the sight of the lowly insects' plight and their mournful cries in the aftermath of the typhoon. Although she has grown somewhat weary of Joy, her ennui is not absolute, prompting her to resort to this long-abandoned method to alleviate her mood. This time, no land requires malicious acquisition. It is merely her boredom that drives her. The laboratory's predictions are exceedingly optimistic. She may indeed be capable of cloning a new, perfect Aryan Superman. Should she choose wisely the egg donor, he could even possess golden locks. Nevertheless, Joy's carefully prepared gift that morning has slightly rekindled her interest. Perhaps nurturing a young boy could be worthwhile. Amidst these conflicting thoughts, she belatedly realizes that the tempest she conjured has dissipated in an instant. By the time she comprehends this, the sky has cleared, rendered transparent by the stabilization of atmospheric pressure, and her crimson cloak flutters in the air, racing solely towards her. Joy speeds along the path of Storm's flight, counteracting the pressure differential as he navigates the outer edges of the hurricane on the Atlantic's eastern shore, catching the falling beings and swiftly placing them upon the ground before hastening towards the Pacific. Here, he replicates the feat, calming the tempest before anyone suffers harm. As the clash of their pressures nearly scatters all the clouds from the sky, revealing her dark silhouette aloft, Joy, lacking superhuman vision, instinctively knows who she is. At that moment, Storm, observing Joy's approach, realizes the truth. She raises her hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning to repel him, then tears off her olive stone bracelet, crushing the largest gem to reveal the hidden tracker within. Misled by the boy's youth, she underestimates his perceptiveness. Storm believes that, should it come to a confrontation, her strength would suffice to dispatch him. After all, according to the laboratory's data, even her compatriots could not inflict fatal harm upon her. Yet, it is evident that this is neither the appropriate time nor the suitable place. Backed by the Water Corporation, she sees no need to brawl with a street thug amidst the Pacific skies. Storm, halt. Do not compel me to act. Joy, taking precautions, evades the incoming lightning as he pursues the fleeing storm. At this moment, he must confront a reality he has long subconsciously ignored. The temporary romantic entanglements, ranging from a woman with ulterior motives to an individual suspected of harboring extreme ideologies, and ultimately culminating in a Nazi perpetrator wielding supernatural powers to enact slaughter, have led to a profound realization. One's intellect should have discerned these layers, or perhaps one's body should have instinctively acted to uncover the truth. Yet, in the wake of upheaval, there lingers an incessant yearning for the unattainable, while remaining stagnant in a new refuge. At this moment, the flames of fury within Joy once again surge, not due to the deceit of others, but rather from the self-deception he has perpetuated. In a past life, a colleague's remark regarding the beleaguered authority figure aptly applies. Joy, Why such ire? They are merely a pack of beasts. This youthful sense of righteousness is precisely what vexes Storm, contributing to her belief that this development is arduous. They are but a collection of black-skinned gorillas and yellow-skinned monkeys. We are superior. In the distance, Joy's eyes blaze with a fiery determination, fixating unwaveringly on Storm, convinced that the world ought not to function in such a manner. When Annie January initially received the assignment from Stan Edgar, she felt a twinge of excitement, even anticipation, especially when he indeed provided her with a safe house in New Jersey, equipped with a high-performance computer capable of accessing the What Crime monitoring system, alongside an array of specialized gear and several pre-constructed false identities. This even inspired Starlight to craft a catchy slogan: "Anytime, anywhere, Starlight Detective, serious about solving cases." At this moment, Starlight finds herself somewhat intoxicated by the dream of heroism. A clear-minded individual would reflect upon the underlying motives of these cases that necessitate the involvement of a fictitious person. However, Starlight is wholly engrossed in the investigation of these cold cases, each one veiled in mystery, with the only leads being parents reporting their missing children, after which silence reigned. Furthermore, the time span is extensive, stretching from the era when the soldier boy was active 40 years ago to the current age of the homeland, rendering even the world's most astute detective, the Knight, incapable of unraveling the threads, let alone a complete novice like herself. Starlight resorts to the laborious method of visiting each household individually, spending 3 days driving from Jersey City to Long Island, barely sleeping or eating outside the confines of her car, amidst 11 families embroiled in the cases within such a brief distance. For the first time, Starlight questions her aptitude for detective work. A detective must cultivate calmness and maintain logical thought, unperturbed by external distractions. Yet throughout these visits, the tales of sorrow and regret shared by each family have left her emotionally overwhelmed. Families who have lost children initially experience terror and anxiety, but after enduring a prolonged and tormenting search without resolution, they're consumed by anger and guilt, ultimately succumbing to a lifetime of numbness and despair. Starlight has visited families at nearly every stage of grief, from those who have just lost a child to those who have been mourning for 3 or 4 years. Each utterance of theirs weighs heavily on the soul, nearly crushing her with its poignant gravity. I had merely entered the store to retrieve 2 hot dogs, instructing her to remain seated, and in that brief moment, I lost sight of her. Starlight felt utterly incapable of continuing her inquiry. That year, when I picked her up from school, there was an ice cream truck parked nearby. While I stood in line, she played on the grass with her backpack. More than a decade has passed, yet I still frequently dream of her, envisioning her rolling on the lawn, where her backpack crushed the Queen Maeve doll hanging from it. Starlight could not recall how she managed to drive back to Jersey City. She only knew that she needed to curl up in her secret sanctuary and get some rest, for one cannot think clearly amidst such chaotic turmoil. Chapter 23. With a Heart of Steel. Malice arises as Starlight rose to wash up and embark on another day, steeped in negativity. A battle of unprecedented proportions raged overhead in the Pacific, one of the fiercest in decades. In this world, there are no true supervillains. They exist solely within the realms of Walter's films and comic books. Everyone plays the role of a hero, amicably acting in a charade, deceiving the gullible for profit. Why resort to violence? At that moment, Storm found herself in disarray, relentlessly unleashing lightning to repel Joy's pursuit, yet she could not prevent the gap between them from narrowing, especially after failing to evade a bolt of lightning. Both she and Joy recognized that lightning was ineffective against him. Storm still could not comprehend the source of Joy's fury. She perceived herself and Joy as kindred spirits, the pinnacle of humanity, with whites barely qualifying as human and blacks and yellows likened to beasts. Would you concern yourself with how many creatures you hunt down? Joy, do not oppose your own kind for such trivial matters. You must bear the consequences of your actions. In a swift maneuver, Joy closed the distance to Storm. Grasping her garment, she retaliated with a rapid elbow strike, sending Joy crashing into the sea. Use your brain, Joy. For beings like us, there is no cost to our actions. Storm devised a plan to extricate herself from Joy's grasp. She extended her arms, gathering strength as a cyclone, exponentially more powerful than before, began to form. Simultaneously, she veered closer to the coastline. Joy, I know you can hear me. You need to calm down and cease your pursuit. or we shall both perish alongside these coastal insects." Joy, of course, could hear her, and, at that moment, he could even discern the weeping and wailing of those who had lost everything on the ravaged lands of West Africa, thousands of miles away. Joy burst forth from the water, exhaling a breath that froze a portion of the sea's surface. With a force akin to that of a discus throw, he hurled several tons of ice towards the fleeing figure of the storm woman. Perhaps he had yet to fully comprehend the responsible use of his extraordinary power, but he at least recognized the folly of misusing such an unparalleled strength. The actions of the storm woman had already severely crossed the boundaries of his moral compass. Joy did not consider himself a saint, nor did he impose such lofty standards on others, including the ill-mannered superheroes of the water company. There were no dictates that possessing superpowers necessitated an unwavering commitment to a life of heroism akin to Spider-Man's, forsaking the normalcy of societal existence. He acknowledged and tolerated the gray areas of this world, yet the pure malevolence embodied by the storm woman posed a threat to all. With a swift motion, the storm woman unleashed another bolt of lightning, shattering the airborne ice shards, and in that moment, she could not help but marvel at Joy's astonishing capabilities. "Behold the power you wield. Why squander it in infighting amongst kin?" As the icy fragments dissipated into mist, Joy once more charged towards the storm woman. However, midway through his pursuit, he had to halt, mitigating the pressure differential to prevent the monstrous typhoon summoned by her from engulfing the entire South Sea Islands. At that moment, Joy observed the storm woman drawing ever closer to the shoreline, uncertain of his next course of action. Undoubtedly, she was an immensely powerful superhuman. If he continued his chase, their entanglement would inevitably endanger countless coastal residents. Unless the storm woman committed a grave transgression, Joy had set his mind on subduing her for subsequent judgment. Yet, in this world, how could someone like her receive the justice she deserved? In the expanse above the Pacific, there were no witnesses or evidence, only the two of them. "Storm woman, halt!" Joy called out, but she remained indifferent. With a newfound resolve, he shouted towards her retreating figure, "Clara, this is your final opportunity." Still, the storm woman paid him no heed. She exhibited considerable tolerance towards all white superhumans, treating them as kin, and Joy was no exception. Furthermore, as one of the mightiest superhumans, she had undergone a series of tests by the water company. There was virtually nothing on this planet that could threaten her. Unbeknownst to the storm woman, Joy's eyes began to glow a deep crimson. Subsequently, two powerful beams of heat vision effortlessly pierced through her from behind, igniting her entire being in a blaze. Joy's blood-red cloak billowed in the air as he watched the fiery silhouette plummet into the ocean from an altitude of over 1,000 meters. At that moment, the anguished cries and prayers of the slaughtered no longer echoed in his ears. Finally, there was peace. For the vast majority of superheroes, crossing that line is utterly unacceptable, especially for Superman. For an ordinary individual, taking a life may require meticulous planning, careful preparation, and prolonged deliberation. Yet for Superman, the act of killing one person or annihilating an entire planet is merely a distinction between crushing an ant and drowning a nest of ants. Joy has always feared exercising his responsibility, apprehensive of encountering a scenario like today. As a Kryptonian bathed in the rays of a yellow sun, he believes he lacks the compassion and benevolence of Clark Kent, armed with formidable abilities, who can guarantee that he will not succumb to the impulse to kill. At least Joy cannot guarantee such restraint. As he resolutely decides to take a life, every other potential solution to his dilemma yields to this choice. Quietly, Joy departs from the sea, soaring towards Kansas. Perhaps others might feel panic and regret when faced with their first act of killing, but after contemplation, Joy finds himself enveloped in an unshakable calm. Moreover, this decision appears remarkably efficient. Huey, too, grapples with the torment of taking a life. When the press of a button can effortlessly determine another's fate, especially when that person's existence poses a tangible threat to your own life, how can one resist the urge to press it? "Child, this is not your fault," Butcher softly reassures Huey. "He wanted to escape. Your actions were to protect us." He intended to pat Huey on the shoulder, but the latter was smeared with the dismembered remains of the Invisible Man, rendering any gesture impossible. "Indeed, it's either you or him. Think of Robin. Do you wish to end up like your girlfriend? You didn't speak just now, did you?" Huey has heard such whispers in his ear before. Initially, he thought it was Butcher, only to realize he still hears the voice when alone. Just moments ago, this voice urged him to press the button in time, preventing the invisible man from escaping. Huey suspects that the high-pressure environment of the past few days has taken a toll on his mental state. Chapter 24. The Tip of the Iceberg, Kansas. The place where it all began. The deafening roar of breaking the sound barrier draws near. This is Joy's first return since that fateful night. The earth remains charred and desiccated, unchanged, the land scorched by hellfire likely to remain barren for many years to come. Joy is uncertain why he has returned to this place. Is it the psychological burden of his first kill? He quickly dismisses this possibility, for as he gazes at Storm, he feels only a sense of relief. Someone like her should not exist in this world. But what, then, is the source of his distress? At this moment, Joy found himself reluctant to ponder the matter further. Perhaps he ought to heed a fragment of the Raven's counsel, such as erecting a monument for his adoptive parents. The earth beneath Joy's fervent gaze and hands underwent a geological metamorphosis, reshaping into stone. With his intense focus, he cleaved the rock, fashioning a gravestone of moderate dimensions, the grave of Jonathan Kent and Martha Kentucky. Initially, Joy intended to place it upon the ground, but after much contemplation, he ascended into the air, enveloping the tombstone in a biological cocoon, transcending the confines of the atmosphere and planetary gravity, evading the observation of relay satellites, and finally positioning it on the far side of the moon, sheltered beneath a cratered slope. Having accomplished this, Joy returned to his home, floating above the scorched earth. Yet an inexplicable fear took root within him. Could he truly contend with the Triad demon? His mind swiftly provided a negative response. This was an entity that transcended dimensions. To vanquish it, he would need to possess strength akin to that of Clark Kent. Clark Kent's power stemmed not only from his Kryptonian heritage, but also from the saintly love and justice that resided within his heart, qualities Joy felt he could never embody. The Raven's recent failed escape had not only rendered Joy utterly destitute, but it also tolled the death knell for this universe. The anxieties Joy had buried deep regarding the arrival of Kryptonians became trivial in light of the Triad demon's ever-watchful gaze upon this world. In this realm, there existed no Speed Force, no Batman, no Atlantis, no Paradise Island, nor Martian exiles, and there was no Justice League, no superheroes. Only a cadre of superficially grand superhumans. The vast majority engaging in deceitful endeavors, and a solitary Superman like himself. Perhaps the Raven should be included in this reckoning. While it would be disingenuous for Joy to claim he bore no resentment towards the Raven, he recognized that pressing her too hard would yield no benefit. From his perspective, the Raven could simply abandon him and leap into another universe. Just as in the eyes of the Raven's father, the Triad demon, there existed countless universes and realms ripe for conquest, so too did the Raven have innumerable parallel universes in which to conceal herself. Once the Triad demon reclaimed fury, it would undoubtedly prove arduous to locate the Raven again. Yet she did not flee. Instead, she chose to remain in this universe, confronting the Triad demon's arrival alongside the inhabitants of this planet. Nearly everyone in the world has erred, and when such missteps inflict harm upon others, the ultimate recompense is seldom heartfelt forgiveness. More often, it is simply a matter of letting go. It is exceedingly challenging for Joy, who lives a second life, to maintain his sanity. He yearns for his existence to continue, to seek the strength for vengeance, and to fulfill the aspirations he had once relinquished, rather than being crushed by the impending arrival of the Three-Palace demon amidst his struggle with the Raven. Thus, it is better to resign to the situation. Perhaps the Raven, with its profound insight into the human heart, recognized this and established such a delicate equilibrium with him on this planet. I heard the same voice as that fateful night and came to investigate, only to find it was truly you. The sound of a car screeching to a halt reached Joy from a distance, as old Arthur kicked open the slightly deformed car door and leaped from his dilapidated Jeep. Laurel said she saw you on television that day, but I thought you perished that night too. It appears my daughter was right. Old Arthur paused at a distance, striking a match to ignite a cigarette, gazing up at the floating red and blue figure amidst the swirling mist. Where is Laurel? Joy gradually descended from the air, approaching his neighbor. Yet the latter instinctively took 2 steps back. Without the Raven's gifts, Joy could still sense the fear and trepidation emanating from him. Almost everyone presumed that Joy's uncontrollable superpower had led to his parents' demise, no matter how much Joy explained. Even openly admitting to being an extraterrestrial akin to the citizens of his homeland, it was futile. It was as if awakening superpowers and killing one's own parents was a commonplace occurrence. Kid, your parents' death is not entirely your fault. I told you so that night. Arthur inhaled deeply, the cigarette in his mouth suddenly reduced by a third. If I were to tell you that every superhuman in this world, every child with powers, was conceived by their avaricious parents selling their future to the devil known as what? Including you and your parents. Would that make you feel any better? If you have something to say, please be concise and do not invoke my parents again. I'm not like them. Joy gently exhaled, transforming the cigarette in old Arthur's mouth into an ice pop. And one more thing, old man, smoking is detrimental to your health. Old Arthur sighed, turned, and patted the car door, signaling Joy to get in. There was more he needed to discuss. What corporation monopolized the entire North American superhero market? And these superheroes were approached by what, while still infants or even embryos, with parents persuaded by money and promises of the future to have compound number 5 injected into themselves or their children. The Arthurs, residing in Iowa, were among them. Arthur's wife voluntarily injected the drug into the embryo during her pregnancy. Yet for the first 5 or 6 years after Laurel's birth, there were no signs of any superpowers manifesting. Upon regaining clarity, Arthur accessed more information through his channels. Realizing that the awakening of superpowers was not a gentle process, Arthur's wife, Laurie's mother, continued to dream of the grandeur that a daughter with superpowers would bring, leading to an increasingly harsh attitude towards her daughter, who lacked such abilities. Left with no alternative, Arthur chose to protect his ex-wife and, more importantly, his daughter by departing with her to Kansas, abandoning everything to embrace the life of a farmer. Have you shared this with Laurie? Joy, upon hearing Arthur's narrative, immediately connected it to the compound she had encountered in the internal email system at Walter, realizing why the company exerted such control over most superheroes. These so-called heroes were not heroes at all. They scarcely qualified as human, merely commodities objectified by the capitalist behemoth that was Walter. Not yet. Old Arthur pressed the brake, disregarding Joy's disapproving gaze as he struck a match to light a cigarette. To avoid inhaling secondhand smoke, Joy decisively opened the car door and stepped out, only to see the Great Pyrenees barking at her from within the fenced area. She had grown accustomed to this. The black and white dog behaved this way every time, and soon Laurie would emerge to calm it down. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Joy was still met with silence from Laurie's side. Arthur approached and patted Joy on the shoulder, saying, "This brings me to the second thing I wanted to tell you." Starlight, summoning every ounce of her formidable will, finally managed to rise from her bed. The investigations of the past few days had left her feeling restless. Each missing child case was alarmingly tidy, devoid of any clues, which in itself was a clue. Overall, her efforts had yielded nothing tangible, yet had led to some insights. After several setbacks, she began to ponder why Stan Edgar had entrusted such a novice as herself with this case. However, upon reflection, she realized the complexity of the matter was beyond her comprehension, and given her aspirations for a position within the Seven, she had no better options. The previous night, she had resolved to wake early and create a map charting the locations of the disappearances, hoping to discern some pattern. Starlight stumbled into the bathroom, still bleary-eyed as she reached for her toothbrush at the vanity, contemplating purchasing a map of the New York area and some pushpins once she was fully awake. In her foggy state, she caught a glimpse of her proud golden hair in the mirror, which seemed to have turned white. She lowered her head to spit out the toothpaste, preparing to rub her eyes. Surely, after a few days of excessive toil, it was impossible to go gray overnight. Before she could act, the reflection in the mirror extended its hands and seized her by the throat. In that moment, Starlight was fully awake. Chapter 25. The mirror's maze. Starlight never imagined she would meet her end at the hands of her own reflection. Yet, it was evident that the figure in the mirror was not herself, but a white-haired woman she had never seen before. The individual before her was clad entirely in a white, scale-patterned bodysuit, with lips and hair rendered in a dull shade of white, exuding a ghastly pallor akin to a long-dead corpse. A pair of crimson eyes, brimming with murderous intent, fixated intently upon Starlight. Grasped by the throat, Starlight hastily summoned her abilities in a desperate attempt to retaliate, only to discover that the electricity in the entire room had been severed, leaving her unable to draw even a trace of power from the surroundings. Seizing the last vestiges of her strength, Starlight propelled herself off the sink. The immense recoil causing her to stagger backward, inadvertently pulling half of her assailant's form from the mirror. Yet this act proved futile. The explosion of energy failed to unbalance her foe, instead robbing Starlight of her remaining strength, rendering her powerless to escape. She could feel her opponent's grip tightening further. Long nails piercing her skin, the pressure on her carotid arteries inducing a dizzying haze, nearly plunging her into unconsciousness. Just as despair enveloped Starlight. Anticipating the end of her life, a bullet pierced through the window at a most precarious angle, shattering the mirror before her into countless shards. As the fragments scattered, the figure emerging from the mirror's depths seemed severed in half, emitting no cry as it fell, blood splattering onto the sink below. In a frantic flurry, Starlight struck and clawed at her assailant's hands, finally prying them from her throat. The sink, now a grotesque amalgamation of red, green, and yellow, bore witness to the chaos. Starlight stared blankly at her bloodied reflection in the shattered glass, momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The sink, having endured the earlier blow and now the weight of the corpse, finally succumbed, toppling to the ground, spilling its grim contents over Starlight's lower body. She could only feel gratitude that her recent busyness had deprived her of a proper meal. Otherwise, she would be retching far more than she currently was. How Starlight would confront the gruesome scene, reminiscent of a murder scene, was of no concern to the sniper on the distant rooftop. After reporting the outcome of his mission to the command center, the elite marksman swiftly detached the suppressor from his rifle, disassembled the weapon, and stowed it away before turning to leave. Before departing, he took a moment to tap on his phone, sending a message to reassure his family. Reminiscent of his previous encounter with the superhero, engaging with superhumans, particularly through the use of firearms, had never been a safe endeavor. He was fortunate that the last one he dealt with had a modicum of restraint. Otherwise, he might have met his demise several times over. Though the Wilson family hailed from a lineage of mercenaries with the creed of valuing money over life, he was acutely aware that as long as one had life, there was hope for wealth. However, this particular target was not insurmountable. As the intelligence had indicated, she resembled the character known as the Mirror Woman from the X-Men, aptly named for her ability to traverse through reflective surfaces. This extraordinary power was indeed spectacular, yet her appearance bore the pallor of albinism, compounded by her reclusive nature, which rendered her notoriety within the X-Men rather obscure. Following the strategy provided by the equipment department, he executed the plan to obliterate the passageway while she traversed the mirror, successfully cleaving her in two and effortlessly capturing the superhuman. After assuring his wife and daughter of his safety, Todd Wilson contemplated how to allocate the remuneration for this mission as he extinguished the screen of his mobile device. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him. His heartbeat appeared to momentarily cease, for upon extinguishing the screen, he beheld not his own visage, but a ghastly, pale face belonging to a corpse that should have been severed in half moments ago. Before Wilson could react, a hand emerged from the darkness of the screen, piercing through his chest with an uncanny swiftness that defied human reflexes. With a slight exertion, the hand crushed his heart, bringing his life to a definitive end. The unfortunate mercenary's blood splattered across the rooftop, intertwining with the early morning sunlight that cast a slanted glow upon the scene. As the pool of blood gradually settled, it congealed into a thin, reflective surface. Within this sanguine mirror, a distorted crimson world was reflected, from which a pure white figure emerged. Clad in a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her form, her scarlet eyes fixated with an unwavering intensity on the hidden location of Starlight. Just as a person can cast multiple shadows in the presence of sufficient light, how could one not expect the mirror to reveal more than a singular reflection? Even as her consciousness severed swiftly, the agony of being bisected reverberated momentarily within her, a lingering, numbing pain that was both chilling and disquieting in her lower abdomen. Yet for the Mirror Woman, such discomfort was trivial. Should she fail to complete her mission and eradicate the threat posed by the X-Men, Professor X would ensure she comprehended what true suffering entailed. However, the intelligence regarding her target was evidently flawed. The police department's records had distinctly indicated that the individual they were pursuing was an ordinary woman, yet the adversary before her was undoubtedly a superhuman. Lori had vanished. More precisely, she had left a note and absconded while old Arthur was inebriated and oblivious. Her telekinetic abilities had grown increasingly potent over the past few days, leaving her dissatisfied with the confines of her rural existence in Kansas. Old Arthur, understanding the origins and dangers of such supposed powers, naturally opposed his daughter's aspirations. At that moment, she had seen on television what appeared to be a figure resembling Joy, now a member of the Super Seven. The choices she would make were all too predictable. In many respects, Laurie's father is an exceedingly inadequate parent. However, in this instance, Joy finds it challenging to criticize him from any favorable angle. Over the past few days, he has scoured all unencrypted materials on the Whatnet. And it can be said that, aside from those on the 82nd floor, no one understands what company better than he does. Superpowers may be utilized for noble causes, yet at what company, they are merely employed for trivial amusements. Moreover, the very first act Laurie undertook after acquiring her powers was, upon closer inspection, far from commendable. Have you not contacted her? Joy inquired of old Arthur. It is rather shameful to admit that, despite Laurie always occupying the seat behind him on the school bus over the years, Joy has never saved her number. Perhaps it was because she often took advantage of his moments of slumber to stealthily twirl her hair, even attempting to tug a strand free on multiple occasions. This is no longer merely a matter of whether to answer a call. Old Arthur, mustering his courage, sought out Joy, a superhuman capable of incinerating hundreds of acres when his powers spiral out of control, not solely due to his daughter's rebellious phase that led her to leave home and ignore his calls. He unlocked his phone screen and handed it to Joy. The messaging interface displayed countless messages sent under the title Beloved Daughter, yet only a single reply had been received, timestamped from the previous night. Help. Chapter 26. Fragmented heroes in the aftermath of Joy's home being reduced to rubble. Laurie awoke, momentarily unable to accept the reality. Superpowers significantly amplify one's emotions and desires, a truth Laurie has already come to understand. However, she completely disbelieves her father's assertion that Joy's family was destroyed due to his own loss of control over his powers. There must be some underlying truth, for she has witnessed Joy exhibit a level of composure and restraint that belies his age. The precision with which he subdued himself was remarkable. How could such a flawless individual possibly lose control? Summoning her courage, she inquired of the local police, only to be met with silence. They offered her no answers, not even whether Joy was alive or dead. Days later, after wandering restlessly and missing an entire day of classes, Laurie fortuitously saw on television the announcement of a new member joining the Super Seven, even while the red and blue figure was still obscured by shadows. She instantly recognized who it was. Joy was alive. She had to set off for New York to find him. Recently, Madeline has been feeling increasingly despondent about her days at What Company. If the issues were merely external business matters, she could handle them. But the current situation involves a brewing tempest within the company, and her views on certain conflicts diverge from those held by the individuals on the 82nd floor. In her view, many matters are open for discussion. The Waters Corporation itself is a product founded on the exchange of interests and political compromises. Despite possessing what could be deemed the most formidable superhuman military force globally, it has never relied on such power to resolve issues. However, the actions of the 82nd floor clearly aim to disrupt this precedent. Dispatching individuals to investigate the sordid affairs of the G Police is tantamount to declaring war. And Madeline anticipated such extreme measures from the opposition. Reflecting on the situation, she considered that if any short-sighted individuals insisted on probing into the origins of her compatriots or the whereabouts of the lantern-bearers, she would not hesitate to make them vanish without a trace. As she pondered this, the landline on Madeline's desk rang. Upon answering, she was greeted by the voice of John Goddikin, known as Professor G, the spokesperson for the G Police. Madeline, I am delighted that you have recently shown such interest in the lifestyle issues of our G Police members. You see, my superhumans are disorganized and undisciplined, and without proper oversight, they are bound to engage in actions that jeopardize society. Surely not, John, Madeline replied, her tone laced with insincerity as she chuckled lightly. Who does not know that your G Police is the most beloved superhero organization in the nation? Indeed, the G Police is committed to uniting society and fostering consensus. Our superheroes are predominantly orphans, individuals with disabilities, sexual minorities, African Americans, indigenous peoples, and members of the LGBT community. They epitomize inclusivity and diversity for the American people. Listening to Professor G's formulaic self-adulation, Madeline struggled to maintain her composure. You can save these platitudes for when the media is relentlessly pursuing you over the GTO scandal. Professor G, evidently struck by her words, the facade of cordiality was stripped away. This is your final warning, Madeline. Do not push us too hard. The profits generated by our G-Police IP surpass the combined revenues of the Super 7 and the Avengers. I do not wish for you to meddle in our personnel management and brand operations. No, changes within the G-Police must be managed uniformly by the Water's Human Resources Department. The old methods carry too much risk and cannot continue. Madeline was resolute on this point. For decades, Professor G had operated the G-Police as an independent kingdom, fortified by a proprietary production line for Compound 5, much to the frustration of Waters Corporation's management. Yet, this organization was not without its vulnerabilities. Its unique approach to recruiting and nurturing new talent had long been suspect. There are no walls that do not allow whispers to pass through, and should this be exposed, the ramifications for Waters Corporation would be catastrophic. She must address this threat before everything is laid bare to the light of day. Recently, the burgeoning topic of two on Twitter has not only cast a shadow over the integrity of the G-Guardians, but has also been significantly fueled by the orchestrated efforts of the Water Corporation's online influencers. The underlying intention is to exert pressure on the opposing party, compelling them to relinquish control of the G-Guardians, particularly in light of the internal issues plaguing the organization. Madeline's threats have escalated. Do not be overly confident. Your G-Guardians are not as cohesive as you believe. Nubia and Silver Woman demonstrated this reality a few months ago. I exerted considerable effort to suppress their matters. Do not let my endeavors go in vain, Professor G. Naturally. Please convey our gratitude to the PR department of Water Corporation on behalf of myself and the G-Guardians. On the other end of the line, Professor G's demeanor softened upon hearing Nubia and Silver Woman's names. The replacement for Silver Woman that you brought in a few days ago has been adequately arranged. However, should you wish to insert outsiders into the G-Guardians in the future, it would be prudent to inform me in advance, as the current culture within the G-Guardians may be challenging for outsiders to navigate. Madeline, however, was indifferent to these concerns. The young rural girl they had inserted would evidently lack any substantial influence. To undermine the G-Guardians from within, reliance on the agent linked to her was paramount. Pleasant collaboration, John. At this moment, both parties reached a tentative compromise, and after Madeline hung up, a triumphant smile reappeared on her face. However, this moment of cheer was short-lived, as the patriotic man barged in, his expression stormy, and with gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "Come and see, Madeline." She quickly rose, gently caressing the patriotic man's chest as if soothing a petulant child. "Do not fret, my dear. Tell me what has transpired." Uncharacteristically, the patriotic man was unmoved by her attempts at comfort and firmly led Madeline to the meeting room of the Seven, revealing a sealed box. "Do you remember the invisible man who went missing a few days ago? Deep Sea discovered this morning in New York Bay, a galvanized box. And the invisible man is inside." The patriotic man gestured for Deep Sea to open the metallic container. Madeline peered inside. Although she had braced herself, she instinctively covered her mouth and nose, turning her head away in disgust after a mere glance. Boom! A sonic boom resonated from the distant horizon as Joey, racing back from Kansas, arrived at Water Tower. During his first encounter with Stan, Edgar, and Storm Lady, he sensed the palpable tension between the two. This led him to conclude that even if Stan were aware of the unfolding events, the entire Water Corporation might not respond with immediate fervor. Nevertheless, regardless of the opposing party's potential for confrontation, he felt compelled to be present. After all, Lori had approached him directly a few days prior, and based on that text message, she was likely in extreme peril at that very moment. If I wish to uncover the whereabouts of Lori, approaching what is undoubtedly the swiftest method. As for whether the means employed are gentle or violent, I am utterly indifferent. What is that foul odor? Just moments after committing murder, Joyce swaggered into the conference room through the window. However, before exchanging pleasantries with the patriotic figure, he was met with a noxious stench reminiscent of a blend of fish mint and stinky tofu, akin to rotten eggs. Initially, Joy paid little heed to the discussions among the trio, yet he could not overlook the large box emanating an astonishingly repulsive odor, particularly given his heightened sensitivity. The stench compelled him to activate his supervision involuntarily. A mere glance revealed the contents of the box, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Could this be the Invisible Man? Previously, when his supervision had been triggered, he had seen the peculiar structure of the Invisible Man's body, leaving a lasting impression of its strange skin. If he was not mistaken, the box contained the hero fragments and hero skin fragments of the Invisible Man, Chapter 27. Toxic Assets. Joy was somewhat astonished by the death of the Invisible Man, for to his knowledge, there were no supervillains in this world, at least not before the arrival of the three palaces. The so-called superheroes faced no extremely lethal external threats. However, the demise of the strongest superhumans was not entirely implausible. After all, Joy had personally killed one that very morning. The patriotic figure was evidently infuriated. Viewing himself as the leader of the Seven, and the direct death of a member was a blatant provocation to his authority. While the death of the Invisible Man held little monetary value, the patriotic figure's pride was of immense worth. Perhaps beneath his anger, a trace of fear lingered. If a nearly immortal superhuman could be effortlessly torn to shreds, who could guarantee the safety of other superhumans? Nonetheless, Joy was indifferent to the patriotic figure's rage, striding directly towards Ashley's office. "Ashley, has anyone come to the company seeking me or made contact?" What? Joy's query overwhelmed Ashley's mind. Who would concern themselves with such matters? Joy was a member of the Seven, the most renowned superhero team on Earth, and the number of fans attempting to meet him daily could stretch from Long Island to Manhattan. Joy could have waited until Ashley left her desk, as he had done before, to surreptitiously access the internal network for the information he desired. But he lacked the patience for such delays. "Get out of your seat this instant. Now." Seeing the fierce expression on his face and the intensity in his eyes akin to that of the patriotic figure in a fit of rage, Ashley hastily rose. Relinquishing her position, Joy meticulously reviewed the visitor logs, only to realize afterward that his efforts were futile. Only prominent figures like politicians remain in visitor logs. No one would specifically remember the name of a Kansas country girl claiming to know Superman. However, if a superhuman girl, possessing remarkable physical prowess, sends a distress signal, it likely indicates her entanglement in some extraordinary affairs. Joy resumed his inquiry into the registered superhuman files within the water archives, yet found little new information compared to his previous clandestine observations. He turned to Ashley and inquired, "Are all the superhuman records from Water Company contained within this system?" Ashley hesitated to speak, as these files were not meant for someone of Joy's ilk. However, gazing into Joy's eyes, ignited by fury, and recalling the oppressive past of her homeland, she lost the courage to resist. "There are still numerous documents that I haven't had the chance to input into the system." Before Ashley could finish her sentence, Joy's keen eyes scanned the drawer's compartments, revealing the new files. He deftly incapacitated the lock and retrieved the documents, instantly uncovering the information he sought. Among them was a personnel file completed mere days prior, indicating Lori Lehman as the potential successor to the Silver Guardian. "Your Human Resources Department is truly incompetent. Are you all merely coasting through your jobs? Such crucial information should have been entered into the system." Joy tossed this criticism aside before leaping from the window, leaving Ashley momentarily stunned in his wake. The delay in entering the information was due to her being preoccupied with cleaning up the myriad messes created by individuals like him. The overworked employee felt her head buzzing with frustration from Joy's sudden reproach. She desperately wanted to voice her grievances and show these superhumans a thing or two. Yet, the existence of superhuman hearing forced her to stifle her words, keeping her thoughts bottled up inside. Meanwhile, Starlight hurriedly changed her attire, discarding her pajamas and undergarments aside to don a pristine outfit free of blood. Much of her exposed skin was marred with splotches of blood, but she hastily dressed, prioritizing her escape above all else. Although the mysterious assailant who had attempted to kill her was now severed in half with the help of an unknown ally, Starlight's sixth sense warned her that the situation was far from resolved. The sensation of being watched continued to prick at her nerves, leaving her no time to clean up or deal with the body. She had to flee this cursed place immediately. Suddenly, Starlight grabbed her phone and called Stan Edgar, realizing that the events unfolding were beyond her control, as this was the first time she had encountered a superhuman murder. The call connected, and Stan Edgar's calm voice resonated on the other end. "Please go ahead. Upon hearing that steady voice, Starlight felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over her, as she prepared to report the harrowing incident involving the superhuman stem. After all, Stan, as the helmsman of Vought International, wielded control over all superhumans and could undoubtedly assist her in evading her pursuers. Grasping the extent of his influence over the superhuman entities, she suddenly felt a revelation dawn upon her, prompting her to crush her mobile phone in silence. On the other end, Stan listened to the abrupt, busy signal emanating from the call, coupled with the news from Red River Security received mere moments earlier, leading him to surmise the unfolding situation. Starlight had survived the attack, but was understandably shaken. She had misjudged a crucial element, positioning herself as an untrustworthy party. This was the consequence of having a somewhat clever yet inadequately astute amateur undertake a covert mission. She believed she had uncovered part of the truth, yet in reality, she had failed to grasp the entire picture. There was no meaningful connection between herself and Starlight. She was neither an asset nor a trump card. Stan had merely cast her out as a test, waiting for the G-Men to create sufficient commotion. However, the issue was that the outcome had exceeded expectations. Starlight's investigation had not progressed to a fatal stage, yet her adversaries grew anxious enough to resort to lethal measures. Nevertheless, it mattered little to Starlight now. She would prefer to vanish without a trace, as she had fortuitously secured another advantageous card. Under her maneuvering, this card had the potential to decisively resolve the factional strife within Vought. In fact, even before this card had been played, one of the factions had already begun to crumble. Stan Edgar was unlike Madeline. She had risen through the ranks from the era of the Motherland, during which the post-Cold War period marked America's golden age. Vought, akin to the United States, had chosen to align itself with the prevailing currents, retracting most of its deadly assets and engaging in the exchange of interests and political compromise, donning the guise of civilization. This was emblematic of Madeline's modus operandi. Conversely, Stan Edgar was more primal. In his era of corporate operations, he navigated through a landscape of fierce opposition, assisting authorities in toppling third world regimes, orchestrating the slaughter of anti-colonial resistance groups, abducting and assassinating political leaders, and aiding Langley in supporting local reactionary forces, as well as trafficking drugs domestically. These were quotidian affairs for him. Compromise and mutual benefit were merely facades. Violence and coercion constituted the foundational logic of power dynamics. Stormfront was initially a problem beyond his resolution, but the G-Men were a different matter. After decades of tumultuous evolution under Professor G, the internal contradictions within the G-Men had accumulated to a point of self-destruction. Madeline, still constrained by her own mindset, envisioned a gradual balancing act against Godalkin to fully integrate the G-Men into Vought's domain. Stan Edgar had lost his patience, his sole desire being total annihilation. The Watura Company was on the cusp of entering a new phase, necessitating the eradication of all residual undesirable assets. Chapter 28. You're Gay. On her way back to the office, Madeline observed the equipment department bustling with activity. Clearly, Red River Security was about to make a significant move. What troubled her most was her utter ignorance of the situation. Recently, she had been plagued by a sense of being sidelined, suffocated by the pressures from both above and below. Madeline was contemplating how to report the transformation of the Invisible Man into fragments of hero and skin to the 82nd floor, while seizing the opportunity to discuss with Stan Edgar strategies to curb the increasingly ambitious aspirations of the Homelander, who was attending a fan event. The ringing of the phone interrupted her thoughts. It was Stan Edgar. This is Stan Edgar. Before Madeline could utter a word, he had already assigned a slew of tasks. Coordinate the weaponry needs of Red River Security, which required depleted uranium munitions, and prepare for crisis management regarding the impending retirement of all G-Men. What? For a moment, Madeline could scarcely believe it. The connection between these two directives was unmistakable. Stan was preparing to take action against the G-Men, unlike her efforts to apply pressure through public opinion. Stan was poised to resolve the G-Men issue decisively on a physical level. But I have just reached an agreement with Professor G. Madeline had painstakingly created a stir on social media regarding the allegations of sexual assault against G-Men, compelling Dr. G to concede and granting her leverage in the power struggle, forcing him to acknowledge Water's authority in personnel appointments. Had Stan's actions rendered her previous efforts futile? As a contemporary of John Godkin, Stan Edgar was acutely aware that individuals like him seldom adhered to agreements. Madeline, do not place too much faith in the credibility of that old curmudgeon Godkin. He does not abide by the same set of rules you do. You might as well investigate the current status of the new artist and agent you dispatched a few days ago. Godkin Academy, a few days prior. This was not the Godkin University overseen by the water company, which merely appropriated the name of Professor Godkin. Entrance to that institution required only the attainment of good grades. Godkin Academy, however, was a comprehensive institution founded by John Godkin, affectionately known as Professor G, who personally discovered each of its exceptional members. These individuals were often marginalized by society, encompassing but not limited to LGBTQ individuals, armed helicopters, and Walmart shopping bags. Just like you are gay. Wait, I am not gay. At this moment, Lori found herself in a state of bewilderment. She had come in search of joy, yet somehow, she had unwittingly registered as a superhero. Moreover, the object of her affection, Joy Joseph Kent, was undeniably male, thus she could not possibly identify as gay. Character design. Do you understand the concept? Every hero must possess a distinct persona. Take Prince Nubia, for instance. We refer to him as the heir of a mysterious ancient African kingdom, when in reality, he is a native-born African-American, and his accent is merely an affectation. The agent assigned to Lori by the water company, also named Ashley, though petite, was among the most competent in the field operations department, dressed impeccably in business attire. She was currently ushering Lori into the luxurious estate at 1407 Graymakin Road in Westchester County, New York, the residence of Dr. G and the site of the Godkin Academy. Due to her height, Ashley had to stand on tiptoe to reach Lori's shoulder, accentuating the disparity in their physicality, rendering her actions somewhat comical. Do not hesitate. The G-Force is the highest-grossing superhero team in the nation, and ordinary heroes find it challenging to gain entry. Professor Godkin was waiting at the entrance for Ashley and Lori's arrival. Welcome. It has been a long time since we welcomed an outsider to the G-Force. You're the first, and at 16, you're rather old. While Lori may not have fully grasped the implications, Ashley clearly sensed the professor's unwelcoming tone. She positioned herself protectively between Lori and Professor G, retorting sharply. Since Nubia and Silver Woman encountered difficulties, Madeline felt you were in dire need of assistance. Which is why I was sent. The audacity of being mocked by such a junior made Professor G feel somewhat embarrassed. He huffed heavily, turning away, leaving behind a towering figure resembling Chewbacca from Star Wars to attend to Ashley and Lori. Curly will escort you to the guest rooms for some rest. We are currently holding a memorial service. The little girl at G-Force will be discussed tomorrow. When will I finally meet Joy? Lori asked, peering curiously after Ashley. Casting a glance at their guide, Curly, she whispered, and what was that business about Nubia and Silver Woman? That old man seemed rather displeased upon hearing it. Nubia is the wife of the prince I mentioned earlier, and Silver Woman is her close friend. Both were members of G-Force, and, rather coincidentally, they both recently met their demise, and it was by suicide, quite simply put. Ashley's explanation, convoluted as it was, left Lori, a girl from rural Kansas, thoroughly confused. Yet, she did not forget her original purpose. So, when can I meet Joy? Not so fast, sister. First, can you please follow the proper procedures to join G-Force? Ashley found herself at a loss for words. Was Superman someone one could simply meet at will? Did this girl have any comprehension of the exorbitant price of a ticket to a live handshake event with a member of the Super 7? Though Superman rarely engaged with fans and often wore an unflattering expression on camera, his visage was undeniably handsome enough to captivate women across all ages. From 10 to 100, the number of dreamers was overwhelming. This was the first time Ashley encountered someone so delusional. If he claimed to be his girlfriend, how is it that you don't even have his phone number? You. Laurel stammered, momentarily at a loss for words after Ashley's pointed inquiry. After all these years of subtle hints and indirect suggestions, she had never managed to obtain Joey's phone number. Being confronted with this reality left her blushing furiously. Observing the deepening crimson on Laurel's cheeks, which spread rapidly from her ears to her neck, Ashley realized that if she continued, this girl might truly explode in embarrassment. Quickly, she offered a soothing response. All right, just stay with me for now. Once we officially integrate into the G-Men, I'll make a request for you to meet Superman. How's that sound? After much persuasion, Ashley finally managed to calm the rural girl down. At that moment, she was led to a guest room on the estate side. Although Professor G was quite displeased with Water Company's decision to infiltrate the G-Men with their personnel, the accommodations provided for Ashley and Laurel were nothing short of impressive. Ashley couldn't help but marvel at the hardwood floors, velvet curtains, mahogany furniture, oil paintings adorning the walls, and down-filled bedding. Professor G truly knew how to invest his earnings, far more generously than the frugal Water. Laurel, however, did not share the same perception. She simply thought the lodging was quite splendid. After sending the Chewbacca-like figure away, Ashley thoroughly inspected the room, ensuring that no inappropriate items were present before finally exhaling in relief. Before her departure, she earnestly cautioned Laurel, "Do not wander about at night, and do not speak to any outsiders. If anything concerning arises, come find me immediately. If it is unrelated, just rest well in the room." "All right," Laurel nodded, somewhat dazed. The events of the past half hour had been rather overwhelming for her, a socially awkward 16-year-old from the countryside. Ashley looked at the bewildered Laurel, and the callousness she had honed during her years at Water Company softened momentarily with a hint of compassion. "Don't be anxious. You will soon be a member of the G-Men, the most lucrative of them all. Everyone here is a millionaire, and we will both prosper immensely. Sleep well, and watch how I handle that old Golden, when I awaken tomorrow." Chapter 29. The moment of awakening, Laurel found the bed in the guest room at Golden Academy remarkably comfortable. After a tumultuous journey to New York, she had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. In recent days, she found herself rather confusedly introduced as a so-called superhero. At this moment, her mind remained in a state of befuddlement, yet this did not hinder her from swiftly succumbing to slumber upon her head touching the pillow. In her dreams, she effortlessly toyed with Joey, the boy from the small town devoid of superpowers, who always seemed lost in contemplation at his seat, utterly defenseless against her affections. However, this unrealistic reverie was short-lived, as she was abruptly awakened by the cries and wails emanating from next door. As previously mentioned, a memorial service was being held at the mansion of the G-Men, with the majority of its members having left their posts to attend, including the G-Men and various subgroups, such as the G-Special Ops, G-Style, G-Britain, G-Wonder, G-Coast, and G-Factor, all there to mourn the recent loss of two comrades. This epitomized the essence of the G-Men's familial bond. Frankly speaking, the demise of that wretched woman brought a sense of satisfaction. The words came from the G-Men's stalwart, the fifth warrior who wore his trademark helmet with goggles, purportedly aiding in controlling the power of his laser eyes, and at this moment was thoroughly intoxicated. Beside him stood Stack, a towering metal giant from the G-Special Ops, seemingly impervious to the effects of alcohol. "Which wretched woman are you referring to?" "Of course, I speak of Silverwoman, Kincaid, that suicidal harlot." The fifth warrior seethed with resentment at the mention of his former teammate, the arrogant telekinetic who had always regarded him and others with disdain, bolstered by the favoritism of Professor G. Her death was a cause for collective relief. After all, they had erected a 3-meter-tall bronze statue in her honor, a veritable waste of funds. Recalling the earlier conversation, the fifth warrior suddenly remembered that he had heard Curly mention that Silverwoman's successor had arrived at the mansion and was currently in a guest room on the opposite side. Under the influence of alcohol, a surge of mischief ignited within him, prompting him to summon Stack to accompany him in seeking out some amusement. "Come with me. We can prepare for her welcoming ceremony, can we not?" Stack, well aware of the implications of this so-called welcoming ceremony, was reluctant to indulge the drunken fifth warrior's antics. Gently grasping the collar of his leather jacket, "Did you not hear what Professor G just stated?" The fifth warrior dismissed the concern, continuing to stride forward. "Which part? The Silver Woman will forever live in our hearts bit?" "No." Stack maintained his grip, respecting Professor G and supporting all his decisions. "Much like the majority of G-Men members, I refer to the part after the banquet. It is a time of turmoil. Do not stir trouble, lest we give with the upper hand. Let go of me, you fool." The fifth warrior turned around and swung his arm, compelling the Stack to release him. He was not intoxicated. He merely sought an outlet for his frustration. "I won't trouble that girl. Dealing with superhumans is not a simple matter, especially since she has an ordinary person accompanying her." The Stack, upon hearing this, chose not to oppose him again. In the eyes of their kind, aside from Professor G, other ordinary individuals were indeed insignificant. Thus, the fifth warrior made his way to the room adjacent to Laurie's, effortlessly melting the door lock and stealthily entering the bedroom. He swiftly threw back the covers on the bed, revealing the nearly naked, delicate form of Ashley, gripping her hands as if she were a mere chick. The fifth warrior effortlessly lifted her with his superhuman strength and pinned her against the wall, while his other hand deftly removed the scant remnants of her clothing. "What are you doing?" "I am with the Water's Human Resources Department." The fifth warrior responded with a sharp slap, nearly knocking the breath out of Ashley. "This is what you deserve, you filthy Waters whore." These sycophants of Waters were accustomed to bossing around the superheroes affiliated with Waters, often forgetting an undeniable truth. Superhumans like the fifth warrior were inherently a superior race, wielding the power of life and death over ordinary humans at will. The fifth warrior was now intent on making Ashley, the Waters agent, fully aware of this reality. He didn't even bother to cover her mouth. This was the domain of the G warriors, and as their leader, he could do as he pleased. "Get your filthy hands off her." Lori heard Ashley's cries for mercy and screams from the next room, and she recalled Ashley's previous warning, dismissing the admonition without a moment's hesitation. Lori quickly donned her clothes and rushed next door, only to find a helmeted figure committing unspeakable acts against Ashley. Without a moment's doubt, Lori activated her powers, summoning the bedside table and hurling it at the creature's head. The solid wood furniture struck with considerable force, knocking the fifth warrior to the ground. With another thought, the bed where Ashley lay soared towards Lori, its sheets coiling around Ashley's exposed form. "Are you all right? You shouldn't have come." Ashley, lifted from the bed by Lori, could hardly wipe away the tears streaming down her face from the pain. Yet she understood that Lori's intervention would only escalate the situation into chaos. Throughout her career, she had dealt with the fallout of many superhumans' misdeeds, but she never anticipated that one day such a calamity would befall her, and based on her experience, Waters would certainly not come to her aid. "Where do you think you're going?" The fifth warrior, regaining consciousness and still on the ground, spotted the two women preparing to flee. Without the slightest hesitation, the fifth warrior activated his helmet, unleashing the full power of his laser vision. Lori evidently did not anticipate this maneuver. Before she could react, the laser beam struck her back, the immense energy instantly severing her golden locks, piercing her clothing, and leaving a gory wound on her left shoulder. Lori cried out in pain, but before she could assess her injury, she felt the weight of Ashley's left hand, which she had been supporting, grow light. Turning her head, she witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. The laser beam had not only hit her, but had also swept across Ashley's body. This strike ignited the sheets covering Ashley and engulfed her in flames, the tremendous force cleaving her from her lower abdomen to her lungs. No. Such a situation was far beyond the endurance of a small-town girl like Lori. She clutched Ashley, screaming in terror, as the colossal shockwave flattened the surroundings. "Run!" Ashley still retained a flicker of consciousness, but life was swiftly fading from her eyes. It was a miracle that she could speak at this moment, and all she wished was to find a way for Lori, this brave girl, to escape the perilous situation. "Can you lift things? Try to lift yourself." Lori gazed at the lifeless form of Ashley in her arms, and for the first time in her life, she attempted to correctly harness her superpowers to lift both herself and Ashley. She succeeded. Chapter 30. The ingenious use of superintelligence. Lori ascended into the air, cradling the half-lifeless body of Ashley, evading the fifth warrior's frantic second and third laser strikes, and fled the estate before the others could arrive. "Damn it!" The fifth warrior, witnessing Lori escape with a power identical to that of the Silver Lady, felt his fury escalate. He sought out the flying Saint Angel or the teleporting Red Demon. He was determined to hunt that golden-haired wench to the ends of the earth. Yet, before he could act, a steel hammerhead made intimate contact with his face, leaving him in tears. This was Earth Eagle, a member of the G-Force. His hairstyle and headgear gave him the appearance of an eagle-s head, hence the name, and he wielded a pair of specially forged hammers capable of demolishing most objects in existence. Earth Eagle was known for his brevity, uttering no more than 5 words a day, but at this moment he rarefied his vocabulary. "I just hit you with a stroke of luck." Following him was Stack, the leader of the G Special Forces, accompanied by Professor G, who was being supported by Saint Angel. The fifth warrior quickly grasped the situation. Stack had snitched to Professor G. Saint Angel, who had always been at odds with the fifth warrior, was the first to strike. "Old Five, you truly are a master of turning success into failure." The fifth warrior, undeterred, exclaimed, "Saint Chicken, do you wish to engage in a brawl? Cease your quarrels, my children." The impeccably dressed Professor G lightly tapped his cane on the ground, and the tumultuous dispute dissipated instantly. A disconcerting semblance of tenderness graced his cultured visage. This is a critical moment. There is no time for discord among ourselves. If someone has erred, let us join forces to rectify it. This is the very essence of our G Guardians family. Under the professor's esteemed authority, the internal strife was momentarily quelled, and the crowd, in a fervor, hurried back to the morning assembly, ready to resume their festivities. After a considerable interval, a pallid figure emerged from the pool of blood left by Ashley's severed body. It was the mirror woman, covertly dispatched by Professor G to cleanse the scene. Her crimson eyes surveyed the area, and she swiftly located a remnant, a cell phone inadvertently dropped by Lori. With a phone in hand, she could trace the web of connections to eliminate the latent threats to the G Guardians. The phone's dormant screen served as a mirror, reflecting her image. And as her eyes glimmered with a crimson light, the device unlocked effortlessly. Displayed before her were several messages recently sent by Lori's father. "Arthur, where have you gone? I was wrong to say there are no good people among the superhumans. Those were mere words of frustration. I am deeply worried about you, my daughter. I may struggle to understand you, but I love you. Please return my call." The mirror woman stared blankly at the screen for an extended moment. Before, almost involuntarily, she typed a single word and sent it. "Help." Lori cradled Ashley's upper body, suspended in a numbing haze. Memories of her father's words echoed in her mind. Superpowers are a calamity, not a gift. The more one wields them, the further one drifts from normalcy. In that moment, it seemed undeniably true. Not only the individual who had unleashed a laser, but she herself as well. Had Joy not possessed superhuman abilities? What damage might her actions and powers have inflicted upon him that fateful night? With a singular focus, Lori continued her flight until exhaustion enveloped her, rendering her incapable of further ascent. She descended upon a small town, and before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness, only to recall the townsfolk spotting her and the half-corpse in her embrace, hastily alerting the authorities. "Wake up!" Lori felt a gentle prodding, and she jolted awake, instinctively summoning her powers to repel the intruder, only to be met with a fierce headache. "Ugh, calm down. Would you like some water?" A middle-aged woman with golden hair appeared before her, extending a bottle of mineral water along with an identification card. Susan Reyna, CIA. In that moment, Lori suddenly recalled her companion, whom she had carried all the way. "Where is Ashley?" Susan Lena gazed sympathetically at Lori, uttering, "She has already departed, my dear." The CIA's infiltration of the Walter Company commenced long ago, including their encroachment upon the Jew warriors. Previously, Susan had secured an informant within the ranks of the Jew warriors. The enigmatic Silver Woman, although her resolve often wavered, yet it was undeniably a promising beginning. If they continued to delve deeper, Langley would surely seize the Jew warriors by their tails, imprisoning a multitude, including both the Jew warriors and those affiliated with Walter Company. However, recent news of the suicides of Nubia, along with her close associate, the Silver Woman, plunged the investigation into stagnation. Nevertheless, Susan remained steadfast in pursuing the remaining leads, including scrutinizing Lori's ascension as the Silver Woman's successor, only to find that this new recruit had fled, bloodied and terrified, after scarcely a night within their ranks. Susan realized that this lead was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. She must not relent in her pursuit. At that moment, Starlight traversed the streets of Jersey City, engulfed in paranoia, yet the throngs of passers-by offered her a modicum of solace. She had destroyed her phone, vacated her hideout, and even refrained from driving, for as she prepared to do so, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if she glimpsed once more the figure that had sought her life reflected in her rearview mirror. The panicked Starlight finally recalled the identity of her pursuer, the Mirror Woman, a member of the Jew Warriors whose publications she had perused in Victory Comics years prior. The artist-writer duo responsible for those installments had previously worked on Crimson Countess, their rendition of the Mirror Woman series steeped in supernatural and thrilling elements, leaving the young Starlight restless for several nights. Uncertain whether it was the strain of her psyche or a haunting reality, she found herself a veritable bird of prey, avoiding any vicinity that bore a reflective surface. The pedestrians around her passed by, some bearing reflective objects, and each glimpse of these mirrors sent shivers down her spine. She saw it. In each reflective surface, the ghastly visage of the mirror woman loomed. Starlight could no longer discern illusion from reality. As the displays and lights within the shops began to flicker erratically, she commenced siphoning the electricity from the entire commercial street. Her eyes and hands emanating a brilliant golden light, the radiance drawing curious glances from the onlookers. She was determined to obliterate every reflective surface that posed a threat to her existence. Suddenly, a sonic boom resonated through the air, as a red and blue figure emerged from the crowd, whisking Starlight away and transporting her to an altitude of 10,000 meters just before the energy erupted. People often claim that first impressions carry significant weight. I now believe it, for you are indeed a ticking time bomb, the kind that ought to be incarcerated. Joy recalled having this very conversation in the stratosphere previously, having perused Laurie's dossier and learned of her recent visit to the Jew warriors. She was now poised to fly to their location in search of answers. As soon as he ascended into the sky, a familiar and blinding light erupted in the distance. Reminiscent of past experiences, he realized he only had a few fleeting moments to avert yet another crisis. My heavens, what have I done? At this moment, Starshine, now somewhat awakened from her stupor, gasped for breath, her forehead slick with cold sweat, suddenly aware of the perilous situation she had nearly created. Joy discerned that Starshine was in an unusual state. Under normal circumstances, he might have considered imprisoning her to allow her to regain composure. But time was of the essence. Have you calmed down? I could set you down now, and you could turn yourself in. How about that? Please no. Starshine was terrified of losing her freedom. Being confined would render her utterly vulnerable. Thus, she implored the very superhero she had previously despised. I beg you, don't treat me this way. The mirror girl from the G-Men is pursuing me. If you send me to the police station, I will surely perish. Oh, why is this mirror girl after you? Joy was unfamiliar with this mirror girl, but the mention of the G-Men piqued his interest. I don't know. Perhaps it's connected to those missing persons cases I was investigating. Starshine was on the brink of collapse, her trust in anyone wavering as she spilled the details of her assignments from Stan Edgar like beans from a bamboo tube. What could the missing persons cases possibly have to do with the G-Men? Never mind. Joy was uncertain if he possessed any superintelligence. Even if he did, he couldn't extract coherent information from Starshine in her current state. The severely fragmented events could not be pieced together without resulting in a distorted and unreliable truth. Fortunately, he still had superpowers, enabling him to seek answers from the G-Men directly. Chapter 31. The otherworldly visitor. The G-Men's all-night revelry continued unabated, despite the gathering's original intent being a solemn memorial. When one assembles a group of debauched, drug-addled libertines and predators, one should expect chaos to ensue. Yet, in a corner unnoticed by the revelers, a flash of yellow light flickered as a red and black figure stealthily infiltrated the estate. To call it an infiltration might be misleading. At this moment, Deadpool was adjusting his ludicrous mask, exposing half of his pockmarked face as he swaggered through the celebration, indulging in food and drink. This visage, though distinctive, had never garnered the respect of the writers who chronicled his exploits. On a side note, which universe was this, anyway? Recently, Deadpool had acquired a time-traveling and teleporting device from his good friend Cable, and just borrowed some extraordinary tools capable of traversing the multiverse from Darth Mickey. Fortunately, the newly borrowed Mickey Mouse tool does not require the utterance of any magical incantations, such as Miska Muska Mickey Mouse, or else Deadpool's carefully crafted R-rated persona would be irrevocably tarnished. Presently, he traverses the multiverse, eagerly seeking his lifelong companion Wolverine to join him in saving the world. However, to be candid, there is no pressing urgency. The world teeters on the brink of disaster, a narrative trope that the editorial department churns out by the dozens each year. And my momentary delay hardly matters. Deadpool, resembling someone who has starved for a century, voraciously devours everything within reach on the banquet table, garnering the attention of several onlookers. After all, I had just escaped from an apocalyptic realm where the only consumables were corpses. A nearby armored giant, adorned with a Spartan helmet, noticed the commotion stirred by Deadpool. He is the leader of the warlords, and thus felt compelled to deride this uncouth individual. Where do you come from, rodent? Does your division not provide enough sustenance? Do not behave like a starving wretch. Just as Deadpool was indulging in his feast, he overheard a term both familiar and foreign. leaving him puzzled. What on earth is the G-Man? Has Professor Charles Xavier finally decided to adopt his mother-esque surname along with his wheelchair? Yet, such details mattered little. What was significant was that he had indeed arrived at the right place, certain to find Wolverine here. Deadpool, thinking on his feet, casually invoked the name of a G-Factor team, knowing full well that the G-Men's admission criteria were notoriously lax, as evidenced by Wolverine's inclusion. In such an unwieldy organization, who could possibly remember the faces of hundreds of members? Not to mention his own lack of modesty. That last statement was not mine, having satiated his hunger. Deadpool began to scan the gathering, soon spotting a familiar silhouette. That towering physique, robust arms, glistening skin, and the notable, well-toned metallic posterior prompted Deadpool to deliver a playful slap. "Hey, Colossus, have you seen Wolverine?" Colossus turned to regard this audacious newcomer, barely resisting the primal urge to crush his skull with his metallic fist. He mentally recited Professor X's earlier admonition, choosing to rise above the petty antics of this reckless junior. "You've had too much to drink, kid. This is New York, not Canada, and there are no Wolverines here. Also, my name is Colossus, you sharp-brained fool." Colossus? Truth be told, Deadpool thought his buddy's name in this universe was rather lackluster, but superhero names are akin to stage names. One could always opt for a change. After all, he had once donned the title of Green Lantern, which was even more absurd and nearly derailed his entire superhero career. Deadpool continued to weave through the banquet, soon locating his intended target, a figure he recognized all too well. To avoid having his kidney pierced once more, Deadpool opted for a more congenial greeting. "Hey, Logan, it's me, Deadpool." In a corner, the brooding eagle eyed this unfamiliar character with skepticism, his black and red attire and grotesquely disfigured face leaving no impression on him. "Who the hell are you?" At that moment, Deadpool finally took in the eagle-esque garb and the two massive hammers he wielded, and his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. He was more amused than ever. "Ha ha, the Wolverine with two hammers. In this universe, are you known as Hammerwolf? I must say, you are the most outrageous version of Wolverine I have ever encountered. Mind if I take a picture?" However, the eagle responded with a swift hammer strike that sent Deadpool's head crashing like a shattered vase, rendering him unconscious and concluding his first night in this world. When Deadpool regained consciousness, he found himself in a dimly lit basement. A ghostly white woman was dragging his leg towards a nearby incinerator. Seriously, this is bizarre. Which universe's X-Men would indiscriminately murder and dispose of bodies? That's my job. His mutterings caught the attention of the mirror woman, who narrowed her eyes, spun around, and lunged at him with claws aimed for his throat. In a flash, Deadpool executed a swift kick, sending the mirror woman flying 5 meters away. He quickly retrieved his beloved katanas. Could the writers ensure the villain's search for equipment a bit more thoroughly next time? This teleportation watch on my waist is rather valuable. Did you all just overlook it? The mirror woman charged at him again, a ruthless weapon crafted by Professor X, a clandestine enforcer, and the last line of defense for the G-Man. Even if her target were to rise again, she would be ready to strike once more. With a flurry of swift strokes, Deadpool dispatched her, leaving only a gruesome array of bloodied remnants scattered about. The impact in this world isn't too shabby, reminds me of Fruit Ninja. Now, it was time for Deadpool to explore the peculiar delights hidden within the ranks of the G-Man. Ding ding ding. Professor G's phone rang once more, and he glanced at the screen. It was Madeline Steelville. This woman had been relentlessly pursuing him of late, and he even suspected that her machinations had spurred the recent betrayals by Nubia and Silverwoman. Had he not acted swiftly to clean house, the G-Men might have met their end. Now, her call was likely just a pretext to confront him about last night's incident, ready to throw it back in his face. After much contemplation, Professor G braced himself for a significant financial outlay and answered the call. "Madeline, what transpired last night was purely accidental. Like other superheroes at Walter, my children occasionally make mistakes common to men." Chapter 32, The Flames of Vengeance. It was merely the death of a minor employee at Walter. Such occurrences happen annually. First, we settle financially, and then we can consider silencing others. This has become a well-practiced element of Walter's business operations. "No, Godwin, it is no longer a matter that can be resolved with money." Madeline's tone turned icy and impatient. "Under normal circumstances, we could gradually address your insults towards me and Walter, but this time is different. That girl escaped last night, did she not?" Godwin was acutely aware of the escape, Otherwise, his demeanor would not be so submissive. Indeed, we did not harm her. As for the sacrifice of the other woman, I am confident we can negotiate a compensation satisfactory to both parties. That is precisely the issue. The girl is currently in the hands of the CIA. Madeline had failed to locate Lori before the CIA, and now the internal conflict was laid bare before the Langley authorities, becoming an external vulnerability. Coupled with the identity of the girl she had just uncovered, the situation had deteriorated to its utmost severity. As Stan Edgar remarked, the G-men had become a quintessential liability. Madeline had to concede that Stan might be correct. Now, only one task remained. She sighed and, in a tone of admonition, informed Professor John, allow your subordinates from the G-men to attend the memorial service, but those who need to leave should do so. They must not congregate in New York to avoid further complications. I will visit your estate at noon, and we shall discuss how to respond to the upcoming CIA investigation and how to optimize the operational management of the G-men. Professor G, holding the now disconnected phone, remained in a state of bewilderment. He undoubtedly lacked the energy and resources that Madeline possessed to manage the CIA inquiry. Although his fate was intertwined with Walter's, it did not imply that such assistance would come without expectations. His complete control over the G-men might soon slip from his grasp. No, suddenly, Professor G realized why Madeline was so eager for the other branches of the G-men to vacate the estate promptly. The G-men could not afford to disperse their strength at such a critical juncture. He hastily summoned Curly, instructing, inform all G-men members, yes, all of them. No one is permitted to leave the Academy estate without my express permission. Those who have already departed must return. Curly, resembling Chewbacca, scratched his head, believing Professor G's insistence to be unnecessary. Do not worry. Opportunities to gather like this are few and far between each year. This group will likely revel for several more days before they are inclined to leave. At this moment, Joy was being lifted by starlight, soaring through the sky. And before long, they approached the location indicated on the map. Ahem! The cold wind had filled Joy's lungs as she was whisked away. But her early career as a child star had finally honed her ability to read the room. For instance, although her expression remained impassive, Starlight sensed a notable decrease in the atmospheric pressure surrounding Joy as they flew. Along the way, Starlight had learned of Joy's purpose in seeking the G-Warriors. As a girl she knew had sent a distress message after heading to their headquarters, but had since vanished without a trace. Coupled with the investigations into the missing children that had attracted the G-Warriors' assassins, it was evident that these two matters were deeply intertwined, leading Starlight to draw a rather grim conclusion. She had every reason to believe that Joy shared her apprehensions. However, Starlight was reluctant to proceed directly into the G-Warriors' stronghold alongside Joy, considering the sheer number of adversaries they would face. Surely, they would be devoured whole if they simply walked in. Do you have any plans? Starlight decided to stall for time, hoping to persuade Joy to report the situation to the authorities. What if we disguise ourselves and infiltrate the mansion, locate the hostages, and expose their crimes afterward? How does that sound? Joy turned her head to look at Starlight, the corners of her mouth twitching in a half-hearted smile, as if to say that a lack of words could indeed prompt a chuckle. Have you been reading too many detective comics? Is that what's warped your mind? Starlight felt a sense of despair. What else can we do? We can't just walk in and expect to be carried out horizontally, can we? Time was of the essence. An entire night had passed, and she felt compelled to enter immediately to find Lori. Starlight, almost unwittingly, posed a question. What if the worst happens? Truth be told, as soon as the words left her mouth, she wished she could slap herself. It was clear how Joy would respond to such a suggestion, making the situation all the more straightforward. Joy clenched her fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, her crimson cloak billowing without a breeze. Yet her words came out with an air of calm. I will have my revenge. At last, Joy realized the source of her anguish. She possessed the power to effortlessly crush the world, yet instinctively recoiled from any ties to it, especially after her adoptive parents had departed. Joy's body hailed from Krypton, her soul from beyond the stars. She bore the visage of the locals and lived among them, yet she was never truly one of them. To be honest, she had never placed much value on Lori's affection for her. After all, Lori was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, likely to fall blindly in love under the influence of hormones. While it might have been inconsequential for Lori to fall for a similarly irresponsible 16-year-old boy, It became an entirely different matter when that boy harbored an otherworldly soul within him. The relationship between Storm and himself can merely be described as a mutual satisfaction of needs. They are both adults, and in the end, they could easily part ways amicably. However, Joy cannot afford to be so irresponsible towards Lori. Yes, responsibility is another of Joy's dilemmas. Within the vessel of a god resides the soul of a mortal, which, for Clark Kent, typically poses no significant issue. He has Lois Lane, adoptive parents, and a life of his own as a human. Superman is merely a secret identity for him. In contrast, Joy's mortal identity has been utterly obliterated. When he is solely Superman, what does choosing to bear responsibility truly mean? In this world, there are charlatans and those who seek fame for their own gain. He naively believed that by distancing himself from them, he could ensure his own safety. But the harsh reality has presented itself. If you refuse to confront the world will come rushing towards you. Avoidance is both shameful and futile. When Joy tore rage apart with his bare hands, when he pierced Storm's chest with his heat vision, igniting her into a human torch, he should have recognized an evident truth. He does not shy away from the act of killing. On the contrary, he excels at it. If the worst were to occur, even if the world's G-men were as formidable as the X-Men he once knew, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance, just as he had resolutely vowed to retaliate against the hellish dimension. Next, he merely needed to acquire the prize crab. At that moment, a shadowy figure, dark red in hue, flickered into view from a distance, a gasp shattering the dark thoughts that had long intertwined in Joy's heart. In a sense, this figure was an old acquaintance from Joy's past life. Though the means of his appearance in this world remain unknown, Deadpool certainly has his ways. At that moment, Deadpool gazed at Joy's uniform from afar, his heart racing like a fawn as he covered his forehead with a sweaty palm. Pointing at Joy's red and blue attire with disbelief, exclaiming, "OMG, is that Henry Cavill?" Chapter 33. Fleeting moments. The origin of Deadpool's name is steeped in dark humor. The term Deadpool originally referred to a group of hopeless individuals with no future, who spent their leisure time writing their names on a blackboard and placing bets on who would die first. The humor of this wager lies in the fact that Wade Wilson, a cancer patient, participated in the bet and inadvertently gained the ability to be immortal. Even if everyone on that blackboard perished, even if all those he knew turned to dust, even if his universe were to collapse, he would not die. He would forever be the ultimate winner of the Deadpool game. I say, enough of this tedious origin story. No one wants to hear it. The audience is eager to fast forward to the shark or chow pie segments. Deadpool approached rapidly, almost moving with all limbs, and soon stood before Joey. It was his first encounter with such a youthful Superman. You seem to be a more handsome version, and you look even younger than Tom Welling did when he first appeared on screen. Deadpool paused, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, what the hell is going on? And why is the Time Variance Authority's absurd equipment here? Is this still Marvel? This universe has a peculiar ensemble of deep, dark, fantastic versions of the X-Men, which hardly surprises Deadpool, as the comic editors have long since exhausted all possibilities. Even he, at times, has donned the role of the hero. Playing the villain in an X-Men narrative is no great concern. However, the simultaneous appearance of the X-Men and Superman is rather astonishing, especially given the recent discord between Disney and Warner Brothers. Oh, Deadpool thought to himself, signaling his cameraman to adjust the camera angle. Yes, lower the lens, just capture me, keeping a portion of that red cape in the frame. How clever of me. Unlike Steven Spielberg, who enjoyed the fruits of fame, Deadpool knew that if he included Superman entirely in the shot, he would be facing Warner Brothers in court the very next day. Returning to the matter at hand, Deadpool, who hailed from a universe that held copyright in high regard, almost let slip a comment. Ahem, Cavill. Yes, Cavill, what brings you here? Are you looking for the G-Men party? I just came from there. Their gathering is nearly over. If you wish to join, you must hurry. No. Did you happen to see a girl inside? Blonde, about this tall, named Lorelei Lemon, looking a bit daft? Joey clearly had the same inquiry as Deadpool, but for now, finding Lorelei was paramount. Though Deadpool was hardly a hero in any universe, at least he was a familiar face, capable of normal communication. Astutely, Deadpool discerned from Joey's expression, even without resorting to eavesdropping on the script, that Superman was quite concerned about this girl. However, based on his recent observations at the manor, it could be said that this world's fortunate days might be numbered. The clandestine activities of the G-Men in this universe were such that they would be unfit for airing, even by Disney or 21st Century Fox, let alone films produced in San Fernando Valley or Tokyo. It seemed only the Czech filmmakers, who catered to German audiences, might have produced films that could barely scrape a star or two. Eager to share his discoveries with Superman, Deadpool felt a camaraderie, having once worn a ring that made him a half-colleague of Superman. Although the venture had failed, the bond remained, did not? Yet, Deadpool chose to withhold his thoughts. Wait. Such inappropriate topics cannot escape my lips. My tale is perhaps only rated R, not R18G. However, Deadpool has already devised a solution. With a flicker, he slipped into the manor and effortlessly located an unfortunate soul, drunkenly sprawled on the floor. Grabbing the hapless individual by the waistband, he teleported back to Joy, declaring, "This person undoubtedly knows what the G-Men are all about." This individual was none other than the Warlord, who had previously berated Deadpool at the banquet, likening him to a starving specter. How does the saying go? A Lannister always pays his debts. Deadpool promptly seated himself atop the inebriated Warlord, yanking off the latter's ludicrous Spartan helmet. With both hands primed, he unleashed a series of blows upon the Warlord's face. Fortunately, the superhuman physique proved resilient, and after a thorough drubbing, the Warlord finally expelled the remnants of his last meal, rousing from his stupor. "Are you tired of living, you wretched fool?" the Warlord exclaimed, evidently still bewildered by the situation. He raised his arm in retaliation, but the disparity between a fame-seeking star and a seasoned mercenary was glaringly apparent. Just a heartbeat before the Warlord could swing his arm, Deadpool drew his long blade, ensuring it would never return to him. "Next, you shall address all inquiries posed by the individual named Kal-El nearby. However, I suggest you begin by recounting how your G-Men abduct children and transform them into your ranks." Deadpool disregarded the Warlord's screams, deftly wiping the blood from his blade onto the opponent's garments before sheathing it. "And do refrain from uttering such foolishness as, oh, if I speak, they'll kill me. The G-Men may merely execute you, but should I fail to obtain what I desire, I shall obliterate your entire family, your friends, and your entire network of relationships before contemplating your demise." The menacing demeanor of Deadpool sent shivers down the spine of Starlight, who, even through the veil of a mask, could sense the gravity of his words. What's more, the Warlord, caught in the throes of intimidation, was left trembling. "Enough," Joy interjected, halting Deadpool's threats, which significantly altered Starlight's impression of him. It appeared that the superhero was not as malevolent as she had initially presumed. Then, Joy's subsequent actions further transformed Starlight's perspective. He unleashed his heat vision, scorching the Warlord's severed arms. "You must cease your ramblings. If he continues, he will bleed out," he insisted. "Speak now." The Warlord's already fragile psychological defenses crumbled completely under such torment, and he, desperate for mercy, exclaimed, "I will tell you everything. Just grant me a swift end." "Wait." Deadpool interrupted the Warlord's confession. The information he was about to divulge had already crossed the boundaries of a Disney film. To ensure his cinematic venture would not be jeopardized, he needed to flee with the camera before those words could escape. Deadpool extracted his 3DS, procured from the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, which bore a striking resemblance to the original. Its primary function was to facilitate dimensional travel. He needed to hasten to the next world in search of a suitable Wolverine, with whom he could become an idol and save his universe. "Thank you ever so much, Deadpool." Joy stepped forward and embraced him, affectionately patting his back. "Your assistance has been invaluable." No need for thanks. But isn't this embrace a tad? Well, you know." Deadpool was taken aback by Superman's enthusiastic bear hug. Such treatment was likely unprecedented, even for Batman. I mean, if we were to form a couple, that would indeed be quite niche. And I doubt it would garner much attention on AO3. Having bid farewell to this peculiar world, Deadpool activated the dimensional gateway to journey to the next universe. Cough. Ugh. I prefer the last world. Deadpool landed in a desolate realm, where sand and bones stretched as far as the eye could see. He knew he was in for a few days of hardship. Before he could ascertain his direction, a tremor emanated from the distant sands, and a colossal creature surged forth, causing the very grains beneath his feet to leap as if boiling. A gigantic sandworm erupted from the dunes, opening its gaping maw to devour him. Deadpool reached for the time-traveling wristwatch he had previously pilfered from Cable. It was still intact. This device not only allowed temporal traversal, but could also facilitate instantaneous movement. All he needed was to press a button. However, when he attempted to do so, his hand met with nothingness. Days later, in the heart of the desert, a mound of black and red excrement lay. Superman, I your thing am born. Chapter 34. The truth of the G-Men. The G-Men consistently portrayed themselves to the outside world as a close-knit family, a group of outcasts united against societal prejudice. Professor John Goddican assumed the role of the paternal figure of this family. Indeed, John Goddican was the guardian of all G-Men. He personally handled nearly every member's induction process. His approach involved cruising through poorly monitored neighborhoods in a discreet yet opulent luxury sedan which resembled Santa Claus's sleigh. Filled to the brim with fruits, toys, comics, and every delightful item adored by children. He would graciously open the car door, gently inviting 7- or 8-year-olds inside. A temptation no child could resist, especially when the illustrious G Professor was aboard. Once the door closed, the car would whisk away, and within, Professor Goddican would promise the children countless delights, including unlimited fruits and toys, freely accessible comic books and gaming consoles, and, most importantly, the chance to become a revered G-Man, a true superhero. Initially, the children might yearn for home, but as new arrivals joined and the superheroes from their comic books vividly materialized before them, that longing gradually dissipated. The companionship of comrades and the guidance of seasoned veterans from the G-Team have facilitated the rapid maturation of these children, enabling them to stand independently as members of the G-Team. Subsequently, the allure of fame and fortune, the adulation of the media, the cheers of the crowd, and annual earnings amounting to hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars, compel all members to ardently protect the interests of this familial collective. However, does not every member of the G-Team possess superpowers? Starlight has uncovered a significant oversight in the words of the Warlord. How does the G-Team precisely abduct children with superpowers? The Warlord coughed up blood. This matter is far from a secret within the G-Team, for superpowers are not inherently bestowed. Professor G administers a serum to each individual, requiring weekly injections until some of us begin to exhibit superpowers. Joy suddenly recalled a term he had encountered in internal emails at Water Company, Compound 5. This revelation elucidates everything. Yet, it does not clarify why even Deadpool, with such a low threshold for existence, remains profoundly unaware of the G-Team's internal secrets. Wait, but Starlight was struck like lightning. Her entire dream of being a superhero was predicated on the belief that superpowers were divine gifts. If she herself were merely an artificial creation, what then was the nature of God's design for her? Joy waved his hand, interrupting Starlight's inquiries. He had no time to consider her feelings at that moment. He only wished to ascertain the well-being of Lori. Get to the point. What about that girl, Lori Lehman? Lori Lehman, forcibly inserted into the G-Team by Water Company as the Silver Maiden's successor, was not welcomed by the existing members, who had long ceased to desire new additions. The value of this intellectual property is so significant that adding another member means diminishing each individual's share, especially when that person is an outsider from Water. On the night she arrived, the fifth warrior made a blunder, insisting on conducting a welcome procedure, which apparently led to a confrontation, though the outcome remains unknown. Ultimately, the fifth warrior returned to the banquet with Professor G. The Warlord's expression turned exceedingly unnatural when mentioning the so-called welcome procedure, a fact that Joy, who was intensely focused, keenly observed. His eyes reddened as he pressed further. Speak. What sort of welcome procedure? In response, the Warlord took a deep breath, and there was a hint of relief in his tone. It is a procedure personally administered by Goddican, ensuring that every new member undergoes it to guarantee our obedience. John Goddican, the patriarch of the G-Team family, is the only ordinary individual among them. He provides meticulous care and attention to the children. Yet the most crucial aspect is that he is a pedophile. On the eve of administering the serum, Goddican would visit each young child individually at night, attending to them in their beds. All children, regardless of gender, are not spared. After enduring such a nightmarish experience at the tender age of 7 or 8, none possessed the courage to defy Goddican. Subsequently, the lucrative income derived from being a G-Warrior only further ensnares their loyalty. In a certain sense, this exemplifies the so-called Stockholm Syndrome. The G-Warriors number nearly 300, comprising both younger and older individuals. Starlight felt an overwhelming disbelief. Professor G is merely an ordinary person. If you and the previous generation of Jew warriors suffered similar experiences in your youth, why not strive to alter the situation upon growing up? How can you permit this absurdity to transpire again? Ha 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 ha. The warlord merely laughed, even as the laughter caused blood to surge back into his mouth, choking his airway and instigating a violent cough. Yet his mirth did not wane. My predecessors and I have not stood idly by. With each new induction, we have also participated alongside Godkin. At that moment, Starlight felt a profound revulsion towards these superheroes, each of whom had once been an innocent victim, but had transformed into a new breed of perpetrators within the dark confines of the Jew warrior's realm. You all deserve to rot in prison. Before Starlight could finish her sentence, her searing heat vision had already reduced the warlord's body to a pile of charred remains. Joy's crimson eyes slowly cooled as he gazed upon the lifeless form before him, yet his vision pierced through the myriad of obstacles, reaching the other side of the earth. He beheld the corpse of a whale descending into the depths of the ocean, where countless microorganisms and creatures were erecting a temporary haven upon it. Blinking once more, he turned his gaze towards the G-Warrior Manor, but found no sign of Lori. However, the G-Warriors had evidently already realized that Deadpool had taken one of their own and were now gathering in full force, bracing for a potential onslaught. No, not a possibility. It was inevitable. Run as far as you can, Starlight. Joy seized the remains of the corpse on the ground and, in an instant, arrived within the confines of the G-Warrior Manor. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the entirety of the G-Warriors, observing their bodies, bones, organs, blood, and even the microcurrents of neural synapses within their brains. Confronting the assembly of G-Warriors centered around Professor G, Joy cast the warlord's corpse before them, knowing that their ensuing response would determine the fate of each one of them. I asked one last time, where's the girl from last night? You vile beast! The fifth warrior, deducing the identity of the corpse from the remnants of clothing and armor, was consumed by rage upon witnessing the death of a family member. He adjusted his visor, declaring, I just split a bitch in half with my heat vision last night. I assure you, your fate will be no different. Chapter 35. Eradication of evil. Long before the beam was emitted, Joy had already detected the high-energy reaction in his opponent's eyes. With a slight tilt of his head, he deftly evaded the robust laser beam that erupted from those eyes, responding in kind with thermal vision. The head of the fifth warrior exploded under the extreme heat. Wait. Professor G instinctively felt the urge to halt this farce. The relationship between Walter Corporation and himself had become exceedingly delicate. Under Madeline's counsel, he had gathered everyone together, hoping to withstand the impending negotiations without being picked off one by one, to unite and weather the storm collectively. However, the current situation was no mere misfortune. It was akin to a collapsing roof meeting a great iron hammer. The members of the Super Seven, aside from Deep Sea, were all superhumans standing at the pinnacle of the world. Engaging in conflict with any of them would exact a tremendous toll on Jew warriors. Seraph extended his hands to grasp Professor G's shoulders, gently guiding him backward. Old man, it's not the time for economic calculations. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation before the fifth warriors had exploded, but now it had devolved into a struggle for survival. Kill him. The Earth Eagle, standing in the front row, let out a furious roar, while the Red Devil had already teleported behind Joy, his blood-stained claws reaching for the back of Joy's head. The frost wave formed a crystalline arrow in an attempt to freeze Joy. Except for the recently joined members, nearly all Jew warriors launched a lethal assault on Joy. Seraph, however, refrained from participating. His telepathy and flight were elegant abilities ill-suited for such grim work. He merely withdrew with Professor G, convinced that the latter could not survive such onslaught. They were all invulnerable superhumans. The Super Seven might be formidable, but not even the mightiest among them could contend against 100. Joy had long since heard the commotion behind him. Without turning around, he simply swung his elbow backward, striking the Red Devil squarely in the face. This seemingly effortless blow shattered half of the latter's skull. Fragments of the fractured cranium and splattered blood stained the crimson cloak. Yet Joy remained increasingly composed as he chose to descend from the air, standing upon the ground. You despicable imitation. The Earth Eagle, a pathetic counterfeit of Wolverine, leaped to Joy's side with a speed beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, swinging his hammer directly at Joy's temple. Joy's hand became a blade, and in an instant, he severed the dual hammers from the Earth Eagle's grasp, along with the eagle's shoulder and head. as severed limbs and neck erupted. The first splash of blood stained Joy's golden emblem upon his chest. Joy's senses expanded once more. He could now perceive the adrenaline coursing through the veins of those before him, surging throughout their bodies in response to their racing hearts. The neural signals, mobilizing the impending movements, shone like veins ready to burst forth. Meanwhile, the curly-haired creature had already lunged forward, exhibiting an agility that belied its towering, shaggy frame, its gaping maw poised to strike. In the initial 2 seconds of combat, Joy pondered how to deal with this detestable group. His eyes could emit laser beams. The friction from his full-speed flight could ignite the atmosphere. The sonic waves from a mere clap could shatter mountains. He could lift the entire Earth without a fulcrum. He could roast these individuals' brains in the upper atmosphere with his thermal vision, or, akin to the Flash, extract everyone's hearts within a second. He could even summon an asteroid from Kobayashi to transform the estate into a crater several meters wide. Joy unleashed a straight punch, shattering the elongated, toothy maw of the creature resembling Chewbacca, his fist continuing its momentum to pierce through its mouth and obliterate its brain. Yet at this moment, Joy's choice was to swing his fist towards his adversary's face like a street thug. The reason was simple. It felt exhilarating. As he withdrew his fist, the curly creature, now deprived of much of its brainstem, howled in agony, its superhuman vitality now causing it even greater suffering. Joy extended his hand once more, crushing the upper half of its skull, the splattered brain matter and blood completely staining the base color of Joy's uniform. Joy had never been a bloodthirsty individual. Yet, at this moment, his heart raced with excitement, every cell in his body reveling in glee, more vibrant than basking in sunlight, as if he were born of Kryptonian essence. Suddenly, a figure with skin marred by pits and wrinkles, resembling severe burns, charged towards him. This was Firework from the G-Squad. The opponent's rapid advance brought their neck directly into Joy's grasp. Feeling the tightening of their breath, Firework could only clutch Joy's arm, igniting a scorching flame that engulfed his body. The flames intensified, yet ironically, it was Firework's own skin that suffered first. Such flames posed no threat to Joy. If his prior experiences amidst the chaos of battle had imparted any wisdom, it was this: life is a fragile commodity. Joy exhaled a breath, his icy exhalation transforming Firework from a roaring blaze into a frozen sculpture. A towering stack, wielding a concrete block seemingly summoned from nowhere, came crashing down upon Joy's icy form, shattering it into fragments. Yet Joy remained unfazed, merely nudging the concrete block aside with his right hand, the immense inertia causing the stack to stumble and collapse alongside the debris. Subsequently, his thermal vision precisely enveloped the stack's metallic and titanium exterior, melting it into liquid within a heartbeat. Joy's gaze fused the stack with the concrete block on a physical level, rendering them one. Following closely were the G-styled lizard men and the breakpoint, who, shouting about bonds of friendship, charged forward, bellowing their desire to avenge their fallen leader. Seizing the moment as Joey melted the stack, the lizard man lunged at him, attempting to bring him down, while breakpoint fled in the opposite direction. 2 beams of searing heat swept across, cleaving breakpoint and several others in half. Joey, with a mere shrug, sent the lizard man to a shattering demise, as if brushing dust off his shoulder. Though Clark Kent might have once burned through his own rooftop as a child, unintentionally creating a gaping hole in the attic during his first flight, and even toppling a multi-ton tractor, Joey had never lost control during his youth. From the very beginning, he understood that this was a fragile world, and he had to tread carefully. A single moment of recklessness could lead to irreparable consequences. A golden-haired man, adorned with angelic white wings, and a red-haired woman with massive bat-like wings hurled their long sword and pitchfork towards him, which Joey deftly caught and returned. Observing the 2 avian beings plummet to the ground like kites severed from their strings, all airborne members of the G-Men chose to temporarily land. From the thunderous roar of the Earth Eagle, signaling the onset of battle to the swift transformation of the sky into a no-fly zone, scarcely a minute had passed. Even as Joey restrained his power, his efficiency in slaughter remained formidable. The G-Men were not like the heroic organizations from other realms that had weathered apocalyptic crises through friendship, resilience, and courage. They were merely a group of ordinary individuals endowed with superpowers, devoid of both tenacity and bravery. Surrender. We surrender. The Frostwave. who had been hurling ice spikes from the back line, realized after witnessing Joey's brutal dispatching of his comrades that the outcome of this battle, should it continue, was all too clear. In this life-and-death moment, Frostwave's frozen mind finally connected the dots of their earlier exchange. As if grasping a final lifeline, he hastily spoke. "Superman, the girl you mentioned, is she tall, with blonde hair and telekinesis?" "She is fine, absolutely unharmed. We haven't done anything to her. The girl you're looking for left after injuring the fifth warrior last night." "Liar." Joey, drenched in blood, heard these words and swiftly snapped Frostwave's neck. The contradictions in Frostwave's statement were glaring. How could they have done nothing if that girl had caused a conflict and fled? The other members of the G-Men watched as Joey executed the surrendering Frostwave, finally grasping the true nature of this conflict. It was a matter of life and death, and their adversaries had never intended to show mercy. "Damn you, Facro, you demon!" The ever-timid crowd, now galvanized by the deaths of their comrades, steeled themselves to fight for their survival. "You are but a mere mortal. We, the G-Warriors, are the most valiant band of heroes. We shall eliminate you to survive." When they were violated by Godo, they were mere children, and such bravery only invites peril. Yet, upon reaching adulthood and officially becoming G-Warriors, the opulence that accompanied their newfound identities extinguished any spark of rebellion. As they ascended to the ranks of the Corps members, joining Professor G in inflicting harm upon new victims, courage became a mere luxury for such base individuals. Do you not feel your courage has arrived too late? Joy's focus was intensely concentrated. His eyes and ears enveloped the entire estate. He had attempted to wield his Kryptonian powers with gentleness, to be a Superman. But embodying Clark Kent proved exceedingly challenging. However, he would utilize these abilities to ensure the eradication of evil. Chapter 36. The game concludes with a wave of his hand. Heads began to roll around him. It was reminiscent of his childhood in Kansas, when he would pick up a branch to wreak havoc alongside Lori, toppling countless wheat heads in her family's field. Joy had anticipated a stronger reaction. What he was doing now was fundamentally akin to certain incidents he had reported in his past life, exercising transcendent power to reap lives as if they were mere blades of grass. Yet this was all for a brighter tomorrow. A woman with voluminous orange hair, clad in black with a stark white stripe down her face, hurled a grenade at Joy. With a mere glance, he caused it to detonate prematurely, taking half of her body with it. This was the Omen from the G-Assault team, rumored to transfer her misfortune to her foes, but the data appeared to be incorrect. For a brighter tomorrow, a short-haired woman let out a chilling, feline cry as she lunged at him. This was the Catwoman, the final member of the G-Assault team. Joy swiftly crushed her skull into her chest. Following her, a man with a golden pompadour and a beast-eared helmet, known as the Reviver and the last member of the G-Elite, presented a threat of resurrection, prompting Joy to incinerate him into a pile of ash with his heat vision. For a brighter tomorrow. Once no other heartbeat echoed in the vicinity, Joy ceased his actions. He felt his power surge like the tide. Even if he exerted but 1% of his strength, the sensation of his blood racing was vividly real and pleasurable. In truth, when the cold wave uttered that phrase, Joy's mind had already begun to search for Lori, his senses seemingly magnified by the relentless slaughter. Even before dispatching the Omen, he had detected the soft sound of Lori's snores. Lori was indeed safe from peril. Yet, his killing spree showed no signs of abating. Like stealthily sneaking into the refrigerator for cola and chips in the dead of night, Joy would instinctively denounce this behavior both emotionally and rationally. Yet ultimately, the chips and cola would be consumed. The sheer pleasure derived from this indulgence was simply too exquisite to resist. As the thrill ebbed away with the absence of adversaries to vanquish, a profound sense of emptiness surged forth, instilling in him a deep-seated fear. Joy realized that his Kryptonian physique was a natural killing machine. Indeed, he acted out of anger, yet during the act of murder, he was not driven by rage. He observed each opponent with a calm demeanor, delivering fatal strikes with precision, even when their strength was as insignificant as that of ants. Joy earnestly sought to convince himself that killing was merely a means to an end, not an end in itself. However, the ecstasy brought forth by the slaughter far outweighed the rational moral considerations. It seemed as though he was born for this purpose. Now, only the final act remained. Damn it, they all had to die. The Archangel, initially fleeing with Professor G, was on the brink of mental collapse. His superpower was flight and limited telepathy, merely allowing him to sense the thoughts of those around him. In the initial 60 seconds of battle, nearly all the formidable members of the G-Men were decimated. And by the second minute, almost half of the consciousnesses had been extinguished. He had never anticipated that his side would falter against even a single opponent. The stark contrast and the death of his comrades stimulated his nerves, compelling him to temporarily shut down his perceptions to avoid complete madness. To that place, Professor G sensed the Archangel's turmoil. He realized that the worst outcome had indeed manifested, and escape was imperative. The G-Men, these flawed creations, ultimately could not contend with the ultimate biological weapon manufactured by the water company, yet he was well aware of the capabilities of his compatriots. The extraordinary vision of his fellow countrymen could not penetrate zinc, and he surmised that similarly powered beings would be no different. Once he reached the secret exit in the basement, safety would be assured. It was a labyrinth composed of several tunnels, each equipped with galvanized layers. Upon arrival, activating the ultrasonic disruptor would ensure that even if Superman dug 3 feet into the earth, he would not locate them for some time, allowing for a safe retreat. Professor G was swept into the manor's hall by the Archangel, where a group of children peered out from their hiding place. These were the new generation of G-Men. Despite the water company's strict prohibitions against introducing new members to Godot's golden-haired ranks, he had proceeded regardless. These children, having undergone several rounds of injections, clung tightly to their plush toys, their eyes reflecting not only deep-seated fear, but also an overwhelming sense of dependence. Professor G. We are frightened. We hear many people screaming outside. Do not fear, children. We are merely playing house. Professor G's face broke into a familiar, benevolent smile. Soon, a person dressed as a ghost would burst in, and if you were to catch me, we would lose. You all must hide. As soon as he appears, give it your all to fight him, all right? Do not hold back. Do not fear hurting him. After all, he is an adult. If we emerge victorious, I shall personally take you to purchase a PS4. Understood? A resounding chorus of agreement echoed from the children, their voices bright and eager, already prepared to give that ghostly figure a taste of their resolve. Since the inception of the G-Guardians, Professor G had been around children, adept at persuading them with mere words, instilling in them unwavering belief. Saint Angel trembled at this recollection, remembering how, in his own childhood, he had also been swayed by Professor G's promises. He often vowed to take him to baseball games and treat him to hot dogs, his repeated assurances gradually causing Saint Angel to forget the faces of his family. Yet now, time was of the essence. Saint Angel, defying Professor G, slipped into a secret exit. This clandestine passageway, hidden beneath the manor, was a labyrinth of tunnels. Saint Angel recalled that aside from Professor G, only Nubia and Silver Woman, the two favored by him, knew the exact route. This was one reason why Professor G had erupted with rage upon discovering Nubia's collapse and betrayal, going so far as to order Silver Woman to crush every organ within Nubia's body. However, Saint Angel perceived what Professor G could not. A bond had quietly developed between Nubia and Silver Woman, transcending mere colleague or partner dynamics through prolonged torment. This led to yet another incident within the G-Guardians months later, as Silver Woman found herself unable to continue living in a daze, yet lacking the courage to betray Professor G. Thus, she chose to end her own life, unleashing her psychic powers to violently shatter her own skull on a little-known street in a forgotten town. As Saint Angel traversed the tunnel of the secret exit, a sudden thought struck him: betrayal. Why'd he stop? Professor G, perched on Saint Angel's back, sensed the halt and frowned, impatiently tapping his cane against the boy's head. Child, a superhero may catch up to us at any moment. Saint Angel abruptly released his grip, sending Professor G crashing to the ground, looking down at him from above. Old Bidden, I suddenly realize, but before he could finish, his throat was pierced by a white claw emerging from the depths of darkness. He fell to his knees, blood gushing from the gaping wound, staining Professor G's boots and cane. A pair of crimson eyes surfaced from the shadows, and Professor G beheld the pale visage of Mirror Woman lurking within the darkness. Unlike before, she was not adorned in that tight-fitting white attire. She stood entirely bare, her exposed skin marred by scars. Each inch of her body bore the marks of lacerations, burns, punctures, and tears. Every conceivable wound could be found upon her. Ah, it is you. The mirror woman had just slain the traitorous Seraph, yet a sense of joy did not stir within Professor G. He gazed upon the mirror woman, whose only article of clothing was a tattered doll hanging from her neck, a relic fashioned in the image of the old Queen Maeve. This particular design had long been discontinued by the Water Corporation, back when Queen Maeve donned shorts emblazoned with stars and stripes. The first thing you sought upon regaining your freedom was that foolish doll, rather than eliminating me, in the subterranean passage devoid of mirrors. The mirror woman was her true self, the very essence controlled by Professor G. For every mirror, there was a corresponding avatar, as long as her true form remained intact. Her avatars were indifferent to life or death. Thus, Professor G had experimented extensively on the disobedient mirror woman with methods he could not apply to other children. Now, with her true self liberated, he knew what fate awaited him. A being as undying as myself granted me my freedom. The mirror woman grasped Professor G's neck, tightening her grip little by little. Her superhuman strength left him with no means of resistance. I shall relish this process. She harbored numerous thoughts of vengeance to inflict upon this vile creature, even to the extent of systematically tearing away his flesh. Though it would scarcely compare to the torment she endured, yet time was of the essence. As Professor G's life extinguished, devoid of struggle, the mirror woman decisively snapped his neck. She clutched the plush toy against her chest, the sole source of solace during the protracted years of her abduction by the G-SWAT. Now, she was poised to embrace her long-awaited freedom. Buzz! Two beams of thermal vision from beyond the atmosphere pierced through the earth and layers of piping, precisely cleaving the mirror woman and her Maeve doll in twain. Once Joy confirmed there were no remaining threats, he crouched and dashed forward, slightly releasing his biofield. The friction with the atmosphere incinerated the splotches of blood upon him, revealing anew the golden emblem upon his chest. He yearned to appear beside the slumbering Lori immediately. Yet after much contemplation, he chose instead to descend once more into the G-SWAT manor and entered the grand hall. Stars scattered, rainbow rays. A boy emerged from behind a hidden fountain, conjuring a sphere of light to hurl at the superhero. Meanwhile, a girl peeked from behind an overturned banquet table, opening her third eye to unleash a cascade of colorful beams towards Joy. Joy extinguished the luminous sphere with his fingertip, subsequently catching the rainbow-hued rays in his palm. His gaze swept across the 7 or 8 children in the room, each garbed as if they were celebrating Halloween, giggling as they prepared to unleash their formidable powers capable of obliterating ordinary individuals in an instant. Superman sighed in exasperation, gently clapping his hands to interrupt the children's antics. All right, children, listen to me. Professor G has ventured far away, and I can no longer reach him. Superman beckoned the children to gather around him, having already sensed the unwelcome arrival in the distance. Come here, my dear ones. This ghost hunting game has come to an end. Chapter 37. Nothing matters. Joy heard the distant whirring of helicopter rotors. The personnel from What Corporation had arrived, fully armed, much like their initial encounter. However, this time, they were not targeting him. Madeline Steelville was issuing commands to the armed helicopter's Red River security personnel through her noise-canceling earpiece. Their mission was to annihilate the G-Force. Truth be told, Madeline was reluctant to proceed with such a plan. It was not merely because the G-Force represented a multi-billion-dollar intellectual property, but rather due to the fact that superheroes were deemed bulletproof. The notion of superheroes being invulnerable was merely a marketing proposition. What corporation needed to cultivate such an impression to facilitate their strategy of weaponizing superheroes? The reality was that nearly all what superheroes were not immune to bullets. If a bullet did not penetrate, it was simply due to insufficient caliber or the use of inappropriate ammunition. Certain specialized projectiles possess lethality sufficient to harm the products of Compound 5, and Red River Security was fully equipped with such ammunition for this mission. In the face of these firearms, these disorganized and undisciplined individuals with superpowers were no different from ordinary people. Exterminating them would be no more challenging than slaughtering an entire grand circus. 5 helicopters divided their efforts surrounding the estate, awaiting Madeline's command to transform the entire domain into a slaughterhouse. At this moment, in addition to monitoring the on-site operations, Madeline had already begun to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming aftermath. Seated before her were Ashley and 2 planners from the film department, engaged in discussions on how to mitigate losses as much as possible. How about Kevin Feige? Ashley tapped her pen against her notepad. He did a splendid job with G-Force World War, so let him take the reins once more. By the way, who was the most popular character in G-Force? Madeline nodded in acknowledgement. I recall it was Earth Hawk. Perfect. Let us continue with him as the protagonist for G-Force. The return of Earth Hawk to ensure a graceful exit for this IP. As for the casting, CGI or live action? Inquired the head of the film department. It seems unlikely that we can expect Earth Hawk to reprise his role. The conflict between Superman and the G-Men, though unforeseen, has nonetheless set in motion an inevitable outcome for Red River Security. With the demise of the G-Men now a foregone conclusion. Deep down, Madeline harbored a sincere hope that Superman would emerge unscathed from this confrontation. From a corporate perspective, the assets of what corp could hardly withstand such turmoil. The incapacitation of the G-Men would precipitate a dramatic decline in what's revenue, with stock prices likely to follow suit. While informed shareholders might preemptively short sell to secure their investments, the smaller shareholders would undoubtedly be discontented. On a personal level, Madeline genuinely wished for someone to supplant Homelander entirely, akin to how Homelander had previously replaced Soldier Boy, and the sooner, the better. Homelander's pathological obsession with her offered little benefit to her current situation. Should the truth she had concealed from him come to light, she would face catastrophic repercussions. Based on her observations thus far, Superman appeared to be significantly more temperate than Homelander. Ms. Steelville, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. The feedback from Red River Security was directly at odds with Madeline's expectations. The estate of the G-Men was strewn with dismembered limbs and headless corpses, a scene so gruesome that even the seasoned mercenaries of Red River were taken aback. Reports indicated that Superman had arrived on the scene, accompanied by several children, presumably the latest recruits from the Goldkin family. Do not fire without my command. The camera panned to Madeline, who was preparing to inquire further when her earpiece crackled to life with Joy's voice. Madeline, you fool. You sent Lori over to the G-Men. Do you comprehend the consequences of your decision? Ignoring the mercenaries' warnings, Joy had recklessly flown into the cabin, seizing the communicator. At that moment, Madeline wished to retract her earlier thoughts. She had elevated Superman's threat level in her mind to that of Homelander. When she had previously assigned Lori to the G-Men, she had failed to recognize the connection between her and Superman, having merely seen a suitable candidate at hand. Ultimately, the focus lay on the agent, who could undermine John Goldkin's influence within the G-Men, leveraging Watt's power. Any superhero associated with that agent would suffice. She had simply chosen the youngest and most easily manipulated individual. However, she had not anticipated that this group of lawless individuals would not only disregard the law, but would also show blatant disrespect for What Corp. This is unexpected. I was unaware, Madeline began to explain, but before she could continue, the static of a severed connection interrupted her. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock resounded on her office window. Joy opened the locked panoramic window and floated into the office, saying, "Go on, I'm listening." Madeline recounted the events in detail, while Joy's gaze remained fixed on her chest, awaiting the conclusion of her defense. While the physiological responses of fear, deceit, and anger in a person may appear similar, subtle distinctions persist. At this moment, Madeline's bodily reactions mirrored those of Ailey and the other two individuals present. Fear enveloped them all. Madeline was either a masterful liar or had spoken the unvarnished truth. Yet, none of this bore any significance now. Joy chose to depart. He could have ended the lives of her, Ailey, and the others on the spot, followed by the remaining members of the group, then Stan Edgar, and all those associated with Wada. Next would have been the disobedient superhumans, the rebels among ordinary people, and all earthly administrative entities resisting him. In this course of action, only a mere 42 innocents would be inadvertently affected. But none of this mattered. Joy gazed into the distance, witnessing Lori slowly awakening, a well-dressed woman beside her offering a takeout box of pineapple pizza. Through the badge tucked at her waist, he discerned her identity. Susan Rena, deputy director of the CIA. Matters entwined with Langley have never boded well. Yet, all of this was inconsequential. Joy retrieved a wristwatch from his pocket, a piece he had previously borrowed from Deadpool. Crafted by Deadpool's esteemed companion, Cable, it was a genuine timepiece, not merely to tell time, but to traverse it. In an instant, Joy comprehended the watch's functionality and design, marveling at Cable's prodigious intellect as an Omega-level mutant. Cable had cleverly encased a portion of his Omega-level power within the watch, ingeniously crafting a closed temporal curve, thus enabling time travel for its user. Even geniuses like Lex Luthor or Victor Von Doom might struggle to create such a masterful device. Joy activated the contraption. Disregarding concerns of the grandmother paradox or Novikov's self-consistency principle, he yearned solely to reshape a world that aligned with his desires, a world where he had a family. Far on the other side of the earth, at the foothills of the Himalayas, a raven sensed the tremors of time and space, whispering in astonishment, "Goodness!" She had just utilized local resources, inscribing the final magic circle with the blood of a yak, delineating the first line of defense against the three palaces. Yet, all of this was rendered irrelevant. Chapter 38. This man is from Earth. A person's character and personality are forged through experiences and memories accumulated from childhood to adulthood. All past experiences and memories collectively shape the essence of humanity. In his youth, the murder of Bruce Wayne's parents birthed Batman, the most terrifying urban legend of Gotham City, while the untimely death of the Flash, Barry Allen's mother, set him on a path of superheroic responsibility. In his first encounter with the offspring of the three-palace demon, Rage, the death of his parents nearly obliterated Joy's already tenuous social connections. He is more solitary than most superheroes, and the harsh reality of the world has driven him to the brink of violating the moral codes observed by ordinary individuals. Yet, what if all of this could be mended? Batman's parents need not have perished in that alley on that fateful night. Barry Allen's mother need not have been slain by Reverse Flash, and Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent need not have suffered such a cruel fate. Perhaps it is some tragedies that shape the heroes we know today, but truth be told, no one deserves to endure such misfortunes. As a flash of yellow light enveloped him, Joey found himself at the predetermined moment in time, selecting a point merely 10 minutes after he had been sent by Laurel to repair the tractor. 2 hours remained until Raven and Rage would descend upon this world. His window of time was ample enough to reverse the course of events. He had even contemplated how to avoid temporal paradoxes, needing only to keep his adoptive parents hidden until the moment he had traversed back to. At that time, he would still believe his parents had met untimely ends, making the same choices as the version of himself that had journeyed back, thus circumventing the grandmother paradox and adhering to the possible Novikov self-consistency principle. Joey gazed at the verdant corn stalks around him, the newly sprouted corn thriving magnificently, if it were not for the impending infernal visitors poised to obliterate the entire farm. This year would undoubtedly be one of bountiful harvest. Indeed, that was the case. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the Kent farmstead and knocked on the door. It had been less than a week since the incident, yet it felt as if 6 months had passed. At that moment, Martha Kent was likely preparing venison burgers or pumpkin pie, while Jonathan Kent was either washing his newly acquired Toyota pickup or enjoying a beer. "Dad," Mommy called out. The door was evidently unlocked, and after a symbolic knock, Joey boldly pushed it open. He had countless words he yearned to share with his adoptive parents. But what greeted him was an unforeseen sight, the dark muzzle of a shotgun, wielded by Jonathan Kent. "Keep your hands where I can see them, and slowly back out of my house, you caped fool." "What?" Joey complied, raising his hands as he retreated step by step under the threat of the double-barreled shotgun. "It's me, your son." His words only incensed Jonathan Kent further. This ungrateful youth, adorned in a Halloween costume, had intruded upon his home and dared to mock his shortcomings. He and Martha had attempted numerous times to conceive, even considering adoption, but the complexities of the process, compounded by the deteriorating global situation and the farm's dwindling income, had led them to abandon that hope. "We never had children, you little beast. Get out of my house this instant." Joey stumbled backward, the shotgun aimed at him, as he retreated from the Kent farmstead. His parents appeared significantly older than just a few weeks prior, and most alarmingly, they no longer recognized him. After a moment of panic, he finally remembered to employ his superhuman vision and hearing to assess the situation. The radio of Jonathan Kent was broadcasting the latest news. The metropolis was holding its annual memorial service, mourning those who perished in the fall of day. Following the assassination of Hippolyta at the wedding with Atlantis, tensions between the two great powers of Earth escalated, bringing war to the brink. Gotham City's crime rate had reached unprecedented heights. The first contact between extraterrestrials and Earth was announced, featuring a member of the cosmic police from a distant planet, the greatest Green Lantern Abin Sur, who granted a public interview before departing from Earth. No, something was amiss. This universe was not the one he had known before his time leap. The cosmic constants were utterly misaligned. The speed of light alone deviated by nearly 0.0000034. And even the gravitational value of Earth differed by 0.012, with a nitrogen content in the atmosphere having increased by 0.097. He had not traversed time, but rather crossed into an entirely different world. Joy once again retrieved his timepiece and pressed it gently, wishing to reverse his actions and return to his original timeline. With a hum, Joy descended upon a vast desert. This time he meticulously surveyed the parameters of the universe, discovering that it still was not the one he had departed from. Simultaneously, a strange cry for help reached his ears. Help, help, get lost. Joy could not afford to concern himself with the fate of this wild inhabitant of an alien universe. He adjusted the indices on his watch once more, attempting to reverse his previous action, yet the device emitted a warning. Insufficient energy. As a kind of Deadpool of llamas. Why had such an essential item not been charged regularly? It was then that he had the opportunity to pay attention to the one who was calling for help. Joy once again encountered a familiar face. Tony Stark was indeed a true Stark at this moment. The developments were not convoluted. He had come to the USG to inspect the market while promoting weaponry. Everything unfolded like a leisurely performance, exuding charisma, and the military was eager to comply, showering him with numerous orders. However, a minor complication arose en route back to the airport, where he was ambushed by local terrorists wielding weapons produced by Stark Industries. He was the sole survivor of the entire convoy, as these terrorists intended to keep him alive to manufacture weapons capable of defeating the local American forces. Seizing the opportunity, Tony quietly crafted a suit of iron armor, fighting his way to freedom until his makeshift armor faltered, at which point, a figure clad in a red cloak abruptly appeared before him. The relentless pursuers, those terrorists, could close in at any moment, while he found himself ensnared within the very steel armor he had crafted, utterly immobilized. Joy, with an ease reminiscent of tearing through paper, pried open the metallic shell enveloping Tony, extricating him with a firm grip. I am aware of your identity. It is only natural. As Tony grappled with the sheer force that defied the laws of physics, he could not help but indulge in his own self-importance. The entire world recognizes Tony Stark. Joy, however, offered no verbal reply, swiftly departing the scene. His intellect and available resources were sufficient to conserve considerable time in recharging his watch. Chapter 39, If I Apologize. Would it ease your discomfort? Tony felt the scenery shift abruptly, and in an instant, he found himself on a bustling street. The narrow cobblestones infused with a myriad of aromatic spices. A curious cat sniffed at his pant leg, nearly inducing his gag reflex, before it twisted its rear in a gesture reminiscent of digging. The dank confines of the terrorist hideout had offered no proper sanitary conditions. Where are we? How did we? This is Constantinople, the city with the most CIA operatives in all of Asia, Joy interjected, having discarded his conspicuous cloak in favor of a light linen shirt and dark green jeans. We merely need to make a brief appearance, and soon someone will come forth to escort you back to America. It dawned on Tony that he had traversed to the Mediterranean coast, thousands of miles away from the USG kingdom. You can transport me here in an instant, yet you cannot take me directly to New York? And can we at least grab a bite to eat? I'm on the verge of starvation. Inside a roadside vegetable shop, Joy stared incredulously at Tony Stark, who was voraciously devouring a hamburger. You've made it all the way to Constantinople, and yet you opt for KFC amidst a plethora of delectable offerings like kebabs, ice cream, and pizza pastries? It was your insistence that brought us here, not mine, Tony retorted, preparing to tackle a second hamburger. And before you interrupt, I am contemplating the future of Stark Industries as a token of gratitude for saving me. How about I share some insider information? Joy was indifferent to any insider news. He merely wished to explore Constantinople and swiftly devise a means to encourage Tony Stark to utilize his brilliant mind to assist him in recharging his watch. Even in the absence of a response from Joy, Tony continued unabated. You could short sell Stark Industries stock over the next month and then sell immediately. It could yield a substantial profit because Joy precisely interrupted him, seamlessly taking over the thread of conversation. Because you intend to shut down Stark Group's entire weapons manufacturing and sales operations. Wait, how do you know that? My knowledge extends beyond your imagination, including the fact that you nearly met your demise at the hands of your own creations. Joy pointed at his own eyes, saying, for instance, I can still see that suit of steel armor you discarded in the desert, now seized by the very individuals who captured you. Tony was utterly astonished by Joy's presence. What are you? Some secret weapon developed by the military? Certainly not. If I were a subpar arms manufacturer, like you would never make it onto the military's procurement list. Hey, do we have some personal grudge between us? Tony could clearly sense the underlying hostility in Joy's words. But you needn't worry. Soon I shall cease supplying arms to the military. Joy interjected, because you are a hypocrite. Now I believe there's indeed some personal animosity between us that I am unaware of. Tony would not accept the accusation of hypocrisy. After nearly being killed by his own weapons, he genuinely wished to cease production and do something good. This is absolutely for a brighter tomorrow. Allow me to explain the situation, Tony Stark. Your decision to stop manufacturing weapons is not a sudden epiphany. It is merely a consequence of being nearly blown to bits by your own company's missile days ago. Joy's anger was not without cause. He had traversed 2 worlds without finding a way back, and recalling how he was thrust into this wretched universe by a shell only intensified his disdain for a merchant of death like Stark. When a military wields your weapons to massacre locals on their own land, you show no remorse. Then one day, a missile nearly sends you to hell, and suddenly you feel regret? Tony countered Joy's assertions. They're dangerous targets, unstable factors that must be eliminated. Do you understand what a terrorist is? Of course. I understand they should be dealt with. I've encountered more terrorists than you've had lovers. I've witnessed their fervor, their extremism, their cold-bloodedness. In his previous life, Joy had seen plenty of viciously armed extremists, yet he had also witnessed far more that never made it to mainstream media. Where do you think they come from? Is there a spawning ground like in a video game? No. They emerge from local families, local fields, local schools. They lack the support of the BBC or NYT to voice their plight. When outsiders, wielding weapons produced by you, Tony Stark, invade their lands, plunder their resources, and slaughter their kin, what reaction do you expect from them? Tony was left speechless. Given 30 more seconds, he could devise a brilliant retort to dismantle Joy's arguments. But this was far from a simple debate with winners and losers. It was a matter stained with blood. However, Joy's verbal onslaught was far from over. So, Tony, spare me the nonsense about how you almost got blown to bits. You should have anticipated this day when you sold those weapons. You deserve it. As Joy descended from lofty principles to personal attacks, the agitated Tony opted for the simplest retort. I swear, I'm going to punch you in the face. Glaring. He cautioned, I recommend you don't test me. Before Joy could finish his sentence, Tony's fist came crashing towards him. With a sharp hiss, Tony recoiled, clutching his hand. It felt as though he had struck a slab of iron, and now his hand throbbed, rendering him unable to lift the hamburger he had just discarded. Joy, caught off guard, did not evade the blow. Consider yourself fortunate that, as a pampered heir, you lack considerable strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a dislocated finger. Logically speaking, Joy recognized that engaging Tony in such trivial matters was unwise. Provoking him could lead to consequences that would require him to devote time to recalibrating his watch as time travel function. At this moment, with the integrity of time travel compromised, every second was crucial. Delays could spell disaster. Yet, having traversed 2 erroneous worlds and finding himself ensnared here along the Mediterranean coast, memories of bygone days ignited a quiet fury within him, seeking an outlet for his pent-up emotions. After unleashing a torrent of words upon Tony, though the latter appeared flushed, Joy felt a sense of relief. However, observing Tony Stark's crimson face, whether from pain or rage, prompted Joy to attempt mending their relationship. Would make you feel better if I apologized? Chapter 40. The Hero S Return. Wait, what S your name? At that moment, Tony wished to launch a scathing verbal attack on Joy and his family, but realized he didn't even know the name of his savior. What is your name? Joy. Joy Joseph Kent. All right, I got it. F you, Joy. F you, Tony. As the two exchanged expletives, a team of undercover agents burst into the KFC, heading straight for Tony Stark. Just as Joy had previously indicated, the city of Constantinople was rife not only with cats, but also with CIA operatives. I'll look for you later. Remember to pick up the tab for me. Tony barely caught the words before a gust swept through, and Joy vanished from sight. By the time Tony Stark underwent various health and safety checks amidst the throng of CIA agents and boarded a flight from Istanbul, transferring in Lisbon before finally arriving in New York, nearly 24 hours had elapsed. Although it was deep into the night in New York, A restorative sleep on the plane left him wide awake. He declined a meeting with his Uncle Obadiah and skipped a pre-scheduled medical examination with Pepper Potts, heading directly to the laboratory. During his time with the UEG, he managed to escape from the clutches of terrorists, relying on the very object embedded in his chest at this moment. A makeshift small-scale fusion reactor crafted in a moment of desperation. It could output nearly 10 billion joules of energy per second, enough to obliterate the Hoover Dam, sustain his heart for 500,000 years, and power his iron suit, thereby forging a brighter future. At this juncture, he needed to replicate his creation, validate the feasibility of his previous ideas, and pave the way for subsequent actions. You've really taken quite a detour, Tony. If I had known, I should have just brought you back to New York directly. The sudden voice in the pitch-black laboratory startled Tony. Joey, how did you get in here? Why didn't TJARVIS alert me and throw you out? The lights in the lab did not automatically illuminate as usual under JARVIS's control. Joey reached out to flip the switch. JARVIS is rebooting right now, Tony. I need your help. What kind of assistance necessitates illegal entry? You're not about to pull a gun on me and demand I hand over everything to help you strike it rich, are you? Tony casually retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, pouring himself a glass. Huntley single malt whiskey, not overly expensive but quite delightful. Care for a glass? Drinking is detrimental to health, especially whiskey, which is particularly harmful to the heart, though that may not concern you. Even without super sight, Joey was acutely aware of Tony's current physical state. The catalyst in that reactor of yours is palladium. Heavy metal poisoning could claim your life within 2 to 3 years. But if you don't utilize that reactor, the metal shrapnel floating outside your heart will kill you within days. How do you know that? As soon as the words escaped Tony's lips, he recalled Joey had once mentioned his ability to see far. A sudden realization struck him. Oh, you can even see through things? Does this ability have distance or material limitations? Have you ever used it to spy on women undressing? Probably not. Just like I can currently see the weapons produced by Stark Industries, killing 13 innocent villagers in the country you escaped from. My God, Joey, I can hardly. Tony found himself at a loss for words, pleading with Joey to refrain from bringing up such topics. Please, I rushed to the lab precisely to address this issue. Can you just not attack me for the time being? Also, what do you need my help with? Tony had come to understand that Joey was merely here to aggravate him. He resolved to find out what the other needed and provide it, hoping to send him on his way. Joey's gaze fixated on Tony's chest, red light emanating from his eyes. I won T let you assist me without a price. Tony felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a muffled groan as he collapsed to the ground. But the agony came quickly and departed just as swiftly. As he contemplated calling Pepper, he realized the pain had vanished. What did you just do? Are you truly attempting to murder me to claim my inheritance? It was merely a precise laser surgery. Ignoring the other's protests, Joy stepped forward and forcefully extracted the arc reactor from Tony's chest, tossing it back into his hands. The metallic shrapnel within you has completely vanished. You no longer need to carry this contraption daily. Tony, though skeptical, reasoned that since Joy had a request of him, it would be an elaborate scheme to kill him. How did you accomplish this? Some form of magic? My eyes can emit high-energy rays, which annihilated the metallic fragments inside you. You might liken it to the principle of a gamma knife. Tony Stark felt an affront to his years of diligent study. That is utter nonsense. Such a comparison is neither credible nor scientific. Joy produced a temporal wristwatch and handed it to Tony. Then, come and witness something even less scientific. Joy now required assistance in resolving the charging function of the wristwatch and the issue of being lost. Initially, he had utilized this device merely to traverse back a week in time, yet he now found himself adrift beyond his own universe. You certainly do not appear to be a local, Joy. Do not tell me that this wristwatch can traverse time or leap through space, Tony remarked, seizing the opportunity as JARVIS rebooted to discreetly scan Joy, only to discover an unknown energy field surrounding him, hindering further analysis. At that moment, he could only scan the wristwatch in his possession, and the results were beyond his expectations. What the hell? I was just joking. This is impossible. Tony's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the wristwatch, hastily stowing the reactor back in his pocket, cradling the watch as if fearing it might slip from his grasp. A device capable of constructing closed time-like curves, in other words, a genuine time machine. Tony had often contemplated the notion of time travel, especially following the tragic loss of his parents in an accident. Such thoughts frequently lingered in his mind. However, he was a rational scientist and understood the absurdity of such notions. He had once perused the early journals of Dr. Hank Pym, considering the potential of quantum tunneling to realize such ideas, yet ultimately failed to devise a viable model. Moreover, time travel was not a rational or responsible choice, conversely. In Tony's worldview, if time travel in this timeline were truly feasible, it would lead to inevitable self-destruction, in the absence of parallel timelines. Traversing the past would mean that your past becomes your future, and your future your past, leaving you eternally lost in the endless Mobius loop of time. Staring at the time machine in his hands, Tony found his thoughts adrift. Was this a scene from the Terminator? You truly are a complete madman. You used this device to traverse to the present from your past? This elucidates the reason behind your extraordinary abilities. You are a being from the future. My salvation from the kingdom of the Dayuan could very well be the consequence of your alteration of history, correct? Joy perceived Tony Stark's imagination to be somewhat excessive. You are overthinking it, Tony. All you need to do is find a way to recharge this device. It has not merely traversed time, but has also crossed the very fabric of the universe. I never anticipated encountering you. Recharge. ISNT, it already in the process of charging. Tony, perplexed, flipped his wristwatch, presenting the illuminated screen to Joy. It reads charging. As Joy scanned the watch with his eyes, he realized that it possesses the ability to automatically siphon energy from its surroundings. The previous 2 failed temporal journeys had left him flustered, causing him to overlook this particular feature. At this moment, the watch was extracting vast amounts of energy from the arc reactor nestled in Tony's pocket. Due to the proximity, the efficiency was such that it would be fully charged in mere moments. Joy swiftly snatched the watch from Tony's grasp and also borrowed the arc reactor from his pocket. Let me borrow this cold fusion core, after all. You'll need to construct a new one anyway. Farewell, Tony. I bid you adieu. Setting the device to reverse the previous operations. Just before pressing the button on the watch, Joy nearly forgot another crucial detail. There is one more thing to express gratitude for. Your uncle, Obadiah, wishes to eliminate you. The attack you faced in the kingdom of the Dayuan was orchestrated by him. The evidence lies within the USB drive on your desk. I have already sent him off to a tropical rainforest in South America for a vacation. A flash of light engulfed him, and Joy found himself back in the prior universe at the Kent family farm. Upon confirming the constants of the universe, Joy realized he had returned to the previous dimension, only to be met by his parallel universe guardian, Jonathan Kent, wielding a pitchfork. You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've donned a different guise? Don't presume I fear you superpowered miscreants. Vacate my premises, young man. Of course, no need to be angry. Anger isn't good for your health. This is the Kent farm. You are in charge here, and I shall depart at once. With the pitchfork pressed against his waist, Joy surveyed the now gray-haired Jonathan and Martha, who was tidying the dining table indoors, feeling a tumult of emotions. He understood that these were not his true parents. They had never known him, and he must forge a path back home. Time travel seemed far more complicated than Joy had initially anticipated. All he desired now was to return to the world from whence he set forth, his own world, the one belonging to Lori. The temporal wristwatch recalibrated once more, and with a flash, Joy was returned to the familiar confines of Tony Stark's office. Tony Stark had just finished his second glass of whiskey, and upon seeing Joy's sudden reappearance, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things, or has it only been 2 minutes since you bid farewell, and you have returned? And are you crying? FCK, Tony. This is absolutely absurd. Joy swiftly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling as though his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. Something had gone awry. He found himself trapped between 2 worlds, unable to navigate a path home. Chapter 41. The Temporal Quandary. Would you care to hear my perspective on this matter? Joy made several attempts, only to realize that no matter how he adjusted the parameters, he remained ensnared between these 2 realms, merely distinguished by spatial differences. He had even been transported to the summit of the Himalayas for 2 minutes to avert an avalanche he had inadvertently caused before returning to Stark. The time machine had devolved into a futile device, merely capable of traversing between 2 universes. In his desperation, he turned to Tony, hoping to share his predicament and discern whether the latter had any insights. Tony then divulged his thoughts on time and space, succinctly summarizing them in a single phrase. if you do not cling to the notion of resurrecting your parents. This time machine can take you to the correct moment in time. In a fit of ironic rage, Joy found Tony's statement utterly absurd. So, you're suggesting that in order to traverse the worlds normally, I must forego the resurrection of my parents? But if I do not seek to resurrect them, why would I wish to traverse time at all? Joy reversed the parameters, preparing to depart. He realized there was no need to engage in a futile argument with Tony. Forget it. Your intellect is clearly lacking. I shall seek out someone with a truly brilliant mind in that universe to resolve this issue. This remark bordered on personal affront, instantly igniting Tony's ire. I can assure you, regardless of the universe, Tony Stark is among the most intelligent individuals. Anyone sufficiently astute would arrive at similar conclusions. Farewell, Tony. I hope the next time I traverse, I shan't find myself in your unfortunate universe. Joy activated his watch, adding, and by the way, I hope you don't mind. I secretly noted the design of your arc reactor, along with the improved version left to you by your father. What did you say my father left me? Tony inquired. Intrigued, his father had bequeathed him a groundbreaking elemental structure applicable to the arc reactor, which, when combined, resulted in a revolutionary reactor, miniaturized, devoid of radioactive and heavy metal pollution, with stable output and remarkable efficiency in cold nuclear fusion. If harnessed properly, this technology could propel human civilization into a new era, one free from energy crises, unbound by resources and climate constraints. Yet, the Iron Man, Tony Stark, primarily utilized it as an energy source for his armor. However, Joy remained indifferent. He believed he could, if he wished, uphold the entirety of human civilization like a mummified figure seated upon a golden throne. Yet, what significance would that hold? Presently, he was not even physiologically a true inhabitant of Earth. Joy borrowed Tony's arc reactor design merely for the purpose of energy supply. The distinction lies in that Tony Stark utilized the reactor to power his Iron Man suit, while Joy intended to harness it to energize his own corporeal form. Cold fusion is fundamentally a milder form of nuclear fusion, with core principles akin to the thermal nuclear fusion of the sun. With a slight adjustment in the energy radiation method of the arc reactor, it could emit electromagnetic radiation indistinguishable from that of the yellow sunlight. If Joy dedicated more time to research, he might even enable it to project the dazzling light of a blue O-type star. As Joy clarified his thoughts, he realized the nature of the first universe he had inadvertently leaped into, a universe devoid of the Kent family's adopted son. This universe was known as Flashpoint, a chaotic realm where the existence and character of many familiar superheroes and supervillains diverged significantly from the normal timeline. For instance, in this universe, Superman's spacecraft did not land in Smallville, Kansas, but directly in a densely populated metropolis, resulting in nearly 10,000 casualties. Currently, Joy found himself hiding by a haystack at the Kent farm, quietly listening to the commotion inside the house, where he overheard reports of the failed negotiations between Wonder Woman and Aquaman. Paradise Island had been obliterated by an Atlantean assault, ultimately swallowed by the sea. In a titanic battle, Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, decapitated Aquaman's consort, Mera, as a grim tribute to Aquaman. Diana and Arthur Curry had already declared a state of war against each other, poised to lead their people into a relentless conflict. Adoptive mother Martha Kent sighed in despair, while adoptive father Jonathan Kent wore a furrowed brow. The remnants of the old gods clashed in the present world, inevitably causing humanity to suffer. The world had begun its gradual descent into the abyss of annihilation, all stemming from a fool's desire to traverse back in time and alter the predetermined fate of his loved ones. Joy referred to the Flash, not himself. What a predicament this was. His memories of the Flashpoint universe had long since faded, with only a vague recollection of Superman seemingly being contained and controlled by the military, subjected to research in a clandestine facility beneath Metropolis from a young age. There remained a handful of reliable superheroes in this world, such as Cyborg and Shazam. But for the specifics, Joy would need to conduct his own investigations. A degree of confusion enveloped Joy. This universe was born from the Flash, Barry Allen, altering the fatal event of his mother's death through the Speed Force, which had no direct connection to him. Why had he unexpectedly arrived here during his initial time jump? None of this made sense. If an ultimate will existed, could this incident serve as a tangible warning for him? Warn my foot. Joy dismissed his fanciful thoughts, realizing that rather than indulging in such musings, he should concentrate on devising a way to return to his own universe. As for preventing the conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman, it is possible, yet unnecessary. This world is destined for destruction. Once the Flash comes to terms with his mother's death and restores order, the Speed Force will rectify everything, and the entire world shall vanish as if it had never existed. However, before that, Joey must first seek out a few individuals. Metropolis. Upon his rebirth, Joey had envisioned numerous times what his arrival in Metropolis would be like. He had visited New York before his demise and understood that Metropolis and Gotham are the two sides of the same coin, light and shadow. He had once fantasized about relocating to Metropolis after graduation, living under the secret guise of Superman. By day, he would serve as a newspaper correspondent, secretly donning a cape to combat crime, and, at night, he would call his foster parents to vent his frustrations, perhaps even encountering true love like Lois Lane. Much like most Supermen across the multiverse. Yet, this was ultimately but a fantasy. Joey gazed down upon the sprawling city of Metropolis, and through various angles of observation, he pinpointed a significant blind spot deep beneath the city. Kryptonian supervision cannot penetrate lead, but this does not imply that hiding things behind lead barriers will shield them from Kryptonian scrutiny. Clark Kent's vision is obscured by lead only because of his high moral standards and respect for others' privacy. This may sound akin to the curtain outside a bathhouse. If something is deliberately concealed with lead, Clark Kent would undoubtedly refrain from prying. However, Joey was different. He often chose to lift the curtain and take a closer look. Chapter 42. The harm of kindred Krypton is a planet rife with contradictions. They possess technology that appears divine to Earthlings, yet when their homeworld perished, all were trapped on that dying planet, unable to escape. The last survivor of Krypton, Superman, traveled aboard a spacecraft that was nearly the sole vessel capable of FTL, faster than light, travel, produced under Krypton's space prohibitions. Joey had witnessed too many tales of such alien divergences and was not surprised. After all, every world is strikingly different. For instance, the cold fusion core, known as the arc reactor, concealed within his chest, was a product crafted by Iron Man within a week in a cave in the land of the Parthians. In his original world, even sustained and controllable thermonuclear fusion had yet to be achieved, costing billions. The citizens of Metropolis were commemorating their annual day of mourning, 20 years prior. A meteor had descended from the heavens, crashing into the city center and resulting in thousands of casualties. In the aftermath of the disaster, a monument was erected at the impact site to honor those lost. At this moment, Joey navigated through the crowd, wearing his flat black-framed glasses, aimlessly wandering before the monument. What had landed in this very spot 2 decades ago was not a meteor, but a spacecraft carrying Kryptonians. Joey originally possessed an escaped spacecraft of his own, concealed by his adoptive parents beneath the barn. He was reluctant to live as a Kryptonian, and his guardians wished to shield him from the truth of his extraterrestrial origins for as long as possible. Thus, they navigated 15 years of mutual deception until calamity struck. The spacecraft was utterly destroyed by the aftermath of Joey's fury, leading him to choose to submerge it into the mantle of the earth. Sometimes, fate can be quite cruel. The very thing Joy once refused to accept, he now found himself compelled to seek anew, for he needed the knowledge contained within the Kryptonian vessel. Perhaps he could rescue the being known as Kal-El, but foremost in his mind was the acquisition of the spacecraft itself. The ship housed a repository of knowledge from Krypton, which far surpassed Earth's understanding by centuries. Even if he could not use it to rectify his temporal wrist device, it would undoubtedly serve other purposes. Descending into the sewers felt akin to the exploits of Batman or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. After meandering around the monument for some time, Joy uncovered the entrance to a clandestine research facility a mile underground, partially connected to a restricted sewer system beneath Metropolis. He could have simply drilled straight into this secret base from the surface, yet in a place dedicated to the study of Kryptonians, such an approach would clearly be ill-advised. To be honest, infiltration was not a sound strategy either. Joy's experience with stealth was largely confined to the realms of Assassin's Creed or James Bond, along with a few shows deemed unsuitable for broadcast. However, he had never anticipated that infiltration could be so effortless. When one can perceive every hidden camera within the facility, move faster than the security personnel's reactions, indeed, quicker than the frequency of their sensors, nearly all security systems on this planet feel like open doors. Yet there were exceptions. For instance, the heavy lead-steel electromagnetic lock before him. Without authorization, no one could pass this threshold. With a resounding crash, Joy smashed a hole through the formidable door, triggering alarms throughout the facility. It appeared that stealth would have to be temporarily abandoned. Joy glided into the research base, immediately noticing a room at the center, heavily shielded with layers of lead. Surrounding this chamber were various laboratories, each filled with biological cultivation tanks brimming with grotesque forms. All inferior products derived from Kryptonian genetics. The researchers, alerted by the blaring alarms, were already making their way toward emergency exits. Joy, using his heat vision, ignited the red sun lamps surrounding him, seizing an older researcher and demanding loudly, "Where is the spacecraft?" Upon entering the facility, he had not spotted the Kryptonian vessel, and the numerous areas beyond his line of sight prompted his inquiry. The researcher, gripped by the collar and hoisted aloft, was now utterly petrified. Amidst the chaos of the scene, he could scarcely discern Joy's words. "What? The spaceship, the one carrying extraterrestrials, where have you placed it?" Faced with Joy's fierce demeanor and the crimson glint in her eyes, he shook his head repeatedly. "It's not here, it's not here. A few months ago, General Ryan ordered the spacecraft to be relocated to the stellar laboratory." With a swift motion, Joy hurled him against a row of biological incubation chambers, which shattered upon impact, awakening the grotesque creatures within. The first instinct of these flawed beings, infused with Kryptonian genes, was to consume the very creator before them. Amidst the screams of torn flesh, the experimental subjects began to gnaw and tear at one another, triggering a chain reaction that unleashed even more monstrosities, further escalating the pandemonium. Using her heat vision, Joy cleaved an approaching experimental subject in two as a warning before gliding toward the central chamber of the facility. Layer by layer, she stripped away the obstructive lead alloy panels, eager to confront this world Superman, one not raised by the Kents, but instead fallen into military hands. However, upon removing the final lead panel, Joy beheld a room scarcely exceeding 10 square meters. Rather than a room, it resembled a prison cell. The beams of red sunlight penetrated this translucent cage, casting their oppressive glow on the captive within, ensuring she possessed no strength to resist. Indeed, it was a gaunt Kryptonian woman curled in a corner. She wore an oversized white lab coat, her face obscured by cascading golden hair, leaving only her hands and limbs exposed. Even without employing her supervision, Joy could see the myriad of pinprick scars dotting her body. Bathed in the crimson sunlight, Joy shattered the walls of the cell with a single punch and lifted the frail Kryptonian woman. By the standards of an adult woman, she felt as light as a feather. This was indeed the case. At that moment, the Kryptonian in Joy's arms resembled one who had endured famine. Her arms and calves bereft of muscle, merely skin stretched taut over bone, the skin of her abdomen clinging to her ribs as if on the verge of rupture. Having never encountered another Kryptonian before, even with psychological preparation for this moment, Joy was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion at the sight of her dire condition. "Quickly, get away from Subject 1. The research director, having led armed forces to resolve the chaos outside and arrived promptly at the cell, shouted at Joy. "Do not be deceived by her frail appearance. She is extraordinarily dangerous. You have no idea what she might do upon exposure to sunlight." "No." Joy's gaze locked onto the head of the laboratory, and in an instant, reduced the individual to ashes, revealing a cruel smile. "I am well aware of what she would do, and now I shall demonstrate it to you." Chapter 43. Kal-El, as the scientist before him disintegrated into ash. Joy experienced once more that long-lost thrill, reminiscent of the exhilarating moments within the G Police estate. Surrounding soldiers squeezed their triggers, unleashing streams of green particle beams from their firearms. Through these luminous rays, Joy discerned an entirely foreign, yet intimately familiar substance, the remnants of kryptonite. The core facilities of this research base were tailor-made for Kryptonians. However, no matter how formidable the weaponry, it was ultimately wielded by mere humans. Even the most perilous armaments required a target to strike. With a swift motion, Joy evaded the initial barrage and, before his adversaries could react, incinerated the entire laboratory's occupants with his heat vision. Deep down, he yearned to rend his foes asunder. Yet the precarious state of the woman in his arms quelled that desire. Cautiously navigating with his heat vision, he ascended until he returned to the surface. The meteorite fall day monument, erected in Metropolis over a decade prior, collapsed with a thunderous roar, plunging into the earth. Within this vast void, Joy emerged, cradling the Kryptonian woman. A fleeting glance at the panicked crowd was all he spared before soaring into the sky, enveloped by the Kryptonian's biological field. As he breached the atmosphere toward the sun, as he drew nearer to the sun, the Kryptonian woman's condition began to revive. Her once dull, golden hair transformed into a vibrant hue. Though her frame remained slender and frail, she had at least begun to regain consciousness. Uncertain if Kryptonians possessed a protective mechanism against overexposure, Joy opted for caution and promptly returned to Earth, landing in the Arctic. Upon opening her mouth, she spoke a peculiar language Joy had never encountered. "I never expected you to be the one to save me, Kal-El." To his astonishment, Joy found he could comprehend her words and even responded in kind. "You have mistaken me. I am Joy Joseph Kent. The Kal-El you speak of is certainly not me." Kal-El was Superman's Kryptonian name, and given that Joy himself hailed from another universe, it was implausible for him to be the Superman she referred to. Gazing at the rejuvenating Kryptonian girl, he boldly conjectured, "I suspect you possess a name I am familiar with." "Kara Zor-El, I am your cousin," she replied. "Oh, you have grown so much." Kara Zor-El, the cousin of Superman Kal-El, a Supergirl, was also a survivor of Krypton, having fled after its cataclysmic demise. The tale she recounted to Joy bore striking resemblance to what Joy had previously known. Kara's father, Zor-El, had set the same coordinates, dispatching Kara to protect her infant cousin, Kal-El. Yet, upon her arrival, before she could acclimate to Earth's environment, she was captured and confined in a dark laboratory for over a decade, only to be rescued by the now-grown Kal-El. Joy, too, was taken aback that it was she, not Superman, who had descended upon Earth in this universe. However, such matters were trivial, as this universe was destined for destruction in due time. Kara extricated herself from Joy's embrace. Under the sunlight, she had nearly restored her strength. "How have you fared all these years? The last time I beheld you, you were but a newborn," Kara remarked, leaving Joy somewhat bewildered. It felt akin to encountering an unfamiliar distant relative who claimed to have cradled one's infant self, while one had no recollection of them. The misunderstanding was profound. "I am certainly not the Kal-El you seek. Just call me Joy." Following her years of imprisonment, Kara harbored little fondness for the locals. With a gentle stomp, cracks spread across the thick ice layer like a spider's web. "Is it your Earth name? Did you even create an Earth name for yourself?" Joy comprehended Kara's emotions. Had he been treated similarly, his indignation would have surpassed hers. "Names are merely designations. How you choose to address me is entirely your prerogative." Kara scrutinized Joy, clad in ordinary attire, and sighed softly. "Very well, Joy. Perhaps this is for the best." She added, "There should be a Kryptonian spacecraft that came with you." Joy reminded Kara that the vessel was likely still housed in the Star Lab, and he needed it. "I can assist you in reclaiming what is rightfully yours." Suddenly, Kara clasped her ears and collapsed to the ground in agony. Joy understood the cause. The earlier exposure to sunlight had intensified Kara's abilities, and now her super senses were activating, enabling her to hear nearly all the sounds of Earth. "Focus your mind, close off your inner self. Do not let their pain affect you. You are entirely distinct from them." "Oh my, have you always been able to hear this?" Kara, now weeping uncontrollably, teetered on the brink of despair, for like Joy, she was acutely aware of the events unfolding across the globe. Millions of anguished cries and desperate prayers of humanity echoed, reminiscent of Krypton's final moments. Joy, of course, could hear it as well, perhaps even more clearly than Kara. At that moment, in Africa, a silverback gorilla named Grud had united all primates, ruthlessly slaughtering local humans. Wonder Woman, Diana, was leading the survivors of Themyscira in an armed assault on the British Isles, while Aquaman was forging a superweapon capable of annihilating terrestrial beings. "You possess a power akin to that of a deity. Why did you not take action before?" In response to Kara Zor-El's inquiry, Joy merely uttered, "Because none of this matters," before choosing to depart. He intended to locate the spacecraft belonging to Kara and acquire the technology within, seeking a means to rectify his erroneous time travel. "Do not leave, Kal-El," Kara implored, bending down to grasp Joy's ankle as a cacophony of voices reverberated in her mind, threatening to destabilize her sense of balance. "Have you ever seen the emblem of the House of El? I know it signifies hope, but this planet is devoid of hope. Joy interrupted her lecture with impatience. It is the people of this planet who imprisoned you in that dismal dungeon for nearly 2 decades. Yet you still concern yourself with their fates. I admire your morality. However, there will be someone to mend all of this, and by then, the individuals you speak of will have either never died or never existed at all. Just as I previously stated, none of this matters. No, Joy. All of this is significant. Kara finally managed to acclimate to the clamor, and though still emaciated, she straightened her posture to face Joy. If you can hear them, then you must understand they're different from those people. I disdain your cold-heartedness. You may refuse to take action. I respect your choice. But I shall act on my own. Chapter 44. The Madman and the Fool Do As You Please. Joy parted ways with Kara, her incredulous disappointment evident in her gaze. He understood Kara's feelings. What transpired on this planet was a world war more devastating than any conflict in history, and it would only intensify in the foreseeable future. Years ago, he had been a messenger traversing through war, and even without superhuman senses, he could foresee the horrors that would unfold. Hatred, slaughter, violation, pillaging, and death. Witnessing even a single atrocity could rob one of sleep, let alone thousands occurring simultaneously before one's eyes. The battlefield is indeed the farthest realm from humanity. Yet, as he had previously asserted, all that was unfolding was of no consequence. The Flash, Barry Allen, haunted by the death of his mother during childhood, traversed back in time through the Speed Force to save her life. This act ruptured the very fabric of the universe's timeline, creating a living hell. However, all would be rectified once the Flash regained his speed powers. The turmoil that shattered Kara, including her own suffering and the torment she endured at the hands of humanity for nearly 20 years, would be erased as if it had never transpired. This universe is but a transient realm, where every individual is akin to a drop of rain lost in a vast sea, their joys, sorrows, and the cycles of life and death dissipating into nothingness before even creating the slightest ripple. Today, Wayne Manor has been graced by an unexpected visitor, Barry Allen, a mere forensic technician from the Central City Crime Scene Investigation Unit, whose mundane duties conceal a remarkable secret. He is also the Flash. Upon awakening, Barry discovers that the world around him has irrevocably transformed. All that he once knew has been turned on its head. His mother is alive, a reality he witnessed just days prior, and he vividly recalls every slice of birthday cake she lovingly prepared for him throughout his youth. The historical fabric of this world has been altered, rendering everything unfamiliar. His beloved Iris West is married with children, and most of his allies in the Justice League have either vanished or morphed into formidable villains intent on world destruction. The problems plaguing this world cannot be tackled alone. Barry seeks the only remaining superhero acquaintance, Batman. The journey from Central City to Gotham takes him 5 arduous hours as he drives, an unusual task. For the Flash no longer possesses his super speed. Barry Allen is now an ordinary man. Upon entering Wayne Manor, Barry is met with desolation. Every corner is cloaked in cobwebs and dust, devoid of even a single light, creating an eerie atmosphere. Although Bruce Wayne's once lonely abode was sufficiently eerie to serve as a backdrop for productions like American Horror Story or The Styles Manor Murders, it had at least been meticulously maintained by Alfred, the butler. Now, however, it appears as though it has been abandoned for 2 decades. Using his phone for illumination, Barry deftly locates the hidden switch behind the wall clock, granting him access to the Batcave. Besides the bat suits, he is confronted by an array of powerful weaponry. Clearly, this world's Batman has undergone significant changes. The Batman Barry once knew would never resort to such lethal arms. As Barry contemplates how to explain the situation to this peculiar version of Batman, he reassures himself that it should not be overly challenging, despite the drastic changes. Batman's intellect remains intact. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes emerge from the shadows behind him, and with a swift thud, Barry is struck in the back, losing his balance. A deep, menacing voice reverberates through the cave. "Who are you? How did you enter the Batcave?" It is evident that this version of Batman does not recognize Barry. Barry hastily pleaded for mercy. Although Batman refrained from taking lives, he was acutely aware that his adversary's iron fists were no trifling matter. "Bruce, stop. It's me." Upon hearing the name Bruce, Batman noticeably paused. And just as Barry exhaled in relief, preparing to engage in dialogue, he was met with an even more ferocious onslaught. Like a specter, Batman lunged forward. seizing Barry's hand and swiftly snapping one of his fingers. Bruce is long dead. I witnessed his demise in my arms. In that moment of excruciating pain, Barry caught a close glimpse of the visage concealed beneath the bat mask. The half-exposed face was marred with wrinkles and grizzled stubble. As Barry gazed upon the aged Batman, realization dawned upon him. My heavens! I understand now. The one who perished in that alley was Bruce Wayne, and you survived. You are Thomas Wayne, Bruce's father. Upon hearing Bruce's name once more, Thomas Wayne's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, blazed with an even deeper crimson. Should you dare to mention my deceased son again, I vow to ensure you endure the utmost agony before your last breath. Now tell me, how did you discover the Batcave? Thomas Wayne, a surgeon by profession, was a man of his word. Barry knew he could make good on his threats. To avoid further injuries, he began to explain in full. Like you, I possess a secret identity, the Flash. My name is Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man alive. Thud! Thomas Wayne landed a punch squarely on Barry's temple, interrupting his ramblings. You are no such thing as the fastest man alive. You couldn't even evade my fist. You're simply out of your depth. Thomas Wayne pondered how the management of Arkham Asylum could be so lax, allowing such a delusional individual to roam free. I speak the truth. This world is not the one I once knew. Barry, who had adhered to the law his entire life, found himself enduring torture at the hands of Batman for the first time, and he fervently wished to avoid a second occurrence. I can prove it. The ring. Look at my ring. Barry's Flash uniform was concealed within his compact ring through advanced compression technology, a fact sufficient to demonstrate he was no ordinary individual. As he activated the ring, a full set of battle attire made from an unknown material sprang forth from its diminutive confines, lending some credence to his claims and prompting Thomas to momentarily cease his interrogation. However, Barry was taken aback, for the suit that emerged was not his own crimson uniform, but rather the yellow attire of his most detested foe, Reverse Flash. Without a moment's hesitation, Barry deduced that this was the doing of his arch-nemesis. He realized he must swiftly locate him and thwart this impending catastrophe before the world fell to ruin amidst the conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman. However, the first task Barry must undertake is to transform back into the Flash. He needs to replicate the process through which he originally acquired his superpowers. Old Batman, to be frank, remained skeptical of the ramblings of this madman before him. Yet amid Barry's nonsensical discourse, one particular point piques his interest. I still do not believe you. But you just mentioned that in your world, who survived? Yes, in the normal world, your son, Bruce Wayne, is alive. He is Batman. Tell me what I must do. The abilities of Barry Allen, the Flash, stem from a fortuitous lightning strike incident. When he was struck by a bolt of lightning, a plethora of chemical agents showered upon him, and the amalgamation of these two elements rendered him the fastest man alive. No, I believe this endeavor will only result in you becoming the fastest to meet your demise. Thomas Wayne, as Batman, possesses an abundance of the chemical agents Barry requires, and Gotham City's dense cloud cover ensures it is never devoid of thunderstorms. As Thomas prepared the requested chemicals for Barry, he simultaneously set up a lightning rod connected to him, ensuring that when the lightning struck, it would accurately target Barry Allen. What I just said about you owing electricity was a medical suggestion, implying you ought to be confined to Arkham Asylum for electroconvulsive therapy. After activating the lightning rod, Thomas swiftly vacated the rooftop, confident from his years as a doctor that, barring a miracle, this lightning strike would undoubtedly lead to Barry's demise. This is not to suggest you should be exposed to Gotham's stormy weather and be struck dead by lightning. Trust me, that would be an exceedingly painful death. Uncertain of the outcome, Barry Allen was nonetheless resolute. He knew he had to act as the world teetered on the brink of disaster. With a resounding crash, the lightning rod fulfilled its purpose. A bolt of lightning striking Barry Allen with precision, the intense heat igniting him entirely. Observing the writhing fireball emitting anguished screams, Thomas, as if awakening from a deep slumber, rushed forward. Upon extinguishing the flames, he discovered that this fool named Barry Allen had ceased to exist. No, Thomas suddenly comprehended that all that transpired this night could merely be a delusion conjured by himself, a madman, and an already charred fool. His yearning for his son had driven him to madness akin to Martha's, and in this frenzy, he had inadvertently caused the death of another innocent soul. No, Joy had recently visited Central City, effortlessly reclaiming his Kryptonian spacecraft and the L family's Kryptonian armor from Star Labs. At this moment, adorned in the suit from Krypton, he was preparing to journey to the Arctic to construct his solitary fortress, when an unusual flash of lightning captured his attention. As he cast his gaze, what met his eyes was Batman, cradling the lifeless, charred body of Barry Allen. In Joy's original understanding, Barry Allen was destined to regain his superpowers with the aid of this world's Batman, subsequently utilizing his incredible speed to reshape the universe and eradicate the impending apocalypse. Yet, everything had transformed, for the Flash was dead. Chapter 45. The old farmer of Kansas, the aged Batman, held Barry Allen's corpse, questioning whether he had fallen into the same madness that had consumed his wife. Indeed, in this world, only Bruce Wayne had perished that fateful night in the alley, while his parents had survived. His father, Thomas Wayne, became Gotham's masked vigilante after personally slaying the murderer responsible for his son's demise, unleashing his grief upon Gotham's criminals with relentless force year after year. Meanwhile, his mother, Martha Wayne, was engulfed in sorrow following her son's death. She blamed Thomas, blamed herself, and this torment drove her into utter madness, leading her to carve 2 slashes across her lips. It was only after her son's passing that a smile finally graced her shadowed cheeks. Barry Allen had painted for Thomas a world he longed for, a world with his son, but within moments, such longing devolved into the ramblings of a madman. Thomas sensed a thunderous roar above him, the raindrops momentarily suspended in the air. He lifted his gaze and beheld a figure draped in a crimson cape. This man loomed over him, with thunder flashing intermittently around him, yet he remained untouched, his chest emblazoned with a resplendent emblem. The 2 men locked eyes, suspended in an eerie silence for what felt like an eternity. No, suddenly alert, Thomas realized that the other was not fixating on him, but rather on the lifeless body of Barry Allen in his arms. "Who are you?" Thomas demanded, questioning the purpose of this intruder. Yet in the blink of an eye, the red-caped figure vanished, as if everything the old Batman had witnessed was mere illusion. The Flash was dead. Unyielding, Joy sought confirmation of this grim reality up close. A tumult of emotions surged within him, a perplexing blend of feelings overwhelming him. Who would save this world now? In Kansas, at the Kent farm, times were indeed dire. Conflicts erupted in every corner of the globe. The Americas, isolated from the world, enjoyed a temporary reprieve, but as long as the Atlanteans ruled the oceans, they remained mere lambs waiting for slaughter. Since the onset of war between Wonder Woman and Aquaman, various refugees and wanderers had fled to the interior, seeking refuge in places like Kansas. Even in Smallville, once a bastion of rural simplicity, Jonathan Kent found it necessary to keep his weapon buried beneath his pillow as he slept. Once again, there was a disturbance outside the farm tonight, marking the 4th intrusion of uninvited guests this week. Initially, a few aimless drifters attempted to force their way through the front door, followed by a figure clad in a red cloak who barged in uninvited. Subsequently, he changed into ordinary attire, attempting to sneak in. Without exception, these individuals were deterred by the ominous glint of a firearm. Awakened by the commotion, Jonathan, feeling vexed, grasped his double-barreled shotgun, reassured Martha, and descended the stairs to investigate. However, this time was slightly different. It was the same group of vagrants from days prior, albeit now accompanied by a greater number. Armed with crowbars and steel pipes of indeterminate origin, they swayed unsteadily as they pounded against the wooden door of Jonathan's garage. "Hey, you there!" Jonathan shouted, brandishing his shotgun as he stepped outside. "Do you seek food, water, or clothing? I can provide it all." "No, Mr. Kent, we do not desire that," replied a gaunt, emaciated man, his expression dazed and lips cracked, grinning as he revealed a set of decayed teeth. "We no longer require such things." Jonathan recognized this man as John Coburn, or something of the sort, whom he had encountered in town 2 weeks prior, a newcomer fleeing from a coastal city, unable to connect with relatives here and forced to sleep on the streets, just as he had done with other townsfolk before. Jonathan had offered him shelter for a night and introduced him to old Hans at the tavern the next day, hoping he could find some odd jobs. Yet, when Jonathan returned days later, Hans informed him that Coburn had vanished. It seemed that disappearance was not as absolute as it appeared. At this moment, John was advancing towards Jonathan Kent, showing no regard for the firearm aimed at him. "Old Kent, could you assist me once more? Might you relinquish your estate to us? Do not approach any closer." Jonathan's finger tightened on the trigger, Leave now, and we will all be safe. The crowd erupted into laughter, with John audaciously closing the distance. Do you have the courage to pull the trigger? Jonathan stared in disbelief as John lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. He had intended to strike John with the butt of his gun, but his aging physique lacked the agility of his youth, resulting in him being tackled to the ground. The raucous laughter from the group intensified, and amidst the throng, one individual staggered toward his home. No, Martha, run! Jonathan, entangled on the ground, exerted every ounce of strength to break free while urgently warning his wife, his heart plummeting into despair. Then a resounding explosion echoed like thunder, unleashing a tempest that knocked everyone off balance. Jonathan discovered that John, who had been pressing down on him, had vanished. Upon looking up, he saw the young man in the red cloak for the previous day. Initially, Jonathan assumed he was merely an ignorant impersonator, dressed in a uniform to instill fear. However, he never anticipated that this individual was indeed a superhuman, currently levitating half a meter above the ground, his eyes glowing red, grasping John Cobain by the throat while the latter struggled like a worm, gasping for breath. No, Jonathan instinctively attempted to halt the unfolding events. Yet he knew his protests would be futile. In this world, all Caped Crusaders, much like Batman, wield their powers with impunity, often endangering ordinary lives. Fortunately, the young man appeared to heed Jonathan's words, showing no hesitation as he discarded the scoundrel like refuse onto the ground. Sighing softly, Jonathan approached and delivered a sharp slap to each of the drug-addled miscreants, rousing them from their stupor. Get out of here, or I'll break your legs. Watching these individuals scurry away from the Kent farm under the young man's intimidation, Jonathan prepared to express his gratitude. However, the young man preemptively erupted in anger. What is wrong with you? Buying a gun without bullets? The reason Joy had refrained from incinerating those wretches on the spot was his observation of Jonathan Kent wielding a hunting rifle, which was essentially a mere stick for kindling. The kind-hearted Jonathan hadn't even purchased a single box of ammunition. Those ruffians were undoubtedly aware of this fact as well. Jonathan defended himself, saying, I thought having a gun would be sufficient to scare those unfortunate souls away. That only holds true if they are unaware that your gun is unloaded. Once they realize that, you end up with situations like this. Previously, Joy and his adoptive father maintained a silent understanding. He assisted Jonathan with farm chores while Jonathan taught him how to identify gopher burrows. He would carry 2 cases of beer for Jonathan, who would in turn give him $5. Joy had never confronted the stubborn middle-aged man, but this time was different. Joy pointed an accusatory finger at Jonathan, exclaiming, You obstinate, old-fashioned Kansas farmer. Chapter 46. The gorilla grud Martha Kent, upon hearing Jonathan shout, quickly grabbed a baseball bat and rushed downstairs. However, upon stepping outside, she witnessed Joy vehemently berating her husband, Jonathan. What on earth is happening? Jonathan's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not counter Joy. For the latter was a being of extraordinary abilities who had effortlessly incapacitated everyone in the yard just moments ago. As Joy gazed into Jonathan's eyes, he did not perceive the anger or stubbornness he had hoped for. He genuinely wished Jonathan would rise to the occasion and engage him in a fierce argument. Yet all that lingered in the eyes of the other was trepidation and dread, which left Joy's own fury with no outlet. After all, the other was not his parent, and this world was not his own. Damn it! Joy finally ceased to float in the air and allowed himself to crash down to the ground, covering his face with his hands. To hell with this world. Martha Kent gazed upon the young man in the crimson cloak before her, and could not help but ponder that had she and Jonathan truly decided to adopt a child in the big city years ago, perhaps he would have grown to this age by now. Do not be disheartened, my child. Martha tenderly caressed Joy's head. Indeed, this world is quite dreadful. Yet we are all striving, are we not? It will gradually improve. Both Jonathan and I firmly believe in that. A colossal army comprised of diverse steel war machines surged across the vast African savanna, filled with a horde of black gorillas both inside and atop the vehicles. At the center of this throng stood a towering silverback gorilla, known as Grud, the most formidable intellect among the gorillas. His mind was so powerful that he could effortlessly manipulate the will of the majority of living beings, bending them to his command. In the distance, the silhouettes of human forces emerged on the horizon, armed with an array of advanced weaponry previously utilized for mutual slaughter, aimed squarely at Grud's vanguard. However, Before they could fire a shot, the tide of battle experienced a bizarre reversal. As they found themselves involuntarily redirecting their weapons towards their own comrades amidst expressions of sheer terror. After a brief cacophony, Grud's guerrilla lieutenants eagerly summoned the other guerrilla soldiers to cleanse the battlefield and apprehend the thoroughly frightened survivors. With a mere gesture, Grud commanded one of his guerrilla jesters to approach the prisoners, and amidst the chilling screams of terror, procured a fresh human head. The jester then cracked open the skull like a coconut, presenting the fresh brain to His Majesty, Grud. He believed that consuming brains would grant him the wisdom and strength of his foes. In this land of Africa, the perpetual theme had been man killing beasts. Man killing man, and beast killing beasts. Yet since Grud's awakening, only one theme persisted across the deserts and savannas: gorillas slaying beasts, gorillas slaying men. Cease at once. Kara descended from the heavens, blocking the path of the convoy. The tremendous impact of the Kryptonians' landing shattered the formation of the guerrilla army. These guerrillas, in disarray, fired wildly at Kara, continuing to pull the triggers even after exhausting their ammunition, until the smoke cleared, revealing Kara unscathed at the epicenter of the onslaught. "Clear the way," Grud bellowed, dispersing the increasingly primitive throng surrounding him as he lunged towards the impervious maiden. At last, a worthy adversary. "I shall extract your spine." In the past 2 years, Grud has been virtually unstoppable in Africa, as these pitiful and insignificant humans could hardly muster any effective resistance, leaving Grud utterly bored. She yearned for a more formidable opponent rather than a mere horde of lifeless bodies. Yet, in the next moment, Grud realized the folly of her thoughts. For this adversary was indeed excessively powerful. Grud could discern that her opponent had received little combat training, but the speed and ferocity of her punches and kicks were astonishing. Furthermore, the immense strength exhibited by this petite girl was incongruent with her delicate frame. A single punch nearly knocked the breath out of Grud. Attempting to turn the tide of battle with her mental control abilities, Grud found her adversaries to be akin to a raging inferno, rendering her efforts futile. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Grud unhesitatingly chose to kneel in supplication, pleading for mercy. "Spare me. You have taken so many lives. You must pay for your wicked deeds." Although Kara verbally echoed this sentiment, she halted her assault upon hearing the plea. "Why have you committed such atrocities?" "Why?" Grud chuckled at Supergirl's inquiry, responding, "Because this is the way of survival in Africa. In the past, humanity slaughtered us. Now, we return the favor. There is no difference. If humanity treats us this way, would you still be as furious as you are now? Admit it, you humans are hypocritical beings, proclaiming global unity while truly only caring for your own kind, often redefining what constitutes your own. The conflict between Aquaman and Wonder Woman in Europe has only just begun to affect hundreds of thousands. Yet they're already condemned by the global media as more malevolent than Hitler. Meanwhile, I have led my guerrilla empire to conquer half of Africa over the past 2 years, and few in the world even recognize the name Grud. It is merely a matter of where the war occurs and the color of the victim's skin." Supergirl found herself momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Grud unleashed her mental control abilities, her brainwaves penetrating Kara's mind during this moment of vulnerability. The mental resilience of the Kryptonian was far superior to that of ordinary beings, leading to a fierce battle of wills and thoughts within Kara's consciousness. "Ah!" Kara cried out in agony, clutching her head as blood began to seep from her nostrils and ears. The surrounding gorillas surged forward, attempting to consume her alive. Suddenly, a series of scorching gazes swept through, slicing apart all gorillas daring to approach Kara. Then, a red line streaked across the sky, materializing before Grud. "Guess what? I just heard what you said, and I have a particularly perfect argument to refute you." Recently, Joy, with his fingers splayed, pressed his hand against Grud's forehead. Seizing the moment while Grud's thoughts were entangled with Kara's, he crushed the sharp, ape-like head into fragments, then spoke to himself, "But you are not worthy of hearing this." Chapter 47 is not about right or wrong, but about stance with Grud's demise. The gorillas whose intellect had been artificially elevated under his influence reverted to their primal state, scattering like frightened birds. Joy was poised to eliminate a few distinct individuals among the throng with his piercing gaze. Yet, Kara intervened, shielding his eyes with her hand. She gently tugged at Joy's cloak, though her silence spoke volumes, Joy understood her intent. Joy brushed aside her hand, directing his gaze with precision to ignite the minds of those few gorillas hidden within the herd. Look with your eyes. Their cerebral structures are entirely unlike those of the other gorillas. Allowing them to escape poses a threat to the locals. I am aware, yet they possess the capacity for thought akin to ours. I am uncertain if our actions are justified. Kara's perspective elicited a resigned sigh from Joy. This Kryptonian's reasoning resembled that of a saint. However, true saints cannot tread the path of war. Listen, Kara, do not be deceived by that gorilla's words. Both sides in a conflict must fight for their survival and interests. For the participants, there is no distinction between right and wrong, only stance. Joy had comprehended this truth long ago, and he understood the role individuals like himself could play in such a scenario. The course and outcome of war would dictate the fates of thousands, even millions, and those like him could easily alter the trajectory of battle, determining the destinies of countless lives based on personal biases. Joy had pondered this dilemma countless times, with a mere thought. All injustices he had witnessed in his previous life could vanish. Yet, he remained uncertain whether such an action was warranted. Was his sense of justice truly the justice humanity sought? If the world resembled a train, the realm from which he hailed, though chaotic, was at least on its tracks. This world, however, had completely derailed. At the moment of the Flash's demise, if he failed to catch this runaway train, every soul aboard would perish. His sense of justice might not be flawless, yet why not take the risk? After all, the situation could hardly worsen. Could it? Once Groot's army of gorillas had been utterly vanquished, the liberated populace gathered around the surviving members of the resistance. They were ragged and emaciated, mostly tribesmen from the Central African savannah, captured by Groot merely to provide fresh brains for his army. Among them, a tribesman adorned with intricate facial markings emerged from the crowd, kneeling before Joy and Kara, uttering names that Kara could not comprehend. What is he saying? Joy translated for Kara. He claimed you were the savior brought to the world by the manifestation of the god Morpheus. The mythologies of Africa have long been fragmented beyond recognition, and Joy was uncertain which pantheon this Morpheus belonged to. However, this was of little consequence. Observing intently, Joy pierced the ground with his warm gaze, causing underground water to surge forth under pressure, creating small puddles for them to cleanse themselves. Subsequently, Kara brought forth rations originally belonging to the Grud's convoy to satiate their hunger. Joy also gathered weapons and fire to ensure their self-defense. With the death of the gorilla Grud, his empire would undoubtedly disintegrate swiftly. Yet, this did not herald a genuine peace for the African continent. As in the past, this desert and savanna would only witness a new round of conflict, with the protagonists shifting from gorillas to humans. The only constant was war. Joy knew he must act swiftly to stabilize other regions before the survivors of the African continent formally engaged in battle. Britain. Initially, the conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman was confined to their homeland, with the swords of the Amazons and Atlanteans not yet touching the realm of mortals. However, as the Amazonian homeland, Paradise Island, sank beneath the waves in the struggle against the Atlanteans, everything would change. The entire Amazonian tribe consisted of fierce and valiant women, the last remnants left by the Greek deities on Earth, collectively forming the purely female realm of Paradise Island. Now, having lost their homeland, they were compelled to venture into the world of men. When these refugees from Paradise Island, bereft of their land, appeared upon the shores of Britain aboard ancient Greek warships, Wonder Woman journeyed to London to negotiate, hoping to secure a safe haven for her kin. Yet, for Britain, such a request seemed somewhat audacious. After all, their ancestors had engaged in similar endeavors, and they were well aware of the intricacies involved. Today, you wish for land to be set aside for your settlement. Tomorrow, might you not be preparing to invade the very heart of Britain? The day after, would you have the audacity to claim the throne of Buckingham Palace for yourself? Wonder Woman? Wonder Woman found the opposing argument compelling, and thus drew her sword. The mortal army crumbled under the blades of the Amazons. Those Greek triremes, seemingly constructed of wood, were in fact imbued with the magic of Olympus, impervious to steel warships. In the face of such overwhelming odds, the army almost uniformly surrendered. Within 24 hours, the Amazons had seized control of all of Britain, and Wonder Woman Diana delivered a speech at number 10 Downing Street, declaring the sovereignty of the Amazons and renaming the British Isles as New Paradise Island. When Joy arrived at the British Isles, New Paradise Island, he bore witness to this momentous event. At the conclusion of her address, Queen Diana of the Amazons commanded her subordinates to expel the media mouthpieces who were responsible for relaying her words. With a graceful leap, she soared towards Joy's location. The Amazons' invisible aircraft had already detected the arrival of this uninvited guest. Indeed, although the Amazons traversed the seas aboard wooden paddle sailboats, they possessed the most advanced invisible aircraft in the world, which were not only undetectable by radar, but also cloaked from the visible spectrum. While Diana was still delivering her speech, Artemis had already drawn her long sword and was engaged in aerial combat with Joy, standing upon the wings of the invisible aircraft. By the time Diana arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. As the most distinguished warrior among the Amazons, Artemis's combat prowess was unmatched by Joy. Yet her only drawback lay in her sluggish speed. Whether in flight or sprinting, even with the invisible aircraft serving as a springboard for acceleration, she remained unable to touch a single hair on Joy. With merely a breath, Joy froze Artemis's divine sword into mere iron, shattering it with a gentle strike, and then seized the broken blade, yanking it to unbalance the Amazonian warrior. Retreat, Artemis commanded Wonder Woman Diana. Having observed the latter part of the skirmish and recognizing that Joy was merely toying with her ally. What brings you here? Diana brandished her sword, forged by the fire god Hephaestus, pointing it at Joy. This sword could slice through matter at the subatomic level. She had encountered enough arrogant men like Joy. Should you attempt to persuade the Amazons to withdraw, you are destined to return empty-handed. The Amazons would never relinquish the land upon which they depended for survival. Their homeland, Paradise Island, had already sunk beneath the waves. They had nowhere left to retreat. As previously stated, this war was not a matter of right or wrong, but of allegiance. Chapter 48. Wonder Woman. This was Joy's first encounter with the Queen of Paradise Island, Wonder Woman. Unlike his initial meeting with the otherworldly version of Queen Maeve, Joy now possessed an expanded perception, effortlessly discerning her distinction from ordinary humans. In truth, perhaps superhuman vision was unnecessary for such recognition. The aura emanating from Diana was far sharper than that of her drawn sword. This lethal presence was incomparable to the indulgent Maeve, who spent her days languishing in debauchery, alternating between martinis and brandies with a parade of youthful models. In her youth, this world's Wonder Woman had not engaged with the realm of humanity. Her first encounter with someone from beyond Paradise Island was with King Arthur Curry of Atlantis. The young Wonder Woman fell deeply in love with Aquaman, both envisioning that their union would bring a brighter future to the Amazons, Atlantis, and indeed to the world at large. However, Amazon and Atlantis have long been sworn enemies, and the union of Wonder Woman and Aquaman has left the majority on both sides discontented. No one can articulate how this seemingly harmonious and well-matched alliance devolved into a chaotic and bloody wedding. Yet, the outcome of this sanguinary nuptial is painfully clear. The annihilation of Paradise Island and the demise of Hippolyta, the mother, have rendered Diana, the demigoddess warrior known as Wonder Woman, and her kin among the most perilous beings on Earth. Meanwhile, the crown of Aquaman's beloved, Mera, still adorns Wonder Woman's head, a grim trophy from when she beheaded her adversary, serving as a constant reminder to Aquaman and his people of the stance they ought to adopt towards her. Joy, to be candid, harbors a disdain for the Britons. In his previous life, he witnessed numerous humanitarian tragedies along the East Mediterranean and Africa, at least 80 of which were intricately tied to the colonial history of the Britons. Now, their homeland has been occupied by the Amazons and rechristened as New Paradise Island. What a dark irony this is. Just as Joy had previously contemplated, he now possesses the power to determine the fate of these Britons with a mere thought, allowing the Amazons to act with impunity upon the British Isles. They have commenced a campaign of suppression and transformation. Men will be exiled or imprisoned, while women will endure a series of brutal trials and magical rites, emerging as new Amazonian women. What the Britons currently face is, in strict terms, merely a reflection of their historical actions against others. Yet, Joy would not proceed with such measures, not out of a sense of justice or moral integrity. Rather, the survival of billions around the globe constitutes the true essence of justice and morality. Should the exchange of the British Isles for enduring and stable peace be achievable, he would not hesitate to embrace it. However, Joy comprehends that relinquishing the British Isles to the Amazons would not usher in the peace that belongs to their epic. As long as the conflict between the Amazons and Atlanteans persists, Wonder Woman's incursions into the mortal realm shall remain unabated. The Amazons, outnumbered in their struggle against the Atlanteans, require the resources of the mortal world to secure victory in this war. Joy extended his hand towards the Queen of Paradise Island. Cooperate with me, and I can cease your war with Atlantis, bringing true peace to this planet and improving the world, provided this foolish proposal is accepted. Wonder Woman, however, did not even allow him to finish detailing his proposal. She coldly brandished her sword, the blade of the god of war, aimed directly at Joy's throat. For she had long ceased to believe such rhetoric. The former Aquaman had once uttered similar words, claiming their union would render the world a better place. Yet the eventual outcome was the present state of unending conflict between their peoples. Boom! In an instant, Joy erupted with fierce energy, striking Wonder Woman from the sky down to the ground with such swiftness that it surpassed even her reflexes. This tremendous force sent Wonder Woman crashing into the vicinity of 10 Downing Street, where she had just delivered a speech, obliterating the former British Prime Minister's residence with its immense impact. The reporters, previously driven away by the Amazons with swords and daggers, had not yet retreated far when this monumental disturbance occurred. The Amazons who had chased them were now hastening toward the epicenter of the collision, prompting the journalists to once again raise their cameras. "Quick, Jimmy, get the camera rolling." Louis Lane urgently urged Jimmy Olsen to prepare the lens. As soon as he turned it on, he saw a crimson streak plunge from the heavens to the earth on the monitor, triggering an even larger shockwave that jolted Jimmy, who was holding the camera. "Don't look, Louis. We need to escape." In the normal DC universe, the two women were meant to be Superman's beloved friend. But in this chaotic realm, they were as strangers to him. Joy plummeted from the sky, her fist striking Wonder Woman's raised wrist. The divine, enchanted gauntlets let out a faint sound of strain, but promptly fulfilled their purpose, converting the damage into a shockwave that rebounded back to Joy. This initiated the third explosion on Downing Street, transforming the once British Administrative Center into a pile of rubble. Joy, propelled by the shockwave, threw another punch, which Wonder Woman deflected with the sword of Hephaestus. With one hand wielding the sword, Wonder Woman attempted to ensnare Joy with her lasso of truth from her waist. But Joy, with her bare hands, grasped the blade, tossing both Wonder Woman and her weapon into the air once more. Still reeling from the effects of weightlessness, Joy advanced again, and this time, Wonder Woman, suspended in midair, could not keep pace with Joy's sudden surge and was struck in the head, shattering the Atlantean crown she had seized from Mira. Joy's eyes burned with fury as her heated gaze carved a shallow line across Wonder Woman's face. Seizing the opportunity when her opponent's focus shifted, Wonder Woman retaliated with the sword of Hephaestus, its divine edge swiftly piercing Joy's left shoulder. This marked one of the first instances of injury in Joy's new life. In pain, Joy grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in her shoulder, kicking Wonder Woman away to seize the weapon. Extracting the sword from her shoulder, Joy felt as if this ambush had nearly disarmed one of her limbs. Though blood flowed freely, her senses sharpened with clarity. Several meters away, Wonder Woman hurled her lasso of truth, while Joy, without the need for concentrated effort, began to perceive the microscopic world hidden beneath the surface. Joy raised his left hand to grasp the lasso of truth thrown by Wonder Woman, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. The wound on his left shoulder was healing rapidly, while his right hand brandished the recently acquired sword of Ares. He gazed at Wonder Woman, who gripped the lasso with both hands, realizing that despite her efforts, she could not contend with his still recovering left hand. He resolved to educate this Amazonian warrior on the proper utilization of her weapon. "I recall this sword can sever objects at the subatomic level. Allow me to demonstrate its true potential." Without hesitation, Joy swung the sword, accurately targeting one of the atoms in the air, while simultaneously using the lasso to draw Wonder Woman closer. A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, resulting in a minor fission detonation, causing two figures to plummet earthward. Although the explosion occurred nearer to Joy, the impact was far more severe for Wonder Woman. Diana of Paradise Island possessed skin resilient enough to endure the might of Kryptonians. Yet she was not immune to mortal weaponry. As the smoke cleared, Joy had ensnared Wonder Woman's neck with the lasso of truth. Her divine strength could not withstand its power, rendering her, though a demigoddess, as vulnerable as any mortal. The Amazonian warriors who had arrived hesitated, acutely aware that the queen's fate rested in another's hands, rendering them cautious of their adversary. However, the arriving Penthesilea was resolute, being Hippolyta's sister and Wonder Woman's aunt. She bellowed at the vengeful goddess guard. "What are you doing? In the name of Zeus, hurry and rescue the queen." "Stop, Joy." Kara descended from the outer atmosphere, having retrieved the L family's battle suit from the vessel stationed in the Arctic. Clad in the form-fitting red and blue attire that accentuated her fully restored physique, the golden emblem on her chest proclaimed her allegiance. The Kryptonian moved with remarkable speed through the skies, the Amazonian warriors unable to react in time to her arrival. As she breached their ranks and reached Joy, she extended her hand, directly grasping the lasso of truth from him. "No." Joy looked down at Wonder Woman, who knelt at his feet, gasping in pain from oxygen deprivation. With a mere tug, he could easily extinguish her life. Every cell in his body urged him to act. Even as Wonder Woman struggled to utter a few words. "Do it. What are you waiting for?" "No." Observing Kara's pleading expression, Joy's mind began to cool. He had initially come to negotiate with the Amazons. He loosened his grip on the lasso of truth, granting Wonder Woman a fleeting chance to breathe. Yet he did not release it entirely. He still had one question to pose. How can I locate the whereabouts of Paradise Island? Bound by the formidable power of the lasso of truth, Wonder Woman could only candidly reveal the location of the hidden Amazonian paradise, Themyscira. Subsequently, Joy relinquished the lasso, granting her freedom. Diana was perplexed as to why her adversary chose to release her at the final moment. The lasso of truth forges a connection between the souls of the bound, compelling them to speak only the truth. In their previous struggle with the lasso, she had sensed an overwhelming intent to kill akin to a tsunami. Having been ensnared, she had prepared herself psychologically for the worst. Yet in a surprising twist, Joy exhibited a moment of weakness. "I acknowledge your strength, but a merciful individual such as yourself cannot bring an end to war. Moreover, Themyscira has already sunk. No matter what you seek, you shall find nothing in its depths. Do not mistake my compassion for the weak as a sign of weakness." Joy gazed down at the kneeling Wonder Woman and extended her hand once more. "My earlier proposal still stands. I hope that the Amazons will completely withdraw from the British Isles." If Joy's collaboration with the Amazons hinged upon this condition, Wonder Woman could not possibly acquiesce. The only refuge for the departing Amazons would be the ocean, which would lead them directly into the jaws of the Atlanteans, a certain death. Even if she could not match her adversary's strength, she was resolute in her duty to fight for the survival of her kin until her last breath. However, Joy presented an additional condition that was more palatable. "I will bring back Themyscira." "Impossible," Wonder Woman replied. During her battles against the Atlanteans on Themyscira, she had undone the seal of Tartarus within the island, triggering the eruption of a long-suppressed volcano that obliterated the majority of the Atlantean invaders. The ensuing tectonic activity inevitably caused Themyscira to submerge into the ocean's depths. It is as simple as retrieving a stone from underwater. Joy reached out to help the fallen Wonder Woman to her feet. "Would you like to witness it?" As Wonder Woman departed with Joy, Penthesilea's gaze was laden with discontent. She turned to the members of the Vengeance Goddesses and scolded them sharply. Diana should not have placed her trust in a man once more. "You have all failed. You should have seized the opportunity to eliminate him." The members of Wonder Woman's Guard, comprised of the fiercest women on Earth, remained non-committal, loyal solely to their queen and not her kin. Meanwhile, Kara, who had remained at the scene, absorbed the unfolding drama, realizing that the anticipated alliance with the Amazons would not proceed as smoothly as initially envisioned. Wonder Woman's choice of the British Isles as a new Themyscira was deliberate, for the original paradise was situated in the North Sea, encompassed by Britain, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia, compared to other regions, designating Britain situated beyond the European continent. As a strategic foothold for an incursion into the entirety of Europe is indeed a judicious decision. Joy finds Wonder Woman's strategic contemplation somewhat superfluous. Even if she were to directly invade the Netherlands or Scandinavia, the defensive capabilities of other Western European nations, which can be described as laughable, would likely deter any opposition. In fact, at the very moment Wonder Woman proclaimed the annexation of the entirety of Britain, the Europa Alliance, represented by the Gauls, had already commenced deliberations on whether to resist or submit. Are you truly attempting to lift an entire island? Wonder Woman, blessed with the strength of Heracles, may possess the ability to bear such weight, but the distribution of that weight across an entire island presents a different challenge. Perhaps you should first contemplate where the new Paradise Island ought to be situated. With that remark, Joy vanished beneath the waves, and in no time, a massive whirlpool emerged upon the previously tranquil sea, followed by the submerged Paradise Island bursting forth, reappearing in the world. Heavens! Wonder Woman beheld her island once more, adorned with ancient Greek architecture and marble carvings, interspersed with volcanic rock centered around a gaping volcanic crater. Joy had directly severed the entire base beneath Paradise Island, elevating it from the depths. The biological stance of the Kryptonians is an enigmatic matter, yet it undeniably enabled him to raise the entire Paradise Island along with its continental shelf, rather than merely penetrating it from beneath. He held the island aloft, casting a shadow over Wonder Woman and the entire sea. Your kin may rebuild their homeland upon Paradise Island, but presently, this island requires a more suitable location. The magical barrier established by Zeus on Paradise Island had long been deactivated, and there is no possibility of its reactivation. The island, once again gracing the surface, is no longer fit to remain in the North Sea. Ultimately, Joy and Wonder Woman reached an agreement regarding the island's final destination, the Arctic. Although certain politically invested entities may dissent, the Arctic remains a region devoid of sovereignty for now. Joy had previously stationed Kara's spacecraft in the Arctic, and adding Paradise Island would not pose an issue. As for climate concerns, they could be remedied through the technology aboard Kara's ship. Upon seeing her homeland once more, Wonder Woman began to reminisce about the deadly conflicts of the past, which seemed destined to continue indefinitely. By placing Paradise Island in the Arctic, it will inevitably attract the wrath of the Atlanteans. Aquaman's animosity towards me is as profound as my hatred for him. The Atlanteans were responsible for the death of Wonder Woman's mother, while she had personally severed the head of Aquaman's former consort, Mera. Even if Wonder Woman were willing to relinquish her vendetta, she harbors no belief that Aquaman would reciprocate. Would you like to know my thoughts? Joy holds a divergent perspective regarding the conflict between the Amazons and the Atlanteans. Although their animosity appears relentless, the most grievous casualties have befallen humanity. Wonder Woman, due to her intervention, has yet to initiate a large-scale suppression in Britain that would result in significant fatalities. However, Aquaman, having declared a state of war, has commenced indiscriminate attacks against all entities encroaching upon Atlantean territory. Within the worldview of Atlantis, all oceans on Earth are deemed their territory, and the skies above these waters are regarded as their airspace. He gazes at Diana, who is troubled by the impending conflict. Perhaps your animosity with Aquaman is a principal catalyst for the outbreak of war. Yet the primary driving force behind its continuation lies in the overwhelming desire of the majority within your two factions to exploit this opportunity to eliminate all mortals from the world. The royal grievances between the two of you merely provide a pretext for both sides to engage in full-scale warfare. Joy must, in the forthcoming days, offer sanctuary to the remnants of Paradise Island and endeavor to pacify the Atlanteans, and he must act swiftly. For the king of Atlantis has never learned the essence of mercy from his human father, and he will soon discover an undeniable truth amidst his conflict with the surface dwellers. The existence of 6 billion terrestrial beings on Earth is utterly burdensome to the Atlanteans. Moreover, the superweapon secretly crafted by Aquaman is nearing completion. This superweapon, in its original timeline, possesses the formidable power to render the entire land on Earth barren. Once Aquaman chooses to press that button, Joy will have no choice but to mitigate the impending disaster. No one understands Aquaman better than I do. I harbor a fondness for him, and he reciprocates my feelings. Our relationship is robust. I have already dispatched our most capable superheroes to negotiate with him. World War III is utterly inconceivable. Cyborg is currently maintaining his mechanical systems in a clandestine base in Detroit. As a half-cyborg with little more than a heart and half a brain that could be considered original, his consciousness has transcended the confines of physical reality, freely navigating cyberspace. At this moment, one of his processor threads is perusing a video of their supreme leader, who is whimsically playing the accordion while spouting nonsense, eliciting a silent curse from him. The leader is utterly oblivious to Aquaman's name, yet dares to boast about their camaraderie, and with his unparalleled wisdom, He has appointed Captain Atom to negotiate an alliance with the Atlanteans. Although this plan is ill-conceived from various angles, Captain Atom, as a soldier, can only comply with orders, resulting in his current disappearance without a trace, while the leader recklessly sends the formidable Captain Atom into the jaws of danger. He simultaneously demands Cyborg to swiftly assemble a genuinely powerful superhero team to prevent the conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman. The Supreme Leader audaciously designated the name of this elite squad as the American Justice League, explicitly stating that while the question of justice could be set aside, it must undeniably embody the essence of America. Upon this realization, Steele felt as though his processor was on the verge of overheating from the sheer frustration of this individual's misguided command. Initially, he had chosen to collaborate with the authorities in the capacity of a national security advisor to aid a greater number of people. Yet now, he found himself under the leadership of such an irrational figure, a consequence of his own making. Simultaneously, just as the dust of the Amazonian incursion began to settle, new turbulence arose. Following a battle that had evaded all forms of reconnaissance and yielded untraceable outcomes, the Amazons temporarily ceased their hostilities against Western Europe. However, Steele possessed the ability to scrutinize every connected camera across the globe, access each extraterrestrial probe, and breach any cybernetic firewall. Furthermore, he had his own informants stationed within the British Isles. He observed two figures clad in crimson capes, marked by the prominence emblazoned upon their chests. This insignia and attire were reminiscent of the alien entity known as Subject One, who had been imprisoned for 2 decades beneath Metropolis following a catastrophic descent. They hailed from beyond the stars. The skirmishes on the British Isles, along with the experimental data concerning Subject One, had unequivocally demonstrated the formidable nature of this race. Although their offensive against the Amazons had objectively saved millions of lives, and they boasted intentions of ushering peace to Earth, Steele could only shudder at the thought of what his terrestrial brethren had inflicted upon their kindred. Chapter 50. The Alien Divergence. Despite the exasperation caused by the omniscient Supreme Leader, Steele was compelled to align with his vision and form a unique coalition of superhumans. The achievements of Wonder Woman and Aquaman had already illustrated the woeful inadequacy of conventional military forces in the face of such elevated conflicts. The stark disparity in their regular capabilities led every command center to arrive at the same disheartening conclusion. A resounding defeat was inevitable. Thus, the only hope lay in a targeted assassination operation, a specialized tactical team to swiftly incapacitate Aquaman and Wonder Woman, in the hopes of initiating peace negotiations. Steele mentally cataloged the roster. Captain Leonard Snart of the Cold Crew from Central City, wielding a high-tech ion gun capable of instantly encasing adversaries in ice. Captain Shazam from Fawcett City, comprised of Billy Batson and 5 other children, who could transform into a formidable warrior by uttering the word Shazam. The Element Woman from Military Laboratories, capable of shape-shifting and manipulating heat, ice, fire, and earth. Then, there was the enigmatic Enchantress. Her origins remained a mystery. Lastly, perhaps the most invaluable asset of all, was Abin Sur from the Green Lantern Corps, who proclaimed himself the greatest Green Lantern. Dispatched from a distant planet named OA to patrol Sector 2814, dedicating himself to maintaining peace and life within this region of the cosmos. After Abinsu miraculously survived the crash, he briefly interacted with the Steelbone before departing from this planet, marking him as the first officially recognized extraterrestrial visitor, an authentic moment of first contact. He was en route to report the events occurring on Earth to the Green Lantern Corps and to seek reinforcement. Considering the time elapsed, he should have returned by now. Just as Steelbone began to recall this matter, another thread received a communication request from Abinsu, who was nearing the outskirts of the solar system aboard his spacecraft. From Steelbone's perspective, despite Abinsu's face being inherently a shade of crimson, the emotional analysis module indicated that his demeanor was evidently less than favorable. Abinsu, what is the Green Lantern Corps planning on your end? Abinsu's spirits had noticeably diminished since leaving Earth. His enthusiasm seemed to have been extinguished entirely. The news he brought was indeed grim. There would be no reinforcements as the Green Lantern Corps was currently overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he expressed his determination to fight alongside them on Earth, concluding the communication. Abinsu sought support from the Corps to quell the turmoil on Earth. Yet the cold indifference of the Guardians made him question the very purpose of the Green Lantern Corps for the first time. He believed that a mere handful of elite members like himself and Sinestro could resolve the conflict between the two ancient races. However, the Guardians merely dismissed the situation with the statement, "Earth is destined for destruction," commanding him to retrieve a crucial item before withdrawing and leaving the inhabitants to their fate. The Guardians established the Green Lantern Corps to preserve life, so why then would they allow all beings on Earth to perish? Do not act impulsively, Abinsu. The Corps is currently besieged and cannot establish a new front on Earth. Acquire the spirit of existence and retreat immediately. After a bitter parting with the Guardians, Abinsu's ring received yet another order from the Guardians of OA. Consider the countless lives throughout the universe. They are far more significant than those doomed souls on Earth. No, to hell with you. The usually composed Abinsu erupted with expletives directed at the once respected Guardians, subsequently severing communication with the Green Lantern Corps and steering his ship towards the solar system, affirming, "All lives hold importance." Joy once read a science fiction short story titled Alien Crossroads, which illustrated how the principles behind faster-than-light travel in the universe were astonishingly simple. As straightforward as striking flint to ignite fire, the heat of the flames cooking food, or the combination of sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal causing an explosion. Almost every race discovers the foundational principles of hyperspace travel and anti-gravity fields around the onset of the Iron Age, subsequently entering the interstellar era. Aside from humanity, which, over thousands of years, has advanced significantly in various technological fields, particularly in the realm of conflict, has reached unprecedented heights. Humanity was destined to face a nuclear winter or internal decay amidst the ravages of war, until one fateful day when a starship from an interstellar colonial empire invaded Earth. The colonizers, wielding flintlock firearms and bayonets, bestowed upon humanity the fundamental technologies of hyperspace navigation and anti-gravity fields. At this moment, Joy found himself within the confines of the solitary fortress in the Arctic, guided by Kara as she meticulously examined the various artifacts from her vessel. Among these, a cluster of crystals captured Joy's attention. They once held immense significance in the history of Krypton, previously known as solar stones, forming the very core of Kryptonian technology. Despite many associated technologies having been lost to time, the capabilities of these crystals were beyond imagination. Presently, the entire lonely fortress was constructed from these crystals. Under the guidance of the core systems aboard the diminutive ship, these solar stones engaged in a miraculous process of self-replication and programming, effortlessly materializing the fortress Joy had envisioned in the Arctic. This transmutation consumed merely a large chunk of glacier and some underlying seabed rock layers, which were thoroughly dismantled and transformed into the crystalline structure of the fortress. As Joy beheld such advanced technology, he marveled at Krypton's ingenuity. Yet a sense of dissonance stirred within him, reminiscent of his previous encounters while watching Alien Crossroads. A race possessing such advanced technology, even without the superpowers bestowed by yellow sun radiance, would hardly be rendered helpless in the face of their planet's destruction. Chapter 51. The treacherous cabal, the crystals within the solitary fortress, could even compress vast quantities of information into minuscule volumes, allowing Kryptonians to extract knowledge through the correct touch. At that moment, Kara, wiping away tears, handed Joy each crystal containing extracted data, having embarked on her journey to Earth as a slightly smaller version of the present Joy, already well acquainted with all things Kryptonian. Although she understood that revisiting these memories would only deepen her sorrow, Kara could not resist the urge to glance at each one before reluctantly passing it to Joy. With a gentle grasp and focused intent, Joy could instantly evoke a wealth of knowledge and memories related to Krypton, as if experiencing them firsthand. Kryptonian poetry, songs, myths, and other literary works flowed through him. Although he remained unaware of how he could converse in Kryptonian with Kara, he was essentially illiterate in their language. It was only after perusing this content that he grasped the significance of the name Kal-El, which seemed to translate to Son of the Stars in certain contexts. Joy gained a general understanding of Kryptonian social structure, including their technological council, warrior guild, and the ancient Kryptonian veneration of their sun god, Ra, alongside various other administrative factions and familial hierarchies. The geographical and biological distribution of Krypton was briefly skimmed over by Joy, with his only point of interest being a cluster of islands that produced a plant known as Roni. The Kryptonians would dry the leaves of this plant to brew tea or roll into cigarettes. evoking a strong sense of familiarity. The records of Krypton's external contacts contain numerous details well known to Joy, such as the inhabitants with eagle heads and human bodies, the winged yet barbaric Senegong, the distant Temalan, the perilous Apocalypse, and the exceedingly dangerous Blanix. Hey, Joy, snap out of it. Kutta, who had been perusing other memory crystals nearby, gently tugged at the small curl on Joy's forehead, rousing him from his captivating reverie. A word of advice: overindulging in memory crystals can dull your intellect. Joy emerged from the enchanting immersion. Yet he was not inclined to heed warnings akin to watching too much nonsense can affect your brain. Is there anything related to technology? He inquired. Most of it pertains to that, Kara replied, tossing a substantial cluster of red crystals toward Joy. Did you not notice that you've spent over 10 minutes on those less informative crystals? By the time you finish, it might just be dawn. It matters not, for there is little to occupy my night. Joy needed to delve into Kryptonian technology to find solutions for the climatic issues plaguing Paradise Island. As the Amazons were lamenting their inability to adapt to the harsh Arctic climate and were resolutely unwilling to evacuate the British Isles. With keen eyes, Joy noticed 2 dull crystals among the pile Kara had given him. Are these 2 broken? He asked. Kara snatched the crystals back and employed the universally recognized method of a 45-degree angle tap, yet to no avail. She could only levitate and return them to the data console. Perhaps there was an error during data entry. Please wait a moment while the central processor checks for data integrity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Joy redirected his focus to the assortment of materials in search of potential solutions for his temporal wristwatch dilemma, while also seeking out resolutions for the Amazons. Observing Joy's engrossment in Kryptonian technology, Kara discreetly sighed, noticing his lack of interest in Kryptonian culture, before gracefully departing the fortress. At the helm of the spacecraft, Abinsu could now discern the faint glow of a yellow star belonging to the solar system in the distant cosmos. Soon, he would traverse the Kuiper Belt and enter Neptune's orbital range. This greatest of Green Lanterns was preparing to re-establish communication with Steel, intending to candidly disclose his purpose for being there while seeking collaboration without relinquishing Earth. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Steelbones had already established contact, sending over a series of remarkably high-definition images. By the way, Green Lantern, since you are a cosmic guardian, are you familiar with this extraterrestrial race that resembles Earthlings but possesses the ability to fly, immense strength, invulnerability, and can emit high-energy lasers from their eyes? Abin Sur, who had not yet had the chance to glance at the images, was already breaking into a cold sweat merely from Steelbone's description. Upon finally looking at the photographs, he noticed the prominence emblazoned across the chest of one of the figures, prompting the typically composed Abin Sur to exclaim in disbelief, "What the hell? Steelbones, how does your galaxy harbor a member of the elf family?" Suddenly, a devastating attack approached from the distance, swiftly obliterating Green Lantern's spacecraft. The Green Lantern ring in Abin Sur's possession automatically activated, enveloping him in a luminous green energy field, safeguarding his mortal form in the vacuum of space. He conjured a massive shield to withstand the subsequent assault, followed by a mirror that reflected the adversary's heat vision back at them. And finally, he fashioned a large net simulating kryptonite in an attempt to ensnare the incoming Kryptonian. The power of the Green Lantern ring is derived from the will and imagination of its bearer, and Abin Sur was the mightiest among the Green Lantern Corps. Endowed with unwavering resolve and boundless creativity, he was confident in his ability to subdue this Kryptonian foe, just as the oath of the ring proclaims, "In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight." However, in an instant, he felt a fleeting red figure zip past him, and soon after, he sensed the air in his lungs being forcefully expelled into the void, the frigid cold of space penetrating to his very bones. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he glanced at his fingers, only to find that the Green Lantern ring had vanished without a trace. In the original universe, he was meant to plummet to Earth alongside his spacecraft, passing on his legacy to the next greatest Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Yet in this universe, Abin Sur had narrowly escaped his fateful descent, but ultimately could not evade death. In the dark expanse of the cosmos, the figure draped in a crimson cloak crushed the Green Lantern ring in his grasp, leaving behind an unheard warning, a word of advice when your thoughts cannot keep pace. Do not wield thought-based weapons against a Kryptonian whose speed surpasses your thoughts 100-fold. Chapter 52. Complications arise. Joy returned to reality from the memory crystal, indeed confirming that. As Kara had mentioned, it was the following morning. The information from the crystal felt like a vivid dream, ensnaring those who viewed it in its allure. Awaiting him was Kara, her large eyes nearly pressed against his face, startling Joy into a jolt. Don't you have anything better to do, Kara? I recall you mentioning last night that you were heading to stabilize the anarchist forces in South America. Rest assured, all firearms in South America have been eradicated by my hand, and warfare has been forcibly halted. Kara blinked her large, azure eyes and made a throwing gesture, a foolish smile spreading across her face. Should they wish to wage war again, they would have to resort to stones and spears. Joy was not surprised. He had once gazed upon South America and found nothing there capable of threatening the Kryptonians. Although Kara's blunt and simplistic approach could merely be deemed a temporary measure, it was effective in buying time, something Joy desperately needed. This planet, as ever, was engulfed in conflict, with some wars bearing greater significance than others. Joy spent the night poring over Kryptonian technological data, ultimately concluding, after extensive theoretical analysis, that there was nothing amiss with his watch. How peculiar. He decided to depart from the Solitude Fortress and head to Britannia to urge the Amazons to evacuate swiftly, if they lingered any longer. The gulls across the English Channel would soon find themselves bowing before the Amazons. As Kara observed Joy, burdened with thoughts, turned to leave, her smile vanished, revealing a visage of struggle. Unable to restrain herself, she called out to him. Kal-El? HM? Joy nearly missed the call, as Kara had not invoked her Kryptonian name in quite some time. Is there something else? Gone was the foolish grin, replaced by a countenance of worry. What should I do? Do what you desire. Help others. Joy presumed that her distress stemmed from the cacophony of pleas echoing across the earth. Focus your thoughts, filtering out the inconsequential parts of these prayers and appeals, and aid those in greater need, such as the ongoing food crisis in Africa. Kara merely nodded in silence before soaring skyward, departing the Solitude Fortress. Joy sensed that, ever since the fortress's completion, Kara had exhibited a peculiar change, though he could not pinpoint its nature. Perhaps the fortress and the memory crystals evoked nostalgia for the long-lost Krypton? Feeling a sense of loneliness and lack of belonging is a common plight, particularly for beings like Kara. Her entire existence had been spent on Krypton for over a decade, and thus far, her earthly experience was marred by the haunting memories of her confinement within a laboratory, far from a fulfilling life. Joy, however, was resolute in his efforts to address the world's crises, striving to bring about the best possible outcomes for all. Despite being a Kryptonian in form, he had largely lived his life as a human, old and new. In contrast, Kara was driven solely by compassion, propelled by the sentiment of unable to bear witness to suffering, embarking on her altruistic endeavors. Joy could not help but admire her resolve. Recognizing that her capacity for action far surpassed his own in the past, she truly embodied the essence of a hero. Before seeking out Diana, the skeptical Joy once again produced his time pocket watch and decisively activated it, reasoning that if there were no issues, there should be no problems. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and he found himself reappearing not in the world he had just departed from, but rather in Tony Stark's home, directly within the confines of the Stark bedroom. Damn! Both Joy and the startled Tony exclaimed in unison. In that moment, Joy recognized the wisdom in Clark Kent, often shielding his supersensory abilities. It prevented him from immediately discerning Tony's intentions in the dim light. For heaven's sake, Tony! Learning Russian is one thing, but hiring 3 teachers at once? With a swift motion, Joy exited the bedroom, deeming the situation not overly awkward just yet. He feared that the unabashed Tony might utter something profoundly embarrassing, further complicating the atmosphere. What was this madness? Here he was, exhausting himself in the Flashpoint world, contemplating how to avert the physical disintegration of reality at minimal cost. Meanwhile, certain privileged individuals in this world could indulge in reckless abandon for years, while the distant purple entities of outer space would take their time before arriving on Earth to impose their might. For heaven's sake, Joy, has no one taught you to respect privacy? You've utterly ruined my 9th celebration of rebirth. Moments later, clad in his pajamas, Tony emerged from the pile of beauties in the bedroom, wielding the Mark 6 pulse cannon with ill intent directed at Joy. You should know, according to the fortress law, I could legally employ lethal force against you right now, correct? The destination of the teleportation was not within his control. Joy, fiddling with his timepiece, dismissed Tony's verbal threats entirely. Keep studying your foreign languages, Tony. There's an entire world waiting for me to save. With another flash of yellow light, Joy vanished, leaving a frustrated Tony behind, exasperated. Jarvis, record this energy spectrum. I need to devise a means to shield against it. Also, purchase that forest villa in Long Island. I'm moving tonight. Executed. By the way, the individual just retrieved the latest model of the arc reactor from your laboratory. Damn it, Joy. I should have fired. Joy's acquisition of the reactor had been merely opportunistic. He could now effortlessly create one via the fortress at any point in time. Yet why not take what was readily available? Tony Stark certainly did not lack such trifles. Given that he had already discovered a technological solution for the climatic issues plaguing Paradise Island in the Arctic, he could conveniently take the reactor as a stable energy source. Once Paradise Island was restored to its former temperate climate, he could persuade Diana to encourage her people to withdraw from the human world without significant resistance. Next, he merely needed to address the situation in Atlantis, and the Earth would at least be returned to its prior state. The circumstances were evidently progressing in a favorable direction. The unexpected disruption of communication with Abinsu cast a shadow over Steelbone's thoughts. Memories of Abinsu's tone while discussing the extraterrestrial sent a shiver through Steelbone, quickening his pulse. The news of a conflict between Wonder Woman and Aquaman had not elicited such alarm from Abinsu. According to the research materials in the laboratory, the subject, known as Kara Zor-El, had previously recounted that her home planet was on the brink of collapse when she departed, making her likely the last survivor of her world. However, at present, this planet had already witnessed the emergence of at least two similar extraterrestrial beings. 1. The female subject confined within the laboratory had just demonstrated a terrifying ability to pacify the entire armed forces of South America within a mere 15 minutes. The other male entity, according to intelligence reports from within the British Isles, had nearly slain Wonder Woman in a one-on-one confrontation, compelling the Amazons to halt their expansion. If such beings were not limited to just two, and if the first and second were merely precursors to a larger invasion of this planet, the situation was evidently veering towards the direst of predictions. Chapter 53. The mutiny. A tempest was brewing within the Amazons. The hardliners, led by Penthesilea, were unwilling to relinquish their hold on Britain and retreat to Paradise Island. After all, it was she who had suggested the initial assault against the Atlanteans, which culminated in a cataclysmic confrontation that left both sides battered. Her intention was to strip Diana of her last glimmer of hope, prompting her to invade the realm of mortals, and then to engage in a cataclysmic clash with the Atlanteans until the entire terrestrial world belonged to the Amazons. At that point, she would negotiate the division of power with the Atlanteans. However, with the prospect of returning to Paradise Island, Diana resolved to forsake the land won by the Amazons' blades, retreating to that secluded sanctuary like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. This was an outcome Penthesilea could not abide. Rallying a faction loyal to her cause, she confronted Diana as the latter ordered a withdrawal. Diana, think of your mother, my sister, Queen Hippolyta. Those Atlanteans cruelly murdered her. We must make them pay in blood. Diana tightened her grip on her sword upon hearing this, but recalling Joy's words, the fury in her eyes gave way to clarity. No, my aunt, we shall not abandon our quest for vengeance against the Atlanteans. But our retribution should not come at the cost of the mortal realm. Wonder Woman resolved to feign compliance to placate her aunt, recognizing that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. It was prudent to retreat to Paradise Island and reassess their course of action. Diana reminisced about the conflicts with the Atlanteans over the past year, from the blood-soaked wedding following her decision to marry Aquaman, to the sudden assassination attempt by Queen Mira, who had always maintained a cordial relationship with her, which resulted in Myra's demise. It felt as though an invisible hand was gradually steering the events, intensifying the discord that ultimately led to the current state of all-out war between the two factions. Wonder Woman was skeptical of Joy's assertions about ending the conflict. While she herself yearned for peace, it was uncertain whether the currently dominant Aquaman would acquiesce to a truce. A war only holds the potential for peace when both sides have exhausted themselves in battle. The Amazons were willing to accept peace due to the reclamation of Paradise Island. Yet the Atlanteans had yet to experience any profound suffering. No, Diana, I will not idly watch as you relinquish the Amazon's rightful territory. Penthesilea pressed forward with her spear. As her forces, led by Artemis, surged into the Buckingham Palace council chamber. Meanwhile, Diana's personal guard, the vengeance goddesses, remained largely loyal to their queen, emerging from the corners of the palace to confront the rebels. Witnessing this scene, Diana felt an absurdity swell within her. She had read of countless men throughout history fighting amongst themselves for power, never expecting Paradise Island to fall prey to such folly. Penthesilea's demands held some merit. She certainly had a substantial base of support among the Amazons, driven by desires for revenge against the queen and concerns over the fragility of the mortal realm, which had ignited uncontrollable ambition in many Amazons, including Diana herself. However, since her adversary had publicly challenged Diana's authority as Queen of Paradise Island, this only simplified matters. Diana raised her hand to quell the tension, drawing her sword towards the rebellious ant. What the Amazons need now is unity, not this senseless slaughter. Penthesilea, let us resolve this issue in the Amazonian way, just you and me. As her words echoed, both sides of Guardians retreated, clearing a vast circular space in the heart of the palace. There was no room for Penthesilea to refuse. You dare challenge your own mentor? Bring on, Diana. Diana stepped onto the battlefield. I still remember the days when you taught me swordsmanship as a child. When did we become so estranged? At that moment, Joy was waiting high above in Buckingham Palace, his gaze easily penetrating the roof to witness the duel between Diana and Penthesilea. He had listened intently to how Penthesilea had summoned Artemis and orchestrated her forces over the previous 2 hours. He chose not to inform Diana and refrained from intervening directly. It is not that he relishes the sight of beautiful women in combat, but rather that such matters, articulated through Joy's lips, are inherently inappropriate. Essentially, this is an internal affair of the Amazons, and Diana is no fool. She is well aware that ordering the withdrawal of the Amazons would provoke a certain backlash. However, she might not have anticipated that the leader of this dissent would be her own aunt. As the scene unfolded, Joy began to gather her drifting thoughts, focusing intently on the duel between Diana and Penthesilea. From the outset of the battle, Diana found herself at a disadvantage, struggling against her aunt's merciless onslaught. After all, Penthesilea had raised her since childhood, and her martial prowess was formidable. Each thrust of her spear aimed mercilessly at Diana's vitals, further complicating her already precarious position. Diana parried the spear with her sword, deftly neutralizing Penthesilea's lethal strikes, gradually finding her footing in the contest of skill. While the spectacle was somewhat captivating, Joy found herself yawning. Had Diana exhibited even half the ferocity she displayed when confronting Joy, this conflict would have been resolved long ago. Before long, Diana seized an opportunity, executing an upward slash that compelled Penthesilea to relinquish one end of her spear. With a swift side kick, she sent Penthesilea sprawling, disarming her in the process. The confrontation came to an end. Penthesilea, though she attempted to rise for another bout, Diana had already pressed the tip of her spear against her shoulder. Having resolved this internal crisis without bloodshed, Diana commanded the apprehension of Penthesilea and Artemis, making her way to the elevated location where Joy awaited. I am profoundly grateful that you did not interfere in our internal debacle. The Amazonian Air Force had long since reported Joy's arrival to Diana. At this moment, she found herself somewhat convinced of Joy's capacity and grace to guide their two factions towards peace. Joy remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the lasso at Diana's waist. The lasso of truth. No, Diana understood Joy's thoughts, for they mirrored her own, yet she had not acted upon them. Reason dictated that she could employ the lasso to extract confessions from Penthesilea and Artemis. The circumstances surrounding the outbreak of this war were shrouded in ambiguity, and they had emerged just as she resolved to distance the conflict from the mortal realm. However, emotionally, Diana feared she might not be able to confront the truth of the situation. At her blood-stained wedding to Aquaman, who was responsible for the murder of her mother, the former queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyta? The answer to this question now seemed deserving of further investigation. If the final revelation diverged from the belief held steadfastly by Diana and the Amazons, what monumental guilt would then rest upon Penthesilea? All the Amazon warriors who perished in battle against Atlantis, the fallen Atlanteans, and her own mother must all be accounted for in her heart. Yet, this tumultuous thought lingered only for a fleeting moment before Diana resolutely grasped her lasso of truth and declared, "I shall seek the truth." "No need for that," Joy replied, casting her gaze upon the prison where Penthesilea and Artemis were held captive. "Someone will come for them." Chapter 54. The enemies beyond the sea having resolved their internal discord. Wonder Woman finally managed to unify the Amazonian forces to withdraw from the British Isles. Following the obliteration of 10 Downing Street, Queen Diana of Paradise Island was left with no choice but to summon the previously exiled journalist to Buckingham Palace to announce the troop withdrawal. In less than 3 days, the entire affair had devolved into a farce. Indeed, it was a farce. Underground resistance movements across England had yet to establish a formal command structure to oppose the Amazons behind enemy lines, only to be informed that their mission had come to an abrupt end. However, their mission had not truly concluded. After the Amazons had occupied the British Isles, a significant portion of the personnel from 10 Downing Street and Buckingham Palace had fled, while the administrative systems throughout the regions had yet to undertake a large-scale replacement. The ensuing power vacuum left by the Amazons' departure would inevitably lead to armed conflict, and if left unchecked, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Witnessing Diana's announcement of the withdrawal, Joy lingered outside Buckingham Palace, awaiting the conclusion of Diana's speech. The current situation appeared to be a relatively advantageous outcome for both humans and Amazons alike. Joy intended to delegate the ensuing matters to Kara, for in matters of heroism, Kara far surpassed her own capabilities, possessing a temperament that remained unflustered even when faced with dire circumstances. Were it her present self in charge, she would likely resort to a solution that consisted of a single word to quell the impending deadly conflicts on the island. As for whether the Britons, having dispatched the Amazonian queen, would welcome back the former rulers of Buckingham Palace and all of Britain, that was a concern that Joy felt was beyond her purview. Truth be told, Joy was far more preoccupied with when the Atlanteans would devise a scheme to rescue the imprisoned Penthesilea and Artemis. For these two captives were merely a source of trouble for the Amazons. Once the Atlanteans liberated them, Joy could then confront them, transforming the predicament into one for the opposition. While Joy pondered this matter, she suddenly heard the distant cries of the Britons along the coastline. Nodding toward Diana, who was looking in her direction, she took flight away from the scene. For the Atlanteans, the presence of land dwellers was not initially a concern, as their intersection with the denizens of the deep was nearly non-existent. However, since the Industrial Revolution, it had become a significant issue. At the outset, the hunting of marine life by land dwellers and their disposal of refuse into the ocean were perceived as integral components of a natural cycle, with the Mother Ocean demonstrating a remarkable capacity for tolerance. However, following the advent of the Industrial Revolution, hunting devolved into a one-sided massacre, and waste discharge surged to unprecedented levels, far exceeding the ocean's ability to endure. The land dwellers, heedless of Atlantis' warnings, shamelessly plundered the resources of the Atlanteans, polluting their territories. And when Atlantis resorted to military deterrence, they met it with vehement reproach. King Arthur Curry, the offspring of a union between a human and an Atlantean princess, blessed by the sea god, has since his ascension dedicated himself to addressing this dire issue on behalf of his people. He had once believed that his marriage to Wonder Woman would herald a transformative future for the world. However, it has become evident that the future is indeed altered, yet not in the manner he had envisioned. The death of Mera has plunged everything into an irretrievable vortex of demise, where personal vendettas and national interest have spiraled into an uncontrollable conflict. Reports from scouts on land indicated that the Amazons were preparing to withdraw from Britannia. Although the true motives of Wonder Woman remain unclear, at such a critical juncture, the Atlanteans would not permit their retreat. The previously hastily arranged encirclement in the North Atlantic could only momentarily close in, as all creatures of the ocean succumbed to his will. Nothing could deter him from obliterating the Amazons and all that lay beneath their feet. As King Arthur commanded the colossal deep-sea beasts, towering over 100 meters, alongside the amphibious vessels of Atlantis, they approached the coastline of Britannia. The first sighting was of fishing boats close to the shore. These land dwellers, despite his proclamations of a ban and the threat of sinking any intruders into Atlantean territory, still dared to venture forth, risking their lives to plunder the ocean. With a mere thought, the sea beast beneath him surged forth, its massive fins breaking the surface, creating but a minor ripple for its colossal form. yet heralding a cataclysmic wave for those fishing boats. In the distance, King Arthur discerned what seemed to be a breath of air. Subsequently, he noted that the entire expanse of ocean before him was rapidly solidifying, a chilling presence creeping from the shore, freezing not only the surface of the sea, but extending into the depths below. The warships submerged to avoid being encased in ice, forfeiting their capacity to assault the island of Britannia. The lower half of the gigantic sea beast beneath him became entirely ensnared in the ice, immobile. As Arthur prepared to wield his trident to restore the flow of water and continue his advance, a figure in a red cloak appeared in an instant. Arthur Curry. We must converse. In his previous life, Joy found it exceedingly annoying when a television drama abruptly transitioned to dialogue midway through the plot. Yet now he must concede that, at times, engaging in communication is evidently more cost-effective than waging a war against the entire Atlantean populace, which would result in catastrophic upheaval for the Earth. This conflict must cease, Arthur. Your father is also human. You ought to comprehend that the human world cannot withstand such turmoil. Human. The king of Atlantis has his own stance. Arthur leaped to his feet, his trident shimmering with arcane brilliance. I have no regard for you land dwellers. When Arthur Curry was still a mere human, his father incessantly urged him to embody kindness and to show mercy to the weak. However, upon being brought to Atlantis by the Grand Chancellor and confronting the brutal royal intrigues, he swiftly grasped a fundamental truth. In Atlantis, those who are kind and yielding are destined to suffer, while fate only favors the powerful. Bang! A tremendous crash resounded across the surface of the sea, the sound resulting from the collision of Poseidon's body with the icy expanse. Joy, having shed his previously gentle demeanor, now bore reddened eyes, and wherever his gaze fell, all the sea creatures frozen within the ice turned to charred remnants. He then refocused on the Sea King, whom he had just sent crashing beneath the ice with a single blow, and soared towards him, exclaiming, "I've had enough of your antics since just now." Chapter 55. Just as within 3 minutes, communication with the Sea King had devolved to mere exchanges of blows, a development Joy found entirely predictable. He swung his fists, shattering the trident aimed at him. The weapon, blessed by Poseidon, left a shallow, yet significant gash on the back of Joy's hand. One was a denizen of the depths, endowed with the sea god's blessing, while the other was a Kryptonian capable of traversing the cosmos in physical form. The slight resistance and pressure of the water were negligible to them, rendering their underwater combat akin to that in any other realm. The Sea King, displaying an agility uncharacteristic of his robust physique, swiftly maneuvered behind Joy, thrusting his trident forward to deliver a chilling strike. Joy, however, quickly pivoted to retaliate, using his elbow to deflect the trident's sharp edge. The force of their collision was so immense it caused the surrounding water to explode, creating a vacuum around them. This time, the magical aura of the trident merely grazed the surface, inflicting minimal damage on Joy, while Atlanteans could breathe freely underwater. It did not imply they could do so in a vacuum. Seizing the opportunity when the Sea King momentarily faltered in his breathing, Joy grasped the top of the trident, effectively immobilizing the Sea King. No matter how desperately the Sea King clutched the shaft of the weapon, it remained firmly ensnared in Joy's grip. Joy forcibly restrained the urge to scorch his opponent with a heated gaze, swiftly propelling them above the water's surface and casually flinging both the Aquaman and his trident onto the towering, icy waves below. "Cease this, Arthur." Joy understood that eliminating the Aquaman on the spot would scarcely alter the trajectory of the ongoing conflict. The political landscape of Atlantis diverged significantly from that of Paradise Island, where the Queen held absolute authority. Once Wonder Woman Diana was appeased, the Amazons were effectively united. In contrast, Atlantis presented a more intricate structure. The term Atlanteans collectively refers to all denizens of the deep sea. The Aquaman serves as the nominal lord of the seven seas, governing all Atlanteans and other underwater tribes. However, strictly speaking, each ocean harbors its own independent underwater kingdom, which in turn encompasses smaller tribes, city-states, and other entities. Atlantis stands as the mightiest among these underwater realms, with relationships between Atlantis and other kingdoms resembling the intricate feudal ties of the Habsburgs and the Holy Roman Empire during medieval times. Seizing the opportunity amidst the conflict with the Amazons, these underwater dwellers launched indiscriminate assaults on all surface vessels, their ambitions extending far beyond merely targeting Diana and her kin. This reality ensured that even with the Aquaman's demise or his compliance with Joy's counsel, the war machine of Atlantis would remain relentless, particularly after they had savored the sweet fruits of warfare. Upon realizing their blockade of the seas was so effective that land dwellers were rendered nearly powerless to resist, they pondered, why not seize this moment to eliminate any future threats once and for all? Arthur, ponder this. How did this war truly commence? What of your brother? Since your attack began, have you glimpsed his presence? Throughout this conflict, has he ever suggested a path to negotiation? Joy posed this inquiry as he had already discerned the presence of Aquaman's brother, or the earlier vanquished contender in the Atlantean throne struggle, now leading an elite squad amidst the chaos to infiltrate the prison. Under Wonder Woman's tacit approval, this jailbreak team had breached numerous defenses, liberating the traitor Penthesilea and her followers. You have been but a pawn, manipulated into waging war against land-dwelling humans. This notion was never yours, but theirs. The Aquaman's countenance began to soften. Though still driven by animosity, he could not ignore that the war machine of Atlantis was not operating entirely in accordance with his desires. Yet, he tightened his grip on his trident, declaring, "Do not attempt to sow discord between my brother and me. That is a falsehood. Though the Atlanteans may appear more akin to mythical beings than humans, they are, in essence, the remnants of a bygone mythic era that sank beneath the waves." Joy could distinctly perceive the rhythm of the Sea King's breath, heartbeat, and hormonal fluctuations, which enabled him to infer the latter's emotions. He understood that his words had taken effect. For Arthur, a hybrid regarded as a mongrel by the legitimate royal lineage, to ascend as the king of Atlantis. He must have already engaged in a tumultuous confrontation with his half-brother, a process that would surely have been far from pleasant. Rather than exiling his brother, he chose to keep him close, rendering him an indispensable ally, not merely out of magnanimity. Return, Arthur, with my presence. You cannot wage war against the Amazons nor the terrestrial realm. Joy uttered these words while his focus drifted, scanning the depths of the ocean, yet failing to locate the elusive object. Inquire with your brother about the secret that compelled him to venture to Britannia and rescue an Amazon whom you both despise. As King Arthur gazed upon the colossal waves frozen into ice beneath his feet, he realized that unless he resorted to that superweapon, it was improbable that he could annihilate the Amazons today. The protection afforded to this formidable adversary incensed him. Yet if Alm had indeed colluded with the Amazons, the entire situation would shift dramatically. His personal vendetta against Wonder Woman was sufficient to fuel a relentless feud. However, if all of this were orchestrated, upon whose head should the blame fall? Once I uncover the truth behind this, I shall return. The Sea King's withdrawal was merely a tactical maneuver. He intended to eliminate the traitors in his midst before devising his next steps, and it did not signify an abandonment of his enmity with Wonder Woman. Joy recognized this as well. He understood that even if both factions were engaged in a reciprocal conspiracy, meticulously laying their traps, the fact remained that Wonder Woman had indeed severed the head of Queen Mara. Even if Mara had first attempted to assassinate Wonder Woman, the latter's retaliation stemmed from self-defense, which could not assuage the resentment harbored by the Sea King. In this merciless world, every deranged individual seemingly possesses their own rationale. I know you have secretly forged a weapon powerful enough to plunge the entire continental shelf into the abyss, but I advise you to refrain from employing it. Joy loathed such magical contrivances, for they utterly obscured his perception of the world. Yet that did not imply he was powerless to prevent its activation. He gestured toward the thick ice surrounding the British Isles, a mere consequence of his breath. Contemplate your responsibilities as the king of Atlantis. Reflect upon the fate of the Atlantean people, just as you currently possess the capability to erase the inhabitants of this planet. I too have the power to completely eradicate your kind from this world. Do not compel me to prove this. What Joy speaks of now with Aquaman is the shared fate between billions of denizens of the sea and countless land dwellers. In his own sense of justice, every individual on this planet deserves a rightful place. Chapter 56. The pitiful Aquaman as Aquaman withdraws. Wonder Woman finally arrives. You should have allowed me to capture him and employ the lasso of truth to ascertain the precise location of that superweapon. Joy can effortlessly envision the outcome of Wonder Woman confronting Aquaman, calling her forth merely to remind Aquaman of how his queen met her demise at her hands. leading him to resolve upon a confrontation with us. In a genuine conflict, Joy realizes that he cannot compel the Atlantean forces to cease their aggression by killing or controlling Aquaman. He would have to eliminate them one by one. And the ordinary inhabitants of Britain cannot withstand such a devastating battle. Wonder Woman never regrets her decision. This is her own retribution. I have never shown mercy to those who dare to attempt my assassination. I understand. I am not critiquing your intentions. The death of Queen Mara has become an incomprehensible affair. Discussing right or wrong holds no significance now. Joy merely contemplates how to achieve the best outcome with minimal casualties. Aquaman's choice to withdraw today is a significant display of responsibility. The incremental influence of the radical faction in Atlantis remains a perilous endeavor in Joy's eyes. These foolish denizens of the sea naively believe they can annihilate all land dwellers, while no one on land could reciprocate such actions against them. Joy is confident he has conveyed his message to Aquaman clearly, if he truly prioritizes his personal vendetta over the 1.73 billion Atlantean survivors. Willing to submerge the lands of the earth to obliterate the Amazons, then the citizens of Atlantis shall meet the same fate at Joy's hands. Joy is uncertain whether Aquaman believes his words. Should the latter, upon discovering the truth, persist in rejecting peace, he must ensure these sea dwellers comprehend that their threats are not mere rhetoric. Wonder Woman holds a differing perspective on Joy's forbearance. When you reason with that fool Arthur Curry, he merely perceives you as weak. You should employ your methods without delay. The Atlanteans only respect strength, which is precisely why Arthur Curry reigns as king. Upon hearing this, Joy cannot help but exhale softly. His actions merely demand Aquaman to relinquish his deeply entrenched vendetta in the face of greater responsibility, hoping that reason will triumph over emotion. In this universe, it appears that all the superheroes I have encountered lack rationality, which has inevitably led the Earth to the brink of destruction. The paramount task at hand is to facilitate the gradual retreat of the Amazons to the Arctic. This way, should the Atlanteans wish to strike again at the mortal realm, they would find no justifiable reason to do so. Aquaman, driven by a desire for vengeance, could only confront the Amazons in such a desolate location, minimizing collateral damage. In Joy's estimation, Aquaman's investigation into his brother should not extend for long. Provided he is not utterly foolish, the truth will eventually surface. The collusion between Penthesilea and ORM is glaringly evident to an observer like myself. These two warmongers are resolute in their intention to ignite a cataclysmic conflict between their races. If Aquaman can eliminate the Hawks among the Atlanteans who conspire with each other, a relatively satisfactory resolution could be achieved. When the assault commenced today, where were you, ORM? Aquaman, feeling incapable of breaching the thousands of meters of solid ice surrounding Britain, could only retreat with his army, waiting a considerable time upon his throne for the return of his younger brother from the depths of the sea. As he sat upon the throne, caressing the trident of Poseidon with a cold gaze fixated upon ORM, the latter could not confess to having left the main forces to rescue Penthesilea, an Amazonian hawk, with whom he conspired. To speak the truth directly would certainly prevent him from leaving the palace hall today. Yet he was a man of careful consideration. Or perhaps it was Penthesilea who was. They had long prepared a means to counter Aquaman's potential inquiries. ORM produced a magical insignia from his bosom, an item stolen by Penthesilea from Wonder Woman's collection prior to their undertaking. As Wonder Woman's aunt, she had access to many of her private belongings. As the magical insignia slowly illuminated, a meticulously carved olive wood box materialized in ORM's hand. Bowing respectfully, he offered this moderately sized box, just fitting for two hands to hold, to his brother and king. My brother, while you launched your assault and the Amazons grew complacent, I secretly infiltrated Britain and retrieved her from amidst the encirclement of the Amazons. Aquaman, trembling, extended his hand, resolute in his decision to accept the exquisite box. Without further words from ORM, he already comprehended its contents. Although Aquaman was unaware of why Mara would risk so much to assassinate the Amazonian queen, the outcome clearly substantiated the Amazon's coarseness and savagery. Wonder Woman severed Mara's head and cast her remains back into the sea, while Mara's crown was donned as a trophy upon Wonder Woman's head, with her head perpetually lost to oblivion. Now ORM had brought her back. Aquaman gently lifted a corner of the box, and the first thing that caught his eye was a cascade of red hair. A tear fell onto the box. And in that moment, Aquaman lost the courage to continue. Slowly, he closed the box, and his doubts regarding ORM dissipated, replaced entirely by a consuming hatred. The words spoken by Joy were cast aside. He had resolved to eradicate the Amazons entirely, particularly Wonder Woman-esque existence on Earth. Regardless of the cost, prepare the doomsday weapon. I wish to witness its power before the sun casts its light upon the Atlantic once more. ORM bowed respectfully, replying yes. My king. Days prior, within a magically cloaked ship, the Atom, an unconscious superhero bound to the North American military, was being escorted into a research facility by several Atlantean scientists. Due to his proximity to the quantum field, he harbored an almost limitless energy within him, capable of unleashing destruction far surpassing that of a nuclear bomb with a mere flicker of release. As a soldier, he had accepted the commander's orders to negotiate with the Atlanteans, only to find himself ensnared and imprisoned. His immense energy had caught Aquaman's attention, who intended to harness it as a power source for a superweapon capable of annihilating an entire continent. Mera observed the restrained Atom, her brow furrowing. I believe Arthur has crossed a line. The war against the Amazons should not involve these land dwellers. They are innocent. Now, under the counsel of others, Aquaman sought to use the Atom as an energy source to forge a weapon that could obliterate an entire landmass, aimed at securing victory in the impending conflict with the Amazons. Mera, troubled by the scene, felt powerless to deter the resolute Aquaman. Thus, she turned to his brother. ORM, I believe Arthur has gone too far. The war with the Amazons should not ensnare these land dwellers. While they are despicable, most remain innocent. I share your sentiment. Employing such a weapon would inevitably harm the innocent land dwellers, devoid of any glory for Atlantis, ORM replied, expressing agreement. He then offered his counsel. Both of us have attempted to intercede, yet Arthur has never been one to heed advice. However, I possess a more effective strategy to bring an end to our conflict. What plan? Mera inquired. ORM leaned closer, whispering his scheme into her ear. Akin to a devil's murmur. Wonder Woman is seeking suitable refuge for her people. I have insider information regarding when and where she will be alone. Mera comprehended ORM's implication. I understand. You must first stall Arthur and arrange for a select team to assist me. As long as the formidable Wonder Woman, Diana, remains unchallenged among the Amazonian ranks, Atlantis shall find itself incapable of mounting any opposition. The war will cease, and Aquaman will no longer need to forge that astonishing doomsday weapon. OM smiled faintly, watching as Mera donned her battle attire and armor. I await your good news, Mera. Poor Aquaman, forever manipulated by his own brother, OM. Chapter 57. Activation of the doomsday weapon. Lex Luthor found himself aboard what was once the most infamous pirate ship of the Atlantic, aimlessly adrift upon the ocean's expanse. How the tides have turned. A law-abiding, patriotic merchant and scientist has found himself in the company of a pirate captain. No use complaining. The one funding my employment is not you, Slade Wilson remarked, standing behind Lex and using his lone remaining eye to scrutinize the various detection screens concealed within the vessel. How does your government know that Aquaman is constructing a doomsday weapon? While scientists may possess their own borders, some, like me, maintain their moral compass and conscience, Captain Deathstroke. Lex Luthor absently fiddled with the unchanging data on the instruments, their perilous voyage thus far yielding no results. It appears that, despite possessing a conscience, it is of no utility. The magic of Atlantis evidently lies beyond the realm of my scientific understanding. I have detected no significant energy fluctuations in these waters. In this universe, Slade Wilson and Lex Luthor have not diverged significantly from their original world. Deathstroke continues to pursue his mercenary lifestyle, now merely under the guise of a pirate, while Luthor remains the arrogant genius he has always been. However, deprived of Superman as a rival and nemesis, his talents are confined to the mundane. Did you not claim to possess wisdom beyond that of ordinary mortals? Why not put it to use? Realizing Lex Luthor was proving unreliable, Deathstroke contemplated returning to Gibraltar for a brief respite. Their time at sea had extended far too long, inching ever closer to detection by the Atlanteans. No amount of extraordinary intellect can conjure non-existent energy readings within such a limited time frame. At this juncture, one might as well hope for superhuman strength to swiftly eradicate the Atlantean presence. Lex recalled the figure in a red cape he had glimpsed on the satellite monitor days prior, capable of effortlessly lifting an entire continental shelf from beneath the ruins of Paradise Island, transporting it from a North Sea all the way to the Arctic. Though this individual rarely revealed himself on camera, he had restored the Amazonian homeland and vanquished Wonder Woman, triggering the abrupt withdrawal of the Amazons from the British Isles while simultaneously repelling Aquaman's assault on the same. One woman, unperturbed by public scrutiny, has stepped forward to alleviate numerous humanitarian crises across the African continent, pacify conflicts in South America, and even engage in preemptive dialogue with armed factions, quelling the burgeoning civil strife between royalists and parliamentarians on the British Isles. As of now, all her actions appear to be beneficial to humanity. Recently, with the withdrawal of Amazonian troops, journalists from both the Reuters and BBC have begun to refer to her as the guardian of humanity. Yet, who can predict the trajectory of future developments? Lex Luthor, having clandestinely perused military confidential files, is aware of the origins of those two figures in red cloaks, particularly that one has been under military observation for over a decade. A formidable extraterrestrial race descends from the heavens, unconditionally bestowing peace and hope upon this world. Lex Luthor, having skipped school at the tender age of 7 to visit the National Museum of the American Indian in Washington, has long ceased to believe such fanciful notions. Curiously, the two red-cloaked figures seem never to have specified how they wish to be addressed, considering the large letter S emblazoned on their chests. Perhaps he could refer to them as Supermen? Just as Lex Luthor wrestles with this nomenclature, the instruments before him emit a sharp, piercing alarm, abruptly anchoring his drifting thoughts back to reality. Upon observing the energy readings, a stunned Lex Luthor retrieves a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his astute bald head. Captain Bell, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news is that they have confirmed the Aquaman is indeed constructing a doomsday weapon, and they have pinpointed its exact location. The bad news is that Aquaman has activated this superweapon, and their vessel is on a direct course through the seismic waves it generates. Meanwhile, Joy is busy setting up the new, or rather old, home for the Amazonian tribe on Paradise Island, located in the Arctic, on the platform formed by Kryptonian crystals, which Joy prefers to call sunstones. She has installed the arc reactor, acquired from Iron Man Tony Stark. These sunstones exhibit remarkable adaptability, instantly reprogramming themselves to accommodate the energy radiation from the arc reactor, integrating it into their own energy system. Following this, a beam of light ascends into the sky, and a circular, translucent force field envelopes the entirety of Paradise Island, effectively shielding it from the raging winds and blizzards of the Arctic. Wonder Woman, hovering above, examines this protective barrier and subsequently tests its strength with the sword of Hephaestus, exclaiming in awe, "The fortitude of this shield is truly astonishing. To merely use it against the elements would be a complete waste." Joy remains perplexed by how the Kryptonians managed to obliterate themselves. This technology, a remnant of the catastrophe in their capital city of Kandor, was acquired through reverse engineering from an unknown invader, merely the tip of the technological iceberg. However, he quickly dismisses this quandary as an acute sensation prickles his skin and the world around him seems to freeze in an instant. The movement of matter has not slowed. Rather, Joy's own perception has accelerated unconsciously. While Kryptonians can think rapidly, Joy has never experienced such a velocity of thought. No one desires to endure a mere second of the material world as if it were 300 years. Yet at this moment, he has no choice but to do so, for a tremendous seismic wave has erupted from deep within the Earth's crust, surging toward the British Isles. According to Joy's calculations, when this seismic wave reaches its destination, it will not only shake the entirety of Britain, but will also shatter the vast expanse of Western Europe, from Brittany to Rome, plunging it into the depths of the sea. The projected death toll stands at 54.7 billion. In the fleeting second of contemplation, Joy has traversed from the Arctic to the Atlantic, and he is no longer preoccupied with the quest for Aquaman's doomsday weapon. Although this weapon remains cloaked in magic, rendered invisible, the immense energy fluctuations generated upon its firing and the trajectory of the seismic wave cannot be faked. Arthur Curry, you are indeed a complete madman. Joy had not anticipated Aquaman's reckless and insane decision to submerge all of Western Europe to eradicate the Amazons who have yet to fully evacuate from Britain. Atlantis, a technologically advanced nation with a population of 17. 3 billion, now appears excessively urbanized in Joy's eyes. No, he must not be distracted. The matter of avenging the Atlanteans can wait. He must first devise a plan. The situation is not yet beyond redemption. The speed of the seismic waves, in relation to Joy, is relatively slow, granting him ample time to formulate a strategy. However, before he can conceive a plan, he discovers someone on Earth whom he should have identified long ago, a speedster enveloped in red lightning. Chapter 58. The Delusion of Reverse Lightning. I thought it would take you a while longer to notice me. The speedster, having sensed the approaching Kryptonians, ceases his flight. Clad in a costume reminiscent of the Flash, yet predominantly yellow as opposed to the red of his counterpart, he stands defiantly. Joy swiftly catches up with this speedster and proclaims his identity. Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne. The figure racing across the Western European continent is indeed the Reverse Flash, the self-proclaimed lifelong nemesis of Barry Allen, the Flash. In the distant future of the 25th century, Eobard Thawne, through his extensive study of his idol, the Flash, replicated the fateful lightning strike that bestowed the Flash's powers upon him. However, by a cruel twist of fate, he became an arch-nemesis of the very hero he admired. Unlike the Flash, Thawne, known as Reverse Flash, lacked self-restraint. He traversed back through time countless times, attempting to eradicate Barry Allen before he could become the Flash. Yet he ultimately discovered the futility of his efforts. The source of Reverse Flash's incredible speed was rooted in his obsession with Barry Allen. Without the Flash's existence, there would be no Reverse Flash. This realization drove Thawne to madness, as his very being was contingent upon the existence of his lifelong adversary. Thus, he made it his singular life's pursuit to destroy the Flash, launching attacks from various pivotal moments in history. From the moment of the Flash's birth, he meticulously plotted to inflict the greatest suffering upon him. Reverse Flash snatched away the young Flash's first love, erased his childhood friends, and even murdered the young Flash's mother, framing his father for the heinous crime. This malevolent act solidified a perfect temporal loop between the Flash and Reverse Flash. Barry Allen, burdened by the death of his mother and his father's wrongful imprisonment, became a crime scene investigator, tirelessly working day and night to uncover the truth behind his mother's murder and exonerate his father. One stormy night, while burning the midnight oil in his office, Barry was struck by lightning, setting in motion the unfolding saga of the Flash and Reverse Flash. As Reverse Flash beheld the man who instantly recognized him, a look of astonishment crossed his face, quickly followed by a knowing smile. Ah, so it is you. Logically, you should not know me, as I have never revealed myself. Yet, you recognize me, implying that you too are an outsider. This elucidates why I cannot simply rewrite this timeline after Barry's death. There remains an observer from beyond. As the speedster, Reverse Flash easily matched the pace of the newcomer, within a mere second engaging in hundreds of exchanges. How is this world created by Barry Allen, you ask? As he wished, his mother lives, but in her stead, countless others will perish. Noticing the hostility in Joey's eyes, Reverse Flash enveloped himself in the Speed Force, creating afterimages to evade any easy strikes. Do not attempt it. Heat vision may strike at light speed, but cannot aim at light speed. If I were you, I would prioritize more pressing matters, such as the impending submersion of the Western European plains in just 62 seconds. And you, Superman, I have calculated that your speed is insufficient to evacuate everyone to safety in time. Originally, Reverse Lightning was observing the conflict between the Amazonians and the Atlanteans on the British Isles, pondering how far the war might escalate. However, the sudden appearance of an extraordinarily powerful Kryptonian dissuaded him from intervening. While this Kryptonian might not easily slay him, Reverse Lightning similarly lacked the means to deliver a definitive blow. The adversary possessed countless opportunities to strike, while his margin for error was tragically limited to a single chance. Thus, he proposed a discussion on the matter of trade. Reverse Lightning felt it was an opportune moment for him to contribute. While you alone may not have the capacity to evacuate everyone to safety, with my assistance as the fastest individual in the world, that task would undoubtedly be feasible. Joy turned to gaze at the direction from which the seismic waves were emanating, casually inquiring, I suspect you are not the type to offer your assistance without compensation, Reverse Lightning. What is it that you desire? The anticipated response delighted Reverse Lightning even further. What do I desire? Well, I seek dominion over the entirety of America. It was evident to all discerning individuals in this world that you and your Kryptonian companion were poised to establish a new order on this planet. To me, you are unlike the blue-clad Boy Scout I once knew. In this new world order, individuals such as myself must have a place to settle. Therefore, grant me the authority to govern future America, and I shall promptly assist in relocating the populace of Western Europe to Asia Minor. Joy rejected Reverse Lightning's proposal outright. The realm of mortals does not require your kind to govern. His vision for the world involved the continuation of pre-war operations, albeit with minor improvements. Within these enhancements, there was no position for individuals like Reverse Lightning. Oh, that I did not foresee. Reverse Lightning acknowledged that this superhero was even more different than he had anticipated. You would rather allow the majority of Western Europe's populace to perish than carve out a small piece of America from your world for me? I have never suggested abandoning those people. As Joy negotiated with Reverse Lightning, his eyes meticulously scanned the geological structures along the path of the seismic waves. He had already formulated a general plan of action. Do not think of the problem as a speedster would. Reverse Lightning, I am not a speedster. In Joy's view, rather than expending valuable time and effort to evacuate millions of potential earthquake victims with uncertain speed, why not simply utilize the Kryptonian's superhuman strength to strike the earthquake and compel it to cease? Seismic waves, being mechanical waves, are fundamentally a release and propagation of energy, reliant on the crust and ocean as mediums. By neutralizing the energy release or obstructing the propagation pathways, the earthquake would naturally resolve itself. Before departing, Joy issued a final stern warning to Reverse Lightning. Do not obstruct my path, Reverse Lightning. The New World Order can accommodate all who wish to live in harmony. To me, you are akin to an annoyingly swift fly. Do not compel me to waste time eliminating you. Rest assured, Superman, this time I shall not hinder you. Rather, I am eager to see how you intend to resolve this situation. Joy's threats did not weigh heavily on Reverse Flash's mind. Instead, he was curious to witness how Superman would halt this cataclysmic earthquake, even anticipating the outcome. What will you do? In your era, do people still possess building blocks? Stopping an earthquake is scarcely more challenging than assembling a few blocks. With that remark, Joy plunged into the depths of the earth, closely followed by Reverse Flash. Chapter 59. Aftershocks. The entire tectonic structure of the Northern Hemisphere unfolded in Joy's mind, with every weak point and robust surface of the plates meticulously considered. For humanity, this calamity, capable of tearing apart a significant portion of the Eurasian plate, could be described as the wrath of the gods, inescapable. However, for Superman, halting this earthquake was merely akin to a time-sensitive Lego assembly. Joy's task was to create voids in the weaker areas of the crust to absorb stress and exert opposing forces in the stronger regions to stabilize the strata, thereby counteracting the plate collision. He would then employ his freezing breath to cool the deeper geothermal lava, preventing any potential eruptions. Having accomplished all this, Joy emerged from the earth, accompanied by the Reverse Flash, who had been traversing the crust moments earlier. Unlike Joy, who had painstakingly carved a narrow passage through the crust, a speedster like Reverse Flash could vibrate his molecules at a microscopic level, maintaining a specific frequency to pass through most objects, including the very earth itself. With a look of disbelief, Reverse Flash turned to Joy, who had primarily interacted with Barry Allen until now. This was his first close encounter with the might of a Kryptonian. This is impossible. No, this defies science. It is indeed scientific. The effects of force are reciprocal, and forces can cancel each other out. If anything is unscientific, it is your mastery of the speed force. Joy had more pressing matters to attend to, so he simply turned and departed, leaving Reverse Flash in a state of existential doubt. As previously stated, it was merely a straightforward Lego assembly. Meanwhile, Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen were preparing to depart from Heathrow Airport in London. Jimmy, I can wager that Perry White is currently wishing to see us in pieces. At that moment, Lois, whose phone had just connected to the internet, gazed at the numerous missed calls from her editor-in-chief, Perry White, with a look of dismay. Due to a delayed flight, she had missed the Amazonian Queen's withdrawal announcement, and with the subsequent invasion of Atlantis, the plane that had crossed the English Channel had to turn back to Berlin. Once the situation stabilized, she boarded another delayed flight from Berlin to London, hoping to catch a significant news story, but by then, the opportunity had essentially slipped away. All weapons from the royalists and the parliamentarians had been completely confiscated, leaving not even a baseball bat behind. rather than resolving the political future of Britain through what could only be termed street brawls masquerading as a civil war. Both parties, with a semblance of dignity, ultimately chose to sit down and engage in dialogue. Apart from sporadic appearances of Amazon warriors around Buckingham Palace in London, it could be said that the island of Britain has largely returned to its former state. As a reporter, I nearly missed all the major headlines due to my insufficient urgency in my pursuits. However, unbeknownst to many, Lois Lane harbored a concealed identity. Outwardly a journalist for the Planet Daily, she was, in fact, Agent Lois Lane. Suddenly, the metallic watch on Lois's wrist morphed into a communication device, projecting the visage of Steel Bone's mechanical head before her. Lois hastily pressed the projection interface, intending to retreat to a less populated area. "Are you insane, Steel Bone? This will expose me." The voice of Steel Bone resonated through the communicator, amplified beyond measure. "What concealment is there to discuss? Run, Lois. Seek safety. In less than a minute, a cataclysm is imminent." Steel Bone, whose consciousness thrived in the cyber realm, was the first to grasp the detection data concerning Lex Luthor and Doomsday. Without the need for calculations, he arrived at the glaring conclusion: this earthquake would rend apart all of Western Europe, claiming billions of lives. Steel Bone was at a loss as to how to avert this disaster, yet he recognized the necessity of action. For the first time, he breached the protocols he had previously adhered to, boldly overriding all firewalls to transform every electronic device capable of conveying information across Western Europe into his own means of communication, including Lewis's devices and all broadcast systems within the airport. "An earthquake is imminent. Please seek shelter immediately. An earthquake is imminent. Please seek shelter immediately." This message echoed through the mobile phones, televisions, and radios of every individual on the European continent. It represented Steel Bone's final desperate struggle, even though he was acutely aware that his efforts would likely yield minimal effect, given that survival in a near-magnitude 12 earthquake hinged predominantly on sheer luck. In the absence of a commanding order from the Overlord, Steel Bone's physical form, accompanied by hundreds of drones, took flight from Detroit, opting to take the perilous route towards Western Europe. He had calculated that, compared to the multitude of lives that would be lost in this catastrophe, the number he could potentially save through his actions was but a minuscule fraction, all while risking the ire of the Overlord. Yet, this could not serve as justification for inaction in the face of impending doom. "I'm looking for Billy." "Yes, Billy Batson." "What? He's taking a nap?" "Hurry and rouse him to answer the call." As he journeyed towards Western Europe, Steel Bone also surveyed the members of his organization, the American Justice Society, ultimately concluding that only Shazam could be of use at this critical moment. And yet, Shazam had not yet uttered the word Shazam. Before this young warrior transformed into a being imbued with the powers of the six gods, his essence was merely composed of Billy Batson and 5 other children, accompanied by a magical tiger. Cyborg had to concede that during his recent attempt to recruit Batman, the latter's words rang true. The motley crew he had assembled resembled not a super team dedicated to safeguarding world peace, but rather a flamboyant circus. Thunder rumbled in the distance, echoing a fervent shout of Shazam that reverberated through the clouds as Shazam swiftly positioned himself before Cyborg. The white cloak billowing behind him rustled dramatically in his sudden halt, revealing a hint of concern on his otherwise resolute, marble-like visage. "There's no need to proceed, Cyborg. I comprehend your sentiment, but the situation over there is not as dire as you perceive. Someone has already mitigated that disaster." Blessed by the Greek gods, Shazam had discerned, through his connection with the earth deity Gaia, that the calamity had been averted, and it was Cyborg's tumultuous actions that might inadvertently incite chaos, potentially leading to casualties. However, Shazam refrained from casting blame, for no one can guarantee that their well-meaning actions will not yield adverse outcomes. Meanwhile, in London, Lois Lane was momentarily taken aback by Cyborg's words, yet she chose to place her trust in him. The others at the airport, however, merely regarded the earthquake warnings scrolling across the large screen and their phones with bemusement. Which hacker is behind this prank? The airport's cybersecurity is abysmal. With a casual dismissal, they continued to engross themselves in their devices until the first tremors were felt. The airport's vaulted structure emitted a groaning sound under the strain, and the ground quaked subtly. At that moment, a proper earthquake alert finally made its delayed appearance on everyone's phones. "Magnitude 4 earthquake. Please take shelter immediately." Chapter 60. Shattering illusions. The entire airport fell into an instant hush, soon to be shattered by chaos. Screams and the sound of frantic footsteps intertwined as everyone rushed towards the exits with all their might. If order was not swiftly restored, this upheaval would inevitably escalate into a stampede. At that juncture, Cyborg sent another message. Apologies, Lewis, I was too hasty. The crisis has been averted. The original seismic waves were poised to trigger a massive 11.12 magnitude earthquake upon reaching Britain, but someone intervened to prevent it. 11.12? Have you misplaced a decimal point, Cyborg? Lois Lane thought, incredulous, as she realized Cyborg's words were nonsensical. The increment of earthquake magnitude is not a mere matter of addition. With each level increase, the potential devastation escalates exponentially. The largest earthquake ever recorded was a mere 9.5. A magnitude of 11.12 would unambiguously be sufficient to tear apart the entire British Isles. There is absolutely no need for Cyborg to alert her to escape. However, Lewis was beyond caring about the magnitude of the earthquake. As she conversed with Steele, she remained oblivious to the throng surging towards her, until she was knocked to the ground. Jimmy rushed over, attempting to shield Lewis, but he too was immobilized by the relentless crowd, only able to shout loudly, "Lewis, curl up and protect your head." This was the most effective response during a stampede, and Lewis attempted to comply. Yet in the face of such a torrent, her efforts faltered. Pulitzer Prize winner and ace reporter for the Planet Daily, the illustrious Sam Lane's daughter, Lois Lane, succumbed to the chaos of the stampede. At that moment, she began contemplating how her obituary might be written. Yet, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her ears, followed by a prolonged ringing. All due to a piercing shout from above. Silence! The entire airport was jolted into stillness by this thunderous roar, with some unfortunate souls whose senses were more acute than others beginning to feel nauseous from the disarray. A man cloaked in red descended from above, extending his hand towards Lewis from the temporarily incapacitated crowd. It was Superman, as the residents of the English-speaking world had dubbed him, due to the emblems emblazoned on his chest. "You are much younger than I imagined," Lewis thought, as she beheld Superman up close for the first time, leaving her momentarily dazed. Although she was certain she had never encountered his handsome visage before, this initial meeting felt like a long-awaited reunion. "Madam, could you please release my hand?" Joy intervened, calming the crowd and lifting this woman who had nearly perished in the stampede. However, she clung tenaciously to his hand, and upon a casual glance, Joy realized that she was a familiar face. "Lois Lane from the Planet Daily? You know me, Mr. Superman?" "No, I do not know you, but I can read. And your badge says so. Now, please let go of my hand. Any interviews can be directed to Kara." Joy never anticipated that after averting a massive earthquake, she would also have to prevent over 30 stampede incidents. Fortunately, Kara acted even more swiftly than she did. Otherwise, while the earthquake had caused no casualties, the stampede might have resulted in hundreds of injuries and fatalities. A certain genius with a metallic brain had invaded communication channels across Europe to announce the impending earthquake. Although Joy understood the good intentions behind this action, it would be best if they refrained from proceeding just yet. This was Joy's final stop. Once this was resolved, she intended to settle old scores with Aquaman. The doomsday weapons of Atlantis were shielded by magic, and Joy could not pinpoint their exact locations. But the general military units of Aquaman lacked such protections, and, in Joy's observation, were gathering in the same direction. This direction is also the location of the doomsday weapon calculated by Joy based on the emission direction of seismic waves. "Wait a moment, Superman." Lois attempted to hold on to Superman for even a fleeting instant, but he had already broken free from her grasp and soared out of the airport amidst the framework of the dome. Joy, now preoccupied, could hardly pay attention to his so-called peers. Those in their profession always sought to make headlines, posing intricate and thorny questions. Yet they could never decide what content could be reported. Engaging with them was, in most instances, a futile endeavor. Once everything had concluded, he would have ample time and place to narrate the future he envisioned for this world. Just as Joy was preparing to plunge into the depths of the sea, an unexpected guest intercepted him. "Joy, wait." The fully armed Wonder Woman flew in from the north. As an Amazon, she could not breathe underwater like a Kryptonian. She even donned an oxygen mask. "You cannot face the vast army of Atlantis alone. I am here to assist you." "No, I can manage on my own." After much contemplation, Joy declined Wonder Woman's offer of aid, It is far too perilous for you. You cannot exert your full strength underwater. In truth, Joy aimed to keep the situation as manageable as possible, viewing Wonder Woman's involvement as an unstable variable that could prove to be both a burden and a ticking time bomb. Most of the superheroes in this world are fundamentally different from those in a normal universe. Aquaman is a ruthless hybrid, and it does not imply that the previously opposing Wonder Woman is inherently benevolent. Previously, Wonder Woman had sought to conquer all of Europe to continue her war against the Atlanteans, while Aquaman, in his quest to annihilate the Amazons, would not hesitate to drag much of Western Europe into ruin. Unlike Joy, who still harbored some reservations, these two demigods regarded humanity as mere ants and livestock. Joy had no desire to become like them. He knew he could achieve more. Even the Amazons and Atlanteans, when compared to Kryptonians, were merely slightly stronger ants. The majority of Clark Joseph Kent in the Action Comics series embodies a saintly savior. However, Joy Joseph Kent did not consider himself a saint. He could not, like Superman, turn the other cheek when struck, extending compassion even to his enemies. Yet, he believed he could still be a savior. At this moment, he earnestly yearned for a cathartic slaughter, but merely staining the sea red with blood would do little to foster lasting peace. Instead, he preferred to seize the opportunity to deliver an unforgettable lesson to the Atlanteans. The greatest misconception held by the Atlanteans was their belief that their city, nestled in the depths of the ocean, was beyond the reach of land dwellers, allowing them to launch any offensive at will without fearing retaliation from the surface. Joy's objective was to make them realize that it was merely a naive fantasy. Chapter 61, The Human Nuclear Bomb. The initial expectation of Aquaman's apocalyptic weapon was to submerge the entire British Isles, annihilating those Amazons who had yet to evacuate. However, after its launch, the scientists responsible for the weapon discovered that its output far exceeded expectations. This meant that, in addition to the British Isles, even the entirety of the Western European plain was destined to sink as well. Yet Aquaman no longer cared, as long as he could eradicate the Amazons. The sacrifice of hundreds of millions of lives, whether from Britain or all of Western Europe, was an acceptable price. Moreover, in the eyes of most Atlanteans, these land dwellers were not innocent. Since the dawn of their intelligence, land dwellers had incessantly encroached upon the oceans, squeezing the living space of the underwater kingdoms. Their demise would be a boon for the planet. The problem lay in the failure of this doomsday weapon. The energy wave emitted should have flattened the entire Eurasian tectonic plate along the Atlantic coast during its propagation, burying the vast majority of Amazons and land dwellers alike beneath the sea. Yet now, this energy wave had been nullified by an unknown force. Aquaman knew who was responsible, for the individual had previously issued him a warning. In the ocean, sound travels far faster than on land. Yet this entity moved through the water with such velocity that sound could not keep pace with its arrival. It was not until Joy appeared before the poised Atlantean forces that the thunderous rumble, akin to distant thunder, finally reached them, dissipating the vacuum bubbles he had created in the water. You truly are an irredeemable fool. Has your brain been marinated in seawater for too long? Can you not discern which is more important, the lives of millions of Atlanteans or your petty vendetta incited by others? Joy gazed at Aquaman, only to see the numbing hatred flicker in his eyes. He chose not to waste further words on this imbecile and surged forward towards the heart of the encircled fleet. This momentous impact once again forced the water aside, creating a substantial vacuum bubble in the immense pressure of the deep sea, while the returning tide of water disrupted the formations of all surrounding fleets. At the center of the fleet stood a colossal flagship. Even though Joy could not penetrate the hull's exterior, he could begin to sense the faint radiance of energy leaking from within the ship at such close proximity. Clearly, Aquaman's doomsday weapon was concealed aboard. Before anyone could react, Joy crashed through the flagship's magical shield and outer armor, penetrating the bridge. Upon entering the vessel, Joy finally beheld the entire structure of the ship. The core of the doomsday weapon radiated energy that was almost blinding through Joy's enhanced vision, akin to the amassed energy of hundreds of nuclear reactors poised within a single individual. Indeed, this energy core was a person, a superhero unfamiliar to many, Captain Atom. Captain Atom, a superhero affiliated with the United States military, possesses a shimmering metallic blue skin that not only contains the immense nuclear energy within him, but also connects him to the quantum field. allowing him to harness what is theoretically an almost limitless supply of energy. Despite such formidable abilities, Joy's singular impression of him is that he resembles a walking nuclear bomb, a statement rather than a mere metaphor, as Captain Atom frequently self-detonates for various reasons, with each explosion yielding the colossal yield of at least 1,000 nuclear warheads. However, in contrast to Captain Atom's relatively low profile, his parallel universe counterpart, Dr. Manhattan, is far more renowned. Should Captain Atom delve deeper into his capabilities, striving to enter the quantum realm and abandon a linear perspective on time, he could potentially ascend to the same heights as Dr. Manhattan, transforming into a true deity. At that juncture, all events, those that have transpired, those yet to unfold, and those that will never occur, would be within his purview, rendering the infinite possibilities of the world finite in his eyes. The price for such power would be the relinquishment of his humanity, forsaking all social relationships, moral principles, and responsibilities of identity, allowing him to easily transcend into divinity. This, however, remains an impossibility, as Captain Atom himself is unable to detach from his military obligations. The commander has dispatched him to negotiate with Aquaman. Fully aware of the Atlanteans' ill intentions, yet Captain Atom musters the courage to attend the meeting alone, only to find himself captured and transformed into a battery for a doomsday weapon. Currently, he is restrained in an energy chamber beneath the ship, tethered to innumerable cables siphoning energy to power Aquaman's weapon, which generates colossal energy waves capable of sinking landmass. Joy severed the cables binding Captain Atom with his heat vision and rescued the unconscious hero from the energy chamber. Aquaman, following closely in pursuit, is now the strongest of the Atlanteans and is less affected by the shock waves of the water, surging forward through the deluge pouring into the ship's breach. His trident aimed directly at Joy's back. Yet, this weapon, which once posed a slight threat to Joy, has become utterly ineffective. The collision of magic and Kryptonian skin merely sent Aquaman hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Joy soared above the surface, launching the still unconscious Captain Atom into the sky. It would be excessively perilous to keep Captain Atom at the center of the battlefield, given that he is a volatile, human-shaped nuclear bomb. Should he explode, due to the conflict, the devastation to the ocean would far exceed that of a nuclear power plant leak on a small island. Catch him, Kara. Though she is not present, Joy knows she can hear him. With a mere call, Joy surged back toward the ocean, delivering a powerful punch to Aquaman's left cheek, driving him back down to the seabed alongside himself. For someone like Joy, there exists no distinction between battling on land, in the sea, or in the void. Yet for Aquaman, the differences are profound. In this moment, Joy merely seeks a more resilient punching bag. His first blow creates a vast vacuum in the water, followed by a relentless barrage of heavy punches that leave Aquaman gasping blood. Fortunately for him, he is blessed by Poseidon. Otherwise, the onslaught from this Kryptonian would have resulted in far more than mere lacerations. Can you grasp the enormity of the atrocities you have committed? Were it not for my intervention, you would now be a harbinger of genocide. Joy finds it utterly incomprehensible that Aquaman, driven by the meticulously crafted hatred of the Hawks among the Atlanteans, willingly immerses himself in vengeance, forsaking his responsibilities as a king. Ahem. Before Aquaman can respond, Joy swiftly interrupts with a resounding slap, for preaching to such a self-centered fool is futile. Only tangible suffering can impart the lessons he so desperately needs. Chapter 62. Mercy and Surrender. Do you truly believe that the death of your beloved justifies the obliteration of countless innocents? With one final, thunderous punch, Aquaman's body lies in tatters, and had it not been for the protection of his trident, he would have succumbed in that moment. Joy has no intention of killing him outright. Aquaman's demise would signify the fracturing of Atlantis, rendering the splintered nations increasingly difficult to govern. Moreover, Joy's forthcoming endeavors require an audience. The deep-sea fleet continues to arrive from the distant ocean, yet Joy holds their king captive, rendering them hesitant to fire. The paths of these fleets in the ocean are traceable, and thousands of trails enable Joy to deduce the location of Atlantis' capital. Grasping Aquaman by the collar of his golden scales, Joy leaps into the depths, generating lethal turbulence that scatters the aimed cannons of his adversaries. Swiftly arriving at the heart of the Mediterranean, what do you intend to do? As he beholds the familiar city of Atlantis, Aquaman, now firmly in Joy's grasp, awakens from his stupor and begins to struggle. After their encounters, Aquaman fully understands the magnitude of Joy's power. His own trident, once a formidable weapon, can no longer inflict any harm. Such a being poses an existential threat to the virtually defenseless capital. What am I about to do? Joy releases Aquaman. Upon regaining his freedom, disregards his numerous wounds and charges at Joy with his trident. But at this juncture, his attacks fail to inflict even a scratch. I merely intend to return the favor for all the deeds you have previously committed against the Atlanteans. At this moment, Aquaman found himself utterly depleted of strength. No matter how fervently he wished to protect his kingdom, he could pose no threat to Joy whatsoever. Joy effortlessly seized Aquaman's trident and flung both it and Aquaman far into the depths of Atlantis. Following the arc of Aquaman's descent, Joy pursued him relentlessly, crashing through the protective barrier enveloping Atlantis, which set off alarms throughout the entire city. Aquaman Arthur landed uncontrollably on the roof of a residence on the outskirts of the capital, smashing through half of its stone ceiling and causing the Atlantean civilians within to scream in terror. "Run!" Aquaman shouted toward the mother and daughter inside the room. Although ordinary Atlanteans are indeed stronger than their land-dwelling counterparts, they were still not robust enough to withstand such a formidable confrontation. The mere residual force from Aquaman's trident could easily claim their lives in an instant. However, a figure draped in a crimson cloak appeared behind them, and Joy, meeting Aquaman's nearly hopeless gaze, placed his hands gently on their shoulders, speaking fluently in Atlantean. "Why the rush?" The language of the Atlanteans bears a close resemblance to ancient Greek, which Joy had effortlessly picked up by listening to the whispers of the Atlantean soldiers scattered across the ocean. Yet, this familiarity did little to comfort the mother and daughter, as the expressions on their faces and the wounds they bore spoke volumes. What could such orphans do against such a powerful enemy? They could only cling to one another and weep softly. "Do not fear, mother is here," the mother sobbed. The tears of Atlanteans are seldom visible, as they dissolve into the seawater the moment they fall. "Look, this is what I intend to do. Initially, I planned to accomplish it all in one go. But now I have a better idea." Standing beside the mother and daughter, Joy gazed at Aquaman, whose eyes blazed with fury, a hint of impatience crossing his own face. "I could easily snap their necks and repeat this act before you a staggering 173 million times. What say you?" The sheer magnitude of 173 million struck a nerve within Aquaman, who, with great effort, propped his faltering body up with his trident and bellowed at Joy. "You madman! The sea god curse you! They are innocent. Come at me if you dare. Why such anger? I am merely poised to enact what you once intended. You would accept the instantaneous demise of 500 million for your own vengeance. Yet you cannot bear to relinquish the lives of two Atlanteans?" Joy brought the mother and daughter closer, ensuring Aquaman could see their faces clearly. "You would sacrifice countless land dwellers to harm the Amazons. Thus, in my quest to hurt you, I, too, can regard these Atlanteans as mere trifles, collateral damage. If a gaze could kill, Aquaman would have slain Superman countless times. In Aquaman's heart, these individuals were his subjects, not mere collateral damage." The tense atmosphere overwhelmed the young girl, who could no longer contain her emotions. She broke free from Joy's grasp, turned, and raised her fist, striking at Joy while crying out, "Let go of my mother!" The girl's blows clearly posed no harm to Joy. Yet at that moment, Aquaman, observing Joy's hesitation to act, grasped the profound significance of her words. In his youth, Aquaman's father, Thomas Curry, had taken him to church on several occasions. However, after he claimed the throne of Atlantis from the depths of the ocean, as a being of divine descent, he had long ceased to believe in the hollow rhetoric of governance concocted by mere mortals. For someone of his stature, the thoughts of the common folk held little weight. Their existence served only to underscore the superiority of beings like him. Yet, a fragment of memory surfaced, a passage once recited by his deceased father. "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." At this moment, Aquaman found himself pleading for compassion alongside the girl's mother. "I beg you, I recognize my error. They are innocent. I will submit to your judgment." It was an erroneous plea. Joy regarded Aquaman with indifference, for this was not the response she sought. "We are in a war, Aquaman. In war, there are no absolutes, only positions." With his trident barely supporting his weight, Aquaman finally relinquished his pretense of strength. He released his grip on the weapon, allowing the trident, a symbol of Atlantis' royalty, to crash to the ground. Yes, we are at war. As the day of reckoning for the Atlanteans drew near, Aquaman came to a sobering realization. I surrender. He collapsed despondently to the ground, while joy immediately granted freedom to the Atlantean mother and daughter. At that moment, the guard forces of Atlantis arrived late, their strength significantly diluted by global patrols, rendering the defenses of their capital precariously weak. Don't move. Halt. Aquaman Arthur commanded the guards to retreat, then bowed his head to Joy. I will recall all Atlantean fleets deployed across the global seas back to the depths. Atlantis will no longer launch attacks on the surface. Not enough, Joy replied, for her demands extended beyond mere cessation of hostilities. She sought jurisdiction over the Atlanteans. Your previous actions have demonstrated that your will does not permeate all Atlanteans. Therefore, I have prepared an additional set of solutions. What solutions? As one who had surrendered, Aquaman understood the necessity of concessions. Yet these concessions were limited and could not jeopardize the survival of the Atlanteans. You have no room for refusal. Simply prepare the shield of your city. With those words, Joy leapt from the ground of the Atlantis royal city. The Sea King, enduring excruciating pain throughout his bones and muscles, attempted to pursue him but was unsuccessful. All he could do was command the city's shield to restart at maximum power, anxiously awaiting the fate that awaited him. Chapter 63. Welcome back to this world. What felt like a prolonged wait did not actually last long. Deep within Atlantis, the Sea King felt a tremor, and then he realized the ground beneath him began to rise. The water pressure of Atlantis rapidly decreased, causing the entire populace to gasp in astonishment. The Sea King instructed the guards to maintain order, and grasping his trident, he ventured outside the city to behold a sight that left him astounded. The entire landmass where the city resided seemed to be uprooted, swiftly ascending towards the surface of the sea. The architect of this upheaval was none other than Joy, who had separated the entire city from the oceanic plate. No! The Sea King bellowed at Joy, but before he could muster the strength to intervene, the long-submerged Atlantis burst through the water's surface, re-emerging before the world. Yet, this was not the end. Atlantis continued to rise until it was entirely above water. The immense weight of the city, amounting to at least hundreds of billions of tons, rested on Joy's shoulders, and he bore it with effortless grace. In that moment, the Sea King dared not question Joy's ability to hold the city aloft. Given Joy's display of power, it was evident that with a mere loosening of his grip, Atlantis could plummet to the continent, resulting in the near-total annihilation of its inhabitants. Alternatively, he could even send Atlantis into the cosmos, erasing it entirely from existence. However, this was not Joy's intention. He had calculated the landing point, carefully positioning Atlantis on the continental shelf near North Africa, a mere few dozen kilometers from the mainland nations. Once lost to the depths, Atlantis had transformed into an island in the Mediterranean Sea. The Sea King, utilizing the power of his trident, partially healed his injuries and leapt to the edge of the city, bracing himself to negotiate with Joy. The Atlanteans cannot remain exposed on the surface for long. I am certain that the millions of residents within the city are aware of your formidable strength. Please return the city to the depths. The Atlanteans had once been surface dwellers, inhabiting the continent at the heart of the Mediterranean, while other humans believed Earth to be the center of the cosmos. The Atlanteans had developed advanced technology in magic. However, their reckless over-reliance on magic ultimately led to the fragmentation of their entire landmass, culminating in a catastrophic energy explosion that submerged them beneath the waves. The inhabitants of Atlantis have now fully evolved, adapting seamlessly to life beneath the sea, yet they remain incapable of sustained movement on land. Joy hurled a piece of solar stone to Aquaman, a remnant of the Kryptonian technology previously employed to resolve the climatic dilemmas of the Amazonian islands, a product of reverse engineering from a formidable foe of Krypton. When activated, it generates a protective shield, isolating your city from the external environment. Fortunately, the Atlanteans had long ago unlocked the concept of unlimited energy on their technological tree, sparing Joy the need to deploy an arc reactor. Welcome back to this world, Aquaman, Joy declared. From this moment forth, you Atlanteans shall share the same sky and land as the surface dwellers. In return, I hope the land dwellers will also share the same ocean with you. Joy was acutely aware that reconciliation between the future Atlanteans and humanity would not occur in the near term. The inhabitants of the land would undoubtedly voice their condemnation and seek retribution against Atlantis. Tensions and conflicts between the Oceanic Kingdom and terrestrial authorities would surely persist for decades, if not centuries, yet at least now there existed a channel for mutual understanding between them. To the surface dwellers, the soldiers and magic of the Atlanteans remained unmatched, while for the Atlanteans, the land dwellers' weaponry was no longer beyond their reach. For King Arthur, this was not the most favorable outcome, yet it was far from the worst. For Joy, however, it represented a positive resolution. During his confrontation with Aquaman, Joy had frequently struggled to suppress his desire for destruction. He envisioned slaying the king, annihilating the mother and daughter, and executing a massacre of all the residents within Atlantis with his heat vision, even contemplating a precise strike on the oceanic tectonic plates to incite a volcanic eruption that would reduce Atlantis to ashes. Aquaman had nearly slaughtered millions of innocent souls in Western Europe, providing Joy with ample justification and motivation for reciprocal punishment, yet he ultimately chose to restrain his bloodlust. Even though Joy possessed the capability to enact such vengeance, when presented with a choice, he opted for a more twisted path. The future remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet at least now clarity had emerged. Thank you for your mercy. At this moment, Aquaman gazed upon the newly birthed deity of the human realm, watching as the figure gradually ascended into the sky, the cape billowing in the sunlight. What more could he say than to extol the other's compassion? The proud Amazons now obeyed the call of Superman, while the chaotic human world lay feeble and vulnerable, with Atlantis' grandest city remaining under the dominion and protection of Superman. The conflict, which the surface dwellers referred to as the Third War, had effectively drawn to a close. The present world resembles the tales recounted by King Arthur during his childhood, stories of an empire that once ruled the Mediterranean shores a millennium ago, now restored to peace after the ravages of war. Superman, through his formidable might, has established a semblance of Pax Romana across the 7 seas and 5 continents, a peace sustained solely by his existence. In this moment, it is wise for him to tend to his kin. With a wave of his hand, Joy dismissed Aquaman, yet upon completing this act, a certain emptiness enveloped his heart. This world ought to express gratitude towards him. However, perhaps he too should extend his thanks to this realm. In his arrival to this universe, all matters of superhero affairs felt overwhelmingly tangible, and the abrupt upheaval thrust him into a perplexing reality of superhuman existence. He found himself unable to conform, yet unable to delineate his boundaries, ensnared in a chaotic mire of gray. Within this world, Joy intervened to halt the apocalyptic war between 2 demigod races, steering a world destined for destruction back onto its rightful path. This demonstrated Joy's capacity to manifest the justice he harbored within, affirming that he could act as he desired or refrain from action as he chose. As Joy, lost in contemplation, regained his senses, he realized he had unwittingly ascended beyond the atmosphere, approaching the orbit of Mercury. Occasionally, he perceived Kryptonians as, in a certain sense, beings with a phototropic nature. Yet when one can attain divinity through photosynthesis, why not bask in the sun's rays? Upon gazing back at Earth, Joy sensed a shift in the atmosphere, an inexplicable alteration that felt strangely disconcerting, yet he was convinced it bore significance. It was akin to a familiar entity suddenly transforming, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to the source of this change. A profound sense of dissonance now troubled Joy. Indeed, your intuition is correct. A voice, unexpected and unbidden, resonated deep within Joy's heart. A golden figure emerged from a rift in the cosmos, hurtling towards the sun. Its words bypassed all mediums, directly imprinting themselves upon Joy's consciousness. You have postponed the fate of this world, destined for destruction in 3 days. Thus, the magic that had begun to wane upon this planet has been revitalized. Cloaked in a golden cape, the figure's true form remained obscured by a veil of magic. Yet the golden helmet and the ink symbol adorning its chest revealed its identity, Dr. Fate. The speed of its flight surpassed that of any being Joy had encountered thus far. It traversed the vastness of space from beyond the solar system to stand before Joy in the blink of an eye. With a mere gesture, Dr. Fate shattered the fabric of space, only to reconstitute it in an instant. In the twinkling of an eye, time and space shifted, and the two were transported from the vicinity of Mercury's orbit back down to Earth. Dr. Fate addressed Joy with the same words previously spoken to Aquaman and the Atlanteans. Kal-El from Krypton, welcome back to this world. Chapter 64. The helmet of fate. The distant skyline was shrouded in heavy, ominous clouds, the oppressive rumble of thunder echoing within the layers of the sky, while fine droplets of rain washed over the city, scrubbing away its inescapable sins. Joy was engulfed in the cacophony of overlapping gunfire and the blaring of sirens. The enraged shouts and piercing screams of the inhabitants, interspersed with the nervous snickers lurking in the city's corners. Gotham City. Uncertain of why Dr. Fate had summoned him to this wretched place, Joy questioned, "What do you want from me?" Despite the substantial weight of Dr. Fate's previous statement, he could not afford to ponder it further. He had to maintain a vigilance of 200% in the presence of this enigmatic figure. Dr. Fate was a disruptive force, albeit one of the most powerful sorcerers in the DC universe, bearing an imposing title that included the fearsome moniker of Fate. Yet, in truth, he struggled to govern his own destiny. The golden helmet atop his head was the true essence of Dr. Fate, imbued with the divine power and will of the Lord of Order, Nabu. This relationship resembled a parasitic bond, where the host gained the strength of fate while surrendering their own corporeal form to the entity. Dr. Fate acted as the earthly representative of Nabu, a puppet of sorts, with each new incarnation adhering to the will of the God of Order. The identity of the person beneath the helmet and cloak was of little consequence. In Joy's recollection, Dr. Fate seldom played a positive role during crises. He was rarely seen when matters unfolded favorably, yet he invariably meddled when calamity struck. Such a harsh perspective, akin to knowing Dr. Fate as one would an acquaintance never met. His voice resonated like the clash of metal, devoid of emotional inflection, reverberating directly in Joy's mind. It was evident that Dr. Fate could read Joy's thoughts. This explains why I could not glimpse your future when I secretly viewed the Book of Fate, and why our initial encounter transpired in such a remote and desolate cosmos. You are an unforeseen unknown challenger. You mean? Joy grasped the subtext of Dr. Fate's words. He had evidently encountered him before, in another universe. Joy Joseph Kent. Dr. Fate articulated his name from the previous world. The voice echoing in his mind shifted from the emotionless, genderless tremor to a familiar feminine tone. "It is I, Raven." With a mighty strike, Joy's fist unleashed a shockwave that dispersed the perpetual darkness engulfing Gotham skies, causing the searchlights that had once illuminated the clouds to vanish. The city was bathed in the long-lost glow of the moonlight. Dr. Fate, or Raven, was caught off guard by the punch, the tremendous force propelling her to the surface of the moon, where she created a new crater amidst the pockmarked terrain. Joy followed closely, accompanied by a strike potent enough to obliterate the moon. Wait, the moon could shatter from that punch. In certain fleeting moments, such as the one just passed, Joy managed to momentarily cast aside the fissures in his heart and genuinely contemplate the future he could forge. Yet, the scars of his past relentlessly pursued him. "I couldn't care less about the moon. What troubles me is your incessant haunting." Joy was indifferent to whether the aftermath of his punch might fracture the moon. If necessary, he could always summon another asteroid of similar size to maintain Earth's tides. The shadows of his past once again drove him to the brink of madness, as his soul seemed unworthy of even the slightest tranquility. From their earlier confrontation, the Raven had realized that Joy was beyond his capacity to contend with. The fury burning within this Kryptonian remained as fierce as when they first met. The Raven's strength paled in comparison to what it had been during their initial encounter. And in a world where magic was nearly depleted, even the power of Nabu could scarcely be summoned. Continuing this battle could very well lead to his demise. Just as before, he had arrived in a suitable universe and found the most fitting opponent. Yet it was evident that the timing was far from ideal. It was simply too early. Joy had yet to face death itself. Joy felt a dizzying sensation as his surroundings morphed once more. This teleportation was a true manifestation of changing day into night, transporting him and the Raven from the moon to a star system illuminated by a crimson sun. Useless. I anticipated this long ago. The reactor at Joy's chest continued to emit yellow sunlight, an inadequate substitute for the genuine rays of a proper sun, yet sufficient for him to engage in battle under the red sun's glare. He launched himself at the Raven, adorned with Dr. Fate's helmet, attempting to remove the fateful headpiece. Though he was uncertain of the peculiar amalgamation of the Raven and Fate, he understood that resolving one of them in a short span was already a Herculean task. Confronting both was utterly hopeless. Kal-El, cease your actions. This world is on the brink of catastrophe. The voice of Dr. Fate, or rather the Raven, reverted to its mechanical tone. Your grievances with the Raven should never have been an issue. I implore you, do not heed him. The cold timbre of Dr. Fate was interrupted, and the voice that resonated in Joy's mind shifted back to that of the Raven. You are not yet prepared. Joy discerned that Dr. Fate was likely experiencing a state of mental fragmentation, with the helmet and host conversing independently. The will of Nabu was sufficient to suppress mortals. But evidently, it was inadequate for the Raven. As Joy seized the opportunity amidst their struggle, he swiftly yanked off the golden helmet, unveiling the true visage of the Raven that had been concealed beneath. Although Joy's intention was to imprint his fist upon her delicate face after witnessing her exposed head, his powerful strike unexpectedly met with emptiness, for the countenance hidden beneath the fateful helmet was not what he had anticipated. To be precise, it was merely half a face. The right side of Raven's visage, nay, the right half of her entire being, was a complete void, as if something had impeccably cleaved her in twain. What lay beneath the cloak and helmet of Dr. Fate was only half of Raven. Her cranium and the side of her body bore a wound sealed by a golden radiance, and Joy's rapid punch had just grazed the edge of her severed form, narrowly missing its target. Though Joy was aware that the universe he inhabited was replete with bizarre and supernatural phenomena, the feats of Wonder Woman and Aquaman remained within the realm of comprehension. However, the current situation was undeniably disconcerting. In that fleeting moment, Raven liberated herself from the grasp of fate, and before Joy could recover from his astonishment, her half-formed body metamorphosed into a colossal, pitch-black crow, its wings unfurling as it vanished into the boundless void, leaving behind a singular projection in Joy's mind. 1906, San Francisco. Despite his irritation, Joy committed this date to memory. Could that wretched Riddler not articulate his thoughts? The helmet of destiny glimmered with a golden light in his hands, and that voice echoed once more in his mind, infinite power. The helmet revealed to Joy a force potent enough to transcend the multiverse, a power readily accessible, merely requiring him to don the helmet. Chapter 65. The Fool and the Reaper. To hell with this, Joy exclaimed as he flung the helmet away, delivering a swift kick that sent it hurtling through the vacuum of space, nearly at light speed. What a waste of my time. These individuals, or rather these two, had come seeking him, and apart from squandering his precious 10 minutes, had rendered little assistance. The words of Dr. Fate could almost be categorized as nonsense, though he could discern the strands of fate, who could ascertain the veracity of his utterances. Claims of being Kal-El from the now-exploded Krypton. What purpose did such declaration serve now? As for the impending doom of this world, did it truly require his confirmation? In the so-called peaceful main universe, calamity seemed to strike weakly, let alone in this chaotic Flashpoint universe. However, Raven's mention of 1906 San Francisco piqued Joy's interest significantly. Considering the context of that time, the information she provided could very well be the key to reuniting him with his adoptive parents. In the distance, the golden helmet, gliding at the speed of light, has now returned, its velocity surpassing even that of light itself. What manner of supernatural tale is this, where one cannot rid themselves of such an object? Joy gazed at the helmet of fate, akin to an inextricable piece of stubbornness, as a surge of anger welled within him. He grasped the helmet with ferocity, preparing to crush it with all his might. The power of Dr. Fate, if fully unleashed, could undoubtedly transcend the entire multiverse. Yet, to accept such power would mean becoming a pawn of the Lord of Order, Nabu. The helmet, forged from N-metal, a substance hailing from the planet Semigon, is capable of inflicting harm upon Kryptonians. However, it is not invulnerable when faced with brute force capable of shattering entire worlds. The helmet emitted a pained groan under the strain, yet without a host, the power that Nabu could wield within the helmet was severely restricted. It could not contend with Superman in this state. Stand down. In order for fate, in order to continue their existence within this universe, Nabu could only divulge the information gleaned from the Raven's memories. The 1906 San Francisco earthquake was a consequence of the battle between the Raven and her father, the Three-Palace Demon. This event became a fixed point within the multiverse. Even the desolate universe where you grew up, this event exists, and you, in the future, shall exploit it to outsmart death. I can assist you in discovering a path to that temporal juncture, prompted by the helmet of fate. Joy recalled the significant events of 1906, an infamous earthquake in human history. Although it registered an 8.0 magnitude, the damage to the city was mitigated by its population density at the time. However, the ensuing fires ignited by the quake spread uncontrollably, overwhelming the local disaster response, ultimately engulfing the entire city in flames, resulting in unimaginable casualties. What connection did all this have with the Raven? She had not even been born in that era. Yet, Joy pondered anew. Beings like the Raven, who traverse worlds at will, must have transcended the shackles of time and space. Her appearance at any temporal juncture in any universe would not be surprising. Thus, it was plausible that the aftermath of the Raven's battle with her father triggered the earthquake, and the unquenchable fires were, from certain perspectives, manifestations of hellfire. Indeed, the Raven could be likened to a formidable and fearsome leviathan. As for what the helmet of fate had hinted about outsmarting death, though expressed cryptically, Joy understood that he would need to deceive death during critical moments in his endeavors. I understand, Joy murmured to himself, as he tightened his grip on the helmet once more. The revelations imparted by the helmet of fate were undoubtedly valuable, yet they could not deter him from reducing it to fragments. He has come to realize that the will of Lord Order Naboo is far too perilous to coexist with him or this universe. The helmet of fate, beneath the crushing grip of Superman, began to manifest golden cracks that multiplied with each passing moment. It had assumed that this enigmatic Superman would readily accept collaboration. For who could resist the allure of Destiny's dominion? Little did it expect that its counterpart would unhesitatingly shatter it. The helmet still harbored boundless secrets of this universe, including the mysteries of Krypton that could be revealed. The golden fissures on the helmet of fate became increasingly pronounced, and the incoherent words transmitted by Lord Naboo to Joy resonated with the logic. I tell you, you know nothing of what I say, you understand? You don't grasp at all what you know. Joy understood that he would ultimately come to know. As long as he could find a way to return to the previous universe, he could always inquire of the Raven still residing there. The Raven he had encountered earlier, based on its words and demeanor, was likely a future incarnation of the Raven for the previous world. With a tremendous, magical explosion, the helmet of fate finally succumbed to the immense pressure, shattering into countless fragments. Joy reached out to gather these fragments, then propelled himself toward Earth. Although he still could not comprehend why Dr. Fate had chosen to appear before him, and given that the entity was unwilling to depart, it was best to remain silent. As for inquiring the helmet about the fate of this world, that was far beyond Joy's contemplation. He knew better than anyone else that the fate of this universe was destined for destruction, rendering it unnecessary to consult Dr. Fate. To resist destiny. The foremost principle was to prevent destiny from being both the judge and the playwright. Joy was confident that he could rewrite fate with his own strength. Supergirl Kara Zor-El was observing the two crystals that Joy had been unable to examine that fateful night within the confines of the Fortress of Solitude. Contrary to her previous assertions, these crystals were not damaged. Rather, she had deleted the vast majority of their data. She remained uncertain whether Kal-El was prepared, or if he ever would be. How much time remains? Kara queried the central intelligence processor beside her, which initiated a countdown on its display. Local planetary cycle 6 days. 23 hours, 59 minutes. Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked at the door of the Fortress of Solitude. Who is it? Kara erased the data traces from the processor and cautiously peered outside the fortress, only to find nothing but emptiness. The idea of having a door to the fortress was one that Joy had insisted upon. Currently, only he and Kara, the two Kryptonians, had the authority to access it. When they returned, they simply flew in. Who would require a door? A crimson cloak stirred a tempest as Kara surged forth from the hollow of a lonely fortress, reaching the entrance in an instant precisely at the spot where someone had recently knocked. The scene was indeed devoid of life, yet the keen-eyed Kara discerned a card, turned face down upon the icy surface. Strangely, her supervision failed to penetrate the card's concealed message. A sultry female voice whispered in her ear, "This is a tarot card, a relic of a deceased acquaintance." She wished for me to deliver it to the one destined to defy fate, the child of tomorrow. Turning towards the source of the voice, Kara attempted to seize her elusive counterpart, only to find herself still surrounded by emptiness, as though the voice had been but a figment of her imagination. Let me be more direct. The mysterious woman, cloaked in magic and shrouded in shadows, spoke with growing impatience. It is merely a gift for the hero who has saved the entire magical realm. Why provoke conflict? Her voice echoed once more in Kara's ears. Hand the tarot card to Superman. Upon hearing this sentence, completely reversed in order, Kara's eyes widened in bewilderment, compelling her to instinctively retrieve the tarot card lying on the ground. This card belonged to the Major Arcana series, and as Supergirl lifted it, the imagery upon the card swiftly transformed, from the upright fool to the reverse death. Chapter 66. What happened to the Kryptonians? Joy found himself utterly perplexed, unsure of which star system he had been drawn into after his battle with Dr. Fate. The only certainty was that this system was a considerable distance from Earth's solar system, far enough that even he would require an hour or two to return. Each encounter with the Raven seemed only to exacerbate his frustrations, and just when he resolved to deliver a punch to her right cheek, he discovered that the entire right side of her body had vanished. This journey promised to be rather tedious, for the vastness of deep space did not resemble the starry tapestry most imagined. The cosmos only appeared crowded when its immense scale was compressed into the small sky above Earth. Within the expansive universe, one would realize that this cold void was composed of at least 99 nothingness, with less than one substance remaining. Anyone could discern just how desolate it truly was. Even a Kryptonian, capable of traversing the void and flying at superluminal speeds, was not exempt from this realization. Now, amid this aimless voyage, Joy began to mentally catalog the pressing matters that required resolution. First and foremost, Earth seemed to have stabilized. Free from the conflicts between Amazons and Atlanteans, for the time being, it would not self-destruct. He could gradually investigate the issue plaguing his time wristwatch, aiming to return to his previous universe and seek out the Raven for clarity. Furthermore, the issue of Earth's order arises. Merely averting a third world war does not imply that the planet becomes one's private domain. However, as the architect of a new order and the protector of the Amazonians and Atlanteans, rescuers who spared billions from disaster, Joy believes he possesses ample justification and capability to rectify certain afflictions present on Earth. Theoretically speaking, to forge an equitable order would render it inherently unstable, whereas aspiring to create a relatively stable order inevitably invites inequality. After all, the disparities on Earth are already pronounced. The gap between nations often eclipses that between humans and Kryptonians. Yet, Joy envisions a world where all are rendered equal. Within this system, a singular inequality will exist, but at least it shall be just. After several years of maintenance, humanity may transcend racial, religious, and national distinctions, harboring no hatred towards one another, save for the contempt they hold for themselves. Jolted from his momentary contemplation, Joy realized he might have been overthinking, racing ahead of himself, while he had scarcely traversed 1% of his journey. However, soon enough, ennui faded away. From the abyss of the dark cosmos, a luminescent green glow emerged, coalescing into a formidable energy beam that swiftly hurtled towards him. With a deft maneuver, Joy evaded the emerald assault, his gaze fixating on a distant quartet. Each member bore a green ring upon their fingers, enveloped in a verdant radiance that sustained their existence in the vacuum of space, the Green Lantern Corps. Why were they attacking him? Before Joy could ponder further, the adversaries conjured a more lethal weapon from their green rings, an enormous sword sweeping through the void towards him. This was absurd. What madness had seized the Green Lantern Corps? Joy merely shifted slightly, evading the slow-moving giant blade, only for it to transform into a colossal hand, large enough to encompass nearly half a planet, ensnaring Joy unexpectedly. This hand, crafted from the luminous will of green light, swiftly reconfigured into a series of nested cages. Hundreds of layers resembling Russian nesting dolls, leaving Joy disoriented within. No, this was not mere visual disorientation. The components of this confining structure were flawed. As Joy discerned a familiar radiative spectrum within the layers, radiation from kryptonite, the quartet of Green Lanterns guided the cage, binding Joy towards their group. affording him the opportunity to scrutinize this peculiar assembly of Green Lanterns. In the cosmos, the Green Lanterns serve as the vigilant guardians, summoned to uphold peace throughout the universe. Although their noble endeavors often lead to mishaps, they nonetheless embody the essence of goodness. However, why would they choose to assault one of their own in the vastness of space? Moreover, they manifested a targeted radiation of kryptonite. While the spectrum of kryptonite radiation emitted by their rings lacks comprehensiveness, it is sufficient to cause considerable discomfort to Joey. The 4 members of the Green Lantern Corps resemble a veritable menagerie. Among them is an alien creature with the visage of a pig and the body of a man, alongside a diminutive fishman sporting a fish head and fin-like protrusions on his back. There is also a small squirrel, measuring perhaps less than 20 centimeters in length. And the sole human-like figure is a woman. She possesses a cascade of dense, fiery orange hair that dances like a free spirit beneath the green luminescence. Her tall frame is both elegant and powerful, with skin exposed beyond her lantern uniform radiating a hue akin to her long tresses. What captivates Joey's attention most, however, are her eyes, resembling turquoise gems. It is not their allure that draws him in, but rather the fierce intensity with which they pierce through him, exuding an aura of palpable wrath and intent to kill. Among the other 3, the squirrel perceives the emotional turmoil of the woman and anxiously twitches his bushy tail, imploring, "Corianda, cease at once." The Green Lantern Corps never employs lethal force without cause. This Kryptonian has already been subdued. Hasten to rescind the kryptonite radiation. Just as the Green Lantern Corps adheres to a philosophy of restraint, Kryptonians possess a biological force field that enables their survival in the vacuum of space. However, under the influence of kryptonite, their physical capabilities are significantly diminished. The contraction of their biological field can revert Kryptonians to a vulnerable state akin to that of ordinary beings. Were it not for the internal prohibition against lethal force within the Green Lantern Corps, the orange-skinned woman named Corianda would likely relish the opportunity to flay Joey alive. Hence, her reluctance to withdraw the kryptonite radiation. Chip. All Kryptonians deserve to perish. Joey, for his part, remains indifferent as his dizziness has considerably subsided. In his battles against Wonder Woman and Aquaman, he has discerned a noteworthy phenomenon. Unlike Superman, his resistance to certain elements appears to increase with proximity and does so at an astonishing rate. Initially, Wonder Woman's sword, imbued with the essence of the god of war, could pierce him through and through, but by the time he faced Aquaman's trident, such magical weapons could only inflict superficial wounds. Eventually, Aquaman's trident became little more than a useless implement against him, failing to breach his biological force field. With a dismissive motion, Joey leans back against the translucent green prison, sensing his dizziness and weakness dissipating. In a mere 10 seconds, he anticipates being able to shatter the willpower-infused green bars of his confinement at will. I seek to comprehend the sudden onslaught of these Green Lantern Corps members against me, particularly the source of such intense malice directed towards Kryptonians. Why have you chosen to assault me? And what grievance do you harbor against Kryptonians? Chapter 67. The universe is more chaotic than one might imagine. The orange-skinned woman, referred to as Coriandar by her comrades, displayed an even greater fury upon hearing Joy's words. Her screams and roars bordered on hysteria. "You vile scoundrel, cease your pretense of innocence. The emblem upon your chest has betrayed your true identity." Not only she, but upon Joy's inquiry, the other 3 present could no longer contain their emotions. The previously sympathetic squirrel Green Lantern, Chip, was now as enraged as Coriandar had been. "You despicable Kryptonian, do not mistake my mercy for weakness. Do not provoke the unfortunate Coriandar further. I have no idea what you're talking about. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Joy realized that the communication between them was utterly misaligned. He was speaking of one matter while they were addressing another. However, in this moment of cross-dimensional discourse, he suddenly recalled who Coriandar truly was. Starfire, a pivotal member of the Teen Titans in the DC universe, a princess from another world. Coriandar was her name on her home planet, which translates to Starfire in the language of Earth. Her home planet, located hundreds of light years from Krypton, was indeed documented within the Kryptonian archives. And Joy remembered it was called Tamarin. "I remember you, Starfire, the Coriandar from Tamarin?" At the mention of Tamarin, Coriandar erupted. "You wretched butcher, I knew you were mocking me. The surge of rage and vengeful intent allowed Starfire, Coriandar, to forcefully transcend the limitations imposed by her Green Lantern ring, projecting a kryptonite spear aimed directly at Joy's vital points. Goodness! The Fishman, Pig, and Squirrel Lanterns could only yell in alarm as they hastily conjured 3 shields to protect Joy. Yet, before Starfire's fervent will, the shields were swiftly pierced, and the 3 watched helplessly as the spear advanced towards the Kryptonian, threatening to lead Starfire, a member of the Lantern Corps with immense potential, to commit murder. What madness is this? Joy nonchalantly intercepted the advancing kryptonite spear with a mere gesture, the razor-sharp intent failing to harm even a hair on his body. He then waved his hand, shattering the 100-layered prison formed of willpower. Prepare the red solar rays. The astonished Lanterns cried out once more. Their method of confinement had always proven effective against Kryptonians, so why did it falter today? Subsequently, they lost sight of Joy, only to witness a red figure darting past them at an incomprehensible speed. Joy directly confiscated the rings of 3 members from the quartet, particularly that of Starfire, while retaining the Green Lantern ring, perhaps anticipating further erratic behavior from her. Could a civil discussion now commence? Joy displayed the 3 rings he held before the 4-member team. The remaining Green Lantern, Squirrel Chip, upon witnessing this scene, hastily projected an energy field to shield his 3 companions from the vacuum of space. The situation had grown abundantly clear. Squirrel Chip had to divide his focus to maintain the survival of his teammates, while facing an unfettered Kryptonian, leaving him vulnerable to whatever actions might befall him. Yet, he did not relent verbally, though I am uncertain of your scheme. Should you attempt to use my companions and my own life as leverage to betray OA or the Green Lantern Corps, you miscalculate gravely, Kryptonian. The unwarranted aggression from the quartet was sufficient for Joy to deliver a swift and severe judgment. Yet he maintained a cordial demeanor. It appears we have encountered a minor misunderstanding. Although Joy did not align with the philosophies of the Guardians, he recognized that a Green Lantern was a Green Lantern and the blue-skinned beings were distinct entities. Members of the Green Lantern Corps had selflessly sacrificed their lives to uphold cosmic order, with an average tenure of 432 years. Joy believed it unnecessary to hasten their lifespans any further. Moreover, he was quite perturbed by their references to Kryptonians, as their words hinted at the existence of others beyond himself and Kara, and it seemed the reputation of these other Kryptonians was somewhat tarnished. What are you babbling about? Krypton has long perished. You may be one of the last 2 survivors. Squirrel Chip gazed at Joy with an expression of incredulity, questioning whether the youth had been rendered foolish by kryptonite rays. However, seizing the moment of Squirrel Chip's distraction, Starfire, encased in the Green Lantern shield, grew increasingly incensed. With a fierce punch, she shattered the barrier and emerged, her orange skin ablaze with furious light as she charged at Joy. I have had enough of your perverse race's humiliation, especially you, the scourge of House L. I swear, I shall end you. As a Tamaranian, she possessed attributes akin to Kryptonians, capable of absorbing ultraviolet energy and surviving in the vacuum of space. Endowed with extraordinary strength and endurance, Joy reasoned that applying a heavier hand would be permissible. With a resounding thud, Joy struck Starfire squarely in the face, sending droplets of blood into the void. She collapsed into a childlike slumber, subsequently being pushed back into the protective Green Lantern shield projected by Squirrel Chip. What on earth is wrong with this individual? To speak candidly, Starfire, in the conventional timeline, is considered the matriarch of the Teen Titans, gentle, considerate, and effervescent. Joy was taken aback to encounter Starfire for the first time, as she appeared like a wild beast. It can only be said that everything in this timeline seems rather deranged, although I am unaware of your particular afflictions. We have never before encountered Kryptonian with such a lack of aggression. If you are genuinely oblivious, then please do not hold Coriandar accountable. At this moment, Squirrel Green Lantern Chip gazed at the golden emblem adorning Joy's chest, his eyes filled with anguish and trepidation. 2 years prior, her planet was utterly annihilated by invaders, her kin obliterated, leaving her, as the sole survivor in an escape pod. She is the last remnant of the Tamaranian lineage. The leader of the Kryptonian fleet that invaded the Tamaranian star system was a cold-blooded, mad scientist whose armor bore an insignia identical to that upon Joy's chest, and his name was Jor-El. Joy found herself internally exclaiming in disbelief, realizing that this Flashpoint universe was far more chaotic than she had imagined. Almost instinctively, she and the Lantern ship uttered the same name simultaneously. Jor-El. Chapter 68. The Kryptonian Transformation as a Member of the Green Lantern Corps. Discerning whether a Kryptonian you encounter in the cosmic sector harbors malevolence is quite simple. If they strike first, they are undoubtedly a malicious Kryptonian. If they do not retaliate, they are likely a deceptive villain in disguise. This is the unyielding law of the universe 2828 sector, home to the Andromeda Nebula. The rationale lies in the fact that the majority of inhabitants in this sector have just emerged from their second dark age in nearly 10 millennia, known as the Second Kryptonian Great Expedition. Unlike the Kryptonians of millennia ago, who were relatively gentle, expanding their colonies on their home planet and engaging in trade with other sentient races, only resorting to violence when diplomacy failed. The current Kryptonians now forge a path with their warships. They wield force without hesitation against any civilization that dares to resist them. The core of their home planet has become unstable, threatening imminent destruction. They're in desperate need of expansion to secure their existence. After hearing Squirrel Green Lantern ship's words, Joy felt as if the very fabric of reality had shifted, plunging her into unfamiliarity. If what this Squirrel Lantern claimed was true, then all of her prior plans for Earth would need to be entirely reconstructed. She had devoted considerable effort to subjugating the Amazons and Atlanteans, even relocating Atlantis' capital from the depths of the ocean to the land. With these two races alongside humanity, she aimed to establish a tripartite balance in the world, preventing humanity from being left to oppose her alone. Immediately, he could commence from the sanctuary of third-world nations, subtly eroding legal and administrative authority through the resolution of local conflicts, step by step, until the majority of the planet's populace perceives their actions as justified. Now, everything has transformed. Humanity might willingly embrace an extraterrestrial orphan to lead them toward a brighter future. However, any rational individual would never acquiesce to the dominion of an alien whose home planet still exists. This is a matter of fundamental principle. No, it is not even the time to ponder such matters. When Joy previously witnessed the solar technology of Krypton, he was perplexed as to how a civilization so advanced could find itself confined to a single planet. In hindsight, his doubts were not misplaced. Krypton had not been destroyed at all, and they were willing to pay any price for its survival. Both Joy and Kara's spacecraft were presumably destined for Earth. Could it be that Earth was that very price? Joy countered Squirrel Chip. Aren't you the Green Lantern Corps, who champions the weak against the strong? How can you tolerate such a situation? Squirrel Chip merely offered a wry smile. While the Green Lantern Corps indeed stands for justice, the Kryptonians were simply too formidable. We have already tried. But this is the first time in nearly 10,000 years that the Kryptonians have extended their reach into non-M-type stellar systems. We discovered that the Corps is utterly incapable of contending with the Kryptonians in the Tamaran system. The battle for the Tamaran system was the most devastating defeat the Green Lantern Corps had faced in a century. When Chip arrived from the distant 1014 sector to engage in the conflict at the 2828 sector, the war had already reached its final act. He had heard that a Guardian had even brought a superweapon to the battlefield, yet ultimately, it could not avert the impending catastrophe. Chip barely managed to enter the system before receiving the Guardian's retreat order. In the last moments of withdrawal, he witnessed hundreds of Green Lantern rings fleeing the Tamaran system, and the harrowing announcement of the deaths of Corps members echoed throughout the cosmos, an entire contingent annihilated. Even for Chip, a battle-hardened and resolute member of the Green Lantern Corps. Recounting this chapter of history revealed a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Soon after, the Guardians forbade Corps members from engaging the Kryptonian forces directly, as they needed to redirect their strength to confront a more pressing crisis. This time, it was because the four of us spotted you, a solitary figure in the depths of space while on patrol, and thought to capture you to see if we could glean any intelligence. Little did we anticipate that among the Kryptonians, there existed such a powerful individual. Even our elite squad of 4 could not withstand your might. Upon hearing this tale, Joy realized that being a member of the Green Lantern Corps was indeed a perilous endeavor. Merely venturing into the Tamaran system to confront the Kryptonian army seemed beyond the imagination of any sane superior. In the vast expanse of the universe, It is estimated that approximately 80% of stars are M-type stars, the red stars that the Kryptonians are well acquainted with as their home system. In stark contrast, the luminous yellow stars, akin to our Sun, are exceedingly rare, numbering merely 515. Regrettably, the star that illuminates the planet Tamarin, the birthplace of Starfire, is one of those exceptionally bright stars, radiating even more brilliance than the Sun itself. One can only imagine the formidable combat prowess that Kryptonians could unleash in such an environment, especially when mobilized as a cohesive interstellar Kryptonian army. Forget the hundreds of Green Lanterns. Even if Darkseid were to descend with his apocalyptic forces, they would likely find themselves overwhelmed. The Green Lantern Corps, evidently unreliable, has already suffered a crushing defeat within the Tamarin system, and should the Kryptonian fleet venture into the solar system, they would certainly turn a blind eye. Fortunately, there remains Kara, who can hold the fort for the time being. Wait, Kara! With a swift motion, Joy hurled 3 Green Lantern rings to the squirrel, Chip, and without a glance back, he soared towards Earth with unprecedented speed. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. He recalled how Kara had reacted with unrestrained fury upon first learning of her Earth name. Unlike herself or Clark Kent, who had lived on Earth their entire lives with earthly names and memories, Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, had been sent to Earth by her parents only after spending over a decade on Krypton. Joy remembered the 2 damaged crystals that Kara had taken, which likely contained crucial information, including the current status of Krypton. When he and Kara departed Krypton, it was on the brink of annihilation, yet somehow, the Kryptonians had discovered a means to halt this catastrophic decline. If those crystals held such vital information, or perhaps even facilitated direct communication with Krypton, what then? As a planet enveloped by a yellow sun, would the conquering Kryptonians not seek to incorporate Earth into their dominion? Moreover, the homeland of Starfire, Tamarin, had been utterly cleansed, leaving only Starfire as the sole survivor of her race. If the Kryptonians were to reach Earth, what fate would befall it? Faced with the choice between her home planet, where she had grown up for over a decade, and the savage planet that had imprisoned her for years, what decision would Kara make? Joy's thoughts drifted back to the damaged crystals Kara had taken and her inexplicably low spirits from a few days prior. At that moment, he had been too engrossed in figuring out how to appease the Amazons and Atlanteans, and in plotting the future path for Earth, to notice Kara's troubled expression. In Joy's view, it was impossible not to feel troubled upon the initial awakening of supervision and superhearing. Only through gradual control and filtering could one truly acclimate to such heightened senses. Presently, he realized that it was he himself who possessed the least sensitive senses among them. The crimson cloak streaked through the depths of the cosmos, traversing light years as if it required merely a breath. On Earth, however, Joy could never soar at such velocity, for doing so would likely stir up a tempest capable of engulfing the globe in devastation. When Joy finally arrived on Earth, he beheld it from a distance, perceiving a serene and tranquil planet. As he turned his gaze, he spotted Kara lingering outside the gates of a solitary fortress. Descending from the void of space, he stood before her. Kara, lost in thought before the gate, became aware of Joy's presence, awakening from her reverie as clarity returned to her eyes. Kal-El, where have you been? A lady asked me to deliver this to you. Joy looked at the card in Kara's hand. It was a tarot card, and from his perspective, it depicted the upright death. Tarot cards possess divinatory powers, and Joy recalled that within this realm, at least one master sorceress was renowned for her tarot readings, the Lady of Fate. The card's symbolism of death did not inherently convey a positive omen. Even if it did not literally signify demise, it represented transitions, transformations, and conclusions. What necessitated such a shift? What was poised for change or conclusion? Joy was reluctant to subscribe to such mystical notions, having once shattered the very helmet of fate itself. He accepted the tarot card and tucked it into his cloak. If he could bear the remnants of the Fate Doctor's helmet, he need not fear this singular tarot card. Engaging in a game of detective work beneath the watchful eyes of Kryptonians seemed unnecessary. Thus Joy opted for directness. Kara, were those 2 crystals truly defective? Upon hearing Joy's inquiry, Kara realized she could no longer conceal the truth. Tears welled up in her eyes as her inner turmoil surfaced. I was planning to tell you later, Kal-El. The crystals recorded our mission upon arriving on this planet. You should have told me sooner. Speak, what did it say? Kara, a girl of tender heart, often sought to discern right from wrong. Yet concerning Krypton, she had to concede that Joy's earlier assertion was correct. It was merely a matter of perspective, devoid of absolute right or wrong. It stated that we arrived on this planet with a sacred mission. In a moment devoid of attention, the tarot card in Joy's possession shifted once more, reverting to the upright fool. Chapter 69. Foreign forces seemed to abound. Kara and Joy came to Earth bearing a sacred mission. What could be more noble and sacred than striving for the survival of one's own race? At that moment, Joy could conceive of no other answer. Tell me, Kara, will they arrive? As long as Kara had not transmitted Earth's coordinates, the Kryptonian forces would require time to seek them out. Then Joy received a disheartening answer from Kara: 7 days. In just 7 days, the Kryptonian fleet would arrive on Earth, and subsequently annihilate all indigenous life upon this planet. Very well, Kara, it appears you have indeed taken my words to heart. You have chosen your allegiance between the beings of Earth and Krypton. At this moment, Joy found himself at a loss as to what stance he should adopt in order to chastise Kal-El. He had once conveyed a simple truth to her when he eliminated the menacing gorilla, Grodd, and its threatening kin. The telepathic silverback gorilla posed a grave threat to the human inhabitants of Africa. Thus Joy, disregarding Kara's warnings, had resolutely eradicated its entire species on the spot. By the same token, humanity now precariously resided in the promised land of the Kryptonians, a realm basking in the light of a yellow sun. No, Kal-El, the arrival of Krypton will bring advanced technology, a more stable order, and a brighter tomorrow for the people of Earth. The humans on this planet are woefully backward. Had we not intervened, they would have nearly obliterated themselves. Only under Kryptonian rule can they find safety. Enough, Kara. The rule of a handful of Kryptonians over Earth is an entirely different proposition than that of a vast Kryptonian empire governing this planet. Joy turned away, interrupting Kara's lengthy discourse. He discerned from her expression that she was astonishingly sincere. She genuinely believed that the technological prowess and moral standing of the Kryptonians surpassed that of humanity, and thus their dominion over Earth would elevate humankind. Yet, morality holds value only when judging individuals such as Kal-El or Druzad. To impose moral judgment upon a race, upon an interstellar empire, is indeed an extravagant endeavor, especially when that race teeters on the precipice of survival. The Kryptonians would undoubtedly take all necessary measures to ensure the survival of their species. Kara, you present Kryptonian rule as if it were a gift, but what if Earth refuses to accept this gift? Will the Kryptonian fleet simply turn away like an Amazon delivery driver? Recently acquainted with the methods of the Kryptonians through the Green Lantern Corps, Joy felt little optimism regarding their governance. I recently encountered the Green Lantern Corps in another sector of the universe. They enlightened me on how Kryptonian conquest and rule function. Do you recall the planet Tamarin from the Kryptonian archives? 2 years ago, during a war with Krypton, its inhabitants were entirely exterminated, with only a single girl surviving among billions. However, upon hearing Joy mention the Green Lantern Corps, Kara's previously mild expression morphed into one of fury. No, Kal-El, we Kryptonians are not like that. Do not believe a word spoken by any Green Lantern. They are all self-proclaimed guardians of justice, mere lackeys of the very harbingers of Krypton's impending doom. Upon encountering the green light, one must act decisively. The mere mention of the Green Lantern Corps sent shivers of excitement coursing through Kara's body. Joy approached, steadying the agitated Kara with a firm gaze. Her demeanor sparked a new question in his mind. During my return to Earth, I observed a damaged vessel belonging to the Green Lantern Corps on the outskirts of the Kuiper Belt, alongside the corpse of a member who had been stripped of their ring. The remnants of the ship's data revealed that the deceased was known as Abin. Joy articulated his inquiry with deliberate precision. Kara, tell me, who was responsible for this? Kara's silence spoke volumes. At that moment, Joy felt a deafening buzz in his head, struggling to comprehend the chaotic situation on Earth. Frustrated, he sought solitude and pointed skyward. Kara, leave my planet. Ah, there you are. Wonder Woman emerged from Themyscira, finding Joy in the Fortress of Solitude, as expected. He was fixated on the countdown displayed on the central computer screen. Only 6 days and 20 hours remained. Although the conflict between the Amazons and Atlanteans had ceased, the conclusion of war merely heralded the onset of political strife. The British royal family was vociferously criticizing the Amazons at the United Nations. alleging that their invasion had cost them the crown of Britain. Meanwhile, Arthur Curry faced demands for exorbitant reparations from multiple nations due to his indiscriminate attacks on maritime vessels. The sum so vast that Diana surmised even the recovery of all treasures lost to the depths would not suffice to settle the debts. However, her visit was prompted by a more pressing matter. The enforced cessation of hostilities had afforded her and Aquaman an opportunity for renewed negotiations. Through internal investigations between their factions, the collusion between her aunt, Penthesilea, and Aquaman's brother, ORM, had been exposed, leading to a compromise that both factions could reluctantly accept. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that the two principal instigators, Penthesilea and ORM, had successfully evaded capture by the Amazon and Atlantean task forces, retreating to a realm beyond reach. Wonder Woman handed Joy a technological tablet from Atlantis, which displayed footage of the two fugitives escaping pursuit. With a resounding bang, Penthesilea and ORM were enveloped in radiant white circles, and as a brilliant beam flashed, they vanished as the circles constricted. The boom tube, a remarkably advanced point-to-point teleportation technology from New Genesis and Apocalypse. Given the cultural disparities between New Genesis and Apocalypse, Joy tentatively attributed this to Apocalypse influence. Were they also seeking to intervene? As Joy wrestled with the invasions of the Kryptonian fleet and the enigma surrounding the Green Lantern Corps, his mind swirled with uncertainty. A living witness exists within the Green Lantern Corps, capable of attesting to the fact that the Kryptonian army indeed conducted a thorough cleansing of Tamarin. However, Kara's accusations against the Green Lantern Corps have left Joy utterly perplexed, considering the many entities in this universe where good and evil are often reversed. Coupled with the Guardians of OA's own questionable integrity, Kara's claims cannot be entirely dismissed, especially since she, known for her mercy, has resorted to taking lives. Yet, Joy has observed that the Green Lantern rings are driven by sheer willpower. Only those with an ironclad resolve are deemed worthy to wield the ring. And it is evident that the four lanterns do not deceive themselves. This entire situation has left Joy feeling acutely unsettled. The arrival of Wonder Woman with news of Penthesilea's collusion with Apocalypse has intensified Joy's sense of impending doom. How is it that these foreign powers are proliferating? Earth seems to have suffered an inordinate amount of misfortune. What kind of idle beings in the universe conspire to converge upon this remote, galactic outpost? The mere thought of facing the overwhelming force of the Kryptonian Empire while simultaneously contending with a sudden breach revealing Darkseid of Apocalypse and his legion of monstrous minions is daunting. Furthermore, the Green Lantern Corps, despite comprising well-intentioned members, is led by the Guardians of OA, whose motives are far from benign. What kind of vibrant tableau will Earth present amidst such chaos? The thought of destruction feels increasingly appealing. The burden is simply too great to bear. Ingest, the weight of this pressure has compelled Joy to take decisive action. She began reallocating computer access within the Fortress of Solitude, stripping Kara of her permissions, and subsequently severed interstellar communication channels. With resolve, she set out to visit Cyborg, recognizing that his unparalleled access within Earth's digital realm could facilitate many forthcoming endeavors. Joy firmly believed that Earth was still salvageable. Chapter 70. I have long been an Earthling, you've been fired. The flippant declaration from the golden-haired commander rendered Cyborg devoid of his position as National Security Advisor, a role now assumed by the returning Captain Atom. The official rationale cited Cyborg's unilateral actions in deploying drones and himself across the Atlantic to provide aid in Europe without prior consultation. Yet, the more plausible reason lies in the fact that Captain Atom is perceived as more aligned with the commander's interests than Cyborg. What could Cyborg possibly articulate in the heart of Detroit's industrial center at this moment? After the Supreme Leader dismissed Steelbone, he promptly revoked all of Steelbone's permissions at the Detroit Industrial Center, including the rights to utilize the drones, initiate the assembly line, and manage material procurement, among many others. While this revocation held little significance for Steelbone, since virtually everything was now interconnected through the Internet of Things, where Steelbone's directives would prevail, it nonetheless wounded his pride. The Supreme Leader was, after all, a remarkable figure, managing the country with the nonchalance of a privileged heir running a business, making decisions based solely on personal whims. Should he ever find himself in a precarious situation, like facing a bullet, it would hardly surprise Steelbone. As for Captain Atom, he was no stranger to folly either. Having previously been duped by the Supreme Leader, he now had the audacity to take on this new task. "Couldn't you have saved those thoughts for when I was gone?" Steelbone muttered, casting a glance at Captain Atom. He too could not foresee the extraordinary mischief their golden-haired leader might be concocting next, and he instinctively wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. "I would prefer to refuse, but as a soldier, the Supreme Leader is, after all, the commander of the armed forces, and I lack the authority to decline." "What do you suppose he will command us to do next?" Steelbone replied with a hint of irritation. "Wonder Woman and Aquaman have concluded their conflict. Yet the Justice League of America I assembled remains intact. What I desire next is to take charge of the Justice League of America." At that moment, Joy and Wonder Woman descended from above, interrupting Steelbone and Captain Atom's discussion with an imposing presence. "While the group you gathered resembles a circus, there are indeed some individuals among them who possess value." Steelbone immediately redirected energy to all his weapon systems, preparing for action. "Aliens, I knew you would not be content to rest after ending the war." "Calm down," Captain Atom interjected, pressing down on Steelbone's raised weapon, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. "Superman, you rescued me from the Atlanteans, and I have yet to express my gratitude." It was not unreasonable for Steelbone to react so vehemently. An extraterrestrial like Superman brazenly entering national territory with intentions to commandeer military forces, particularly alongside Wonder Woman, who had previously invaded Britain, was a hard pill to swallow. Yet Captain Atom could accept it. For engaging in a conflict within a vast metropolis like Detroit would undoubtedly result in numerous casualties, even if the opposing party were to insult the Supreme Leader's entire family. Captain Atom would maintain a cheerful disposition, seeking to divert them to a safer location. "Where is your cousin?" "My beloved Angela wishes to thank you for rescuing me from the clutches of the Atlanteans. Perhaps our families could share a dinner together sometime?" Captain Atom's words reflected a common American courtesy, as it was customary among amicable colleagues and friends to invite each other's families for a meal at home. However, for Joy, who had just expelled his cousin Kara from Earth, such remarks were somewhat overly aggressive. The good news was that in less than a week, my family would soon be visiting your doorstep. Joy understood that Captain Atom's words were mere pleasantries, so he chose not to take them to heart. The bad news was that Steel had picked up on the conversation. The unfortunate truth was that they were here to invade us, and you and your cousin were merely their vanguard. In the tangible world, Steel was constrained by his physical form and unable to accomplish much. But within the cybernetic realm of the network, he wielded near absolute power. He had secretly copied the majority of the undeciphered data previously extracted from the spacecraft at the Star Labs, allocating a significant portion of his threads to decrypt it on the servers, and recently, he had finally uncovered some crucial information. This was one of the reasons why he reacted so strongly to Joy. He had learned of Superman and Supergirl's arrival on Earth. Shazam! In the distance, thunder and roars echoed as Billy Batson and his companions received Steel's message and hurriedly transformed to provide assistance. Shazam, accompanied by thunder and storms, swiftly arrived from Foston, Minnesota, and promptly halted Steel's hostile actions. "Stop pointing guns at others, Steel. Superman just prevented a catastrophe that could have devastated all of Western Europe a few hours ago. You should trust him more." Even without Solomon's wisdom, Shazam understood that Superman's arrival was not intended to provoke conflict. Joy got straight to the point. "Decoding the documents herself saves us considerable time in explaining the background. Steel, I need your assistance in assembling a superpowered army within 6 days. No, 3 days." Joy was fully aware that this undertaking sounded ludicrous, akin to rallying a band of street thugs to confront a regular army. Yet it was almost the only viable option. The ordinary military forces on Earth were incapable of contending with the Amazons and Atlanteans. Expecting them to face off against the Kryptonians at the front lines was somewhat unrealistic. The technological capabilities of Earth's nations in this universe were not significantly different from what Joy had known in his 2 lifetimes. The technological gap between them and the Kryptonians was even greater than the disparity in power between the likes of Tintin and the most formidable beings. Given 7 years, or even 70, he could perhaps manage to struggle alongside Earthlings. As for 7 days, Joy believed they would be fortunate to handle the aftermath. "You intend to assemble this team to suppress others on Earth?" Steel would certainly not acquiesce to Joy's demand. He would rather perish than assist invaders in oppressing his own kin. Frustrated beyond measure, Joy retorted with a muted expletive. "It is to protect Earthlings from the impending Kryptonian army. You fool. In truth, it was not surprising that Steel would think otherwise. No reasonable person would expect a Kryptonian to aid Earthlings against his own kind. One of the primary reasons why Joy insisted that Steelbone take the lead in unifying the superhuman collective lies not only in the practical capabilities of the latter and their unwavering stance, akin to other timelines, but also in Joy's own predicament. The feasibility of Joy personally organizing a resistance against the Kryptonian forces is far less promising than the prospect of the Kryptonian fleet crashing mid-jump tomorrow. This predicament stems from the notion that he is caught between two worlds. Once the conflict between Earth and Krypton is laid bare, Joy will be perceived as a Kryptonian by the inhabitants of Earth, while the Kryptonians will regard him as merely an Earthling. Should he declare to the people of Earth, "Though I hail from Krypton, I am, in truth, one of you"? Who would believe such a claim? Chapter 71. The Old Bat. After ceasing hostilities and saving countless lives, Joy found himself unexpectedly elevated in stature. He had previously executed the Gorilla Grodd and his kin without a moment's hesitation, believing that allegiance outweighed morality. Standing on the side of humanity allowed him to indiscriminately annihilate a horde of gorillas. However, for the Kryptonians, humans were significantly less advanced than gorillas. If Joy were to choose a side now, should he not be inclined to align himself with the Kryptonians? The essence of Superman's tragedy lies in his immense power coupled with profound solitude. Yet now an entire planet of his Kryptonian brethren exists far beyond his reach, contrasting sharply with Clark Kent's isolation. He merely needed to judiciously select his allegiance. Now, with the ease of making a choice, he found himself wrestling with notions of right and wrong. Yet a sudden realization struck him. I am Superman. I can do as I wish. What folly it was to be bound by the constraints of allegiance. He himself embodies the very essence of that allegiance. The dilemma of choosing between Kryptonians and Earthlings appeared as a complex moral quandary. However, Joy, as Superman, a being of unparalleled strength, represents the ultimate solution to such convoluted problems. In the face of this moral quandary, superintelligence had already provided a remarkably simple solution. Why not use your super strength to halt the oncoming train? Yet a new conundrum arose. How could Joy ensure that his super strength was indeed sufficient to confront and overturn a million-strong Kryptonian army? While Superman is a Kryptonian, it does not imply that all Kryptonians possess his extraordinary abilities. Disparities exist among them. Nevertheless, they are still Kryptonians, each evidently endowed with the potential to wreak havoc under the yellow sun. It is unrealistic to expect Joy to single-handedly confront and defeat each member of the Kryptonian army with mere punches. The odds are formidable. Not to mention the exhaustion he would face, the aftermath of his battle with the Kryptonian forces could likely devastate Earth multiple times over. Would a targeted decapitation of their leadership, akin to his previous engagement with the Amazons, prove effective? What is the structure of the Kryptonian military command chain? Can Steel find sufficiently capable candidates to form a specialized combat unit potent enough to breach the Kryptonian army, based on his own requirements and suggestions? Perhaps he should consult Batman. Entrusting the recruitment to Steel, especially considering names like Zatanna and Constantine, present a challenge for Joy, as these sorcerers possess myriad means to obscure their whereabouts. They are, however, more easily located by Steel, who can access the world's surveillance systems and consumption records. Joy dispatched Wonder Woman to prepare for battle and also informed Aquaman, urging the Atlanteans to ready themselves for their very survival. In pondering the whereabouts of the old gods in this world, Joy inquired with Wonder Woman, who mentioned that Themyscira had lost contact with her wild father many years ago. Of course, this wild father is a term Joy privately used for uttering the name of the highly esteemed deity Zeus might invoke divine wrath. Joy observed that despite Wonder Woman's lethal prowess, she remained untouched by worldly experiences, and her failed union with Aquaman left her oblivious to her origins. She still believed she was sculpted from clay by her mother Hippolyta and granted life by the blessings of the Greek gods, transforming from a mere statue into an Amazon. Joy felt it best to hope that the ancient deities had indeed departed from this realm and would not return. Otherwise, with Hera's presence, and considering the misfortunes of Hercules, Diana might find herself in dire straits. Reflecting on the suffering of others, even if it has yet to occur, often alleviates one's own burdens. In this moment of mental reprieve, Joy found himself soaring towards Gotham. In this universe, Batman is not the vigorous Bruce Wayne, but rather his father, Thomas Wayne, a physician. After the elder Wayne's medical mishap that resulted in the demise of the Flash, Joy had been preoccupied with ending the war and had not kept abreast of Gotham's affairs. He recalled that the first time Dr. Fate transported him, it was from the sun to Gotham. Perhaps in Fate's eyes, this old bat still had some teeth left. Nonetheless, it wouldn't hurt to inquire, even though Steele had already extended multiple invitations, all met with merciless refusals and humiliation. After all, he seeks to protect humanity. Like the elder bat, surely there must be some cooperation forthcoming? Is there a flaw in one's reasoning? It was still daylight, and the elder bat had yet to assume the mantle of Gotham's Avenger. He remained Thomas Wayne, the billionaire of Gotham, sitting in his opulent office atop Wayne Casino, indulging in cheap whiskey while profiting from the shattered dreams of countless individuals below. Without the need for enhanced vision, Joy could discern that if the old bat continued to indulge in such inebriation, his heart would likely falter within a few years. The adversary at that moment fundamentally repudiated Joy's actions. They have imprisoned your cousin and tormented her for nearly 2 decades. Now your father seeks to eradicate them for the sake of a brighter future for your kin, and you are still discontent? You could have emerged as a hero, expanding the horizons for your people, yet you choose to be a traitor, reviled by your own billion kin? In truth, Joy could have countered this old bat with various perspectives, arguing that no planet is devoid of heroes and villains, or that Earth belongs to its inhabitants, whose lives are equally valuable. Ultimately, however, he would find himself unable to refute the old bat's claims, for the old bat merely wished to berate himself and to surrender to despair. The death of his son, Bruce Wayne, and the departure of his wife, Martha Wayne, had stripped the old bat of any will to live. He did not harbor the grand ideals of the primary universe's Batman. Bruce Wayne embraced the mantle of Batman to spare other children from the same misfortunes he endured, while Thomas donned the cowl simply as an outlet for his frustrations. By day, the old bat clad himself in a suit, drowning in alcohol. By night, he donned the bat's suit to exact vengeance, all in a futile attempt to hasten his own demise. Even as the world teetered on the brink of annihilation, he would choose to languish in the refuse of Gotham. Awaiting his end, inwardly cursing the old bat, Joy resolved to depart Gotham in search of potential allies. The old bat, entrenched in his stubbornness, seemed impervious to reason. Joy had initially believed that the Batman, devoid of boundaries, would be more amenable to dialogue. He had presumed that the ordinary Bruce Wayne was already excessively obstinate. Yet he discovered that this old bat was even more unyielding than the true Batman. After confirming Joy's departure, the old bat retrieved his tablet, illuminating the screen to reveal something of paramount importance to him: the Lazarus Pit. Chapter 72. What scenes have I not witnessed? Death is not the ultimate conclusion. Both Joy and the old bat, as well as the Flash, shared this belief. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, they would relentlessly strive for it. And this world, perpetually on the brink of destruction, was born of that tenacity. The Flash, heedless of the consequences, resurrected his mother, resulting in the absence of the Age of Heroes, the dissolution of the Justice League, and the near devastation of the world in a Third World War. Now, the old bat was poised to undertake an even more audacious act. He intended to resurrect Barry Allen. The term Lazarus Pit may be somewhat unfamiliar to those unacquainted with religious allegories, yet for the informed, the name alone hints at its extraordinary properties. This pit possesses the power of resurrection. Any deceased individual submerged within it for a brief moment could return to the realm of the living. As for the side effects, the old bat, indifferent to the consequences, was unconcerned with the potential side effects. The impending arrival of the Kryptonian fleet in a week's time overshadowed any concerns he might have had. Having witnessed the havoc wrought by just 2 Kryptonians on Earth, he understood that an army of militarized Kryptonians would be virtually unstoppable. The Flash claimed he could traverse time and rectify the situation, prompting the old bat to grant him yet another chance. It is often said that lightning does not strike the same place twice. Yet the old bat clearly held a different perspective. In an hour's time, Barry Allen might very well face the lightning's wrath twice. The Lazarus Pit was initially discovered within a clandestine organization in the Middle East, but old Thomas found no need to embark on such a distant journey nor contend with the legendary Demon Lord. Not long ago, a pool of water had been unearthed deep beneath Gotham City, its properties aligning perfectly with all documented accounts and legends of the Lazarus Pit. Soon, He would resurrect the Flash, and the latter would reshape the entire universe according to his will. From a lofty vantage point, Joy beheld the entirety of Earth. Yet he sensed an unfamiliar quality in his perspective. One truth Dr. Fate had not deceived him about was that magic on Earth was indeed beginning to awaken. Beyond the Atlanteans and Amazons, he even glimpsed the figure of a swamp thing on a desolate stretch of parched land in East Africa, presently extending its form to rejuvenate the plains, restoring verdancy to the earth. Just as Joy was preparing to inquire whether the swamp thing would lend assistance against the Kryptonians, a furious roar echoed above him. "I will kill you!" A wave of green light, composed purely of will, descended from the heavens. Its intensity and brilliance so formidable that it could likely be seen throughout the entirety of the southeastern hemisphere, dyeing the sky a vibrant green in that moment. Joy could have evaded it, but to prevent this assault from further fracturing East Africa, he resolved to withstand it. In that instant, he grasped why Clark Kent relished absorbing blows with his face. In this universe, few entities could genuinely harm a steel physique. And this did not include the willful light from Coriander. Who authorized your entry into the Green Lantern Corps? Starfire? Do you not think your madness is better suited for the Red Lantern Corps? Joy recognized the voice as that of the deranged Starfire, who had inexplicably followed his trail to Earth, attacking indiscriminately as per her usual nature. Joy could hardly be bothered to remove her lantern ring. Instead, he simply counted silently. 3. The green light of the ring surrounded Starfire as she materialized her will into a sharp arrow, merging with it as she charged towards Joy. He sidestepped her initial onslaught, the sonic shockwave barely disturbing the curls on his forehead. Starfire abruptly halted, retracting the green light to her surface and conjuring a long knife, pivoting to rush at Joy. However, before the mighty blade could even graze Joy, it began to disintegrate on its own, taking with it the protective green aura that enveloped Starfire. This exemplifies the wisdom of the Guardians who forged the lantern rings. They have never placed unwavering trust in their Green Lanterns. At least, they have not yet reached a level of confidence that would allow them to unreservedly bestow one of the universe's most formidable weapons upon the members of the Corps. The lantern rings are always subject to various limitations. Firstly, they cannot wield lethal force driven by subjective intent, a restriction that can be overcome through sheer willpower, as demonstrated by Starfire, who is currently fueled by vengeful fury. Secondly, the rings themselves require energy to function. Once that energy is depleted or access is remotely severed by the Guardians, the rings become as useless as scrap metal, much like the Starfire that is now in free fall. Starfire's descent did not last long. After the initial panic subsided, she quickly remembered that she belonged to a flying race, propelling herself into the next phase. The Tamaranians, akin to Kryptonians under the sun, possess tremendous physical prowess, but they are also a deeply emotional people. Unlike the combative Kryptonians, their actions are primarily driven by emotion rather than reason. Their capacity for love surpasses their capacity for hate, rendering terms such as murder, war, and slaughter almost non-existent in everyday discourse on Tamaran for centuries. However, in the face of genocidal hatred, love has vanished from Starfire's heart. She is now solely driven by the desire to personally slay a Kryptonian to alleviate her own inner turmoil. From the tips of her fiery orange hair, flames erupted across her body, and emerald projectiles, mirroring the color of her eyes, burst forth around her. She vowed to prove herself against this impudent member of the House of El. From high above, Joy exhaled softly, freezing Starfire and her burning wrath in place. She accelerated downward with a single, straightforward punch. "Are you done yet?" Accompanied by the shattering of ice, Starfire plummeted to the ground, coughing up a stream of orange blood. Along with the ice, her pride shattered. After over a year of training in the Green Lantern Corps, she had believed that she possessed at least a glimmer of hope for vengeance. Yet, the reality proved that her revenge was akin to a mere reflection in a lake. She could not even handle a solitary Kryptonian, let alone seek retribution against the entirety of Krypton. "Go on, kill me." Starfire realized the grim fate that awaited her should she resist these Kryptonians. She was merely a step behind billions of others of her kin. "What do I gain from killing you?" "This world, and that old fool, the Kryptonians and you, they're all utterly deranged." While she scurried about seeking ways to save Earth, Every other person in this world seemed intent on inflicting their own version of suffering upon her. At this moment, Joy was engulfed in a profound sense of regret. Not for having struck Sparky just moments ago, but rather for not having delivered a couple more blows. Moreover, he lamented the missed opportunity to slap Thomas Wayne, that old fool, when he had been spewing nonsense at him. A realization dawned upon Joy. What purpose does regret serve? He could easily traverse back and deliver those slaps now, couldn't he? With that thought, Joy's gaze turned once more towards Gotham. The moment he did, he surged towards the city at an astonishing speed, akin to that of a being soaring within the atmosphere. The seemingly decrepit Batman, feigning a passive acceptance of fate, was indeed orchestrating something significant right beneath Joy's very eyes. Joy had previously believed that after dealing with the conflicts between Amazon and Atlantis, preparing for the Kryptonian conquest and the Apocalypse invasion, along with gaining knowledge of the interstellar war that had recently erupted in the Tamaran system, he had become battle-hardened and immune to the chaos of Earth. However, upon witnessing the events unfolding in the subterranean void of Gotham, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This spectacle was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Chapter 73. The gaze of Barbados, the narrative must revert to Thomas Wayne's endeavor to resurrect the Flash using the mythical Lazarus Pit. Unlike Bruce Wayne, the master strategist, old Thomas often acted on instinct. At this moment, he had merely stumbled upon a pool of liquid capable of healing wounds and resurrecting humanity. Mistakenly believing it to be the legendary Lazarus Pit, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to test it with the corpse of the Flash. This pool of liquid was the origin of all Lazarus Pits, the source of the Joker's undying essence, and one of the 5 crucial metals within the DC universe, known as the God Factor. The true Lazarus Pit could only be considered a mere blend of water infused with the God Factor, lacking the power to be compared to the substance found beneath Gotham City. In another timeline, Batman had decisively destroyed this hazardous substance, capable of inciting an apocalyptic crisis, during a struggle to annihilate the Joker. Yet, in this universe, Batman evidently lacked the resolve to eliminate the Joker, and upon discovering the God Factor intact, old Batman promptly sought to resurrect the Flash. As Thomas Wayne stood beside this pool, shimmering with an eerie metallic sheen, carefully placing the charred body of the Flash into it, an unforeseen event transpired, much like the explosive reaction of sodium and water. The moment the Flash's body made contact with the God Factor, a violent explosion erupted, following a tempest of golden lightning. Old Batman was astonished to find that both the pool and the Flash's body had vanished, replaced by a chilling, shadowy entity. Before him loomed a colossal bat-like creature, its wingspans so extensive that the dark crimson, tattered appendages could scarcely unfurl within the vast subterranean cavern. The obscured torso and limbs, marred by countless scars reminiscent of savage cleaving, laid bare the stark remnants of bone. The beast was suspended upside down from the ceiling of the cave, its entire visage shrouded by a bat-shaped hood, yet Thomas could distinctly sense the sinister gaze directed at him. The seasoned-old bat, typically a harbinger of fear among Gotham's criminals with his firearms and sharp blades, now experienced an instinctual dread akin to that of prey before its predator. It was as if the nightmares that plagued Thomas during his slumber at Wayne Manor had materialized into the realm of reality. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the globe, Joy had swiftly abandoned Starfire, returning from East Africa to Gotham in a mere 4 seconds. After carving his way through the dense rock layers, he found himself in the same space as old Thomas, confronting the very same nightmare. The progenitor of the Dionysian essence, the magnificent dragon, the deity of bats, Barbados. Initially, Joy contemplated delivering a scathing blow to the old bat as a mere form of mental release. However, upon witnessing the creature, he felt an overwhelming urge to transform that thought into action. Thus, his first words upon arriving at the scene morphed into an impulsive attack. "You old bat, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine." Yet, before Joy could finish his sentence, Barbados extended a claw, as if through a spatial transference, ensnaring Joy within its talon-like grip. Overwhelmed by immense pressure, Joy struggled with all his might, barely managing to prevent himself from being crushed into a pulpy mass. The old bat, sensing the dire situation, swiftly reached for his belt and launched several explosive bat projectiles at Barbados' head, followed by emptying his 9mm magazine. Witnessing this, Joy felt a wave of despair wash over him. To be candid, Did the matchmaking mechanism of this universe truly have issues? Setting aside the formidable foes he would eventually face, his current adversary was a multiversal-level overseer, the god of bats, Barbados. Meanwhile, his ally resembled a relic from the past, armed with a mere handgun and explosives, lacking the firepower of a Middle Eastern mercenary. Furthermore, with every intense movement, the risk of a heart attack loomed, threatening to claim his life at any moment, especially considering he was the one driving this perilous encounter. Just as Joy found himself locked in a stalemate with Barbados, a surge of black energy swept through, delivering a tremendous impact that sent the deity of bats reeling. From the shadows of the cavern emerged a massive, pitch-black raven, which, having captured Barbados' attention, swiftly vanished back into the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Joy extracted an arm from Barbados' grasp and delivered a powerful punch to the massive joint of Barbados' wrist, the overwhelming force finally compelling the latter to release his hold. He resolved that if he were to survive this encounter, aside from delivering 2 resounding slaps to that old rogue Thomas, he would undertake a relentless surveillance of him, monitoring every aspect of his existence from meals to sleep to even the most private moments, even if such an obsession compromised Joy's own mental well-being. It was a far preferable alternative to the severe toll this situation was exacting on his physical health. The fleeting thought of escape flickered in Joy's mind for less than a microsecond before being extinguished. After all, in the face of an entity like Barbados, the distance between 1,000 miles and an inch was rendered meaningless. He had no choice but to charge forward, determined to engage in a fight to the death. Summoning all his strength for a decisive blow aimed squarely at Barbados' colossal forehead. Barbados watched with keen interest as this weary superhero from a decaying universe rushed toward him. This universe had long surpassed its natural lifespan, and it seemed that the trajectory of this superhero had encountered an unexpected twist. The superhero serves as the core of every independent universe, and it appeared that this universe had lost its rightful champion from the outset, which explained its rapid decline. Yet, for reasons unknown, the universe had reclaimed its own superhero. The hero had not perished, which prevented the universe from disintegrating into mere remnants. Initially, Barbados had merely sensed an interaction between a force belonging to a realm beyond this dark universe and his own creation, prompting him to manifest and observe. To his surprise, he discovered such intriguing phenomena. The beings ensnared in the grip of dream demons struggled for a glimmer of hope, while fate ultimately delivered them to despair, a captivating aspect of countless dark multiverses. In a normal universe, the act of resurrecting the Flash through the intervention of the God of Wine, as executed by Batman, would pose no inherent issue. However, the universe in which the old Batman resided was anything but normal. The material realms constituting all multiverses can be categorized into 3 primary types: the realm of matter, the realm of antimatter, and the deeper realm of dark matter. The realms of matter and antimatter exist in harmonious and stable order, whereas the dark multiverse, composed of dark matter, differs significantly. The dark multiverse could be seen as the lower realm of the matter and antimatter universes, serving as reflections of the ordered cosmos within the void's abyss. Each dark universe is forged from the hopes and despairs of the beings inhabiting other universes, with despair often prevailing. Every nightmare from the ordered universe has the potential to give rise to a universe devoid of any future. Conversely, every erroneous choice within a universe may lead to catastrophic consequences. Countless universes, fated for destruction, begin their self-implosion before ever stabilizing, only to be reborn anew, much like bubbles exhaled by Creator, just as bubbles rarely ascend to the heavens. The number of dark multiverses that can achieve true stability is almost non-existent, regarding the stability sufficiently prolonged to ascend into the cosmic order of the world, thereby entering the realm of matter and antimatter, transforming into a universe capable of enduring existence. Barbados, tasked with overseeing these shattered worlds and perpetually ready to obliterate their remnants into the cosmic forge for renewal, has never beheld such a universe since its inception. As for the assault from this superhuman, Barbados remains indifferent. Within the dark multiverse, none of the creations can truly extinguish its existence. Rather than concerning itself with this insignificant insect, it would be more prudent to seek out that fleeting black crow, which possesses the potential to inflict real harm. From that ephemeral apparition, Barbados detected a familiar essence, the sulphurous scent emanating from the hellish dimensions. This brutish figure, known for its plunder rather than creation, stands as a parasitic bane within the multiverse. Truth be told, Joy and Barbados share a common perspective. Joy also perceives that mere physical assault is unlikely to resolve an existence such as Barbados. However, he cannot remain passive, thus he unleashed his most potent strike. Yet swiftly, both Barbados and Joy realized the folly of their assumptions. Joy's fist collided squarely with the hidden horn beneath Barbados' bat-like hood, the overwhelming force causing a fissure to form on what should be an indestructible surface. In agony, Barbados roared in despair, ready to erase this universe's superhuman with a mere thought, only to encounter an unforeseen impediment. The existence of Joy clashed with the thoughts of Barbados, sending colossal waves of energy radiating from Joy. Barbados, endowed with supreme power by its creator, theoretically could erase any individual presence within the dark multiverse with a mere thought. Yet this time, it faced an unexpected failure. The cold, harsh essence of the dark multiverse was interrupted by a seemingly frigid stone, whose core burned with intensity, clearly surpassing the limits of Barbados' authority. The collision of light and dark matter, akin to the clash of matter and antimatter universes, triggered a violent chain reaction, resulting in a tremendous explosion of matter and information. Under the tumult of the material torrent, Barbados howled in anguish. "What are you?" Joy found himself unable to respond to any inquiries from Barbados, for his own condition was scarcely better. The immense energy fluctuations caused his skin to crack, blood gushing from his capillaries, while the excruciating pain in his head led Joy to feel as if his recent punch had struck his own skull. Simultaneously, the information waves rebounding from Barbados inundated Joy's mind with myriad memories belonging to this universe, such as the tale of a Kryptonian vessel that, during a failed jump, escaped this universe and became lost in the endless void of the outer realms. In this universe, it has repositioned itself at its core amidst the temporal fluctuations between two worlds, resolutely sealing off the path of return. Barbados became aware of the repulsive reaction occurring between the superhuman and his own existence. He understood that he should not, nor could he, continue to sustain his material presence within this universe. The entire expanse of space began to shatter around him like fragile glass, soon to encompass the adjacent Joy. In a moment of desperation, Barbados prepared to reach out and grasp the writhing Joy, who was convulsing in agony mid-air, attempting to banish him alongside himself into the void beyond the material universe. From the shadows, a dark crow swooped in, seizing Joy's cloak with its formidable beak and pulling him out of the realm of fragmentation. "This is not over. I shall return, superhuman, and you, wretched dog of the three palaces." Barbados' furious tirade was abruptly cut short by the sound of shattering glass, as he and his surrounding matter were exiled from the universe. Yet, before his departure, he left behind a gift, expelling a fragment of a soon-to-be-destroyed universe that he had collected on his journey. This glimmering shard resembled a fractured edge of a mirror, within which flickered images of his own world. Due to the turbulence caused by Barbados' banishment, it became increasingly unstable, triggering a more violent upheaval. Gotham City, already beleaguered, faced an unprecedented explosion from its depths. Chapter 74, Superman vs. Justice League. As the explosion spread, the entire underground cavern grew precarious. The Raven, with Joy dangling from its beak, spread its magical wings, also whisking away the unconscious old Thomas caught in the aftershocks of the chaos. "No, we cannot leave yet. That fragment must not seep into this universe." Joy felt as though he were a fragile porcelain figurine nearly shattered by the wave of energy. Yet this tumult revealed profound truths to him. He glimpsed the origins of his body, the reasons for his return, and the essence of this universe and others. Even amidst such excruciating pain, he remained vigilant of the cosmic shard left behind by Barbados. This was no ordinary fragment. It once belonged to a reality that existed before hastily spiraling into destruction, still holding within it the final moments of an apocalyptic world. Among its contents lay the core of that universe, Superman. It is no exaggeration to assert that this extraordinary Kryptonian is the true anchor, The existence of the vast majority of the DC universe relies upon his strength. The permanent demise of Superman would essentially toll the death knell for this universe. If a universe teeters on the brink of annihilation, yet its superhuman remains, there exists but one explanation. A straightforward conclusion that can be inferred with minimal contemplation. That very superhuman orchestrated this cataclysm. The recent explosion has unleashed the remnants of matter from the shattered fragments of the universe back into Joy's realm, filling the once desolate subterranean cavern, emptied by Barbados, with a colossal metallic construct. This is an immense conical structure, its perimeter encased in a circular energy conduit, its vast form occupying the entirety of the cave, effectively halting its collapse. Before Joy and Raven materializes a space station, a remnant from the fragments of Barbados' universe, the Justice League Watchtower. The Watchtower, primarily composed of immense metals, integrates the pinnacle of technological advancements from nearly a dozen planets. It was collaboratively constructed by numerous members of the Justice League, including Steel and Batman from Earth, Diana from Paradise Island, Superman from Krypton, Green Lantern from OA, Hawkgirl from Thanagar, Martian Manhunter, and even Orion and Big Barda from New Genesis and Apocalypse. Thus, the existence of the Watchtower symbolizes not only the formidable power of the Justice League, but also the unity it represents. Heroes from the farthest reaches of the cosmos congregated under a shared ideal of justice and an impeccable moral exemplar to safeguard their Earth and universe from calamities and nightmares. Until one fateful day, that very moral exemplar transformed into their catastrophe and nightmare. While the soundproofing of the Watchtower is exceptionally effective, the cacophony of fierce combat within cannot escape Joy's keen ears. The sounds of explosive detonations and the clash of Diana's god-killer sword against the heat vision of Kryptonians resound ominously. Kryptonians, Wonder Woman, Batman. Even without superhuman hearing, the ordinary observer can discern the disquieting atmosphere surrounding the Watchtower. On the outer solar panels, a pair of blood-stained, withered wings clings forlornly, belonging to a figure now missing. Hawkgirl's once mighty appendages. Embedded within the inner walls of the metallic circumference lies a solitary Green Lantern ring. Its black finger the only remnant of Green Lantern John Stewart. In the distance, a charred mass of soft earth falls from the low-gravity environment. The remnants of the flame-fearing Martian Manhunter's form. The battle within the station escalates to a fever pitch. The collision of the god-killer sword and fragments of Zeus' shield triggering a tremendous explosion that reverberates throughout the entire structure. A crimson cape pierces through layers of barriers, crashing down outside the cavern in the wake of the formidable shockwave. Following closely behind this figure was Wonder Woman, the champion from Shattered Universe, wielding the sword of Vulcan as she lunged towards the plummeting Superman. Observing this scene, Raven swiftly rendered herself and her two companions intangible, disregarding Joy's protests, and flapped her wings, soaring through the rocky terrain toward the surface. At that moment, she remained only half anchored to the material realm, desperately clinging to existence. While Batman and a comatose Superman were in her grasp, further exertion could precipitate a cardiac event. Meanwhile, another Superman, in his mortal form, had recklessly engaged an entity like Barbados, delivering a punch that nearly shattered him into 1,000 bloody fragments, a miracle in itself that he had not been obliterated on the spot. Regardless of the tumult unfolding below, it was beyond the intervention of the three of them in their current state. The saga of this space station, originating from another universe, must commence with the duties of Barbados. As previously articulated, an infinite multitude of multiverses exists within the sea of possibilities, and Barbados is tasked with overseeing and consuming the most wretched among them. The events transpiring within this fragment of the universe he had just left behind were, in the grand tapestry of the multiverse, hardly even deemed unfortunate, merely an unremarkable possibility. This possibility revolved around that universe's Superman, who one day resolved the test if he could single-handedly annihilate the entire Justice League. It turned out that he indeed could. As the remaining members of the Justice League received urgent communications from Superman scattered across the Earth, the other 6 among the 7 Titans swiftly responded and made their way to the Watchtower. Ultimately, however, only the transported Batman, Wonder Woman, and Flash found themselves at the Justice Roundtable, for aside from Flash, few in the League were ever late. Hawkwoman, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and the Superman who had initiated the emergency meeting were all ensnared by pressing matters, leaving the two present with a hint of conspiracy in the air. Batman and Wonder Woman furrowed their brows, while the ever-anxious Barry Allen noisily slurped his soda through a straw, unable to dispel their growing unease. Who was orchestrating this scheme from the shadows? Lex Luthor? Wondrous Savage? Or perhaps Brainiac? Their apprehensions were soon allayed as Superman, Green Lantern, and Hawkwoman arrived at the Watchtower's meeting room, specifically Superman bearing the lifeless Green Lantern and half of Hawkwoman. Batman observed that the hand which had once adorned Green Lantern's ring had entirely vanished. Judging by his agonized expression, it was evident he had perished from asphyxiation. Hawkwoman's shoulders were drenched in blood, her wings violently torn away, leaving her unconscious from the excruciating pain. Wonder Woman stepped forward, attempting to retrieve the unconscious Hawkgirl from Superman's grasp and escort her to the medical bay. At that moment, however, the seemingly comatose Hawkgirl suddenly opened her eyes. She swung her fist, attempting to strike Superman, who held her captive and shouted at the unsuspecting Wonder Woman, "It's Superman. Superman murdered Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter." What? Hawkgirl's anguished scream left Wonder Woman at a loss. She had contemplated countless scenarios, but this particular outcome had never crossed her mind. Her immediate instinct was to defend Superman. "Tell me what happened, Clark. Has someone been mind-controlling Hawkgirl?" "No, Diana. No one is being controlled, including myself." Superman, suspended in the air, callously cast the convulsing Hawkgirl to the ground as if discarding refuse, and then calmly responded, "Now it's your turn." Before Hawkgirl had even touched the ground, the Flash sprinted towards her, leaping high in an attempt to catch her. However, this played directly into Superman's hands. The speedster was far more vulnerable in mid-air than on solid ground, especially someone as naive as Barry Allen. With a mere beam of heat vision, Superman severed the Flash in two as he attempted to rescue Hawkgirl. The events unfolded with such rapidity that, beyond her profound sorrow, Diana had no time to react. No. With the Flash's demise, the universe began to swiftly dissolve from an unnoticed point, leaving only a fragment centered around Superman. The crimson light in Superman's eyes faded as he turned to face the heartbroken Wonder Woman. "You're next, Diana." Diana was compelled to draw her sword and confront Superman. "Clark, what on earth has transpired to transform you like this? Is it Luthor's new kryptonite that has affected you, or the brainwashing from Apocalypse?" "Nothing has happened, Diana." Superman's expression remained as grave and serious as ever, yet his azure gaze lacked its usual warmth, replaced instead by a calm as still as stagnant water. "I simply no longer wish to play this game with you." Nearby, Batman hurled several explosive batarangs containing kryptonite dust at Superman, only for them to be intercepted by the heat vision. "Stop this tiresome charade, Bruce. You used to defeat me consistently only because I allowed it, believing that you, a fatherless and motherless wretch, deserved to savor moments of joy, such as triumphing over the strongest being." Superman's tone remained steady, but Batman could sense the mockery within his words. The depth of their shared history made this blunt statement all the more painful. In that moment, Wonder Woman advanced, striking her bracers together to unleash a shockwave powerful enough to topple a Kryptonian. "Run, Bruce." As Wonder Woman ensnared Superman, Batman, in a display of strategic retreat rather than cowardice, withdrew from the battlefield. He had previously attempted to establish a connection with the communication system, yet to no avail. The Justice League Watchtower's teleportation portal remained offline. Unable to return to the Batcave in Gotham, he resolved to procure some supplies from the Watchtower's clandestine storage rooms. However, his trust in this erstwhile ally had rendered him complacent, as many weapons designed to counter Superman had been concealed within the Batcave. The only items he could locate were a kryptonite spear and a red sun ray pistol. With these divine instruments of warfare in hand, Batman hastened back to the fray, only to discover that the space station bore a gaping hole, and beyond it lay not the cosmic expanse he had anticipated. The microcomputer within his suit indicated that he was still within Earth's atmosphere, leaving him perplexed as to why the Watchtower had materialized here. He spotted Wonder Woman engaged in combat with Clark, and without hesitation, he fired a shot. "Diana." The beam from the red sun ray pistol dulled Superman's movements, allowing Wonder Woman to finally carve a wound across his chest. He hurled the kryptonite spear towards her, calling out, "Catch!" Even in such dire circumstances, Batman and Wonder Woman had no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Superman. With the kryptonite spear in her possession and the suppression from the Red Sun ray pistol, subduing Clark would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, within the subsequent 5 seconds, all of Batman's anticipated outcome shattered. Superman, merely momentarily dazed by the ray, swiftly regained his faculties. With a single punch, he incapacitated Wonder Woman, who had been distracted by the kryptonite spear, then seized her right hand, which clutched the sword, and mercilessly drove the blade into her throat. No, in that instant, Batman's world fractured completely. Wonder Woman coughed up blood, collapsing weakly before Superman. Her trachea and blood vessels severed, vitality draining from her once vibrant eyes. Superman stepped over her lifeless body and, in an instant, confronted Batman. Instead of a fierce assault, he presented an anguished and bewildered inquiry. Why, Clark? I once loved you. Every member of the Justice League loved you. Why? We united to thwart Lex Luthor's schemes, vanquished Brainiac, saved Metropolis from Doomsday's onslaught, and repelled the forces of Apocalypse. You even secretly assisted Tim with his math homework. Was all of this a lie? Superman, facing this barrage of queries, merely nodded indifferently. Of course, it is all true. It is precisely because it is true that I survived. While you squandered your chance to kill me. Clark Kent gazed upon Batman, memories of their past interactions flickering in his eyes, yet they sparked nothing but tedium within him. At this moment, he had finally liberated himself from the monotony of his former life, and he did not mind exchanging a few words with this once dear friend. It was akin to nurturing a colony of ants in a terrarium. In those initial days, one might find them fascinating, tending to them with great care, observing the intriguing individuals among them, even bestowing them with names. However, inexplicably, after a mundane day, that same colony of ants can evoke no interest whatsoever. Let us bring this to an end. Bruce, in case you're unaware, I have resolved to extinguish all life on Earth, including yours. This has ushered me into an entirely new universe. Superman raised his right hand high, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Batman's neck. Do not fret for me, Bruce. I can cultivate a new colony of ants in this universe. Chapter 75, Superman's Deadly Struggle. Do not worry about me. This was a phrase Bruce had heard from his dear friend more times than he could count. Whether Superman was struck down by an Omega beam, kneeling in agony, or immobilized by a kryptonite bullet lodged in his chest, he had uttered those very words to Bruce, who had rushed to his aid. To Bruce, Superman embodied a profound sense of security, a sentiment shared by all. Even before Superman's arrival, over 3/4 of the global population believed in some form of a savior. When that savior finally graced them with his presence, who could possibly reject him? Do you intend to use that? Batman pondered how to discreetly reach for the object at his waist, but the very thought of ending his friend's life sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Your heartbeat has surged by 7%. Bruce, perhaps you're contemplating whether the lead line box hanging from your belt could turn the tide in your favor? Superman's heat vision incinerated the small box on Batman's belt, rendering its contents a mere ash. Whatever it held would pose no threat henceforth. He could not help but marvel at Batman, who had always been recognized as a steadfast ally and the world's greatest partner. Even at this juncture, he remained indomitable. Truly, you are the most exceptional and perilous ant among them, Bruce. You refuse to relinquish even the slightest chance of victory. However, I am grateful for your reminder. In this universe, when I tire of my games, I shall remember to eliminate you first. Batman quietly gazed up at Superman and above him. Yes, however, there is one matter I may have neglected to bring to your attention, he mused. Enshrouded by a shroud of dark purple shadows, Joey stealthily navigated back into the underground cavern, his magic enabling him to approach this alternate world Superman without a sound. Joey seized his opponent by the neck and hurled him to the ground. At that moment, the black aura that clung to him transformed into a raven, whisking Batman away from the battlefield. I had often found myself questioning whether my use of such extraordinary powers was justified in comparison to Clark Kent. Joey's visage remained parched and cracked, a testament to the half-formed body of Raven in this world, lacking even half of her former strength. She had lost the ability to soar to the sun in an instant. A mere few seconds of sunlight were insufficient for Joey to fully recover. Yet this underground Superman was on the verge of annihilating the remnants of the Justice League. Joey felt compelled to intervene, only to discover amidst this chaotic realm of heroes that I, in fact, might be the more noble one. Moreover, in Joey's anticipation. He did not foresee the battle to be overly arduous. There lay a divine weapon beneath, the Kryptonite spear. Grasping Superman's crimson cape, Joey hurled him toward the Kryptonite spear, immediately following with a searing heat vision. The struck Superman tumbled like a rolling gourd, coming to rest near the spear. According to the usual logic of Kryptonians, he should now be as vulnerable as an ordinary human. However, his rapid recovery proved that the universe they inhabited adhered to no consistent logic. The radiation of kryptonite had not completely stripped him of his powers, at least not his heat vision. Regaining his composure, he unleashed his still-functioning heat vision, incinerating the kryptonite shards at the spear's tip into ash. Joey's sweeping heat vision merely left a shallow mark on the arm he raised to block. The elder Superman looked at the youthful face of Joey, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. So you're the Superman of this world, appearing so youthful. How old are you? 15, or perhaps 16? Before he could finish the word 16, he lunged forward, fists ready. A highly alert Joey reciprocated with his own punch. The collision of their fists erupted in a thunderous sound, the shockwave causing the already burdened underground cavern to collapse entirely. Buried beneath the rubble, Joey activated his supervision, swiftly locating his opponent's position. He broke through the rocky layers, lunging toward him. Evidently, his adversary had made a similar choice. Superman was aware of Joey's location, but opted not to engage in subterranean combat like Joey. Instead, he soared upward. The previous Red Sun ray gun had depleted a significant portion of Superman's energy reserves, and now he merely needed to bask in the sunlight to restore his full glory. Joey could hardly achieve his desires. The moment the Superman emerged from the ground, he had already seized the opponent's ankle. With a swift motion, he struck the earth, creating a massive crater several meters in diameter, causing the concrete surface within a radius of hundreds of meters to crack and splinter. In the context of the battle between two Supermen, such destruction could be considered as gentle as a breeze caressing one's face. Thanks to Gotham's perennial fog and rainy nights, the city was now devoid of light, save for the intermittent beams of searchlights and the flickering neon lights. At this moment, neither combatant was at their peak condition. The recent clash with Barbados had utterly shattered the arc reactor that Joy had been utilizing to sustain his energy, leaving him uncertain whether to gamble on the extent of his opponent's peak capabilities. As a Kryptonian himself, Joy was acutely aware of how difficult it was to vanquish one of his kind through conventional means, placing him in a predicament. He could either confine his opponent within Gotham, gradually wearing him down, confident that he could exhaust the other's strength before dawn, albeit at the cost of partially refurbishing the city in the process. Alternatively, he could propel the adversary into the sky, allowing their powers to amplify with the sun's rays. If Joy's strength could quickly overwhelm his opponent, that would be ideal. However, if their powers were evenly matched, or, worse yet, if the situation deteriorated, their unrestrained battle could obliterate the very planet beneath them. You are still too young, Superman of this universe. You have yet to reach the age worthy of the title Superman. Perhaps Superboy would be more fitting. The Superman before Joy exuded absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed his prowess far surpassed that of the fledgling hero before him, a notion supported by his battle experience. I have lived for nearly 30 years, defeating Metallo, Bizarro, General Zod, Brainiac, Doomsday, and Darkseid. What feats have you accomplished at your age? Have you used your powers to achieve anything monumental? Perhaps you've merely zapped moles on a Kansas farm with your heat vision? Superman had grown weary of perceiving the world through the lens of that Kansas Smallville boy. As his power increased, the escalating solitude consumed him entirely. To him, all beings and phenomena in the universe seemed minuscule and devoid of wonder. He had grown tired of playing the same monotonous game with those he deemed ants. Yet, this entirely new universe offered him a fresh perspective. He could perceive all existing parallel universes as his playground, akin to embarking on a completely different game. When he tired of this world, he would seek the portal to the next, continuing the cycle ad infinitum. Once I have resolved you, I shall usurp all that you possess in this world. Your parents, your Lana Lang, your Lois Lane, and even your identity as Superman. Before Superman could finish his thought, Joey lunged forward, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent him hurtling sideways, crashing headlong into the nearby Wayne Casino building, penetrating it completely. To be honest, you could be quite helpful. For a fleeting moment, Joey genuinely contemplated the heartfelt suggestion made by his adversary. After all, the things he mentioned were absent from his own existence, and the challenges he faced were seldom encountered in the world of the other. Not every Superman is afforded the opportunity to confront a resurgent Kryptonian empire, strategizing on how to repel their well-organized interstellar army. Had it been the Clark Kent of a normal universe proposing an exchange, Joey's response would undoubtedly have been, "Brother, would you truly swap?" But this Superman? With explosive speed, Joey sees the fleeing figure, dragging him back to the ground and yanking his cape, slamming him atop the spire of Gotham Cathedral, shattering several gargoyle sculptures in the process. Gripping Superman's cape, he pulled the man closer, positioning him atop the bell tower, and unleashed another punishing blow. The force of that punch struck the unsuspecting Superman squarely in the face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. The tremendous shockwave nearly shattering the glass of every high-rise in Gotham. In the face of Joey's relentless assault, Superman, previously exposed to the rays of a red sun, found himself utterly defenseless. He could only shield his head with his arms, devoid of any words, as Joey derided him mercilessly. "You coward, born from nothing but privilege. A beast, a parasite, utterly ignorant of what it means to embody the Superman ethos. I swear I shall break your arms and stuff them down your throat." With each successive blow from Joey's fists, the towering bell tower of Gotham Cathedral crumbled piece by piece, ultimately reduced to a heap of rubble and debris. The two figures descended beneath the weight of Joey's onslaught, plummeting from hundreds of meters above, piercing through Gotham's concrete surface and navigating the intricate network of underground pipes, burrowing deep into the earth. As Joey's fists rained down, his eyes glowed with a fervent crimson. At this moment, his strikes were devoid of any technique, and the splattering blood of the Kryptonian beneath him ignited an unprecedented thrill within him as his bloodlust surged. The once dominant Superman, now visibly bloodied and bruised, could hardly consider this a significant issue. For a Kryptonian, as long as he could bask under the sun once more, such minor injuries would heal almost instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity amidst Joey's increasingly chaotic and frenzied attacks, Superman found a moment to retaliate. He allowed Joey to land a punch upon his forehead, sacrificing one of Joey's arms in the process. Then, taking advantage of the opening, he rose and delivered a sharp elbow strike directly to Joey's throat. Joey suddenly gasped for breath, clutching his throat as he coughed incessantly, temporarily robbed of his ability to attack. Superman, however, had no intention of pursuing the advantage. He merely uttered a phrase before soaring into the heights. "A little technique I learned from Bruce, Eastern 8 Extremes Fist Kid." Superman was acutely aware that Batman was a master of nearly all martial arts known to mankind. He could ensure that he never killed when confronting ordinary criminals, which evidently indicated his profound understanding of which areas to strike for maximum lethality, having studied the art of killing to an extraordinary level. Directly targeting an opponent's Adam's apple in hand-to-hand combat was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. In that universe, Batman had presented it as a cautionary example to Superman. Although Kryptonians are resilient, their physiological structure is not vastly different from that of humans. A blow to the throat could incapacitate Joey for 20 to 30 seconds, a duration ample enough for Superman to ascend beyond the atmosphere and bask in the sunlight. Chapter 76. Tomorrow's Sun. As Joey coughed and gasped for air, clutching his neck, he watched another Superman ascend into the sky, soon breaching Gotham's cloud cover. He needed a moment to recover. If someone could briefly hinder the foe for half a minute. No, 20 seconds would suffice. That span of time would be enough for Joey to catch up and latch onto his opponent, dragging him back to the ground in Gotham, thereby re-engaging him in a low-intensity skirmish. Meanwhile, a familiar figure approached from the distant horizon, Starfire. This individual was certainly ill-equipped for the challenge. The flames of vengeance from Tamarin were blazing fiercely, Starfire's body enveloped in a vibrant orange energy, emerald energy vortices hurling towards the Superman without restraint. This was not the will of the Green Lanterns, but rather the innate power of a Tamaranian. A depleted Green Lantern ring was useless until recharged at a power battery. Although Starfire's own abilities were remarkable, without the simulated kryptonite light of a Green Lantern ring, Joy was certain she could not withstand even 10 seconds against a merciless, deranged Superman. At times, Joy felt as if the entirety of the universe conspired against him, as if his adversary were a seasoned veteran, a middle-aged superhuman. They had agreed to engage in a fair contest, only to find that the opponent was also skilled in martial arts. The only entity currently obstructing him, Starfire, was a victim of post-traumatic stress disorder. Clearly, upon seeing the Kryptonian and the S insignia of the L family, Starfire would become immediately triggered, indiscriminately attempting to attack. The sole reason Joy had yet to deliver a decisive blow to the mad dog that relentlessly pursued him was his awareness of her fragile mental state. For a princess of a fallen nation, a Tamaran orphan whose entire race had been extinguished 2 years prior, it was evidently not Joy's intention to impose undue demands upon her. Given her tragic plight, why could he not simply yield to her? However, Joy's compliance with her does not imply that the Superman would indulge her, especially at this moment when a life-or-death duel is unfolding between two Kryptonians. Any obstacle preventing him from basking in the sunlight is evidently deemed worthy of annihilation. Cough, cough, Raven, can you? Gasping for breath, Joy struggled to rise, still feeling dizzy, as the raven in its avian form fluttered its wings and appeared before her. The ebony raven, an embodiment of energy, observed Joy, who had noticeably diminished in stature. Tilting her head, she adjusted her black feathers with her beak and spoke. I previously mentioned that I am currently quite weak. I cannot simply cast you into the sun with a mere thought. Once one of the most formidable sorceresses in the DC universe, Raven's essence surpassed even that of Dr. Fate, possessing nearly limitless means and magical prowess. The first time Joy encountered her, Raven had the audacity to morally manipulate Superman and had aspirations of confronting the triune of evil in that world. Yet, it is unclear what she has endured to arrive at her present state. Her human form appears to have been reduced to half, and her power is diminished beyond mere reduction. The recent battles and protective efforts have drained her considerably, rendering her akin to an ordinary crow in the context of such high-stakes combat. You are truly useless. Joy realized that since arriving in this world, she had not ceased her invective. Each encounter with Raven seemed to herald misfortune. The crow, symbolizing calamity and death in most cultures, was indeed justified in its ominous reputation. As for whether Raven is truly a crow, Joy, now gritting her teeth, could hardly concern herself with such matters. I don't care what method you employ, Raven. Just wake that old bastard Thomas, even if it means slapping him awake. Seizing the moment as her breathing normalized and blood flow to her brain improved, Joy leaped towards another Superman in the sky. Her ambition to conclude the battle before dawn might have been overly optimistic. She required assistance to gang up on this Kryptonian. The adversary had decimated the Justice League of his universe, while she had not done the same. Joy's recovery speed exceeded Superman's expectations, and as he watched her approach from afar, he evaded the energy barrage fired by Starfire. A thought surged in his mind. A strong individual, once they cast aside morality, becomes significantly more powerful, as evidenced by Superman's current exertion of strength. With a swift motion, he appeared before the unsuspecting Starfire, disregarding the thousands of degrees of energy flames surrounding her. One hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, while the other pierced through her form. Ahem! The entirety of Starfire's chest was perforated, and she coughed up blood anew. Unlike the minor injuries Joy had inflicted, this time, the orange-red blood gushed uncontrollably from her mouth and the gaping wound her chest. The spark of this universe has yet to evolve into a formidable hero capable of standing alone. Confronted with such grievous wounds, dread began to engulf her heart, and her consciousness gradually slipped away. Superman withdrew his bloodied right hand and tossed the spark high into the air before swiftly turning to shield himself with his elbow against Joey's incoming punch. The tremendous impact of their collision dispersed the clouds over Gotham, revealing the bright moonlight once more to its citizens. Superman, with a calculated kick, forced Joey back, nonchalantly gesturing towards the spark that was about to plummet to the ground. The strength of the Tamaranian originates from their emotions. When they are consumed by fear, unable to concentrate, or on the brink of losing consciousness, their powers diminish or even vanish, much like our own exposure to a red sun. That girl was merely gravely injured, yet in less than a minute, she would crash to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh if no one intervened. Joey's response was an unexpected, forceful punch. Is there something wrong with your mind? The sudden blow left Superman gasping for breath, dizzy and disoriented. This strike was not merely a physical assault, but a profound psychological defeat. He had once been of Joey's age, often subjected to similar moral dilemmas from his adversaries. A tactic that had proven effective against his younger self. It seemed obvious to him that, as Superman, he should unhesitatingly rescue the girl first. This younger incarnation of Superman had chosen a path distinct from his own, igniting an inexplicable anger within him, a disdain for his former trivial pursuits. You are unworthy of the title Superman. A true Superman should strive to do everything to the best of their ability. Even I would never have made such a choice so easily. As Joey closed in, he delivered another punch to Superman's face, causing blood to spatter from his nose. At least I'm more deserving than you are now. I would abandon you to save her, only for you to destroy everyone on Earth after basking in the sun. This choice Joey presented seemed akin to a conundrum he had encountered before. In a burning museum, with limited abilities to save, but once, should one rescue an innocent kitten or a priceless masterpiece? Reflecting on this, Joey landed an uppercut to Superman's jaw. Despite Kryptonians being notoriously resilient, the blow cracked Joey's palm, yet disrupted Superman's balance. What a foolish dilemma. Why couldn't he extinguish the fire first? Meanwhile, the shockwave hastened the spark's descent, and just before losing her last vestige of awareness, she instinctively called out, "Save me." Superman, reeling from the blow to his chin, felt a ringing in his ears and found himself nearly unbalanced in midair, yet he was far from being completely defeated. Kryptonians are notoriously difficult to vanquish. At that moment, he still endeavored to make one final stand. I know you can hear her. We all can. Do you intend to let her perish, just like that? Today you kill me, and tomorrow you shall become the new me. I heard this, and I can see that you are indeed correct. Just as Joy was poised to launch another assault, he abruptly halted upon hearing these words. He shook the blood from his hands and turned his back to the falling Starfire, racing toward her. What? Superman gazed in disbelief at the departing Joy, astonished that his final words had actually resonated, realizing that morality indeed renders one more vulnerable. At this moment, time was of the essence. While remaining on high alert against his opponent, Superman ascended into the sky. Soon, he would bask in the sun's rejuvenating rays, regaining his full strength. And then he would exact retribution upon these individuals, transforming this planet into his new playground. Joy truly perceived Starfire's cries for help, and upon hearing Superman's words, there was indeed a fleeting moment when he contemplated abandoning Superman to save Starfire first. Perhaps it was the realization that Starfire had become a PTSD-stricken orphan due to her biological kin. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to weigh his life against hers on a scale of indifference. Yet, this dilemma ultimately found a flawless resolution. For he heard not only Starfire's cries, but also an exceedingly faint and discordant disturbance in the air, concealed high above. Meanwhile, Superman, brimming with confidence, soared toward the atmosphere, assured of his victory, anticipating his imminent encounter with the world's first ray of sunlight. Suddenly, a shimmering golden lasso encircled his neck, accompanied by a familiar voice. As if Superman had just slain her, "You wretched creature, do not expect to see tomorrow's sun." The lasso of truth, wielded by the magnificent Wonder Woman from this universe, ensnared him. Having encountered enough of the Amazon's invisible aircraft during his time on the British Isles, Joy possessed the acumen to discern the presence of the magically enhanced vehicles from the subtle disturbance in the air, despite their invisibility to Kryptonians. In contrast, Superman evidently lacked the experience to detect such nuances and was caught unawares when Wonder Woman suddenly leaped from the aircraft. "Doctor, is there any hope for someone so grievously injured?" From a distance, Joy gently cradled the mortally wounded Starfire, who had been pierced through the chest, and entrusted her to the aged Batman, who had just contacted Steel for assistance. He then swiftly returned to the fray. Thunder rumbled in the distance, accompanied by the roar of Steel's thrusters. It seemed that someone might not have the opportunity to witness the first ray of sunlight in this world. The aged Batman, inexplicably thrust into the role of a caretaker for a patient, found himself momentarily at a loss. Theoretically speaking, Bruce Wayne's father, Thomas Wayne, was indeed a skillful and reputable surgeon, yet that man had merely existed as the former Thomas. At this moment, old Thomas gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, resembling a bull's diameter, with the flickering embers of Starfire's life force barely sustaining itself. He could only resort to desperate measures. Administer my adrenaline. Although his medical license had long been revoked due to his struggles with alcoholism, and despite the earlier incident where his illegal practice resulted in the death of the Flash, he was undeterred. The physiological disparities between extraterrestrial beings and humans would likely complicate matters further. Yet the thought of once again engaging in unlawful medical practice, while he flicked the syringe, made him chuckle bitterly. Compared to the transgressions of his past, this seemed trivial. Perhaps this alien maiden might yet see the dawn of another day. Chapter 77. Injustice. Wonder Woman yanked the lasso of truth downward, performing a grand sweep akin to capturing a shot put, pulling Superman back to the Earth. He crashed into Gotham State University's entrance, obliterating it as if a stone had been hurled. Following closely behind was Wonder Woman, sword in hand, tightening the lasso with the intent to pierce him through. The lasso shimmered brightly, but it failed to fully restrain the Kryptonian. Superman broke free from its grasp. I can kill you once. Naturally, I can do it again. He seized the lasso, attempting to seize control, but Wonder Woman relinquished her hold after a brief struggle, deftly evading his immense power, a madman spouting nonsense. This was a lesson learned from her previous encounter with a younger version of Joey, effectively preventing her from becoming a mere puppet in the face of overwhelming force. Although she was uncertain of the origins of this older iteration of Joey, the hostility between them implied a necessity for lethal action. She swung her sword, severing one end of the lasso, charging forward to strike at his vulnerable neck. With prior experience in mind, she believed the Sword of Ares could deliver a fatal blow. Superman extended his arm and barely deflected the blade's edge, the miscalculation resulting in only superficial injuries. He was propelled backward by the tremendous force transmitted through the sword, crashing into the ancient clock tower outside Gotham University, almost as old as the city itself, cleaving it in two before soaring skyward. Shazam! A thunderous voice echoed through the heavens as dark clouds, thunder, and lightning enveloped Gotham's night sky once more. The might of Shazam unleashed Zeus's wrath upon the fleeing Superman, rendering him immobile. Following swiftly, Steel launched several missiles laced with kryptonite powder, sending Superman crashing back to the ground, along with the remnants of the Gotham clock tower, reduced to rubble. This spectacle caught the attention of Joey, who had just arrived, exclaiming in exasperation, "Steel, who taught you to use kryptonite like that?" He did not accuse Steel of surreptitiously developing kryptonite weaponry. Rather, he felt a pang of sorrow. For years, humanity had studied Kara, and they were undoubtedly well acquainted with the vulnerabilities of Kryptonians. Kryptonite, a unique mineral, is formed from the geological structure of Krypton after being radiated by yellow sunlight. On Earth, kryptonite is plentiful, allowing anyone to easily procure a piece to enhance Clark Kent's strength. This abundance stems from the catastrophic destruction of Krypton, resulting in numerous celestial fragments scattered across Earth. However, in this universe, Krypton remains intact, and before ascertaining whether kryptonite could be synthetically produced within 6 days, the supply on Earth dwindles with every use. This realization prompted Joey to hasten towards the epicenter of the conflict, feeling the discomfort caused by the swirling kryptonite dust. He located Superman, buried beneath the rubble. Clearly, Superman still had some fight left in him. Upon seeing Joey, he erupted from the debris and landed a punch squarely on Joey's nose, catching him off guard. "You wretched beast child." Despite the blood splattering from his nose, Joey merely tilted his head slightly to regain his balance. He resisted the prickling itch of his skin and the discomfort in his respiratory passages, delivering a swift left hook that struck Superman's temple, sending him crashing to the ground. Bending down, Joey seized Superman with one hand, lifting the disoriented hero above the debris. With his other hand, he unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy punches upon Superman's nose, causing blood to splatter in every direction. As Joey's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, the once sloped mound of rubble had been reduced to mere dust, with extensive cracks emanating from the point of impact on the concrete of Gotham University. Yet, this only fueled Joey's inexplicable rage. Despite delivering dozens of punches that left Superman's nose bleeding profusely, causing Joey's own hands to bleed and creating a 10-meter deep pit from the shattered stones, he still failed to vanquish his foe or even break his nasal bones. In their current state, still not fully sun-kissed, their powers were relatively equal. Even with Joey's relentless assault, he could only manage to leave Superman on the brink of unconsciousness. Why are Kryptonians so difficult to kill? Joey, watch out. Wonder Woman had reclaimed her lasso of truth and threw it towards Joey, finally subduing the already dazed and defenseless Superman under Joey's relentless head strikes. This prompted Joey to reach out to Wonder Woman. Diana, hand me your sword. At this, Diana spun her sword and prepared to pass it to Joey, just as Steel and Shazam, still crackling with golden lightning, arrived at the edge of the deep pit. Shazam extended his hand to halt the Wonder Woman, who was poised to present the sword of Hephaestus, and then turned his gaze to Joey. No, he has completely lost the strength to resist. Do not let anger govern your actions. Moreover, if we let him live, we can extract far more from him. Joey, straddling Superman, withdrew his hand, seemingly contemplating Shazam's suggestion. You thief of Greek divine power, what right do you have to dictate our actions? The Wonder Woman, obstructed in her path, tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, once again raising it to point menacingly at Thunder Shazam, enunciating each word with fierce determination. Do not stand in my way. Cyborg positioned himself between the Wonder Woman and Thunder Shazam, naturally siding with his dear friend Billy. From a moral standpoint, I wholeheartedly support you, and I too believe it is rather unjust to execute a defenseless individual in such a manner. The Wonder Woman shot a glare at Cyborg, her palpable fury sending a shiver through his remaining nerves. Yet, her subsequent words drew disapproving glances from Shazam that said, "This individual poses too great a danger. I believe we must infuse a bit of pragmatism into our decision-making." Cyborg understood that he could not possibly appease both opposing factions simultaneously. It was undeniable that he could offend everyone present, especially now, as his own position wavered precariously, unless this newly emerged Kryptonian could be obliterated immediately. Dealing with him, alive or dead, would inevitably become a troublesome affair. The previously amicable atmosphere, characterized by camaraderie, had abruptly turned tense due to divergent opinions on how to handle the foe. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed beside the pit, as a large hole burst open, a surge of seawater gushing forth. Along with the torrent came Aquaman, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden trident. Apologies for my tardiness. These matters of sovereignty and maritime rights are quite vexing. I had originally intended to traverse the sea atop the Kraken, but was intercepted by an aircraft carrier off the coast of New York. Aquaman, having shielded himself with a large wave of seawater while traversing the unclean sewer system of humanity, finally emerged, spitting out a bellyful of brackish water. I had no choice but to consult my crocodile friend for a shortcut. But you have no idea what kind of filth those land-dwelling bastards in Gotham toss into their sewers. This path is truly repugnant. Ever since the capital was relocated to the coast by Joey and fell within the range of human artillery, Aquaman had begun to treat the land dwellers' notions of sovereignty with a newfound rationality. In the past, he would have commanded the invulnerable Kraken to march through without hesitation. Why endure the muck of Gotham's sewers? However, upon reluctantly accepting this reality, he discovered that this thing was indeed quite useful, especially when one possessed military strength capable of instantly conquering an entire continent. The once thriving Aquaman was now willing to adhere to international frameworks to a certain extent, in exchange for the oversight and enforcement rights regarding the transgressions of the land dwellers, who overfished and discharged waste into the deep sea. At the very least, whenever Aquaman witnessed the whaling ships and nuclear waste from certain nations entering the ocean, it felt as if they were carelessly discarding refuse into the waters, and he could reasonably and legally return the favor by casting it all back onto their shores. Wonder Woman could no longer tolerate Aquaman's incessant ramblings and abruptly interrupted the animated king. Who cares how you are faring with those land dwellers? Arthur, come, make a choice. Well, I suppose I shall refrain from doing so. I wholeheartedly support Superman. No, wait, Joy's cause. However, on the other hand, the two individuals present bore similar colors, donned akin uniforms, and shared striking resemblances, save for a mere age difference, which left Aquaman somewhat perplexed. Realizing he could not deftly evade the question, Aquaman finally spoke his true sentiments. I cannot make a decision right now. Diana, I truly cannot. The last 2 times I attempted to decide, once to forge a union with you, which led to the outbreak of war, resulting in the deaths of countless people across the Amazon, Atlantis, and the human realm. And the last time I made a choice, I nearly committed a far graver crime than the one I'm currently bound by, almost bringing death to millions. Is Superman, yes, our Superman, whose compassion granted me and the people of Atlantis a second chance. The truth is, I am not in a position to make decisions at present. And you, Diana, are in the same predicament. Wonder Woman had naturally been at odds with Aquaman since the onset of war. Though a ceasefire was in effect, both sides had long stained their hands with the blood of each other's kin. How could there be no animosity? At that moment, Aquaman's reprimand only served to deepen her frustration, especially since he articulated his points so cogently. Though her heart was unsettled, she found herself bereft of any counter-arguments. Just as the situation became a tangled mess due to Aquaman's interruptions, a fiery orange blaze leaped into the abyss, its searing heat evaporating the seawater beneath everyone's feet. Starfire was ablaze, her gaping wound rapidly healing, and she gazed at Joy. Clearly, Kryptonians possess both virtues and vices. This must be your own decision. Upon hearing this, Joy realized that perhaps this Superman was not entirely evil. At the very least, after inflicting a grievous wound upon Starfire, he seemed to have mended the void within her mind. As for Joy's decision, why should Joy be the one to decide? Shouldn't such significant choices be made by family? A gunshot rang out from above the pit. Retrieving the handgun he had acquired from the old bat, Bruce Wayne, the Batman, unfurled his cape and leaped into the chasm below. At this moment, the focal point of contention among the gathered had ceased to exist. Superman had been pierced through the skull by a bullet, crafted from a standard handgun round and a fragment of kryptonite that Bruce had requested Raven to retrieve from the Justice League's watchtower. The Batman from another realm ultimately made a decision. What was once a gathering of multiple factions fell into a profound silence. Batman contemplated the 7 individuals within the pit, each face familiar yet foreign. Superman, himself, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, Shazam, and Starfire. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. However, when the original 7 had united, each member embodied ideals. Every procedure was just, and everything was cohesive and beautiful. There was none of the fierce discord, the superficial camaraderie, nor the contrasting moral standards that had led to the present outcome. As Batman snapped back to reality, he instinctively fled the scene, firing his grappling gun to escape. He understood that nearly everyone present possessed the capability to intercept that bullet, yet none had chosen to act. Upon scaling back to the top of the deep pit, he beheld the aftermath of a night of chaos, with much of Gotham laid to waste. At that moment, the sun rose over the horizon, which had been leveled to the ground, casting its light upon Batman's dark cape. The nocturnal creature vanished in a desperate flight from the dawn's first rays, retreating into the shadows cast by towering edifices. In former times, when 7 superheroes had united to vanquish formidable foes and save the world, Batman would have deemed it the dawn of justice. Yet now, once again, 7 individuals had convened, collectively committing an unjust act. Their team lacked the unity and intimacy of their previous assembly, and it was highly improbable that such bonds would be rekindled. Wonder Woman and Aquaman regarded Superman, the core of their team, with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Meanwhile, Cyborg and Shazam formed a smaller faction, and Starfire's feelings towards Superman were even more intricate. What fate awaits such a visibly fractured team? Chapter 78, The Shark's Dilemma. The Batman from another universe fired a single shot before swiftly departing, leaving the 6 remaining individuals to stare in disbelief at the body of Superman. Cyborg scanned the corpse with his mechanical eye and voiced a concern. It has begun to harden. What should we do now? By hardening, Cyborg did not refer to the onset of rigor mortis, but rather that, as sunlight filtered into the chasm, Superman's body was regaining its invulnerability. I must leave now. Billy and the others need to get to school. Shazam lifted his cloak and soared into the sky, exhaling a gentle sigh as he departed the scene. I hope Billy and the others do not encounter nightmares tonight. In this universe, it was no simple task for Shazam to manifest. The divine powers bestowed by the Greek gods were shared among 6 children, rather than being conferred solely upon Billy Batson from the primary universe. Shazam's reticence regarding the now-deceased Superman stemmed not from his own opinions, but rather from the sentiments of those 6 children. To be blessed by the gods was a testament to their noble character, and they wished for no such occurrences. Shazam himself merely entertained the notion that sparing Superman's life could prove more advantageous. Otherwise, how could he, endowed with the swiftness of Mercury, possibly be outpaced by a bullet? Joy observed the colorless Shazam hastily departing and could not help but lament the stark differences between this world and the normal universe. Had it been the Shazam of the regular universe present, it was likely that a fierce confrontation would have ensued, with no one retreating without a bloody resolution. The harshness of this world indeed fostered a more pragmatic breed of hero. The fact that no one attempted to intercept that bullet spoke volumes. Regardless, Joy resolutely decided that the body of this Kryptonian must not be allowed to fall into the hands of anyone else in this world. Heaven knows what calamities they might concoct. I shall manage it myself. Thank you, Cyborg, and please extend my gratitude to Shazam as well. Cyborg said little, merely nodding in preparation to leave, only to be seized by Aquaman, who clung tightly to his arm, unable to move. Cyborg, you can fly. Could you possibly give me a lift to the coastline? I can no longer bear the thought of returning through the sewers. Cyborg longed to refuse. He was acutely aware of the myriad nefarious deeds Aquaman had committed in the past. How could he overcome this psychological barrier to assist him now, after enduring so much? Aquaman's reputation on land was not one of admiration, but rather one of disdain. He could not simply swagger back to the ocean as if nothing had happened. Unlike Wonder Woman, who need only manage her small contingent of Amazons, he now represented the interests of millions of Atlanteans, and he could not act with reckless abandon. Wonder Woman furrowed her brow, unleashing a scathing rebuke at Aquaman. Arthur, you fool. That is precisely because I possess an invisible jet, unlike you, who rides the Leviathan into the borders of other nations with such audacity. Aquaman, having received an unsolicited tirade, turned to Cyborg, the only ally he could now depend upon. Even if Wonder Woman were willing to transport him in her invisible jet, she would likely cast him back into the sea at the stratosphere. Look, Cyborg, you're my only hope now. We are comrades in arms. You wouldn't want Atlantis to create any diplomatic incidents with North America, would you? The shameless Aquaman's relentless pursuit left Cyborg utterly speechless. He vividly recalled that Aquaman only arrived at the scene after all had been settled. Dude, you didn't help at all. Did you? I was the one who spoke on your behalf. Aquaman's efforts hardly qualified as speaking for someone, did they? Joy, oblivious to the ongoing bickering among the onlookers, found himself momentarily perplexed as he gazed upon the lifeless form of Superman. The Kryptonians from the yellow solar system, whether alive or dead, were undeniably troublesome. With the sun now risen, Joy had no doubt that if he neglected this corpse, it could remain unspoiled for millennia. If only he could extract the kryptonite bullet from Superman's head and expose it to the sun for 49 days, perhaps resurrection was a possibility. Burying it in the Arctic fortress of solitude, that seemed unreliable, as the Kryptonians were on their way, and the functioning of that purely Kryptonian technological structure was uncertain. Enough of the commotion, Joy commanded, silencing the crowd. At that moment, a new idea regarding how to handle the body emerged in his mind. Is anyone willing to assist me in dealing with this corpse? Starfire raised a question. Isn't one body too much for so many people? No. Suddenly, like a wraith, Batman reappeared behind Starfire, startling her into a fiery orange glow. Batman clearly understood Joy's intent. He had grasped the gravity of the situation and accepted the implications. What your Superman refers to as a corpse is not merely this one, but many. There are still numerous bodies buried deep within the Justice League watchtower in Gotham. Alone, Batman could not venture underground to lay those old friends to rest. At that moment, Shazam, who had claimed he was heading to school, returned with a thunderous boom, facing the curious gazes of the crowd, resolutely explaining, "It's Saturday." The wisdom of Solomon evidently had its limitations. Joy, however, was pleased with Shazam's return. Just in time, Shazam, come with us. To throw a party? Gradually escaping the tense atmosphere of battle, Shazam's consciousness receded, allowing the intelligent Billy Batson to take the forefront. That's how it was written in the comic books I read as a child. No, it's to Joy began, only to be interrupted by Cyborg, who, with his remaining eye, fervently gestured at Joy, prompting him to yield the floor for Cyborg's performance. Steel cleared his throat and remarked, "Ahem, of course we are heading to the ruins of the city to search for those survivors." Just as he spoke, a mechanical drone arrived to take his place, while Steel himself led Shazam away to commence the rescue. In fact, even before the battle concluded, Steel's drones had been deployed throughout Gotham in collaboration with the Gotham Police Department for search and rescue operations, which were nearly completed at this point. He still needed to find a reason to temporarily distract Shazam, While he was indeed a resilient warrior, his true form comprised merely 6 adolescents still attending middle school. Shazam was well aware of this and would not subconsciously remind Billy and the others, instead hastily following Steele's lead to leave the scene. After all, reality is far from a traditional superhero narrative, and the tasks ahead for this group would have an immeasurable impact on the teenagers involved. Chapter 79. The Funeral. Thus, the situation unfolded as it did. The specifics depended on the circumstances. As Joy opened a path to the underground with his thermal vision, he took the time to briefly elucidate the situation for everyone, addressing the emergence of this unexpected Superman and some inquiries regarding parallel universes. Batman, Superman, and this watchtower represented nearly the last remnants of their universe. At least the fragments expelled by Barbados contained only these elements. However, Joy chose to withhold details about Barbados and the dark multiverse. The universe he inhabited was but a nightmarish projection of other upper realms, relentlessly spiraling towards ruin since its inception, where everything he knew would be reduced to mere remnants under such overwhelming forces. Joy believed that not everyone could accept such a harsh reality. Once his explanations were complete, Joy recalled a matter of significant importance. One more thing, Steele. I've been observing you for quite some time. Since earlier, you've been fixated on Batman. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Regardless of your curiosity, exercise some decorum and refrain from asking him any questions. Joy knew instinctively that Steele was intrigued by the younger version of Batman from this parallel universe, especially since he had forged an unconventional camaraderie with the older Batman in his own universe. To prevent Steele from inadvertently posing a question as crude as, "Why are you so much younger than our Batman?" Joy felt compelled to extinguish the spark of curiosity that lingered in his mind. In truth, aside from Steele, none of the others present were particularly interested in Batman. Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Starfire had previously been oblivious to Gotham's very existence. Meanwhile, Steele genuinely found himself curious about this Batman, so distinctly different from the older version. Perhaps the ongoing rescue operations and the demands of managing Billy had fractured his focus too much, prompting him to blurt out a simple, "Oh, why?" Batman subtly furrowed his brow, not because the conversation of the group had suddenly turned toward him, who had remained silent, but rather due to the peculiar nature of this universe's Superman. For instance, the individual still bore the burden of a former friend. A kryptonite bullet lodged precariously within his skull, emitting radiation at any moment, yet he continued to move about as if nothing were amiss. Moreover, it was evident that he possessed knowledge far surpassing that of this world, and his gaze was decidedly unsettling. If the eyes are indeed the windows to the soul, then this Superman's eyes resembled a mirror from the past, allowing Bruce to glimpse his former self within them. Although the other's demeanor, when calm, exuded no overt danger, beneath this placid surface lurked a clear desire for vengeance and an impulse towards violence, reminiscent of the PTSD that had once plagued Bruce himself. This was a Superman starkly different from the Boy Scout Clark he had once known, or perhaps his own Clark had also mirrored this at the age of 15 or 16. Bruce elevated the investigation into this individual's origins to a secondary priority. Had he encountered such a Superman from the outset, he would never have gradually placed his trust in him over the years of fighting side by side, and the situation would not have deteriorated to such a tragic outcome. In light of these developments, he should have recognized far sooner that the Clark he cherished had vanished, and acted decisively to strip his counterpart of the ability to harm others. Had he done so, at least Barry and Diana would have survived, and Gotham would not have suffered the dire consequences it now faced. "We're almost there," Joy remarked as he spotted the watchtower buried underground, mere inches away. Interrupting Batman's introspection, he turned to the two most significant individuals present. "Batman, you need not come. I assure you we will provide them with a dignified burial. And Diana, are you certain you wish to proceed?" Joy's proposed method for handling the body was rather unoriginal. It simply involved discarding it into the remnants of the Justice League's watchtower. Although the watchtower had long been viewed by readers and various supervillains as a public restroom, come and go as one pleased, it was indeed a high-tech fortress, amalgamating an array of cutting-edge technology. In a universe where the Justice League had vanquished formidable foes such as General Zod, Darkseid, Doomsday, and Brainiac, the technological advancements of the watchtower had undoubtedly surpassed those of this world's native heroes. This may sound somewhat shameless, yet it was undeniably a substantial inheritance. Joy did not wish to appear as a morally bankrupt individual, shamelessly feasting upon the remnants of the deceased. However, time was of the essence, for the Kryptonians were imminent, and he required the watchtower immediately. In any case, it is prudent to keep a watchful eye on the aged bat lurking in this vicinity, while simultaneously monitoring the watchtower. This should pose no insurmountable challenge. For the time being, it is best to regard this place as a secure sanctuary for the Kryptonians' remains. Admittedly, this may not be the wisest choice, yet Joy finds herself with few alternatives. Storing the body within the watchtower is certainly safer than discarding it in the desolate fortress of the Arctic. The combination of the Kryptonian fortress and a deceased malevolent version of Superman is fraught with peril, should it remain undisturbed. Joy might just consider writing the name Clark in reverse henceforth. Of course, this hinges upon obtaining the consent of the watchtower's original custodian. Presently, Batman is in agreement, while the other unfortunate souls, aside from Superman, have no voice in the matter. The immediate priority for Joy and her companions is to ensure that these venerable heroes can depart with dignity. I have already granted you most of the permissions for the watchtower. You may place Clark's body in the E level on the 3rd floor. The cells there can be configured to emit red sunlight. As for them, mentioning her companions who met their tragic ends at the hands of Superman weighed heavily upon Batman's conscience. Yet his expression concealed behind the cowl bore a chilling rationality. Allow me to handle it. I shall personally bury them. At this moment, Batman felt that his excessive emotions towards Clark had led to this grievous outcome, causing him to transgress his long-held boundaries. Joy placed a reassuring hand on Batman's shoulder. This is not your fault. Wonder Woman, too, comprehended the meaning behind Superman's earlier words. I have killed you once, and this is no mere fabrication, for indeed, that Superman had slain another version of her before her arrival. Nevertheless, she resolved to accompany them, presenting Batman with 2 drachmas from her satchel. She believed it fitting to offer this Amazonian sister from a parallel world a chance to return home. She valiantly fell in battle as a true Amazon. If you consent, I could take her back to our paradise island for burial. In ancient Greek tradition, it was customary to place 2 drachmas over the deceased's eyes at burial. These coins served as payment for passage, needed to appease the irascible ferryman Sharon as one crossed the river Styx to the realm of the dead. Wonder Woman had prepared these 2 drachmas for herself at the onset of the war, and after Joy had forcefully brought it to an end, she had believed them to be of no further use. However, she found herself using these long-prepared coins today, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Had Joy not intervened to halt her, allowing her conflict with Aquaman to persist, it is likely that she would soon have found herself utilizing those very coins. Batman gazed at the coin for an extended period, entangled in thought. Ultimately, as if resolving to make a crucial decision, he nodded. He had to concede that for his beloved Diana, Paradise Island was evidently a more fitting final resting place than the chaotic Gotham City. As he wandered through the shadows of Gotham the previous night, he discerned that the city remained as disordered and tumultuous as he had always known it. Perhaps even more so, Diana should not be interred in such a place. Suddenly, Starfire, with her Tamaranian sensitivity to emotions, sensed an unusual situation. She reached out and tugged sharply at the vibrant red cape, her immense strength yanking Joy, who was discussing the burial of fallen heroes with others, into the air. That Thanagarian, she is still alive. Chapter 80. Do androids dream of electric sheep? I have surveyed the scene. Under no circumstances could that state be deemed alive, Joy thought. She casually placed Superman's remains into the Red Sun prison cell in Zone E, and on her way back, utilized her super senses to scan the entire base, finding no signs of life. Unless the Thanagarian Starfire referred to was not the same Wonder Woman whose wings had been torn away. In Joy's eyes, the figure had already been cleaved in 2 like the Flash beside her, blood gushing from the severed halves. Breathe and heartbeat were absent, and even cerebral activity had ceased long ago. Not there, but elsewhere. The watchtower and its surrounding area had long been buried beneath a thick layer of earth, and apart from those like Joy, who possessed X-ray vision, no one could perceive anything. Starfire, however, did not rely on sight. She perceived through emotions. When she heightened her sensitivity, she turned Joy's head towards another direction, the motion producing a metallic clink. Are you truly attempting to snap my neck? Joy complained. Starfire hastily apologized. My apologies, I'm still adjusting. Among Kryptonians, there were indeed good individuals, regardless of their past. one had previously saved her life. Dr. Thomas's treatment had rekindled her fading consciousness, and coupled with the gradually intensifying stellar radiation, it enabled her to gather energy through emotion, pulling herself back from the brink of death. After her revival, her physical prowess had inexplicably surged, currently continuing to grow, rendering her hesitant to interact with anyone other than Joy. Although not as extreme as Kryptonians, her presence had reached a level where contact could be perilous for Earthlings. Kryptonians possessed a biofield that allowed them to continuously adjust their force interactions with different individuals, preventing situations where a mere embrace could result in grievous harm. Whereas Starfire had to rely solely on self-control. From the moment Joy was nearly dragged into the earth by the opposing force, he began to adjust the level of power he exerted during his interaction with Starfire. However, it was evident that it was still insufficient. He needed to amplify his strength further. Following the direction indicated by Starfire, Joy beheld the relic lost outside the space station, a single-handed spiked mace that once belonged to Wonder Woman. To Joy, it appeared to be an ordinary hammer devoid of any power fluctuations, yet this was precisely what made it extraordinary. After all, Wonder Woman's mace was crafted from end-metal, the same material as Dr. Fate's helmet. Joy forged a path directly toward the end-metal warhammer, prudently choosing to have the only true steel body among them, steel. Retrieve this weapon. Steel, deploy your drone. This end-metal creation seemed capable of anchoring the soul of its owner, allowing successors to inherit the memories of their predecessors alongside the relics. In a certain sense, it could be regarded as a form of reincarnation. Yet, Joy was uncertain whether the one reincarnated would indeed be Wonder Woman herself. Uncertain? Really? I honor these ancestors, but that does not imply I wish to inexplicably become a mere echo of someone else's existence. Upon hearing this, Steel, who was cautiously gripping the handle of the mace, inadvertently loosened his hold, nearly tossing the hammer back into the earth. Relax, reincarnation does not function in such a manner. What is required is another self, and currently, you are not even a flesh and blood entity. Hei considered Steel's concerns somewhat unrealistic. Could a mechanical being truly dream of a synthetic sheep? Do not forget that your original form is still conducting search and rescue operations with Billy on the surface. What stands here is merely a drone avatar, a robotic shell of iron. What is there to worry about? Remote controlling the drone, Steel contemplated Joy's reasoning through multiple threads of thought and had to concede that Joy's perspective held merit. At that moment, the drone's vocalization began to falter. Steel? Joy pondered whether his previous assertions had indeed been flawed. He could see that the drone's processor, signal receiver, and vocal unit were intact, and electromagnetic signals were flowing freely. So what was causing this anomaly in the robot? Superman, step out of the robot's line of sight. Batman was the first to discern the impending danger, urging Joy to take heed, but it was already too late. A brilliant flash of electricity enveloped the robot's entire frame as the hammer swung with tremendous force, aimed directly at Joy's head. The end-metal mace endowed Steel, this battered drone, with unimaginable amplification, nearly catching Joy off guard as he stood perilously close to the robot. The tip of the hammer barely grazed Joy's nose, yet the war hammer was not merely a tool of physical damage. The crackling lightning that danced upon it erupted in a series of violent explosions, propelling Joy away with great force. The previously constricted underground passage was now dramatically expanded by the blasts of thunder emanating from Joy, revealing even the buried watchtower's star ring at the other end. Joy inwardly cursed himself, realizing he had indeed concocted a rather foolish idea, allowing Steelbone, a theoretical shell of a remote-control drone, to retrieve weapons seemed innocuous at first glance. Upon deeper reflection, it appeared feasible. Even Batman had deemed it manageable. Yet in practice, it had resulted in a colossal blunder. What should have unfolded as a fantastical tale of collecting legendary artifacts and resurrecting ancient heroes had veered sharply into a realm of sci-fi horror. Even Blade Runner would shy away from such a portrayal. The robot's vocal unit was nearly overwhelmed as it unleashed a thunderous roar throughout the underground cavern. "You beast! I will kill you." Steelbone, a figure of African descent, would likely never utter such a frenzied declaration in his lifetime, thus leaving no doubt as to who inhabited the robotic shell. If one were ambushed by a former comrade and lost consciousness upon regaining awareness and seeing their face, how would one react? The first thing that Hawkgirl beheld upon awakening was the visage of her assailant, which instinctively triggered a barrage of attacks, putting everyone in jeopardy with her lethal strikes. In response, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Starfire retaliated. From Batman's perspective, their choice was justifiable. A destructive maniac was unleashing indiscriminate violence underground, and subduing the adversary was the optimal course of action. However, the sword of Hephaestus, the trident of Poseidon, and the energy beams of the Tamaranian, these were allies he had recovered, recalling the gruesome circumstances of her previous demise. Batman could not permit them to attack without restraint. Stop. Her mind has not yet returned. As he witnessed the vessel housing Hawkgirl's consciousness on the verge of being shattered by their combined assaults, he felt compelled to intervene. Although Batman was uncertain of the principles governing Hawkgirl's rebirth, the thought that this robotic shell might indeed contain her essence, and that shattering it would mean her death once more, was intolerable. Two explosive batarangs momentarily interrupted Diana and Aquaman's weapons, while a concentrated gas pellet sent Starfire into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, disrupting her focus and causing the energy surge beside her to dissipate. Though somewhat unscrupulous, Batman's utility belt occasionally contained items designed for quickly dealing with teammates. Wonder Woman and Aquaman can be regarded as nearly flawless hexagonal warriors, effortlessly wielding their formidable powers. In contrast, Starfire, possessing greater destructive capacity yet bearing more pronounced vulnerabilities, has a multitude of considerations to ponder. Soon after, Batman unleashed a dual-direction grappling hook, securing the robot, which sought to engage Joy in 100 rounds of aerial combat, firmly against the rocky surface. In an exceedingly irrational move, he approached, attempting to awaken the consciousness of the erratic Hawkgirl beneath her wildly swinging hammer. Hawkgirl, cease. With a thunderous crash, Joy, who had narrowly escaped incapacitation from a recent electric shock, detached himself from the upper rock face, diving down to pin the robot to the ground, inadvertently pushing Batman aside, who had just dodged a near-fatal blow. Enduring the excruciating pain inflicted by the metallic hammer's electric charge, Joy firmly restrained the robotic figure. Behold my face. I am not the Superman you think I am. After a brief period of madness, having vented her fury, Hawkgirl began to regain her senses. You are indeed not him. I apologize, but my heartbeat, my voice, what is happening to me? Aware of the troubling state of her own body, Hawkgirl was about to survey her form when Batman rushed in, cloaking the robot's eyes with his cape. Do not look just yet, Hawkgirl. This moment encapsulates the horror element prevalent in science fiction tales. Hawkgirl reborn within a mechanical shell is merely a concept for Joy and the others. Yet for Hawkgirl herself, it is a complete nightmare. You handle her, Batman. We shall attend to matters over there. Once Joy ascertained that Hawkgirl had no further intentions of violent outburst, he released his hold. Don't stop me. Joy, fueled by fury, was ready to deliver a telling blow to Batman when Starfire led the others away from the scene, granting Batman and his former ally a moment of solitude. Their nascent superhero ensemble had already encountered discord before it was officially formed, leading to new rifts among its members. It was truly infuriating. Joy could not help but internally lament the beauty of this universe, this world. The four of them resolved to gather the remaining bodies within and around the Watchtower, ensuring that Hawkgirl, once she could accept her new reality, would not face further distress. Joy believed that, given the technological resources of the Watchtower, he or Batman might, perhaps, soon resolve Hawkgirl's corporeal dilemma. However, how to facilitate her acceptance of her consciousness being housed within a mechanical body posed a significant challenge. Regardless, Joy utilized his enhanced vision to direct the group in collecting the remnants, ensuring that the previous heroes would not be carelessly exposed. While Hawkgirl's predicament was no longer of his concern, although the idea was initially proposed by Joy, one must inevitably learn to deflect responsibility, much like the present situation, which has now become Batman's dilemma. Chapter 81. The insect governance Steelbone, after disconnecting from his drone, promptly led Shazam to the scene, only to be intercepted by Joy at the underground entrance. Minors are not permitted, and that includes you, Billy. No, I am Shazam. Billy feigned a serious demeanor, asserting, Billy has taken a break. The matter of Shazam's consciousness during their six-person transformation is always intricate. While most of the time, it is indeed Shazam who assumes control. In less urgent circumstances, he occasionally allows Billy for other children to step onto the stage and participate. Observing this, Steelbone tightly grasped Shazam's white cape, attempting to pull him away. "Stop this nonsense, Billy." Shazam would never speak in such a manner. "What is happening below is quite complicated and truly unsuitable for minors like you." Since Joy was present, it indicated that nothing particularly grave was occurring underground. Thus, there was no need to bring Shazam down to extinguish the flames. As for what transpired beneath, Steelbone knew he would eventually find out. "No, I feel as if you are all conspiring against me. And, speaking of minors," Shazam pointed at Joy, who had just obstructed his path, and defiantly questioned Steelbone. "Don't you think Superman appears rather youthful? He looks like he could only be 2 grades above us at most. This is blatant discrimination. I absolutely must go down and see for myself." "Absolutely not. It is perilous down there and not suitable for children. I must see. I am invulnerable. I have completed all the rescue missions in Gotham City. We have been loitering outside for over 10 minutes, witnessing Billy Batson, who was clinging to Steelbone's metallic exterior and swaying like a child in a playful manner. Joy felt that the world was not as bleak as it seemed. At least in this world, Steelbone remained the leader of children, and Billy continued to possess a heart of innocence, unchanged by the extraordinary powers bestowed upon him. The other party's mindset was considerably stronger than his past self. Had he encountered someone like Billy sooner, he might not have been so troubled for so long. However, reflecting on his 3 years from 9th to 11th grade without a single friend in his high school, Joy realized he might have once had classmates akin to Billy. But he had missed those opportunities. Even now, Joy found himself devoid of the leisure to interact with Billy and sought a reason to silence him momentarily. By our Kryptonian standards, we are considered adults after the age of 12. Why not step to the nearby bar and order a glass of honey water? Then return after we have resolved the situation below? And therein lies the crux of the matter, does it not? At this moment, Billy turned to question Joey. "This is Earth. If you truly wish to adhere to those Kryptonian standards, why not return to your Krypton?" "Well," Joey retracted his earlier praise for Billy's naive heart. This hot-headed fool simply did not know when to speak appropriately. Meanwhile, Steel, having overheard their exchange, felt a cold sweat breaking out on the remaining half of his forehead. My goodness, does this little rascal even comprehend the weight of his words? Is this how you utilize Solomon's wisdom? As Joey's Kryptonian compatriot prepared to annihilate the entire ecosystem of Earth, the last thing he needed to hear was such a remark while he bore the tremendous pressure of being a traitor to his kin, seeking ways to assist Earth in its struggle against Krypton. Billy, quick with his words, suddenly realized the gravity of his careless statement and was about to apologize when Shazam himself seized control, softly uttering a familiar phrase. Shazam. A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, splitting the essence of Shazam into 6, transforming into a group of 13 or 14-year-old children. Freddie Freeman, the thunder of Zeus. Asian-American boy Eugene Choi, the wisdom of Solomon. African-American girl Darla Dudley, the speed of Mercury. Latino boy Pedro Pena, the strength of Hercules. Billy Batson, the courage of Achilles. And Mary Batson, Billy's foster sister, the endurance of Atlas. The scene became even more chaotic as Mary was the first to confront her younger brother. "Billy, you idiot. The courage of Achilles is not meant for hurling insults at others." Freddie, pondering further, exclaimed, "OMG, Superman isn't going to zap us right here, is he? Can you keep your crow's mouth shut?" No. If that were the case, Shazam wouldn't voluntarily revert from his transformation. "Billy, you ought to apologize and do it alone. That remark was entirely your own and has nothing to do with us." Observing this cacophony of middle schoolers, reminiscent of a lively recess, Joey couldn't help but reflect that had he made a few friends back then, perhaps his mental state in his previous life would have been healthier, and he wouldn't have ended up annihilating the entire X-Men family. However, upon surveying this Shazam sextet, Joey noticed a delightful diversity comprising Asian, Latino, and African descent. In the terms of the 2 worlds he had come from, it was indeed brimming with diversity. This group of 6 would certainly rank as a T2 tier in a company like Waters that cherished stacking buffs, with his thoughts swiftly cycling through memories from 3 worlds. The irritation provoked by Billy's earlier jab had long since dissipated. In an effort to avoid conflict with his own self, Shazam even went so far as to relinquish his transformation. Given the circumstances, it would be unreasonable for him to confront a mere adolescent. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, Eugene Choi took the opportunity to lean in close to Billy, whispering a few words before surreptitiously nudging him towards Joy. At this juncture, Billy had no choice but to cautiously approach Joy, offering an apology. "Superman, I sincerely apologize. You are not an outsider. You are a true warrior who fights for us. I should not have spoken to you in such a manner." At this moment, even Achilles' courage appeared diminished in the face of Joy's formidable presence. This did not fail to instill fear in Billy, especially considering that Shazam's memories were shared among the six of them. Not to mention, Joy had previously demonstrated his willingness to wield Wonder Woman's sword without hesitation to eliminate another Superman right before Billy's eyes. The sheer brutality that Joy had exhibited during his earlier altercation was something Billy had witnessed firsthand. It was a level of violence that would not seem out of place in a Quentin Tarantino film. As for how the 13-year-old Billy had access to such rated films, when he not inquire, life always find a way. Don't worry, Joy is now at peace with it. He beckoned Cyborg to lead the 6 children away from the hazardous ruins, which could pose a threat to ordinary people. "You can head over to that restaurant and order a drink. Let Cyborg treat you." Before he gets dismissed, he should have received a hefty sum from the Golden Leader. "Hey, that is not funny at all," Cyborg retorted, clearly displeased. "Joy, if you continue to attack me like this, I will uncover your true identity and empty your bank account," just as Cyborg threatened to deplete Joy's finances. The seemingly convoluted financial system of humanity appeared to him as straightforward as 1 + 1 = 2. For individuals like Joy and Cyborg, wealth was merely an external concern. Cyborg had previously applied for the position of North American security consultant to leverage one of the world's foremost administrative powers to save more lives in the impending global conflict, not for a mere annual salary in the millions. With the war now quashed by Superman, this role had long transformed from a duty into a burden, and preparations for handing over responsibilities seemed almost inevitable. However, his former leader epitomized the notion of killing the donkey after the grind, stripping him of his position before he could even tender his resignation. Reflecting on this, Cyborg felt an overwhelming urge to express his grievances, and had it not been for the presence of the children, he might have resorted to using a word that started with M and ended with er to describe the situation. Our esteemed leader is nothing short of a living insect. His reckless antics have left me, the Pentagon, the White House, and my old friend Captain Atom in an utterly embarrassing predicament. It appears you still do not fully comprehend him. A person of his caliber is indifferent to any sense of embarrassment. In his eyes, individuals like you ought to vacate the premises the very moment the war concludes. Initially Joey, who was delightfully listening to Steele's banter and savoring the humorous anecdotes about the newly updated golden-haired commander from another realm, had intended to indulge in the amusement a little longer. However, the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from afar compelled him to turn his gaze towards the distant horizon. At this moment, he found himself inclined to employ the very term Steele had in mind to describe the incompetent fools within the White House and the Pentagon. "Steele, you are indeed correct. He is undeniably a pest, because soon we shall be confronted with something even more embarrassing." Chapter 82. The arrival of unwelcome guests. The recent skirmish between Joey and Superman had nearly demolished a significant portion of Gotham City, and such a commotion could hardly go unnoticed by the authorities. Moreover, the incoming leader of this so-called sightseeing expedition was a familiar face. Even before the individual made an appearance in the sightlines of others, Joey could already sense the ion energy radiating from their high-speed flight. Despite the distance of over 1,000 kilometers. "You mean to say it is Captain Atom, Nathaniel Atom?" Upon hearing Joey declare that the situation would become rather uncomfortable, Steele had worried for a fleeting moment, but upon learning the identity of the visitor, he immediately felt reassured. Captain Atom was someone he could trust. "Do not fret. Atom is a remarkably honorable and perfect soldier, unlike the other ruffians at the Pentagon. Don't be naive, Steele. You better hope he isn't as perfect as you claim. Otherwise, something is bound to happen soon." Joey was aware of Steele's close rapport with Captain Atom during his tenure as a national security advisor, but such personal connections might not hold sway for certain individuals. If Captain Atom truly was the perfect soldier that Steele described, then the conclusion of today's encounter would likely be tumultuous. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Would a perfect soldier forsake their superior's commands for the sake of friendship? Not to mention, Captain Atom was accompanied by an entity capable of flying at speeds that could match his own, a towering figure clad in a black cloak and attire. surrounded by crackling lightning, bore a symbol reminiscent of Shazam upon his chest, pulsating with the divine energy of the storm that flickered across the sky. Before Joey could relay the identity of the incoming guests to the 7 individuals present, the young Billy and his group had already gathered spontaneously, collectively shouting Shazam. The thunderous Shazam returned to the world. This time, it was not the Billy version of Shazam that appeared, but rather the true Shazam himself. With his face already marred by several scars, Shazam's expression now bore an alarming gravity, for he too sensed the presence of the newcomers, which was enough to indicate that their arrival was anything but benign. With gritted teeth, he uttered the name, Black Adam, much like Shazam, who is not merely the embodiment of Billy Batson. The ancient gods of Greece are not the sole bestowers of divine power upon mortals. The deities of ancient Egypt also conferred their might upon a human, a man named Taith Adam, thousands of years ago. Similar to Shazam, the endurance of the Egyptian god Shu, the swiftness of Horus, the strength of Ammonius, the wisdom of Thoth, the divine energy of Aten, and the courage of Mahis coalesced within him, rendering him an indomitable force within the realm of humanity. The distinction lies in the fact that at this juncture, Billy and his companions, the current bearers of Greek divinity, retain their childlike innocence, whereas the one endowed with Egyptian power has long since succumbed to the corruption of such absolute strength. He is not content to merely serve as a guardian of morality. He yearns for the world to unfold according to his own vision, resorting to extreme violence to achieve this ambition. Though the sorcerers who bestowed him with power could not reclaim it, they managed to subdue him, sealing him away in a mysterious locale known to none. Over the ensuing centuries, they stripped him of the title Shazam, leaving behind only the harrowing legend of Black Adam. Now, this terrifying tale has resurfaced in the present day. From afar, Black Adam sensed the cries and thunder accompanying Shazam's transformation. He accelerated suddenly, leaving Captain Adam, who had once been in his path, behind, and arrived in Gotham alone. Suspended in the air, Black Adam revealed his attire, tainted by malevolence, yet indistinguishable from Shazam's, a uniform of pure black lightning and a magical cloak. With ill intent, he gazed upon Shazam, asking, "Have you missed me?" Shazam, perceiving a grave threat, replied, "I thought you would engage in battle upon our meeting." The sorcerers had long ago recounted tales of Black Adam's ruthless nature and his treacherous betrayal of them to Billy. At this moment, Black Adam indeed yearned to eliminate his successor Shazam, desiring for him to experience the fury of a millennium of imprisonment. However, he refrained from such action, for he is a man of decorum, though not toward Shazam, but rather toward another present. Black Adam descended to the ground and, undeterred by Shazam's hostile gaze, approached Joy to extend his hand in greeting. This gesture harks back to the ancient Egyptian customs of respect. "I salute you, liberator of Africa. Do we know each other?" Joy felt perplexed. He was certainly aware of Black Adam, but Black Adam had no knowledge of who he was, nor why he was being honored with such a title that Joy felt unworthy of. "The spirit of the earth has informed me of your deeds alongside your female companion in Africa, in my homeland. I thank you for banishing the aberrant monstrosities and for sheltering them. Now, all oppressors will think twice before treading upon that sacred land." Joy suddenly recalled that he had initially accompanied Kara to Africa to assist the local populace, inadvertently stabilizing the situation. However, he realized that most of the commendable deeds were accomplished by Kara, while his own contributions were minimal. His primary involvement had merely consisted of eliminating the telepathic gorilla, Grud, along with his kin, and thereafter he had been predominantly preoccupied with resolving the disputes between the Amazon and Atlantis. Most of the arduous tasks, such as coordinating the distribution of relief supplies, pacifying local militant groups, and relocating the affected populace, had been deftly handled by Kara. Black Adam regarded this as a humble remark and slightly inclined his body towards Joy, inquiring, "Where is she now? I wish to pay my respects to her as well." The mere thought of Kara stirred a flicker of regret within Joy. Perhaps in that moment of anger, he should not have banished her so readily. Should he have engaged her in more discourse? This fleeting regret was swiftly suppressed, for he understood that he possessed no rationale to persuade Kara. She had merely made the most prudent choice. The Kryptonian spacecraft had failed to relay information to Kara in a timely manner due to an initial mishap, leading her to believe, much like Joy, that Krypton had ceased to exist. Her affection for the Earthlings was undoubtedly sincere, yet such love had its limits. To Joy, his affinity for humanity was far greater than that for Grodd, just as Kara's devotion to her own kind surpassed her feelings for humans. Indeed, he could no longer retain Kara by his side. Parting ways before the impending climactic confrontation would be beneficial for both. Given Kara's impulsive nature, her continued presence would undoubtedly lead to her allegiance wavering between Joy and Krypton. Furthermore, Joy had not descended to the depths of demanding that a girl, who had endured nearly 2 decades of torment and research at the hands of Earthlings, and who remained an emotionally sensitive and fragile child, betray her home planet to assist humanity. Observing Joy's distant demeanor, Black Adam surmised that something significant had transpired between the two, and wisely chose not to inquire further about Kara's whereabouts. Before Captain Adam's arrival, he bestowed upon Joy a courteous farewell, echoing a familiar phrase from his homeland, "May peace descend upon you." Yet, Black Adam was acutely aware that the events about to unfold were destined to be anything but peaceful. He had no intention of fighting for the insect-like beings of North America, even if their factions managed to grant him freedom. He was merely accompanying Captain Adam to seek vengeance against the new Shazam. At long last, Captain Adam arrived, not due to an inability to fly as swiftly as Black Adam, but rather from uncertainty about whether reaching such velocity would ignite the entire atmosphere. "Superman, I express my gratitude for your contributions to global peace, and the White House acknowledges and supports your stance in safeguarding our planet." Captain Adam gazed down at Joy and his companions, espousing kind words while dismissing the outstretched hand of steel. Although Captain Adam's shimmering silver skin obscured his facial expressions, it was apparent to all that his cordial words were not accompanied by a welcoming demeanor, signaling an ill intent. "We require you to surrender the other Kryptonian invader you encountered in battle. He is a formidable adversary who must be detained immediately." Here it comes again. Joy understood that with Steele's decoding of that message, the impending Kryptonian invasion was certainly no secret to the regional powers that be, and their distrust was entirely justified. However, the direct demand for a person was undeniably unbecoming and somewhat foolish. This particular brand of foolishness raised Joy's suspicions. He surveyed the area for hundreds of kilometers, from the heavens to the depths below, yet found no signs of danger or blind spots. This only heightened his vigilance. Where lay their hidden contingencies? Surely, it could not be solely Black Adam? Judging by Black Adam's previous conduct, if a confrontation arose, he would likely focus his wrath on Shazam, leaving Joy untouched. He is already deceased. Joy's response evidently did not satisfy Captain Adam, who pressed further. "We must see the living or the dead." Chapter 83. The Kryptonian capture plan, not a chance. Steele observed the scene, feeling as if his processor and half of his brain were on the verge of short-circuiting. Did Captain Adam comprehend the gravity of his words? Surely, he recognized who Joy was, a being capable of single-handedly subduing Wonder Woman, compelling Aquaman to surrender, and contending with a magnitude 12 earthquake with mere flesh and blood. Must you take such a rigid approach? If you insist on being so unyielding, at least bring more allies. Bringing only this fellow, what's his name, Taith Adam, is rather unwise. The look in his eyes when he regards Joy is decidedly off. If a fight ensues, it would be fortunate if he doesn't land a resounding blow on Captain Adam. Does Captain Adam realize how many superhumans reside below? The most formidable group on Earth, all of whom possess the ruthless cunning of Aquaman and Wonder Woman, are currently lying in wait beneath the surface. Steele surmised that those two shrewd and merciless individuals would likely not object to burying a couple more bodies. Even if the White House and the Pentagon were to act irresponsibly, they could not simply issue commands permitting Captain Adam to wreak havoc. Is Captain Adam truly so oblivious as to accept such a task? Suddenly, Steele recalled that the denizens of the White House indeed lacked a sense of humanity, and Captain Adam's intellect seemed equally questionable. Otherwise, the previous incident involving Captain Adam's solo mission to negotiate with the Atlanteans would not have occurred. Not to mention that Captain Adam was held captive by Aquaman, serving as a living battery for a doomsday weapon, nearly unleashing a seismic wave that could have devastated a significant portion of the Eurasian continent. Some individuals learn from their mistakes, while others seem doomed to repeat them. Steele believes that Captain Adam clearly belongs to the latter group. What troubles you today, Nathan? Do you remember it was Joy who rescued you from Aquaman? Steele attempted to salvage his utterly irrational friend's sanity, as he wished to avoid commemorating his fallen comrade every Memorial Day. That long weekend should have been a joyous occasion, perfect for a family outing to the cinema, rather than mourning a hapless soul who succumbed to despair. Stop being foolish, Nathan. Think of your wife, Angela, your daughter, Peggy. You even invited Superman to dine with them, did you not? Remain calm. We are on the same side. Why act this way? Unmoved by Steele's entreaties, Captain Atom demanded, "Give me the Kryptonian's corpse." In response, Steele unleashed a barrage of zero-frame iron fists from his very essence. "That's enough, Nathaniel Atom." With a thunderous crash, Steele accelerated in an instant, propelled by his thrusters, delivering a single punch that sent the overly aggressive Captain Atom soaring into the stratosphere. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and the tumultuous clouds overhead, Captain Atom was met with a relentless assault of iron fists, as Steele propelled him further from Joy. "Wow, their relationship must be quite exceptional," mused Black Adam, observing Steele and the battered Captain Atom distancing themselves. Eagerly, he turned his attention to his true target, Shazam. "Shall we reminisce with your predecessor?" Before Joy could finish his sentence, Shazam stepped forward, ready for confrontation. "Come forth, you traitor." "Fine, I shall remain silent." Now, Joy found himself utterly at a loss for words. Inwardly, he could not help but question whether Black Adam's earlier accolades were sincere. Was he truly waiting for him? If Black Adam could fathom Joy's thoughts, he would vehemently protest his innocence. His respect for Joy was genuine, as fierce and authentic as his present animosity toward Shazam. However, Joy found it difficult to lower himself to confront Black Adam directly, not only due to Black Adam's presence, but also because of Shazam. Although Joy was indifferent to the millennia-long grudge with the wizard Shazam, it was evident that both parties cared deeply about it. At this juncture, offering assistance to either party would constitute an affront to both, prompting Joy to permit a one-on-one clash between Black Adam and Shazam, two true warriors. If they wish to fight, let them do so in a deserted locale. After all, the challenge of them attempting to vanquish each other in such a short span was scarcely more daunting than Joy's earlier endeavor to subdue another Superman with sheer force. As two bolts of lightning illuminated the scene, Shazam and Black Adam had already exchanged numerous blows, their battle having progressed from the ravaged Gotham to the expansive Sahara Desert in North Africa. With these formidable contenders dispatched, capable of toppling all of Gotham, Joy redirected his focus towards Steele and the formidable human nuclear weapon known as Captain Atom, whose power was potent enough to level a significant portion of North America. Following an initial assault, Captain Atom effortlessly seized hold of Steele's mechanical arms. Steele, merely a man of iron, found himself at a disadvantage against Captain Atom, who had since transformed into a being of plasma. Physical confrontations bore little fruit against him. "Victor Stone, are you truly prepared to betray your nation and oppose the entirety of North American military might? You fool." With his arms ensnared, Steele reconstructed a new appendage from his body, landing a punch squarely on Captain Atom's face, interrupting his incessant tirade. "I'm attempting to save you. Are you so eager to see Angela become a widow once again, to have Peggy lose her father anew?" Captain Atom was born from a catastrophic military experiment. The resultant explosion not only transformed him, but also catapulted him a decade into the future, where he was presumed dead all this time. For Captain Atom, 10 years had slipped away in the blink of an eye, during which he painstakingly endeavored to mend his ties with his family. Steele was aware of this not from idle curiosity in military archives, but from the tales Captain Atom had shared over family dinners. Apart from that narrative, Steele recalled that Angela's culinary skills were quite commendable, provided one acknowledged her as a Caucasian. Thus, he found it perplexing that despite articulating his thoughts so clearly, Captain Atom remained obstinately oblivious. "Nathan, why would you prefer to blindly adhere to the orders of those fools in the White House and sacrifice yourself, rather than confront the impending reality of a new world order?" Steele did not believe Captain Atom had the capacity to easily overcome Joy, especially with Aquaman and Wonder Woman present. If Captain Atom persisted in this manner, he would only meet with his demise. Steele had always understood the disdain harbored by those in the White House, Congress, and the Pentagon towards Joy, specifically a deep-seated hatred. Just moments ago, Black Adam had hailed Joy as the liberator of Africa, praising him for shaking the oppressors. As for the specifics of who had liberated Africa from whom, Steele deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. Furthermore, It is worth mentioning that a previous ally of Superman had confiscated the weaponry of African extremists, armed factions in South America, and all arms from the British Civil War, sinking them into the depths of the ocean to temporarily maintain the conflicts within an acceptable range. As for the origins of those weapons, as the absolute sovereign of the cyber world, Steele knew all too well the flow of every connected financial transaction and logistical movement across the globe. He anticipated that there would inevitably be those who would attempt to undermine his faction, but he did not foresee such an approach. This choice was foolish to the extent that it could be likened to declaring war on the great power across the Pacific, a conflict that was utterly unwinnable, perhaps even more so. You see, this is one of the reasons why the Supreme Leader would expel you immediately after the war's conclusion. The metallic exterior of Captain Atom emitted a counteracting energy flow, neutralizing Steele's thrust. In his hand, he unleashed a lethal mix of gamma radiation, which instantly melted Steele's arms. You refer to that Kryptonian as the New Order, yet in the eyes of the authorities, he represents a new threat. He possesses no parents, no lovers, no friends, and no secret identity. He exists almost entirely apart from human society. Do you comprehend the immense potential threat posed by the existence of such an individual to the entirety of humanity? Steele certainly understood that if it were not for the impending Kryptonian invasion, this Kryptonian might have already commenced his next move. He could compel both the Amazons and the Atlanteans to submit through sheer force, and naturally, he could apply the same tactics against other nations. After such an occurrence, would he emerge as a philosopher king, a charismatic authority, or perhaps a tyrant? A butcher? This is a matter worthy of observation and vigilance by all, including Steele. However, to Steele, this concern had become a trivial secondary issue, perhaps even not a concern at all, for in a few days, the very existence of human society would be in jeopardy. A more pressing threat loomed before him. In this life and death moment, Steele could not grasp the purpose of this internal struggle. Were we truly discussing? This is all mere nonsense. The Kryptonian army is about to arrive. Who, at this moment, still cares how this Kryptonian plans to intervene in regional politics? Should the White House and the Pentagon truly be gathering their already strained resources to deal with this singular Kryptonian who is willing to assist us? This is the crux of the matter. The gamma rays from Captain Atom swept across Steele's waist, severing his mechanical lower half entirely. Captain Atom realized that what he was about to say might sound somewhat foolish. Yet it was the undeniable truth. They do not trust you, nor do they trust that Kryptonian. The news of the impending invasion by the Kryptonians originated from you and that Kryptonian. To them, both of you are deemed unreliable sources. Upon hearing this, Cyborg was indeed consumed by rage, seizing Captain Atom by the neck with his remaining arm, attempting to generate another hand to stifle the captain's voice. At such a critical moment, how can those fools be so frivolous? My decoding has never been erroneous. The severing of his arms and legs inflicted far less pain than the earlier comment about being an unreliable source. Yet Captain Atom futilely endeavored to substantiate the veracity of the situation. Those imbeciles may disbelieve me, but they could easily have the experts at Star Labs or the Green Arrow's military scientists decode the data anew. They would undoubtedly arrive at the same conclusion. At this moment, Captain Atom could only lament Cyborg's naivety. No, Victor, you still do not comprehend. This has never been a matter of decoding, nor even a scientific issue. Lightning crackled through the stormy clouds, striking Captain Atom repeatedly, each surge of energy illuminating his form, reflecting off Cyborg's still impassive indigo metal visage. Cyborg inexplicably sensed profound turmoil and suffering emanating from Captain Atom's unchanging iron face. Realizing that the captain had perhaps always maintained a greater level of calm and rationality than himself. The fundamental reason I just conveyed to you, Cyborg, Captain Atom reiterated slowly, even if it seemed utterly foolish and absurd, they do not believe. A formidable energy matrix coalesced in Captain Atom's palm, then aimed at Cyborg. He prepared to execute another directive he had been given, to annihilate Cyborg, who had peered too deeply into the secrets of the powerful. Nathaniel, do not do this. You know this conflict is utterly pointless. I have calculated countless times. You cannot win. Cyborg scanners detected that Superman would arrive at their location in 362 seconds, while Captain Atom sensed the distant sound barrier fracturing in layers. Captain Atom understood that he could not completely eradicate Cyborg. The Victor Stone before him was merely an interface with the real world. The true cyborg existed within the vast cybernetic space, yet those in power would never grasp this. Thus, he proceeded, "No, Victor, this has never been a matter of winning or losing." A brilliant flame ignited, and under the torrent of immense energy, Cyborg's metallic shell melted away in layers, revealing the heart and other flesh beneath. Though it seemed prolonged, under such power, Cyborg's transformation into ashes occurred in an instant. The last remnants of his humanity were reduced to dust. Captain Atom gazed with a complex expression as Victor's ashes dispersed into the sky. He comprehended the essence of Steelbone to such an extent that he never questioned the veracity of the Kryptonian invasion. However, this did not imply that he would relinquish his paramount duty, either to annihilate or contain that Kryptonian, should everything proceed as anticipated. With all parties executing their operational objectives with precision, the laboratory or prison would become the ultimate destination for the adversary. In the eyes of Captain Atom, this plan was not particularly complex. While it is true that greater intricacy in a plan leads to a diminished margin for error, this particular strategy was rather simplistic, akin to detailing the process of fitting an elephant into a refrigerator. Firstly, one must provoke the opponent as they are doing now. However, Captain Atom remained uncertain whether Steelbone alone was sufficient to accomplish this task, yet he found himself bereft of alternative options. Next, the goal was to lure the adversary into space, where a specialized task force would execute the mission. The most crucial aspect of the entire plan was that all participants should strive to avoid death before subduing or eliminating the foe. As for the possibility of victory, that was not within his purview. He was a soldier, bound to execute commands. Chapter 84. Fighting? Make a list. The dialogue between Captain Atom and Steelbone did not escape Joey's ears. Their conversation clearly indicated that their perceptions were entirely misaligned. Joey's party was devising ways to survive the impending Kryptonian military threat, whereas the other side remained oblivious to the imminent danger, still regarding Joey as a hypothetical enemy intent on world domination. The news of the Kryptonian invasion was as certain as the sun rising, and those truly in charge should have recognized this fact. As Steelbone pointed out, the specific data aboard Kara's spacecraft was decodable by astute minds within a short time frame. Yet, the White House obstinately chose disbelief. Surely, people could not be so foolish? Previously, the White House had dismissed a certain virus as merely a severe flu, which at least bore a modicum of pragmatic significance in maintaining production order, at the cost of ushering millions into premature death. Now, to treat the imminent Kryptonian invaders as non-existent transcended Joey's own comprehension of folly. What advantage did this bring? Merely to concentrate their forces against him first? Even if they succeeded, what would it matter? Without him, the Kryptonians could extinguish them with little effort upon their arrival. Joey acknowledged that he had indeed pondered governance issues for Earth in the past, but now, with the presence of Krypton, this was evidently no longer a viable option. The notion of an alien orphan ruling Earth without a home planet contrasted starkly with that of an alien with billions of compatriots governing the planet. Following the revelation of Krypton's existence, Joey could no longer rely on violent means to consolidate political power across Earth, not at least on the surface. Indeed, on the surface, it was impossible. At this moment, Joey experienced a sudden epiphany, as if he had grasped the profound wisdom emanating from the White House. The individuals within that esteemed establishment were not so foolish as to believe that the Kryptonians, upon their arrival on Earth, would require a puppet government to assist in local governance, akin to their actions in other regions of the Third World. If they genuinely harbored such a notion, it would be tenfold more absurd than disbelieving in the imminent arrival of the Kryptonians. It was as if they had indulged in a Thanksgiving feast to the point of hallucination, rendering themselves devoid of rational thought. This was not merely a matter of confusion. If they continued down this misguided path, they would not only lose their wits, but soon find themselves grasping at straws. Even if we were to entertain the idea that Krypton had no intention of cleaning its new abode, Earth, and instead sought to extract some essence from its primitive inhabitants, how could those in the White House presume that the Kryptonians would regard them with any esteem? A puppet government is only established when the suzerain lacks the strength to enforce dominion. Were the sun a red star, perhaps those in the White House might indeed manage to sell Earth at a lucrative price. However, Earth was currently basking in the golden rays of the sun. This meant that the Kryptonians could govern this realm with minimal human resources, especially considering the relative weakness of humanity on a cosmic scale. To conquer a world like Tamarin, which boasted a formidable species such as the Starfire, required a complete fleet of Kryptonian ships and hundreds of thousands of Kryptonian soldiers. Yet, to ensure the loyalty of Earth, a mere reconnaissance vessel and 100 Kryptonians would suffice. Without external forces like the Green Lantern Corps to assist, those 100 Kryptonians could easily ensure that 50 Earthlings would not see the dawn of the next day. Contemplating these matters had become rather tardy. They need not await the arrival of the Kryptonians, for Joy intended to ensure that they would not witness tomorrow's sun. As Joy gradually approached the position of Captain Atom, the captain instantly reduced the steel skeleton in his grasp to a handful of ashes and then made a dismissive gesture towards the approaching Joy. Joy did not rush into battle. To be frank, the demise of the steel skeleton did not incite much anger within him. Both he and Captain Atom understood that the steel skeleton had long existed independently of its corporeal form. Observing the dissipating ashes flowing from Captain Atom's hand, Joy halted a few dozen meters away, crossing his arms and scrutinizing his opponent. "Surely, you do not intend to provoke me with such antics? This is not characteristic of your style, Captain Atom. After all, during my initial visit to the steel skeleton, it was he who greeted me with a kryptonite hand cannon, while you were the one striving to ease the tension. Not to mention, today, he had unhesitatingly destroyed the main body of the steel skeleton." Joy was uncertain why, but he sensed an urgency in Captain Atom today. The captain was indeed anxious, yet there was someone even more so. At the precise moment when Steel Bones' physical form was obliterated, hundreds of drones scattered throughout Gotham City beneath the feet of the two individuals ceased their meticulous task of clearing the debris and ascended into the sky in unison. A multitude of robots encircled Captain Atom. The cacophony of anguished exclamations reverberating through the air caused a slight discomfort to Young Yi's ears. Following this, a barrage of missiles detonated around Captain Atom. Yet for the citizens of Gotham, whose senses had long since dulled, such explosions had become an accepted norm, inciting little panic. In Joy's line of sight, he could discern the mechanical factories hidden beneath the industrial city of Detroit, now wide open, with assembly lines springing to life, churning out tens of thousands of pristine machines. Steel Bone, understandably, was growing increasingly agitated, while his consciousness resided within the digital realm. This did not equate to an absence of sensation, particularly when it was his own corporeal form that had been annihilated. Captain Atom, too, was aware of this reality. Yet he chose to strike down his former ally, a decision that seemed uncharacteristic of him. One was a cherished friend, the other a savior. How could he act with such cold detachment, even in the name of duty? "Superman, I will handle this. Please leave at once." One of Steel Bones' drones approached, attempting to persuade Joy to withdraw. "Nathaniel has never been this way. Grant me 2 minutes, and I can find the answer within network." Indeed, Steel Bone had shown remarkable compassion towards Captain Atom. Even as circumstances had escalated to this perilous juncture, he did not wish to witness the latter's demise in vain. "Steel Bone, cease your efforts." Captain Atom remained unscathed amidst the barrage of missiles. The weaponry of Steel Bone's drones proved utterly ineffective against his defenses. This is no longer a matter of personal emotions or heroic ideals. Countless small missiles detonated, their energy wholly absorbed by Captain Atom, who subsequently unleashed it in a formidable EMP storm. All electronic devices in the vicinity, including Steel Bone's drones, fell into disarray, temporarily rendered into mere heaps of scrap metal. Captain Atom, who had initially believed that annihilating Steel Bone's physical form might incite Superman into a fierce confrontation, now found himself somewhat disillusioned. Who could have anticipated that Steel Bone would harbor such naive hopes after having been vanquished once? Even Superman appeared to be observing the unfolding drama between himself and Steel Bone with detached interest, lacking the impetus to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The first step of this absurd plan had stumbled at this very juncture. "Superman, I represent the Pentagon. I hereby apprehend you as a war criminal." A deep crimson glow emanated from Captain Atom's hands as he wielded the power of energy radiation, with the red sunlight being one of its forms. This constituted one of the few vulnerabilities of Kryptonians, a significant advantage that the Pentagon believed could help him subdue Superman. "Do not resist, or I shall employ lethal force." Silence. Even with the proximity between Captain Atom and Joey, the red solar radiation could reach Joey in mere fractions of a second, yet Joey remained unmoved. For him, eliminating Captain Atom was exceedingly simple. The latter's mastery of his abilities was as rudimentary as Joey's, forever reluctant to delve into deeper levels of power. The distinction lay in the fact that Joey's method was sufficient, while Captain Atom's would lead to his demise. There was no need for Joey to act directly. In just 30 more seconds, the approaching Diana would surely relish the opportunity to sever his throat with the God Killer sword. However, extinguishing Captain Atom, this mere pawn, held no significance. His sole transgression thus far involved evaporating Cyborg and scattering his ashes. Cyborg himself had no objections, so what more could Joey say? At this moment, Joey was engaged in a task akin to Cyborg's. He began to consolidate the flow of information across North America, and indeed the globe. The only difference being that Cyborg achieved this through the internet, while Joey utilized his senses. As Cyborg had noted, the conflict was absurdly unfounded. Battling to the death with Captain Atom here might only lead to the arrival of another adversary. With such time on his hands, it would be far more prudent to compile a list, much like that jolly figure who had studied in Siberia. Yet, observing the fluctuating energy readings from Captain Atom, Joey felt compelled to engage him, casually posing the question he had long wished to ask. What are the names of your wife and daughter? Angela and Peggy? Where have they been hidden? Chapter 85, Why We Fight. They have been secured. The tension etched on Captain Atom's face finally morphed into a furrowed brow. He understood that this Kryptonian's gaze could penetrate every corner of the world, yet he did not anticipate that it would serve as the catalyst for conversation. Until we defeat you, they will remain in a safe house. Do not attempt to use them to coerce me. Do not deceive yourself. You know that the one who would use them against you is not I. At that moment, as Joey observed the red solar radiation emitted by Captain Atom, he realized he could not allow this pawn to fade away in internal strife. Look at your abilities. You're almost inherently suited to combat those Kryptonians. Rather than perish here, why not meet your end on the battlefield against them? Stop wasting effort. At this juncture, Captain Atom's heart harbored but two words: loyalty. I do not wish for your understanding. I do not require coercion, and I shall serve my country. Joey swiftly turned to evade the crimson beam aimed at him, launching a powerful uppercut that sent Captain Atom hurtling beyond the atmosphere. How foolish! The trivial actions perpetrated by certain mock sentient beings had transcended the realm of comprehension for Joey. Although Captain Atom's behavior was audaciously defiant, it was somewhat understandable. This uninformed soldier hailed from the last generation of respectable white men in North America from 4 or 5 decades ago. Now, with a vulnerability grasped by others, it was hardly surprising that he would stubbornly clash with Joey upon receiving orders. Conversely, there were others whose actions stemmed neither from self-interest nor ideology, seemingly motivated solely by a desire to oppose Joey. It was a peculiar mindset, akin to those who, despite being unable to do any good, resolutely refuse to allow others to achieve anything beneficial. Their reasoning was so unique that it led them to embrace a life philosophy that unwaveringly upheld the principle of harming others without yielding any advantage. The artificial intelligence from the strategic games Joey had played, even when focused on hindering players, had never exhibited such folly. From the moment Captain Atom approached him until now, Joey had exerted enough mental effort to solve the three-body problem. Yet he remained perplexed as to why the group in the Pentagon-shaped building and the White House was so determined to oppose him. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Besides emulating the Red Santa Claus and drafting a lengthy list, he had even selected the address of the Gulag Hotel. It was situated on the outskirts of Anchorage, Alaska, and he hoped that the several meters of frozen earth, along with the chilling winds from the Arctic Ocean, would bring some clarity to these fools' minds. In the distance, Captain Atom's head throbbed as he lingered in space for several seconds, still awaiting the imminent pursuit of Superman. Reluctantly, he had to turn back to Earth. The speed at which Captain Atom traversed within the atmosphere paled in comparison to that of the Kryptonian, which was one of the reasons the command had insisted on engaging the battlefield in outer space. However, it was evident that his adversary was not falling for the trap. The time taken to return to Earth allowed for more than just Superman to be waiting for him upon his arrival. Wonder Woman and the orange-skinned alien woman circled around Superman, their gazes directed at Captain Atom, devoid of any goodwill. Particularly, Wonder Woman's expression was grim. Her eyes mirrored the coldness she displayed when executing dissenters on British soil, an unmistakable gaze of a death sentence. Did he comprehend the enormity of the transgression in interrupting a sacred Amazonian funeral? The sword of Hephaestus in her grasp reflected a dangerous glint. And her fierce inquiry was not merely a pretext to confront Captain Atom, but a genuine expression of her wrath. She had already prepared the coffin and placed the drachmas, intending to return another of her own fallen kin to the heavenly island of the Arctic for a dignified Amazonian burial. Not only for oneself, but all the fallen heroes beneath deserve a dignified burial. Yet, some individuals are unwilling to grant even a moment of peace to the deceased. In the eyes of Wonder Woman, such scum have evidently chosen the path to their demise. The scene is far from splendid. Captain Atom radiates an electromagnetic wave intended for communication, preparing to notify the backup team that the mission is evidently to be aborted. This plan was foolish from the outset, built upon the assumption that the concealed superweapon in outer space could truly function, while the adversary had no intention of engaging in battle from the very beginning. Killing Steel would not only fail to enrage Superman, but even Steel himself remained unperturbed, just as Captain Atom was beset by a twinge of guilt over Steel's situation. A dark, ominous cloud enveloped the entire sky above the four. No, it was not a mere cloud. It was Steel, or rather, Steel and his drones. Captain Atom had never imagined that Steel harbored such a multitude of unmanned robots. After he had rendered hundreds of their units inoperative with EMP, he realized that they were merely a fraction of what lay above. Do not attempt to use EMP again. It would be utterly futile. Have you ever seen a joint electromagnetic shield stretching over 1,000 meters? Steel spoke truthfully. Thousands of these units were now converging, weaving together a formidable electromagnetic barrier through their weak connections between reactors. Captain Atom knew it would be exceedingly difficult to employ the same strategy to drive Steel away once more. Ever since deciphering the intel on the Kryptonian invasion, Steel had been clandestinely assembling drones in bulk, amassing a mechanical army funded by the Federal Reserve. Meanwhile, the stock market tycoons in Congress were preoccupied with trading stocks while also printing money, to the extent that they themselves could not tally the amounts produced over the years. No one paid heed to Steel's seemingly trivial maneuvers. At this moment, he was deploying the amplifiers of those thousands of robots to launch a sonic assault on Captain Atom. Nathaniel Atom, you bastard beast, brute, mongrel, surrender at once, or I will beat you so thoroughly that even your mother won't recognize you. Steel remained as gentle as ever, attempting to sway Captain Atom back to reason. Yet those present were not necessarily inclined to fulfill Steel's wish. Before Captain Atom could utter a word, Wonder Woman swiftly cast her lasso of truth to ensnare him, followed immediately by a thrust of her sword. Trash like you is not worthy of redemption. Joy, with a swift motion, grasped the blade that aimed for him. The once razor-sharp sword of Hephaestus, capable of piercing Joy through and through, now seemed dulled, leaving but two shallow wounds on his fingers and palm. Observing this, Wonder Woman hastily restrained her force. However, before she could offer an apology, Joy interrupted. Diana, do not do this. I gave you a chance once. You should afford him the same. Joy understood that Wonder Woman was far removed from the realm of compassion, yet he was taken aback by her decisive action, striking with lethal intent without hesitation. While Captain Atom represented a perfect trial for her sword, offering undeniable justification for her lethal course, Joy could not allow Diana to spiral further into madness. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. In a reality where he did not exist, Wonder Woman had forged her path from Paradise Island to Britain, ruthlessly eliminating foes. In her fervor to vanquish Shazam, she had once coldly executed a mere child of 13 or 14, without a flicker of remorse after he had reverted to his original form. Each act of murder should serve to enhance the circumstances of both herself and the world, rather than transforming her into a mere butcher, as she ultimately became. Initially, Diana felt a pang of guilt upon being thwarted in her assault, but Joy's words suddenly resonated with her, reminding her of Aquaman's prior counsel. At that moment, she grasped the essence of his message. I was wrong. In matters such as these, as the one granted forgiveness, Wonder Woman lacked the authority to make decisions on behalf of Joy. Aquaman had clearly recognized this, which is why he had previously dithered during the dispute over whether to kill Superman. At this moment, Joy was oblivious to the turmoil within Wonder Woman's heart and had not anticipated her admission of fault. His earlier remarks had not even contained an implication of blame. He had begun to grow accustomed to the unique strengths of his companions. In a sense, he owed a debt of gratitude to the elite training provided by the Watt Company, which had desensitized him to the flaws of true heroes, making them far easier to engage with than the artificially crafted pretenders. Captain Atom, on the other hand, remained perplexed about the true nature of his fight. If he insisted on claiming his actions were for the sake of his country, Joy felt compelled to help him define what his country truly was. Joy had always been a person of virtue, yet at times, to achieve a greater good, he found it necessary to employ the methods of a villain. He turned to face Captain Atom, extending two fingers, two choices. Choice 1. You surrender and remain here. In 2 hours, everything will return to normal, and you will go home to your wife and daughters. No one will perish, save for a few bureaucrats in the White House, the Pentagon, and Congress who will unexpectedly take a vacation to northern Alaska. Choice 2. Joy utilized his extraordinary vision to thoroughly scan Captain Atom's physique, identifying the precise areas where strikes would most rapidly induce chaos, transforming him into the most potent nuclear bomb in human history. You stand here to face us in a deadly confrontation, and we shall eliminate you within 3 seconds. Subsequently using your body to detonate a colossal nuclear explosion that would plunge the entire North American continent into the depths of the ocean, resulting in the demise of all. You see, you just claimed that no one coerced you, that you fight solely for your homeland. So now it is you who must decide who truly represents your country. While conversing with Captain Atom, Joy simultaneously completed this year's statistical work for the North American Federal Bureau. Currently, your nation comprises 335,678,912 citizens, among whom 18 are children aged 14 or younger. Is this sufficient to represent your homeland? Oh, now it is 335,678,910, as 3 individuals have perished due to gun violence, while another new life has just been born. Or do you consider your homeland to be merely those 3? 268 unforgivable parasites currently hiding in lead-line bunkers? Chapter 86. This seems somewhat extreme. Externally, Joy did not exude an air of authority, particularly with his youthful visage. Before succumbing to madness in battle, he appeared even more ordinary than Clark Kent. However, at times, an individual's gravitas does not stem from their appearance or demeanor, but rather from their past deeds. Captain Atom understood that Joy was coercing him and recognized the formidable power his adversary wielded to bring such threats to fruition. Yet, the term surrender remained painfully harsh for a soldier. Wonder Woman tightened her grip on her lasso. Surrender. Do not mistake Superman's bestowed mercy for weakness. Before the truth-telling lasso, no resolute will could withstand its power. Wonder Woman could easily compel Captain Atom to submit through the lasso's might, yet she restrained her strength, ensuring that everything he would say next emerged from his own volition. A true soldier never surrenders. Captain Atom raised his head high, along with the sword of Hephaestus that Wonder Woman wielded, yet he ultimately uttered a crucial statement. But I refuse to fight for those so few thousands you mentioned. Joy swiftly raised a hand to halt Wonder Woman's actions. Let him go, Diana. What is wrong with the heroes of this world? The one intended to quell the violence of war, Wonder Woman, exhibits a taste for bloodshed, while Aquaman, meant to bridge land and sea, displays a remarkable lack of discernment. And now, this Captain Atom proves to be stubbornly defiant. Had he delayed his words by merely half a second, Wonder Woman might have split him in 2 with her blade. Very well, achieving half of the objective still counts as success. Joy gazed at the newly liberated Captain Atom, endeavoring to extract some intelligence from him. Consider where your wife and daughter might be safeguarded. Narrowing down the possibilities would expedite my efforts to retrieve them for you. However, Captain Atom dismissed Joy's inquiries in goodwill, choosing instead to reflect on how to secure his throne as a conqueror. In this moment of compromise with Joy, he found himself liberated in every conceivable sense. As for them, that has never been a concern. As Captain Atom previously asserted, his journey to this juncture was never born of coercion. Retrieving them from a safe house was trivial for him. He was acutely aware of the true meaning behind the so-called protection they purportedly offered, yet he voluntarily chose to fulfill his responsibilities. Now, however, that responsibility had been cast aside. This illustrates the duality of compromise. Its merits lie in pragmatism. allowing both parties to avoid conflict, seemingly yielding a win-win scenario. Yet the downside is that neither achieved a heroic resolution. The superhero had devolved into a despicable butcher, wielding slaughter as a means of intimidation, while he himself had become a cowardly deserter. Having chosen to retreat this time, he pondered what would transpire should the superhero, upon acquiring supreme power, gradually descend into a state worse than that of vermin. Would he still possess the courage to confront the superhero then? Captain Atom harbored a pessimistic outlook on this matter. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. The vast disparity in their powers rendered him reliant on the moral compass of that individual and his small collective for the continued existence of the world. Do not frown. Nathan, I recognize that expression. You always wear it when musing over moral dilemmas. One of the steel bones soared through the sky, interrupting Captain Atom's reverie. Those tedious moral quandaries can wait until you return home to ponder with your Angela, whether you acknowledge it or not. Beings like you and me inherently blur the lines between morality and righteousness. I apologize for what I did, Captain Atom observed the now wholly mechanical steel bone, suddenly realizing the gravity of his earlier transgression, leaving him at a loss for words in his attempt to apologize. He had anticipated that he would likely be dead by now, having perished in battle against the superhero. The steel bone interrupted Captain Atom's remorse. Perceiving the destruction of a mere shell as hardly a significant loss, I should be thanking you. You've liberated me from the confines of flesh. Go now. Spend time with your family. Whether Earth will still exist a week from now remains uncertain. As Captain Atom departed, Joy and the others present began to deliberate on how the entire plan should unfold. Wonder Woman and Aquaman must be excluded from the plan, as the political significance represented by the Amazonian Queen and the Lord of Atlantis is too immense. A single thread pulled can disrupt the entire tapestry. The use of force is merely a means, not an end. Therefore, one must exercise caution in selecting its source. Starfire, with her inherently peaceful nature as a Tamaranian, finds herself unable to resort to violence. As for Shazam, Joy casts a glance at him, who is currently locked in an equally matched struggle against Black Adam. Regarding the alternate universe's Batman and the recently resurrected Hawkgirl, Joy merely hopes they do not cause any disturbances. Otherwise, the prison will require additional VIP suites. Upon reflection, only Steel and Joy remain. Not merely two individuals, but an entire battalion. Steel points to the vast army of robots behind him. These machines may appear somewhat fragile to you, yet in skirmishes against conventional armed forces, they are virtually invincible and inexhaustible. Truth be told, when Steel heard Joy mention a list of 268 individuals, he felt an internal resistance. After all, he is a conservative. After initially aggregating information from the internet, he, like Joy, compiled a list in his memory. Such tasks are not difficult for either of them. In this modern society, characterized by advanced networks, coupled with a group of individuals who, despite engaging in covert activities, willingly expose themselves daily via their cameras on social media platforms, North America holds almost no secrets for Steel. If he so desires, he can monitor every individual in front of a camera through the network. Evidently, Superman possesses the same capability, even without reliance on the internet as he does. This Kryptonian is, in essence, a living deity among mortals. On this planet, who is innocent, and who bears guilt, who deserves judgment, and who is worthy of forgiveness? Steel and Superman's quest for conclusions is but a single thread, a singular thought. To put this into action, however, is even simpler. This is the essence of supreme, absolute power. The implications of such power transcend millennia of sociological research, entering a realm beyond Steel's comprehension. This also accounts for Steel's belief that the figure of 268 is somewhat inappropriate, as it starkly contrasts with the expectations derived from his conservative calculations. This number is overly cautious. Unlike Joy, who relies solely on ephemeral visual observations, Steel perceives both the present and the past within the cyber realm. Consequently, he has amassed a file totaling 3 million bytes, even when employing the least efficient ASCII encoding to store characters. Under ASCII rules, a single letter occupies 1 byte, which implies that Steel has generated a list implicating hundreds of thousands of individuals. At the moment when Captain Atom obliterated his own half-human form, Steel's consciousness had already begun to roam freely within cyberspace, liberated from the constraints of his corporeal body. Although Superman's vision could penetrate the entirety of the Earth, his perspective remained woefully myopic. Merely addressing the plight of over 3,000 individuals could not resolve any substantive issues. Having chosen to descend into the abyss, why merely skim the surface? It is preferable to eradicate the roots of a problem from the outset rather than to treat it with undue leniency, leading to a deeper entanglement later on. Thus, Steele projected his own list. Superman, I wish to make a slight modification to the list you mentioned. Joy gazed at the extensive catalog that could nearly envelop half the sky of Gotham, comprising a staggering 260,000 names, and felt that his own list was indeed overly conservative. Each name at the forefront of the holographic display was accompanied by detailed accounts of the individual's transgressions and the evidence that could secure a conviction, which from a pragmatic standpoint was nothing short of impeccable. However, as he scrolled further down the list, a disconcerting trend emerged. Many names were associated with negligible infractions, at most minor violations of the law. What does this mean, Steele? Are speeding, failing to conduct vehicle inspections, or illegal parking truly heinous crimes? Steele swiftly scrolled down, only to find that many individuals listed thereafter possessed pristine records, utterly unblemished. The vast majority were those who would be incited to rebel against us within the next 120 hours, with an average likelihood exceeding 334. Taken aback, Joy instinctively raised his hand to halt Steele from revealing further sections of the list. He recognized that he and those around him could no longer be regarded as traditional heroes, yet there was no necessity to become the ultimate enforcers of a dystopia. Stop! Stop! We aim to establish a new order, but not this kind of new order. At that moment, Joy suddenly realized that the half-mechanical, half-flesh embodiment of Steele that Captain Atom had previously destroyed might, in a certain sense, represent Steele's true essence. Steele's half-human intellect was undoubtedly more than mere ornamentation. The cognitive divergence between a half-mechanical being and a pure cyborg was beginning to manifest, devoid of a physical form to temper his rationality. Steele's existence as a pure cybernetic consciousness in the digital realm appeared to have become excessively radical. Be mindful of your rationality and consciousness, Steele. You may not yet realize it, but your thoughts have become wholly unbridled. Human society is characterized by emotion and chaos, not by clear-cut algorithms and programs. Fortunately, Steele was quick to comprehend, and after rapidly calculating the feasibility of a plan that excluded Superman and assessing the disparity in their powers, he recognized the necessity for a recalibration. Acknowledged, I shall amend my strategic approach. I believe I may require some biological hormones to restore balance to my thoughts. Joy currently seeks to meticulously eradicate the pests infesting the towering tree, ensuring its well-being. In contrast, Steel Bone intends to eliminate the tree's trunk entirely to prevent any further infestation, replacing it with stainless steel for a permanent solution. Should Steel Bone follow through with this plan, there would be no need to await the arrival of Kryptonians. Joy and his small faction would likely find themselves embroiled in conflict with the entire world. At this moment, Joy reflects on the information flow generated during his encounter with Barbados, which indeed spoke of the dark multiverse. Almost everything in this world appears to be inexorably heading towards ruin. The universe resembles a train hurtling toward a precipice, with every passenger clamoring to accelerate further into the driver's cabin. Fortunately, Joy arrives just in time, applying the brakes while fending off those outside who wish to hasten the descent. Otherwise, this world might have already been remade by the Overseer, Barbados. Chapter 87. The creation of Krypton. After resolving his dispute with Captain Atom, Joy dispatches Steelbone to locate the over 3,000 individuals hiding in underground lead-line shelters, while he himself prepares to relocate these pests to their designated places. Joy unearths the concealed military bases scattered throughout North America, revealing well-constructed bunkers dating back to the Cold War, which are capable of withstanding nuclear strikes. However, they are no match for a Kryptonian capable of flight and teleportation. Joy begins with the largest bunker, extracting its remarkably sturdy structure from the ground and hoisting it onto his shoulders, transporting it to the expansive ice fields of Alaska with ease, akin to carrying a cage of packaged hamsters. As Joy ascends to search for the second underground shelter, 4F-22 jets scramble from the Central Air Force Base, albeit arriving too late. While the pilots inquire via radio whether to engage, Joy accelerates and vanishes from their line of sight. He continues to retrieve the second, third, and ultimately the last bunker. During his aerial transport, the fighter jets hesitate to attack due to the potential collateral damage, and once Joy sets down the bunker and departs, their outdated targeting systems fail to lock onto any opportunity to fire. At times, Joy can overhear the frantic curses of commanders within the bunker, as one plan after another is proposed and swiftly dismissed. The sudden disappearance of Captain Atom leaves them disoriented. Even the lethal weapon they had long discussed seems incapable of turning the tide without the presence of Captain Atom to simulate the Red Sun's power. Secret weapon? Joy scans the entire Earth once more, finding no units that pose a significant threat to him. To speak candidly, he indeed cannot penetrate leaden objects. The number of individuals concealed behind the shelter is entirely deduced through the defensive information observable outside and the count of those visible. Even if there are slight discrepancies leading to some elusive figures, it is of little consequence, for unlike Joy, these individuals possess genuine social identities, which represents a critical vulnerability for Steel. In the realm of cyberspace, a mere thought from the sole sovereign could render them incapacitated in our modern society. Heavily reliant on the internet, as Steel jested previously, he could effortlessly deplete an individual's bank account or even their identity information. However, having already driven these pests to the brink, it won't be long before their secrets are laid bare. It is now time to unbox the unknown, starting with the larger clues. According to Joy's process of elimination, this defensive structure unearthed from Southern California likely houses the primary team responsible for this operation, not the commanders, but the entire logistical industrial organization providing technical support. If the secret weapon discussed by the advisory group indeed exists, it is highly probable that it resides here. The thick walls of this 1,000-square-meter, three-story complex pose no challenge for Joy. He effortlessly glides forward, creating a human-shaped void in the half-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall. As the frigid winds from Alaska surge into the shelter, the already taut security personnel unleash a barrage of ammunition at the breach. Kryptonite ammunition? A reckless waste of extremely rare strategic resources. Each shooter will face an additional 300 years in prison for their actions. Amidst the billowing smoke, Joy utilizes his thermal vision to dissolve the weaponry of all present, gradually floating into the depths of the complex, where he finally beholds the entirety of the shelter. The arrangement and composition of personnel within this underground facility resemble a research laboratory more than anything else, akin to the one where Joy had previously imprisoned Kara beneath Metropolis. Countless lamps emit crimson sunlight, illuminating a plethora of cylindrical biological incubation chambers standing erect. Through Joy's superhuman vision, the grotesque bodies within these chambers, infused with Kryptonian DNA, are laid bare. They have imprisoned and studied Kara for 2 decades, evidently amassing a sufficient collection of genetic samples. Even after Joy incinerated everything in that clandestine research base beneath Metropolis, it could not deter these individuals from their reckless pursuit of the supreme power akin to that of Kryptonians. The quest for strength must continue through these disreputable biological experiments. The ethical principles of scientific inquiry and bioethics are not merely constraints, but rather forms of protection. A truly rational individual recognizes this, and thus avoids the study of powers that they clearly cannot control. The issue lies in the fact that truly rational individuals rarely inhabit this research facility. It is utterly unsurprising. The survival of you wretches until today is truly a testament to sheer luck. Observing the white-coated researchers and the heavily armed security personnel, Joy could not help but lament the fortunate fate of these creatures. To date, they have achieved nothing beyond these dubious, grotesque clones, which evidently proves that this group is ill-suited for this endeavor. The absence of results likely stands as their most favorable outcome. If they were to actually produce something, merely creating a Kryptonian replica would be considered a success. However, should they inadvertently generate a creature devoid of reason yet imbued with Kryptonian traits, Earth might very well be annihilated before Joy could intervene. Suddenly, Joy's gaze fell upon an anomaly. The central area of the 3rd level housed a biological growth chamber, positioned at the heart of the facility, connected to a multitude of cables and pipelines. The wear on the cable and pipe interfaces, coupled with the scratches on the floor, suggested that this growth chamber had only recently been relocated to this central position and had been supplied with additional resources. What troubled Joy further was the emptiness of the chamber. This scenario pointed to but one possibility, whether by sheer luck or the culmination of years of technological advancement. These individuals had succeeded in creating a being worthy of substantial investment. Furthermore, this entity had previously evaded Joy's line of sight. A gust swept through the laboratory as Joy seized the bald man with a badge reading Research Supervisor and dragged him outside. Joy scrutinized the badge. Reading the scientist's name, Savannah. What is the meaning of the empty growth chamber in the lab? What lies within it? At that moment, they were perched hundreds of meters above the ground, Joy gripping the collar of the frail, balding old man who trembled in the biting Alaskan wind. Speak. Do not compel me to drop you. Much like Shazam, who shares numerous attributes with Superman, his adversaries mirror this connection. The man before Joy, often referred to as the mad scientist Savannah, resembles Superman's nemesis Lex Luthor. In the regular universe, he was once one of Shazam's principal foes. In the mainstream universe, Black Adam's emergence to seek vengeance upon Shazam was facilitated by Savannah's covert machinations. At this moment, Dr. Savannah merely grinned maniacally, exclaiming, You will soon be obliterated by Black Adam and my most perfect creation. At that instant, the F-22 fighter jets, having finally received explicit orders to engage, activated their Vulcan cannons, unleashing 20mm depleted uranium rounds that shredded the unfortunate Savannah in Joy's grasp into mere fragments. At this moment, Joy was utterly disinterested in Dr. Savannah's forthcoming ramblings, with the F-22 buzzing around him like a persistent fly. If it sought to attack, Joy resolved to let it unleash its fury, reducing the scoundrel at his side to nothing more than the true filth of humanity. The hastily launched fighter jets were devoid of kryptonite munitions, rendering the possibility of inflicting harm on him nearly non-existent. Yet, from beyond the distant horizon, approaching the sun, a figure capable of truly harming him hurtled towards Joy at a speed surpassing that of the light particles emitted by the sun reaching Earth. Upon locking onto the figure and discerning its face, Joy, despite being prepared, found himself momentarily taken aback. Kara? Though he knew she was Kara, the resemblance to the Kryptonian Kara Zor-El was strikingly identical. The distinction lay in the fact that this individual appeared more mature, with hair not golden but silver. In contrast to Kara, whose attire bore the red and blue hues symbolizing diplomacy in Kryptonian culture, this figure donned a vibrant red cape, but the underlying costume was white, adorned with gold, red, and blue embellishments. At that moment, the visage of this Kara exuded unmasked hostility and lethal intent toward Joy. This must be the secret weapon that had been the subject of prior discussions, a Kryptonian creation birthed on Earth. As the approaching Kryptonian clone drew nearer, Joy could not help but curse inwardly. Had he encountered an excess of Kryptonians lately? Moreover, none seemed to embody the qualities of a gentleman. All were stained with blood. Where was the promised notion of Kryptonians symbolizing hope for the universe? Had he known that such godlike powers would be wielded in this manner, he would have spared himself the inner turmoil regarding the saintly Clark Kent. In the atmospheric environment, she exhibited reckless abandon, disregarding the potential for devastating winds that could disrupt the ecosystem. This resulted in her flying at a visibly faster speed than the more restrained Joy. Before he could adjust to an advantageous position, he had no choice but to brace himself for her diving assault. Bang! The two Kryptonians collided mid-air above Alaska. The fortunate aspect was that the immense shockwave effectively neutralized the gusts generated by the silver-haired Kara's flight. Joy need not worry about the frigid currents of Alaska encroaching into undesirable territories. However, the unfortunate reality was that this collision between Kryptonians detonated like a miniature nuclear explosion in the skies of Alaska. The F-22s, which had previously been hovering in the air, now vanished like butterflies caught in a tempest, their presence swept away in an instant. The robust defensive structures that had been strategically positioned by Joey 100 meters below were utterly incapable of withstanding such might, bereft of the cushioning weight of the earth. The reinforced concrete frames of the fortifications shattered under the shockwave, disintegrating into fragments. Particularly affected was the largest underground stronghold that Joey had just breached. Its larger target rendered it more susceptible to the impact. Concrete debris fell from the steel framework, and the gravitational force brought the entire structure crashing down, the three-story edifice collapsing with a thunderous roar. For some, a sentence of 500 years in prison was abruptly transformed into a fate of 0 years. It is no wonder that Captain Atom and those behind him fervently sought to transport the battlefield into outer space. If the Kryptonians unleashed their full firepower upon the surface of the Earth for an extended duration, they could obliterate the entire terrain. In such dire circumstances, do you still have a luxury to concern yourself with the fate of those insects? The fist of the silver-haired Kara came hurtling toward Joey, but he effortlessly grasped it with one hand. At this moment, Joey was evidently not fully focused on his clone. To him, she was merely an imitation. He had never regarded the combat prowess of the original Kara with any seriousness, let alone that of a counterfeit. In Joey's eyes, this battle would prove no more arduous than his previous encounter with another Superman. A simple restraint would suffice to buy him time until the Steel Bones realized the situation here, at which point they could seize victory with little effort. Sensing Joey's nonchalant demeanor, silver-haired Kara's expression turned increasingly furious. Why do you lack any semblance of a true Kryptonian? Why not start treating each battle with the seriousness it deserves, like a genuine Kryptonian? Despite the lengthy tirade from this faux Kara, Joey's gaze remained fixated on the rubble below. These lead-coated materials rendered his vision incapable of assessing the casualties. Confronted with this Kryptonian clone who had unilaterally chosen to attack him, Joey remained dismissive. Be quiet. I do not wish to fight you now. Merely a pitiable clone, Joey bore no inherent prejudice against her, as he was not a true native Kryptonian. With her hands restrained by Joey, silver-haired Kara, unable to break free, decided to lift her knee and strike him in the abdomen. With her arms captured, Joey had evidently found a more worthy target to protect. Now, he could hardly afford to be distracted by the fates of those humans underground. With a powerful twist of his arms, Joey caused the silver-haired clone to lose her balance, interrupting her dangerous attempt to deliver a crippling blow. In any battle taken seriously, who resorts to such base tactics? The physiological structure of Kryptonians bears a striking resemblance to that of Earthlings. Indeed, should she happen to visit that realm, even the most resilient of beings would surely experience pain momentarily. This replicant is truly lacking in manners. As Joy, still grappling with the white-haired Kara, felt her temper flare, she seized the opponent and, summoning all her strength, delivered a headbutt directly to her face. The tremendous shockwave generated by the collision of two Kryptonian bodies shattered the solid ice of the surrounding tundra, revealing the long-hidden, frozen ground beneath. The previously collapsed fortifications endured yet another assault, leaving those hidden within in dire straits. Seizing the opportunity while the white-haired Kara was momentarily dazed, Joy finally relinquished her grip on the other's arms, simultaneously freeing her own fists. She then unleashed a powerful punch to the faux Kara's face, causing an eruption of vibrant colors and a splatter of blood. What do Kryptonian traditions have to do with you? You are not even a Kryptonian. You are merely a replicant. The white-haired imposter, upon hearing the word clone, could scarcely attend to the blood trickling from her nose as she retaliated with a punch to Joy's jaw, sending her hurtling out of the atmosphere before Joy could even react. After taking the blow, Joy's head rang with a dull ache. Yet she did not rush to stabilize herself. Instead, she soared beyond the atmosphere, avoiding collateral damage in the ensuing conflict. Meanwhile, Joy cycled through various languages: Mandarin, English, Russian, Arabic, French, German, and Kryptonian, repeating replicant, replicant, replicant. The faux Kara, incensed by these words, erupted into a hysterical roar. I tell you, you little fool, today you shall meet your end. It was as though Joy had uttered the most unforgivable words. It seems some individuals simply cannot bear the truth. Joy pondered the sudden fury of her opponent. If a genuine Kryptonian were to be referred to as a clone, it would indeed provoke ire. She recalled the historical records of the replicant rebellion from millennia past, a bloody and protracted conflict that rendered the term clone nearly cursed among Kryptonians. To label a Kryptonian as a clone in their context is to bestow an insult far more grievous than mere canine slurs. Yet this Kara, a mere clone, knew nothing of Krypton. Just moments ago, she spoke of Kryptonian traditions as if no one understood Krypton better than she. Joy mused that perhaps the excessive nutrients administered during her cloning had induced a delusion in her. Was this Kara, the one she faced, not a counterfeit? Did she not possess the discernment to see the truth? Even identical twins exhibit subtle biological distinctions in their physical appearance, let alone in the presence of someone like Joy. who possesses Kryptonian vision. This counterfeit Kara, despite sharing the same DNA structure as the original golden-haired Kara, displays significant differences in her musculature and skeletal structure. The white-haired individual is considerably older than Kara, and there is no need for X-ray vision to discern this. Her bosom is far more imposing than that of the original Kara, confidently accentuated by her audacious attire. The true Kara is essentially a bashful and insecure Kryptonian child, incapable of donning such garments, at least not at this moment. Moreover, every Kryptonian's biofield is nearly unique, akin to a form of authentication. The biofield of this white-haired faux Kara is markedly more potent than that of the authentic golden-haired Kara. Something felt amiss. Joy pondered whether there was a flaw in the sequence of events. Could Earth technology create such a being? A clone, emerging freshly from a tank, boasting greater strength than the original? This defies the mere happenstance of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. If humanity possessed such scientific prowess, what need would Joy have to worry about a Kryptonian invasion? At that moment, Joy's ears perked up as she caught a directive echoing from the ruins of a defense installation far in Alaska. He has gone to space. Activate the satellite. Initiate that weapon. At this instant, a satellite in outer space projected a pure white energy wave, cleaving a rift in the fabric of space. If all proceeded as anticipated, this device should be a phantasmic space projector, a technology also hailing from Krypton. The phantasmic space is a void world parallel to the current material universe, where Kryptonians, who do not impose capital punishment, have long utilized this realm to confine prisoners. It now appeared that Earthlings may have discovered how to unlock the phantasmic space through Kara's spacecraft, using it to conceal elements they wish to keep hidden from Joy's scrutiny, such as the monstrous entity before her. Following the beam, the grotesque figure emerged from the rift. Its grayish-green, keratinized skin was adorned with sharp, bony protrusions, and its dark red eyes scanned Joy and the faux Kara. A gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, roared at the two. Although Joy had no desire to heed its meaningless bellowing in the vacuum of space, it was unmistakable that this creature was imbued with a thirst for slaughter and destruction. With her supervision, Joy discerned that this being was primarily composed of Kryptonian DNA, interspersed with fragments from multiple other races, Atlanteans, Amazons, and some unknown genetic components that Joy could not identify. The laboratory personnel had seemingly treated this creation as a Lego assemblage, recklessly combining anything they could find. These earthly ants truly possess an appalling lack of timing. With a swift motion, the silver-haired Kara stood before the monstrosity, extending her hand to seize the creature's head with remarkable agility, tearing it clean off. This creation, reminiscent of a Frankenstein monster devised by Earth's mad scientists, had scarcely begun to unleash its boundless fury before it was rendered lifeless in an instant. Kara furrowed her brow in disgust, even employing her heat vision to cleanse her right hand, which had just made contact with the abhorrent creature. What a revolting pest. Wouldn't you agree, Superman? Wait, that is not right. Joy stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He was not astonished by the swift demise of the creature, which those insects had held in such high regard. Indeed, such a crude entity could easily be produced by the inept techniques of those fools. Joy himself could effortlessly crush it. However, its appearance posed a new conundrum for him. If this bewildering creature was a genetically engineered weapon crafted by humans, then what, pray tell, was this silver-haired Kara before him? Furthermore, it was known that this Kara, with her mouth full of Kryptonian, appeared significantly older than the Kara he was familiar with, and she adamantly claimed not to be a clone. Had the golden-haired Kara he had previously interacted with not come to a conclusion about this, his foolish cousin? The silver-haired Kara turned her gaze toward Joy, tightening her fist as a layer of active metallic armor began to envelop her entire body from the wristbands concealed beneath her gloves. The metal spread with astonishing speed, soon cloaking Kara entirely, revealing the identification number and Kryptonian script inscribed on one side of the armor. This was the fundamental battle armor of the Kryptonian military unit. Rest assured, I shall explain everything to you, after I administer a lesson first. Joy's ignorance could not absolve him of his scornful remarks toward his kin for their so-called cloning indiscretions. Today, Kara Zor-El would impart a lesson to the wayward Kryptonian child. Kal-El's parents would be held accountable. Chapter 89, Misfire. Kal-El, 20 years ago. The signal from your spacecraft vanished between sectors 2813 in 2814. You cannot fathom the joy I felt when I saw you appear on this Earth just a few days ago. I've been lurking in this star system for nearly 2 decades, manipulating their politics and technology, clearing numerous obstacles for the impending Kryptonian army. Yet, I never anticipated that the final barrier to my takeover of Earth would be you. Once fully deployed, Kara's jet-black metallic armor coalesced into a seamless form. Its metallic components interlocking like scales, leaving no trace of seam. Under the sun's rays, the originally pure black exterior shimmered with an unexpected silver hue. For Kara, this armor felt as though it were an extension of her very being. Once again, there lies an object imbued with lead. Though Joy could not fathom the inner workings of this armor, he discerned that its purpose transcended mere ornamentation. The biological force field radiation emitted by his opponent was surging dramatically at that moment. Joy had previously contemplated stealing Iron Man's arc reactor to empower himself. It was implausible that other Kryptonians had not entertained similar thoughts. On the left shoulder of Kara's armor, there existed a minuscule laser-etched inscription, which appeared to Earthlings as a chaotic jumble of computer code, a sequence of Kryptonian characters. Based on Joy's prior learning, these characters translated to Rao, no, sort of Rao. Kryptonian Warrior Guild number 1555. Unbidden, Joy found himself reciting the contents of the inscription aloud. The silver-haired Kara, perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to her as the true Kara, upon hearing Joy's words, experienced a notable softening of the ire concealed beneath her transparent visor. Thank Rao. You can indeed read. I had presumed you could manage little more than basic literacy. Rao is regarded as a primordial deity in Kryptonian faith, a personification of the red star at the heart of their solar system, revered since ancient times. Expressing gratitude to Rao is akin to the Earthling's sentiment of thanking God. Joy now questioned how his counterpart truly perceived him, a Kryptonian exiled from his home. Surely, mastering a new written language could not be an insurmountable challenge for a Kryptonian intellect. Was his ability to read truly a matter for celebration? Of course I can read. Do you think I am illiterate? Seizing the moment while Joy retorted, the silver-haired Kara unexpectedly delivered a swift punch to his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Focus, Kal-El. The distance of several thousand meters between them felt negligible, particularly as the Kryptonian Kara, clad in her armor, exhibited a velocity that had escalated to an entirely new magnitude. This left Joy, already on guard, swiftly regretting his earlier advantage. He concluded that this Kara possessed a rather petulant temperament. After all, he had merely referred to her as a copy and had playfully tapped her nose. Who could have anticipated such a brutal retaliation? I am Joy Joseph Kent, or simply Joy. That is my name, he exclaimed, retaliating with a punch, only for Kara to deftly evade and block with her elbow. Yet, accustomed to the resilience of iron, Joy felt an excruciating pain in his knuckles upon this collision. Akin to flesh striking steel, hiss. The metallic surface of Kara's armor pulsed, as if alive, coalescing into a sharp blade at her wrist. And Joy's words undoubtedly fueled her growing fury. Adopting the name of an earthly barbarian does not make you one of them, fool. With a swift motion, she severed the prominent emblem on Joy's chest, exposing flesh and bone beneath. It was as if he were a barbarian in a world that should be civilized. The weapons of Earth are ineffective against you, but that does not imply that those from Krypton are harmless. Under the yellow sun, Kryptonians pose a lethal threat to others. And the same environment can be deadly for Kryptonian creations. Joy's wound was nearly impossible to heal as torrents of blood gushed forth, quickly crystallizing into spherical beads of crimson ice in the vacuum of space. The blade that had just slashed Joy's torso transformed back into liquid form, slipping into Kara's armor. She gripped Joy's neck, cutting off his breath. Abandon your foolish human name. Kal-El, shoulder the responsibilities befitting an adult. You're no longer a child. You cannot spend your life playing with ants in this savage world. At that moment, Joy found it difficult to speak, choked by her grip, his breath coming in labored gasps. Kara, witnessing his plight, felt a twinge of compassion and eased her hold slightly. This was never my intention. Things should not have escalated to this point. The ship that carried you should have revealed all truths during your youth. The emblem of the House of El, the symbol, represented unity and hope on Krypton. Yet now they were forced to turn against each other. The ancestors of the El family had guided the Kryptonians from a savage era to the stars. Yet now, Kara was at a loss for how to restore her barbarous cousin to a civilized being. Perhaps inflicting a mortal wound with a blade of Kryptonian metal was not the optimal solution. Kara might justify her actions as tough love. Yet she understood that if Joy's father, Jor-El, were to discover this, he might very well confine her to the Phantom Zone for a few days of reflection. I implore you, Kal-El, you have already attempted to rule these savages, and you know how easily it can be done. What difference does it make to them whether they're ruled by you or by Krypton? One thing you said is undeniably true. Finally able to catch his breath, Joy grasped Kara's hand that was constricting his neck, his eyes filled with blood vessels. I must approach every battle as a true Kryptonian would. As Joy exerted force with his hands, the active metal of Kara's gauntlet began to ripple under the strain until it shattered. Seizing her forearm, Joy hurled her into the depths of space, followed by a beam of energy bright enough to illuminate half of Earth's night sky. Even with the protection of a biological force field, the armor adorning Kara ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault of the thermal vision, dissolving into molten metallic spheres. Following closely, Joy's punch propelled Kara to near-light speed, sending her crashing into the surface of Europa, where her momentum was slightly diminished as it was absorbed. Subsequently, both she and the debris were ensnared by the gravitational pull of Jupiter, the most massive planet in the solar system, plummeting directly into its atmosphere. As Kara descended into this ocean of hydrogen and methane, her black armor and the white bodysuit beneath had been severely damaged from the previous onslaught. Though the armor endeavored to self-repair, it struggled to continue functioning after losing a significant amount of mass. At that moment, it felt as if her entire body was ablaze, not due to Jupiter's environment, but from the burns inflicted by Joy's thermal vision. Before she could regain her bearings, Joy followed in pursuit, delivering a punch to her temple that embedded her into the ground. In that instant, Joy felt as though he had returned to the night of battling another superhuman. His sole desire was to utterly annihilate this Kryptonian before him. Just as Kara prepared to rise and resist, Joy seized her by the hair, forcefully slamming her back to the ground. Her steel head colliding intimately with Jupiter's dense iron surface, creating a massive crater several hundred meters wide. This was followed by a second and third impact. The planet's dense atmosphere, rich in methane and nitrogen, blocking much of the sunlight, ensuring their struggle would culminate in one party exhausting their energy, most likely Kara. As Joy seemed intent on repeating this assault indefinitely, Kara finally cast aside any reservations. Using the remnants of her armor, she concentrated a shard of metal at her elbow and swung it backward, feeling instant contact. With the sound of severed flesh and the splatter of blood, Joy finally ceased his relentless assault. Seizing the moment, Kara escaped his oppressive grasp, sending him tumbling to the ground with her push. At that moment, her armor had fulfilled its final purpose, unable to transform or maintain its form, disintegrating into countless metallic particles. With scarcely any intact clothing or skin, Kara tore her tattered cloak from her back to cover her battered body, sitting down with her back to Joy, gasping for breath. After some time, as she finally regulated her breathing, she remained seated, hesitating to turn around and assess her cousin's condition. From the moment she had struck him with the blade, she had sensed the absence of Kal-El's heartbeat. Chapter 90. Memories of Krypton. This was certainly not her intention. Before departing from Krypton to Earth, she indeed underwent a series of military training. However, those preparations primarily revolved around infiltration and assassination. No one had ever instructed her on how to combat another Kryptonian under the yellow sun. She had taken the life of her own cousin. The situation grew even direr when her clone, strategically placed in a laboratory as a decoy, inadvertently established a communication link with Krypton. On the other end, news of the missing Kal-El's return had already reached them. Although Jor-El, the leader of the Sword of Ra, was no longer the affable uncle and wise scientist he had once been, he remained deeply concerned for his long-lost son. Even from the distant reaches of the cosmos, where the Synagogue Empire and the Alliance of Ren faced significant adversity across a protracted front spanning 6 sectors, Jor-El was willing to forsake imminent victory to hasten his journey to Earth. If he relinquished all triumph, what awaited him upon his arrival in this primitive star system would be the sight of his son's lifeless body, leaving Kara, the unrepentant killer, to grapple with unimaginable pressure. After nearly 2 decades of covert operations, Kara had poured every effort into ensuring Krypton could peacefully assume control of this planet. She did not wish for her ultimate fate to be that of a familial executioner. Contemplating this, Kara, who had been away from her homeland for 20 years, curled up beneath her cloak, weeping bitterly after having slain her first Kryptonian compatriot upon her return, her cousin. "What is wrong with you?" Joy exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his consciousness having momentarily flickered out. Just moments ago, he had been grasping the Kryptonian woman's head, loosening the soil of Jupiter's surface, and now he felt as if he were awakening from a drunken stupor, his head pounding. He observed the lowly Kryptonian, who had been fiercely battling him only moments prior, now huddled beneath a crimson cloak, weeping uncontrollably. "I was planning to deliver a WW-level flying tackle. What are you crying about? How could this be? Your heartbeat had stopped just moments ago, on the verge of collapse." Kara hardly had the presence of mind to wipe away her tears and snot as she scrambled toward Joy. Kal-El was alive. What a relief. She had not killed Jor-El's son, her cousin. She was not a murderer of her kin, not a fratricide. Yet, as she turned to truly assess Joy's injuries, the sight before her instilled an even greater terror than before. The immense wound on his chest, inflicted by her own hand, along with the stab that had pierced upward from his ribcage toward his heart, were now slowly healing. In Kara's ears, her cousin remained devoid of any heartbeat, a condition that was evidently normal, for in her enhanced vision, she could still discern a significant wound in the chest where she had inadvertently pierced, a gaping hole that had yet to fully heal. At that moment, Kara regarded Joy as if she were a ferocious beast, discarding her concealing cloak and scrambling away in terror. "Stay away from me." This unrefined display from Kara left Joy bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been overjoyed, desperately drawing closer. Now, however, she seemed to have succumbed to sheer panic. Had her previous actions truly rendered Joy senseless? Before Joy could pursue, Kara stumbled over the rocky terrain, a consequence of her own earlier actions. It was now evident that Joy's earlier maneuver had indeed disoriented her. "Have you forgotten that you can fly?" As Kara rose, her initial fright subsided, and she realized that escaping Joy's pursuit was futile. It was wiser to conserve her strength. "Just kill me. What is wrong with all of you?" Joy cast a fleeting glance at the disheveled and distracted Kara before shifting her gaze upward to the sky over Jupiter. Were any valiant heroes of Jupiter to witness this scene, they would likely take immediate action against her. It was in this moment of dawning realization that Kara understood the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. At least, Joy was not yet inclined to devour her. Kara's mind raced with memories of Krypton, and the overwhelming fear that had accumulated in her brief time caused her to speak without thought. Ignoring Joy's puzzled expression, she began to articulate her thoughts. "No wonder your father was so eager to send you away from Krypton before the Phantom Drive engine was fully tested. The Supreme Council's accusations against him were not mere fabrications. They were true. You are the living proof." Joy maintained her gaze toward the heavens, responding to Kara with a succinct yet impactful retort. "Foolishness." As Joy's words echoed, a vast green net, woven from the light of willpower, descended from the sky, enveloping Kara. This green net transformed into binding ropes, securing the still bewildered Kara tightly, encased within layers of impenetrable safeguards. Bathed in green light, Starfire had finally arrived from Earth to Jupiter, locating a pristine new ring within the storeroom of the Justice League's watchtower, requiring no charging. Capturing Kryptonians had become a fundamental aspect of the Green Lantern Corps training, mastering the art of control, kryptonite radiation, and confinement, each facet as familiar as the back of one's hand. Though the radiation emitted by the Green Lantern is not comparable to the original kryptonite, it has sufficiently weakened Kara to the point where she cannot escape. This Kryptonian seems somewhat foolish, having hesitated in fear, remaining in place while waiting for her allies. What exactly is she waiting for? "Do not harm her, Starfire," Joy said, almost as a matter of routine, having observed that Starfire's emotions stabilized significantly after her brush with death. Or perhaps she was merely beginning to return to her Tamaranian nature, realizing that hatred does not bestow greater power, but rather love and compassion do. Starfire cast a glance around the desolate surroundings before assessing Kara, who was confined within the Green Lantern-esque prison, and promptly adjusted the lantern's light to an opaque mode. She then turned her gaze towards Joy, whose clothing was merely tattered, yet his body bore no scars. "Shall we return?" "To the watchtower," There should be more than one Red Sun prison there. Kara's earlier words were disjointed, and to be frank, Joy could not comprehend a single one. He had encountered too many cryptic individuals recently and decided to confine this one for the time being. In the worst-case scenario, they could unleash Red Sun kryptonite in succession. Joy doubted she could continue to speak in riddles. Chapter 91. Unconventional Warfare as the headquarters of the Justice League. The Watchtower is equipped with comprehensive facilities, providing solutions for virtually every conceivable superhero matter. With the consent of the surviving Batman, Cyborg took control of the main system, akin to his counterpart from another universe, bringing the entire space station back online. Now, Joy and his companions not only had quantum entanglement communication, but also a teleportation system that spanned the entire solar system. While these features held little significance for Joy, they were immensely important for others. At that moment, the Watchtower's detention area welcomed its second guest, another Kryptonian. But unlike the previous occupant, this one was alive. Kara had been transferred back from Jupiter to the depths of Gotham within the Watchtower, and her condition was still far from ideal. Starfire's Green Lantern prison blocked sunlight and the simulated kryptonite radiation, combined with being cast into a cell illuminated by red sun lamps, left her with hardly any opportunity to heal her wounds. Her clothing remained in tatters, and the bare skin exposed was still marred by the burns inflicted by Joy's heat vision. Being exposed to kryptonite radiation rapidly induces a reduction reaction in Kryptonian cells, causing their biological field to deplete within mere seconds. Without the supply of yellow sunlight, Kryptonian cells behave no differently than ordinary biological ones. Without a biological field, they cannot heal swiftly. To mend her wounds, she must resort to the conventional means of normal organisms, waiting for them to heal slowly on their own. In a dimly lit cell, Kara, thrown into confinement, huddled in the corner, pulling her cloak tightly around her form. The fabric's contact with her wounds elicited tears from her eyes. Observing this, Starfire frowned. Shouldn't we first find her some proper attire? Joy, noticing Starfire's concern, sought an excuse to distance herself from the situation. The Tamaranian seemed overly tranquil, managing to empathize with an exceedingly perilous Kryptonian criminal. Excessive kindness can be detrimental. Where had the fervor to eliminate her adversary gone? Speak, Joy tapped on the wall outside the laser bars, directing her gaze to the white-haired Kara curled up in the corner. Whatever you intended to convey earlier, you may continue now. Perhaps Starfire had initially aimed to tend to Kara's injuries. Her Green Lantern ring could indeed facilitate such healing effortlessly. However, Joy had no such intentions at present. Kara merely appeared fragile, but such minor wounds were trivial for a Kryptonian. Under the Red Sun, Kryptonians, while seeming as vulnerable as mere mortals, possessed distinct disparities among themselves. The mortals of Earth were entirely different from the mortals of Krypton. Krypton boasted unique geological compositions and core structures, resulting in a gravitational force markedly different from that of ordinary planets. In simpler terms, this densely packed planet generated a gravity far exceeding Earth's, combined with a wild and treacherous primordial ecosystem that predated civilization. The Kryptonian race's ability to survive, thrive, and ignite the flames of culture within such an environment ensured that even their weakest individuals surpassed any Earthling. Though her cousin had just displayed a moment of emotional turmoil, Joy perceived her as far more resilient than the earlier version of Kara, both physically and psychologically. No, Kal-El, I shall not divulge any information to you. With Joy having successfully led away the somewhat uneasy Starfire, Kara recognized that feigning vulnerability was futile. She boldly cast aside her cloak and approached the cell door to meet Joy's gaze directly. You need only understand that your current duty is to continue my mission, swiftly conquer Earth and prepare for the impending Kryptonian order. Earth, now and in the future, will never accept your so-called Kryptonian order. Joy was perplexed by the sudden revelation. After all, in a few days, the Kryptonian army would arrive, and she could easily orchestrate an ambush to catch both herself and Earth off guard. I am more curious about why you directed those individuals to trouble me. The Kryptonians are on their way. Could you not remain concealed for a few more days? Why emerge from the shadows only to become a captive? Having engaged in such futile endeavors merely to confront me? Is the reason for beating you not sufficient enough? Kara's appearance cannot be deemed sudden. She had deliberated over the strengths of both parties before deciding to step from the shadows into the limelight. The significance of presenting Earth, this primitive planet, pales in comparison to the immediate retrieval of the chief executive's biological son, her cousin, Kal-El. This is especially true given his rebellious disposition. To this day, Kara believes her previous actions were an attempt to correct Kal-El's path in advance. Based on her understanding of Jor-El, it is highly likely that he would disapprove of a son who plays in the mud with primitive civilizations, particularly one so resolutely opposed to Krypton. Although the opposing forces are negligible compared to the Kryptonian army, the sight of the most powerful members of the El family clashing on the battlefield over a primitive planet would undoubtedly bring embarrassment to all Kryptonians. Having undergone 3 years of military training and equipped with specialized Kryptonian armor, she should not be outmatched by a Kryptonian child raised in a primitive world, untrained and inexperienced. As it turned out, she did not lose. Throughout their confrontation, she had held back, and the only uncontrolled outcome resulted in the other's demise. Unfortunately, Kal-El harbors a significant secret, one that renders him nearly invincible and could potentially tarnish Jor-El's reputation. While this may not shake the already towering dominance of Jor-El, it could certainly dent his current stature, akin to that of a radiant king. Jor-El's eagerness to reach the solar system likely does not stem from a desire for such a minuscule region as the 2814 sector, in terms of value. The cosmic sector housing Synagogue is far superior to Earth. With this thought, Kara scrutinized Jor-El through the laser bars of her cell, but under the red sun's rays. Her ability to discern his DNA had diminished. Yet, she noticed that Jor-El was doing the same, examining her inch by inch. Unfazed by the moment, she pulled her cloak back, straightened her waist, and boldly revealed the exposed parts of her tattered garments to Jor-El. "Do you harbor some sort of fantasy regarding your cousin's body? How disgusting." Hearing this, Jor-El could only turn his gaze away in silence. He had merely been assessing whether there were any urgent internal injuries that needed addressing. Observing Jordania Lesa Avartagaza. Kara's expression sharpened. She was well aware that her cousin was not as repugnant as she had suggested. He carried within him the DNA of something that thrived on bloodlust. Yet he remained a person of considerable nobility. Seizing the opportunity, she endured the searing pain from the laser burns and stretched her hand through the gap in the cell door, seizing Jor-El's hair and forcefully yanking him towards the cell. The laser barricade crackled against Joy's hair and skin, yet for Yang Yi, who had not fully entered the range of the red sun's rays, it was still a mere nuisance. Although Joy was aware of the dangers posed by Kryptonians, Kara's initial display of vulnerability was not without its effects. He had underestimated her and failed to evade. In that moment, with half of his body basked in the red sun's light while the other remained unaffected, it felt as if only one side of his brain was inebriated, rendering the balance of his strength elusive. Just as Joy contemplated how to carefully regulate his power to avoid tearing Kara in two with a retaliatory strike, a surge of flames erupted, and he was abruptly pulled into the confinement chamber. Kara, having forcibly confined Joy to the same space, revealed a sinister grin born of cunning. She seized the base of Joy's cape, executed a roll, and with the momentum, hurled him against the inner wall of the cell, creating a substantial dent. As previously noted, Kryptonians are a race that has evolved from primitive times to an interstellar age, even under Earth's gravity, which is several times greater than their own. Moreover, this was all occurring under the influence of the red sun. Recently, Joy had been under considerable pressure, often feeling the need to exert himself forcefully, leading him to occasionally mutter veiled remarks. Fortunately, just before launching a relentless assault on Kara's lineage, he had the presence of mind to reconsider. Given the close blood ties they shared, a reckless attack would likely result in repercussions that would return upon him. "Wait, Kara, I did not wish to harm you," Joy protested. Kara, however, was not one to deliberate as Joy did. She offered no chance for rebuttal amidst her taunts. "You lack focus, Kal-El." Seizing the moment before Joy could fully rise, Kara swiftly advanced, delivering a flying knee that sent him crashing back to the ground. The alarm in the confinement chamber blared. Yet Kara was indifferent to it. Her sole desire was to vent her frustrations, and any thoughts of escape could wait until after she had delivered her blows. If Joy had indeed committed the blasphemous acts he was accused of, theoretically, this cousin of hers should be impossible to kill. Knowing her opponent was effectively immortal, Kara felt liberated to unleash her full force. Kneeling on Joy's chest to pin him down, she straddled his waist. Raising her hands, now scorched and raw from crossing the laser barrier, in a fist that she brought crashing down onto Joy's face. Both were now enveloped in the red sun's rays, a realm familiar to Kara. She was poised to impart a lesson to her foolish cousin. Round 2. Welcome to Krypton, kid. Chapter 92. The extraterrestrial visitor. As Starfire searched for her clothing within the Watchtower space station, a sudden alarm pierced the air, prompting her to wish she could simply break through the walls and return to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, Steele promptly established communication, and Starfire hastened towards the cell block, guided by the navigation system. From a distance, she could hear the voices of others at the scene. Be careful, or you shall suffer the consequences. At that moment, Batman stood outside the cell, gesturing with his fingers. No, Superman, you truly lack experience. Withdraw your hand before you ruin everything. You're finished now. Bruce had just settled Wonder Woman and was preparing to use the internal laboratory of the Watchtower to clone her a new body. However, before he could commence his task, he was alerted by the alarm from the 3rd floor cell. Mistakenly assuming another Kryptonian had encountered a problem, he was struck with dread and quickly grabbed the newly crafted kryptonite ray gun before rushing over. To his surprise, it was merely 2 Kryptonians engaged in a brawl within the Red Sun cell. Had this been 2 weeks prior, Bruce Wayne would have undoubtedly charged into the cell without hesitation, risking broken bones to rescue his fellow Kryptonian. However, the current Batman had personally slain Superman, and aside from Wonder Woman, who, theoretically, was no longer considered a living being, he was the last survivor of their universe. In truth, the events unfolding in this universe bore little relevance to him, unless they involved a catastrophic crisis that would obliterate Earth the following day. Otherwise, Batman had no desire to entangle himself in such superhero affairs any further. Although the crisis facing Earth in this universe was indeed pressing, the sight of their Superman being subdued by another Kryptonian on the floor hardly warranted his intervention. Kara's military training on Krypton had been rigorous. She was more than equipped to handle someone like Joey, who was somewhat inexperienced. At that moment, she had his arm locked in a 180-degree twist, palms facing upward, while her legs clamped tightly around his head, executing an impressively aesthetic wrist lock. Had Joey been in the audience at a UFC fight or watching from screen, he might have applauded or given a thumbs up to such grappling techniques. Alas, he found himself trapped in the ring, the unfortunate victim of her skill. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Damn it, Bruce Wayne." The weakening of Kryptonians exposed to red sunlight was a gradual process, unlike the immediate effects of kryptonite. Joey, like other Kryptonians, would see his physical abilities slowly revert to that of an ordinary Kryptonian as the red sunlight continued to bathe him. However, this transformation would be a protracted journey, certainly longer than the speed at which Kara was rendered powerless. In a mere second, Joy could decisively select the vulnerable Kara, who had long been reverted to her original form due to the radiation of kryptonite and the influence of the red sun. However, beneath the red sun's rays, he needed to recalibrate his strength to avoid inadvertently shattering her skull with a single punch. Moments ago, Batman had approached him, offering guidance on how to contend with the offensively formidable Kara. Perhaps influenced by the red sun, Joy impulsively followed his advice. The issue, however, lay in the fact that Batman was a martial arts master, and his techniques might not be suitable for Joy's current state. Moreover, while Joy could hear Batman's instructions, it was evident that Kara was not deaf. In the ensuing rounds, Joy, who could have relied on his physical prowess to wear Kara down, found himself flustered, countered at every turn. Ultimately, he was tripped and dragged to the ground, where Kara adeptly locked him in a wrist hold, immobilizing him. "I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate your combat skills would be so lacking. A normal person wouldn't be subdued by such a basic wrist lock," she remarked. Observing Starfire hastening to his side, Batman discreetly returned his kryptonite ray gun to his belt and turned to leave, suggesting perhaps next time you should seek a mentor for proper training. He recognized that while this world's Superman lacked certain virtues, his resilience was undeniable. Not only was he minimally affected by kryptonite radiation, but even under the red sun, his physique remained remarkably robust. A typical person's arm would have screamed in agony under such a hold. Yet Joy remained unfazed, even finding the energy to curse, clearly holding back his strength. Batman could only hope that in future encounters, Superman would exhibit the same restraint and gentleness toward ordinary individuals as he did towards his own blood relatives. "Kara, this is your final warning. I simply do not wish to harm you," Joy insisted, his other hand, still free, incessantly patting Kara's thigh that restrained his upper body and head. He had not anticipated that even while confined, she would seek to engage him in a futile, unrestricted combat. 3 seconds. If you do not release me, I shall unleash my heat vision. Not a chance. Adhering to the principle that a good person should be threatened with a weapon, Kara tightened her grip even further. I don't care if you cut off one of my legs with your heat vision. 3, 2, enough. 1. At this moment, Starfire could no longer bear to watch. Manifesting a spear from her Green Lantern ring, she thrust it directly toward Kara's heart. Only then did Kara release her hold, performing an agile roll to evade the incoming blade. Orange Skin, you're from Tamarin? When did the Green Lantern Corps start recruiting your kind? Your people are notoriously known for their wavering will. Finally liberated, Joy sensed the balance of power and delivered a punch that sent Kara, who had attempted to retort, into a peaceful slumber akin to that of an infant. You might as well keep your mouth shut. From where does the fervent fire derive its unwavering resolve? As this question lingered, Joy feared that Starfire might once again succumb to madness. Joy brushed off the non-existent dust from her cloak, closed the cell door behind her, and fled. Meanwhile, Starfire, with her head bowed, prepared to change Kara into the garments she had procured. But Joy abruptly reached out to grasp her arm. If you are truly enraged, then end her life right here. I would understand. Yet, I presume you are about to save it, are you not? Starfire turned her gaze upon Joy, scrutinizing the bruises and wounds adorning her face. Before she could reach out to touch them, the injuries began to heal rapidly. She comprehended Joy's sentiments. No one could so decisively sever ties with their own flesh and blood. Starfire too had a sister, Li Shang, who constantly opposed her and bore a desire to see her dead, yet that was merely a relic of the past. After all, she is your cousin. I know all too well the pain of witnessing a family member fall at the hands of another. Yang Yi initially intended to assert that this troublesome Kara still held some strategic and intelligence value, but Starfire's words left him in silence. At that moment, Cyborg projected his half-human, half-machine visage behind them. Superman, head to Alaska immediately. There's been an unforeseen development at the previous engagement site, and it is of utmost urgency. With a sigh of relief, Joy soared towards the Arctic Circle, marveling at how Cyborg had managed to regain a modicum of human thought. Otherwise, he would not have interrupted their conversation at such a crucial juncture. Neither Joy nor Starfire should delve deeper into this topic now. The threat from Krypton remained lethal, and in the face of impending danger, it was prudent to avoid divisive discourse. Joy vividly recalled that merely an hour prior, she had orchestrated the relocation of most of those who had instigated the entire plan to the icy plains of Alaska. However, with Kara's sudden appearance, the fate of those individuals seemed almost sealed. Joy doubted anyone could survive the aftermath of such a conflict. Cyborg's response, however, suggested a different narrative. Not only were there survivors among that group, but many of them thrived, battling against the frigid winds of the North Atlantic. Joy soon arrived above the remnants of the previous battlefield. The F-22 fighter jets, which had previously joined the fray, ceased to take flight once Cyborg assumed control of the electronic warfare command system, resulting in the silence of other military forces across North America. At that moment, thousands of Cyborg's robots were meticulously accounting for the survivors amid the rubble of the fortifications. Among these survivors were junior and mid-level officers, high-ranking generals, and even key personnel from intelligence sectors. Many individuals within the White House and the Pentagon could be replaced seamlessly, and the ceaseless eradication of a few hundred parasites would have no significant impact on the nation. Yet these individuals were different. It is no exaggeration to assert that the entire violent machinery of North America operated through their delineation and execution of orders. Joy instinctively scanned the area with his enhanced vision, initially intending to assess the injuries of those present. However, he stumbled upon something astonishing. The physical condition of these individuals was disconcertingly normal to the point of being abnormal. The solid reinforced concrete structures had been nearly reduced to dust following the prior impact. In such a massive collapse, these people, buried beneath the rubble, emerged unscathed. They appeared disheveled and covered in dust, yet their health was remarkably intact, with not even the slightest bruise among them. While it is conceivable that a few fortunate individuals might escape injury, the sheer number, hundreds, defied statistical explanation. The steel bone had summoned him, evidently recognizing the peculiarity of the situation. Every robot present was fully armed, their weapons trained on all those present, prepared to unleash fire at a moment's notice, regardless of the pleas for mercy from the crowd. With a thud, Joy descended, his enhanced vision sweeping over the hundreds of survivors once more, yielding the same disquieting results. Perhaps it was an illusion, but amidst the apparent chaos of their desperate cries, he sensed an uncanny camaraderie among them. No, this was certainly not a figment of his imagination. After meticulous observation, he confirmed it was not mere paranoia. Their gazes, gestures, and words, though chaotic, were inextricably linked, an unsettling synchronicity that sent chills down his spine. It was akin to intruding upon a voice-activated toy store at midnight, where every doll, upon your arrival, mindlessly loops its preset melodies. Yet within the cacophony, in each blind spot of your vision, the doll's eyes subtly shifted, collectively fixed upon you at the center of the room. Were you? Joy's eyes radiated with intense heat, igniting a wall of fire upon the icy ground beneath the throng. Unexpectedly, this act, initially intended as a mere show of force, shattered the eerily cohesive dynamic among the crowd. The atmosphere transformed from a facade of chaos into genuine pandemonium. Most began to scream in earnest, disregarding the weapons aimed at their heads, turning to flee in a desperate rush. Please extinguish the flames. The majority of my kin cannot maintain their composure in the presence of fire. Amidst the turmoil, a North American officer adorned with 4 stars stepped forward, mustering his courage to address Joy with a salute. Since your return signifies her defeat, the agreement remains unchanged. We remain at the mercy of Kryptonians, no matter which one it may be. Having distanced himself from the location where the flames had recently ignited, the high-ranking official of a North American military agency, to demonstrate sincerity, elevated himself from the ground, his entire being momentarily rearranging at the molecular level. Before Joy, he revealed his true form, a creature with deep green skin, crimson eyes, elongated limbs, sharp appendages and claws, reminiscent of an evolved, upright, cold-blooded reptile. My name is Ron Rons. Under the condition that we do not compromise our own safety, my kin and I stand ready to heed your commands. Joy's superhuman vision captured the entire transformation process, revealing that this being's structure seemed to be composed of a peculiar macromolecule. This molecular composition enabled him to seamlessly disguise himself as anything, much like his previous human form, rendering inexperienced Kryptonians unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Green skin, the ability to fly, a fear of fire, and the capacity for metamorphosis. One of these entities was indeed called Ron Rons. Joy realized what these enigmatic beings truly were: Martians.